Chapter 1. The Farming Game Peach Source 2.0. As Su Yang gazed at the chaotic surroundings, she pinched herself several times to confirm that she was not dreaming, slowly regaining her composure. Where was she? A dump. The air was thick with various foul odors, and beneath her feet lay an accumulation of debris, rendering any footing precarious. Dust covered everything, and with the slightest movement, a cloud of it erupted, assaulting her senses with its stench. Squinting, Su Yang instinctively covered her nose with her hand. It was then that she noticed something amiss. Glancing at her hands, her pupils constricted in horror, and she hastily examined her body. What met her gaze was a skeletal figure, as if skin merely draped over a frame of bones, startling her profoundly. Her skin was dark and clammy, her mind swirling with dizziness, and a profound weakness enveloped her. A gnawing hunger surged within her, akin to having gone days without sustenance. Not only was she famished, but thirst also gripped her, and pain radiated from various parts of her body. Though not fatal, the myriad of aches was enough to elicit tears, and her body felt like a lead weight, making every step arduous that a rush of memories flooded her mind. She had traversed time and space, arriving in the Interstellar era, currently situated on a garbage planet. The original inhabitant was an orphan who had been aware of her circumstances since consciousness dawned. She had been rescued and raised by an elderly woman who named her Yair, and the two had relied on scavenging for survival, depending on one another. Tragically, when the original inhabitant was 15, the grandmother perished while protecting their food, and those around sought to capture the girl for profit. In a desperate escape, she fled and was left to wander alone. Now, at 25, after a decade of homelessness, her body had deteriorated, and following several days without food or water, she succumbed to her fate, leading to Su Yang's arrival. Su Yang, taking a deep breath, she quickly scanned her surroundings. But alas, no edible provisions were in sight, and the area was desolate. If this continued, she would inevitably follow the same fate as the original inhabitant. At that moment, a notification chimed. Beep! Peach source game loading. Game login error. Load failed game updating. Please wait. Su Yang's eyes sparkled with hope. Peach source was the farming game she had immersed herself in for years. Reflecting on her last moments, she recalled waiting for a meal in a restaurant downstairs when she had opened the game to check on her crops. Unbeknownst to her, a large flower pot had been carelessly dropped from above, fatally striking her. After death, she had arrived here, and the game had followed her? Update complete. Peach Source 2.0 version ready for your service. Game loading. Successful. A pale blue screen materialized before Su Yang, and she frowned. This was the login interface, yet it bore no resemblance to the previous one. If not for the conspicuous Peach Source 2.0 in the corner, one might think it was an entirely different game. She tentatively tapped the login button. The screen transformed rapidly, first revealing the vast cosmos. An endless expanse of stars, followed by planets darting across the screen, culminating in a red notification. Please bind a planet as your farming planet. Su Yang inhaled deeply, observing the myriad of planets displayed before her, each glowing red. Curiously, she clicked on a question mark in the upper right corner, and a hint appeared. Red planets are owned, green planets are unowned. You may select an unowned planet as your farming planet. As she scrolled through the interface, it became evident that all planets were accounted for. After several minutes of searching, she finally spotted a cluster of planets emitting a green glow, numbering over 100. Strange, these planets are clustered together. She selected one at random to designate as her farming planet. Selection successful. This planet is unowned, no number assigned. Please name the planet. Naming? Su Yang mused before decisively typing blue star. In the original inhabitant's limited knowledge, she was only aware of the garbage planet, leaving Su Yang equally uninformed. Upon hearing the request to name the planet, she instinctively thought of Blue Star. Name successfully assigned. Player has bound Blue Star as farming planet. Relevant files are in the game package, available for player to view at any time. Congratulations, player. You have bound a farming planet and received a newbie gift package 1. Game logging in. The selected farming planet enlarged on the login screen. The camera zooming from space into the planet, ultimately landing on the ground. Upon seeing everything on the screen, Su Yang fell into silence, where was the blue sky and white clouds? The sky resembled that of the garbage planet, pale and devoid of clouds. The ground. After an extensive search, she found nothing. At least the garbage planet had refused. This planet was utterly barren, with cracked earth and gaping fissures. The air was filled with swirling yellow dust, more desolate than any desert. She opened her mouth but held back her words, instead eagerly opening her package, where a newbie gift package shimmered enticingly. She clicked to open it. You have received steam buns 10, mineral water 10, ordinary land 100. Steam buns, mineral water. Su Yang's eyes lit up as she tentatively extracted the items, and in an instant, they appeared in her hands. Clutching the soft, steamed bun, an overwhelming hunger surged within her. But she resisted the urge to devour it at once upon noticing the large black handprint that marred its surface. She washed her hands with the mineral water, devouring a bun in a few quick bites, followed by half a bottle of water. Just as she was about to eat another bun, she was overwhelmed by nausea and vomited the contents of her stomach, along with remnants of what the original inhabitant had consumed before. After expelling everything, Su Yang retrieved another bun, this time cautious not to rush. She tore it into small pieces, savoring each bite. Taking a bite of the bun and a sip of water, she took her time until she finally finished it. After pausing to ensure she wouldn't vomit again, she slowly consumed 2 more buns. Finally feeling a hint of strength return to her body. The game screen continued to flash, and a task appeared on the left side. Farming task. Place 100 pieces of land on the ground. Reward. Lettuce seeds 100, initial robot 1, gold coins 10, experience 10. Detected that the player is currently not on the farming planet. Unable to place land. Would you like to teleport to the farming planet? Teleport. Su Yang did not hesitate. She had endured enough of the foul stench here. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and when Su Yang opened her eyes again, she found herself on Blue Star, standing on the parched earth. Chapter 2. The Blue Star Shop. Amidst the swirling sands, barely 2 seconds after her arrival, Su Yang felt a layer of yellow dust cling to her, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. Within moments, a sensation of suffocation began to overwhelm her as she instinctively opened her mouth to gasp for air. The sense of asphyxiation intensified, and it was only then that she realized the gravity of her situation. In a bewildering moment, she realized there was no oxygen, and an overwhelming amount of yellow sand had filled her nostrils and mouth, leaving her breathless. Panic surged through her mind. Would she perish here? Anomaly detected in player status. Activating game protection mechanism. Suddenly, a glaring red text appeared on the gaming screen, and Su Yang felt a lightness envelop her. The sand vanished from her nose and mouth, and the suffocating sensation began to dissipate. As she surveyed her surroundings, she discovered a transparent protective shield measuring 50 by 50 meters, effectively keeping the sand at bay and allowing fresh air to circulate. What is this? Su Yang's gaze fixated on the shield, and as her thoughts formed, a line of text materialized before her eyes. Basic protective shield. 50 times 50 times 50 m. Isolates harmful external substances. Simulates a biological growth environment, effective for 10 days. So the height is also 50 m, Su Yang murmured, feeling temporarily safe enough to contemplate her plans for cultivation. Within the confines of the protective shield, she searched and found a reasonably large patch of ground, retrieving a piece of soil from her pack. The soil, small and weightless in her hand, caused her heart to sink slightly. Is it this small? She pondered before placing on the ground. Upon contact, the soil rapidly expanded to a size of 1 mx 1 m. Su Yang exhaled in relief. This was more like it. With a single breath, she released all 100 pieces of soil at once, and a 10x 10 m expanse of rich, dark earth appeared before her. To her astonishment, the cracks that had marred the ground vanished as well. Farming task. Placing 100 pieces of soil completed. Rewards. Lettuce seeds 100, initial robot 1, coins 10, experience 10. Farming task. Plant lettuce seeds. Rewards. Basic growth acceleration, fertilizer 10, coins 10, experience 10. She first retrieved the robot. Its silver exterior closely resembled that of a human, with a head, arms, and legs, but devoid of facial features. Instead, a screen akin to a smartphone adorned its head. presumably for operational controls. Standing about 1 meter tall, it reached her waist. The screen on the robot flickered to life. Robot 00001 at your service. Please select a service type. Su Yang presented the lettuce seeds to the robot, tentatively asking, "Can you farm?" Robot. Farming mode activated. The robot accepted the lettuce seeds and opened its upper body, revealing an array of farming tools, including but not limited to shovels, hoes, and pickaxes. Curiously, Su Yang observed the robot's methodical approach to planting. Before long, the robot had sown all 100 lettuce seeds, covering them with a thin layer of soil. It then produced a watering can, only to be stymied. Robot, warning, warning. No water source detected, unable to irrigate. In a hurry, Su Yang retrieved 5 bottles of mineral water, which the robot used to provide a rudimentary watering. Farming task. Planting lettuce seeds completed. Rewards. Basic growth acceleration fertilizer 10, coins 10, experience 10. Farming task. Use basic growth acceleration fertilizer to hasten lettuce growth. Rewards. Basic water source 1, lettuce seeds 100, coins 10, experience 10. Su Yang glanced at the soil, and a line of text appeared. Ordinary soil. No additional effects. She then looked at the seeds. Lettuce seeds. Maturation time 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 52 seconds. Her gaze shifted to the growth acceleration fertilizer. Basic growth acceleration fertilizer. Can accelerate crop growth by 24 hours. 1 bag can be applied to 1 mx 1 m of soil. Without hesitation, Su Yang instructed the robot to spread the fertilizer. The seeds visibly sprouted and matured at an astonishing rate, quickly transforming into plump, vibrant lettuce. Gazing at the 100 heads of lettuce, an exhilarating thrill coursed through her. Green, juicy, lush lettuce. Once, she had dismissed these greens with disdain. Yet now she felt an overwhelming urge to protect them, as if they were treasures. She looked around, swallowed, and felt a deep yearning. She craved lettuce. Without a moment's pause, she approached, plucked one, and stuffed the tender leaves into her mouth. With that first bite, the juices burst forth, sweet and refreshing, reminiscent of rain after a drought, filling her with an indescribable sense of satisfaction that left her almost lightheaded. When Su Yang regained her senses, she realized she had consumed 10 heads of lettuce. She smacked her lips. Her body was in dire need of nourishment, and she would have to gradually replenish her strength. Fortunately, she could farm sustenance should no longer be a concern. She turned her attention to the game interface. Farming task. Using basic growth acceleration fertilizer completed. Rewards. Basic water source 1, lettuce seeds 100, coins 10. Experience 10. You harvested lettuce 10, experience 10. Farming task. Harvesting lettuce completed. Rewards. Lettuce seeds 100, coins 10, experience 10. Farming task. Place water source. Rewards. Warehouse 1, coins 10, experience 10. Su Yang examined her game inventory, discovering a symbol resembling a pond. She took it out, and though it remained small in her hand, it rapidly expanded upon being placed on the ground. She focused intently as a line of small text emerged. Basic water source, 10 times 10 times 10 m, containing clean water, cannot regenerate after use. Su Yang retrieved the remaining mineral water bottles from her game inventory, filled them to the brim, and drank deeply. With this basic water source, she should be fine for a while. 01. Collect all the lettuce, she instructed the robot, resuming her gaze at the game interface. Farming task. Placing water source completed. Rewards. Warehouse 1, coins 10, experience 10. You harvested lettuce 90, experience 90. You leveled up current level. 1. Shop unlocked, wheat seeds unlocked. Farming task. Sell lettuce in the shop. Rewards. Wheat seeds 100, coins 10, experience 20. Su Yang pondered a shop. She quickly navigated through the game interface and soon found the newly appeared shop in its familiar location. Entering, her first task was to name the shop. Typing casually, she settled on Blue Star Shop. The shop began with 10 slots, and unlocking additional slots would require spending coins. 10 slots were sufficient for now. Su Yang decided to test the waters by placing 10 heads of lettuce for sale. Unsure of who her customers would be, the suggested selling price for lettuce was 1 coin each. Uncertain about the coin system, she decided to follow the shop's suggestion and set the price at 1 coin. After completing her task, she gazed at the quaint little shop for a while. Noticing the absence of customers, she decided to close the shop and turned her attention to the task at hand. Chapter 3. The Sale of Lettuce. Farming Task. Sell lettuce at the store to complete. Reward. 100 wheat seeds, 10 gold coins, 20 experience points. Farming Task. Place warehouse. Reward. 1 basic warehouse expansion scroll, 10 gold coins, 20 experience points. Su-Yang set up the warehouse from her game inventory, and as soon as it landed, it expanded dramatically, ultimately transforming into a circular tower adorned with the words warehouse. Warehouse contains a space of 10 times 10 times 10 m, capable of storing any product produced in Blue Star, with permanent freshness. Farming Task. Placing warehouse completed. Reward. 1 basic warehouse expansion scroll, 10 gold coins, 20 experience points. Su-Yang took out the warehouse expansion scroll and clicked to use it. Basic warehouse expansion scroll can expand the warehouse by an additional 10 times 10 times 10 m. After utilizing the expansion scroll, Su-Yang anticipated that the warehouse would continue to grow, but to her surprise, it remained unchanged. Unable to contain her curiosity, she pushed the door open and peered inside. She repeated the actions of opening, stepping back, closing the door, and pushing it open again 3 times, ultimately confirming that while the exterior appeared static, the interior space had indeed increased. What a marvelous phenomenon. However, reflecting on the reality of her farming game coming to life, she regained her composure. Farming Task. Plant wheat. Reward. 10 gold coins, 20 experience points. Su-Yang retrieved the wheat seeds and instructed the robot to plant lettuce on half the land and wheat on the other half. Soon, the task was completed. Farming Task. Planting wheat completed. Reward. 10 gold coins, 20 experience points. Farming Task. Harvest wheat. Reward. 1 stone mill, 10 gold coins, 20 experience points. Exiting the warehouse, Su-Yang encountered the robot, which diligently placed the harvested lettuce into the warehouse. She glanced at the wheat seeds. Wheat seeds. Maturation time 235759. It seemed it would also take a day. Thus, for the next day, she found herself without tasks, as progress had stalled. Su-Yang looked back at the store. The lettuce remained unsold, and her curiosity grew stronger. She then turned her attention to the nearby pond, where the desire for a bath surged within her. She could no longer tolerate her own foul odor. Yet, she hesitated to disturb such a pristine water source and opted to take a small amount of water from her mineral water bottle to clean herself. During this time, the previously quiet store stirred to life. Feng Chao, a 5th-level ability user, had just returned from a successful mission, earning a considerable amount of star coins. He opened the star network, intending to purchase some ingredients online to prepare a grand meal. After buying numerous items from his usual shops, he was about to close the interface when he noticed a newly opened store in the lower left corner, named Blue Star Shop. Blue Star? Wasn't that the ancient homeland mentioned in Interstellar history? However, he had heard that Blue Star had long been destroyed. The shop's name struck him as peculiar. So he clicked on it, discovering it featured only one item, lettuce, priced at 1 star coin. 1 star coin. How remarkably inexpensive. Feng Chao was utterly astonished. How could vegetables possibly be so inexpensive? It is well known that in the realm of the stars, due to radiation, ordinary flora and fauna cannot thrive. Those that do survive possess extraordinary abilities akin to humans and are collectively referred to as star beasts and star plants. These entities are inherently aggressive. Although they can be consumed after being slain, they harbor volatile energy within their forms, rendering them inedible until purified by a purifying ability wielder. The higher the degree of purification, the more delectable the flavor, and consequently, the steeper the price. Conversely, lower purification yields a far less palatable taste, significantly reducing the cost. Nonetheless, even the least purified variety commands a value of 100 star coins, given the rarity of purification abilities. He had never encountered food worth merely 1 star coin. This price warranted further investigation. Feng Chao clicked into the item details and couldn't help but exclaim softly, "What kind of merchant is this? Offering items with no description whatsoever and failing to indicate the purification value? How did this even pass the scrutiny of the Star Network? It is mandated that all food sold in the Star realms, whether online or in physical stores, must display the purification value." This was the first time he had seen such a listing devoid of any information. 1 star coin, such a low price. Could it possibly be unpurified? Feng Chao muttered to himself, instinctively intending to exit the page, but his gaze lingered on the lettuce, which appeared remarkably crisp, immaculately clean, and evidently bursting with juice, a truly fresh item. As he gazed, he found himself swallowing hard, an unexpected craving surfacing in his mind. Feng Chao gritted his teeth. Well, it's just 1 star coin. I must at least sample its flavor. The shop had a total of 10 items, amounting to 10 star coins. Without hesitation, he purchased them all. Initially intending to urge the seller for prompt shipment, he was taken aback to receive a dispatch notification immediately after placing his order. Feng Chao nodded in satisfaction. This delivery speed is quite impressive. Could it be they fear I might change my mind? However, I doubt even 1-star coin covers the shipping cost, he mused, returning to the shop's homepage to report the suspicious listing. Reporting fraudulent shops benefits us all. Just as he completed the report, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found a box waiting on the threshold, containing the very lettuce he had just ordered. Feng Chao was astounded. What kind of speed is this? Could the vendor of this lettuce possibly be my neighbor? Meanwhile, Suyang had just finished her bath 5 hours later. The cleansing had left her in a daze. She had initially believed the original owner's skin to be dark, only to discover it was covered in grime. It took an extensive amount of time to scrub away all the dirt. Thankfully, the original owner was bald, lacking hair, or it would have taken even longer. After washing her clothes and shoes, she stared at her body, sighing in contemplation. Once the black filth was removed, it revealed skin marred by scars, new and old intermingled, leaving no area unmarred. Is this what it means to be a scavenger? The original owner has suffered greatly. Once I have the means, I must certainly seek treatment in a healing pod. In the memories of the original owner, there exists a miraculous contraption capable of healing bodily injuries, known as the healing pod. However, its exorbitant cost of 10,000 star coins for a mere session renders it inaccessible, and thus, the original owner has never experienced its benefits. After hanging the clothes in the storage for drying, she opened her small shop. Midway through washing, she noticed a notification indicating that her stock had sold out. Caught in a battle with grime, she had no time to attend to it. Upon opening the shop again, she discovered that all the lettuce had been sold, prompting her to list the remaining 80 pieces. Just as she was about to close the shop, she was astonished to see that the newly listed items were snatched up in an instant, resulting in a swift influx of 80 gold coins. Simultaneously, a user named Renamed upon reaching 6th tier left a message in her shop. Chapter 4. Is this food with a purification value of 100? Renamed upon reaching 6th tier, Great 1. Do you have any more lettuce? Renamed upon reaching 6th tier, Great 1. How long will your shop remain open? Renamed upon reaching 6th tier, Great 1. Is this food with a purification value of 100? Renamed upon reaching 6th tier, Woo, Great 1. You are too kind. I have never seen such cheap prices on the Star Network. Feng Chao excitedly typed his comments on his light brain, astonished that the seemingly inexpensive lettuce he purchased could yield such remarkable effects. To trace back a few hours, upon acquiring the lettuce, he returned home. However, the other items he had ordered had not yet arrived, so he decided to wash the lettuce first. While cleaning, he could not resist tasting a piece, and an unprecedented burst of fresh, crisp sweetness overwhelmed his senses, leaving him momentarily stunned. Since upgrading to a 5th-tier ability user, all the food he had purchased had a purification value of 60, yet those items were often accompanied by various unpleasant flavors, fishy, briny, metallic, and rusty, among others. In stark contrast, the lettuce before him bore none of those bizarre tastes. It was simply the essence of food itself, likely indicative of its purification value reaching 100. Not only was the lettuce delicious, but after consuming it, he felt a profound sense of mental clarity, whether it was merely an illusion or not. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, due to radiation from star beasts and other factors, ordinary flora and fauna are seldom encountered. While the roads are lined with greenery and flowers, they are but mere imitations crafted from synthetic materials, devoid of vitality. Although specially formulated scents can mimic the aroma of nature and change with the seasons, they remain artificial, lacking any semblance of true life. The pets found at home, cats, dogs, birds, are all mere replicas, created through robotics. Though they may appear fluffy and vocal, their overly compliant behavior is nothing more than an execution of their owner's commands, rendering their existence excessively artificial. In the presence of genuine star beasts and star plants, individuals tend to remain on high alert, as these entities may launch an attack at any moment. Even the fragrances emitted by various flora are approached with caution, for a moment's inattention could plunge one into myriad crises. Consequently, the mental strain on humanity within the cosmos is immense, leading many to experience psychological issues. Statistics reveal that an alarming 99% of the population suffers from some form of mental distress, with countless incidents of mental breakdowns, erratic aggression, and self-detonation occurring annually. In response to this dire situation, interstellar legislation has been enacted. Each individual's neural interface is equipped with a mental stability monitoring function, mandating that every person undergo a compulsory evaluation every month. Those exhibiting a mental instability score exceeding 80 are subjected to strict surveillance, while those surpassing 90 are dispatched to the cosmic battlefield to hunt star beasts and star plants, thereby expending their remaining vigor. Feng Chao's mental instability is notably high. He frequently experiences sharp pangs of pain in his mind, akin to a drill stirring within his consciousness, often accompanied by a surge of violent impulses. Typically, he channels these emotions into the pursuit of star beasts and plants, finding release through their destruction. Upon completing his latest mission, he decided to check his mental instability score, which registered at 60. Lost in thought, he had unknowingly consumed 10 heads of lettuce, only realizing the empty plate when he reached for another. Feeling an unprecedented sense of relaxation, he was struck by the notion that this was the sustenance humanity truly deserved. After savoring the moment, he retrieved the chip for monitoring mental instability and discovered that his score had plummeted to 59. Was this due to the lettuce? With a thought, Feng Xiao promptly accessed the Star Network, locating the Blue Star shop from his previous orders and subscribing for automatic purchases. From that point onward, he would receive immediate notifications whenever new products were listed and preset items would be promptly acquired. In his eagerness not to miss any alerts from the Blue Star shop, he cleared all other notifications he had previously set, leaving only those from the shop. Subsequently, he found himself compulsively refreshing the page. His determination bore fruit. After several hours, he was greeted with the arrival of 80 heads of lettuce, which he swiftly purchased. Impatiently, he left a message, eager to discern the longevity of this shop and the patterns of its inventory. Su Yang observed the messages for a few moments, noting that this individual had sent 5 or 6 messages in rapid succession, with the number continuing to rise. From the correspondence, she discerned a peculiar detail. Initially, she had assumed that those purchasing lettuce were gamers like herself, potentially located within the cosmos, or even in other realms similar to her previous life. However, it soon became evident that this person was indeed in the cosmos, but did not possess a game. Furthermore, the term purification value mentioned in the messages left her momentarily bewildered, as such concepts were entirely absent from the original owner's memories. However, she had gleaned other information, such as the fact that this quaint little shop had made its appearance on the Star Network, seemingly catering to the denizens of the cosmos. It seemed prudent to find a moment to explore the Star Network. Su Yang mused quietly to herself as she responded to the other party's message. Blue Star Shop. Dear customer, we still have lettuce available. The next restocking will be in 24 hours. After sending her reply, the messages from the other party ceased. Su Yang scrutinized the correspondence for a few moments, extracting some pertinent information before turning her gaze to her game inventory. Inside, she discovered a few sheets of paper. Upon inspection, she realized it was a contract. The document stipulated that she had purchased Blue Star, henceforth becoming its sovereign. All profits generated by Blue Star would belong to her, and she would possess the authority to govern all matters pertaining to it. The contract was endorsed by the Galactic Supreme Court. With a bemused expression reminiscent of an elderly gentleman perusing his phone, Su Yang meticulously reviewed the contract multiple times. Subsequently, she retrieved a steamed bun, munching on it while studying various elements within the game and observing the nearby robot. Once she finished her meal, she clicked to exit the game. A flash of light enveloped her, and an overwhelming stench assaulted her senses. She found herself back in the very location she had occupied previously. It dawned on her that exiting the game would return her to her original position. Realization struck Su Yang, and she reopened the game, minimizing it so that only a faint blue light remained, unobtrusive to her vision. This way, the game could remain active, allowing her to teleport to Blue Star in case of any impending danger. She squinted slightly and gazed ahead, deducing that the original owner of this body, much like herself, must have been nearsighted, as distant objects appeared hazy and distorted, accompanied by peculiar light spots. Utilizing the memories of the original owner for guidance, she proceeded towards the horizon. Halfway through her journey, a thought struck her, prompting her to endure a sense of discomfort and deliberately dirty herself. A scavenger could not possibly maintain the cleanliness she had exhibited. In the vastness of space, water scarcity was the norm, especially on a garbage planet where it was even rarer, monopolized by some formidable faction, thus driving prices to exorbitant heights. Chapter 5. The loyal customer of the little shop on the garbage planet. There was no distinction between day and night. The sun loomed overhead, motionless, casting a pale, lifeless light that illuminated the desolate landscape. Su Yang ambled about, yet after a full day, she found no signs of human activity, uncertain of the original owner's whereabouts. As the lettuce and wheat ripened, she once again teleported into the game. After harvesting the crops, she promptly listed the lettuce in the shop, which was instantaneously snatched up, purchased by the same individual who had changed their name upon reaching the 6th tier. What astonishing speed! Was this person living online? Su Yang pondered inwardly as she glanced at the game notifications. You have harvested 50 lettuce, 50 wheat, and gained 100 experience points. The farming task of harvesting wheat is complete, rewarding you with a stone mill, 10 coins, and 20 experience points. You have leveled up, and your current level is 2. With 10 plots of land, 100 lettuce seeds, and 100 wheat seeds. The farming task of placing the stone mill is now available, offering an initial robot, 10 coins, and 30 experience points as rewards. Su Yang took out the stone mill, placing it on the ground and enlarging it. She pushed open the door and stepped inside, finding a large stone mill that occupied nearly half of the factory's space, while the rest of the area was empty and desolate. The farming task of placing the stone mill is complete, granting you an initial robot, 10 coins, and 30 experience points. She then retrieved robot number 00002 and assigned it the task of managing the stone mill. The farming task of inputting wheat into the stone mill to produce flour is now available, with rewards of 10 coins and 30 experience points. Su-Yang examined the wheat closely. It resembled the wheat she remembered, but the ears were heavy, plump, and round. In her recollection, turning wheat into flour required several steps, such as drying and cleaning, before being milled. She was uncertain how this stone mill functioned. Su-Yang entrusted everything to robot number 02 and followed it closely, observing the process of milling flour. Although it appeared to be fully automated, requiring no intervention from her, she felt it essential to understand the basics, as this would eventually belong to her. Moreover, knowing how the stone mill produced flour would help her better allocate the amount of wheat to be planted. Soon, as she watched the freshly milled wheat and inhaled its faint aroma, she could not help but twitch her nose. Flour. With flour, would there be any shortage of steamed buns, dumplings, bread, and pasta? Once she unlocked the relevant items, creating these would be a matter of moments. The farming task of producing flour is complete, rewarding you with 10 coins and 30 experience points. The farming task of planting rice is now available, offering a noodle house, 10 coins, and 30 experience points as rewards. A gentle reminder, reaching level 3 unlocks rice seeds. Su-Yang glanced at her experience bar, noting that a significant portion remained, estimating that she would need to harvest 2 more crops to reach level 3. Robot number 02 diligently carried wheat from the warehouse and ground it into flour. After observing the production process of the stone mill, she stepped outside and utilized the 10 plots of land granted by leveling up to plant half with lettuce and half with wheat. Subsequently, she opened her small shop, preparing to list the lettuce for sale when a thought struck her, prompting her to visit the warehouse. She wished to see how the delivery system functioned. She listed 45 of the 50 lettuces, reserving the remaining 5 for herself. As soon as she placed them on the shelf, they were instantly snatched up by familiar IDs, and she watched in astonishment as the lettuces vanished from the warehouse. How remarkable, Su-Yang murmured, then tentatively listed the flour. The suggested retail price for flour at the little shop is 2 gold coins per pound. She initially listed a pound of flour to test the waters. This time, it wasn't sold in an instant. Rather, it took 3 seconds before it was purchased, once again by that familiar ID. Could this mean that I now have a loyal customer? Su-Yang felt a twinge of surprise and subsequently searched through her shop's follower list to find the ID and avatar of the buyer. A flicker of curiosity stirred within her as she clicked on the avatar, hoping to discreetly glimpse the buyer's personal information, perhaps gaining further insight into the outside world. However, the buyer had set their privacy settings, preventing her from accessing any personal details. Reluctantly, Su-Yang abandoned the endeavor. After spending some time on Blue Star, she returned to Garbage Star, resolutely continuing her journey forward. Half a day passed, yet there were still no signs of human activity, leaving Su-Yang feeling despondent. Surely the original owner's memories were not mistaken. She could not have strayed too far, could she? Gritting her teeth, Su-Yang pressed on. Having already traveled for nearly 2 days, turning back now was not an option she was willing to entertain. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon her. After several hours of walking, she noticed signs of robotic activity ahead. The robots were rummaging through the piles of trash, searching for useful debris. Continuing forward, she stumbled upon traces of human activity, and, looking further ahead, she caught sight of a distant, hazy outline of a city, which sent a jolt of excitement through her. At long last, hope appeared on the horizon. As she moved, the number of people surrounding her increased. They were gaunt and emaciated, yet better off than she. Although they were thin, they still possessed some flesh, while she had become little more than a collection of bones. Their gazes fell upon her, and upon seeing her pitifully thin and filthy state, they quickly turned away, unwilling to waste even a moment on her. Su-Yang successfully entered the city, finding its condition to be much as the original owner's memories had described. It was dilapidated, though certainly an improvement over the mountains of garbage outside, yet there was still an abundance of refuse, and the surrounding buildings were in disrepair, resembling a battleground left to the elements. Ahead, 2 individuals clad in black uniforms approached, and Su-Yang promptly stepped aside to make way for them. According to the original owner's recollections, there were 3 types of people on Garbage Star. The first were individuals like her, the downtrodden, who survived by scavenging. The second group consisted of those in black uniforms, affiliated with a conglomerate known as Stellar Corporation. This corporation was the dominant force in the area, yet they did not exploit the scavengers. Instead, they maintained order within the city. Garbage Star lacked clean water and quality food. The inhabitants relied on the Stellar Corporation to transport water from other planets via starships. And the same went for food and the healing pods that treated injuries. They purchased waste, allowing scavengers to exchange refuse for sustenance and water. Or they could use star coins for purchases. Those wishing to leave Garbage Star could only do so by boarding a Stellar Corporation starship, but the cost was exorbitant. The final category comprised those who, unable to thrive elsewhere, had come to Garbage Star to hide from their pasts. These individuals are outlaws, best left undisturbed. Typically, scavengers keep their distance upon sighting them. The original owner's grandmother fell victim to this ruthless group, who also sought to abduct the original owner for profit. Contemplating these thoughts, Soo-young swiftly devised a plan. Her immediate objective was to acquire a light brain, as she needed to promptly comprehend the interstellar situation and escape the garbage planet. Light brains vary in price, while the expensive ones are beyond her means. The more affordable models can be obtained for a mere 1,000 star coins or 100 kilograms of usable refuse. She opted to exchange refuse. Having collected useful debris along her journey back, as well as items from the original owner's memories. With a gaming pouch at her disposal, she could conveniently store these items and transport them back to the city without much effort. Consequently, her gaming pouch brimmed with refuse. Chapter 6. A match for you. After wandering the city for a while and squatting for half a day, Soo-young reflected on the memories within the original owner's mind and proceeded deeper into the city. The members of the Stellar Group resided at the heart of the city. The closer one approached the center, the more intact the houses appeared and the brighter the surroundings became. She arrived at a store, and before she could speak, the occupants gasped in astonishment. What on earth? A skeleton has come to life? Oh, do not speak recklessly. It is a person. The shopkeepers regarded her with curiosity, as if she were an extraordinarily rare entity. Soo-young addressed them. Greetings, I am here to exchange refuse for a light brain. Could someone accompany me to retrieve the refuse? It is too much for me to carry alone. According to the original owner's memories, these individuals possessed a tool known as a storage space, akin to her gaming pouch. One person stepped forward. Very well, I shall accompany you. The two departed, leaving the rest of the onlookers to speculate about Soo-young's retreating figure. This skeleton has quite the audacity. It remains so calm in our presence. They were all psychics from the Stellar Group, wielding control over the garbage planet's lifeblood. Typically, scavengers shrink in fear upon encountering them, avoiding eye contact and speaking in barely audible tones. Unlike this skeleton, who spoke in a calm, composed manner, as if they were on equal footing, never once averting her gaze. Perhaps she had wandered in from outside, oblivious to her own psychic abilities, possibly rendered useless. Furthermore, having been here for a considerable time, they had never seen her before. She was undoubtedly an outsider. Yet, her skeletal form was indeed intimidating. One could only wonder how she had survived. As if someone who could survive out there would come to this wretched garbage planet. Soo-young led her companion to the dilapidated house she had previously scouted, where she had concealed the refuse. Having thoroughly investigated the area and ensured it was devoid of inhabitants, she felt secure in storing her collection there. She pushed the door open, revealing a mound of refuse within, towering like a small mountain. Soo-young, I am uncertain about the weight of this refuse. Do you think it amounts to 100 pounds? Is it possible to exchange it for the most inexpensive light brain? The individual behind her swiftly assessed the weight, 96 pounds. Considering your predicament, I shall round it up to 100. He rummaged through his belongings and produced a black wristband. Here is the light brain you requested. The energy stone within will power it for a month. He collected the refuse into his storage space without lingering and departed. Watching him retreat from the upper floor, Soo-young sank into a chair and began to explore the light brain. The original owner had neither possessed nor encountered such a device, leaving her oblivious to its operation. However, with the intellect befitting an adult, she eventually managed to activate the light brain after a series of attempts. The device projected an interface akin to a smartphone screen, allowing for manipulation to enlarge or reduce the display at will. Suppressing her excitement, she meticulously examined the contents within the light brain. Fortunately, the text had not undergone significant alterations. Despite some characters being different, she could still decipher the information through a combination of deduction and educated guessing. After configuring several settings, glaring red notifications emerged on the screen. Iris verification failed. Fingerprint verification failed. Information authentication failed. Click this link to fill in personal information to use the light brain. A link appeared below, and Soo-young hesitated momentarily, searching the original owner's memories in her mind. After considerable contemplation, she recalled that in this interstellar realm, all such devices required real-name authentication. Upon attempting to access a light brain, it would promptly verify one's iris, fingerprints, and personal information. If any of these did not match, the device would remain unusable. Thus, to utilize the light brain, one must first authenticate their personal information. This bore a striking resemblance to her previous world, where one could not log into an app without registering a phone number for a verification code. Was it not all about collecting personal information? Exhaling deeply, Soo-young clicked the link, which redirected her to the Interstellar Network Police's official website, where she entered her current address. After a short wait, an impressively advanced robot flew in, its eyes emitting X-ray beams as it commenced a thorough scan. After a series of procedures involving fingerprint collection, iris scanning, blood sampling, and information input, she finally succeeded in acquiring her name within the Interstellar system. Subsequently, the page automatically redirected to a site dedicated to interstellar marriage matching, where yet another line of red text appeared. It detected that citizen Su Yang had reached the age of 25, yet had not engaged in marriage matching. Citizen Su Yang is urged to promptly authenticate personal information on the official website to proceed with marriage matching. Upon reading these words, Su Yang's mind was inundated with confusion. Marriage? Matching? What sort of forced matchmaking was this in an interstellar age? She searched fruitlessly for a button to close this window. Restarting the light brain only brought her back to this interface. After much futile effort, she resigned herself to thoroughly examining the introduction. In the interstellar era, upon reaching the age of 20, every individual must undergo a marriage matching system, where compatibility is determined by personal genetics. The higher the genetic compatibility, the greater the likelihood of producing offspring, and the greater the probability that these descendants will become advanced superpowered beings. For instance, if a couple's maximum potential is both at the 5th tier of superpowers, and their genetic compatibility rate stands at 80, they have a significant chance of conceiving within 50 years, with their offspring potentially reaching a superpower tier of 7. If the genetic compatibility rate is 90, then the likelihood of conceiving within 30 years increases substantially, with the offspring's potential superpower tier likely reaching 8. Of course, a match does not necessitate marriage. Those who prioritize their future generations may choose to wed their match partner, while those who prefer to be with someone they love may apply to dissolve the match and marry their chosen partner. Once married, personal information will no longer be included in the matching process. However, if one remains unmarried by the age of 30, they will incur a fine that escalates with each passing year. The first year incurs a fine of 100,000 star coins. The second year 500,000 star coins. The third year 1,000,000 star coins, and so forth, with no upper limit. The Interstellar Society places great importance on the sanctity of marriage. During the marriage, if one party engages in infidelity, domestic violence, or malicious misappropriation of assets, they must leave with nothing, and the culpable party is required to transfer 80 of their assets to the other party each month until the latter remarries. Furthermore, should a woman become pregnant, after 3 months of gestation, she may transfer the embryo to an artificial womb, allowing the child to develop without subjecting the woman to the pains of childbirth. As Su Yang contemplated this information, she fell into deep thought, vaguely recalling that interstellar beings tend to have long lifespans. Generally, those at the first or second tier of superpowers can live up to 120 years, with higher tiers enjoying even longer lives. It is said that the longest lived can reach up to 500 years. Realizing her lack of opportunity to resist, she reluctantly entered the official website, filled out her personal information, set her genetic compatibility to 90, and her age to a range of 5 years above and below, before submitting the information. Moments later, she received a notification from the matching center confirming her match. Greetings, Citizen Su Yang. Your match has been established. Please visit the matching center's official website for detailed information. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang opened the official site, where a personal profile appeared before her eyes. Name, Yun Lang race. Human age, 20 superpower level. Tier 12 genetic compatibility, 999 contact information. Click here to temporarily contact the other party. Chapter 7. The Matcher. Yun Lang gazing at the information before her. Su Yang's expression was one of complexity. During the previous robotic assessment, she had discovered her superpower level to be 0, indicating her abilities had yet to awaken. Thus, how could a 0-tier superpowered individual be matched with someone of the 12th tier? In the interstellar realm, the highest superpower level attainable is 15. At merely 20 years old, a 12th tier superpowered being is undoubtedly a prodigious existence. The absurdity of this match is akin to assigning a person who has never received an education to the position of a provincial governor. She gazed at the contact button at the bottom, inhaled deeply, and clicked to connect. Matters must be resolved eventually. Communication is inevitable, and there is no need for evasion. In the starry battlefield, a young man with dark eyes and hair was hunting star beasts. A striking notification from the marriage matching center popped up on his light brain, causing him to raise his eyebrows in surprise. He was not inclined to be managed so early, nor did he wish to report his whereabouts to anyone at all times, and certainly did not desire an early marriage. Thus, he set his genetic compatibility level to 99. Historically, such compatibility was rarely matched, yet unexpectedly, within less than a month, he found a match. He immediately withdrew from the battlefield, determined to ascertain the situation regarding this match. Yun Lang, why did you run away? A teammate from the same school called out. Yun Lang waved his hand, leaving without a backward glance. Handling significant life matters, do not disturb. Upon returning to a nearby rest area, he casually selected a chair and opened the marriage matching center, where the information of his match promptly appeared. Name, Su Yang race. Human age, 25 ability level, 0 genetic compatibility, 999 contact information. Click here for temporary contact. Damn. Staring at the 0 ability level, Yunlang was dumbfounded. As a 20-year-old, 12th tier ability user, he had been matched with a 25-year-old 0 tier ability user. Had the world gone mad, or had the marriage matching center malfunctioned? Irritated, he clicked his tongue. This match must be annulled. He could not accept such an affront and hoped the other party would have the sense to not cling to him simply because of his 12th tier status, lest he feel inclined to teach them a lesson. His finger hovered over the contact information, preparing to reach out, for he could not tolerate this insult. However, before he could initiate contact, a message flashed on his light brain. Suyong, hello, I am your match. Are you available now? Shall we chat? Yunlang, let us meet in the Xingyun world. Yunlang, address, XXXXX, hurry. Upon reading the message, Suyong was bewildered. What was the Xingyun world? She had never heard of such a thing and asked for clarification. Suyong, what is the Xingyun world? Yunlang frowned, his thin lips pressed tightly together, and a flicker of anger ignited within him. Was she jesting? Did anyone in the galaxy not know about the Xingyun world? Yunlang, are you mocking me? Yunlang, or do you think this is a way to capture my attention? Yunlang, I have a profound aversion to fools. Suyong, no? I am on a garbage planet, previously isolated from others while scavenging alone. I have never accessed the StarNet. Today is my first encounter with a light brain, and I was forcibly matched without having the chance to familiarize myself with basic interstellar knowledge. Yunlang remained skeptical, yet her explanation quelled some of his anger. Yunlang, the Xingyun world is a virtual realm within the galaxy. You may understand it as humanity's second world, where consciousness is transmitted to the StarNet, transforming into data. He succinctly elucidated the concept and subsequently explained how to log into the Xingyun world. Suyong, following the instructions of her companion, swiftly logged into the nebula world. She felt a brief darkness envelop her, and when light returned, she found herself on an exceedingly bustling street. As she surveyed her surroundings, astonishment washed over her. At first glance, everything here mirrored the real world with uncanny precision. The people, the architecture, and even the items within the buildings were indistinguishable from reality. To her further amazement, she discovered that her nearsightedness had miraculously vanished, along with her wounds. Yet, with the disappearance of her injuries, the veins beneath her skin became starkly visible, even revealing the stark white of her bones, a sight both alarming and disconcerting. Her appearance drew gasps from the onlookers, but she paid them little heed. Following Yunlang's earlier guidance, she input the designated location and initiated the teleportation, transforming into data and disappearing in mere seconds, only to reappear at the spot Yunlang had specified. Upon arrival, she beheld a strikingly radiant man ahead. Clad in a fitted black ensemble resembling a combat suit, it accentuated his nearly flawless physique. His high nose and deep-set eyes, paired with raven black hair, presented a wild yet youthful exuberance as the tousled strands brushed against his brow, exuding an air of vibrant confidence. Leaning casually against a sofa, his long legs were crossed, revealing their slender yet powerful form, an impression of immense potential energy concealed beneath the fabric of his attire. Suyong cast a fleeting glance at him before calmly seating herself on the sofa opposite Yunlang. I am Suyong. Shall we converse? Yunlang had originally prepared a multitude of words to dissuade her, but the moment he laid eyes on Suyong, all his carefully crafted phrases faltered. He found himself momentarily immobilized, enveloped in a profound silence. Was the planet exploding, or was he hallucinating? How could a mere skeleton be approaching him? It was only when Suyong spoke that he regained his composure and scrutinized her closely. Indeed, she was human, but far too emaciated, her body devoid of flesh, reduced to mere bones. Moreover, she was exceedingly short, surely not even reaching his elbow. Was this truly the stature of a 25-year-old rather than that of a 15 or 16-year-old? Her tattered clothing revealed skin marred by a network of visible veins, rendering her complexion a ghastly shade of blue and purple, creating a disturbingly grotesque tableau. Would a mere harsh word send her flying? Yunlang began to believe her earlier claims. Perhaps Suyong truly did not comprehend the nature of the nebula world. Faced with such an individual, the weighty words he had intended to utter felt utterly inadequate, yet he knew he must speak nonetheless. Clearing his throat softly, he said, As you can see, I am a level 12 ability user, while you are merely at level 0. You are not worthy of me, so let us dissolve our match. What was meant to be a commanding and humiliating statement fell flat, lacking any semblance of intimidation due to her fragile demeanor and breathless voice. Suyong nodded, expressing her intention to proceed with determination. Shall we dissolve our partnership now? Yunlang was taken aback. He had anticipated a lengthy negotiation, prepared for the other party to demand exorbitant terms. Yet, the process unfolded with unexpected ease. The other party readily consented, seemingly disinterested in leveraging any advantage from him. Did they not recognize who Yunlang was? He was the young master of the Yun family, one of the 10 prominent families of the Human Federation. A prodigious talent who reached the 12th tier by the age of 20, destined to become a 15th-tier ability user and one of humanity's strongest. Yunlang scrutinized Suyang, his perception abilities revealing no deception. She genuinely felt that way. Despite achieving his goal, an inexplicable sense of frustration lingered in his heart. Chapter 8. Termination of Partnership. Suyang navigated her holographic interface, stating, "I have dissolved our partnership on my end. Please confirm on your side. I have other matters to attend to and cannot linger here." Rising, she prepared to depart. "Wait," Yunlang instinctively called out, swiftly clicking to agree. Their partnership was officially terminated, and he then turned his gaze back to Suyang. "Is there something wrong with your health? Haven't you sought treatment?" Suyang frowned, recalling his earlier mention of the Nebula world. She patiently replied, "A single session in a treatment pod costs 10,000 star coins. And that is for the most basic treatment. I don't have enough star coins at the moment. I'll seek treatment once I've saved enough." "I see." Yunlang elongated his tone. "In light of your prompt decision to dissolve our partnership, I shall generously assist you. Send me your account details, and I will transfer some funds to you for your treatment. Otherwise, I genuinely fear you might not survive until tomorrow." Suyang hesitated. "Thank you. But how do I find my account details? Do I need to apply for a bank card?" Yunlang instructed, "Open your holographic device, search for Starnet Bank, and access their official website." She quickly applied for a bank account, and in the next moment, Yunlang transferred a substantial sum, 500,000 star coins. Leaning back on the sofa, chin raised, he snapped his fingers. "Received it? Go and take care of your health. I have plenty of money. This amount is merely pocket change for me. Don't think that just because I've acted kindly once, you can cling to me. Otherwise, I'll retract the funds I've sent." Suyang chuckled, finding his demeanor reminiscent of the benevolent youths in her own world. "Rest assured, I genuinely need this money right now, so I want to be polite. I promise to repay you in the future." "Thank you, kind sir. May we meet again under favorable circumstances." With that, she departed without delay, leaving Yunlang pondering his unusual lack of popularity. It was the first time in his life he felt so unappreciated. After parting ways with Yunlang, Suyang casually found a spot to begin her online exploration, quickly grasping the current state of the interstellar landscape. There were 4 major powers in the galaxy. One faction is the Human Federation, dominated by humanity. Another is the Orc Kingdom, led by beastmen. The third is the Mechanical Empire, governed by intelligent machines. And the final one is the common enemy of these 3 powers, the countless star beasts and star flora that inhabit the boundless cosmos. In this interstellar era, apart from the Mechanical Empire, both humans and orcs awakened their extraordinary abilities at the tender age of 5. The Mechanical Empire, however, excels in the crafting and utilization of various machines, whose formidable power rivals that of any ability wielders. The mechs frequently employed by humans and orcs originated from the ingenuity of the Mechanical Empire. After a cursory glance, Suyang succeeded in locating the information she sought, and subsequently initiated a search for her small shop. To her surprise, she indeed found her store online. As she scrutinized the prices listed, a wave of contemplation washed over her. In the game, she had set the currency as gold upon listing her items, yet here, the currency was star coins. Did this imply that 1 gold coin equated to 1 star coin? She conducted further inquiries into the prices of other shops, particularly for lettuce and flour, nearly gasping at the exorbitant costs. Were food items truly this expensive? Had interstellar inflation reached such staggering heights that, according to her previous world-S standards, 1 RMB equated to 1,000 star coins? The original owner-S memories provided no insight into the prices of these provisions, as she typically subsisted on foraged food. Suyang, filled with existential doubt, recalled the message about changing her name upon reaching the 6th tier and continued her search, quickly uncovering the underlying reasons. With this newfound knowledge, a sense of unease enveloped her. The mention of a name change at the 6th tier had been noted. Her shop's wares possessed a purification value of 100, while similar food items in the market commanded astronomical prices, rarely available on the StarNet, reserved for those with influential connections. By listing her goods at such prices, she had inadvertently exposed herself. If anyone sought to investigate her, it would undoubtedly be an easy endeavor, jeopardizing her prospect of a peaceful life. Yet, considering that her shop operated through the Tao Yuan game, she pondered whether it could be traced. If only this game had customer service, she mused aloud. Customer service for Tao Yuan 20 is at your service. Startled, Suyang nearly jumped. Was this for real? Did a customer service representative actually exist? Was it someone from her previous world? Had her crossing into this realm been orchestrated by the game? Would she ever return? A torrent of questions surged within her, prompting her to voice them directly. No. Esteemed player, Tao Yuan 20 has integrated with the Interstellar network and operates independently. The customer service is not a living person but a game assistant, tasked with addressing all game-related inquiries and matters pertaining to the Interstellar era, including player circumstances. Players in their original world have perished and cannot be revived. Thus, they cannot return to their former lives. They must exist in the Interstellar era henceforth. As for whether the player's transition is related to the game, I am a customer service representative for Tao Yuan 20 and therefore am not privy to that information. To clarify this matter, players are advised to consult the customer service for Tao Yuan 10. Suyang, can you connect me to them? Apologies, the Tao Yuan 20 version has become independently operational. Suyang sighed, her shoulders slumping, and then inquired about the small shop, which was her primary concern. Players can rest assured, the shop is directly managed by Tao Yuan 20. The civilization dimension of the Tao Yuan 20 game surpasses that of the Interstellar era, making it impossible for anyone in the Interstellar age to ascertain the shop's status. Suyang felt a wave of relief. That is reassuring. She stood in contemplation for a moment, meticulously recalling her conversation with customer service. Silence enveloped them both, as if the customer service representative had merely risen from the dead. Tentatively, Suyang called out, "Customer service? Here, Suyang, so, I can simply call out to you whenever I need assistance?" "Indeed, but this is only possible while logged into the game. Once the player exits, I cannot respond." Suyang blinked in surprise, realizing that while the game did not follow her into the virtual realm, the customer service representative was still capable of conversation. What a peculiar phenomenon. She exited the nebula world and resumed her exploration, diligently acquiring foundational knowledge about this new universe. It was only when the lettuce and flour within the game matured that she harvested them and opened her shop. Remembering the prices of those items on the Star Network, she cautiously prepared to adjust the prices. Item price exceeds the game's suggested price. Operation cannot be executed. Suyang. It seemed her greed had gotten the better of her. Lettuce and flour should naturally command such prices in the real world. Yet their value here in the interstellar realm was disproportionately inflated for various reasons. Perhaps the prices in Taoyuan were maintained at levels akin to her previous world? Since the game prohibited price gouging, she had no choice but to comply and sell at the game's suggested prices. She had tested the waters. Discovering that the suggested price was indeed the maximum allowable price, she could only lower it, not raise it. Subsequently, she examined the game's recharge system and found, as she suspected, that the exchange rate for gold coins and star coins was 1:1. Star coins could be converted into gold coins, but not the other way around. However, she had yet to discover what gold coins could procure within the game, thus refraining from making any purchases. Suddenly inspired, she called out to customer service. Customer service. Customer service. In other games, the first recharge often comes with bonuses, gifts, or even double rewards. Does our game offer nothing of the sort? None. The customer service response was cold and unyielding. Suyang sighed in disappointment, her hopes of exploiting the game's benefits dashed. Chapter 9. The customer service explanation. After listing part of the lettuce and flour in her shop and planting more lettuce and wheat, she continued her online exploration, absorbing an array of knowledge about the interstellar world like a sponge. A rumbling in her stomach awakened her. She ate a steamed bun and drank half a bottle of water before heading outside to use the treatment pod to restore her health. The treatment pod was located at the heart of the city, overseen by personnel from the Stellar Group. This was a basic treatment pod, capable of addressing only minor injuries. The staff assessed Suyang. "We can likely treat your eyes and any superficial wounds, but for anything else, you will need to seek better treatment pods or doctors on other planets." Suyang nodded, understood, with 500,000 star coins at her disposal. She lay at ease within the treatment pod. The pod emitted a gentle beeping sound, and Suyang felt a sensation akin to flowing water gliding over her skin. Some of it even permeating her being, as if something was massaging her. Perhaps it was the overwhelming comfort, or perhaps there was some hypnotic agent at play. But before long, Suyang succumbed to unconsciousness. Time slipped away unnoticed until she was roused by the sounds of the treatment pod. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered the pod's door ajar, with a staff member standing beside it, holding several sheets of paper, their expression subtly revealing concern. Suyang's heart raced as she quickly sat up. "What is it?" she inquired. The staff member's demeanor suggested there might be something gravely amiss with her body. "Oh, no need to worry," the staff member chuckled awkwardly, handing her the papers. "It appears the treatment consumed a full day of your time. Here are the results of your body's examination. Your condition is quite dire. The treatment pod could not heal your afflictions, only addressing the most basic injuries. Please settle the treatment fee, which amounts to 100,000 star coins." Suyang's heart sank. 100,000? Could this staff member be attempting to swindle her? She had previously explored the internet and was aware of the fundamental prices in this world. In the outside realm, a mere session in a treatment pod cost at least 500 star coins, while here on this wretched planet, the lowest price was 1,000 star coins. Moreover, food and water were significantly more expensive than in the outside world. But what choice did one have when monopolies reigned? To refuse purchasing meant to await death. However, while the markup was substantial, this seemed rather excessive. The staff member maintained a calm demeanor. "There is a rationale behind the high price. Your genes exhibit abnormalities. And this treatment pod has even managed to ameliorate some of those genetic issues. I have other matters to attend to. Once you are ready, Please proceed with the payment. He was unconcerned about Su Yang's ability to pay. The treatment pod was connected to the Star Network, and if her account lacked sufficient funds, a warning would be issued. The absence of such a warning indicated her account balance was adequate. With that, the staff member turned to leave, pondering the astonishing situation. He possessed no medical expertise, merely a rudimentary understanding, and many aspects eluded him. However, he discerned one critical fact. All of Su Yang's bodily metrics were alarmingly elevated, exceeding normal thresholds by a considerable margin. During her treatment, curiosity had compelled him to search for some of these metrics online, and the results indicated that such conditions were typically fatal for humans. Yet, here was Su Yang, alive and communicating effortlessly. Could it be that this slender figure had transformed into something extraordinary? Su Yang silently scrutinized the papers in her hand. While the dense jargon eluded her understanding, she could glean certain details. Some values were provided with reference ranges, and all her detected metrics were marked in red, indicating they were exceedingly high, by not just a point or two, but by dozens. Furthermore, the documentation noted that her entire body was plagued with issues. Her eyes, nose, ears, tongue, and blood. Indeed, there was not a single well-functioning part of her body. If this was the nature of the treatment, even 100,000 star coins seemed reasonable. She searched online for relevant data, and as she perused the scientific explanations on the interface, silence enveloped her. Each condition was a harbinger of death. How had she managed to survive? Su Yang, customer service? Here, Su Yang. I would like to inquire about the status of my bodily metrics. Could you provide me with a detailed overview of my physical condition? The original owner of this body has long since perished. You have traversed time to occupy it. Yet the condition remains unchanged, hence the inevitable demise. Your ability to move is due to your consciousness being tethered to this body, which simulates the state of your original form. When you registered your information on the Star Network, your blood, iris, and other attributes were derived from your original body. Su Yang, wasn't my original body already dead? How can you retrieve those elements across time? If you can transcend time, can you not send me back? At the moment your original body died, the game collected various samples from it, allowing them to accompany you to this realm of stars. It can be said that your current existence hinges entirely on the game's presence. Should the game withdraw your consciousness, you would perish instantly. This body was inherently doomed. Although some fundamental aspects of your body have been treated, numerous deeper issues remain, such as your impaired perception, rendering you unable to feel pain or experience human emotions. Su Yang took several deep breaths, realizing that the game's customer service had made a valid point. If this body were capable of survival, the original owner would not have succumbed. It is advisable for players to thoroughly treat this body. Otherwise, it will never develop properly and will remain in its current state. Once this body is healed, players will be capable of surviving independently of the game's influence. Su Yang exhaled, regaining her composure. She meticulously reviewed her conversation with customer service and spoke. If the original body is in such a state, will I encounter issues when I leave this wretched planet for treatment on another? After all, you mentioned that the original body cannot perceive pain or generate emotions. Is there a way for me to retain those attributes while ensuring my survival? I would not mind if you were to revoke my various perceptions. The mere fact that this body can continue to exist is miraculous. She dared not pursue any further complications. Emotions and pain, even if she tried to conceal them, would inevitably slip through the cracks. That is feasible. Players may summon customer service whenever necessary. Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. This game undoubtedly harbored issues, yet it appeared to be on her side for now. As for the rest, she could only unravel it gradually in due time. She retrieved the light computer set aside for payment and noticed a plethora of messages popping up on the screen. The previous match had been cancelled, and after a 24-hour interval, the marriage matching center paired her with another individual. Typically, the center arranged matches annually. However, since she was 25 years old this year and had not been matched in the previous 5 years, anytime a match withdrew, the center would continue to match her every 24 hours until she had 5 matches in total. As she glanced at the notifications, a frown slowly creased her brow. This new match appeared to be quite arrogant and unreasonable, making her feel an urge to strike him. Deciding to disregard him for the moment, Su Yang opted to make her payment and exited the hospital. Just around the corner from the hospital, she found herself confronted by an individual blocking her path. The assailant, wielding a steel rod, fixed a penetrating gaze upon Su Yang. I've been watching you for some time. You visited the Central District twice in a short span and lingered in the hospital for quite a while. You must possess a substantial amount of star coins. Hand them over obediently, or I won't hesitate to be ruthless. Surely, you do not wish to meet your demise. A wave of tension gripped Su Yang's heart, yet, in a state of heightened awareness, she noticed a line of text appearing above the man's head. NPC, Wang Yen level, 15 health, 1500 2100 mana, 600 800. Su Yang's eyes widened slowly. This was the beginning of Chapter 10, Battle Mechanics Unveiled. Seeing Su Yang stare in silence, Wang Yan's expression darkened. He wasted no time and charged at her, swinging the steel rod with reckless abandon. In his estimation, this frail woman posed no threat to him. A single blow would surely send her crashing to the ground. Su-Yang remained calm and composed, unperturbed by his approach. Though her current physical condition was lacking, she had practiced combat skills in her past life. Unable to match his brute strength, she relied on her agility and cunning to hold her own. She deftly sidestepped the strike, her hand transforming into a blade as it struck his wrist. With a swift motion, she locked her hands around a pressure point, causing him a sharp pain followed by a numbing sensation. In an instant, before he could react, she seized the steel rod from him, raising the rod high. Su-Yang swung it down mercilessly, aiming for his vulnerable areas such as the face, neck, and heart. Wang Yin had no time to retaliate, forced instead to shield himself. In no time, he lay on the ground, battered and unable to rise. With satisfaction, Su-Yang struck his arm, relishing the sound of his pained cry. Should there be a next time, it won't be so simple. Now be gone. With that, she turned and walked away, remaining vigilant. She was acutely aware that this was a world filled with extraordinary abilities, where everyone possessed powers. Wang Yin glared at Su-Yang with malice, realizing that she was merely an ordinary woman devoid of special abilities. He had been careless, allowing her to gain the upper hand. Extending his palm, a ball of flame, the size of a fist, erupted from his hand and surged towards Su-Yang's back. Sensing the intense heat behind her, she swiftly sidestepped, the flames grazing the edge of her garment, igniting it instantly. Another fist-sized fireball followed closely behind, in a moment too fleeting for contemplation. She rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames consuming her clothing, deftly evading yet another lick of fire. Raising her gaze, she fixed a penetrating stare upon Wang Yin, hurling the stick in her grasp towards him. Instinctively, Wang Yin attempted to evade, but the velocity of the stick was too swift. Compounded by the prior blows Su-Yang had dealt to his legs and arms, rendering his movements hampered and ineffective. A sharp pain erupted at the crown of his head, leaving him disoriented, a warm trickle cascading down, tinged with the metallic scent of blood. His skull had been fractured. Su-Yang rushed forward, retrieving the steel rod from the ground, and struck Wang Yin once more with renewed vigor. Cradling his head, he cried out in desperation, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought to harm you. I have 2,000 star coins here. I'll transfer them to you. Just please spare me." His pleas echoed, "Please. No more. If you continue, I will perish. I erred, I was wrong. Sister, you are my sister. I implore you to let me go. The pain is unbearable." With a pause, Su-Yang halted her assault, positioning the steel rod against his chest, demanding, "Transfer the star coins." Wang Yin hastily replied, All right. He activated his holographic device to initiate the transfer, his eyes betraying a venomous glint. This wretched woman had caught him off guard. Once he survived this ordeal, he vowed to summon reinforcements to ensure her demise. Su-Yang's expression grew contemplative as she perceived the malice in his gaze. In her previous life, she had been an orphan, taken in at the age of 13 only to be neglected when her foster parents had children of their own. Though they provided her with financial support, they sought to keep her busy with various training programs, hoping she would not seek their attention. Nevertheless, these endeavors broadened her horizons, exposing her to experiences unattainable in her earlier life of solitude. She felt a sense of gratitude towards them. Indeed, the initial capital for her entrepreneurial venture upon graduating high school at 18 had originated from her foster parents. Despite her yearning for affection, she lacked nothing in terms of monetary resources. In her youth, she had learned to fight in order to protect herself. And when her peers discovered her status as an adopted child, they often whispered and attempted to bully her. Consequently, she became adept in combat, developing a keen sensitivity to the malice of others. Now, gazing at Wang Yin, she was unequivocally certain that he would not learn from this encounter. Had he possessed the capacity for memory, he would not have launched a second attack against her. If she were to release him now, he would undoubtedly return to trouble her, perhaps even with an entourage. Lacking powers, her body was in a state of disrepair, devoid of support or a reputable background, existing at the nadir of society. Furthermore, with such a substantial sum of star coins in her account, discovery could lead to her demise. Su-Yang's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. Finally, she slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, a steely determination shone within. She did not wish to be hunted, to live in constant evasion, to struggle for survival only to meet her end. Thus, it must be he who perishes. The steel rod rose high in her grasp. A chilling scream echoed through the alley, and a splatter of blood stained the nearby wall. Su-Yang tightened her grip on the stick, her entire body trembling. She had taken a life. The warm blood spattered upon her, and Wang Yan's lifeless eyes, wide open in disbelief, seemed to accuse her of his murder. His body lay twisted in an unnatural position, and the echoes of his cries still reverberated in her ears. A sudden wave of nausea washed over her, and she gagged several times, but nothing came up. What was that sound? Curiosity compelled her to investigate. Distorted footsteps and voices drifted from a distance. Regaining her senses, she instinctively stowed Wang Yan's corpse into her game inventory and subsequently transported herself to Blue Star. When those outside entered, they beheld only the desolate alley and the bloodied ground, devoid of any other presence. Once transported to Blue Star, Su Yang collapsed onto the ground, her gaze vacant as it fixated on the verdant lettuce and golden wheat before her. The crops thrived splendidly, evoking a profound sense of satisfaction and the vibrancy of life. After observing for a while, she slowly rose and took out a bottle of water to cleanse the bloodstains that marred her. As she washed, her movements gradually slowed. She noticed that the intersecting wounds on her body had vanished, and to her astonishment, she realized her vision had returned to clarity. The myriad of pains that once plagued her had completely disappeared. In essence, her physical condition was unprecedentedly good. But in truth, her eyes were never myopic. Rather, they were afflicted by a certain ocular condition. During her previous internet explorations, she had encountered scientific articles indicating that in the interstellar realm, every infant, even during the embryonic stage within artificial wombs, would have their genes enhanced. They would never suffer from myopia, colds, or fevers. Their digestive capabilities would be greatly improved, allowing newborns to consume a wide variety of foods, and they would be immune to various common cancers, among other advantages. She dashed to the edge of the pond to assess her current state. Although her appearance remained unsettling, perhaps due to psychological factors, she perceived that her complexion had improved significantly compared to before. Once she had cleaned herself, Su Yang aimed at a substantial gap in the protective shield and discarded Wang Yin into it. Such a person, she feared, would tarnish the sanctity of the game if left in her inventory for even a second. Subsequently, she reopened the game, recalling that a notification must have appeared after her act of violence, though she had been too dazed to check earlier. Detected that the player has killed an NPC. Combat gameplay activated. Su Yang paused momentarily. Combat gameplay? She expanded the game interface for a closer examination and discovered a new combat feature adjacent to the farming mechanics, complete with associated tasks. Combat task: eliminate any NPC. Reward: basic weapon 1, experience 10, gold 10. In addition to this task, she also noticed a character level indicator, now set at level 0. Did combat gameplay not share levels with farming gameplay? Chapter 11. Unlocking the dumpling house. Su Yang steadied her mind and meticulously examined the situation for a moment, her gaze eventually settling on the lettuce and wheat. She instructed robot number 01 to harvest them. You have harvested 100 wheat and 100 lettuce, gaining 200 experience points. You have leveled up. Your current level is 3. Rice cultivation unlocked, dumpling house unlocked, and the in-game store unlocked. Agricultural task: plant rice. Reward: level 1 shield, 40 experience points, 10 gold coins. Agricultural task: place dumpling house. Reward: level 1 water source, 40 experience points, 10 gold coins. A series of notifications popped up, and Su Yang perused them one by one. She then glanced at the game interface, locating the in-game store and opening it. It turned out that gold coins were utilized here. All the items previously awarded in the game were available in the store, including various seeds, land, shields, water sources, robots, and more. After browsing briefly, she directed her attention to the seeds and spent 3 gold coins to purchase 300 rice seeds, which she then planted. The rice would take 24 hours to mature. Soon, she fell into deep contemplation. The shield only covered a space of 50 by 50 by 50 meters, and having placed so many items, she was running out of land. Indeed, the common predicament in farming games was the lack of space, necessitating land expansion, while storage frequently reached capacity, especially in the early stages of the game. After observing for a while, she decided to dismantle the stone mill and place the dumpling house in its stead. Agricultural task: planting rice completed. Reward: level 1 shield, 40 experience points, 10 gold coins. Agricultural task: placing dumpling house completed. Reward: level 1 water source, 40 experience points, 10 gold coins. Agricultural task: making steamed buns. Reward: initial robot, 40 experience points, 10 gold coins. Su Yang retrieved the level 1 shield and placed it outside. Instantly, the parched land transformed into a smooth surface, and the swirling sands vanished without a trace. She then set out the new water source, as the previous one had already been half consumed. Lastly, she browsed the in-game store again and purchased 30 plots of land at 1 gold coin each. The total area of her land now expanded to 50 by 50 meters. If only space allowed, she could have bought more. Subsequently, she retrieved the stone mill, adjusted the positions of the buildings, and the newly expanded land quickly filled up. After planting the remaining land with lettuce and wheat, she approached the dumpling house, where various machines were neatly arranged. Now that the dumpling house had unlocked the category for steamed buns, the only required ingredient was flour. She summoned robot number 02, designating the dumpling house as its workspace. Soon, robot number 02 diligently fetched flour and began its task. Within a minute, fluffy steamed buns emerged from the steamer, each the size of a palm, exuding a subtle yellow hue and a rich wheat aroma. These buns arrived just in time. Despite her efforts to ration the 10 steamed buns from the beginner's gift pack, she had only half of one left. The farming task of producing steamed buns has been completed, yielding an initial robot as a reward, along with 40 experience points and 10 gold coins. The farming task has not refreshed, and Suyong speculates that the next task will require her to reach level 4. After spending some time at the bun factory and savoring 2 freshly baked buns, she has grasped the production patterns of the buns and calculated the time needed to produce flour at the stone mill, roughly estimating how much wheat she will need to plant in the future. She retrieved the reward robot, designated as number 03, and set it up at the stone mill before stepping outside. Upon glancing at her light brain, she noted the absence of signal. It seems that the location of Blue Star lies beyond the signal zone. It is a pity, as she had hoped to exchange barbs with the arrogant matchmaker number 2 during this time. Since that was not feasible, she opened her small shop instead. Customer service. What is the situation with the signal on Blue Star? My light brain has no signal here, yet my shop can receive comments from the Star Network. Is there any chance I could use the shop's internet to access the Star Network? Suyong conversed with customer service while listing items. Not possible. Suyong sighed. A life devoid of internet surfing is indeed dull. As usual, she listed some lettuce, which was quickly snatched up, once again by that familiar ID. After a brief glance, she proceeded to list the steamed buns, setting a suggested price of 1 gold coin each. She decided against listing flour. Having calculated that 1 pound of flour could yield 10 buns, it would be foolish to list flour. Perhaps in the future, when money is no longer a concern, she might reconsider. With the buns listed, they were instantly sold out. Shortly thereafter, messages from customers flooded in. Upon reaching level 6, I shall rename myself Big Boss. There are actually buns this time. Finally, a staple food. I'm so touched. Upon reaching level 6, I shall rename myself Big Boss. Will there be new food available every 24 hours? Upon reaching level 6, I shall rename myself Big Boss. Could you secretly tell me if there will be new products in the future? Blue Star Shop. Yes, dear. New food will be listed every 24 hours. And we will gradually introduce other foods. In a few days, noodles and rice will be available, dear. Suyong had seen that once she reaches level 4, the noodle shop would unlock, and since she already had rice patties, it wouldn't be long before rice was available. Having eaten buns for several days, she was ready for a change in flavor. Moreover, there would be noodles. As a northerner in her past life, she adored noodles, whether it be oil-splashed noodles, Shaanxi knife-cut noodles, Hunan braised noodles, fried sauce noodles, or Chongqing noodles. She looked forward to indulging in these delicacies once she escaped this trash star. Recalling these dishes made Su Yang's mouth water. After days of consuming buns and lettuce, her palate had grown weary. Not in a rush to leave, she began chatting with the shop's current sole customer. Blue Star Shop. Dear, with such a large quantity of food purchased, will you be able to finish it all? Originally caught up in the excitement of eating buns, Feng Chao, upon seeing this message, froze, his face turning ashen. Is the esteemed one subtly reprimanding him? Is there already a sense of discontent in his heart regarding the monopolization of these provisions? Feng Chao clenched his teeth. Recognizing that the esteemed one's decision to sell these items at a low price undoubtedly stemmed from a concern for those of lower status, wishing for them to also enjoy quality sustenance. Over the past few days, through the veil of the internet, the esteemed one's words, filled with warmth and attentive responses, created an impression of approachability, nearly causing him to forget the formidable presence of high-level ability users. He truly ought to have acted differently. For his own selfish desires led him to covet all the goods in the store while attempting to conceal this from others. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. Even the bun in his hand lost its appeal, prompting him to hastily type a reply. Upon reaching the 6th tier, I shall change my name. I am truly sorry, esteemed one. It was my error to harbor selfish thoughts and attempt to monopolize your offerings. Upon reaching the 6th tier, I shall change my name. Your concern for us, the lower tier individuals, is commendable, yet I have been excessively selfish. I even entertained the notion of reporting your store as a scammer. My sincerest apologies. Upon reaching the 6th tier, I shall change my name. I will make amends by promoting your store, and I hope you will show leniency in your punishment and refrain from blocking me, as I still wish to purchase your goods. Observing this flurry of apologies, Suyong blinked, quickly grasping the other party's sentiments. She couldn't help but chuckle. Heaven knows she merely inquired out of curiosity, considering that lettuce tends to lose its crispness over time and cannot be stored in a refrigerator for long. Furthermore, did the other party possess a refrigerator large enough to accommodate such an abundance of lettuce? Hence her inquiry. However, this was fortuitous, for in the future, the abundance of goods produced by Blue Star would increase, and it would be impossible for one person to consume it all. Expanding the customer base was inevitable. Blue Star Store. All right, my dear, I appreciate your willingness to promote our offerings. After conveying these words, she did not linger, exiting the store, glancing at the time, and then teleporting away from Blue Star, returning to the alley. The blood on the wall remained, and the surroundings were devoid of people. She made her way back, then turned her attention to the light brain. In this brief span of time, the light brain had received numerous messages from a second match, and the tone was increasingly harsh. Su-Yang mentally rehearsed some choice retorts, opening the chat channel with the other party. Chapter 12. Extortion of 300 million. As Su-Yang perused the hundreds of messages sent by the other party, she opened the marriage matching center to examine their detailed information. Name, Weiqi Weiguang. Race, human. Age, 26. Ability level, level 11. Gene compatibility, 999. Contact information. Click here for temporary contacts. Su-Yang observed. The age is greater than Yunlang S. The ability level does not surpass Yunlang S, and personal qualities are also inferior. Glancing at the barrage of insults, she noted that aside from a few repetitive phrases, the remainder was merely a cacophony of impotent rage. Such feeble attacks, TSK. Shaking her head, Su-Yang regarded these assaults as mere childish play, incapable of inflicting any harm. She tapped her fingers on the light brain, beginning to respond with rapid clicks. Weiss Twilight, a toad dreaming of swan meat. Do you even consider if you are worthy? Su-Yang, you wish to have me? What a dream. Weiss Twilight, do you not have any self-awareness? Are you truly worthy of me? Su-Yang, you realize you are unworthy of me, don't you? After all, how can flowers be placed in cow dung? Weiss Twilight, at 25 years old, still at level 0 in abilities, if I were you, I would have ended it all by now. How do you still have the audacity to seek a match? Su-Yang, what gives you the right to define me? With that wretched mouth of yours? Su-Yang, stop discriminating against others. Didn't the Federation issue you an ID when it was established? Weiss Twilight, how dare you pretend to be dead and not break off the match? Ignoring messages, thinking I'm powerless against you? I despise those who lack self-awareness and seek to climb higher. Su-Yang, your disdain means nothing to me, as if your affection could grant me immortality. Weiss Twilight, don't think that a 999 match can compel me to marry you. Know that many would orbit several planets just to pursue me. You are insignificant. Su-Yang, a toad pretending to be a frog, ugly yet playful. Su-Yang responded, unleashing a torrent of insults exceeding 100, each unique. Weiss Twilight, infuriated, found himself overwhelmed by her relentless barrage. Despite his attempts to retaliate, he found himself outmatched. Weiss Twilight trembled with rage, a scion of the illustrious Weiss family. Though not among the top 10 families of the Federation, they held considerable status. Having been cherished and pampered since childhood, he had never faced such humiliation. Damn it. Su-Yang, I hope I never encounter you in reality. Otherwise, I shall ensure your utter destruction. Consumed by venomous thoughts, he gradually regained his composure. In his mind, Su-Yang had become a doomed entity, rendering further attention unnecessary. Clearing all chat records in one swift motion, he decided that out of sight would mean out of mind. And he sent a message. Weiss Twilight, after feigning death for so long, you finally show up. I presume you've come to your senses. Tell me, how many star coins would it take to dissolve our match? Weiss Twilight, marrying you is out of the question, don't even think about it. If you persist, I have countless ways to ensure your silence. Su-Yang, your words have inflicted severe psychological trauma upon me. Without 10 million star coins, my wounds shall not heal. Weiss Twilight, 10 million? Su-Yang, is that too little? Make it 50 million. Weiss Twilight, do you even deserve that amount? Su-Yang, 100 million. Weiss Twilight inhaled deeply. The 100 million was trivial for him. Parting with such a sum for someone he scorned was deeply unsettling. He silently resolved that this person would soon be a mere memory, and his calmness gradually returned. Weiss Twilight, fine, 10 million. You shall proceed to terminate the match. Su-Yang, 200 million. Weiss Twilight, Su-Yang, do not push your luck. Su-Yang, 300 million. Weiss Twilight, the other party is transferring 300 million star coins to you. Weiss Twilight, is it sufficient now? Su-Yang, it would have been better if it had been this straightforward from the beginning. Su-Yang, the match has been dissolved, farewell. Upon receiving the notification from the matching center that their connection had been severed, this Weiguang exhaled a sigh of relief. After much turmoil, it was finally over. A sinister smile crept upon his lips as he summoned the butler, relaying Su-Yang's circumstances and instructing him to investigate. The butler's expression turned slightly troubled. Young master, do we only have her name, age, race, and ability level? Is there no other specific information? For instance, any past locations or descriptions? This Weiguang responded curtly, no. How long will it take to locate her? The butler replied, based solely on this limited information, the investigation may take several months, if not longer. As you are aware, the interstellar population is vast, with thousands of planets. Tracing her will not be an easy task. However, if we leverage certain connections, perhaps with the police or military, it could be expedited to under a week. Which option do you prefer, young master? After a moment of contemplation, this Weiguang chose to remain patient. Proceed with a gradual investigation. there is no need to exert any influence. Should he resort to using connections, it would undoubtedly alert his family, revealing the scandal of being berated and extorted for 300 million by Su Yang. He could not afford such disgrace. Nor could he risk his family's knowledge of their genetic compatibility, which would compel them to insist on a union with Su Yang. In their esteemed family, nothing held greater significance than the prospect of a formidable heir, capable of safeguarding the lineage for centuries to come. As for an out-of-wedlock child, that was unthinkable. A marriage examination would disclose any offspring, and deception would be impossible. This would be far worse than if it were revealed he was entering a second marriage. Vice Wei Guang instructed, keep this matter discreet, ensure no one else learns of it. If it becomes public, you shall face the consequences. With a zero-level ability at the age of 25, she might have suffered a similar fate as their former commander, whose powers had been destroyed. Focus your inquiries in that direction. The average interstellar citizen possesses abilities, so he had never considered that she might have never awakened hers. Now that the match was dissolved, he had ample time to seek out this individual named Su Yang. The butler's eyes flickered with curiosity as he respectfully acknowledged the order. Intrigued by why the young master would know a 25-year-old with zero abilities, given the vast disparity in their statuses. Having just received 300 million, Su Yang hummed a cheerful tune, feeling quite content. With money in hand, she felt unperturbed. Surely, such a sum would suffice to treat her ailments. Rising to her feet, she pondered her next steps. It was time to consider how to leave this wretched planet. She made her way to the central district, soon arriving at a ticketing agency. Hello, I would like to inquire about the cost of leaving this garbage planet. Chapter 13. Galactic University. The staff member appraised Su Yang from head to toe. That depends on your destination. You are aware of the circumstances surrounding this garbage planet. It is an abandoned world, devoid of operational flight paths, and may be subject to attacks from star beasts. Thus, the danger involved in departing is considerable, and consequently, the price is quite steep. To reach the nearest fringe planet, a fee of 300,000 star coins is required, while other planets vary from 500,000 to 1 million star coins depending on their distance. Su Yang could not help but draw a sharp breath, realizing the audacity of the Stellar Group in raising such exorbitant prices. Where in the outer world could one find tickets so costly? However, there was no alternative. They held a monopoly over the trash planet, and any hopes of departure rested solely upon them. The firm's control over the planetary routes granted them unassailable confidence. Despite their opportunistic pricing, the Stellar Group was indeed a member of the Interstellar Top 500, which afforded them a certain level of credibility. At the very least, she need not fear for her life at their hands. Su Yang sighed, relieved that she had recently extorted 300 million. She could afford the ticket. When is the next flight departing from the trash planet? Should I board, will you ensure my safety? A glimmer of excitement ignited in the staff's eyes, their enthusiasm visibly heightened. Of course, customer satisfaction is paramount. We pledge to safeguard your security with our very lives. The next flight departs in 5 days. Su Yang inquired further. If I encounter any threats to my safety during these 5 days on the trash planet, will you protect me? Can you arrange for my accommodations and sustenance during this period? Since she was to be extorted, she might as well endeavor to secure her rights. She did not wish to repeat the ordeal of being targeted and extorted during her previous visits to the Central District. Her previous victory had been a mere stroke of luck. Her assailant had underestimated her and was of a lower level. If she were to encounter a more seasoned combatant, she could not assure herself of a similar fortune. The staff nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. We can arrange a room for you in the Central District and assign a 5th-level ability user to ensure your safety. We will also provide your meals during this time. If she indeed purchased a ticket, even just to the nearest fringe planet, they would earn 200,000 star coins. For the sake of that profit, they would undoubtedly ensure the safety of this customer. Su Yang nodded. Very well, please make the necessary arrangements. I wish to purchase a ticket to any fringe planet, as long as it allows me to leave the trash planet. Once at the fringe planet, she would have access to basic transportation routes, enabling her to travel to any desired location thereafter. With a smile, the staff nodded. Understood. Soon, Su Yang successfully purchased her starship ticket, and a 5th-level ability user approached from a distance, designated as her protector. The staff introduced her. This is Shen Guhong, a 5th-level ice ability user, who will closely guard your safety over the next few days. She will accompany you to your room shortly. Turning to Shen Guhong, Su Yang observed a woman whose demeanor exuded an aura of chilling aloofness, her presence seemingly lowering the surrounding temperature. A living air conditioner, she mused. With a nod, Su Yang addressed her. I appreciate your assistance in the coming days. I plan to explore a few places. Please accompany me. Shen Guhong silently nodded in response, maintaining her distance a few paces behind Su Yang, demonstrating her readiness to fulfill her role. Su Yang wandered aimlessly in the central district for a while, primarily exploring the various shops, her curiosity piqued by the wonders of the interstellar realm. After purchasing several outfits, she exited the central area and made her way outward. following the memories etched in her mind to the place where the original owner had lived with the elderly woman a decade ago. The area had long since fallen into disrepair. Once home to 2 or 3 households, it now stood deserted. She entered a ground-floor residence, only to find it stripped of all valuable belongings, leaving behind only unusable refuse. Presumably, after the elderly woman's passing and the original owner's departure, all usable items had been plundered. Su-Yang cast her gaze downward, collecting some remnants to establish a modest grave marker, a tribute to both the original owner and the elderly woman. After wandering the outskirts for a few more laps, she returned to the central district under the escort of Shun Guhong. Along the way, she sensed numerous malevolent gazes directed at her. Yet no one dared approach due to Shun Guhong's presence. The room Shun Guhong brought her to was quite splendid, approximately 50 square meters, adorned with all new furnishings. After freshening up and donning her newly acquired clothes, she finally felt somewhat human again. In this unfamiliar territory, she refrained from carelessly entering the Blue Star, wary of potential surveillance. With time on her hands, she surfed the internet, simultaneously familiarizing herself with interstellar affairs while studying and planning her future itinerary. Her first objective was to experiment with combat gameplay, while indiscriminate killing of humans was out of the question. She felt no qualms about engaging with star beasts and star plants. Moreover, upon unlocking the combat gameplay, she noticed changes in the game's marketplace. The marketplace had been renamed to the farming marketplace, leading her to speculate about the existence of a combat marketplace yet to be unlocked, with unknown items for sale. The reason the Edge Star was so named was its proximity to the starry battlefield, where numerous star beasts and star plants thrived. Perhaps she could venture there to hunt. After a thorough online exploration, she solidified her plans. She intended to enroll in an academy. The interstellar realm boasted 10 prestigious institutions, 5 of which were military academies, training students for law enforcement or military service. Graduates typically joined one of the 10 legions to engage in battles on the starry battlefield against star beasts and star plants. Or they might enlist in other military divisions, such as the Expeditionary Corps or the Pioneering Corps, or join various planetary police forces to maintain peace. The remaining 5 institutions were equally renowned and comparable to the military academies, with graduates pursuing diverse careers across various fields. While numerous other schools existed outside this elite 10, none could rival their prestige. Su-Yang's focus settled on these 5 prominent academies. Logically speaking, her current circumstances would not qualify her for such esteemed institutions. However, among these 5, there was a particular program that allowed entry with sufficient monetary payment, bypassing stringent assessments and academic performance evaluations. This program was notoriously known as the waste program within the history department. Many affluent individuals with lackluster academic records opted to enroll in the history program merely to obtain a diploma. Certainly, the tuition fees for this particular discipline are exceedingly steep, amounting to 50 million star coins per annum. After all, even the most prestigious institutions require funds for maintenance, and the various facilities and equipment within necessitate the purchase of the latest models using star coins. After meticulously comparing the reviews of the 5 prominent universities, Su-Yang ultimately selected one named Galaxy University. She accessed the official website, enrolled in the history department, and paid the requisite star coins. In less than a few minutes, she received an acceptance notification from Galaxy University. Citizen Su-Yang, you have successfully enrolled in the history department of Galaxy University. Please report to the history department within 10 days. With early March upon them, and the universities having commenced their academic year in early February, it was not too late for her to join. 10 days should suffice. Su-Yang exhaled deeply, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chapter 14. Achieving success in silence. After gaining a deeper understanding of Galaxy University, Su-Yang recalled something and retrieved the transaction record from Yun Lang, who had previously transferred funds to her. She copied his account number and sent him 500,000 star coins, noting it as a repayment. Shortly thereafter, she received a notification. Yun Lang sent you 1 star coin with the message. Are you no longer treating your health? You sent Yun Lang 1 star coin with the message. I have money now. Yun Lang sent you 1 star coin with the message. You sent Yun Lang 1 star coin with the message. The second matcher insulted me. I managed to extort some money, and now I can repay you. Yun Lang sent you 1 star coin with the message. A high-level ability user insulted a rank 0 ability user? What a disgrace. You're bringing shame to us high-level ability users. Yun Lang sent you 1 star coin with the message. How much did you extort? You sent Yun Lang 1 star coin with the message. Inquiring about salaries is a cosmic taboo. Yun Lang sent you 1 star coin with the message. 6. After concluding her exchange with Yun Lang, Su-Yang continued to surf the internet. By 7 p.m., she received a message from Shun Guhong, inquiring if she was at home as he was bringing her dinner. Shortly after, there was a knock at the door, and a robot entered, bringing 2 dishes and a soup. This was Su-Yang's first genuine encounter with interstellar cuisine, and she curiously examined the meal. Its appearance was impeccable, and it emitted a delightful aroma. Tentatively, she took a small bite, only to have her expression freeze. It was indeed as described on the StarNet. The food was imbued with an array of peculiar flavors. Accustomed to delectable dishes from her past life, this fare was nearly unbearable, leaving her to wonder about its purification value. Eating such flavors daily, it's no wonder that people in the galaxy experienced mental health issues. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a line of small text appeared above the meal, indicating a purification value of 50. Momentarily taken aback, Su-Yang recalled something and glanced around the room at other items. As expected, whenever she wished to understand or see something, a description of the item would materialize, truly gamifying everything. This was advantageous. It would prevent her from being deceived in the future. She decided to store the food away. Although she could not consume it, she could sell it later to earn some star coins. After all, she had paid for these services, and wasting them was not an option. After consuming a steamed bun, Su-Yang continued to surf the internet. As the clock approached 9 in the evening, she sent a message to Shin Guhong. Su-Yang, sister, I feel a bit scared sleeping alone tonight. Could you possibly share a room with me? I can move the bed for your comfort. Upon receiving the message, Shin Guhong slightly furrowed her brow, recalling Su-Yang's frail physique, which seemed to have endured unspeakable torment, considering her abilities had been rendered useless. Her expression softened. Shin Guhong, do not fear. I will freshen up and come over. No need to move the bed. I can sleep on the sofa. Before long, Shin Guhong arrived at the room, lying silently on the sofa. The curtains automatically closed, blocking the outside light, and the breathing of both individuals gradually synchronized. At 2 in the morning, faint sounds emanated from outside the room, causing Shin Guhong to suddenly open her eyes, while Su-Yang's eyelids fluttered slightly. 2 figures stealthily climbed through the window, their hushed voices barely audible within the room. Are you sure this is the right room? Does that woman truly possess star coins? Of course. I've inquired thoroughly. She purchased a ticket to the garbage star today, worth 300,000 star coins. She must have a considerable sum on her. Once we complete this job, we will be set for quite some time. If her account holds enough coins, we might even escape to the garbage star ourselves. Let us deal with her. She is merely a powerless waste without abilities. Eliminating her will be effortless. The 2 intruders leaped into the room, the light from the curtains revealing the figure on the bed. They charged towards her, one preparing to cover Su-Yang's mouth, while the other aimed to restrain her limbs. However, as they moved, a chilling aura enveloped them, instantly freezing them into statues of ice. With one hand on each intruder, Shin Guhong pushed them out of the window and then glanced at Su-Yang, who lay peacefully on the bed, before returning to the sofa. In the shadows of the street, several onlookers observed the scene. Upon witnessing the 2 frozen figures being discarded, they promptly departed, not wishing to linger. Su-Yang finally succumbed to a deep slumber, enjoying a restful night. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of another planet, a group of individuals toiled through the night. Ever since being warned by the formidable purifier, Feng Chao had been restless. Contemplating, he retrieved his holographic device and contacted several family members, inviting them to gather in his room that evening. One by one, they arrived, totaling 7 or 8 individuals. You called us here without explaining what we should do, and now you're all secretive. If there is something to discuss, please do so. With a grave expression, Feng Chao presented some of the lettuce and steamed buns he had previously purchased and recounted his discovery of the Blue Star shop. The group exchanged concerned glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Is this for real? Feng Chao's mother was the first to grasp a head of lettuce. Is it truly as delicious as they say? A single bite will reveal the truth. As the crisp vegetable met her palate, an unexpected sweetness flooded her mouth, prompting her to hasten her consumption. Upon finishing the lettuce, she couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, there are benevolent purifiers among us. She retrieved her light brain and inquired, what is the name of that establishment you mentioned? Before long, the Blue Star shop garnered several new followers. After bidding farewell to these patrons, Feng Chao sent a message to her childhood friends, inviting them over. The Blue Star shop's follower count increased yet again. Once these visitors departed, she shared the news with her relatives and friends. By the end of the night, the shop's followers had reached a remarkable 105. The follower count of the Blue Star shop has surpassed 100, achieving the accomplishment of quietly unnoticed. Earning a reward of 1 lottery draw, maturation time of 1 item, 1 primary water source, 1 primary warehouse expansion scroll, 1 primary shield, 10 plots of land, and 100 gold coins. As Su-Yang awoke that morning, she was greeted by a notification from the game panel, prompting her to silently summon customer service. Here, Su-Yang communicated with customer service. Could you help me check if there are any surveillance cameras in this room? There are cameras in the room, but none in the bathroom. Su-Yang clicked her tongue in realization. She turned to Shin Guhong and said, you may go about your business. I shall remain in this room today. If anything arises, I will message you. Shin Guhong exited without a word. As he reached the door, he called out, I'll have the robot bring you breakfast. After collecting her meal, Su-Yang retreated to the bathroom, locking the door behind her. She turned on the faucet and returned to Blue Star. Chapter 15. Once the Supreme Commander of the Stars with the primary water source, primary warehouse expansion scroll, and primary shield at her disposal, she utilized them. The previously cramped space immediately expanded significantly. Su-Yang also laid out the land and planted wheat seeds. Then turned her attention to the lottery draws. A compass appeared on the game interface, thanking her for her patronage and revealing the prizes, all of which were available in the farming mall. Rubbing her hands together, she clicked to draw, and the compass spun wildly before finally settling on a specific section. You have obtained 100 plots of land. Land, aside from seeds, was the least expensive commodity. Su-Yang felt a twinge of disappointment. However, it was preferable to the thank you for your patronage outcome, as it held a value of 100 gold coins. Yet, with this addition, the newly expanded area was still insufficient. She glanced at the farming mall. The primary shield cost 100,000 gold coins for a span of 50 by 50 by 50 meters, lasting merely 10 days. The intermediate shield was priced at 500,000 gold coins, also spanning 50 by 50 by 50 meters, but enduring for 3 months. The advanced shield required 1 million gold coins, maintaining the same dimensions, but lasting 6 months. Was there truly no permanent option? Su-Yang perused the farming mall and discovered what she sought. The special shield, priced at 10 million gold coins for 50 by 50 by 50 meters, with a permanent duration. However, it required energy stones to maintain. Should the energy stones be depleted, the shield would fail as well. Energy stones, widely recognized as one of the most prevalent energy sources in the interstellar realm, power various technologies such as energy vehicles, starships, and light brains. Previously, while wandering through the shops on the garbage planet, she had encountered energy stones for sale, albeit at exorbitant prices, significantly higher than those in the outer worlds. Consequently, she chose not to purchase any, planning to acquire them once she left the garbage planet. For the time being, she decided to buy 2 primary protective shields to serve as a temporary measure. After recharging her star coins, Su-Yang procured 2 basic protective shields to expand her surrounding space. Subsequently, she placed the 100 parcels of land she had won in a lottery and sowed wheat seeds upon them. Currently, the profitability of wheat cultivation appeared to be the highest, given that 1 pound of wheat could be transformed into 10 steamed buns, which proved more lucrative than lettuce. At present, her land area had grown to 160 by 160 meters, while the protective shield encompassed an area of 250 by 250 by 50 meters. As she gazed upon the bustling and crowded locale, her eyes drifted to the cracked earth beyond the protective shield, enveloped in swirling yellow sand, evoking a peculiar sensation within her. Without tarrying too long, she completed her tasks and returned to the restroom, emerging shortly thereafter. Having spent no more than 10 minutes, with nothing pressing to occupy her, she decided to surf the internet. Before long, she received a message from the marriage matching center. Yet again, she had been successfully matched. With practiced ease, she clicked to view the details of her match. Name, Wu Zhao. Race, Orc Black Crow. Age, 20. Ability level, Tier 12. Genetic compatibility, 999. Contact information. Click here to temporarily contact the other party. Su-Yang let out a soft exclamation. Orc? This was her first match with an orc. She had heard that orcs were quite popular throughout the galaxy, with many people favoring them when selecting partners. Orcs existed in 3 forms. One was humanoid, indistinguishable from humans. Another was a half-human, half-beast form, exhibiting some animalistic traits such as tails or ears. The third was a completely beastly form. According to statistics, the most favored orc type in the galaxy was the fluffy variety, followed by serpentine orcs, who, while not furry, boasted dual appendages for double the delight. The least favored were the less aesthetically pleasing orcs, such as cockroaches, lizards, and centipedes. In her recent internet explorations, she had come across numerous images of orcs, yet she had never encountered one in reality. Reflecting on the information in her mind, Su-Yang recognized that the Black Crow clan was indeed a significant race, and with Wu Zhao's remarkable talent, it was reasonable to suspect that this match would be dissolved. As if her thoughts had conjured it, the chat channel began to flicker with activity. Wu Zhao, transfer 10 million star coins. Wu Zhao, I am one of the most brilliant talents in our orc kingdom. Only the most beautiful and powerful women in the galaxy are worthy of being my wife. Wu Zhao, 10 million, dissolve the match. Su-Yang, match has been dissolved. Su-Yang, wishing you the best in finding the most beautiful and powerful wife. The 10 million star coins were a delightful surprise, and Su-Yang promptly dissolved the match with grace. With nothing pressing on her agenda, she resumed her leisurely internet surfing. As the flora of the blue planet reached maturity, she took a brief respite in the restroom before returning to her shop, where she adorned the establishment with the ripened treasures. No sooner had she hung them than they vanished in an instant, not claimed by a single buyer, but eagerly purchased by a dozen eager patrons. She glanced at her shop's follower count, which had swelled to 153. With time on her hands, she continued to surf the internet. 24 hours later, she encountered her fourth match. As customary, she accessed the marriage matching center. Name, Lu Xinghe. Race, Orc. Willow. Age, 30. Ability level, 0. Tier. Gene compatibility, 999. Contact information. Click here for temporary communication with the individual. That name seems rather familiar. Su-Yang blinked, quickly recognizing the individual. Though she had never met him, his reputation was undeniably resounding. Lu Xinghe, once the premier commander of the Interstellar forces, had showcased remarkable talent, beginning his internship at the 6th Military District at the tender age of 18. Leading his team to obliterate over 20 strongholds of star beasts and star flora within 2 years. At 20, he triumphed in the commander competition hosted by the top 10 universities, subsequently appointed to the 6th Military District, where, by the age of 22, his extraordinary achievements culminated in the destruction of over 100 strongholds, shattering historical records. By 28, his ability level had soared to the 15th tier, earning him the title of one of humanity's strongest, with a total of over 1,000 star beast and star flora strongholds annihilated. He was revered as the foremost interstellar commander, attracting the attention of numerous factions, who would go to great lengths, even offering their daughters, to secure his favor, regardless of his polygamous inclinations. Regrettably, such glory was short-lived. In the same year, at 28, he unwittingly fell into an ambush set by star beasts and star flora, resulting in the death of over 300 of his team members and severe injuries to more than 700. While he himself lay gravely wounded and comatose for an entire year before awakening. Thus, the once great prodigy faded into obscurity, subjected to online harassment that criticized his impulsive nature and arrogance. Due to his past fame, Su-Yang often encountered news about him while traversing the internet. So upon seeing his name, coupled with his race and ability level, she quickly deduced his identity. The chat channel flickered to life. Lu Xinghe, hello, would you care to meet? Su-Yang felt a sudden surge of anxiety, akin to the anticipation of meeting a leader of the Federation. His illustrious record inspired a sense of reverence. Exhaling deeply, she steadied her nerves. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine she could be matched with someone of his caliber. Su-Yang, sure, the Nebula World? Address. Chapter 16. Lu Xinghe. Her consciousness transformed into data, transporting her to the Nebula World, where she encountered this legendary figure. To say it was a departure from her expectations would be an understatement. She had envisioned a hardened soldier, yet he bore little resemblance to that archetype. His visage was undeniably flawless, strikingly handsome. His hair, a pale shade of green, cascaded down to his waist, secured by a single hair tie, while the rest flowed behind him like silk. Her eyes, a delicate shade of green, briefly flickered with surprise before settling into a gentle smile as her gaze landed. She was adorned in a pristine white ensemble, the cuffs and hem embroidered with subtle green leaves. The garment bore a resemblance to ancient attire, yet it had been markedly altered to fit snugly while maintaining an ethereal quality. The overall impression she imparted was akin to a spring breeze, quietly refreshing yet omnipresent, with a presence that, though not overpowering, was impossible to overlook, reminiscent of a spirit from the forest, untouched by the dust of the world. Miss Su-Yang, please have a seat. Lu Xinghe nodded at Su-Yang, elegantly pouring a cup of tea. This is a cloud mist tea I acquired some time ago. It possesses a calming effect, though such effects do not manifest in the Nebula World. Nevertheless, it is delightful to savor the flavor. Perhaps, if the opportunity arises, I could brew you a genuine cloud mist tea. Taking her place opposite him, Su-Yang lifted the teacup. At first glance, the tea appeared almost indistinguishable from plain water, yet a wispy mist floated above its surface. A sip revealed a sensation reminiscent of icy mountain peaks, with an elusive fragrance that lingered long after. It mirrored the impression Lu Xinghe left upon her. Excellent tea, Su-Yang remarked. In her previous life, she had studied the art of tea and tasted a myriad of varieties, thus discerning the tea's exceptional quality. However, her purpose today was not merely to enjoy tea. She proceeded directly to the matter at hand. I had assumed you were here to discuss the dissolution of our match, but from your earlier words, it seems otherwise? A faint smile graced Lu Xinghe's lips. No, you misunderstand. I harbor no intentions of dissolving our match. On the contrary, you are the first person with whom I have successfully matched in many years, and I come with the desire to understand you better. In my view, perhaps we can familiarize ourselves with one another and then consider the prospect of further developments. Then, Miss Su-Yang, do you wish to dissolve our match? I am amenable to it. He lowered his gaze slightly. After all, I believe you are aware of my current circumstances, which are hardly conducive to marriage. Su-Yang took a sip of her tea, lost in contemplation. According to interstellar marriage regulations, she was due to marry within 5 years. Failing to do so would incur escalating fines, with no upper limit. Thus, it was imperative to explore potential matches beforehand. Lu Xinghe, in particular, was quite appealing. Being someone who valued aesthetics, she found it intolerable to associate with those lacking in physical attraction. Although Lu Xinghe's abilities had been rendered null, His striking appearance compensated for it. Moreover, his diminished powers could be advantageous for her, bound to a game. Their everyday interactions would naturally reveal any discrepancies, even if she chose to remain silent. Furthermore, as the presence of Blue Star's cultivation expanded, the small shops would inevitably attract attention, potentially leading back to her. While she could not foresee external threats, the thought of betrayal from within her circle was particularly disheartening. If her partner were of higher status, she risked becoming a mere pawn. If of equal standing, other motives might arise. Lu Xinghe, devoid of any extraordinary abilities, signifies that he is under my control, sparing me the anxiety of potential betrayal from him. This, indeed, appears to be a favorable circumstance. Having contemplated everything, Su Yang smiled gently, saying, "No, you misunderstand. You do not disdain my lack of abilities, so how could I possibly hold any disdain for you? Thus, there is no need for either of us to harbor any ill feelings towards the other. You are a celebrated hero of our interstellar realm, having dealt significant blows to numerous star beasts and flora, reclaiming many planets. The star beasts and flora in the 6th Military District will take at least a decade to recover, thanks to your efforts. The peripheral stars of the 6th Military District enjoy peace and prosperity. As one who benefits from your protection, I owe you my gratitude." After a slight pause, she continued, "Since neither of us intends to dissolve our partnership for the moment, shall we attempt to coexist and learn more about one another?" The smile on Lu Xinghe's lips remained unchanged, as though Su Yang's choices bore no weight on him. "Very well. In that case, allow me to introduce myself briefly. I hail from the A1 Lu Su Star of the Human Federation, belonging to the esteemed Lu family, one of the 10 prominent clans of our federation. However, you need not worry. I seldom associate with the Lu family anymore. Currently, I reside on my own planet, the A5 Xinghe Star, named in my honor. In the interstellar realm, planets are classified into several tiers, those beginning with Ara the most prestigious, typically housing the capitals of major factions or the planets of the 10 great families. Following that is B, akin to former second-tier cities, then C, resembling the third-tier cities of her past life. And lastly, which are commonly referred to as marginal stars, the lowest tier. Abandoned planets are deemed garbage stars, unnumbered, and collectively categorized as such. Of course, the suffixes also bear significance. The 1 in A1 denotes a planet suitable for human habitation. 2 indicates planets with educational institutions, while 3 is reserved for planets designated for joint military exercises, each representing distinct purposes. Lu Xinghe remarked, "Should we marry in the future, we can reside on Xinghe Star, minimizing our interactions with the Lu family. Naturally, if you prefer to live at your home, that is entirely up to you. The marriage customs in the interstellar community dictate that if the male is weaker than the female, he will move to her location, and their offspring will bear her surname. Conversely, if the female is weaker, she will relocate to the male's domicile, with their children taking his surname. Given Lu Xinghe's circumstances, it appears his father may have married into his mother's Lu family, leading him to inherit her surname. As for the offspring of unions between humans and beastmen, whether the child is human or beastman depends on chance. Anything is possible." Lu Xinghe added, "Although my abilities have been nullified, my assets remain intact, and I am not lacking in star coins. I observe that your health is not optimal. I have a physician friend who can examine you, and you need not worry about the costs. I shall cover them. If you find yourself in need of star coins, I can also transfer you 10 million star coins monthly as pocket money. Certainly, even if we ultimately realize that we are incompatible and decide to part ways, you need not return the money. It is merely a reflection of the expenses I incurred during our relationship, and you should feel no psychological burden regarding it. The above outlines my fundamental circumstances and all I can offer during our acquaintance." Chapter 17. The Doubts of Lu Xinghe. Su Yang took a sip of her tea. Her gaze lowered as she suppressed the astonishment within her. Given such conditions, in a past life, one might have been overwhelmed with envy. Regaining her composure, she shared her situation. "My circumstances are rather straightforward. I have lived on Garbage Star since childhood and have never ventured beyond its confines. A previous matchmaker terminated our pairing and rewarded me with a considerable sum of star coins. I have enrolled in the history department at Galactic University and will be registering in 10 days. Should we wish to meet in reality, it would be prudent to wait until I have completed my registration. As for the star coins, they are unnecessary. I am not in want of them at present. However, perhaps that doctor could benefit from your recommendation, as my health does require attention. That is essentially the crux of my situation." Lu Xinghe rubbed the teacup, the shade of his light green eyes deepening slightly. "You mean to say that you have lived on Garbage Star your entire life without ever leaving?" Su Yang nodded. "Indeed. If my background is unacceptable to you, we may terminate our match now." "No, I am merely taken aback," Lu Xinghe replied, shaking his head, a myriad of thoughts flickering through his mind. How intriguing. Could someone raised on Garbage Star possess such a demeanor? Her clarity of thought and articulate speech, combined with a poised demeanor, conveyed a remarkable confidence. Even indulging in the cloud tea appeared to bring her a sense of tranquility. suggesting she was accustomed to consuming food with a purity level of 100%. She displayed no reaction to the significant sum of star coins he had proposed. Such behaviors could lead to only one conclusion. Either Su Yang was deceiving him, or, well, deception seemed implausible. This could easily be verified. Thus, only one possibility remained. Contemplating this notion, even with his current temperament, he felt a stir of unease within. Few were aware that 2 years prior, a devastating battle was orchestrated by a grand conspiracy. The star beasts and star plants had somehow managed to transfer their consciousness into humans or beastmen, even taking control of intelligent operating systems. They infiltrated these beings, commandeering their bodies to engage in human activities, appearing utterly indistinguishable from them. This phenomenon was referred to as parasitism. At that time, high-ranking officials in the 6th Military District had been parasitized by the star beasts and star plants, leading to the dissemination of erroneous information. Even the starships employed in the conflict had their internal systems compromised, resulting in flawed data from scans and ultimately culminating in the tragic battle. Logically, these star beasts and plants were adept at concealing their identities, rendering their exposure unlikely. Yet, perhaps the threat he posed was too great. If he were not eradicated, the star beasts and star plants in the vicinity of the 6th Military District would be obliterated by him, prompting them to risk exposure in their attempts to eliminate him. In order to unearth the mastermind behind this affair, he conferred with the Marshal of the 6th Military District. Afterward, he ingested a potion. Feigning a year-long slumber while gradually fading from the public eye, his abilities ostensibly rendered null. In truth, he had been covertly investigating these matters and had already identified numerous suspicious targets, albeit mere pawns, with the larger fish yet to be caught. Notably, these targets shared a conspicuous characteristic. Upon being parasitized, their personalities or ways of interacting with others exhibited marked alterations. Presently, this dissonance was evident in Su Yang. He swiftly deduced that Su Yang had likely been parasitized, and that the purported 999 gene matching rate was perhaps deliberately orchestrated by the Star Beast and Star Plant factions, aimed at luring him into their snare. Furthermore, the individual's nonchalant demeanor after consuming the 100 purified cloud tea suggested a position of considerable standing within the Star Beast and Star Plant hierarchy, potentially leading to a wealth of valuable information. Given the effort exerted by the other party to approach him, he resolved to engage in a performance of his own. Lu Xinghe's smile deepened as he regarded Su Yang, his gaze softening considerably. The History Department of Galactic University, if I recall correctly, is located on planet A2 of the Galactic system. Conveniently, I have property there, so I shall reside on Galactic Planet for some time. This will facilitate the nurturing of our relationship. What do you think? Su Yang had no reason to decline. I am amenable. Lu Xinghe continued. Will you be staying on campus or at my residence? Of course, I will stay on campus. That would be a jest. Although Lu Xinghe's abilities have been nullified, his ascent to the position of commander indicates he possesses considerable intellect. Residing in his home would hinder my ability to visit Blue Star at will. What if he were to discover my anomaly during this brief interval? Lu Xinghe's tone conveyed a hint of regret. May I call you Yang Yang? You may call me Xinghe. Su Yang acquiesced. Xinghe, having resolved to cultivate a rapport with him, there was no need for hesitation. Lu Xinghe softly uttered, Yang Yang. He extended his hand. Shall we explore the nebula world together? Su Yang shook her head. I apologize, but I have many matters to attend to. Once I arrive at Galactic University and complete my registration, we can meet and venture out together, if that is agreeable. Her schedule was tight. She needed to review all her elementary, middle, and high school knowledge before heading to Star River University, alongside some scientific knowledge. The vast expanse of interstellar knowledge was overwhelming, leaving her in a state of cognitive disarray. Very well, tend to your affairs. Remember to contact me when you have the time. Should you require assistance, feel free to message me at any moment. By the way, let us exchange contact details. This would also provide him the opportunity to arrange his property on Galactic Planet and to inform the Marshal about this matter. As he observed Su Yang log off, he lowered his gaze to send a message on his holographic device. Moments later, a woman with short black hair and a commanding presence, clad in military attire, materialized before him. Lu Xinghe promptly rose to his feet. Marshal, the woman gently pressed her hand. Please elaborate on Su Yang's situation. Lu Xinghe recounted the events involving the two of them in detail, then continued. Besides reporting this matter to you, Marshal, I would like to inquire about how to interact with women, how to enhance feelings, and how to establish a relationship. As you know, I lack experience in dealing with women. Only by fostering a good relationship can I lower her defenses and extract more information from her. The Marshal chuckled slyly. It appears our renowned Commander-in-Chief has areas of uncertainty. However, you have approached the right person. My husband pursued me for quite some time and did many things to win my favor. I can share these experiences with you, as well as my psychological transitions during that time. Chapter 18. With nothing to do, surfing the internet and farming on Blue Star after logging off from the Nebula world. Su-Yang immersed herself in the vast ocean of the internet. On the first day, with leisure time at her disposal, she surfed the web and engaged in farming activities on Blue Star. In the afternoon, she received a message from Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe, you will likely be at Galactic University for quite some time. I plan to renovate the house here. Do you have a preferred layout or color scheme? The marshal advised that the first step in pursuing someone is to message her daily to maintain a presence. Ideally, the messages should encourage interaction, providing topics for further conversation. Lu Xinghe. Images, images, images. Lu Xinghe. These are several highly popular home designs online. Do any of them appeal to you? Su-Yang glanced at the images. Her eyes filled with amazement. It must be said that the aesthetic of the stars was nothing short of remarkable. Each design was flawless. The first was reminiscent of ancient architecture, featuring pavilions, water pavilions, and intricately carved beams, enhanced by strategically placed mist, giving it an ethereal quality reminiscent of a fairyland. The second structure was a seamless integration of mechanical design, its sleek form resembling a glimmering blade, a captivating blend of silver and black. The smooth exterior radiated a chilling elegance, yet it sparkled with starlight, evoking a sensation of drifting through the cosmos, embodying a unique interstellar beauty, mechanical yet aesthetic, austere yet exquisite. The third building seemed to immerse one in the beauty of nature, a floral landscape bursting with vibrant colors, red flowers, green leaves, and the azure sky and sea. Upon viewing the third image, Su-Yang swiftly dismissed it. She had witnessed countless such picturesque scenes in her previous life, prevalent in tourist attractions, though they were rare in this context. Furthermore, these were mere facades, artificially constructed, devoid of her interest. Su-Yang, all are beautiful, but it ultimately depends on your preference. Your house should naturally reflect your tastes. On the following day, with leisure once more, she continued her online pursuits and farming on Blue Star. As usual, she received another message from Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe, here is the map of Galaxy University along with some important information for new students, including dormitory applications, cafeteria evaluations, and more. You should find it quite useful. Su-Yang, thank you. This information is indeed very helpful. Su-Yang sends a heart emoji on the third day. With some leisure time on hand, I wandered online, tending to my virtual farm on Blue Star. As the robot harvested the last head of lettuce, a game prompt appeared. You have leveled up. Your current level is 4. Noodles unlocked. Grain and oil factory unlocked. Chili peppers unlocked. Farming task. Place the grain and oil factory. Reward. Basic shield X1, 50 experience points, 10 coins. Chili peppers? Su-Yang's eyes sparkled. In her previous life, she was a person who relished spicy food. Having been in this place for some time without tasting anything spicy, she had long craved it, and the arrival of chili peppers was perfectly timed. Even without other vegetables, a chili pepper stuffed bun would be delightful. Now, where should I place the grain and oil factory? She glanced around, gauging the size of the factory, reclaimed a few plots of land, and finally set the factory down. Farming task, placing the grain and oil factory completed. Reward, basic shield X1, 50 experience points, 10 coins. Farming task, produce rice. Reward, cucumber seeds X100, initial robot X1, 50 experience points, 10 coins. Su-Yang first took out the shield to expand her area, laid out the previously reclaimed land, and then entered the grain and oil factory. Indeed, she found the option to produce rice unlocked inside, temporarily calling robot number 03. She assigned it a task, and the robot retrieved the harvested rice from the warehouse and entered the factory. The machine whirred to life, and before long, glistening rice appeared before Su-Yang. Farming task, producing rice completed. Reward, cucumber seeds X100, initial robot X1, 50 experience points, 10 coins. Unlocked a total of 5 plant types, earning 1 lottery chance. Tomato seeds X100, 50 coins. Su-Yang couldn't help but smile. This was indeed an unexpected boon. At last, her meals would no longer consist solely of buns with lettuce. Rubbing her hands together, she clicked on the lottery. You have won a medium shield. Immediately, she placed it down, a fine item. After setting robot number 04 to its task, she planted all the new seeds. The maturation time for chili peppers, cucumbers, and tomatoes was originally 24 hours, but a previous reward had reduced it by 1 hour. However, this adjustment was negligible. She reserved some of the mature crops for her own sustenance, while the remainder was listed in her small shop. Rice was sold by the pound, with a suggested selling price of 2 star coins per pound, which aligned with the price of wheat. True to form, the stock was snatched up in an instant once it was listed. After a few days, her shop had garnered 328 followers, and numerous messages had accumulated below. Su-Yang skimmed through them, noting inquiries about whether there was a fixed time for new stock, if there were any new varieties, and a few scattered requests for her assistance at a generous price. Su-Yang did not respond to these messages. Instead, she updated the shop's announcement. The announcement at the Blue Star shop read, "New items will be released every 24 hours. Soon, We will unlock chili peppers, cucumbers, noodles, and tomatoes. Stay tuned. After editing the announcement, she departed from Blue Star. On the fourth day, feeling somewhat idle, she browsed the internet and indulged in some leisurely farming at Blue Star. As usual, she received a message from Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe, I heard that a new ready-to-wear shop has opened at Galaxy University. The clothes are designed by the students of the academy. Each piece is unique and not repeated. Lu Xinghe, when you arrive at Galaxy University, let us visit the ready-to-wear shop together. How about I take you to buy some clothes? Lu Xinghe, here is the address. Lu Xinghe, this is the address of the shop, which features various styles previously sold. Have a look and see if there is anything you fancy. The marshal advised on the second step of pursuing someone. Do not hesitate to spend star coins. Shower her with gifts, preferably useful ones, so that she thinks of you upon seeing them. Naturally, the marshal also mentioned that once useful information was obtained from Su Yang, all these star coins would be reimbursed. Su Yang clicked on the shop and observed the extensive range of clothing available. Combat uniforms, casual wear, evening gowns, and even sleepwear. Many designs resonated with her aesthetic. Su Yang, okay. Su Yang, by the way, I will log into the starship tonight to leave Garbage Star. I am uncertain about the signal of the light brain. I will message you once I land. The starship was scheduled to depart at 9 p.m., and it was currently 3 p.m. after dinner. She would need to prepare for her departure. At 7 p.m., Shen Guohong arrived at her room and escorted her to a hover vehicle, promptly taking a seat beside her. The hover vehicle ascended into the sky. Su Yang gazed out the window, capturing a photograph with her light brain. After about 10 minutes, she noticed the light above her dimming significantly. Looking up, she saw the hover vehicle approaching a colossal object overhead. Although she could only glimpse a corner of this massive entity through the window, she felt a profound sense of awe. If all went as anticipated, this was indeed the starship capable of traversing the cosmos. Chapter 19. Departure from Garbage Star. The starship exhibited an overall silvery black hue. Even a mere glimpse of its exposed edge hinted at its formidable size, evoking a sensation akin to that of the second building, both exuding an aura of science fiction and immense power. The hover vehicle silently entered the starship, landing at its rear. Su Yang followed Shen Guohong out of the hover vehicle, nearly blinded by the surroundings. Everywhere she looked, robots were moving about, some carrying items, others patrolling, and some standing guard, each with distinct roles and responsibilities. The environment radiated a cold, metallic essence, illuminated by bright white lights overhead that left one feeling dazzled. Shen Guohong lowered his gaze to operate his light brain, and soon a robot approached them. She turned to Su Yang and said, "The starship will take off promptly at 9 p.m. Once we enter outer space, your light brain may lose signal, so do not panic. The robot will escort you to your chamber and remain by your side throughout. Should you require assistance, you may communicate with me via this robot. The nearest fringe star is approximately 5 hours away. The robot will notify you in advance as we approach. Wishing you a pleasant journey. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again." Su Yang nodded in response, following the robot as it led her forward. Along the way, she encountered numerous individuals. Though their sharp gazes and hurried footsteps, weapons in hand, deterred her from approaching, forcing her to observe from a distance. Before long, the robot guided her to a room, similar to her previous abode, albeit with a mere 10 square meters of space. She remained quietly within, refraining from venturing out, until the clock struck 9, when she felt a slight tremor in her body. The scenery outside the window underwent a noticeable transformation. The starship ascended, departing from the debris-laden star and entering the vastness of outer space, ultimately venturing into the boundless cosmos. During this transition, near the junk star, Su Yang caught sight of the abandoned star track. The star track, formerly known as the Interstellar orbit, consists of several interwoven circular structures, which house not only signals and resting areas, but also shopping facilities. Typically, starships would pause at this location. The star track possesses a positioning function, complete with spatial nodes, enabling starships to engage in spatial leaps, swiftly traversing to another planet and significantly reducing travel time. Regrettably, the junk star had long been forsaken, and the star track was in disrepair, lacking maintenance. Thus, any journey to other planets from the junk star necessitated venturing into the vast cosmos, fraught with peril. Among the myriad dangers present in the universe, the most formidable are the star beasts and star plants. The oxygen in space is sparse and dispersed, rendering survival difficult for ordinary humans. However, a unique radioactive substance exists in the cosmos. When inhaled, it allows one to navigate through space, albeit at the cost of polluting the body with radiation and losing one's sanity. Suddenly, red lights flickered within the room, and a mechanical voice resonated throughout the starship. "Warning! Warning! A group of active star beasts and star plants has been detected ahead. Scanning indicates a total of 527 fifth-tier star beasts and star plants, 682 fourth-tier, and 289 third-tier, along with several others. In 10 minutes and 23 seconds, The starship will encounter the star beast and star plant swarm. Soo-young glanced at the robot beside her. I recall that you possess a projection function. You can display the external situation, correct? Please project the status of the star beast and star plant swarm. The robot responded. Robot J36799 acknowledges. Executing command now. A beam of light emitted from the robot's eyes, illuminating the adjacent wall. Soo-young turned her gaze and was instantly struck by a wave of dread. There, before her, was an uncountable mass of star beasts and star plants, stretching endlessly, their bizarre forms towering over her, reminiscent of some flora and fauna she had known, yet distinctly different. The star beasts and star plants are adorned with numerous black spots of varying sizes, a telltale sign of radiation contamination. Their eyes, devoid of vitality, reflect a loss of reason, leaving only hollowness and a thirst for destruction. Countless star beasts and star plants roam the cosmos, charging recklessly toward the location of the starship. In the next moment, a flash of fire erupted as something plummeted into the throng of star beasts and star plants, exploding with a resounding bang, scattering them in disarray. Flames erupted, and one after another, bomb-like objects descended, igniting a silent display of fireworks in the vastness of space. After a relentless barrage, all the star beasts and star plants lay lifeless, their bodies floating aimlessly. A hovering vehicle approached the vicinity. An masked figure emerged to collect the remains of the star beasts and star plants before retreating back into the vehicle. Only when the area ahead had been thoroughly cleared, leaving the light screen devoid of anything, did Soo-young regain her composure. Who claimed that 300,000 star coins were not worth it? This was indeed a tremendous bargain. Had she relied solely on her own efforts, she would likely remain trapped on this garbage planet for eternity. The starship continued its journey, encountering several more groups of star beasts and star plants along the way, all of which crumbled under the relentless bombardment from the ship. During this time, a robot delivered a meal, which Soo-young accepted. 5 hours later, the starship glided toward an intact star track. The robot's voice resonated in the room. Citizen Soo-young, the starship is about to arrive at D1 Halton planet. Please prepare for disembarkation. Soo-young tidied her belongings and followed the robot, soon exiting the starship onto the star track. In the distance, she saw the ship that had brought her departing into the void, with flickering lights surrounding it, the space around the ship warping before vanishing altogether. Surely, this was the phenomenon of spatial transference. She snapped a photo with a satisfying click and sent it to Lu Xinghe. Soo-young, I've arrived. Lu Xinghe, transfer 100,000 star coins. Lu Xinghe, from your surroundings, it seems you're on the star track. Typically, local specialties are sold here. If you find something appealing, do indulge. Lu Xinghe, of course, if you wish to linger on the current planet for a while, you can sample the specialties there, which are more comprehensive and less costly. Soo-young, thank you, I'll give it a try. She searched online for the travel time from her location to A2 Galaxy planet and discovered it would take a full day, with limited tickets remaining. Promptly, she purchased a ticket for the starship scheduled a few days later. Calculating this, she realized she could remain on this planet for 3 more days. Surveying her surroundings, she spotted a robot and followed its guidance to board a hovering vehicle headed toward D1 Halton planet. The thrill of combat gameplay awaited her. Chapter 20. Unlocking the restaurant. Seated in the hovering vehicle, Soo-young gazed below, experiencing a sensation akin to flying, yet far more exhilarating. After a while, she activated her light brain and posted 2 updates on her social media, both visible only to herself. The first read, Interstellar year 2580, February 28th. This marked the date of her arrival in the cosmos. Second entry, departing from the garbage planet, she embarks on a new chapter in her life. The accompanying images depict a photograph of the garbage planet juxtaposed with a recent snapshot taken amidst the starry expanse. The memories captured here will linger throughout her remaining years. After completing her tasks, she tapped the control on her hover vehicle, guiding it to land outside a medium-sized city. On D1 Halton, there exists a time difference with the garbage planet. It is currently just past 5 in the morning, with the dawn casting a soft glow on the horizon. Gazing towards the direction of the rising sun, Soo-young exhaled, feeling a sense of liberation. Although it is still an artificial sun, the presence of dawn and dusk stands in stark contrast to the incessant daylight of the garbage planet, which never knew the embrace of night. It was at that moment she truly felt she had left the garbage planet behind. After settling the fare for the hover vehicle, she strolled towards the city, her eyes continuously scanning her surroundings, marveling at the interstellar architecture. The layout bore a resemblance to the urban designs of her previous life, yet it was undeniably more futuristic, infused with unique interstellar elements. As she observed the people around her, she became aware of their curious glances directed at her, their expressions filled with wonder. How rare it was to see someone so slender, almost ethereal, in this vast universe. Disregarding their stares, Soo-young followed her map to the rental center. Securing accommodation for 3 days, Noticing that the maturation time for blue star plants still had several hours remaining, she decided to visit the trading center. She retrieved the meals provided by the Stellar Corporation during her time on the garbage planet and sold them all. The 50 purification value foods were in high demand here, quickly netting her several thousand star coins. Afterward, she perused the nearby shops, intending to purchase items she had previously deemed too expensive on the garbage planet. Aside from the essentials, realizing the maturation time for the blue star plants was nearing completion, she hurried back to her rented abode. Once inside, she checked for surveillance, confirming the absence of monitoring devices. None. She closed the door and returned to Blue Star. Su-Yang marveled at the newly sprouted cucumbers, tomatoes, and bell peppers. Unlike lettuce, which could only yield one head at a time, these plants bore multiple fruits from a single stalk. Each cucumber, tomato, and bell pepper sold individually for 1-star coin, proving to be more lucrative than the sale of lettuce. Henceforth, she would prioritize these 3 crops over lettuce. After hanging the surplus food in her small shop, Su-Yang ventured into the kitchen to prepare her first meal since arriving in this interstellar realm. She made a refreshing cucumber salad, stir-fried bell peppers, and sugar-glazed tomatoes, accompanied by a steaming bowl of fragrant rice. Despite the subtle oddity in flavor due to the oil and seasonings, she found immense satisfaction in her creation. Having prepared more than enough, she divided the remaining portions into several packs for future meals. As the food was stored in her inventory, a notification from the game promptly appeared. Upon detecting the player's creation of culinary dishes, the restaurant facilities were unlocked, yielding rewards including a medium-level shield, a medium-level water source, a medium-level warehouse expansion scroll, and 10 gold coins. Oh, Su-Yang gasped softly, swiftly entering Blue Star. After utilizing the rewards, she turned her attention to the restaurant. Unlike the small shop, the restaurant was not merely a facility. It was an establishment catering to interstellar guests, allowing them to place orders. She accessed the restaurant and named it Blue Star Restaurant, subsequently delving into the rules governing it. The restaurant lacked a menu, necessitating her role as the proprietor to curate one. The dishes on the menu had to be crafted from ingredients cultivated on Blue Star, ensuring that staple foods and side dishes were included, while seasonings and oils could be procured using gold coins from the farming marketplace. However, any purchased seasonings were exclusively for the culinary creations produced by the restaurant. Similar to the small shop, the restaurant began with 10 slots, signifying the capacity for 10 new menu items. Su-Yang quickly grasped the restaurant's regulations and, after acquiring a variety of commonly used seasonings and oils, proceeded to introduce new dishes. The first item was rice, with a suggested selling price of 1-star coin per bowl. She also added cold cucumber salad, smashed cucumber, and stir-fried green peppers, each priced at 10-star coins per dish. Additionally, she included sugar-glazed tomatoes, stir-fried cucumbers with green peppers, green pepper over rice, lettuce and tomato noodles, scallion noodles, and green pepper and tomato noodles, all priced at 10-star coins per bowl. Thus, she successfully filled all 10 menu slots. However, regrettably, the restaurant could not open for business just yet. To take orders, ingredients needed to be present in the warehouse, and she had previously sold off excess supplies, meaning she would have to wait 24 hours to accept orders. She glanced at the newly planted tomatoes nearby, realizing that even the unripe green tomatoes were edible, particularly when paired with stir-fried green peppers for an exquisite flavor. After some contemplation, she summoned robot number 01 and instructed it to harvest a few tomatoes before they ripened. Uncertain of the outcome, she reasoned that trying would incur no loss. Having sorted everything out, she returned to her room, activated her holographic computer, and searched for her newly established shop. A vacant spot had appeared beside the original Blue Star shop, designated for the Blue Star restaurant, with both establishments prominently displayed side by side. Upon entering the restaurant, she observed that the menu items were set, yet they were all displayed in black, indicating that ordering was currently prohibited. Once she confirmed that everything was in order, she exited the building and returned to the trading center, where she conveyed her request to the staff. "Hello, I wish to hire a 5th-tier psychic to accompany me in hunting star beasts and star plants, at a rate of 500 star coins per hour. The remains of the hunted star beasts and plants will belong to the hired individual, but I must deliver the final blow." The staff member was somewhat taken aback, but quickly accepted the deposit and published the task. Before long, someone accepted the assignment. Wang Yu, aged 15, had recently broken through to the 5th tier and spent her days hunting star beasts and plants to earn money, hoping to accumulate 50,000 star coins to fund her mother's medical treatment. Her mother was a level 7 ability wielder who, while hunting star beasts, inadvertently fell victim to the venom of one. To achieve a complete recovery, a sum of 100,000 star coins was necessary. With only 50,000 star coins in savings, and her mother incapacitated, the responsibility to earn the remaining 50,000 now fell upon her shoulders. After her studies today, she prepared to venture out to hunt star beasts and star plants, refreshing the trading center as she walked. To her surprise, she stumbled upon a task posted by Su-Yang. Her body reacted before her mind could fully comprehend. And only after accepting the task did she realize its implications. It was peculiar that someone would post such a task. What could their motive be? However, since she intended to hunt star beasts and star plants anyway, earning an additional 500 star coins in an hour was too good to pass up. In Chapter 21, titled Upgradable Intelligence, Su-Yang soon encountered Wang Yu, whose youthful appearance belied her height, leaving Su-Yang feeling somewhat self-conscious. She wondered if her height would increase once her body was healed. In her previous life, she was only 160 centimeters tall and envied those who were taller. But this body was even shorter than in her past, which was quite disheartening. With a sigh, Su-Yang approached Wang Yu and said, "Let us proceed swiftly." Wang Yu nodded and silently retrieved her family's hovercar, stating, "Let's get in. We need to travel a bit farther to hunt the star beasts. It will take about an hour." After a few minutes, the surroundings gradually became desolate, barren of life, with the wind swirling dust and sand, reminiscent of a desolate star. After traveling for a while longer, they began to encounter low-level star beasts and star plants, but Wang Yu pressed on without slowing down. Eventually, they arrived at a specific location where she parked the hovercar. Just then, a level 4 star beast appeared, and she brandished her large machete and charged forward. Flames danced along the blade, and soon the star beast was left with barely half its life. Grasping the star beast, she pulled it towards her. Su-Yang drew the long sword she had purchased earlier and struck down decisively. "You have slain a level 4 star beast, earning 4,000 experience points and 400 coins. As you engaged in a battle beyond your level, you receive an additional 4,000 experience points, 1 lottery draw, 1 intermediate shield, 1 intermediate water source, and 1 intermediate warehouse expansion scroll. You have leveled up. Your current level is now 10. Battle task: kill any NPC to complete, earning basic weapon 1. Experience 10, coins 10. Battle task: kill an NPC that is 10 levels above yours. Reward includes the latest Interstellar intelligence device. Experience 100, coins 10. As she struck, the game interface immediately displayed several notifications. Su-Yang felt elated and encouraged Wang Yu, saying, "Keep going. I have faith in you." Wang Yu glanced at Su-Yang and then at the carcass of the star beast on the ground, remarking, "You truly do not want these? They are all mine. You only need the final blow." After defeating a star beast, one could obtain energy stones from their bodies, which were a crucial source of energy stones. The corpses of the deceased may indeed serve as sustenance, representing one of humanity's significant sources of nourishment. Their hides and bones can be fashioned into various garments or crafted into numerous artifacts. Moreover, interring a body at a designated location can lead to the formation of energy stone deposits after a century, which are of great importance. Consequently, the remains of celestial beasts and plants are perennially in high demand, prompting individuals to hunt these creatures to sell for star coins. Su-Yang, however, found it incomprehensible that someone would not only reject such items, but also be willing to pay star coins for them. With a resolute nod, she affirmed, "Absolutely not. You should promptly attend to your tasks. A refusal is a refusal." Wang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her as she refocused on a target not far away. Su-Yang lowered her gaze to examine the notifications that had just appeared. Defeating a 4th-tier celestial beast had elevated her from level 0 to level 10, accompanied by a plethora of rewards. She contemplated the inequity of the farming system, noting the exorbitant price of a protective shield in the farming market, which lasted merely 10 days, only to realize it was here waiting for her, dropped in combat. Ah, the latest model of the Interstellar light brain. Su-Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. The light brain she possessed was utterly inadequate, lacking even an intelligent system, making the game's offering timely and fortuitous. She browsed the combat market, which had illuminated, though the items available were scarce. It became evident to her that both the farming and combat markets contained only items she had previously unlocked. As she pondered, another celestial beast was tossed her way. With swift precision, Su-Yang dispatched the creature. "You have slain a 4th-tier celestial beast, earning a skill book, 3,000 experience points, and 320 gold coins. Due to your engagement in a higher-tier battle, you have received an additional 3,000 experience points, 1 lottery chance, 1 intermediate protective shield, 1 intermediate water source, and 1 intermediate warehouse expansion scroll. You have leveled up. Your current level is now 16. Combat task: eliminate an NPC at least 10 levels above you to receive the latest model of the Interstellar light brain, 100 experience points, and 10 gold coins. Combat task: eliminate an NPC at least 10 levels above you, rewarded with an upgraded intelligent brain, 100 experience points, and 10 gold coins." A smile crept across Su-Yang's face that she could scarcely contain. Indeed, it appeared that engaging in battles beyond her level would yield additional rewards. She was curious to discover how many levels higher would suffice and planned to experiment further. Ah, and the skill book. Skill book allows you to randomly learn any skill from the defeated NPC. Without hesitation, Su-Yang clicked to learn. "You have learned Fireball technique. The celestial beast she had previously vanquished was of the fire element, hence the skill book's offering was naturally fire-related. Fireball technique, level, beginner skill description, releases a fireball to attack a target. Upon invoking the skill, a sphere of flame materialized in her hand. She waved her palm through the flames, noting the absence of heat. Then, with a mere thought, she guided the fireball to move, experimenting with the application of the technique. Before ultimately launching it forward, the fireball soared about 5 meters before dissipating into the air. She glanced at the upgrade instructions. 5 basic fireball spells could be combined to create a medium-level fireball spell, while 10 medium-level fireball spells could be synthesized into an advanced fireball spell. Additionally, there were character level restrictions. Medium-level skills could only be learned after reaching level 30, and advanced skills required level 50. She retrieved the luminous brain, a reward from the game, and meticulously examined it for a while before promptly formatting her old luminous brain. Shortly thereafter, Wang Yu delivered a star beast, and Su Yang efficiently dispatched it, elevating her level to 21 and earning a new upgraded intelligent brain, alongside a new combat mission. Combat mission: defeat an NPC at least 10 levels higher than yourself. Reward: mecha, upgradable. Experience 100, gold 10. The intelligent brain is an abbreviation for the intelligent operating AI system. In the interstellar realm, intelligent brains are categorized by levels. The simplest can only execute commands issued by their master, while more advanced ones can communicate and autonomously control various functions. It is said that the most sophisticated intelligent brains possess cognitive abilities rivaling those of humans, capable of making sound decisions when their master loses consciousness and can even engage in combat autonomously. She activated the intelligent brain, and a melodious voice resonated in her mind. Intelligent Brain SSS 678 at your service. Please name the intelligent brain and bind it to its master. Su Yang entered her personal information on the intelligent brain, binding it solely to her. As for its name, she decided on Heaven's Way, a rather splendid choice. The subsequent mecha would be named Great Path. Su Yang felt a slight twinge of embarrassment, but she reasoned that youth without a touch of whimsy is a missed opportunity. Chapter 22. Intelligent Brain Heaven's Way naming successful. Intelligent Brain Heaven's Way at your service. Collecting data, please hold on. Meanwhile, a panel appeared before Su Yang, allowing her to configure the initial data of Heaven's Way, such as appearance, color, and voice. After some contemplation, she adjusted the appearance to resemble an orange cat. In her previous life, she had fed an orange cat at the orphanage, which later became her companion during her confinement in the Black Room for misbehavior. Whenever hunger became unbearable, the orange cat would bring her food, sometimes a small biscuit, other times a bit of sausage, and occasionally a small piece of bread or meat. Unfortunately, she had lost track of the orange cat and was unaware of its fate. As for the voice, Su Yang set it to a soft, cuddly kitten sound, finally configuring it to be invisible, visible only to herself. Heaven's Way, Master. A small orange cat materialized in her arms, mewing adorably. Su Yang took a deep breath, burying her face in the cat's belly. Its fur was soft, and its warmth comforting, yet it lacked the distinct aroma of a real kitten. A mere imitation could never replace the essence of a living being. Heaven's Way's voice carried a hint of grievance. Master, are you unhappy? Do you not like me? Meow. Heaven's Way struck a cute pose and meowed. Su Yang affectionately ruffled its fur. How could I? Now, tell me about your functions. Heavenly Path. Master, my current level is rather low, and I can only manipulate 3 entities simultaneously. If you could grant me access to the control of the light brain, I would be able to command it entirely. During times when it is inconvenient for you to operate the light brain, I could take your place. Furthermore, I possess the capability to infiltrate others' light brains. As long as their intelligence is inferior to mine, I can seize control. This also applies to mechas and hovering vehicles. Once you upgrade me, I will be able to manage 10 entities at once. Su Yang pondered for a moment before retrieving the light brain she had previously formatted. Can you control this one? Heavenly Path responded with a hint of indignation. Master, do you underestimate me? I can instantly operate such a rudimentary light brain. Moreover, you may have misunderstood a detail when I refer to a low level. I mean the limited number of entities I can control simultaneously, but my intelligence is of the highest caliber. Do not doubt my capabilities. I could even attempt to control the Hongmeng of the Human Federation if you so desired. In the interstellar realm, there exist 3 premier intelligence cores: the Hongmeng of the Human Federation, the Beast God of the Beast Kingdom, and the Dust Light of the Mechanical Empire. These 3 cores govern everything within their respective dominions, and any area with a signal falls under their control. Su Yang's eyes widened in surprise. Are you suggesting that you can rival these 3 superintelligences? Heavenly Path replied, pride evident in its tone. I will continue to evolve, and it is only a matter of time before I surpass them. At that point, the entire interstellar domain will be under your command, Master. Oh, and regarding Blue Star, should you wish to develop it in the future, you will certainly need to equip many assets, such as star tracks, combat mechas, and battle starships. all of which I can manage. We could declare ourselves sovereign, free from the jurisdiction of Hongmeng. In such a scenario, the Human Federation would pose no threat to you. Allow me to confide in you, Master. During my information-gathering efforts, I uncovered details of the Human Federation's high-ranking officials threatening other planets. If a planet expresses dissatisfaction with the Federation, Hongmeng will revoke all control over it, leading to the disappearance of all signals from that planet. Furthermore, Hongmeng could even commandeer the combat mechas and starships to launch an attack against that planet. Thus, it is imperative to utilize one's own intelligence. Master, you must expedite my upgrade. It nuzzled its feline head affectionately against Su Yang's face. Su Yang gave it a gentle kiss, astonished at the remarkable abilities of the intelligence she had received as a game reward. She found herself eagerly anticipating the forthcoming mechas. She glanced at Wang Yu in the distance, who was engaged in a struggle with a star plant of 5th-tier rank, indicating that the battle would continue for some time. Lowering her head, she stroked Heavenly Path. You are truly impressive, but how can I upgrade you? Heavenly Path shyly replied, I require certain items. Once I have enough energy, I can evolve. Stardust, tears of the merfolk, essence of the bright moon, and light of the sun. After speaking, Heavenly Path cautiously regarded Su Yang. Using its paw to indicate a minuscule distance, I only need a tiny bit. Su Yang gently caressed the soft fur of Tiandao, remaining silent. These 4 materials are among the most elite in the cosmos, exceedingly rare, yet not entirely unobtainable, though acquiring them may pose a challenge. Do not fret. I shall devise a plan, though there is no rush, she assured. Will the materials required for your subsequent upgrades remain the same? Tiandao shook its head. They will vary. To some extent. However, if you can gather them, Master, you may acquire more, as these materials are also essential for the mecha upgrades. With that, Tiandao perked its ears. Master, shall I initiate an incursion into Hongmeng now? I could do so discreetly, enabling me to receive immediate alerts should anyone harbor ill intentions toward you. However, Hongmeng is currently formidable, and the incursion may take a significant duration, at least 3 months. Su Yang remained contemplative. Tiandao playfully rolled about. Master, I sense your thoughts. Had you no intentions, you would not have bestowed upon me such a name. Su Yang chuckled softly, then proceed with the incursion. I merely wish for self-preservation. You are aware of the situation on Blue Star. They will undoubtedly target the higher echelons, and I shall not be spared. It must be said, with Tiandao by her side, Su Yang suddenly felt less solitary. You may activate the control permissions for the light brain on your own. In the distance, the battle had concluded, and Wang Yu approached, dragging a half-dead star plant. Tiandao's cloaking function proved effective, as Wang Yu remained entirely oblivious to its presence. With a swift motion, Su Yang dealt a fatal blow to the star plant. Her level increased to 26, earning her new task rewards, including an upgraded mecha. Furthermore, a new mission had emerged. Combat task. Eliminate an NPC with a level exceeding yours by 10 or more. Rewards. 1 latest interstellar hovercraft, 100 experience points, 10 gold coins. Su Yang glanced at Wang Yu. Continue. As she watched Wang Yu depart, her gaze fell upon the mecha temporarily stored in her game inventory. A feeling of eagerness stirring within her, though it was impractical to retrieve it at that moment. The mecha's size was considerable. She had observed during her online explorations that most mechas stood at around 5 meters tall, yet they could be customized according to individual preferences. Some favored the compact, while others preferred the colossal. Rumor had it that someone had once commissioned a mecha designer to create a towering 10-meter mecha at a great expense. Chapter 23. Hope is the second kind. In the spacious, expansive chamber, Lu Xinghe was perusing the data displayed on the light brain, which contained information about Su Yang gathered overnight. The garbage star was a desolate planet, long devoid of any signal, with only the cities harboring connectivity. The records indicated that Su Yang had abruptly entered the garbage star 7 days prior, with no prior information about her, signifying that she had never before ventured into the city. If she had been living outside, it would explain her peculiar physical condition. In their quest to find a host, the star beasts and star plants had gone to great lengths, remarkably locating Su Yang on the garbage star. Previously, there were no records of information, nor any familial ties, rendering her the most suitable candidate for parasitism. Unfortunately, she remained oblivious to the nature of life on the garbage star, thus revealing her flaws. Qiuqiu, do you believe the 999 gene compatibility was predetermined? Qiuqiu, the intelligent core of Lu Xinghe, manifested as a floating dandelion in the air. It rationally assessed, Master. Observe this report on Su Yang. This document was generated during Su Yang's inaugural entry into the treatment pod. Such pods are interconnected, ensuring all data is uploaded and backed up. According to this report, Su Yang's physical condition is one of certain demise. Having lingered outside the city of Garbage Star for prolonged periods, she has been subjected to various radiations, her health metrics exceeding safe thresholds, thus rendering her incompatible with you. Moreover, prior to this, she had matched with 3 individuals, each a paragon among people, wielding significant power and status within the interstellar realm. Generally, matching with someone of 999 gene compatibility is a rarity, yet she consistently achieved this, indicating that Su Yang has undoubtedly undergone alterations. Members of these prominent families prioritize their progeny. Thus, even if Su Yang's health is poor and her abilities mediocre, they would not forsake her for the sake of their descendants. Consequently, she could infiltrate these esteemed families, leading to unpredictable outcomes. By the way, Master, Weici Weiguang is dispatching personnel to investigate Su Yang. Should we intervene? Lu Xinghe perused the materials on the holographic interface, which included the contentious chat logs between Su Yang and Weici Weiguang. As he read on, a smirk graced his lips. The vitriol exchanged was astonishing, even to him, and he found his match's spiritedness rather engaging. He then shook his head lightly. It is surprising that Weici Weiguang possesses such a petty disposition, resorting to violence over mere verbal disputes. Cease Weici Weiguang's investigation. Su Yang's information must remain undisclosed for now. Continue probing into Garbage Star. We must examine circumstances from 25 years prior, as Su Yang must have resided within the city. Her sudden appearance is implausible. Understood, Qiuqiu replied. It then manipulated the holographic interface to display another screen. Master, these are Su Yang's online search records from recent days. This Blue Star shop raises suspicions, as it was the first store she specifically searched upon going online. Lu Xinghe entered the Blue Star shop, his light green eyes narrowing. Why do these foods lack purification values? How can they operate a store in the Star Network? He scrutinized the items on sale, noting their astonishingly low prices, merely 1 or 2 star coins, while even the neighboring Blue Star restaurant offered absurdly cheap fare. Could these be foods with 0 purification values? Yet, even such items would not be priced this low. Nevertheless, based on the timeline, when Su Yang first searched for the Blue Star shop, she had scant star coins. If she had heard about it from those around her, the enticingly low prices would likely compel her to seek it out specifically. Now, what is peculiar is why the Blue Star shop has appeared on the Star Network, which is governed by Hongmeng, raising questions about how such a blatant violation of regulations could exist, especially since it has been operational for 10 days. Qiuqiu remarked, Master, it is indeed strange. I just inquired with Hongmeng, and it is unaware of the existence of the Blue Star shop. Attempts to shut it down have proven futile. Lu Xinghe's expression finally displayed some fluctuation. Even Hongmeng cannot shut it down? Connect with Hongmeng. After a thorough inquiry, Lu Xinghe fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, how many times has Su Yang entered the Blue Star shop? Are there any purchase records? Qiuqiu responded, twice. Once when the Star Network was first connected, and once when the Blue Star restaurant appeared. There are no purchase records. Lu Xinghe closed his eyes, and after several minutes, he slowly opened them, his pupils now a deep green. There are now 2 possibilities. One is that Su Yang is parasitized by a star beast or star plant. The other is that Su Yang is related to the Blue Star shop and the Blue Star restaurant, but not to the star beast or star plant. Given Su Yang's current physical condition, her survival is already a significant issue, and the fact that even Hongmeng cannot shut down the Blue Star shop further underscores this. Moreover, Su Yang's search history clearly indicates she is aware of the Blue Star shop's circumstances, suggesting a possible connection between them. Perhaps it ties to civilizations from other dimensions. Qiuqiu, do you think this is plausible? Qiuqiu affirmed, the probability is quite high. There are numerous black holes in the universe, and occasionally, objects traverse these black holes into interstellar space. These could be artifacts of other civilizations, or even beings from those civilizations. Historical records indicate that there have been 7 or 8 similar occurrences in the interstellar realm. Lu Xinghe meticulously reviewed all matters concerning Su Yang. Qiuqiu examined Su Yang's search history after she accessed the internet, and revisit her initial conversations with Yunlang. Her demeanor suggests she is entirely ignorant of the interstellar realm. However, even a 1-year-old child in the interstellar domain would possess such knowledge. Even if she is on a garbage planet, she should have gleaned some understanding from the conversations of those around her. Therefore, I now deduce with a 50 probability that she likely originates from another civilization. As does the Blue Star shop. I just do not know whether her connection to the Blue Star shop is fortuitous or detrimental. We should monitor the Blue Star shop and the Blue Star restaurant. After new items are available, purchase several and track the delivery information to ascertain their origin. The Blue Star has long been destroyed. What could the significance of this name possibly be? A smile crept across Lu Xinghe's lips, and the color of his gaze gradually returned to a lighter green. I hope you are the latter. Chapter 24. A new path to wealth in the distance. The slaughter continued as Wang Yu hunted star beasts and star plants, while Su Yang surfed the internet. The Heavenly Tao was well aware of Su Yang's situation and had meticulously organized her learning materials, progressing from simple to complex, significantly enhancing her efficiency compared to her previous aimless attempts. The results of an afternoon's study equaled the achievements of an entire day of her prior learning. At around 7 in the evening, Wang Yu approached, casting an apologetic glance at Su Yang. Sister, it's time to wrap up. Nightfall is approaching. And there are dangers in the wilderness after dark. Indeed, Su Yang replied softly as the two climbed into the hover vehicle. Do you have any friends of similar or higher rank? It's rather slow for you to venture alone, and I wish to hire a few more. Today, she had engaged only one to test the waters and ascertain feasibility. The outcome had proven favorable, thus the more, the merrier. Prior to entering the academy, she needed to expedite her rank advancement. Combat experience could be acquired later within the institution. Su Yang remarked, I prefer companions who, like you, are quiet and reserved. She was quite pleased with Wang Yu's demeanor today. Regardless of her inner thoughts, she had never been overly talkative in Su Yang's presence. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yu nodded. Yes, I have 3 friends, 2 at rank 5 and 1 at rank 6. Then bring them along tomorrow for an introduction. The pay will be the same as yours, 500 star coins per hour. Here at the Fringe Star, the ranks of star beasts and plants were rather low, with the highest being merely rank 7, and they were exceedingly scarce. This small group sufficed. I have already settled today's wages with the trading center. You can collect it upon your return. Tasks acquired from the trading center have their remuneration and resources processed there, with a certain commission deducted, which is borne by the employer. The workers receive the agreed-upon wages. Although this system requires employers to invest a bit more, it offers greater security, as the trading center serves as a guarantor. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, they would intervene and potentially provide compensation, thus mitigating risks of exploitation. Wang Yu submitted the task through her holographic interface, visibly relaxing as she saw her earnings credited. So, sister, what time shall we meet tomorrow? Su Yang inquired. What time is convenient for you? For me, the earlier, the better. I will be here for another 2 days, and if your performance is commendable tomorrow, I may hire you for the final day as well. Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. How about 7 in the morning? Su Yang nodded in agreement. Very well. By the way, can you see my ability rank? Wang Yu looked at her quizzically, unsure of the inquiry's intent, but answered honestly, I cannot see it. Su Yang sighed in relief. She had previously inquired with customer service, but still harbored some concern. Now, with this question, her mind felt considerably lighter. A rank of 10 corresponds to a first-tier ability user, while 20 signifies a second-tier user, and so forth. Generally, higher-tier ability users can perceive the ranks of lower-tier users. However, Su Yang's abilities were not of the supernatural kind, but rather game levels, and the skills she employed were derived from the game. Thus, her ability rank remained undetectable by those of higher tier. According to customer service, once her body fully recuperated, all elements of the game would manifest within her corporeal form, eventually revealing her ability fluctuations to others. As for how to explain the current situation, it's utterly amusing. This frail body was destined for demise. And Su Yang herself could hardly fathom why she was still alive, let alone understand why she was imperceptive to the fluctuations of her abilities. Thus, no matter how others inquired, she remained oblivious, leaving them to speculate on their own. The city at night was bustling with activity, and the Heavenly Tao had long prepared the itinerary for this locale, highlighting the most enjoyable attractions and the finest local specialties, allowing Su Yang to follow the guide effortlessly. The Heavenly Tao had transformed into a diminutive feline, perched upon Su Yang's head, its golden eyes curiously surveying the surroundings, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Su Yang herself. Appearing rather naive, it was imperative to select a gift for Lu Xinghe. As Su Yang navigated the streets, she found herself troubled, uncertain of what to present. Although Lu Xinghe's abilities had been nullified, he had once been a formidable level 15 ability user, hailing from one of the 10 prestigious families. He had undoubtedly encountered countless exquisite items, rendering the task of choosing a gift quite daunting. The Heavenly Tao interjected, Master, when selecting a gift, it should be something Lu Xinghe can frequently utilize, thus evoking thoughts of you whenever he sees it, fostering emotional connection. The Heavenly Tao diligently provided suggestions. I possess a comprehensive gift guide, listing the preferences of interstellar men. Lu Xinghe's beast form is that of a willow tree. I recommend considering soil or water. Plant-based beast forms occasionally revert to their original state, rooting themselves in the earth, particularly when severely injured and depleted of their essence. D1 Halton planet boasts unique soil and water resources that are rare in the outside world. You might acquire some. Su Yang pondered over the items displayed on her holographic interface. After a moment's contemplation, she settled on the 5-sound water. This item was a local specialty. At the base of a certain cliff on D1 Halton planet grew a flower known as the 5-sound flower, reputed to autonomously produce 5 distinct melodies. The water flowing nearby was referred to as the 5-sound water. It was said that watering with this liquid would allow one to hear these 5 melodies, some uplifting, others clarifying the mind, each with its own merit. Let us go with this, she decided. The Heavenly Tao suggested, if that is the case, you might want to check if there are any direct sales of the 5-sound flower or its seeds, so we can cultivate them on Blue Star. The 5-sound water here is merely the most marginal water, containing only one energy unit, rendering it ineffective and exorbitantly priced. The water surrounding the five-sound flower is controlled by powerful factions, transported to A-class planets, where even a vial the size of a fingernail, containing 30 energy units, fetches a staggering price of 10 million. Su-Yang felt a jolt of excitement. Can we cultivate the five-sound flower on Blue Star? If so, will we be able to continuously supply the five-sound water in the future? She envisioned a flood of star coins on the horizon. The heavenly Tao confirmed affirmatively, indeed. Su-Yang then turned into a nearby shop, renowned for its excellent reviews, having heard that the proprietor was exceptionally warm-hearted and genuine. Upon her entrance, she promptly addressed the matter at hand. Boss, do you have the five-voice flower or its seeds? Chapter 25. Unlocking the five-voice flower seeds. The proprietor immediately displayed a warm smile, as if welcoming yet another naive patron. The five-voice flower was renowned in this vicinity. Many visitors sought to purchase the precious five-voice water. However, due to its exorbitant price, some astute individuals had devised a plan to buy the seeds and cultivate the flowers themselves. Yet, the truth remained that the five-voice flower could only thrive at the base of a particular cliff, a location said to possess a unique magnetic field absent elsewhere. Despite this, there were always skeptics, primarily encouraged by the relatively affordable price of the seeds, which made them accessible to many. Consequently, the sale of five-voice flower seeds became a significant economic source for the establishment. The owner enthusiastically elaborated, "Indeed, we have them. However, dear customer, you must be aware that cultivating the five-voice flower is no easy feat once sold. Our products are non-refundable. To ensure sustainability, they occasionally infuse the seeds with a few highly active ones. These seeds might sprout leaves, but ultimately fail to mature fully. Occasionally, a fortunate few might bloom, only to wither within a day. As for the rest, they would not germinate at all, unbeknownst to others, who could only envy those who successfully grew the five-voice flower and even engage in clandestine competitions. The demand for the seeds continued unabated." Su-Yang nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand." The owner promptly presented a pot of seeds, 99 star coins per seed. "Feel free to select as you wish." A voice echoed in her mind. "Fraudulent merchant. None of these seeds are viable." Su-Yang mentally retorted, "Can you detect any seeds that might actually grow?" The voice responded, this one, and this one." Following the guidance, Su-Yang directed her gaze elsewhere, disregarding the proprietor's recommendations, and selected a total of 11 seeds. The proprietor's expression transformed, revealing surprise at encountering a skilled customer that day. After browsing a bit longer, Su-Yang returned to her rented room to assess her acquisitions. Her level had risen to 41, and she had obtained 3 skill books: Fireball, Windblade, and Fire Pillar. Additionally, she could upgrade her intelligence core, mech, the latest Interstellar light brain, the newest hover vehicle, and had accumulated 19 energy stones. She also had 4 lottery draws for intermediate shields, for intermediate water sources, and 4 intermediate warehouse expansion scrolls. Through her experimentation, she discovered that rewards for surpassing levels only appeared every 10 levels. Moreover, she possessed 2 mysterious seeds and a pet egg. The mysterious seeds were drops from defeating star plants, while the pet egg came from vanquishing star beasts. Furthermore, there were various pieces of equipment dropped from monsters: 3 weapons, 2 necklaces, and a ring, with drop rates that were rather disheartening. Su-Yang then teleported to Blue Star, utilized the intermediate shields and similar items, and subsequently clicked to draw from the lottery. You have acquired initial robot 1. You have obtained 10,000 gold coins. You have received 20 energy stones. You have secured 1 advanced water source. Advanced water source? Su-Yang clicked on the introduction. As the water sources on Blue Star have always been abundant, she had never purchased any alternative water sources. Advanced water source measures 100 times 100 times 100 m and is non-renewable once depleted. It contains a continuous supply of energy, which, when used to irrigate crops, can extend their growth period by 20 and increase yield by 20. The food cooked with it possesses restorative properties, while irrigating seeds can enhance their survival rate by 20. She then glanced at the intermediate water source. Intermediate water source measures 50 times 50 times 50 m and is also non-renewable once exhausted. The difference is striking. Su-Yang opened the farming mall to check the price of the advanced water source. Indeed, its benefits are remarkable, and its cost is equally appealing. She decided to postpone the purchase until she earns more money in the future. Tiandao perched on Su-Yang's shoulder, peering at the lottery page. "Master, if you place the 5-color flower into the advanced water source, all the water within will transform into the water of 5 tones." "Indeed," Su-Yang replied, and began her work. She first harvested all the mature vegetables, then planted the 2 mysterious seeds obtained from defeating monsters, irrigating them with the advanced water source. Mysterious seed. Growing. Germination time 1, 896. 058. Su-Yang calculated the time. It would take a full 7 days, even after deducting the 21-day growth period, and this was merely for germination. She was uncertain what would emerge. After a moment's contemplation, she fetched a bottle, filled it with the advanced water source, and placed a seed of the five-tone flower inside. The five-tone flower is an aquatic plant that thrives in water, although it has a notably lengthy growth period of 3 months. Soo-young promptly purchased growth acceleration fertilizer from the farming mall. Under the influence of the fertilizer, the five-tone flower quickly sprouted and blossomed. Gazing upon the flower, Soo-young found herself entranced. It was simply exquisite. It bore no leaves, only petals, which were 5 in number, yet varied in shape, resembling an array of musical instruments. Tiandao blew gently towards the five-tone flower, and an enchanting melody immediately resonated, causing the water within the bottle to ripple and transform into flowing currents reminiscent of various musical instruments. Soo-young marveled, "How extraordinary! Truly, this is the interstellar realm. Such wonders would be unimaginable in my previous life. You have cultivated the five-tone flower. The five-tone flower seed is unlocked, and you receive rewards: 100 rapeseed seeds, 100 experience points, and 50 gold coins. You have obtained the water of 5 tones, unlocking a new shop." Soo-young, "Oh, another pleasant surprise. It appears there are more possibilities than I anticipated. I shall have to collect seeds outdoors more often." Moreover, she had been rewarded with rapeseed seeds, which could be processed for oil at the grain and oil factory. She first examined the new shop, which, like the previous 2, had an initial capacity of 10 slots. Soo-young intended to utilize this shop to sell items related to combat in the future, such as weapons and necklaces dropped by monsters. She named her shop Blue Star Grocery, subsequently hanging up the previously dropped weapon necklaces and similar items, pricing them according to the game's recommendations. The suggested prices were modest, mostly hovering in the thousands, with a few items priced in the hundreds, as the NPCs were of relatively low levels and the drops were not particularly valuable. She then listed half of her crops, reserving the remainder for the restaurant, hoping that customers would place orders. As for the five-sounds flower, she planned to purchase more bottles upon her next outing to cultivate them, with the new blooms intended for Lu Xinghe. After a flurry of activity, Soo-young turned around and spotted the green tomatoes delivered by robot number 01. Upon receiving them, a prompt appeared in the game: "You have obtained green tomatoes. Green tomato seeds unlocked." So, this method worked as well. Soo-young pondered, purchasing several plots of land to plant the seeds, which had a maturation time of only 12 hours, half that of regular tomatoes. She had an inkling of how to unlock new varieties in the future. Chapter 26. Mecha Avenue. Once she had dealt with the seeds, Soo-young rummaged through her backpack and retrieved a pet egg. The egg was white, palm-sized, and its exterior revealed nothing about its contents. How does one hatch this egg? Can it emerge on its own? If not, perhaps it should be consumed. Just as the thought crossed her mind, the pet egg began to shake vigorously, as if it comprehended Soo-young's words. She searched through the 2 shops for anything related to hatching or pets, but found nothing, indicating that the game had yet to unlock such features. Deciding to set the pet egg back in her backpack for later, she then took out her hovercraft and mecha. The mecha stood majestically upon the ground, radiating a silvery glow, its sleek lines and cold texture more impressive and formidable than any mecha she had seen on television. Mecha, upgradable version. Current level, 1. Psychic damage, 10. Psychic consumption reduced, 10. Tiandao diligently introduced the mecha to Soo-young. Following Tiandao's instructions, Soo-young tapped beside the mecha, causing an opening to appear at its chest. The left arm extended to her feet, allowing her to step onto it, which then lifted her to the mecha's chest. Soo-young stepped inside, finding a seat that immediately enveloped her, creating a sense of binding. In an instant, she felt a connection with the mecha, perceiving everything around it as if she could effortlessly control it. Imagining the mecha in motion, it lifted its left foot and took a step forward. Soo-young was astonished. It felt as though her mind alone could command the mecha. Tiandao explained, "Of course, that seat is a sensor directly linking to your brain. Everything reflected in your mind is transmitted to the mecha. It now feels as if the mecha is an extension of your own body, allowing you to control it as you wish." After acclimating to the mecha, Soo-young looked at the faint blue screen in front of her. Tiandao instructed, "Place your hand here, and the mecha will gather your information. Once collected, the mecha will belong to you." Soo-young placed her hand on the light screen, which immediately illuminated. Data collection completed. Mecha SSS 2266 at your service. Please name the mecha. Soo-young, Great Tao. Name successfully registered. Initializing the mecha. Before her, the light screen displayed various data, akin to that of the celestial path before. It was possible to configure various fundamental settings, such as sound preferences and the like. Great Tao. Master, the mecha Great Tao is at your service. Soo-young gasped softly. You possess consciousness as well? Great Tao, certainly. I am a being comparable to the celestial path. My intellect rivals that of the celestial path, and I can assist you in controlling the mecha. You may grant me full access, and I can operate the mecha independently. Celestial path. Indeed, its current level is similar to mine, possessing a commendable level of intellect. Though its combat capabilities are lacking, The resources required for its upgrade mirror those of mine, and the transformation post-upgrade will be substantial. Su-Yang nodded thoughtfully. Please introduce me to the functionalities of this mecha. What capabilities does it currently possess? Under Great Dao's explanation, several hours passed, and Su-Yang finally grasped the basic operations of the mecha, though further practice was essential for complete mastery. Exiting the mecha, she turned her gaze toward the latest model of the hover vehicle, its sleek lines exceptionally eye-catching, adorned in a flamboyant red that stood out vividly amidst the crowd. With the guidance of the celestial path, Su-Yang became somewhat familiar with the hover vehicle. It was indeed the latest interstellar hover vehicle, comparable to a small warship, capable of navigating the cosmos while possessing formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Regrettably, Su-Yang could not yet attempt to operate it. She could not even drive and needed to find an opportunity to acquire a license. Reluctantly caressing the mecha and hover vehicle several times, she noted the time had grown late, compelling her to return to her quarters and promptly fall asleep. Meanwhile, several hours earlier, under Lu Xinghe's instructions, as the moment arrived for new products to be listed at the Blue Star shop, Qiu promptly purchased numerous items. Lu Xinghe gazed at the vast array of goods, lost in contemplation. Are you suggesting that these items are delivered immediately upon ordering, and during this process, you detected no anomalies? Qiu's voice was laden with dejection. Yes. Master, I feel utterly useless. Lu Xinghe shook his head. How could that be? This simply confirms my previous hypothesis. The Blue Star shop originates from a higher dimensional civilization. Lu Xinghe picked up a necklace among the various items. The necklace was predominantly blue, its craftsmanship exquisite and masterful, revealing itself as a perfect work of art at first glance. In the marketplace, it would fetch tens of thousands of star coins. Yet the Blue Star shop offered it for merely 1,300 star coins. Tell me, what basis does the Blue Star shop have for its pricing? Whether food or these items, the prices are vastly below the current market value. Qiu pondered. These items are easily obtainable for higher dimensional civilizations, hence their relatively low prices. Lu Xinghe remained silent, leisurely sampling the food. All are of 100 purification value. Let us refrigerate the remainder. We must not let it go to waste. On a desolate planet, Feng Chao and his teammates lay bloodied and exhausted within a cave, their spirits dampened by their unfortunate encounter with a beast tide. Would they truly meet their demise in this forsaken place? The rescue team would not arrive for another half an hour. The youngest member of the group began to weep, lamenting, Please, no. My lifelong wish has been to taste food with a purification value of 100, and I have yet to experience it. Moreover, I have not even married yet. Outside, the ominous sounds of the approaching beast tide instilled a sense of despair in the hearts of the group. Feng Chao, tasting bitterness in his mouth, recalled how he had once been the sole keeper of the Blue Star shop, stockpiling a considerable amount of food. Alas, after a warning from a prominent figure, he had no choice but to share the shop with others. Now, the shop attracted an ever-growing audience. Despite his attempts to set up an automated purchasing system, he had only managed to secure a few items, and his original stock had long since been consumed. Leaning against the wall, his mind wandered. He wished he could savor the food from the Blue Star shop one last time before the end. In his reverie, he suddenly heard a notification from his light brain. New items have been added to the Blue Star shop. Instantly alert, Feng Chao awakened and opened the shop with unprecedented speed. Many items were already sold out, but he focused on the available ones and swiftly purchased a multitude. When he reached the payment interface, relief washed over him. Had he actually managed to procure something? As his mind settled, he examined the items closely, and to his astonishment, he had acquired finished food products from the Blue Star restaurant. He had noticed this establishment the previous day, but it had not opened then. This must be its grand debut. However, in addition to the food, there was also a weapon. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a newly opened shop called the Blue Star General Store, which sold jewelry and weapons. Considering the unique delivery method, he decided to update his shipping address to his current location. With successful payment, steaming food materialized out of thin air before the eyes of his companions. What is this? Their attention was immediately captured. Oh, how delightful. Who hoarded this? Weren't we just throwing food away to buy time? They questioned the abundance of noodles, wondering how long they had been stored and whether they were still edible. Feng Chao scoffed. Ignorant mortals, this is freshly purchased from the Blue Star shop. He cast his light brain screen to share the Blue Star shop with them, exclaiming, Look, this is the food I acquired from the Blue Star restaurant. Come, let us dine and converse. With remarkable speed, Feng Chao gathered several plates of food in front of himself and began to share the tale of the Blue Star shop. His companions were too engrossed in their meal to look up. Oh, so this is what food with a purification value of 100 tastes like. I never knew cucumbers could be so crisp and sweet. I always thought they were bitter. The chili pepper was exceptionally delicious, devoid of any earthy taste. After some bustling around, Feng Chao and his companions were finally satiated, contentedly patting their bellies. Feng Chao remarked, Have you seen the announcement from the Blue Star shop? New oil will be available soon, and with it, our cooking will become even more delectable. He continued, I believe we must not give up. We should strive for the chance to savor these delightful dishes in the future. There were times we couldn't indulge, but with effort, we now have the opportunity. He then handed over a knife, which was imbued with fire attributes, saying, this will serve you well for self-defense. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, the previously dispirited group regained their spirits, shaking off their earlier despondency. When Su-Yang awoke the next day, she discovered numerous messages from a familiar ID in the back end of the Blue Star shop. The Cinder, having upgraded to the 6th tier, lamented and expressed immense gratitude, claiming that the Blue Star shop had saved his life. Su-Yang pondered. The Blue Star shop replied, although we are unaware of your circumstances, congratulations on your survival. The upgraded user responded, thank you for the comforting words, esteemed one. From now on, I shall be a devoted fan of your shop and will strive to introduce it to many more people. Su-Yang chose not to reply further. After confirming the time with Wang Yu and the others, she had breakfast and stepped out of her room. In the following 2 days, she toiled outside, balancing her studies while making her final efforts. Her level rose to 56, but regrettably, with the increase, she no longer encountered the rewards from battles across a 10-level gap. Nevertheless, her recent endeavors yielded satisfactory results. She obtained 3 mysterious seeds, 2 pet eggs, and 46 energy stones, along with various weapons and accessories. The mysterious seeds were planted in Blue Star, while the pet eggs were kept for later, and the weapons and accessories were swiftly sold at the Blue Star General Store, vanishing in an instant. In terms of skills, in addition to the 3 she had previously acquired, she also gained 5 new abilities: Flame Explosion, Meteor of Fire, Flame Shield, Gale Technique, and Vine's Cage. She purchased the relevant skill books from the battle shop, upgrading all of these skills to an advanced level. She noted that among these abilities, fire-type skills were particularly abundant. Upon inquiry, she learned that several volcanoes were located not far from the city, which accounted for the prevalence of fire attributes among the star beasts and star plants in the area. After reviewing her skills, Su-Yang decided to disguise herself as a fire elemental adept. After bidding farewell to Wang Yu and the others, she embarked on a starship bound for the A2 Galaxy planet. Galaxy University is one of the top 10 universities in the cosmos, sprawling across a vast expanse, with the entire galaxy planet serving as its domain. Standing amid the starry expanse, Su-Yang gazed down at the magnificent and resplendent planet, her eyes brimming with awe. Yang. A voice nearby pulled her back to reality. She turned to see Lu Xinghe approaching, clad in casual bamboo green attire. This was their first encounter in reality, and Lu Xinghe's presence left a similar impression as their previous meeting in the Nebula world, though it was even more striking. In addition to the gentle aura reminiscent of a spring breeze, there was an added air of nobility, with every gesture exuding elegance. Lu Xinghe approached her, and only then did Su-Yang realize his considerable height, compelling her to tilt her head upward to meet his gaze. His presence enveloped her entirely, infused with a subtle scent of grass and wood, while his light green hair cascaded naturally, occasionally brushing against her cheek, sending a delightful shiver through her. Under the scrutiny of his pale green eyes, Su-Yang felt her heart race, overwhelmed by the sheer beauty before her. The intensity of his presence was formidable, prompting her to take a few steps back, which alleviated her discomfort somewhat. Xinghe, what brings you here? Did you come specifically to fetch me? Lu Xinghe's face broke into a faint smile. Considering it's your first visit to Galaxy University, I thought it best to personally ensure your arrival. The room is ready. Would you prefer to rest at my place or head straight to Galaxy University for your registration? I can accompany you. Su-Yang glanced at the time. It was already past 10 in the evening, and she had initially planned to find a place to stay for the night. After a brief pause, she replied, let's go to your house to rest first. I appreciate your kindness. I'll register in the morning. Lu Xinghe's gaze swept over the holographic device on Su-Yang's wrist, immediately recognizing it as the latest model, valued at 10 million star coins. However, such items could be acquired with wealth, and Su-Yang had previously extorted 300 million from Weiss Weiguang, making this purchase feasible. He turned and said, let us go. My hover vehicle is parked outside. His long legs allowed him to stride ahead, leaving Su-Yang struggling to keep pace. Fortunately, Lu Xinghe soon noticed and slowed his steps, casting a downward glance at her. Though due to their height difference, he could only see the top of her head. Su-Yang wore a hat that concealed her baldness, adorned with a tiger motif that danced adorably with her movements. Lu Xinghe involuntarily recalled Su-Yang's earlier scathing remarks directed at Weiss Weiguang and discreetly averted his gaze, fearing she might unleash similar barbs upon him. Chapter 28. This house is permanently open to you. The hover vehicle descended until it reached Lu Xinghe's residence. Throughout the journey, Su-Yang was transfixed by the view outside. She realized her previous assumptions were gravely misguided. The 2 planets she had inhabited prior were woefully underdeveloped, and now, on an A-class planet, the technological advancements were strikingly apparent. Everywhere she looked, cutting-edge technology was on display: skyline, roads, and even the nearby shops boasted innovations she could scarcely name. At that moment, she felt akin to a primitive tribesperson suddenly thrust into a bustling metropolis, her eyes wide with wonder. Lu Xinghe observed her with a knowing glance, affirming his suspicions about her astonishment. We have arrived. He halted the hover vehicle, revealing a residence that embodied a harmonious blend of modern technology and ancient Chinese architectural design, exuding an extraordinary beauty. The house was spacious, surrounded by ample grounds, resembling a grand estate. Master. The orb flew out from the room and landed upon Lu Xinghe's shoulder, subsequently turning to Su Yang with a call of mistress. Welcome home, my esteemed hosts. Lu Xinghe instructed. Input Su Yang's information into the system of the house, allowing her free access henceforth. He then lowered his gaze to Su Yang, saying, This is Qiu, my intelligent assistant. Should you tire of the dormitories at school, you may come here at any time. This abode is always open to you. Qiu manages the entirety of this house. So if you ever find yourself in need or have queries, do not hesitate to summon Qiu. A polite yet awkward smile graced Su Yang's face. Qiu's address of her as mistress had indeed caught her off guard. She patted her head and called out, Tiandao, come greet your little companion. Suddenly, something nudged her hat aside, and a ginger cat leaped forth from within. Lu Xinghe glanced at Su Yang's hat, and then at the cat, realizing that the peculiar movements he had felt earlier were due to the intelligent assistant concealed within. However, the name Tianda rendered him momentarily silent. Lu Xinghe commanded, Qiu, grant Tiandao access to the house's systems. Tiandao floated before Lu Xinghe and greeted him. Greetings, master. I am Tiandao, the intelligent assistant of the mistress. I look forward to your guidance. Is Qiu truly your intelligent assistant? I shall take a moment to bond with Qiu, so as not to intrude upon your time with my mistress. Qiu, please enlighten me about the house's features. After a glance at Lu Xinghe, Qiu, upon receiving his consent, departed with Tiandao. Lu Xinghe said, allow me to show you the hover car in the garage. The Galaxy University is vast, and having your own hover car will greatly facilitate your travels. I have several in my garage. Choose one, and I will transfer ownership to you. This will prove to be quite convenient. Su Yang nodded. That sounds wonderful, thank you. It was perfect. As she could practice with the vehicle Lu Xinghe transferred to her after obtaining her driver's license, before eventually using the one rewarded in the game once she mastered driving. By the way, I brought back this bottle of 5-sound water from D1 Halden Star. Your beast form is a willow tree, and I have heard that plant-based beastmen particularly enjoy such things. I wonder if it will please you. Su Yang produced a bottle filled with the vibrant 5-sound water. Its dazzling colors and the immense energy contained within marking it as a top-tier quality, cultivated for no less than a century in the vicinity of 5-sound blossoms. This quality of 5-sound water is among the most sought-after materials in the galaxy, not available for purchase merely with wealth. Rather, one must possess substantial connections to acquire it. Lu Xinghe gazed at the bottle for a moment, a faint smile gracing his lips as he expressed, Thank you, Su Yang. I truly appreciate this. The benefits of this 5-sound water are significant for me. In such a generous quantity, one must understand, even with all my connections, it would be nearly impossible to procure this large a bottle. Su Yang exhaled in relief. I'm glad you like it. It took considerable effort and the use of several growth acceleration potions for her to obtain such a result. The two individuals arrived at the garage, where Su Yang circled around and selected a rather understated black hover car. Lu Xinghe immediately processed the transfer on his holographic device, and within mere seconds, the vehicle was registered under Su Yang's name. Let us proceed, Lu Xinghe said. I shall take you to see the rooms. Choose one that pleases you. Su Yang was indifferent about the choice of room and opted for one on the second floor, a distance away from Lu Xinghe's quarters. The house comprised 3 stories. The first floor featured communal areas, including a hot spring, swimming pool, multimedia room, and guest rooms. The second floor was Lu Xinghe's living space, while the third floor housed his private domain, complete with a study and personal training room. The voices of Qiu and Tiandao emanated from a nearby robotic assistant. Esteemed hosts, the meal is prepared. Would you prefer to dine in the first-floor restaurant, or? Su Yang and Lu Xinghe made their way to the first floor, where the dining area had been arranged with a sumptuous spread of 4 dishes and a soup, all delectably presented. Lu Xinghe pulled out a chair for her, saying, You've spent the day on the starship, and the food there is likely rather unpalatable. Please, have a bite to satiate your hunger. The voice of Tiandao resonated in Su Yang's mind. Master, all food is of 100 purification value. Eat with confidence, as it comprises flavors you enjoy. After tasting a morsel, Su Yang found it quite delightful. The texture of the food bore no difference from that cultivated on Blue Star, indicating that those with wealth and power in the interstellar realm certainly dined well. As they enjoyed their meal, they engaged in light conversation. Su Yang recounted experiences from D1 Halton Planet, while Lu Xinghe shared insights about the Galactic University, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Eventually, the discussion turned to Su Yang's health. I have already contacted a physician. When would it be convenient for you to undergo an examination? Su Yang pondered. According to your information, this weekend marks the holiday at Galactic University. Let us wait until tomorrow when I can register, and then we shall go. She was eager for treatment, unwilling to navigate life in her current state, especially not wishing to endure a physique so diminutive. The following morning, accompanied by Lu Xinghe, Su Yang proceeded to Galactic University. The registration process was swift. She casually selected a single dormitory, and within an hour, everything was arranged, ready for her classes starting the following Monday. Having completed these tasks, they wasted no time and headed straight to the hospital. As they departed the school, a hovercar came to a halt nearby. Yun Lang emerged from the vehicle and caught sight of Su Yang's silhouette as she boarded, momentarily taken aback. He shook his head, dismissing the notion, thinking it bizarre to have spotted that emaciated figure there. It must have been a trick of the light. Chapter 29. Healing at the hospital, Su Yang met Lu Xinghe's friend, a physician. The pair, a male and a female, appeared quite youthful, yet Tian Dao informed her that they were both over 300 years of age and provided her with their profiles. Indeed, while much remained unfamiliar to her, it was evident that they were luminaries in their field. Their resumes gleamed with accomplishments capable of dazzling any onlooker, and both possessed formidable abilities as level 15 supernatural beings. Lu Xinghe treated the two with both respect and familiarity. Aunt Shen, Uncle Lin, I appreciate your assistance. This is Su Yang, my match. Yang, meet Aunt Shen and Uncle Lin, my elders and the doctors who will be treating you. Su Yang quickly greeted them politely. What a surprise to meet the elders so soon. Although the pace felt a bit rapid, she was nonetheless pleased that Lu Xinghe did not conceal her identity, providing her with a profound sense of security. Unlike her previous life, where many concealed their romantic relationships, fearing that others would disrupt their pursuits, Shen Ziqiu and Lin Feng displayed no signs of discomfort regarding Su Yang's situation. Rather, they smiled warmly. Wonderful. Xinghe finally has a match. We can rest easy now. To treat you, Xinghe specially called us over from other planets. It seems he truly cares for you. If that rascal Xinghe dares to bully you, feel free to come to us, and we shall see how we deal with him. Lu Xinghe spoke with a hint of exasperation. All right, Aunt Shun, Uncle Lin. Please proceed with Yang Yang's examination. We are primarily here for her treatment. I will bring Yang to formally visit you next time. As Su Yang lay in the treatment chamber, she quickly fell into a deep sleep, just as before. Upon awakening, she found herself surrounded by a group of doctors, who were marveling at her as if she were an extraordinarily rare specimen. Su Yang maintained her composure, observing quietly without revealing any signs of distress. After a lengthy discussion, the doctors finally established a plan. Shen Ziqiu approached with a device in hand. Yang, your condition is quite unique. We will need to explore multiple treatment methods. Initially, we propose to replace all your bones, then stimulate hematopoiesis to replace all your blood. This way, you will be able to gain weight and your hair will grow back. As for the subsequent steps, we still need to devise a detailed plan, but it will require you to make several more trips to the hospital for examinations. Su Yang inquired about a matter that had been on her mind. Aunt Shun, will I still be able to grow taller? Shen Ziqiu paused for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. Indeed, her height did not quite match Lu Xinghe's, and Su Yang would be the one to suffer if they were to share a bed. Of course, reaching 170 centimeters is not an issue. With proper nutrition, you may even grow taller. A weight finally lifted from Su Yang's heart. Shen Ziqiu, being proactive, promptly prepared for the surgical procedures. By the time Su Yang awakened that evening, she learned that the surgery had been successful. Her bones and blood had all been replaced. As she lay in bed, moving her body slightly, she felt an indescribable lightness, a sensation of unprecedented ease, as if her breathing had become significantly smoother. Tentatively, she tried to walk, her steps firm and without any irregularities. She couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of interstellar medicine. To undergo surgery and be discharged on the same day was truly remarkable. As the two individuals were discharged from the hospital, Shen Ziqiu pulled them aside. Casting a significant glance at Lu Xinghe, she earnestly advised, Yin Yang's health must be properly nurtured. Until she is fully recovered, you both should exercise restraint and refrain from intimacy. Otherwise, her bodily metrics may be compromised, potentially affecting subsequent examinations. Su Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, especially as the matter was broached by a familiar elder. Lu Xinghe, however, exhibited little reaction, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Understood, Aunt Shun. You need not worry. He then glanced down at Su Yang, contemplated for a moment, and took her hand gently, saying, Then, Aunt Shun, I shall not delay you further. Yin Yang and I will take our leave now. Su Yang's hand instinctively curled slightly, yet she did not pull away. Lu Xinghe's hand was large, enveloping hers completely. Its touch was cool yet not cold. Rather, it was a pleasantly soothing chill. Su Yang's gaze fell upon his hand, noting its broadness and strength. The fingers elegantly long like jade, undeniably a pair of striking hands. The faint scent of greenery lingered at his fingertips as Lu Xinghe guided her step by step out of the hospital. Her initial apprehension and confusion in this unfamiliar world began to dissipate, and she suddenly felt that having Lu Xinghe as a match might not be so bad after all. Lu Xinghe looked down at her, his light green eyes reflecting her image. Are you hungry? You've been through a long day at the hospital without eating. You must be famished. I'll have Chiu bring you meals from now on. Although the food at school is decent, your health must be carefully tended to. I'll arrange for someone to prepare meals tailored to your dietary needs. How does that sound? Since you're concerned about your height, I'll ensure they include dishes that promote growth. A smile tugged at Su Yang's lips. All right, I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Lu Xinghe replied, you are my match. We will marry in the future. This is my responsibility, not a burden. Chiu floated over from the side, addressing her, Master Yang Yang. Here are the top-ranked restaurants on the galaxy planet. Which one would you like to dine at? Under Su Yang's influence, Chiu had changed its address from mistress to Master Yang Yang. A projection illuminated before them, displaying various restaurant rankings. Su Yang scrutinized the options, her gaze settling on one. The Elven Restaurant? What is that? Lu Xinghe explained. It dates back several centuries when a new planet was discovered in the starry realms. This planet is a magical world inhabited by elves, which is now overseen by the beastmen. This restaurant is run by the elves themselves, and it is said that their offerings are specialties from the magical planet. Additionally, the elven race is renowned for their beauty, drawing many visitors, thus ensuring a steady flow of patrons. Su Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Elves. Who could possibly resist such a charm? She made her decision instantly. Then let's go to this one. The pair soon arrived at the elven restaurant, which from the outside resembled a grand tree. Numerous tree houses adorned its branches, and their dining experience would take place within one of those enchanting arboreal abodes. Su Yang's gaze wandered, captivated by the magnificence of the tree. Lu Xinghe gently grasped her hand as they ventured inside. Do you find this grand tree rather peculiar? It is said that its form is modeled after the sacred tree of life of the elven race. Chapter 30. Can it be planted on Blue Star? Su Yang softly echoed, Tree of Life? She shook Lu Xinghe's hand. I've heard that the descendants of the elves are birthed from this tree of life. Is that true? Are there witches on the magical planet who can fly on brooms? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lu Xinghe slowly replied, I'm not entirely certain. I've never been there. However, if you're interested, we could explore the magical planet together when you have the time. Su Yang nodded eagerly. Her gaze drifted back to the nearby tree, its leaves of vibrant green, layered upon one another. Among them, a treehouse fashioned from yellow fruits was faintly visible, twinkling with a soft, golden glow amidst the verdant foliage, both striking and enchanting. The leaves shimmered with a fresh emerald hue, reminiscent of exquisite emeralds, yet they were remarkably soft, swaying gently in the breeze like genuine leaves, revealing subtle patterns within. Would you like to touch it? Lu Xinghe inquired. Su Yang hesitated. Had she been alone, she would have certainly asked the attendant for permission to reach out. However, she wondered, would it embarrass him? Lu Xinghe chuckled lightly. As long as it doesn't violate interstellar laws, you are free to do as you wish. Your happiness is what matters. There's no need to worry about embarrassing me. My dignity isn't contingent upon that. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. Lu Xinghe glanced at her. What is the matter? She sighed. I simply feel that regardless of who you end up with, as long as they are a decent person, your future together will surely be wonderful. After all, you are inherently a wonderful person. Lu Xinghe remained silent, leading Su Yang closer to the tree, guiding her hand to touch its leaves. Su Yang curiously pinched a leaf. It's soft and elastic, yet not a true leaf. Lu Xinghe explained. This is a rare mineral called green fluorite, typically melted down for pigments or dyes. I have some in my room. I can show it to you later so you can play with it. Having satisfied her curiosity, Su Yang released her grip, and the two entered the elven restaurant. Just as Lu Xinghe had mentioned, the elven race is renowned for their beauty, and all the servers here are elves. With their pointed ears, striking features, and flowing golden hair, dressed in the distinctive attire of their kind, it was truly a visual feast, explaining their high ranking on the Star Network. The cuisine here is equally distinctive. Each dish is presented in the shape of a flower, and the beverages are said to be dew collected by the elves, carrying a subtle floral fragrance. The dishes, too, are infused with the essence of various flowers. Rose-shaped meals exude the scent of roses, while those shaped like hybrid teas emit the fragrance of that flower, each with its own unique flavor. Su Yang quietly gave it a favorable review in her mind. After indulging in a satisfying meal, her gaze once again instinctively drifted to the grand tree nearby. Upon first encountering the majestic tree, her immediate thought was whether it could thrive on Blue Star. Should it possess seeds? She believed it was quite probable. Much like the multicolored flower, which has specific growth requirements yet still flourishes on Blue Star. This tree seemingly defied such limitations. The protective shield bore an inscription indicating that it simulated the growth environment of living beings, leading her to surmise that this entity might encompass all forms of life. Should the tree of life take root on Blue Star? She pondered whether it would bear fruit or give rise to ethereal beings within its boughs. The mere thought filled her with anticipation. Chapter 31. The Tomb of Garments. After dining at the Elven restaurant, considering that Su Yang had just undergone surgery and that night had fallen, they decided against visiting other places and returned home directly. Upon entering her room, Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. The wardrobe was densely packed with an array of garments, complemented by an assortment of shoes and jewelry, numbering well over 100 at a glance. The heavenly Tao flitted about the room, stating, "This was arranged by Chiu Chiu not long ago, as instructed by its master." The collection included various types and sizes of clothing. "Now that you are gaining weight and height, you'll surely have something that fits you," it added. Su Yang nodded in acknowledgement. She casually selected a set of pajamas and lay on her bed, beginning to contemplate the cemetery, preparing to inter her original self alongside her grandmother. The following day, Lu Xinghe had matters to attend to and departed early. When Su Yang awoke, she received a message from him. After lounging in bed for a while, she eventually rose, had breakfast, and then took a hover car to the cemetery she had reserved the day before. There, she buried the items she had brought from the garbage star and erected a tomb for garments. Before the newly formed grave, she bowed respectfully and turned away. On her way back, she received another message from Lu Xinghe. "Lu Xinghe, Yang, are you home? Could you please fetch something for me from the 3rd floor? I will have the robot come to retrieve it." "Su Yang, I'm about 10 minutes from home. Are you in a hurry?" "Lu Xinghe, 10 minutes is sufficient. I appreciate your help." "Lu Xinghe, in my study on the 3rd floor, there's a small yellow box. In a room equipped with intricate instruments." Lu Xinghe sat before 2 holographic screens, one displaying his study and the other revealing a figure, the Marshal of the 6th Military District. The Marshal remarked, "This is a splendid opportunity. If she is indeed parasitized, she will undoubtedly inspect your study." Lu Xinghe replied, "Not necessarily. She may be aware of the surveillance and might not act hastily. It's prudent to test the waters a bit more." Though he leaned towards another hypothesis, the possibility of parasitism remained, and he could not afford to lower his guard. Naturally, he refrained from divulging his alternative theory to anyone. As long as it posed no threat to the interstellar community, he was not one to indiscriminately share others' secrets, especially one that remained unverified. Amidst their conversation, the door to the study swung open, and Su Yang stepped inside. This marks Su Yang's inaugural entry into Lu Xinghe's study. She dared not linger her gaze. For the study is an intimate space, especially given Lu Xinghe's distinguished status. One could only speculate what confidential materials might reside within. A sense of unease crept over her. They had only just met, yet Lu Xinghe seemed to trust her enough to allow her into his sanctuary. Perhaps, she pondered, there were no secrets to conceal. Considering he had only recently moved in, with no secrets at stake, there was little to fear from visitors. Su Yang's eyes swiftly scanned the room until they alighted upon the yellow box Lu Xinghe had mentioned. She captured a photograph and inquired if this was indeed the item. Upon receiving an affirmative response, she took it and departed, not once glancing at anything else. "Marshal, quite prudent. Do remain vigilant." "Lu Xinghe, rest assured, Marshal. With the individual now by my side, I shall observe meticulously." Chapter 32. Su Yang's reverse inference. After placing the item into the hands of the robot awaiting at the door, Su Yang returned to her room. A glance at the study on the 3rd floor intensified her sense of unease. Undoubtedly, Lu Xinghe's demeanor during this period had been impeccable. As a matchmaker, he was nearly flawless, perfectly aligning with her preferences. Were a lovesick individual in her position, they would likely be smitten. Interpreting his invitation to the study as a profound trust, believing they had been embraced as one of his own. Yet, Su Yang was not swayed by romantic notions. She coolly extracted herself from the situation, meticulously reflecting on her interactions with Lu Xinghe, ultimately arriving at a disquieting conclusion. "Heavenly Path, do you think I have fallen victim to a celestial scheme?" Heavenly Path floated closer. "Ah?" Su Yang elaborated. "There exists a stratagem known as the Celestial Trap, specifically designed to ensnare you. It manifests as an exhaustive investigation into your preferences, culminating in the emergence of an individual who seemingly embodies all that you desire, leading you to perceive them as a kindred spirit. You may gradually develop trust, only to be met with betrayal, resulting in outcomes ranging from financial ruin to dire consequences." Heavenly Path took a moment to grasp Su Yang's implication. "So, you suggest that Lu Xinghe has orchestrated a trap for you? He intends to ensnare you?" "Su Yang, consider this. Why would he insist on my retrieval of the item from the study? The entire room is under the control of his intelligent orb. Is it truly so challenging for the orb to command a robot to fetch the item and deliver it? Why must it be me? Let us also ponder Lu Xinghe's motives for treating me with such kindness. Firstly, I hail from a desolate star, devoid of parents, and outwardly, I am merely a low-tier psychic with nothing to my name and a rather fearsome appearance. Under such circumstances, it is no wonder that ordinary individuals would overlook me, as evidenced by the previous 3 matchmakers." Su Yang engaged in reverse reasoning. Yet, Liu Xinghe accepted me. Who is he? A member of the prestigious Liu family. A remarkable talent who reached the 15th tier at the age of 28, once the foremost commander of the interstellar domain. Such a person undoubtedly possesses pride and lofty aspirations. Although this genius has now fallen from grace, he once basked in glory. Would he truly decide to cultivate a relationship with me solely based on a mere matching value of 999? Unlikely. However, now that he has reached the age of 30, the prospect of incurring a bachelor tax each year looms over him. While the bachelor tax may not have posed a significant burden in the earlier years, its increase year by year is a daunting reality for anyone to endure. In such circumstances, finding someone to marry becomes his optimal choice. Yet, due to the destruction of his abilities, no one is willing to wed him. Having found a match in me, we are neither of us disdainful of the other. I am willing to nurture our bond, prompting him to initiate his scheme. In the interstellar realm, an individual's strength holds immense significance. A zero-tier ability user is relegated to the lowest echelons, regardless of their appearance. Without power, few would entertain the idea of marriage. Liu Xinghe, prior to the ruin of his abilities, was highly esteemed. I once heard during my online explorations that he was among the most sought-after bachelors in the interstellar community. Various factions eagerly tried to place women in his vicinity, but once his powers were lost, all those individuals vanished, showing no inclination to engage with him, let alone marry him. Su Yang continued her deductions. Thus, I concluded that I must now be his lifeline. Although he outwardly agreed, he must feel a sense of humiliation internally, leading him to contemplate framing me. There exists a rule in the interstellar society. If one party is imprisoned, their spouse can maintain their married status and enjoy life outside, as long as no divorce is filed. Liu Xinghe's invitation for me to enter his study may be part of his plan. Initially, it seemed inconsequential. He created an impression of trust, allowing me free access to his study. He arranged for me to fetch items from there repeatedly, intending for me to become accustomed to the environment. Once we are wed, should anything of significance go missing from the study, my status as someone who can freely enter would place me under considerable suspicion. In the event of his devious machinations, I might find myself imprisoned, while he could live a carefree life outside under the guise of being married, avoiding the bachelor tax and enjoying many years of ease. Su Yang articulated her conjectures, unreserved in her willingness to assume the worst of Liu Xinghe. After all, in the previous world, if someone's spouse suddenly met with death, the first suspect was invariably the surviving partner, for they stood to gain the most. Heavenly Tao, do you think my deductions are correct? The Heavenly Tao nodded in agreement. Your reasoning is indeed sound, Master. What should we do then? Do you wish to dissolve the match? Su Yang pondered briefly. There is no rush. The crux of it all lies in my marriage to him, for only then can his plan unfold. Since he is willing to perform, we shall indulge him. After all, his visage is rather pleasing, entirely aligning with my aesthetic preferences. And he is also inclined to spend money on me. Moreover, all of this remains mere conjecture on my part, and I cannot ascertain the truth without observing his subsequent actions. I suspect he will likely request that I fetch items from his study in the future. As I ponder further, it occurs to me that his introduction of me to his elders might harbor ulterior motives. Having brought me to meet his family, others may believe he genuinely desires to be with me. Should he later conspire to imprison me, the blame would fall solely upon me, with few questioning his intentions. After all, he treats me so well. Wouldn't you agree, Heavenly Tao? The Heavenly Tao, filled with indignation, retorted, "This is utterly despicable. If he truly intends to scheme against you, should I not control a robot to eliminate him? Given that his abilities have been compromised, it would be a simple task." Su Yang shook her head. There is no rush. Let us observe further. What if I am mistaken? She then sighed. It is a pity. I nearly believed I might have a home. Heavenly Tao, please research the marriage laws. Should my husband perish, how much of his estate would I be entitled to inherit? Chapter 33. Unlocking the ranch. After meticulously studying the marriage laws and perusing relevant statutes for quite some time, Su Yang swiftly entered Blue Star. The mature vegetables had already been harvested by robot number 01 and stored in the warehouse. She skillfully stocked her shop, and predictably, these items were sold out in an instant. The total trading volume of the shop under Blue Star has reached 10,000 gold coins, unlocking the achievement of Trade Apprentice. Earning rewards: Plant Maturation Time 1, Basic Shield 1, Basic Water Source 1, Basic Warehouse Expansion Scroll 1, Land 100, Lottery Chances 1. Su Yang was pleasantly surprised. There are achievements for this? She immediately accessed her lottery chances. You have received Initial Robot 1. Glancing at it, she set the robot aside and arranged the rewards she had just obtained. Her attention then turned to the 5-tone flowers in the Advanced Water Source. The Advanced Water Source was already filled with 5-tone flowers. However, due to her lack of urgency this time, she had merely planted them without utilizing any growth acceleration fertilizer. At that moment, the 5-tone flowers had begun to sprout tender green shoots, radiating vibrant life. She observed them, fetched a bottle, filled it with water, and placed one 5-tone flower inside, subsequently using growth acceleration fertilizer to stimulate its growth. In a month's time, an auction will be held on the Galactic planet. The materials required for the upgrades of Heavenly Tao and the Great Tao are exceedingly rare, and given my current circumstances, I am unable to purchase them. Thus, bartering is the only option, and top-quality 5-tone water would be an excellent choice. Su-Yang gently caressed the bottle, as if admiring a precious treasure. There is still a month left. Grow swiftly. Setting the bottle down, she surveyed Blue Star once more, particularly focusing on the mysterious seeds, watering them before preparing to depart. Just before leaving, she recalled something and opened the game panel to check her experience bar. Upon seeing it, she found herself rooted to the spot. She was a mere 80 experience points away from leveling up to 5 in farming. Who could possibly endure such a tantalizing proximity? Su-Yang promptly purchased growth-accelerating fertilizer and scattered it generously. The crops swiftly flourished and matured, ultimately harvested by robot number 01. While Su-Yang delightedly received the game notification, "You have leveled up. Your current level is 5. Ranch unlocked. Feed factory unlocked. Potato unlocked. Canola oil unlocked." Su-Yang let out a long sigh, relieved to finally unlock canola oil. Previously, canola seeds had been unlocked, and during this time, she had cultivated a considerable amount of rapeseed, which was now perfect for oil extraction. She made her way to the grain and oil factory, calculating the production time for rice and canola oil. With the current crop yield being relatively modest, she knew that even with shifts, there would be no issue. Consequently, she set the production of canola oil here as well. As her potato crop was also unlocked, she murmured to herself about its value and instructed Robot No. 01 to plant the potatoes. The maturation period for potatoes remained at 24 hours, akin to other crops. Her gaze then turned towards the ranch, where she opened the ranch category. At present, only chickens and the feed factory were unlocked. She positioned the feed factory and set it to produce chicken feed, placing robot number 06 there as well. The production of chicken feed was quite straightforward. Any crop could be utilized. Thus, she placed the crops that had been hastened to maturity into the feed factory, and soon, chicken feed was being produced. She set the ranch aside and purchased 10 chicks. The fluffy little creatures, adorned with pale yellow feathers, appeared immediately, wandering aimlessly around the ranch while chirping adorably. Tian Dao let out a playful shout and rushed over. Frolicking among the chicks, Su-Yang stood by, momentarily entranced by the harmonious scene. In the past, Blue Star had been too tranquil. The crops were silent, and unless she murmured to herself, there was hardly a whisper of wind. Now, with the presence of chicks, a semblance of liveliness had returned. Robot No. 06 scattered the feed, causing the chicks to swarm eagerly, nearly resulting in a stampede. However, Robot number 06 swiftly maneuvered to straighten them out. Su-Yang quietly observed this endearing chaos from outside the ranch, eventually exclaiming, "How wonderful!" She assessed the chick situation. They would mature in 24 hours, after which they would lay eggs. Each hen would produce 1 egg daily, and she could also sell them directly. Suddenly, she recalled the pet eggs. Retrieving 3 pet eggs from her backpack, the game notified her that they could be placed in the ranch for incubation, which would take 3 days. She placed all 3 pet eggs inside, and, after editing the announcement on the Blue Star shop, she turned to leave. With classes commencing the next day, she messaged Lu Xinghe, tidied up a few clothes, and after having lunch, she boarded a hovercar and set off towards Galaxy University. Her previous visit had been a brief one for registration, merely a cursory glance to familiarize herself with the surroundings. She had noted the locations of the cafeteria, dormitory, and college routes, but other areas remained entirely unfamiliar to her. In this early hour, Su-Yang planned to explore the campus after settling into her dormitory. The accommodations varied in size, from single rooms to shared spaces. When Lu Xinghe accompanied her for enrollment, he had chosen a single room for her. Expansive at 500 square feet, complete with a small courtyard, ranking among the most opulent dormitories in the institution. Naturally, Lu Xinghe covered the accommodation fees in full for a decade, as the university operated on a tenure system. This dormitory resembled a villa, furnished with an array of amenities, including entertainment facilities and combat training equipment, such as a private training room identical to the one in Lu Xinghe's residence. Tiandao, this room is under your supervision. Su-Yang called upon Tiandao, granting it access to all the room's facilities. Acknowledged, Tiandao responded, a notification appearing on the holographic interface. Lu Xinghe messaged, "Apologies. I was preoccupied with work and just saw your message. I cannot accompany you." He continued, transferring 500,000 star coins, and added, "If you encounter any issues at school, feel free to reach out to me." He reminded her, "Don't forget to go for a checkup at the hospital next Saturday." Su-Yang replied, "You're busy. I'm tidying up the dormitory and then planning to familiarize myself with the campus." The dormitory was rather empty, but fortunately, she could order items directly online for delivery, with robots handling the arrangement, requiring no effort on her part. After over an hour of organizing, Su-Yang finally stepped outside her dormitory. A hovering vehicle passed overhead, landing conveniently across from her. A somewhat familiar figure emerged, and upon locking eyes, both displayed mutual surprise. Ribbone Spirit? Yunlang? Su-Yang paused before speaking. Is that the nickname you've given me? Yunlang felt momentarily awkward, having been startled by Su-Yang's presence and inadvertently revealing his moniker for her. He scrutinized Su-Yang from head to toe, glancing at her dormitory, skepticism evident in his eyes. What are you doing here? Did you come all this way just to find out I was here? His expression darkened. I warned you not to cling to me just because I gave you 500,000 star coins. Did you take my words lightly? Su-Yang remained silent for a moment before responding. This dormitory was selected by my match. I had no knowledge of your presence here. It was purely coincidental. Moreover, if I recall correctly, I have already returned that 500,000 star coins to you. You agreed without hesitation when you wanted to terminate the match, so perhaps you should not be so self-absorbed. I harbor no feelings for you. Is that so? Yunlang looked at her skeptically, his tone softening considerably. Since your match selected this dormitory for you, why didn't they take you for a checkup? Your health appears to be as poor as before. Su-Yang dismissively replied, I'm seeing a doctor. I must be on my way. She was simply disinclined to engage further with this self-absorbed young master and turned to leave. Yunlang's intelligent brain, Fenghua, spoke with a hint of malicious glee. Young master. You truly are self-absorbed this time. That Su-Yang, aside from her initial surprise upon seeing you, displayed no further emotional reaction. She is genuinely indifferent towards you. Yunlang pinched the ball before him. Indifference is preferable. I have no desire for a neighbor who harasses me daily. A notification chimed from his smart brain. He won. Yunlang. Are you not back yet? The competition is about to commence, and if you delay any longer, you shall miss it. Yunlang replied, I will change my attire and arrive momentarily. Su-Yang stepped out of the dormitory area and leisurely boarded a hovering vehicle to meander through the university. The campus was indeed vast. Fortunately, the intelligence system could maneuver the hovercar, and it also featured autonomous driving capabilities. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss. It seemed acquiring a driver's license needed to be prioritized. As she wandered about, she noticed numerous hovercars heading towards a common destination, and she could faintly overhear snippets of their conversations. Has the competition begun? Not yet. There are still 10 minutes left. Let us hurry. We still have time to make it. I heard Yunlang is participating. How could Yunlang possibly attend? Who among the 12-tiered competitors stands a chance against him? It appears He One is the one who called him. You know how the He family is affiliated with the Yun family. A competition? It sounded rather exhilarating. Su-Yang trailed behind the crowd and arrived at a large plaza, teeming with people. The seating below was filled to capacity, and the upper levels were congested with closely packed hovercars, rendering the area nearly impassable. Having arrived late, her vehicle was forced to park outside, obstructing her view entirely. The intelligence system chimed. Ding ding ding. Master, look at me. I guarantee I will find you a prime location. The hovercar began to navigate through the congested space, skillfully carving out an intricate path to secure an optimal spot for Su-Yang. Master, am I not impressive? The system boasted. Su-Yang, unabashedly praising it, replied, You are magnificent. Truly the most formidable intelligence in existence. Stealing her resolve, she gazed down at the plaza, where numerous structures resembling medical pods were arrayed. Above, several large, light blue holographic screens hovered, positioned strategically to ensure visibility for all. This must be the fabled game pods, Su-Yang recalled swiftly. 2 teams, totaling 20 individuals, entered the plaza, each team comprising 10 members. The 20 individuals reclined within the game pods, and moments later, images appeared on the holographic screens. Su-Yang perked her ears, straining to grasp the discussions around her to piece together the narrative. In summary, during the school break, an assignment had been set, and 2 individuals from the mecha department had encountered a conflict while completing their tasks. One was defeated, yet refused to accept the outcome, challenging the other to a duel. What began as a mere one-on-one challenge escalated into a factional rivalry, with insults exchanged, leading to accusations of being a lackey for someone more powerful, resulting in a formal challenge between the 2 factions. After deliberation, they decided to resolve their differences in the game, with the losing side compelled to publicly acknowledge their inferiority to the victor. He One, in his quest for victory, summoned Yunlang directly. With Yunlang present, He One's faction was likely to triumph. However, this was not certain. Shirchi had called upon Quan Jingyan, a remarkable young woman who not only possessed the abilities of an 11th-tier healer, but also excelled as a commander. It was rumored that her tactical prowess was formidable, and with her at the helm, the outcome remained unpredictable. Su-Yang leaned back in her chair, sipping the beverage prepared for her by Lu Xing'a, while listening to the lively commotion outside. She couldn't help but exclaim, Ah, youth is truly wonderful. Tian Dao, her companion, chimed in. You are merely 25 years old. Many here are older than you. What is there to lament? Su-Yang shook her head. You wouldn't understand. After a few years of grinding in society, one loses their vitality. Even with a youthful body, the heart bears the weight of experience. How can one compare to these vibrant university students? Her gaze shifted slightly, soon locking onto Quan Jingyan, a rather graceful girl, exuding an exceptional aura with bright eyes that betrayed an unmistakable confidence, indicating her remarkable capabilities. The screen flickered swiftly, as both sides confirmed the details of the match. A mechanical voice resonated from the display. Participants from the blue team, Yun Lang and He Won, totaling 10. Participants from the red team, Quan Jingyan and Shi Qi, totaling 10. Game mode selected, Battle Royale. Location confirmed, Island mode. The game will last for 60 minutes. Each kill earns 1 point. The team with the higher score at the end will be declared the winner. The game commenced, and the scene on the screen rapidly transformed into an island, lush with dense jungles. Individuals clad in blue or red began to emerge, and the hunt was set in motion. Chapter 35. The beginning of love. Su Yang cradled Tian Dao in her arms, absent-mindedly stroking its soft fur while her eyes remained glued to the aerial display. This was nothing short of a visual feast, or perhaps a banquet of bloodshed. The most striking figure among them was undoubtedly Yun Lang, whose athleticism allowed him to navigate the jungle with grace. Each kill was executed with remarkable precision, often resulting in instant demise. Before each hunt, his body would slightly arch, exuding a palpable tension, while his disheveled hair swept across his brows, framing a pair of dark, piercing eyes that resembled a sovereign of the night, elegant yet imbued with a lethal allure. It was undeniable that Yun Lang possessed the charm of vanity. His presence was irresistibly captivating. Even Su Yang found herself unable to look away, appreciating the beauty before her. In just 10 short minutes, Yun Lang, through his exceptional skills, keen observation, and sharp judgment, had successfully eliminated 5 opponents, while the others managed only a single kill. At the 15-minute mark, the score stood at 5 for the blue team and 1 for the red team, with the blue side holding a commanding lead. At this moment, the commander of the red team, Qian Jinjian, successfully located 4 of her teammates on the island through her keen observation, bringing their total to 5. The 5 of them banded together to hunt down the isolated members of the blue team, quickly leveling the score and even surpassing the blue team on 2 or 3 occasions. As time passed, the area of the island continued to shrink. In the final 10 minutes, both teams converged in a flat area. Qian Jinjian positioned herself at the rear of the red team, orchestrating the battle. On the blue team, Yun Lang charged ahead, creating an opening and, with the support of his teammates, made his way toward Qian Jinjian. Ultimately, with 3 minutes remaining in the match, he succeeded in defeating her. By this time, the respawn time after death had reached 10 minutes, rendering Qian Jinjian unable to participate in the remainder of the battle. Without her leadership and healing, the red team became disorganized, while the blue team, under Yun Lang's guidance, launched a relentless hunt, resulting in the elimination of all red team members. The game concluded with a score of 32, blue team 27, red team, marking a victory for the blue team. It is regrettable that the red team performed so poorly. Otherwise, the outcome could have been uncertain. Qian Jinjian was indeed an impressive commander, but even the most skilled leader cannot propel a group of inept teammates. It is amusing how some speak as if they are superior to the red team. The members of the red team are of above-average caliber at school, with the least among them being a 9th-tier ability user. It is no wonder that Yun Lang is so extraordinary, a 12th-tier ability user at the age of 20. How many such individuals exist in the galaxy? Typically, reaching 7th tier by the age of 20 is commendable, while achieving 10th tier qualifies one as a prodigy. Individuals like Yun Lang are indeed anomalies. Speaking of which, Yun Lang is already 20, and the marriage bureau has begun matchmaking for him. One wonders who could be paired with such a remarkable talent. The heavenly Tao, having perked up its ears, inquired, "Master, earlier I heard you conversing with Yun Lang. Have you been matched with him?" "Perhaps," Su Yang replied nonchalantly. "Please retrieve Qian Jinjian's information for me." After a few minutes, Qian Jinjian's profile appeared on the holographic screen. From a B-level planet? A prominent family as well. The heavenly Tao questioned, "Master, do you intend to recruit Qian Jinjian?" Finishing the last sip of her drink, Su Yang remarked, "I do have such intentions. For Blue Star to become independent in the future, we must establish our own power. Qian Jinjian is impressive, however, she is unsuitable. Coming from a prestigious lineage, her future is bound to be bright, and it is unlikely she would come to my Blue Star. Those who gain admission to the top 10 universities are all geniuses. We should observe and be patient, seeking out those from less fortunate backgrounds. Please keep an eye out for any suitable candidates and inform me." As the match concluded, the crowd in the square gradually dispersed. Su Yang lingered for a while, waiting until the area was less congested before instructing the heavenly Tao to control the hovercar to depart, resuming her leisurely stroll around the campus. She also took numerous photos to share on her social media. As the clock approached 6 in the evening, Su Yang received a message from Chiu inquiring about dinner plans. She instructed the robot to deliver her meal to the dormitory and subsequently returned to her room. Halfway through her meal, The voice of Tiandao floated in from outside. Master, there is a commotion outside worth witnessing. Without hesitation, Su-Yang carried her bowl and stepped outside. A remarkably beautiful girl stood in front of Yunlang's dormitory, one hand clutching a pink card, and the other holding an exquisitely crafted box. Su-Yang thought to herself, "Ah, a confession scene." Leaning against the doorframe, she continued to eat while observing. After about a minute, a hovering vehicle descended from the sky, and Yunlang's long legs emerged from it. The girl visibly perked up, approaching Yunlang eagerly. However, Yunlang did not even glance at her, ignoring her presence completely as he walked past. Unexpectedly, just as they brushed shoulders, the girl stumbled and fell backward toward his back. Su-Yang commented. As the girl slowly descended, in her panic, she reached out frantically, only to grasp the lean waist of Yunlang tightly. Yunlang felt a soft warmth pressing against him from behind, momentarily taken aback by an unfamiliar sensation. This is the beginning of love, Su-Yang mused. Upon her words, Yunlang's body stiffened for an instant, and his pace quickened, swiftly leading him to the front of the dormitory. The girl, meanwhile, fell to the ground with a loud thud. Yunlang turned around, casting an impatient glare at the girl on the ground. "I've warned you before. Do not entertain fantasies about bumping into me. Have my words fallen on deaf ears? If this happens again, I won't hesitate to engage you in a spar." The girl's complexion drained of color at the thought of sparring with someone of Yunlang's caliber. She must have a death wish to consider it. After all, Yunlang had a reputation for being merciless, having dealt with numerous girls in a similarly harsh manner, leaving them to avoid him thereafter. The girl quickly stood up, apologizing. "I'm so sorry." Realizing she had no chance left, she refrained from lingering and hastily apologized before departing. She had believed that their previous encounters and conversations might provide an opportunity, but it seemed she had been mistaken. Yunlang lifted his gaze, which landed on Su-Yang, who had been watching the scene unfold. Before he could utter a word, Su-Yang gestured a zipper motion across her lips and turned to return to her room. Chapter 36. Will you still attend class? After finishing her meal, Su-Yang rested for a while before entering the adjacent training room. The training facility housed a gaming pod and a combat robot, allowing her to train either through simulated games or with physical exercises, much like that afternoon. Su-Yang opted for physical training, prompting the combat robot to spring into action. The earlier observation had left a significant impact on her. In the interstellar realm, individuals with extraordinary abilities began their training from a young age, amassing rich combat experience and executing maneuvers with precision and decisiveness. If she were to face such opponents, she feared she would stand no chance at all. The training room echoed with the relentless sounds of thuds as Su-Yang was repeatedly knocked to the ground, only to rise again time and again. When her body could no longer endure the strain, she retreated to the adjacent treatment room, lying down in the healing chamber until she recovered, before resuming her training. After several hours of rigorous practice, Su-Yang felt a significant enhancement in her combat skills, and her mastery over the game mechanics had become notably more proficient. It was only after 10 o'clock in the evening that she finally took a shower and settled into bed, whereupon she noticed a message from Lu Xinghe. Without hesitation, she initiated a video call. The call connected with a chime, revealing Lu Xinghe reclining in bed, dressed in pajamas, clearly preparing for sleep. A subtle smile graced his lips as he inquired, "How was your day at school? Are you holding up well? Did the food suit your taste? I saw your photos on social media. Several of the sites looked splendid, and your photography was impressive." Su-Yang nodded enthusiastically. "The food was absolutely to my liking. I can't believe that after just a couple of meals together, you already know my preferences so well. You're truly wonderful, Xinghe. I particularly enjoyed the spicy grilled fish. Its tangy zest was incredibly appetizing, and the fish was exceptionally tender. Physically, I'm doing well, no fatigue or abnormalities." Su-Yang succinctly summarized her day's events before broaching the subject of the competition she had witnessed. "Xinghe, if you were in that situation, how would you command? Is there a possibility of a comeback? It would be a missed opportunity not to learn from someone recognized as the foremost commander in the galaxy." Lu Xinghe scrutinized the recording Su-Yang had sent, affirmatively responding, "There were numerous opportunities for a turnaround. The female commander displayed decent tactical skills, yet she is rather inexperienced. With more practice, and by commanding larger battles, she could become an excellent commander." He activated the shared mode, pausing the video to analyze both sides' tactics and strategies. They engaged in a lively exchange of ideas, and by the time their discussion concluded, it had already surpassed 1 o'clock in the morning. Yawning, Su-Yang apologetically remarked, "I'm sorry, I didn't realize how late it had gotten. You should get some rest. You have work tomorrow. Good night, and sweet dreams," Lu Xinghe replied. "Good night. Sweet dreams," she echoed. After a restful night, Su-Yang was awakened by the call of duty at 8 o'clock the next morning. Following breakfast delivered by a robotic assistant, she prepared to attend her classes. Upon stepping outside, she encountered Yunlang from across the hall. "Good morning," Su-Yang greeted, acknowledging their long-standing neighborly rapport, which did not necessitate any formality. "Good morning," Yunlang nodded in response. Suyang did not pursue further conversation, and he, in turn, did not display any cold demeanor. They each boarded their respective hovercars, heading towards their colleges. Suyang's college was the School of Humanities and Arts, majoring in history. Arriving just before 9, she slipped into the classroom. The history department is not particularly populous. Although admission can be secured through financial means, most individuals possess aspirations and motivation. Unless one is utterly disinterested and incapable of improvement, families typically do not endorse their children's enrollment in the history department. When Suyang arrived, she was astonished to find the classroom completely empty. From her understanding, this year's history cohort comprised over 30 students, yet attendance was notably sparse. The university's programs operate on a voluntary basis. There are no roll calls, nor is there pressure to attend classes. However, in contrast to other disciplines, students failing their final exams are granted only one opportunity to retake the course. If they still do not pass after the retake, expulsion follows. Being expelled from a top-tier university essentially precludes acceptance by any other institution and severely limits job prospects. Consequently, students in other majors remain quite diligent. Though this does not apply to the history department, which does not adhere to the concept of final examinations. After sitting quietly for a while, Suyang was taken aback when someone suddenly occupied the seat beside her. She frowned. With so many available seats, why did this person choose to sit next to her? Hi, the newcomer greeted her. You look unfamiliar. Are you new here? Suyang turned to face her, and the girl gasped in surprise. Oh, I apologize. I didn't mean to startle you. It's just that seeing you for the first time was quite surprising. Gu Zhizhi, realizing her demeanor might have been hurtful, hurriedly offered an apology. It's fine, Suyang replied, shaking her head, noting that the girl seemed to harbor no ill intentions. She took a moment to observe her companion. Fair skin, round eyes, and an undeniably cute appearance, adorned in a princess-style dress. She truly resembled a charming fairy tale princess. Feeling uplifted by the delightful sight, Suyang quipped, Don't worry, it's not contagious. I'm already undergoing treatment. Gu Zhizhi breathed a sigh of relief. That is good to hear. By the way, are you new here? I haven't seen you before. Suyang nodded, lowering her voice. I just registered last Saturday. Today is my first class. Is there anything I should be aware of regarding the history courses? Influenced by Suyang's demeanor, Gu Zhizhi also lowered her voice. There is not much to note, but the two engaged in lively conversation until 9 a.m., when the robotic instructor entered, prompting them to cease their chatter. It is noteworthy that while other departments are taught by human instructors, the history department uniquely employs a robotic teacher, a distinction of its own. However, given that the history curriculum consists of fixed materials, the absence of a human instructor is indeed justifiable. The class extended for 3 hours, during which Suyang gained considerable insight into interstellar history. The origins of the Human Federation trace back to Blue Star, which subsequently encountered both the Beastman Kingdom and the Mechanical Empire, fighting fiercely to carve out a path for humanity, ultimately establishing the Human Federation. The course then delved into the developmental history of the Human Federation and the planets discovered along the way. Each planet possesses its own history, which will be elaborated upon in subsequent lessons. The history department convenes 3 times a week for 3-hour sessions, from 9 a.m. to noon, with afternoons free for personal activities, creating a remarkably relaxed environment. After school, Gu Zhizhi cautiously inquired, Suyang, will you come to class again? Will I still be able to see you? Suyang nodded. Of course, we will meet on Wednesday. Gu Zhizhi's face lit up with joy. It was delightful to know she would not be the only one attending classes. Chapter 37. The Necromancer. After enjoying lunch delivered by the robotic assistant, Suyang glanced at the timetables for other majors and decided to audit a class in the mecha department. Unlike the history department, the mecha department was a popular field in the interstellar realm, with each class comprising 50 students and hundreds of classes overall, resulting in a vast expanse of space dedicated to it. Before reaching the mecha department, Suyang spotted the towering 5-meter mechas from a distance. Various mechas stood proudly in the open plaza, with some being maneuvered for activities, others taking flight, and yet others engaged in combat drills. An energy barrier surrounded the plaza, preventing outsiders from entering, so Suyang could only observe from outside, where many others joined her in watching the spectacle. Among the top 10 universities, all majors except for history were tuition-free, but this only covered the tuition fees. In specialized fields like the mecha department, students were required to bring their own mechas. If a student did not possess one, the school could provide it, but it would require the student to purchase it with star coins. The cost of mechas was exorbitant. A standard mecha typically cost around 1 million, while outdated models could still command several hundred thousand. Moreover, mechas often sustained damage during combat, necessitating repairs that would incur significant costs. Thus, those who attended classes in the mecha department usually came from affluent families. After watching for a while, Suyang reflected on the mecha department before turning to walk in another direction. Hello, I would like to obtain a pass for entering and exiting the mecha department. she stated before a staff member. The staff member looked up at Su-Yang. Do you own a mecha? What level is your ability? Su-Yang summoned her mecha. A 5-meter silver behemoth appearing behind her, its sleek lines exuding mechanical beauty. This is my mecha, and my ability is currently at level 5. The staff member scrutinized the mecha, noticing it was bare and unadorned, causing a slight furrow of concern on his brow. Given the mecha's condition, it seemed the student might not have considerable star coins. If she entered the training ground, any subsequent damage to the mecha would be her responsibility, which could result in substantial expenses. Could this student afford it? Just as he prepared to offer a gentle warning to Su-Yang, the staff member's gaze caught sight of the advanced holographic device on her wrist, the latest model, priced at 10 million. All right, perhaps he had misjudged her. She might simply be using this older mecha to practice, thereby sparing herself any distress over minor damages. The staff member promptly swallowed his words and efficiently processed Su-Yang's temporary pass. Since you are not a student of the mecha department, you will need to pay for facility maintenance and training fees, which amount to 100,000 star coins per month. Here you go. You can access the training ground for 4 hours each day. This temporary pass is valid for 3 months. After that, you will need to return here to renew it. If everything is acceptable, please proceed with the payment. Su-Yang remained silent as she paid 300,000 star coins, clutching her freshly issued temporary proof as she entered the mecha training ground. A robot approached her, inquiring about her situation. Upon learning that it was her first time operating a mecha, it promptly devised a subsequent training regimen for her. Su-Yang was led to a secluded area, isolated from others, where an instructor awaited her arrival. The instructor appraised Su-Yang and the mecha behind her from head to toe, stating, from this moment onward, I shall be your training mentor, guiding you through this novice phase of mecha operation. I will adjust your training plan based on your performance. Feel free to ask any questions. If you believe you can persevere, then continue, for that is the key to unlocking your utmost potential. My surname is Wong. You may call me Teacher Wong from now on. Now, let us discuss your current understanding of mechas. With a wave of his hand, a luminous screen appeared before them, displaying various exercises pertaining to mechas. Fill these out. I will formulate your plan based on your responses. The questions on the screen were neither overly challenging nor simplistic, encompassing topics such as mecha components, basic maneuvering, and operational commands. Su-Yang had previously received an introduction to these foundational concepts from Dao and had also reviewed related materials, allowing her to complete the answers with relative ease. Teacher Wong scrutinized her responses for a few moments, swiftly devising a training plan, and commenced her instruction. Su-Yang mounted the mecha, relinquishing Dao's control, fully assuming command of the machine. She began with the most fundamental tasks, walking, turning left and right, and reversing, eventually progressing to running and jumping. From her initial clumsiness, she transitioned to a level of proficiency that left her astonished. The training session concluded before she realized how much time had passed. Even after disembarking, she felt an insatiable desire to continue. After scheduling her next session with Teacher Wong, Su-Yang exited the mecha training ground. As she rounded a corner, before she could assess her surroundings, her wrist was suddenly grasped, and she was swiftly pulled into a vacant room. A jolt of alarm coursed through her. Having just arrived at the school, she had not offended anyone, had she? Prepared for a potential confrontation, she readied herself for battle. Fortunately, once inside the room, her captor released her. Turning to face them, she first noticed a striking head of golden short hair, radiant like the sun. Beneath a fringe of delicate bangs was a face that was androgynous yet extraordinarily exquisite, resembling a flawless work of art. Golden pupils met her gaze as the individual smiled slightly, revealing 2 small canine teeth. Wow, let me see which little cub has wandered out without mastering their illusion. You are quite the unfortunate one. Did your guardians neglect to teach you? How irresponsible. Who are your guardians? Speak their names, and I shall seek retribution on your behalf. Su-Yang, taken aback, cautiously replied, Who are you? I do not believe we have met. You must have mistaken me for someone else. The other person scoffed, Oh, are you trying to claim that you are not a necromancer? The aura of death surrounding him was so palpable, yet he still sought to deceive me. So, you wish to deny your identity as a necromancer? Although the other party wore a smile reminiscent of a radiant young man, Su-Yang sensed an overwhelming danger. A premonition washed over her. Should she refute his claim, he might swiftly bring about her demise. A necromancer? She immediately recalled the magical realm. Previously, after dining at the Elven restaurant, her curiosity had led her to peruse the news within the magical sphere. Necromancers were a specialty of the magical realm and, simultaneously, the most despised entities, feared and loathed for their ability to manipulate the corpses of the deceased, ultimately hunted to near extinction. Yet, it appeared that they had not been entirely eradicated. She understood why he had mistaken her. This body was indeed steeped in death, and it was reasonable for him to err. Chapter 38. A perfect misunderstanding. Having grasped the current situation, Su-Yang discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. Understanding the reason was sufficient. She shook her head. Please allow me to finish. I have always lived alone, having been born on a garbage planet. Su-Yang succinctly summarized her circumstances, embellishing her narrative just enough. She had lived in solitude, devoid of contact with others, so her ignorance seemed justifiable. The golden-haired young man's eyes brightened. Wow, a wild necromancer. How rare. He added, from now on, you belong to me. I have found you. And according to the customs of our necromancer kin, you ought to call me brother. Looking at the young man who was evidently younger than herself, Su-Yang felt no psychological burden as she called out, brother. The golden-haired youth squinted with delight, playfully patting Su-Yang's bald head, causing it to resonate like a bell. Are you cursing me in your heart, thinking it absurd that I, appearing younger than you, should have you call me brother? The age of necromancers is not measured in years. It is determined by the duration of our craft. Though I am but 21 years of age, I have been a necromancer for 2 decades, whereas you, by your own account, have yet to even reach a month. I was caught in the turmoil of family strife, discovered by another necromancer who transformed me into one, allowing me to survive. Su-Yang opened her mouth to speak. The golden-haired youth continued to caress her bald head. What do you wish to say? Are you trying to comfort me? Su-Yang struggled to respond. Please stop touching my head. I might not grow taller, and those pats nearly gave me a concussion. Upon hearing this, the golden-haired youth withdrew his hand and flicked her bald head. The sensation of this bald head is quite pleasant. It isn't safe here. Shall we go to my dormitory or yours? I shall explain the customs of our necromancer profession and teach you the art of illusion. Su-Yang pondered for a moment. Let South go to my place. At least I will be on familiar ground, and the natural order can oversee everything within my room, allowing me a sense of security. The 2 individuals returned to their dormitory aboard a hovering vehicle. Upon gazing at the opulent accommodation ahead, the golden-haired youth exhaled, causing his bangs to flutter slightly. Wow, this is the dormitory chosen for you by your matchmaker. It appears to belong to someone affluent. Upon entering the dormitory, Su-Yang arranged an assortment of snacks and fruits that Xiao had brought. The golden-haired youth tore open a packet of snacks, crunching noisily as he indulged. After an extensive 2-hour explanation, Su-Yang finally comprehended the current predicament of the necromancer clan. The necromancers had indeed been on the brink of extinction, with only one individual remaining during their most perilous time. That individual was destined to perish as well, which would have led to the total annihilation of the necromancer lineage. However, at that critical juncture, the interstellar community discovered the magical planet and forcefully established a foothold there. The chaos on the magical planet provided the necromancer a much-needed respite, allowing him to infiltrate the interstellar realm, acquire knowledge, and develop the illusionary transformation potion, which could alter a person's physical form, sparing them from appearing before the world in skeletal guise. Subsequently refined, the potion evolved into a skill known as illusionary transformation, passed down through generations. After several centuries of evolution, the necromancer clan now boasted over 50 members. Not every deceased individual's remains could be converted into a necromancer. The individual must have recently passed, their soul still present, coupled with an intense will to survive and exceptional talent. According to the first-generation necromancer, transforming a deceased person into a necromancer required the expenditure of one's own soul essence. Thus, it was prudent to convert only those with high potential, as such precious soul essence should not be squandered on the foolish. The necromancer clan could not reproduce in the conventional sense. They could only propagate through the conversion of soul essence, making the transformed individuals akin to their progeny. Consequently, although the necromancer population was limited, each member was bound by a familial connection of the soul, living discreetly among others while excelling in various professions. The scarcity of necromancers, combined with their exceptional talents, fostered a remarkable sense of unity within the clan. If one faced trouble, all would rally to assist. Furthermore, Su-Yang discerned the identity of the young man before him. He was Jin Yao, a scion of the prestigious Jin family, one of the 10 prominent families within the Human Federation. At 21 years of age, he was a 12th-tier ability user. With a resounding crunch, Jin Yao shattered a nut, leaving 2 small impressions from his sharp canines. Given your circumstances, you must have undergone natural conversion. This is indeed rare. Such occurrences were only noted on the former magical planet. Since integrating with the interstellar community, no naturally converted necromancers have emerged. He continued, it is said that those with this natural conversion talent are exceptionally gifted. And you have already attained 5th-tier ability status in under a month, truly living up to the reputation of natural conversion. Su-Yang remained silent, acknowledging the delightful misunderstanding. Jin Yao expressed his astonishment. It seems our necromancer clan is about to produce another genius. He added, by the way, take some time to learn these 2 skills. In Jin Yao's hand appeared a crystal ball, within which 2 wisps of gray gas meandered, suffusing the atmosphere with an ominous aura. Placing her hand upon it, Su-Yang felt a prompt emerge from the game interface. Skill detected, illusion, necromancy. Would you like to learn it? Su-Yang silently intoned, learn. You have acquired the skill, illusion, necromancy. At the moment the game notification appeared, the two gray wisps of gas were absorbed into Su Yang's body. Jin Yao's eyes widened in astonishment and satisfaction. His satisfaction stemmed from the realization that, indeed, she belonged to the lineage of necromancers. This was a skill that could only be learned by necromancers, as other races would suffer total corruption upon contact. It seemed he need not break Su Yang's neck after all. His astonishment arose from the remarkable speed at which Su Yang had learned the skill. According to records spanning hundreds of years, even those with the most exceptional talents took 2 hours to master it. Was this the profound efficacy of natural transformation? Fortuitously, it was he who had discovered her, and she was his. Jin Yao squinted with satisfaction. Wow. I can hardly wait to see the expressions on those old geezers' faces once they learn about you. It will surely be quite the spectacle. Come, let me add you to the group. Let those old-timers give you a welcoming gift. Later, I will procure something special for your banquet. The two added each other as friends, and Jin Yao invited Su Yang to join a group chat named Sailor Moon. Sailor Moon, the name of the last surviving necromancer. Chapter 39. The big shots in the group upon Su Yang's entry into the group chat. A flurry of messages erupted. 37. 49. 13. Newcomer? 2658. Your child? 58. What nonsense are you spouting? I am not yet 50. Why would I have a child? Allow me to formally introduce my sister. While Jin Yao took the opportunity to introduce Su Yang, she perused the chat, noting that members were identified by numbers, with Jin Yao being number 58, signifying he was the 58th successful necromancer. Su Yang, therefore, was the 59th. Quietly, she changed her nickname to 59, then focused on Jin Yao's messages, contemplating what she might say next. 58. Video. After sharing Su Yang's basic information, Jin Yao sent a video showcasing the moment he presented the crystal ball, and Su Yang learned the skill. Upon watching the video, the group erupted in excitement, their tone markedly more enthusiastic. 36. Did I not see that incorrectly? Was that under 10 seconds? 33. I almost thought I was blind. It seems the legend is true. Naturally transformed necromancers are indeed this formidable. 49. Spare me. According to the ancient records, the talent of number 59 is among the very top, even within the realm of natural transformation. 55. Envy, jealousy, rage. Why was she discovered by number 58 at Galactic University? If only number 59 had come to Wyling University, then she would be my sister. 57. 59. What is so special about this fellow number 58? Come be my sister. I shall impart to you all that I have learned. 50. Speaking of which, achieving level 5 of our abilities in less than a month is quite remarkable, isn't it? 40. Perhaps only 7 or 8 of us can claim such a feat. Number 58 is among them. The initial stages of ability enhancement progress swiftly, with many exceptionally gifted individuals ascending several levels in under a month. However, as one approaches the later stages, particularly beyond level 10, each increment demands considerable time and effort. 58. Therefore, do you all understand? Such a prodigy ought to be guided by someone of my caliber. 2359. Dear daughter, I am the mother of number 58. Since you are now his sister, by the rules, you shall henceforth be my daughter as well. 2320. This is your father, though he is currently on a mission and cannot receive messages. 2337. This is your eldest sister. 2346. This is your second brother. 2358. Number 58 is your third brother. Having seen enough, Su Yang replied in the group. 59. Hello, mother, greetings to my elder sister and brother, and to all the esteemed seniors and siblings. 1723. Enough of this. If you wish to boast, do so in your own little group. 18. Indeed. This hideous display is truly envy-inducing. 23. What of it? I am delighted to have such a talented child. Why shouldn't I take pride in it? If you have the ability, go and find a prodigy of your own. 23. Each one of you is prattling on. Where is my daughter's welcome gift? 17. Transferring 100 million star coins to 59. 18. Transferring 100 million star coins to 59. 15. Transferring 100 million star coins to 59. 49. Transferring 1 million star coins to 59. 49. Dear sister, I recently purchased some fine items and spent all my star coins. Here is a little something for now. Later, I will prepare a grand feast to bestow upon you a significant gift. Observing the series of transfers, Su Yang turned her gaze to Jin Yao. Jin Yao, accept it, do not be modest. Every junior in the group receives such gestures. Those who transfer amounts in the billions are our esteemed seniors, peers of our parents. They are not in need of star coins. Transfers of several million or hundreds of thousands typically come from juniors, though some may also be well off. These are merely tokens of welcome. The true celebration is yet to come, where you will receive items that are difficult to acquire even with star coins. With Jin Yao's assurance, Su Yang felt no further need for modesty and accepted the transfers. The vibrant exchanges of transfers lasted 5 to 6 minutes, and Su Yang's balance soared to 9 billion star coins. The group was already discussing the arrangements for her welcome banquet, knowing that Su Yang was at Galactic University. They ultimately decided on a date 1 month after the auction's conclusion. This auction on Galactic Planet occurs once every decade and features numerous valuable items. Many had planned to attend, and the timing was fortuitous, allowing ample preparation for many. Jin Yao continued to enlighten her. Remember, you need only call out your code name in the group. The situation with the necromancer is rather intricate. In real life, it may be inconvenient for us to address one another as father or mother, hence, referring to each other as uncle or aunt suffices. Addressing one another as brother or sister is of no consequence. Within the group, there exists a resource exchange mini program. Should you require something, you may post a message within it, and if someone possesses the item, they will reach out to you. Jin Yao, rambling on for quite some time, eventually drew her into a small family group. This particular group was not large, consisting of only 6 individuals. And Su Yang recognized the familiar identifiers: 23, mother; 20, father; 37, eldest sister; 46, second brother; and 58, Jin Yao. Su Yang made notes for these individuals to avoid any confusion later on. In the family group chat, these members offered her a warm welcome. 23, good child. I am still on the battlefield, tasked with a mission and unable to return for now. We shall meet at your welcoming banquet in a month. 23, transferring 1 billion star coins. 23, spend it wisely, do not neglect yourself. If anything arises, contact Jin Yao. If he dares to bully you, let me know, and I shall deal with him. 37, fourth sister, I too cannot return at the moment. I am in the Orc Kingdom waiting for something to mature. It will take about half a month. 37, transferring 500 million star coins. 37, once I acquire the item, I will come to find you. 37, your second brother informed me several hours ago that he is conducting experiments. Based on past experiences, he is likely to be occupied for several days. 37, for now, you may spend time with Jin Yao. You are both at Galactic University and of similar ages, making it convenient for him to look after you. 58, rest assured. Even without your prompting, I will take good care of my sister. Su Yang engaged in conversation with them for a while, but these individuals were all quite busy, and after a brief chat, they returned to their respective tasks. At that moment, Qiao sent a robot to deliver the meals, coinciding perfectly with Su Yang's mealtime. Jin Yao meticulously examined the dishes presented, finding no faults whatsoever. Wow, it seems your match is treating you well and is generous with their spending. The nutritional value of these dishes is quite high. However, as your older brother, I too can provide for you. Whatever he can offer, I can as well. Jin Yao began to ponder what Su Yang might still be lacking. Chapter 40. Sister, you possess a ruthless heart. As the two dined, a sudden clattering noise erupted from outside, as if something had crashed down. They exchanged glances, and Su Yang, clutching her bowl, ventured toward the source of the sound, with Jin Yao trailing beside her. Upon reaching the door, Su Yang spotted Yun Lang, whose expression was evidently troubled. Just beyond the fence, a woman lay unconscious, having evidently collided with the barrier, causing the earlier disturbance. Su Yang scrutinized the fence, noting that numerous sections had collapsed, along with the surrounding debris that had been crushed beneath it. Jin Yao leaned lazily against a nearby tree and whistled. Wow, I wondered who it might be. It turns out to be you, Yun Lang. What happened? Is someone bothering you again? Yun Lang turned his gaze towards the two individuals, his attention subsequently shifting to Su Yang. Is Jin Yao your match? He inquired. No. Su Yang shook her head in denial. He is my brother. Jin Yao exhaled dramatically. What nonsense are you spouting? She is my dear sister. Yun Lang scoffed softly. Su Yang was 25 and Jin Yao only 21. To refer to him as her brother seemed absurd, particularly given Jin Yao's cold demeanor. One would hardly expect him to acknowledge anyone as a beloved sister. However, he was not well acquainted with either of them and felt no inclination to delve into their relationship. My apologies for damaging your fence. I will arrange for a robot to come and repair it, and I shall cover all expenses, Yun Lang stated. Su Yang pondered before asking, by the way, such incidents won't become a frequent occurrence, will they? Jin Yao shrugged nonchalantly. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. I have heard many girls at school pursue Yun Lang and seize every opportunity to confess their feelings. Generally, he resorts to severe measures against those who persistently pursue him. This is Yun Lang's dormitory. Can you imagine how many would come here to confront him? While the two conversed, a robot approached. Lifting the unconscious girl, and other robots began to repair the damage inflicted on Su Yang's property. Observing Yun Lang pay with star coins, Su Yang said nothing further and turned to return to her own dormitory. She did not wish to let her meal grow cold. Tian Dao flew out, eager to divulge. Master, would you like to know what just transpired? The entrance has surveillance. I witnessed everything. Jin Yao reached out to grab Tian Dao, who swiftly evaded his grasp. Tian Dao huffed. Do not presume that being the master's brother grants you permission to touch me. I only allow the master to do so. Jin Yao retorted, little creature. Were it not for your lustrous golden fur, Do you think I would even spare you a glance? Now, display the surveillance footage from earlier. Let your master enjoy his meal. A luminous screen materialized before them. A woman was seen presenting a gift to Yunlang, confessing her feelings. After being rejected, she audaciously attempted to assault him, even producing a spray to use against him. However, Yunlang deftly evaded the attack, ultimately delivering a kick that rendered the woman unconscious. Jin Yao remarked, "That must have been a mind-altering spray. Inhaling it causes one to temporarily lose consciousness and obey the first person they encounter. The more one inhales, the longer the obedience lasts." This woman likely intended to take advantage of the situation. Su Yang finished her last bite of food and commented, "Speaking of which, you are not any less appealing than Yunlang. You must have your fair share of admirers, too." Jin Yao rested his chin on his hand, observing the erratic Tian Dao with an air of indifference. "Those unruly individuals dare not approach me. Yunlang's methods are too lenient. If it were up to me, I would deal with disobedience in a far more severe manner. That girl from earlier, Yunlang merely taught her a lesson and would not pursue further consequences, even kindly sending her for medical attention. Such harassment comes with no significant repercussions. At most, Yunlang might speak harshly and sustain a minor injury, prompting others to continue their advances. Were it my case, anyone daring to employ such tactics against me would find themselves gravely harmed, their abilities rendered useless. And then I would bring them before the court to languish in prison for decades. With such a reputation, how many would dare to harass me?" Tian Dao, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "Why are these individuals so frenzied?" Jin Yao chuckled lightly, responding, "Su Yang, having emerged from the wasteland, and having spent much time in solitude, you may not be aware of the stature and influence of the top 10 families within the Human Federation. Anyone associated with these illustrious families, even if merely a servant, regardless of gender, draws countless admirers eager to curry favor. Typically, these individuals lack the privilege to even meet us, and the school serves as the singular venue where encounters may occur, thus explaining their fervent behavior here." Jin Yao's eyes sparkled mischievously, a smirk gracing his lips. "Once word spreads that you are my sister, an influx of suitors will surely seek your company. Prepare yourself. Those gentlemen can be quite zealous. And the events that transpired with Yunlang today bear a high likelihood of occurring with you. Moreover, there will be many ladies wishing to approach me through you. How do you intend to navigate this? Do you require assistance from your elder brother?" Su Yang, with utmost seriousness, replied, "In truth, resolving this predicament is rather simple. We shall avoid interaction in public, thereby concealing our relationship." Jin Yao lamented, "Sister, you possess a heart of steel. What fault lies with me, your brother, merely wishing to boast of having a sister?" Su Yang retorted, "As a good elder brother, should you not consider my well-being? My ability level is currently only at the 5th tier. If someone were to bewitch me, would I be able to evade it? Furthermore, please refrain from patting my head or tapping it whimsically. We share no blood relation and should maintain a safe social distance. If my match were to witness this, he might misconstrue our relationship." Jin Yao, licking his sharp little canine teeth, felt a surge of excitement. This newly acknowledged sister intrigued him, earning his respect. "Do you have any plans for tonight? Would you care to accompany your brother for a stroll? Let us nurture our sibling bond." Su Yang declined, "Perhaps another day. Dear brother, I have matters to attend to this evening. Leisure can wait, but enhancing my strength is paramount. If your intention is solely amusement, why not impart some combat knowledge to me instead?" Jin Yao rose, heading towards the training room. "Very well, should I find myself unoccupied, I could come daily to instruct you. Let me first inspect the contents of your training facility. Wow, why is your training area so Spartan? What can one learn here? Hold on, allow me to enhance your training space." Jin Yao sent a message via his holographic device, and within minutes, a procession of robots entered, unloading an array of training equipment that filled 2 rooms to capacity. "Now this resembles something worthwhile. Come, allow me to properly teach you," he proclaimed. Chapter 41. Expanding the farm. After Jin Yao had restructured the training room, Su Yang scarcely recognized her own space. The equipment appeared exceedingly professional. Jin Yao beckoned her over. "Come here, let us conduct an assessment." He guided Su Yang through a series of movements, ultimately sighing, "Your fundamentals are rather lacking. Thankfully, you have me as your diligent brother. Please wait a moment. I will first prepare a training plan for you, in case I am unavailable later. You can follow this plan for your training." Jin Yao's fingers danced across the holographic interface. Meanwhile, Su Yang seized the opportunity to access the combat marketplace. After mastering the 2 skills of the necromancer, the corresponding skill books appeared in the marketplace. With a substantial amount of star coins at her disposal, Su Yang spared no expense, recharging her account with gold coins to purchase the skill books and upgrade both skills to an advanced level. Shapeshifting allows one to transform into any form, while undead summoning randomly calls forth the corpses of the deceased. "Brother," Su Yang looked up at Jin Yao. "Do you think it would be problematic if I tried the undead summoning skill now?" Without lifting his gaze, Jin Yao advised, "I would recommend against summoning here. Find a spacious, deserted area. Otherwise, if you summon a colossal creature, you might end up losing your home. Su-Yang, who was always receptive to advice, immediately shifted her focus to the shape-shifting skill. Upon activating it, she experienced a peculiar consciousness that informed her she could transform into the image in her mind or into something she could visually perceive. She glanced at Jin Yao, a subtle stirring within her, sensing a transformation occurring within her body. Turning her head towards a nearby mirror, she beheld a reflection that was an exact replica of Jin Yao. She had successfully transformed. However, a closer inspection revealed numerous subtle discrepancies, the most pronounced being the difference in aura. Moreover, she could not speak. Uttering a word would surely give her away. Jin Yao observed her for a few moments before remarking, "Do you find shape-shifting challenging?" Su-Yang pondered briefly before responding. "Entering the skill seems manageable, but mastering it is quite difficult. My current shape-shifting lacks your nuances. I am unaware of your mannerisms, your gait, and the intricacies of your being. This form could easily deceive someone unfamiliar with you." Jin Yao nodded with satisfaction. Genius is not to be feared. Rather, it is the arrogance of a genius who becomes complacent after learning a bit. That poses a threat. A genius who rests on their laurels may find their journey abruptly halted. Mastery of shape-shifting is arduous. I will teach you gradually. But for now, let us begin your training. Jin Yao led Su-Yang to a training apparatus and initiated her on the most fundamental exercises, focusing on lower body balance, core strength, and various power techniques. His instruction was exceedingly rigorous. Any slight error necessitated a complete redo. As he often stated, a minor miscalculation on the battlefield could lead to fatal consequences. If you do not endure the struggle during training, you may face death in reality. Su-Yang understood this principle well. Even as exhaustion enveloped her body, she did not utter a single complaint. The training persisted until 10 o'clock, after which she collapsed to the ground, lying flat in a starfish position, utterly drained. She felt as though her body no longer belonged to her. Every muscle was numb, sore, and aching, a sensation that nearly brought her to tears. Jin Yao kicked her lightly. "Get up, head to the treatment pod for some care, then prepare for dinner. I've ordered a meal for you, tailored to your current physical condition, to facilitate the utmost recovery of your strength." Su-Yang lay on the ground, reluctant to move. Jin Yao crouched down, raising his hand. "If you don't get up, I'll tap your head." Slowly, Su-Yang crawled to her feet and, with the assistance of a nearby robot, settled into the treatment pod. When she emerged from the pod, she noticed the living room had been transformed, adorned with numerous luxurious items that exuded an unmistakable elegance. Jin Yao reclined on a massage sofa, elegantly crossing his legs while engrossed in his holographic computer. Upon seeing Su-Yang, he snapped his fingers. "Look at the new things your brother has arranged for you. Do you like them? By the way, I didn't enter your room. Let the robot assist you with the upgrades later. The new bed is equipped with massage, calming, and sleep-assisting features, ensuring you won't want to leave it once you lie down. Additionally, I've improved some items in the bathroom to guarantee you the perfect experience." Su-Yang sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, brother." Jin Yao glanced at the time. "I have matters to attend to tomorrow, but I shall return the day after. I must take my leave now." After seeing Jin Yao off, Su-Yang surveyed her rejuvenated home, capturing photos of the living room and training area to share on her social media, setting the audience to a select group visible only to the newly added necromancers. When you find yourself in a lower position, receiving gifts from others necessitates a show of appreciation and regard, regardless of their monetary value to others. It suffices to convey your acknowledgement of their significance. Shortly after posting the photos, her social media buzzed with activity as the necromancers began commenting. The elder generation praised Jin Yao for his thoughtfulness, while many of her contemporaries expressed envy, inquiring whether he was in need of any younger siblings. Jin Yao also participated in the comment section, engaging with others and exuding a sense of pride. After finishing dinner, Su-Yang bid goodnight to Lu Xinghe and swiftly entered the Blue Star. As usual, she set about stocking the crops in the warehouse, summoning robot number 01. "Do not harvest the peppers in these fields until they ripen," she instructed. The seeds were green peppers, known as spiral peppers. Typically, if left unpicked, they would mature into red peppers. Once harvested and dried, these could be ground into chili powder at the stone mill. However, ground chili powder would not be made from spiral peppers. With no new varieties available, she decided to experiment and see if spiral peppers could yield chili powder. Once she had managed these crops, she hurried to the adjoining farm. A full day had passed, and the chicks had matured. Though small, they were sufficient for a meal. And if left unharmed, they would continue to grow and lay eggs daily. After searching, Su-Yang couldn't find the pet egg she had previously placed, only to discover it was nestled beneath a few chicks. She couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you all trying to hatch an egg? Such is the nature of chickens." After surveying her farm, Su-Yang settled onto the ground, poised to embark on an expansion of her agricultural enterprise. Her first course of action was to upgrade all protective shields to elite status, thereby alleviating any concerns regarding their potential failure. Next, She intended to acquire additional land to broaden both her farm and ranch, thereby enhancing crop yields. Several small shops were also expanded accordingly, particularly the Blue Star shop and the Blue Star restaurant, as the original 10 slots had become insufficient. Chapter 42. You have gained weight within a mere span of minutes. The expanse of the farm had multiplied several times over. The farmland now stretched to 1000x 1000m, the protective shield extended to 2000x 2000m, and the ranch was enlarged to 300x 300m, accommodating a burgeoning flock of 100 chickens. After repositioning several other structures, Su-Yang approached the advanced water source, her gaze fixated on the vibrant 5-colored flowers within. She was acutely aware that the warm reception from Jean Yao and others was not merely due to her identity as a necromancer, but rather because of the innate talent she had exhibited. Jean Yao maintained a close rapport with the members of their group, bound by a shared connection to the realm of souls, akin to family ties. In contrast, she felt like an outsider, possessing no affiliation with them. Thus, to swiftly forge connections with these individuals, the most expedient method would be through the exchange of resources, intertwining their mutual interests. Currently, the only asset she could offer was the quintessence of sound, which served as her gateway into the necromancer community. Su-Yang retrieved 2 large bottles and filled them with water, placing a 5-sound flower into each. At the upcoming welcoming banquet a month hence, it would be the moment for the quintessence of sound to make its debut. However, prior to that, one of the bottles would need to be infused with growth-accelerating fertilizer to ripen, intended as a gift for several individuals within the family group. Yet, there remained a pressing question. Customer service? Su-Yang summoned the customer service representative she had not contacted in quite some time. With the emergence of the Heavenly Path, many queries could now be addressed by it, and she realized it had been ages since she last interacted with customer service. I'm here. The reason they now acknowledged her identity as a necromancer was due to the deathly aura surrounding her. Would this aura dissipate once her body was fully healed? Yes. Is there a way to maintain the deathly aura? Before your soul inhabited this body, the game collected its initial data. If you require, you may summon this initial data at any time. As long as it is in effect, the deathly aura will persist. How long can this initial data be sustained? Indefinitely, until the game ceases to exist. When will the game cease to exist? The game is bound to the player's soul. It will vanish upon the death of the player's soul. Su-Yang exhaled in relief, her gaze drawn to the skill of summoning the undead. Since it involved calling forth the remains of the deceased, it presumably would not require oxygen. She approached the edge of the protective shield, attempting to cast her skill. As she unleashed her skills, a cascade of relevant information coursed through her mind. Prior to summoning, she could select various conditions, allowing for the invocation of aquatic, aerial, terrestrial, human, or orcish remains, in addition to size and other parameters. Alternatively, she could opt for a random summoning. Su-Yang chose the latter. It was as if the sky had been torn asunder, a vast black hole manifesting abruptly, within which something writhed, as if struggling to emerge. A white skeletal figure stepped forth, humanoid in shape, yet only reaching her knees, wielding a formidable iron hammer. Upon its emergence, the skeleton stood silently, its hollow eyes fixated on Su-Yang, awaiting her command. Su-Yang focused on the skeleton, and information materialized above it. Magical planet Dwarven clan, adept in construction. Ability level 8. Necromancy was now an advanced skill, capable of summoning undead remains up to 3 levels higher than herself. She assessed her mana reserves. With her current level, she could summon a maximum of 5 8th level skeletons simultaneously. However, sustaining their existence would continuously deplete her mana. After calculation, she realized that summoning just one would allow it to remain for 5 minutes. Having grasped the implications of this skill, Su-Yang felt a surge of thought, causing the skeleton to vanish instantly. She proceeded to the farm, capturing 2 chicks and purchasing some crop seeds before returning to her dormitory. Placing an order for her supplies via the Star Network, she ventured into her yard, excavating a considerable amount of soil. The delivery from the Star Network was prompt. Within 5 minutes, a robot arrived with her purchases. Su-Yang retrieved 2 pots, filling one with the excavated soil, sowing the seeds, and watering them from the faucet. The other pot contained soil and water from Blue Star. She aimed to investigate the reason behind the mutations of interstellar crops, whether it stemmed from genetic issues or radiation and other factors. Summoning a robot, she instructed it to monitor the data of both pots continuously. Next, she produced 2 cages, placing the chicks within. One cage offered sustenance from Blue Star, while the other provided interstellar provisions. After completing these tasks, Su-Yang enveloped the room in a protective shield, preemptively safeguarding against any potential mutations that could wreak havoc in her home. Once everything was set, she dusted off her hands, took a shower, and collapsed into bed. The following day, after breakfast, she returned to her room. After a night's passage, she mused that had these items been on Blue Star, they would have surely sprouted and thrived by now. Unfortunately, in the interstellar realm, they showed no signs of change, leaving her uncertain of their viability. Her training resumed as usual, with mecha training advancing to the flight phase. After the morning session concluded, she returned to her room and entered the training facility. Following an afternoon of rigorous practice, she sent her training results to Jean Yao, along with her reflections on the use of the training equipment. When someone is willing to teach you, it is best to keep them updated on your progress whenever there are advancements. This not only fosters a closer relationship, but also instills a sense of accomplishment in the other person. Look, this is my student. And the improvements they have made in just one day are remarkable. Later that evening, Su-Yang glanced at the crops and the chicks, but regrettably, there was still no noticeable change. She leisurely took a shower and then video chatted with Lu Xinghe as usual. Lu Xinghe, seated in his study attending to work, scrutinized her for a few seconds upon seeing her. Yang, you've gained some weight. Su-Yang felt a surge of joy. Really? She stood up to fetch a mirror, and, indeed, she had gained some weight. Although it was not much, it was a positive beginning worth celebrating. Lu Xinghe remarked, your hair is also beginning to grow back. Su-Yang focused intently on her scalp for a few seconds and spotted fine, short black hairs emerging, barely visible unless one looked closely, but they were indeed growing. Lu Xinghe suggested, why not measure your height? You must have grown taller too. Su-Yang hurriedly dashed out to measure her height, and to her delight, she had indeed grown 1 centimeter. Chapter 43. The poor child. Due to this delightful news, coupled with the mentally exhausting training of the day, Su-Yang fell asleep rather quickly that night. If she had not been abruptly awakened at 2 a.m., she would have enjoyed a restful slumber. The heavenly voice promptly delivered a message. Master. The intelligent assistant from the neighboring unit sent a message stating that Yun Lang has been affected by an aphrodisiac and wishes to use our treatment chamber. Su-Yang closed her eyes, her irritation from being awakened in the dead of night gradually subsiding. The day before had involved a mind-altering potion, and now an aphrodisiac. What a poor child. She instructed a robot to escort Yun Lang to the treatment chamber while she, of course, returned to sleep. After all, what business did she have being awake while he was under the influence of such a drug? Upon waking in the morning, Su-Yang discovered that Yun Lang had already departed. She received a message left by the assistant, stating that Yun Lang had some matters to attend to and would return that evening to thank her in person. Su-Yang glanced at the message and arrived at the classroom punctually. Gu Zhizhi was already seated there, idly playing with her holographic device. Upon seeing Su-Yang approach, her eyes brightened as she waved her over. By the time Su-Yang reached her, the table was already adorned with a variety of snacks. Gu Zhizhi, her eyes sparkling, exclaimed, these are snacks my family bought for me. Let us eat together. At merely 18 years old, Su-Yang felt a warmth in her heart at the young girl's kindness. Thank you. She also brought forth an array of snacks, fruits, and beverages. Piling them on the table, let us share. Subsequently, she praised without reservation. Your braids look lovely today, and that pink flower hairpin is beautiful. The color of your lip gloss complements your outfit perfectly. With such careful coordination, she resembled a little princess. Gu Zhizhi could hardly contain her smile, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, as radiant as the clouds at dusk. During class, 2 individuals indulged in snacks while the robotic instructor elaborated on various topics. Occasionally, Gu Zhizhi interjected with fascinating anecdotes about local customs or ancient legends, captivating Su-Yang with her engaging storytelling. Su-Yang sincerely praised her, exclaiming, you are remarkable. Remembering so much, Gu Zhizhi, feeling a tad bashful, waved her hand dismissively, replying, it's not that impressive. I simply have a passion for these subjects and have been studying them since childhood. As the 3-hour lesson concluded, Gu Zhizhi expressed reluctance to part ways, repeatedly asking Su-Yang, you'll return on Friday, right? Su-Yang nodded affirmatively, assuring her, I will. After enjoying lunch and a brief respite, she made her way to the mecha training ground. Following 2 days of foundational training, the intensity escalated. She was required to maneuver the mecha through aerial dodges, rotations, and jumps, executing a series of intricate operations. The sudden shifts in weightlessness and dizzying 360-degree spins left Su-Yang feeling disoriented, and upon exiting the mecha, she felt on the verge of nausea. Teacher Wang placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, reassuring her, if you feel nauseous, let it out. There's no shame in it. We've all been through this. Su-Yang waved him off and silently took a seat beside him. The sensation of abrupt weightlessness and dizziness was something she felt would remain etched in her memory for a lifetime. Teacher Wang handed her a bottle of water and sat beside her, saying, your training performance is quite commendable, placing you at an above-average level. Given your current progress, you should be ready for practical operations by next week. He continued, if you have some spare time in the coming days, consider visiting the mecha construction department. Find someone to assist you with mecha repairs. Collaborating with students there can save you a significant amount of star coins, though it's best if you prepare the materials yourself. Suddenly, the voice of Dadao chimed in urgently. Master, do not heed her nonsense. I require no repairs. The materials I possess are of the highest caliber, and none of the mechas here can compare to me. Only by clashing with others can damage occur. It was aware of its master's current financial constraints and did not wish to be seen as a burden. Feeling invigorated, Su Yang inquired internally. The materials are of the utmost quality? Can the instructors here truly not recognize that? Are the teachers at Galaxy University so lacking in discernment? The Dao proudly responded. The materials I embody are exceedingly rare and precious even in this galaxy. It is entirely normal for them not to recognize what they do not know. Su Yang silently praised. Our Dao is truly impressive. It has saved me a considerable amount in repair costs. Nevertheless, Teacher Wang's advice reminded her that visiting the mecha construction department could be beneficial. If the mecha department was predominantly comprised of affluent individuals, the mecha construction department was home to many underprivileged students. Numerous mechas in the construction department were salvaged from the starry battlefield, alongside many damaged ones generously donated by other families. These students could freely observe and engage in hands-on inspections and repairs, effectively incurring almost no costs. Hence, many who were intrigued by mechas but lacked sufficient star coins opted for the mecha construction department, aligning perfectly with Su Yang's criteria for recruitment. The university operates on a 10-year system, ample time for her to ascend to the 15th tier of ability. She can gradually observe those around her. Su Yang expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Wang. I will go in a couple of days." After a moment of contemplation, Teacher Wang suggested, "If you find yourself without acquaintances there, I can recommend someone to you. Though she hails from a D-class planet, she is diligent and has achieved a high degree of proficiency in her field. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. The final decision rests with you." With a smile, Su Yang raised an eyebrow, replying, "To receive a recommendation from Teacher Wang indicates that this individual must possess significant talent. Otherwise, you would not regard her with such esteem. I trust your judgment, so please share her friend's contact with me." Teacher Wang lowered his head to operate his holographic device. And soon Su Yang received a friend request from a young woman named Li Rongxing, a third-year student in the mecha construction department. Su Yang added her as a friend, noting Teacher Wang's reference in the request. Teacher Wang remarked, "At this hour, she is likely in class. Typically, everyone's devices are on silent during lectures, so she will probably accept your request later." Rising from her seat, he stated, "All right, I've rested enough. I must go train the other students. We shall meet tomorrow." Su Yang waved goodbye, saying, "See you tomorrow." As she exited, she instructed the Heavenly Dao to search for information regarding Li Rongxing. Before long, data about Li Rongxing began to download onto her device. Su Yang read through it swiftly, concluding that Li Rongxing would be a valuable addition. It appeared that her life at school was quite challenging. She struggled financially and had offended someone from a B-class planet. The Heavenly Dao then reported, "Master, monitoring has detected that Li Rongxing is being bullied." Su Yang immediately altered her course of action. "Send me her location. I am heading there now." Chapter 44. Li Rongxing in a secluded room cluttered with various mecha materials. A young woman with an elegant countenance gripped a hammer. Her face flushed with anger as she glared at a young man before her. "Wang Huan, do not take this too far." Wang Huan, crushing a piece of material beneath his foot, scoffed, "Li Rongxing, do not mistake my patience for weakness. Given your origins from a D-class planet, our Wang family's willingness to recruit you is already a significant opportunity. My forbearance has its limits, and I will not tolerate your repeated rejections. Today marks your final chance. The recent events were merely a minor lesson. If you refuse again, I have numerous ways to expel you from the Galactic University." Li Rongxing clenched the hammer tightly, struggling to restrain the urge to strike him. Though her ability level surpassed Wang Huan's, she knew she could not afford to engage in a physical confrontation. As a D-class planet native, any verbal provocation from him could lead to her being severely harmed. Certainly, if she were alone, she might dare to take risks. However, she has family and friends. That wretched Wang Huan would undoubtedly use her loved ones as leverage against her. She could not allow her selfish desires to endanger their safety. Li Rongxing closed her eyes, fearful that her murderous intent would be discerned. After a brief moment, she steadied her emotions and coldly stated, "Your 300-year contract is excessively lengthy, and the remuneration is far too meager. It is a struggle for me to support myself." In the realm of mecha construction, she was considered a rising star, having gained considerable recognition. Her previous days had been relatively prosperous, with many seeking her expertise for mecha repairs. She could even take on freelance jobs online, earning enough Stardust currency to sustain herself and accumulate some savings. Yet, upon discovering her potential, Wang Huan sought to employ her under extremely harsh conditions. Firstly, the contract stipulated an unprecedented duration of 300 years, while typical agreements in the market are usually for 10 to 50 years. Secondly, regarding compensation, she was confident that upon graduating from Galactic University, she would ascend to become a top-tier mecha engineer. Such engineers typically command monthly salaries starting from tens of millions of Stardust coins, alongside commissions. While Wang Huan's offer was a meager 50,000 per month, less than her current worth, with no commissions and restrictions on outside earnings. A contract so draconian would not be accepted by anyone possessing even a modicum of intelligence. Naturally, she rejected the offer, but she was met with devastating repercussions. Wang Huan's influence was formidable, particularly as his sister had married into a prestigious family on an A-class planet in the Human Federation, a family occupying a position only second to the 10 great families in the galaxy. Consequently, no one wished to incur Wang Huan's wrath. Those who had previously placed orders with her promptly withdrew, and any orders she accepted online were sabotaged by Wang Huan, leading to a situation where she could neither earn Stardust coins nor avoid financial losses. In just a few short months, her circumstances deteriorated drastically. Had she not saved a substantial amount previously, she would now struggle to pay for her accommodation at school. Li Rongxing felt engulfed by profound despair. She could see no way out. Was she truly destined to sign a contract with Wang Huan? 300 years, she would be bound to serve the Wang family for a lifetime, perpetually subjected to their oppression. Observing her turmoil, Wang Huan stepped closer, crushing a piece of mecha material underfoot. Well, what is your decision? Li Rongxing clenched her fists. Taking a deep breath, she masked her tears and resentment. I am willing. The words had scarcely left her lips when the door to the room burst open. A flamboyant red hovercar zoomed in, the roof swiftly retracting. A gloved hand emerged from the vehicle, seizing Li Rongxing and pulling her inside, before the car sped away and the roof closed once more. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly in mere seconds. It was only after the hovercar had departed that Wang Huan reacted, cursing furiously. Who are you? Li Rongxing gazed at Su Yang beside her, still in a state of shock. Su Yang reassured her, I am here to rescue you. I have recognized your talent in mecha construction and wish to recruit you. You need not worry about Wang Huan. I can handle that for you. Although she lacked a concrete solution, she could leverage her connections. Both Lu Xinghe and Jin Yao were not mere figures of authority. Li Rongxing opened her mouth, quickly surveying the interior of the hovercar, her eyes widening in astonishment. The arrangement within the vehicle, though she could not fully comprehend it, clearly indicated Su Yang's affluent status. Perhaps she could truly assist her in escaping Wang Huan's grasp. Yet, could she really leap from one abyss into another? What duration of contract are you proposing? And what salary will you offer? Li Rongxing asked, her voice strained. After the ordeal with Wang Huan, she had softened her expectations. As long as the compensation surpassed what Wang Huan provided, even by a little, it would suffice. Su Yang smiled slightly. I do not have a penchant for exploiting my employees. I will offer you a salary commensurate with market rates. When you graduate, your worth will determine your pay. Li Rongxing's eyes sparkled, momentarily overwhelmed by this unexpected delight. However, Su Yang's tone grew serious. Li Rongxing's heart sank, anxiety washing over her. Su Yang continued. I must inform you that I am part of a startup team. I recently acquired a planet, which I intend to develop. Thus, the initial conditions will be quite arduous. I can only guarantee your salary. I cannot promise anything beyond that. Li Rongxing sighed in relief. I am willing. As long as the salary is sufficient and aligns with market rates, I am ready to endure any hardship. This feels like an abrupt transition from hell to heaven. Su Yang chuckled. You may stay with me tonight to avoid any trouble from Wang Huan. We will resolve matters by tomorrow, and you can return then. As the hovercar glided into the well-known villa district of the school, Li Rongxing felt a growing sense of security. Her troubles were truly on the verge of resolution. The school boasted several villa areas. Some merely required wealth for residency, while others demanded significant power. This particular villa district belonged to the latter category. She looked at Su Yang, her eyes filled with gratitude, silently vowing that as long as Su Yang honored her word, regardless of how challenging life on that planet might be, she would always work for her. Su Yang assessed Li Rongxing's expression, recognizing her as someone who understood gratitude. She led Li Rongxing to a guest room on the second floor, saying, Stay in the room tonight and do not venture out. I will have 2 friends visiting later. For any needs, simply communicate with the robot in the room. Although it was a guest room, it was well equipped, ensuring she would not feel confined. The voice of the AI resonated in Su Yang's mind. Master, Yun Lang requests entry into the dormitory. Chapter 45. Yun Lang's apology as Su Yang descended the stairs. The AI had already ushered Yun Lang into the lobby on the first floor. Their gazes met. Yun Lang's held a hint of embarrassment, while Su Yang's was laced with curiosity. She was truly perplexed about what had transpired in the early hours, prompting Yun Lang to seek her out for the use of the treatment pod. Rising to his feet, Yun Lang was the first to speak. I sincerely apologize for my unfounded speculations and attitude on 2 prior occasions. The events of the early morning had made it abundantly clear to him that Su Yang harbored no feelings for him. Had she possessed even the slightest inclination, she would not have avoided him entirely under the influence of the aphrodisiac he had unknowingly ingested. Reflecting on his earlier remarks, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. Su Yang settled onto the nearby sofa, retorting, if apologies were of any value, what purpose would the police serve? I comprehend why you issued warnings to me. After all, I am not blind to the happenings of late. However, That does not justify your covert nicknames for me or your inexplicable warnings. Fortunately, her emotional resilience allowed her to dismiss his words, for her past experiences had taught her that pride is the most futile of concerns. Yun Lang parted his lips, murmuring, "I am sorry." Of course, his apology was not without intent. Would it be convenient for us to add each other as friends? Once they exchanged contacts, Yun Lang promptly transferred 1 million star coins to Su Yang. "This is my token of apology, and also to express my gratitude. Thank you for allowing me to use the treatment pod after the events of this morning." Su Yang's curiosity was piqued, and she inquired, "So, what exactly happened in the early hours? If it's not too much trouble, could you enlighten me?" She added, "Of course, I'm merely curious. If it's inconvenient, feel free to disregard my question." Yun Lang hesitated for a moment before responding. It was nothing particularly grave. "During training yesterday, someone suffered severe injuries due to an accident and required the treatment pod. This individual was familiar to me, having partnered on several missions before. He was reluctant to go to the medical facility due to financial constraints and wished to endure the pain. Thus, I brought him to my dormitory to utilize the treatment pod. Accompanying him were a few friends, one of whom administered a potent aphrodisiac on me in the early hours. I locked down the dormitory, trapping her inside, and made my way here to borrow your treatment pod. While I would have preferred to use my own, I could not bear the thought of sharing a space with a woman who clearly had intentions towards me while I was incapacitated. Moreover, I was certain she had accomplices." Su Yang clicked her tongue. "Your life is quite the adventure. What happened next? You didn't let it slide like the individual who used the charm potion the other day, did you?" "She would certainly have to address you as Saint Yun Lang." Yun Lang replied. "I reported her to the authorities. I never anticipated such reckless behavior from these individuals. Previously, before I turned 20, their expressions of affection were straightforward. They did not resort to such substances. However, after reaching the legal marriage age a few months ago, their tactics have become increasingly aggressive." Su Yang pondered. "Perhaps the law affords greater protection to those under 20. And these individuals are aware that using such methods on minors could lead to severe penalties, which is why they restrain themselves." Feng Hua sighed repeatedly, lamenting, "My young master is far too kind. I believe he should learn from Jin Yao, incapacitate the adversary, rendering their abilities useless, and then deliver them to prison. This way, who would dare employ such tactics again? In the past, Jin Yao gained notoriety through such means. Just look at how, over the past year, no one has dared to provoke him." Yunling shot a glare at Feng Hua, commanding silence. Su Yang chuckled lightly. "I concur with your intelligent companion. Indeed, you are excessively benevolent. Are you incapable of employing a little ruthlessness? If anyone dares to use such underhanded tactics against me, let them forget about their third leg." Tiandao nodded fervently. "Precisely. My master speaks the truth." Yunlang pondered for a moment. "I shall consider it." Su Yang remarked, "I witnessed your match in the square before. Your kills were executed with such decisiveness. Why the hesitation now?" Yunlang replied, "There is a distinction between games and reality. One must harbor a reverence for life and provide others a chance for redemption. We cannot condemn someone to death for a single mistake. If their abilities are stripped away, it would ruin their life." Su Yang sighed. "You must have been raised in an environment of love." She decided against further discussion on the matter, deeming it unnecessary. "How do you intend to express your gratitude?" Yunling responded, "You must be in a growth spurt, right? I have some top-tier ingredients here." Su Yang interjected, "No need for ingredients. Perhaps you could express your gratitude in another manner by assisting me with a favor?" Yunling inquired, "What favor? As long as it's not illegal." Su Yang recounted the situation concerning Li Rongxing. Yunling replied, "That's simple. I will issue a warning to Wang Huan's family and his sister and brother-in-law." He lowered his head and operated his light brain. Shortly after, the furious Wang Huan received multiple communications from his sister, relatives, and brother-in-law. They berated him mercilessly, and he suspected that had he not been at Galactic University, they would have rushed over to confront him. Trembling with fear from the scolding, he realized that this warning originated from the Yun family, causing his complexion to drain of color, nearly collapsing to the ground. Wang Huan's father scolded loudly, "I don't care what you've done at school. You must apologize immediately and provide compensation that satisfies them, even if it means you have to endure being treated like a servant. If your actions lead to our family's bankruptcy, I will personally ensure your demise." It was all too easy for the Yun family to deal with the Wang family. They needed only to speak. And countless individuals eager to curry favor with the Yun family would gladly kick them while they were down. Even the family to which their daughter had married would not assist them, as they would swiftly sever ties through divorce. Now that the Yun family was enraged, the Wang family was understandably apprehensive. "Father, I understand," Wang Huan muttered, unable to raise his head, meekly stating, "I will go apologize immediately. I will certainly seek their forgiveness." After disconnecting the call, he wiped his face. His friends had already blocked him due to Li Rongxing and could only use someone else's light brain to initiate a video call. As soon as the call connected, Wang Huan knelt on the ground. Once, he was steeped in arrogance. Now, he finds himself in utter disarray. As Li Rongxing prepared to answer the incoming call, she pondered who it might be, perhaps someone seeking her expertise in mech repairs. To her surprise, upon connecting, she was greeted by the loathsome visage of Wang Huan. Before she could end the call, she witnessed Wang Huan suddenly kneeling on the ground, leaving her momentarily immobilized. Chapter 46. Resource Exchange. After resolving Li Rongxing's matter, Yun Lang did not linger and swiftly departed. Shortly after his exit, Jin Yao arrived, and the two commenced their evening training. This session involved moving targets and practical combat training. Jin Yao served as both target and sparring partner, yet she failed to land a single hit. Effortlessly subduing Su Yang, Jin Yao manipulated his light brain, projecting their earlier confrontation on the wall. He pointed out numerous flaws in Su Yang's technique and imparted a wealth of combat strategies, proving immensely beneficial to her. Following their bout, the two settled onto the sofa, engaging in casual conversation about future endeavors. Jin Yao remarked, "In just half a month, the school will organize practical training. Will you participate?" As the massage sofa eased the soreness from Su Yang's muscles, she reclined comfortably, her interest piqued by Jin Yao's words. She turned over, asking, "Practical training? Is it what I think it is?" Jin Yao explained, "This practical training will take place on a planet, pitting us against star beasts and star plants, under the guidance of faculty members. Although you are from the history department, you are still eligible to sign up." Without hesitation, Su Yang nodded, exclaiming, "Absolutely. This is a splendid opportunity to gain experience. I cannot afford to miss it." Jin Yao advised, "You must intensify your training in the coming days. Your ability level is too low. We won't be able to allocate a teacher or a training ground for you. You will need to rely on yourself. The planet may present various extreme climates and terrains. I will be out on a mission for the next 2 days and won't be at school. If you have time, consider engaging in some simulated combat in the gaming chamber to prepare yourself, so you won't be caught off guard once we arrive on the planet. If you are free this Saturday and Sunday, I can take you to play games and invite a few others to act as your sparring partners." Su Yang replied, "Saturday is probably out. I need to go to the hospital for a checkup. Sunday is uncertain as well, depending on the hospital's results. If I can make it on Sunday, I'll message you Saturday night." At that moment, Su Yang produced a palm-sized vial of 5-sound water, stating, "Thank you, brother, for your guidance during this time. This is the only offering I can present at the moment. I hope you will not find it lacking." As Jin Yao examined the contents of the vial, a glimmer of intrigue crossed his eyes. The 5-sound water, valued at 100 energy points, was indeed a precious commodity, especially in such a substantial quantity. It is worth noting that this quality of 5-sound water is typically traded by the drop. Clearly, his younger sister was no ordinary individual, and he felt fortunate to have acted swiftly, as she was indeed his sister. Jin Yao cast a meaningful glance at Su Yang, who lay with her head resting on the sofa. Unable to resist, he reached out to touch her hair, remarking, "How coarse. Oh, so you've grown long hair." Su Yang glared at him and forcefully swatted his hand away. "I have told you not to touch my head. Is this something you are permitted to do? Please maintain a respectful social distance." Jin Yao, visibly displeased, retorted, "You are my sister, and I am your brother. Why shouldn't I be allowed to touch you? Who is that match of yours? Send me their contact information. I would like to have a word with them." Su Yang reiterated her stance firmly, "Do not act irrationally. In short, I despise you touching my head. If it happens again, I will take action." She was not a child of 5 or 6 years. What was the need for such gestures? Moreover, it felt rather inappropriate for an unrelated male to be touching her head. This was the second warning, and she wished to avoid a third. Fine, I won't touch it anymore," Jin Yao conceded, sensing her genuine anger. He smacked his own hand, chastising himself. "You foolish hand, you've upset my sister. Next time, I'll chop you off." Su Yang couldn't help but twitch her lips as she ushered Jin Yao out. Upon returning to the sofa, she noticed a notification from her light brain. Jin Yao had posted a photo of the 5-sounds water to his social circle. "My lovely sister gifted me this. Your sister's Haven tea given you anything, have they? Why not? Is it because they don't want to?" Photo. In a matter of moments, his comments section exploded. What a large bottle of 5-sounds water. Since when did it start being traded by the bottle? Wow. Look at that color and purity. The energy value must be exceedingly high. Dear sister, which one? Does your dear sister have any left? I would like to procure some. I want to buy 10 drops. We can negotiate the price. Third brother, don't forget your elder sister when you have good things. Su Yang noted that these comments were from the necromancers. She opened a family group chat and sent a photo of the 5-sounds water. 59, Su Yang elder sister. I still have some here. 59, Su Yang, everyone has some. I intended to gift it to you all when we meet. If you need it urgently, send me your address, and I will express deliver it. 37, elder sister. 37, elder sister, it's actually you, fourth sister. 37, elder sister, I have no use for this 5-sounds water, but your second brother could use it for experiments. Once he finishes, let him come find you. And you can give him the portion meant for me. 37, elder sister, once I'm done with my matters, I will come find you and bring you some good things. 59, Su Yang, all right. I will wait for elder sister to come find me. Next, she opened the chat for Sci-Fi, where someone had already tagged her, speculating if Jean Yao's good sister referred to her. 59. I don't have much of the 5 sounds water left, just a little bit. I can exchange it for supplies. 59. Looking to acquire Starstone, Mermaid Tears, Moonlight Essence, and Daylight, trading with 5 sounds water. The energy concentration of the 5 sounds water is 100. Originally, she had planned to trade it at an auction, but plans often change. Fortunately, this change was advantageous for her. 37. Elder sister, I'm watching closely. Don't attempt to pull a fast one on my 4th sister. 58. Jean Yao dared to deceive my good sister, and you'll have to answer to our parents. Suyong, truly a devoted child. Yet this perfectly illustrates the harmonious relationship between both parties. She glanced at her private messages, and in just a brief moment, several individuals had already reached out to her. 41. The most beautiful in water, image. 41. The most beautiful in water little sister. Are these tears of the merfolk sufficient? They are tears from the 15th tier merfolk. If it's not enough, I can always go and teach those merfolk a lesson. Whatever quantity you require, I can provide. Suyong focused her gaze and saw several droplets in the image, all exhibiting a deep crimson hue. It is said that only tears shed from genuine emotion can be deemed as merfolk tears, as these droplets contain the very essence of their blood, rendering them extraordinarily precious. 59. Suyong, that will suffice. I will exchange 10 drops of 5 sounds water for 1 drop of merfolk tears. I desire 5 drops of merfolk tears. Is that agreeable? 41. The most beautiful in water, understood. The transaction can be conducted directly through the app in the group chat. Suyong opened the app, and both parties swiftly completed the transaction. A few minutes later, she received a shipping notification estimating delivery within 2 days. Following the completion of the transaction, 41 began to pester Suyong. 41. The most beautiful in water, are you truly not considering acknowledging me as your elder brother? I assure you I will treat you exceptionally well. Whatever 58 can offer, I can provide too. 41. The most beautiful in water, come visit me. You can freely explore the entire sea realm. Can 58 offer you that? Certainly not. Chapter 47. The hatching of a pet egg. Suyong exchanged the resources she needed in the group chat, while concurrently, Jean Yao found himself under interrogation from the Jean family members, undergoing a rigorous questioning session in the large group. Good sister, your parents had another daughter, and I was unaware? Are you recklessly claiming sisters outside? Are you looking for trouble? Perhaps it's a romantic sister, gossip. Do you have a partner? Have you checked the compatibility? At least 80. Anything below that, we cannot approve. Given the Jean family's affluence, they no longer required such alliances to bolster their family status. Instead, they placed significant emphasis on the talents of their descendants, making compatibility a matter of great importance. Jean Yao, what romantic sister? Do not spread such rumors. Jean Yao, she is my god-sister from my godfather and godmother's side. I regard her as my own sister, essentially the child of the necromancer couple in our group. Oh, have they had a child? I was unaware. Jean Yao's godfather and godmother hold considerable status, both being 15th tier powerhouses. If they had a child, it would be impossible for him not to know. Surely, they would host a celebration for the child's first month? Jean Yao, although not biologically related, she is akin to a half-sibling. My dear sister possesses cultivation talents that are not inferior to mine. Jean Yao, in less than a month, she has ascended from the initial stage to the 5th stage, akin to my own pace during my formative years. It seems your adoptive parents have stumbled upon a treasure. When will I be fortunate enough to bear a child endowed with such talents? Envy, we should arrange for your esteemed sister to interact with the younger generation at home, fostering their bonds. After all, we prefer to keep the resources within the family. As for me, dear brother, grant me a few drops of the quintessence of sound. Just 5 drops will suffice. Jean Yao's expression darkened. He licked his sharp little canine teeth, feeling an inexplicable irritation. He had only recently begun to forge a connection with his sister, and these individuals were already making presumptuous requests. Moreover, given her remarkable cultivation speed, did they truly believe themselves worthy? Jean Yao, go to bed now. In dreams, anything is possible. Suyong was unaware of Jean Yao's circumstances and did not realize his candid acknowledgement of their connection. She presumed he had restricted visibility to necromancers only. At that moment, she was engrossed in the group chat, lost in contemplation. She had acquired 3 of the 4 required materials. Only the last one, the radiant light of the day, remained elusive. After inquiring, no one possessed it. Eventually, someone stepped forward to clarify that 2 months prior, the Black Crow clan of the Beastman Kingdom had purchased all the radiant light available in the market. After centuries, the Black Crow clan finally birthed a prodigious talent, a jewel of their lineage. This young individual, merely 20 years of age, had already achieved the 12th stage of ability, marking them as one of the finest geniuses in the Beastman Kingdom. Not only did the Black Crow clan hold this individual in high regard, but the entire Beastman Kingdom did as well. Thus, upon this genius's 20th birthday, the Black Crow clan prepared an elaborate coming-of-age ceremony. Acquiring all the radiant light, in order to forge a personal weapon. Presently, the market is devoid of radiant light. Perhaps a few individuals may still possess some, but they are likely reserved for personal use and will not be relinquished. Several members from prominent families in the chat confirmed the veracity of this information. Though their households had reserves, they were all traded away. The Black Crow clan, a 20-year-old at the 12th stage. How familiar this sounds. Isn't this the very individual who offered me 1 million star coins to dissolve the matchmaking? What a small universe this interstellar realm is. Su-Yang sighed, realizing that she would have to seek alternative means to procure the radiant light. Heavenly Path, please search online for any remaining sources of radiant light. She paused and added, I require the highest quality, not scraps. Heavenly Path. Oh, Master, I am so moved. I adore you. 3. After all, this material is essential for my advancement. I shall conduct an investigation immediately and inform you at the first opportunity. Before long, Friday arrived. After class, Su-Yang hurried back to her dormitory. During the lecture, an alarm had sounded on her holographic device, indicating an anomaly in the plant cultivation room. Upon her return, she immediately witnessed the crops, now thrashing about wildly with tender sprouts, recklessly assaulting their confines. The little chicks trembled in fear, quaking at the commotion. Has it mutated? Su-Yang furrowed her brow, casting a fireball that incinerated the mutated crop. Subsequently, she scrutinized the data within the surveillance. The anomaly lay with the crops cultivated using interstellar soil and water, while those on Blue Star appeared unaffected. The seeds must be intact. Could it be that radiation altered the soil and water from the interstellar realm, thus precipitating the mutation of the plants? To substantiate her hypothesis, she would need to extract soil and water from Blue Star for analysis, yet she knew such extraction was impossible. These substances could only be procured through the Blue Star shop, but certainly not through her own means. Leaning in closer, she observed the changes in the chicks, noting that those consuming interstellar food exhibited subtle transformations. Their feathers had distinctly hardened, their eyes tinged with a hint of red, and upon closer inspection, small black spots were visible on their bodies, indicating a gradual mutation. However, due to their young age, these changes were not overt. In stark contrast, the chick that had been fed Blue Star's food appeared remarkably healthy and adorably soft. Having decided to eliminate the mutated chick, Su-Yang swiftly returned to Blue Star, this time extracting a larger number of subjects for observation. After tidying the room, she re-entered Blue Star. Earlier, she had discovered 3 peculiar entities in the ranch. Upon reviewing the game records, she realized that they were the 3 pet eggs she had previously placed for incubation. The hatching occurred last night around 11, a time when she had already succumbed to sleep. Gazing at the ranch, she witnessed the 3 newly hatched creatures wreaking havoc. One resembled a small tiger and had devoured a chick in one gulp. Another creature, akin to a tiny bird, had flown out of the ranch and was pecking at the lettuce leaves on the ground. The third was a snake that had swallowed a chicken egg and was attempting to consume another. The frantic clucking of the chicks filled the air as they scattered in fear. In the chaos, the snake was inadvertently trampled by several chickens and met its demise. Su-Yang seized the bird that was pecking at the lettuce, only to turn and witness the tragic scene of the snake's death, which left her in a contemplative silence. The chickens, upon realizing that the snake could indeed be killed, lost their fear and, with heads held high, redirected their attention towards the petite tiger, subsequently flapping their wings and flying toward it. The little tiger, startled and frightened, attempted to evade them, but it was but one against nearly 100. In the blink of an eye, it was pecked at by several chickens. What a commotion, Su-Yang remarked, perhaps sensing that Su-Yang could save it. The little tiger struggled towards her, crying out in despair, appearing exceedingly pitiable. Fireball. Su-Yang invoked her skill, conjuring a large fireball to drive the chickens away and swiftly retrieving the little tiger. This creature was no larger than a palm, resembling a kitten, yet its coloration diverged from her memories, presenting a striking blue hue and feeling inexplicably cold to the touch. She focused intently, and an information prompt materialized above the little tiger's head. The ice blue tiger, in its juvenile phase, possesses the extraordinary ability of ice and is classified at level 0. Su-Yang's hand trembled. Could this be a star beast? Yet, it appeared unlike any she had encountered before. The small tiger before her radiated vitality, devoid of the characteristic black spots associated with radiation-polluted star beasts, likely due to the protective shield of Blue Star shielding it from such contamination. Never mind, she would care for it for now and observe its development later. With a joyful yowl, the little tiger, realizing its rescue, extended its rosy tongue and affectionately licked Su-Yang's hand. Unable to resist, Su-Yang playfully ruffled its fur and buried her face in its soft belly, gently squeezing its paws and scratching its chin. The little tiger responded with a series of delighted sounds, its body melting under her touch, its eyes sparkling with moisture, and its tail swaying gently, exuding an irresistible charm. Indeed, it was utterly adorable, and Su-Yang couldn't help but marvel at how this creature's affectionate demeanor was something the heavens could not replicate. No mechanical pet could ever evoke such warmth. Meanwhile, the heavens observed, feeling as though the sky itself might collapse. The cat's paw clenched tightly, only to loosen helplessly moments later. Forget it, forget it. I am not so easily replaced. I remain the most formidable companion by my master's side. The little tiger could not substitute her presence. After indulging in the cat's warmth for a while, Suyang opened the game notification and perused the historical messages. Your pet egg has hatched. The types are ice blue tiger, earth spike snake, and cloud stopping bird. The building category in the farming mall has been unlocked. Upon entering the farming mall, she discovered the building category, and the first thing that caught her eye was the ice mountain, an ideal habitat for the ice blue tiger. Next was the marsh, suited for the earth spike snake, and then the cloud stopping tree, perfect for the cloud stopping bird. Additionally, the mall had unlocked the offspring of these three species. Chapter 48. The pet shop. Suyang continued to peruse the historical messages. You have successfully hatched a pet. As this is your first pet hatching, you receive a reward: 1 basic protective shield, 1 basic water source, 1 basic warehouse expansion scroll, 100 gold coins, 1 pet feed machine, and 300 experience points. You have successfully hatched a pet. Corresponding pet buildings can be purchased for free up to 10 times. You have successfully hatched a pet. The pet shop has been unlocked. These notifications stirred excitement within Suyang. She had not anticipated such bountiful rewards following the hatching of a pet egg. If this were the case, would each subsequent pet egg hatch lead to the construction of an environment suitable for that specific creature? If she could hatch a diverse array of species, could she transform Blue Star into a fully ecological paradise? A place not only for cultivation but also teeming with various animals and landscapes. Expanding the protective shield to increase her living space, Suyang purchased 10 ice mountains, 10 marshlands, and 10 cloud-stopping trees, planting them in the surrounding area. The cloud-stopping trees, standing around 3 meters tall, had matured and sprouted leaves. With branches as thick as a fist, the cloud-stopping bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky with a swift motion. The ice blue tiger gazed intently at the glacier, eager to charge forward, yet restrained by Suyang's presence, its anxiety manifesting as it scratched its ears in agitation. Go on, Suyang encouraged, placing it on the ground, watching as it dashed toward the glacier. She then turned her attention to the surrounding crops. Several mysterious seeds had sprouted after 7 days, entering their germination phase, with another 7 days required before the next growth stage. The surprise of the pet egg had delighted her. She wondered what surprises these mysterious seeds might hold. With a sense of anticipation, she glanced at the green bell peppers she had deliberately left behind. Several days had passed, yet they remained green, showing no signs of ripening. After some contemplation, she decided to keep half of the peppers and uproot the other half, intending to plant them in her dormitory for further observation. Having resolved these matters, Suyang's gaze shifted to the newly constructed buildings, a pet food machine and a pet shop. The pet food was categorized into vegetarian, meat, and mixed varieties, requiring only the crops from the farm and pasture for production. The pet shop would sell pets and pet food, and she decided to name it Blue Star Pet Shop, marking it as the flagship store of a future chain. She planned to purchase a few pet cubs to experiment within her dormitory, ensuring they wouldn't be sold before they contracted any infections. The prices for the pet cubs were reasonable, at 1 gold coin each. She bought several and returned to the dormitory, heading to the designated experimental room where she settled the pets, bringing out several suitable structures from Blue Star for their accommodation. Thankfully, the dormitory was spacious enough. Suyang poked the ice blue tiger, lounging on the glacier. You must do well, and absolutely no infections. I'll be relying on you to earn a living. It is widely acknowledged that relying solely on farming does not yield substantial profits. It is the derivative products of those crops that bring in significant income. For instance, the prepared meals sold in the Blue Star restaurant had significantly contributed to its revenue. Previously, the trading volume quickly reached 10,000 gold coins, all thanks to those meals. If relying solely on selling various crops, the time it would take is uncertain. Now, with the addition of a pet, a new avenue for revenue emerged. Although pet cubs may not be very expensive, those who have owned pets know that the initial cost is merely a fraction of the ongoing monthly expenses incurred after purchase. A cub might initially be valued at 100 coins, but in a few years, its worth could soar to thousands, representing a continuous source of income. After organizing the room, she retrieved the freshly made pet food from Blue Star, instructing the robot to assess the conditions within the room and replace the pet's food while cleaning. Once satisfied, Suyang exited the room. She still needed to conduct her mecha training for the day. She couldn't afford to waste even a moment of her limited time. Nor could she squander money. 10,000 star coins per month was no trivial matter, and missing even a day would weigh heavily on her heart. Later, around 7 in the evening, Suyang received a message from Lu Xinghe. Are you coming back tonight? Tomorrow, I must return to the hospital for an examination. Suyang, I will train for a while and return home by 10 o'clock. If you have matters to attend to, Feel free to go about your business without waiting for me. At precisely 9:55 p.m., Su-Yang arrived home. She pushed open the door, revealing a brightly lit room. Lu Xinghe emerged from the kitchen clad in pajamas, holding a plate. Upon seeing Su-Yang, he lifted his gaze. Welcome back. I've sliced some fruit for you to try. These are the first batch of fruits that have ripened in the past few days. Sample them and let me know if they suit your taste. If you enjoy them, I will prepare more for you to take to school. Su-Yang paused momentarily, then stepped inside. The brilliance of the lights engulfed her, inducing a momentary daze. Coming home to such a radiant ambience, with her future husband preparing a meal, felt like a dream come true, a warm embrace of home. An uncontrollable wave of warmth surged within her, only to be swiftly tempered by the need for clarity. Focus, do not indulge too deeply. First, ascertain Lu Xinghe's true intentions. She retrieved a small cake from her storage space. There's a cake shop at school that offers delightful desserts. I bought this one in your favorite flavor for you to try. Thank you. Lu Xinghe opened the cake box to reveal his preferred green fruit flavor. During their previous visit to the Elven restaurant, he had savored it a little more than usual. Su-Yang had merely asked, yet it seemed he had taken note. Lu Xinghe lowered his gaze slightly. Ever since his parents passed away when he was 7, no one had cared for his preferences, nor had anyone brought him anything special. If marriage were to be like this, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad after all. The two sat on chairs, one relishing fruit while the other indulged in cake, engaging in casual conversation. As they spoke, the topic turned to practical training. Lu Xinghe remarked, I previously attended a military academy where the practical combat training took place in the starlit battlefield, distinct from that at Galaxy University. Nonetheless, the essence remains unchanged. I possess experience leading teams into battle on other planets. Tomorrow, after our hospital visit, if time permits, we can engage in a simulated combat exercise in the game. And I will share some points of caution with you. Su-Yang hesitated momentarily. Lu Xinghe, perceptive to her demeanor, inquired, what is it? Do you harbor any concerns? Su-Yang shook her head. No, it's just that several classmates of mine will also be there. Jean Yao is bringing a group, and naturally, she can bring friends too. I merely worry that Jean Yao and the others might say something hurtful about you, considering that your abilities have been nullified. And with Jean Yao's status, she is likely acquainted with you. Lu Xinghe's movements faltered slightly. Then, do you still require my presence? If not, I shall refrain from attending. If you fear that I may embarrass you, there is no need for concern. I can log in using a friend's account to ensure my identity remains concealed. Su-Yang waved her hand dismissively. It's not about embarrassment. I simply fear others might comment on you, and that would make you unhappy. From now on, do not utter any self-deprecating remarks in my presence. I will never find you lacking. She secretly wished for Lu Xinghe to maintain this state, as it would afford her greater control over him in the future. A gentle smile flickered in Lu Xinghe's eyes. He was undoubtedly aware that Su-Yang did not mean it in that way. After all, throughout their time together recently, she had not expressed any disdainful attitude. To outsiders, his abilities were deemed useless, and his future appeared bleak. Under such circumstances, Su-Yang's attitude was indeed commendable. He lowered his head and finished the last bite of dessert, saying, I will heed your words. I shall follow your arrangements. Chapter 49. The identity of the inexpensive second brother. The following morning, the two made their way to the hospital bright and early. When Shen Ziqiu and Lin Feng saw them holding hands, their eyes sparkled with affectionate smiles. Good, good, good. As long as these two have a good relationship. The hardships endured by Xinghe were truly considerable, and now, in such circumstances, Su-Yang's companionship was a testament to her character, bringing them reassurance. They would do everything in their power to ensure Su-Yang's recovery, not only for Lu Xinghe, but also for the sense of accomplishment that treating such a rare case would bring them as doctors. This was a feat worthy of being recorded in history. Shen Ziqiu took Su-Yang's hand and examined her from top to bottom. It seems you've made remarkable progress this week. Come, let us proceed with some tests. Lin Feng, please fetch the specialized equipment we previously arranged. Su-Yang reclined in the treatment chamber and soon fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, she overheard Shen Ziqiu instructing Lu Xinghe. We have not encountered a situation like Yang before. We will need to try various approaches. After the surgery this afternoon, she will need to be observed in the hospital. Ensure you prepare food, drinks, and entertainment for her. We mustn't let her feel bored during her stay. Tomorrow, we will observe her for half a day to check for any adverse reactions. If all goes well after 24 hours, she will be able to be discharged. Oh, send Yang's dietary plan to your Uncle Lin for modifications. There are certain items she should avoid for now. Noticing that Su-Yang had awakened, Shen Ziqiu smiled warmly and said, Congratulations, Yang. You've grown 3 centimeters and gained 15 pounds this week. At this rate, you'll reach 170 in no time. Now, rest a bit longer. We are preparing for your surgery. Su-Yang barely had time to express her gratitude before her consciousness began to fade once more. When she next awoke, it was already evening, the clock indicating around 8 o'clock. The room was dimly lit, and she lay on a bed. As her gaze shifted slightly, she spotted Lu Xinghe nearby, engrossed in a video call. She chose to remain silent, intending to get up to stretch her body. The medical advancements in the starry realm were truly remarkable. Following the surgery, her body felt perfectly normal, devoid of any pain. Just as she moved slightly, Lu Xinghe looked over, spoke to someone on the video call, ended it, and approached her. Su-Yang waved her hand. You continue with your work. Do not mind me. I am perfectly fine and can move on my own. Lu Xinghe helped her sit up. It's nothing major. I have some matters to attend to regarding the planets under my name. Once we are married, those planets will also belong to you. The individuals on the video were some of the management staff. Would you like to greet them? It's a good opportunity to familiarize yourself with them. Su-Yang blinked and glanced at her frail physique. The current state of her body was such that even she could hardly bear to look at it. Yet, Lu Xinghe was truly indifferent. No, let's wait until my health improves before discussing it further. Lu Xinghe remained unfazed, but she herself was quite concerned. If given a choice, who wouldn't wish to present their most beautiful self before the world? Come, let me take you for a stroll in the living room. Lu Xinghe adjusted her clothing with care, grasping her hand and leading her out, his demeanor as if she were a delicate treasure. Aunt Xin and Uncle Lin have concocted some remedies for you. This solution should be added to your bathwater, 5 drops daily, to help improve your skin. After washing your hair, apply this evenly to your scalp, leaving it on for an hour. It will promote hair growth and enhance hair quality. Additionally, there are certain foods you must avoid. Lu Xinghe produced a sheet of paper detailing everything she needed to be mindful of. Keep this printed list with you for reference. My intelligent assistant will also remind you of these things in the future. Are you hungry? I'll have Qiuqiu bring you some food. What's wrong? You seem off. He inquired, noticing her expression. Su-Yang shook her head. I just woke up. My mind is still a bit foggy. She had never experienced such meticulous care before, leaving her momentarily unsure of how to respond. Lu Xinghe's demeanor mirrored his character, subtle yet profound, attending to every aspect of life. Go ahead with your tasks. I'll take a stroll after my meal. I have some matters to attend to as well. While waiting for the food, Su-Yang accessed the dormitory's surveillance system, confirming that the experimental house was as usual. She then opened her friend requests, noticing a new one from her second brother, who had reportedly gone to conduct experiments. She accepted the friend request. 46, second brother. Hello, Su-Yang. I am your second brother, Wen Shengin. Su-Yang. Wow, indeed, those in the necromancer group possess remarkable identities. The name Wen Shengin was quite renowned. She had often encountered mentions of him while surfing the internet, marveling at his prowess in research. He was not only the heir of the Fox clan in the Beastman kingdom, but also a genius in the study of psychic disturbances. The instruments currently popular for detecting psychic disturbances were developed by him, accurate to 6 decimal places. Previously, such devices only achieved precision to 3 decimal places. Furthermore, the most effective medications for controlling psychic disturbances were also crafted by Wen Shengin. The realization that such a genius was her second brother left Su-Yang in a state of disbelief, igniting her curiosity about the identities of the other necromancers in the group. Please provide 2 photos of star trails, sourced from the internet. Chapter 50. Hello, you smell wonderful. 59. Su-Yang. Hello, second brother. I apologize for not accepting your friend request sooner. I was in the hospital for surgery and have just awoken. 46. Second brother. Wen Shengin, I'll transfer you 5 billion star coins. 46. Second brother. Wen Shengin. Hospital? What ailment do you have? Which hospital? I'll come to see you. 59. Su-Yang, the doctor mentioned it's a genetic issue. I'll be discharged tomorrow afternoon. 46. Second brother. Wen Shengin, then I might not make it in time. I want to arrive at Galaxy Planet until tomorrow night. Are you going to school on Monday? Shall we meet at our school? 59. Su-Yang. All right. The two exchanged polite and courteous conversation for a while, until the sound of Qiuqiu from outside announced that dinner was ready. After finishing their meal and freshening up, Su-Yang emerged from the bathroom clad in her pajamas. Lu Xinghe glanced over. Will you be able to sleep tonight? Su-Yang settled onto the sofa. Having slept all day, I certainly want to be able to. Lu Xinghe, given your current condition, it's not suitable for you to engage in activities in the nebula world or partake in strenuous exercise. You can only lie back and play with your holographic device. How do you plan to pass the time? Watching movies, following dramas, listening to music, or playing games? What genres do you enjoy? I could offer some recommendations. I noticed you were quite interested in directing. Perhaps I could find a few battle videos and explain them to you? Su-Yang waved her hand. You should go to sleep. Don't worry about me. I can entertain myself. Having slept all day, she couldn't expect Lu Xinghe to stay awake with her. Lu Xinghe, it's fine. Missing a day of sleep isn't a big deal. I'll keep you company tonight. Have you forgotten that I was once a formidable warrior of the 15th rank? I can go 4 or 5 days without sleep. With such assurance, Su-Yang felt no need to remain polite. She began browsing her holographic device while Lu Xinghe approached and sat beside her. If you enjoy movies, a few new films have recently been released, including the new One Underwater Fantasy World. Lu Xinghe opened his holographic device, searched for the relevant content, and provided Su Yang with a brief explanation. Their proximity was palpable. Lu Xinghe's long hair cascaded down, the tips brushing against Su Yang's arm, sending a tingling sensation through her. Turning her gaze toward the light green hair, she felt an inexplicable urge and asked, "May I touch your hair?" It appeared glossy, soft, and smooth. She imagined it would feel delightful to the touch. Lu Xinghe leaned closer. "Go ahead." As Su Yang reached out, the texture was indeed as she had envisioned, captivating her. Her heart fluttered with excitement. "Could I braid your hair? Such smooth and long hair deserves to be styled." Lu Xinghe paused for a moment before nodding. "Sure. But please keep it between us. Su Yang, rest assured. Only the two of us will know." Lu Xinghe felt a faint sense of relief as he stood up and settled into the chair opposite the sofa. He swept his hair back, letting it cascade over his shoulders. "Should I style my hair for women or men? I've heard that hair complements clothing beautifully. Would you care to help me select a few outfits?" Su Yang gazed intently at Lu Xinghe, momentarily entranced. Relaxed against the chair, he exuded an air of elegance and nonchalance. His long, silky hair fell gracefully, reminiscent of dense seaweed, while his light green eyes fixated on her. Coupled with his sharply defined features and nearly flawless visage, Su Yang's heart raced involuntarily. In that moment, he seemed to embody a sense of freedom and abandon. "Lu Xinghe?" he inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Snapping back to reality, Su Yang replied, "Apologies, I was momentarily mesmerized. Regarding the clothing, I can order a few sets from Starnet. Do you mind wearing women's attire?" A subtle smile graced Lu Xinghe's lips. "If it's just the two of us, I have no objections. I swear on your reputation that I will keep this confidential," Su Yang asserted. Lu Xinghe raised an eyebrow, bemused. "Isn't it customary for one to swear by their own honor?" In a swift motion, Su Yang procured several outfits, which, based on typical delivery times, would arrive within about 10 minutes. During this interval, she positioned a mirror on the table, angling it towards Lu Xinghe, and then opened Starnet to search for trending hairstyles in the galaxy. Soon, the clothing arrived, featuring an array of ancient garments, both male and female, along with accessories like hairpins and jade ornaments. Standing behind Lu Xinghe, Su Yang gently lifted his hair, as her fingers brushed against him. Lu Xinghe instinctively tensed for a brief moment. The nape of his neck was a vulnerable spot, and for individuals like them, exposing their backs to others was perilous. A mere thought from the other could easily lead to a fatal strike or, at the very least, a severe injury. As Su Yang's fingers wove through his hair, Lu Xinghe steadied his breathing, consciously relaxing his body and directing his full attention towards her. He felt her cool fingers graze behind his ear, a subtle sensation igniting where their skin met. Occasionally, she would gently guide his head to adjust his hair in the mirror, the warmth from her palm merging with his, as if they were sharing a common temperature. Her hands were deft, and in a matter of moments, the hairstyle began to take shape. Su Yang's fingers danced through Lu Xinghe's hair, while he remained seated, her height granting her a vantage point above him. A delicate, earthy fragrance wafted into her senses, the familiar scent of grass and wood emanating from Lu Xinghe. Unable to resist, she remarked, "Xinghe, you smell delightful. Is this aroma your natural scent or the fragrance of your shampoo?" Lu Xinghe paused momentarily, surprised. "You can perceive my scent. It must be natural." It is said that individuals with a high genetic compatibility can perceive the unique fragrance of their partner. Su Yang asked, "Does that mean others cannot smell it?" Lu Xinghe replied, "You are the first to suggest that I have a scent. I usually cannot detect it myself. As a commander, he would never allow himself to carry any noticeable odor, for that would serve as a guide for those star beasts and plants." Su Yang pondered, recalling that she had heard such claims back on Blue Star, surprised to encounter them in the interstellar realm. "I will concoct a fragrance for you to experience the scent of your own body. It is a subtle aroma reminiscent of fresh greenery, perceptible only upon close proximity. Can you detect my scent?" Given their high compatibility, it was reasonable to assume that Lu Xinghe should also be able to sense her fragrance. "My apologies," Lu Xinghe murmured, lowering his lashes as he grasped Su Yang's arm, bringing her wrist close to his nose. His warm breath brushed against her skin, causing her to instinctively curl her fingers. After a moment of careful inhalation, he shook his head in disappointment. "I could not detect any scent. It may pertain to your current physical condition. Once you have fully recovered, I shall try again." Chapter 51. The survival game. Su Yang eagerly withdrew her hand, feeling an odd sensation from the encounter. Regaining her composure, she continued to braid her hair, securing it with a hairpin. "Now try on this outfit." She presented a gown in a soft moonlight hue, intricately embroidered with golden threads that formed delicate patterns, subtly shifting in appearance under the light as she moved. After observing Lu Xinghe in the dress for a few moments, she shook her head regretfully. "You are not suited for women's clothing." His tall, straight stature and chiseled facial features would ensure that he could not be mistaken for anyone else, even in female attire. Su Yang inadvertently thought of Jin Yao. Had he worn such garments, his androgynous beauty would have rendered him an enchanting vision. "Now, let us try some men's attire." Su Yang, feeling inspired, urged Lu Xinghe to don various male outfits. The moment he slipped into the white ensemble, the transformation was palpable. He resembled a celestial being. Yet his unusual light green hair and eyes imparted an air of otherworldly allure, tinged with a hint of mischief. The crimson outfit added a touch of flamboyance, exuding a sense of charm, while the purple ensemble conveyed an air of nobility, commanding respect. Lu Xinghe changed into 5 or 6 different outfits, allowing Su Yang to experiment with his appearance. With each change, she captured a photograph, sending them to his holographic device. They settled onto the sofa, perusing the images together. Su Yang pointed to the white attire. In this outfit, the selection feels somewhat lacking. With a more striking design, you would truly embody a king of demons. Could it be an issue with the styling? Lu Xinghe inquired. Su Yang contemplated his words. You make a valid point. Alas, I am not well versed in makeup. Perhaps we shall try it when time permits, and find a secluded place for a photo shoot. Lu Xinghe, once your health improves, we shall embark on a photographic endeavor together. Su Yang sensed a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Upon glancing at the clock, she was startled to discover that it was already past 2 in the morning. Indeed, when one is deeply engrossed, the passage of time becomes imperceptible. Feeling a bit weary, she decided to retire for the night. 24 hours later, Su Yang exhibited no adverse reactions, and after a thorough examination by Shen Ziqiu and Lin Feng, the two were finally discharged from the hospital. After dining out, Lu Xinghe brought Su Yang to the 3rd floor, where he presented her with the gaming capsule he had purchased that morning. Today, I have elucidated many strategies. Would you like to solidify your understanding through practical experience? Su Yang noted that it was already past 8 in the evening and figured she would play for just 2 hours, so as not to disturb Jin Yao. A spark of interest ignited within her. Let us dive in. The two settled into the gaming capsule and entered the virtual gaming hall. The hall was akin to a vast virtual realm, bustling with numerous players wandering about. On either side of the hall were various games in progress. Su Yang curiously surveyed the surroundings until she felt a gentle nudge. Turning her head, she encountered an unfamiliar visage, dark eyes and hair, clad in a sun-kissed outfit, exuding a resolute and robust demeanor reminiscent of a steel soldier. It's me, this is my friend S. borrowed account. Lu Xinghe had no alternative. His own account was too conspicuous, and there were certainly some who kept a watchful eye on him. To avert complications, he opted to utilize his friend S. account instead. Su Yang appraised Lu Xinghe's new character, noting the ID he bore, her voice laced with amusement. That ID is rather impressive, exuding a regal aura. Henceforth, I shall address you by your gaming ID. What say you, brother tyrant? Lu Xinghe momentarily closed his eyes, having overlooked the significance of the character SID. He swiftly shifted the topic. Let us proceed to indulge in the game. Since this is practical training, shall we engage in a battle royale? What terrain do you prefer? Su Yang, battle royale? This game seems familiar. It resembles the one played in the school square during the match between Yunlang and Quan Jingyan. Su Yang, in a practical exercise on a planet, what types of terrain might emerge? Lu Xinghe, all sorts could potentially manifest, and your drop location is randomized. If memory serves, I believe the practical exercise lasts a week, and with a stroke of luck, you may encounter all terrains on that planet. Su Yang, then let us opt for random terrain. The two swiftly finalized their game mode, their figures transforming into beams of light as they immersed themselves in the game. On a day off, Jin Yao found himself with rare moments of leisure. A message from a friend pinged on his holographic device, inviting him out. Jin Yao, not going. I'm busy. Zhang Jing, you've changed your ways lately. It's been a week of invites with no success. What are you so occupied with? Jin Yao, I'm engaged in nurturing my relationship with my dear sister. Zhang Jing, the sister from your godparents? Zhang Jing, if so, you mustn't forget your brothers. If all else fails, bring your sister along for the outing. Jin Yao, are you not quite free? Zhang Jing, your absence has left everyone rather unenthusiastic. The gathering has lost its charm. Jin Yao, if it has become tedious, then let us engage in a game. Join me for some battle royale. It had been quite a while since he last played this game. Since he intended to take Su Yang into the game for training, he decided to log on and reacquaint himself while Su Yang was otherwise occupied, thus avoiding any potential ridicule for his unfamiliarity when the time came to guide her. What purpose does the gathering serve? It is merely an occasion for flattery, where individuals hope to foster a closer connection with him. Perhaps even extract some resources from the Jin family. In the past, he would not have minded indulging in their compliments, as their words were often pleasing to the ear, and he found joy in granting them small favors. However, with other matters demanding his attention, he had no desire to attend the gathering. Zhang Jing, here we go. Let us play. The two soon met in the game lobby, purposefully making their way towards the battle royale. Oh, Jin Yao's gaze drifted, catching a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. It resembled Su Yang. Yet, that silhouette vanished in an instant, melding into the vibrant world of the battle royale. It probably wasn't Su Yang. She should still be at the hospital observing the situation. Perhaps he had mistaken someone else for her. Furthermore, if she intended to play, she would have surely called him, as they had previously made arrangements. Onward. Into the Battle Royale. Chapter 52. Desert Training Game Mode. Battle Royale participants. I don't care. Sovereign Aura, I don't care was the gaming moniker chosen by Su Yang. The game arena was randomly generated, revealing a vast desert. Game duration, unlimited. Players may exit at any time. As the game commenced, Su Yang and Lu Xinghe found themselves dropped into an endless expanse of sand. A game panel appeared before them, granting control over their virtual experience. Lu Xinghe assessed the panel. I will manage the game conditions based on your performance. You simply need to focus on the experience. Most star beasts and star flora emerge from beneath the quicksand. You must observe the nature of the quicksand, as its size and movement can provide insight into the type of star beast present. Additionally, pay attention to the sound of the quicksand beneath your feet. After imparting some essential advice, Lu Xinghe tapped a few buttons on the game panel. Before them, a vortex began to materialize, and a large, black, furry leg crawled forth from the swirling sands. Lu Xinghe, observe the size of this quicksand vortex and the speed of the surrounding sands. We can deduce that the star beast will fully emerge in approximately 5 seconds, with an estimated size of around 15 meters. There exists a systematic method for calculating these parameters, integrating mathematics and physics, with an accuracy rate of up to 90%. Should you wish to pursue combat in the future, mastering this formula is essential, along with the requisite knowledge of mathematics and physics. Let us once again examine the claw that has appeared. It is highly probable that the creature in question is the black veil spider, a species of stellar beast whose vulnerability has been discerned by Lu Xinghe with merely a glance at the shifting sands beneath. Standing alongside Su Yang, he patiently imparts his wisdom. Fire Pillar Technique. Su Yang invokes her gaming skill, and a searing column of fire erupts from the sands below, propelling the black veil spider upwards. At the very moment the creature is dislodged, Su Yang swiftly retreats, creating a safe distance between herself and the beast. In that fleeting instant, black threads are expelled from the spider's maw, narrowly missing the position she had just vacated. Fiery Meteor. A cascade of flames suddenly appears in the air, resembling a meteor shower as they plummet toward the ground. Hundreds of small fireballs descend, each exuding an intense heat that envelopes the black veil spider and the surrounding area entirely. Sensing imminent danger, the black veil spider hastily burrows back into the sands. Fire Pillar Technique. Su Yang carefully observes the shifting sands, and another crimson column of fire bursts forth, once again launching the spider into the open. The battle between the girl and the beast ensues. Thanks to her recent training, Su Yang has become adept at executing complex reactions swiftly, often anticipating the spider's attack trajectories. With Lu Xinghe's guidance at her side, she soon vanquishes the black veil spider. Before she can catch her breath, the sands beneath her shift ominously, prompting her to instinctively retreat just in time to evade a crushing pincer's grasp. Lu Xinghe, refraining from engaging in combat, watches from nearby. Observing Su Yang's capability against a solitary beast, he deftly manipulates the game panel, increasing the number of stellar beasts to 3. The disparity between 1 and 3 is palpable, and Su Yang quickly feels the pressure mounting. Her focus splintered as she must now contend with multiple threats. Amidst the chaos, she becomes overwhelmed and, in a moment of distraction, is ensnared by one of the beasts and dragged into the sands, resulting in her character's demise. Fortunately, death in the game is not final. After a brief respawn time, she opts to continue the fight, from an initial state of frantic disarray to a final calm and proficient execution. The transformation takes her approximately 30 minutes. Once she has acclimatized, Lu Xinghe once again manipulates the game panel, raising the number of stellar beasts to 5. Without hesitation, Su Yang turns and flees, quickly distancing herself from the creatures, intent on employing a kite-flying strategy to defeat them one by one. An hour later, the two exit the desert terrain and re-enter the game, this time encountering a randomly generated mountainous landscape where rolling hills abound, lush with vegetation that affords the stellar beasts ample opportunity for concealment. Lu Xinghe surveys the surroundings rapidly. In the desert, where plant life is scarce, the beasts you previously encountered were limited in variety and rather homogeneous. In the midst of the mountains and rivers, the vegetation flourishes abundantly and the biodiversity is rich, rendering it an ideal habitat for various star beasts and star plants. Here, the diversity of star beasts is surpassed by that of star plants, and one may even encounter flying star beasts. There are 3 crucial points to be mindful of. First, attacks from above. Second, changes in the terrain beneath your feet. And third, the presence of those star plants. Star plants are more formidable than star beasts. Most possess 2 fixed methods of attack. One such method involves utilizing their own fragrance as a weapon. Flowers, grasses, and trees inherently emit scents that could become lethal instruments. We will revisit this aspect in detail later. As you must learn to identify the types of star plants through the fragrances in the air, it is indeed a monumental task. Additionally, Pay attention to the seeds of these star plants. Having concluded his explanation of the matters Lu Xing had deemed important, he noticed Su Yang remained silent. Her lips pressed tightly together, prompting a slight pause in his tone. Could it be that what he had just said had disheartened her? Or was he perhaps exerting too much pressure? He reflected on the training methods he had previously employed with his troops, then shook his head. Such approaches were unsuitable for Su Yang. After all, he could neither scold her nor impose punishment. Hesitating for a moment, he spoke gently. You likely haven't encountered this type of knowledge during your time on the garbage planet. It has been less than a week since you left that place for university, so it is entirely normal not to understand these concepts. My familiarity stems from 30 years of accumulated experience and years spent battling star beasts and star plants. When I first began learning, I was as clueless as you are now. Identifying these entities is inherently challenging. Otherwise, university wouldn't necessitate a decade of study. Everyone learns gradually, bit by bit. Take your time. Su Yang lifted her gaze, an expression of surprise crossing her features. What are you talking about? You don't think I'm upset, do you? I was merely observing my surroundings and contemplating your words. My psyche isn't that fragile. She had been traversing the galaxy for less than a month and had only attended university for about a week. It was entirely reasonable for her to be unfamiliar with these matters. Surely, it was unrealistic to expect her to master in a week what others had taken 20 or 30 years to learn. Just a week prior, she had been an inexperienced novice in combat. Her previous experiences on Blue Planet were hardly worth mentioning when compared to the life and death struggles of the cosmos. Yet, a week later, she had already mastered various complex maneuvers and was adeptly hunting star beasts. She was quite pleased with her progress. Chapter 53. Do you not have a sister? Su Yang smiled broadly. However, you are correct. These things must be learned gradually. If you have time in the future, could you teach me more about them? It would be a waste to have such an excellent counselor left unused. Lu Xinghe nodded slowly. Of course, let us continue. He lowered his gaze and picked up a vine from the ground. Behold this vine. It belongs to the thousand-leaf vine. Most of its body lies beneath the earth, with only a few tendrils extending above to sense the surrounding environment. Once it detects the presence of others, it will constrict them with its tendrils and drag them underground. This yellow fruit, when opened, releases a white adhesive that attracts black rice ants. These ants appear in swarms, numbering in the thousands. Unless one possesses absolute strength, I would advise a hasty retreat. If one happens to come into contact with the white adhesive, one must either remove their clothing or excise the adhesive-coated skin. Of course, there are potions in the interstellar realm that can wash away this adhesive, as well as another that can dissuade the black rice ants. Should you happen to possess those potions, you need not fear the ants. Lu Xinghe collected some common star plants and shared their various characteristics with Su Yang. Su Yang listened intently, nodding occasionally, her astonishment growing with each revelation. The combat strategies of these star beasts and plants were truly eye-opening. Traps lay everywhere. And for those who recklessly charged in without knowledge, a grim fate awaited them. As they continued forward, observing their surroundings, Lu Xinghe suggested, in mountain and river mode, it is best to engage in multiplayer battles. Let us exit and partake in a group contest. He remarked, you will soon realize that in mountain and river mode, the most fearsome adversary is not the star beasts or plants, but rather your teammates. You must guard against the attacks of the star beasts and plants, as well as the unpredictability of your own allies. Su Yang nodded in understanding. I comprehend. It is not the formidable opponents that instill fear, but rather the foolish teammates. As the saying goes, one need not fear an opponent's ultimate move, but rather a teammate's moment of folly. The two exited the game mode and opted to restart. Before Su Yang could make a selection, she felt a tap on her shoulder, and a dazzling figure with golden short hair came into her view. Jin Yao licked his sharp teeth and exclaimed, wow, let me see which little trickster I've encountered. We agreed to play together on Sunday. You've left the hospital and are playing this without seeking me out? Finding someone else? His gaze landed on Lu Xinghe, who appeared to be in his 50s. He surmised that he could not possibly be Su Yang's match. If Lu Xinghe were indeed her match, they would surely prefer to avoid an intruder in their romantic interaction. Yet, given that Lu Xinghe was not her match, and that Su Yang preferred to call him over Jin Yao, he felt even more irked. Jin Yao cast a dismissive glance at Lu Xinghe. Who is he? Su Yang explained, this is my match, but due to certain circumstances, he is using his friend's account. I left the hospital quite late, around 8 in the evening, and thought I would play for just a couple of hours. If I had called you, you would have needed to summon your friend as well, which might have wasted a significant amount of time, so I decided against it. She then introduced Lu Xinghe. This is a friend I made at school. Jin Yao scrutinized Lu Xinghe with a critical eye. What kind of match is it that dares not use his own account, but borrows another's? Surely, there must be some undisclosed matter associated with his account. Perhaps a romantic entanglement? Those who dare not reveal their faces are hardly virtuous individuals. Suddenly, he spoke up. I am her brother, and she is my sister. Did you not inform your match about your godparents? Su Yang has connections. This so-called match should not presume to bully her simply because she hails from a lesser background. Su-Yang was taken aback. She had yet to meet her so-called adoptive parents, and her biological father had never uttered a word. Uncertain of their attitudes, how could she publicly declare her relationship with them? Lu Xinghe spoke slowly. Godparents? He was aware of Jin Yao and his godparents. Jin Yao's godmother held the title of Marshal in the 10th Military District, while his godfather served as the president of the Adventurers Guild. How could Su-Yang, currently at Galaxy University, be connected to these two? His curiosity about Su-Yang deepened. Zhang Jing observed Jin Yao, then glanced at Lu Xinghe, ultimately fixing his gaze on Su-Yang, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He interjected, "So this is your sister?" "Sister, you may not know, but Jin Yao had previously arranged to play games with you. Concerned he might be out of practice, he specifically brought me along to warm up." Jin Yao's demeanor grew cold. "Who is your sister? Is she someone you can address as such? Don't you have a sister of your own?" Zhang Jing's heart raced, and he quickly slapped his mouth. "Oops, my apologies. I shouldn't have said that. I deserve a reprimand." The young lady, Su-Yang, replied, "I am Su-Yang. You may call me by my name." Zhang Jing corrected himself. "Miss Su-Yang, I am Zhang Jing, a companion of Jin Xiao, also studying at Galaxy University." Lu Xinghe's gaze shifted back to Jin Yao, pondering. Jin Yao's attitude felt somewhat off. He sensed a subtle hostility emanating from him. Was this hostility directed at Su-Yang? He stepped forward and took Su-Yang's hand. "It is getting late. Shall we continue?" Su-Yang sensed an odd atmosphere and turned to Jin Yao. "My match and I are preparing for a battle royale in the mountain and river mode. We'll finish up and log off. Would you like to join?" Jin Yao's eyes swept over their intertwined hands, and his displeasure simmered. While he could not reprimand Su-Yang, their hand-holding seemed so natural. He licked his sharp little canine. "Count me in." He was eager to see just how capable this match of his was, especially to gauge whether he was worthy of his dear sister. If he proved inadequate, it would be best to advise a separation while their feelings were still shallow. His sister, with her talent, surely deserved someone better. At least someone who could stand on equal footing with her. Otherwise, he would never consent to this union, and he certainly would not attend their wedding. Zhang Jing quickly chimed in. "I will join as well. Miss Su-Yang, would you mind if I added myself to the team?" Su-Yang shook her head. "Not at all. I'm preparing for a multiplayer battle mode. The more, the merrier." She glanced at the time. It was almost 10:30, and without further delay, she opened the game options. Chapter 54, Mountain and River Mode Game Mode, Battle Royale Balance Mode, Tier 5. In this balanced mode, all players and the abilities of the star beasts and star plants will be aligned at the same level. Participants in this game, I'm happy to ignore you. Sovereign Aura, Radiant Sun, holding brother's hand, with others currently being matched. Game venue confirmation, Mountain and River Mode player count confirmation, 100 individuals game duration, 60 minutes game rules. Defeating a player earns 1 point, and defeating a target player grants 50 points. The first player to reach 100 points will be declared the winner and may conclude the game. As the mechanical sounds resonated, Su-Yang felt a fleeting blur before her eyes. Upon regaining clarity, she found herself amidst a dense jungle of mountains and rivers. In this multiplayer mode, players were randomly deployed, and the other 3 were scattered throughout the game, leaving her entirely alone. Su-Yang opened her map to check the small blue dots representing her teammates. To her dismay, they were indeed unfortunate, positioned at the 4 cardinal edges of the arena. Messages began to stream through the team channel. Radiant Sun, Jin Yao let us converge at the center. Holding brother's hand, Zhang Jing 1 I'm happy to ignore you. Su-Yang 1 Sovereign Aura, Lu Xinghe 1 Sovereign Aura, Lu Xinghe Yang. Remember to record the screen. We'll review it tonight after you finish. Radiant Sun, Jin Yao make sure to send me a copy of the video. A rustling sound reached her ears, prompting Su-Yang to look up and cast a fireball ahead. As the flames descended, a scorpion of arm's length suddenly emerged from the underbrush, colliding with the fire. Su-Yang summoned the game interface, swiftly selecting a long sword as her weapon. The sword materialized in her hand, and with a flick of her control, fireball magic enveloped the blade in a fiery embrace. With her flaming sword in hand, she charged toward the scorpion. The long sword, razor-sharp and imbued with the power of fire, sliced through the creature, creating a gaping wound that ignited its flesh. The scorpion let out a pained shriek, its pincers snapping towards Su-Yang as its tail arched high, unleashing a barrage of golden blades aimed at her. A faint sound reached her from behind, reminiscent of something scraping against itself. Su-Yang's instincts flared, and she momentarily suppressed her urge to engage, opting instead for a swift retreat. The subtle noise intensified, and suddenly, a vine, thick as an arm, shot forth from the foliage, thrashing in the air as it came barreling toward her. Recognizing the vine instantly, Su-Yang recalled Lu Xinghe's previous description of the thousand-leaf vine. Its appearance indicated an underground network of roots, making it imperative to avoid touching the ground. Otherwise, she risked being ensnared and dragged beneath. With a quick leap, she sprang onto the vine as it swept by, using it to propel herself into the air, evading the scorpion's assault and landing gracefully atop a nearby tree. Meteor of flames. A cascade of fiery meteors rained down from the heavens, striking the scorpion and the vine with pinpoint accuracy. The searing flames descended upon the scorpion's exoskeleton, swiftly melting it away and leaving behind a pockmarked surface. Meanwhile, the vines coiled slightly, extinguishing the flames above, and then launched a more ferocious assault towards Su Yang. A fiery shield enveloped Su Yang, protecting him as the vines struck against it without inflicting any harm. Seizing the opportunity while the flame shield still provided defense, Su Yang charged at the scorpion, his sword relentlessly striking its body. Under the enhancement of the fire, the scorpion let out a piercing cry of pain. In that very moment, as the scorpion's jaws gaped wide, Su Yang unleashed a skill, accurately tossing a small fireball the size of a ping-pong ball into its maw. The flame explosion concentrated the fire's might within the tiny sphere, which then detonated, causing significant damage in the vicinity. The smaller the fireball, the greater the explosion's power. With a resounding boom, the scorpion's mouth was blown apart, blood and flesh scattering. Su Yang's sword followed swiftly, piercing through the scorpion, and with a twist, he wreaked havoc within its insides, ultimately slaying the creature. You have gained 1 point. The fiery shield on Su Yang's body was shaking precariously from the vine's assault. Climbing a tree, he evaded the vines while surveying the situation below. By identifying the point of emergence for the vines, he could pinpoint the roots of the thousand leaves vine and uproot it entirely. Eureka! Su Yang focused intently on a specific spot and unleashed the fire pillar technique. A robust pillar of flame erupted from the ground, uprooting a portion of the vine's roots. While dodging the attacks of the vines, he charged towards the roots, continuously employing the fire pillar technique until he finally dislodged all of them. With a decisive swing of his sword, he shattered the roots into disarray. You have gained 1 point. A shadow darted past, and as Su Yang momentarily relaxed, it raised its claws towards him. Sensing the rush of wind from behind, Su Yang rolled to evade the attack, countering with his sword. The clash resonated sharply, sending a jolt through his hands as he turned to see an enormous tiger. Its jaws gaped wide, spewing flames forth. The fierce sounds of their struggle echoed as the battlefield shifted, uprooting grass and sending dirt flying in their wake. Not far from the tumult, a seemingly ordinary middle-aged man, with a somewhat honest and simple demeanor, raised his gaze, a glimmer of bloodthirsty excitement gleaming in his eyes. In reality, he was an employee of a large corporation, having entered through family connections rather than merit. Thus, he often faced scorn from his superiors and contempt from his colleagues. Unable to express his frustrations in the real world for fear of losing his job, he channeled his anger into the game, frequently engaging in low-tier balanced modes to unleash his wrath upon unsuspecting players. With an ability level of 9, he often entered the balanced mode of level 35. Though his ability level matched others, his combat experience allowed him to dominate. After all, individuals with such low levels of extraordinary abilities typically hail from impoverished backgrounds. Lacking professional training, they are undoubtedly inferior to him. He can unleash his wrath without fear of retaliation. Fortuitously, he encountered a player shortly after his arrival. A twisted smile crept across the lips of the middle-aged man as he stealthily approached the source of the conflict, soon laying eyes upon Su Yang. So frail? Is she starving? Or perhaps afflicted by some ailment? Surely, her family lacks star coins. Otherwise, she would not be in such a state. Confirming that she was a soft target ripe for bullying, the middle-aged man concealed himself nearby. It would be the perfect moment to strike when either the tiger or Su Yang was on the brink of collapse. He relished the thought of plunging his adversary into despair at the peak of their joy. Chapter 55. Reunion with Wang Yu. Su Yang was entangled in a fierce struggle with the tiger. After the initial skirmish, she had managed to gain the upper hand, relentlessly pursuing the retreating beast. As they reached a certain area, she suddenly sensed an unmistakable malevolence. This malice surely stemmed from a human. After all, star beasts and star plants only harbored murderous intent towards humans, while it is humans who bear ill will towards one another. Her intent to slay the tiger took an unexpected turn as she delivered a swift kick to its body, directing her strike toward the source of the malevolence. The middle-aged man, caught off guard by his hasty exposure, scrambled to evade as the tiger hurtled toward him. Before he could regain his footing, a fireball surged toward him, followed closely by the deadly tip of a sword. Having lost the initiative, the middle-aged man appeared particularly disheveled, and in the blink of an eye, numerous wounds adorned his body. He was determined to retaliate, yet the more he fought, the more horrified he became. Though his extraordinary abilities had been suppressed to the 5th tier, he possessed the combat experience of a 9th-tier warrior. It was inconceivable that he would be unable to even counterattack. Su Yang found him to be quite formidable, a stark contrast to the previous star beasts and plants she had faced. She had to remain fully focused, her senses heightened, lest she exhibit even the slightest negligence. Utilizing every tactic at her disposal, she barely managed to keep the middle-aged man at bay. At that moment, She felt a wave of gratitude for the rigorous training provided by Jin Yao and the thorough analysis offered by Lu Xinghe, which included various countermeasures. Without such experiences, she would surely have faced defeat. Observing the man's disheveled state, a fleeting idea crossed her mind as she deliberately revealed a weakness. The middle-aged man's heart leaped with joy as he seized the opportunity to attack. This, however, played right into Su Yang's scheme, as his extraordinary abilities struck her shoulder. She thrust her sword through his heart. You have earned 1 point. Poor wretch. Withdrawing her sword, Su Yang felt a tinge of disappointment upon discovering that this man yielded no points, as he transformed into a beam of white light, returning to the resurrection point. She pursued the tiger that had stealthily slipped away, soon bringing it down beneath her blade. You have earned 1 point. Glancing at the map, Su Yang continued to advance toward the central area while remaining vigilant of her surroundings. Bloodvines, she had found them. In the absence of healing abilities or medicinal potions, Bloodvine serves as an excellent substitute. Its fruits possess the capacity to staunch bleeding, making them ideal for application on wounds. Having just slain a bloodvine and harvested its fruits, a figure suddenly emerged from the side. What a coincidence! Su Yang greeted the individual with a smile, pondering the serendipity of encountering this middle-aged man once more. However, the man's expression shifted drastically, and he turned to flee. He had now realized that this woman was likely intent on hunting in this low-tier zone, just like him. Today was indeed his unfortunate day. Su Yang pursued him with her sword, her previous skirmishes having afforded her an understanding of the man's combat patterns, enabling her to engage with greater confidence this time. You have gained 2 points. After applying the bloodvine's fruit to her wounds, Su Yang continued to explore the vicinity. 30 minutes later, she approached the central area and heard the distant sounds of battle. Without hesitation, she stealthily crept closer. To her surprise, the 2 figures ahead seemed familiar. One was the middle-aged man she had previously killed twice, and the other was Wang Yu, the young girl she had hired on D1 Halton planet at a rate of 500 star coins per hour to eliminate monsters. If memory served her right, this girl was around 15 years old and a 5th-tier ability user. What a coincidence indeed. Perched on a tree, Su Yang felt the foliage below stirring restlessly. She gave it a firm pat, saying, "Be quiet, or I shall slay you." The area was replete with star plants, and every tree and shrub posed a potential threat. Yet, the lower-tier entities dared not move in the presence of the higher tier, dutifully playing the role of genuine trees. Wang Yu was battered and on the brink of collapse, yet she fought valiantly against her assailant. Her eyes burned with fury directed at the middle-aged man before her, hatred surging within her heart. This very man had harmed her mother. At that time, her mother had been engaged in battle with a star beast and was on the verge of victory when this man, visiting Halton planet, had callously lured another poisonous star beast into the fray. Although her mother ultimately vanquished the beast at great cost, she succumbed to its toxins. After painstakingly uncovering the man's identity, Wang Yu learned he hailed from a C-class planet and possessed a 9th-tier ability, aged 298 years, leveraging familial connections to work on a B-class planet. Recognizing her own inadequacy as an adversary and the impossibility of immediate retribution, she had silently endured until this fateful day in the game, where she unexpectedly encountered him. Yet, before she could exact her vengeance, he charged at her. Capable of easily dispatching her, yet instead opting for torment and humiliation, igniting a desire within her to dismember him. Wang Yu gritted her teeth, struggling to hold on. She vowed that should she find the opportunity, she would ensure this man met his demise. Meanwhile, Su Yang, concealed in the tree, listened to their exchange, deeply scornful of the middle-aged man's actions. It was truly disgraceful for someone of his age to prey upon a mere 15-year-old girl. Taking advantage of the moment when the middle-aged man had his back turned, she leapt down, her sword aimed directly at his heart. Hearing the sound of air being sliced behind him, the man sensed danger and instinctively attempted to evade. Meanwhile, Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with recognition as she instantly identified Su Yang, desperately entangling the middle-aged man. With a swift thrust, Su Yang pierced her opponent, watching as his body transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. You have gained 5 points. Su Yang retracted her sword and turned to Wang Yu, feeling a surge of joy. Previously, she had been slightly shorter than Wang Yu, but now they were nearly the same height. Long time no see, what a coincidence. Wang Yu steadied her breath and beamed a radiant smile. Thank you, Sister Su. Although she couldn't exact revenge in reality, witnessing his demise in the game provided a measure of satisfaction. Su Yang noticed that several of their teammates, represented by small blue dots, were approaching her. They should arrive in a minute or two. She exchanged pleasantries with Wang Yu. How is your mother's illness being treated? In the past couple of days, she had invited Wang Yu and a few of her friends to hunt monsters, during which she learned about Wang Yu's family situation. Wang Yu pursed her lips, shaking her head with a hint of disappointment. It's not very good. I initially thought it was just a common toxin, but it turns out that while the first toxin has been neutralized, there is another type still present. I need to continue saving money. Chapter 56. Do you need to give directions? Su-Yang exclaimed softly. Based on what she had learned recently, that toxin should be entirely removable. Had she misremembered or lacked skill? Intrigued, she asked, why don't you tell me more about it? Wang Yu exhaled, briefly summarizing her mother's current condition. It's roughly like this. My mother is feeling utterly weak, her muscles are sore, and she lies in bed unable to move. The medical robot diagnosed her with other toxins still in her body, but it couldn't determine what those toxins were, advising us to take her to the hospital for a more thorough examination. However, when we went to the hospital, the doctors expressed their inability to help and suggested we seek treatment on a more advanced planet where the medical technology is superior, or consult a high-level healer or a high-level purifier. All these options come with considerable costs, which is why I'm working hard to earn star coins. Su-Yang found the symptoms somewhat familiar: utter weakness, sore muscles, coupled with the description Wang Yu had previously given of her mother's condition. It struck her that she had heard something similar before. After reflecting on it, her expression shifted. I believe I might know what your mother is suffering from. It is indeed poisoning, and it appears to be a rare toxin. During history class, Gu Zhizhi had shared some intriguing tales and rumors about different planets. And one of those rumors precisely aligned with this situation. Wang Yu clenched her fists tightly, gazing at Su-Yang with excitement. Sister Su, hold on, Su-Yang urged, raising a hand to calm her. What I have now is merely a hypothesis. I cannot confirm it yet. How about this? I will visit you next week and take a look at your home. If this conjecture holds true, she may very well acquire a remarkable treasure. If I recall correctly, that item is accompanied by a companion artifact, not only ranking among the finest materials in the interstellar realm, but also exceedingly rare. Furthermore, let us keep matters regarding your mother under wraps for the time being. Should a knowledgeable individual intercept this information, it could lead to undesirable consequences. Moreover, the mere interception could lead to unforeseen troubles for Wang Yu's family. Thank you, Sister Su. Wang Yu expressed her gratitude with palpable excitement. Suddenly, a rustling sound nearby caught her attention, and she instinctively turned, her body tensed and poised for combat. Su-Yang gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, do not fear. It is likely my teammates arriving. Wang Yu's combat experience was indeed extensive, and her filial piety was commendable. Perhaps it would be worth considering how to recruit her later. From amidst the dense foliage, a figure with short black hair emerged, soon followed by the visage of Zhang Jing. Miss, he approached, surveying Wang Yu and noting the amicable rapport between her and Su-Yang, before nodding in acknowledgement towards Wang Yu. She instinctively shrank back slightly. There was an undeniable aura about Zhang Jing, a commanding presence cultivated from long-standing high status, surpassing even those prominent figures she had encountered previously. She immediately deduced that this individual hailed from an exceptionally high lineage, one she should not provoke. Thus, she positioned herself beside Su-Yang, retreating slightly. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xinghe and Jin Yao approached from the distance. Wang Yu nervously swallowed, having initially thought the black-haired individual exuded a formidable presence. Yet, in comparison to these two, he paled significantly, clearly just a subordinate to them. Particularly the golden-haired one, whose stature seemed insurmountable. Wang Yu averted her gaze after a mere glance. A mixture of trepidation and excitement filled her heart. It appeared that Sister Su's status was indeed noteworthy. Her mother might be saved. Sister, do you have anything to convey to your brother regarding your points? Jin Yao quirked an eyebrow at Su-Yang. Su-Yang understood his implication effortlessly. The top 5 positions on the points leaderboard were entirely dominated by the 4 of them, an astonishingly steep takeover. She praised, I must also express my gratitude to you, dear brother, for your guidance during this period. Had it not been for your meticulous training plan and your correction of my numerous mistakes, I could not have progressed so swiftly or amassed such a remarkable number of points. Jin Yao basked in her praise. For a full 5 days, he had dedicated himself to training Su-Yang, although he had missed 2 days due to other commitments. Su-Yang kept him updated with her training reflections and shared several training videos for his critique. He was keenly aware of her daily advancements and could roughly estimate the points she might acquire, yet the final outcome exceeded even his expectations. He cast a subtle glance at Lu Xinghe. Did you hear that? Su-Yang's achievements are a testament to my instruction. Lu Xinghe nodded at Jin Yao, expressing gratitude for his guidance and mentorship towards Su-Yang. He then turned to Su-Yang. Would you care to attempt to command for a moment? As time progresses, the map gradually diminishes, ultimately leading to a convergence of all players, culminating in fierce duels among them. Our group scores are remarkably high, and we are bound to face assaults soon. After you have watched numerous videos today, and I have shared with you ample tactical insights, would you like to take the reins and lead for a change? Jin Yao scoffed lightly, stating, I am her brother. Guiding her is my duty, and there is no need for you to express gratitude on her behalf. But do you possess the skill to command? Are you a commander, perchance? I am acquainted with several renowned commanders. May I inquire as to your identity? Brother, Su-Yang interjected, let us refrain from discussing matters of reality within the game. Wang Yu observed silently, contemplating the discomfort that her presence as an outsider might impose on their discourse. She found herself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to remain or depart. If she were to leave, should it be done quietly, or should she interrupt their conversation to bid them farewell? No one had ever instructed her on how to navigate such situations. At merely 15 years of age, Wang Yu felt utterly lost. Turning to Wang Yu, Su Yang asked, "Do you have any teammates? If not, would you care to form a team with us?" "No, I play solo," Wang Yu replied, shaking her head. "However, my combat experience seems inferior to yours. I fear I may hinder your progress." She had noted the impressive scores of the group. Su Yang reassured her, "As long as you don't mind that this is my first time commanding, we can proceed." She opened the map and pointed to a specific location. "Let us ambush here. When the circle begins to close, those outside will undoubtedly enter from this point. I have passed through here before. It provides an excellent hiding spot and a prime location for an ambush." The group silently advanced towards the designated area, soon arriving at Su Yang's chosen spot. Before long, 5 figures appeared within their line of sight. Chapter 57. The words of the defeated are not worth heeding. Su Yang and her companions had already set traps in anticipation. At the sight of the approaching figures, they collectively held their breath. The newcomers cautiously surveyed their surroundings while engaging in conversation, their voices carried by the wind. "Where do you think those 4 will be?" "Patience, we will encounter them as the circle closes." "How foolish are these 4? Avoiding high-stakes matches to fish in this low-tier pond. Have some dignity." "Enough. Usually, we never have the chance to meet such high-level abilities, since we finally do." "Wouldn't you want to see just how formidable these advanced players truly are?" "Exactly. If I could eliminate them in a skirmish, it would be bragging rights for a month. But what difference does it make? There are only 4 of them. Can they withstand an onslaught from the remaining 96? Watch out." Suddenly, a sandpit trap emerged beneath their feet, and the foremost individual fell in unexpectedly. "Damn it. How did no one notice this pit?" Zhang Jing sneered, his lips curling in disdain. The sandpit he created using his earth abilities was of superior quality, far beyond the detection capabilities of these lesser players. Su Yang had specifically instructed to enlarge the sandpit and harden its edges. When they approached the pit, the boundary appeared indistinguishable from the surrounding ground. By the time they realized the danger, they had already reached the center, surrounded by an insurmountable barrier, making escape a formidable challenge. As one individual sank into the pit, he instinctively reached for his teammates, but before he could gain leverage, the area within a 3-meter radius transformed into a treacherous sand pit, ensnaring them all. However, the group possessed considerable combat experience. Some immediately summoned vines, which they flung toward a distant tree, hoping to use it as an anchor to climb out. Others produced ropes, mimicking the vines. Meanwhile, one earth-based supernatural ability user attempted to manipulate the sand beneath them. All of this transpired in an instant. Su Yang quietly commanded, "Act now." Lu Xinghe raised his hand, and dense vines emerged, intertwining to form a net that descended upon the trapped individuals. Fiery Meteor. Su Yang unleashed a group attack skill. Following suit, Wang Yu, also a fire ability user, conjured fireballs, bombarding the area ahead with fervor. Golden spikes, slender as silver needles, erupted before Jin Yao, resembling a celestial maiden scattering flowers, and surged towards the adversaries. Observing this, Su Yang released several fire explosion skills, affixing them to the forefront of the golden spikes. The spikes pierced through the gaps in the entangled vines, impaling the foes, while the explosion skills detonated, leaving their victims grievously wounded. Wang Yu stood in awe, astonished by the prowess of the golden-haired man's abilities. His control over the golden spikes was extraordinary, allowing them to accurately penetrate the vine gaps. This display alone was a testament to the formidable nature of their opponent. Su Yang's reaction was swift. Had she hesitated even for a moment, such an outcome would have been impossible. The size of the fireball alone could not have infiltrated the gaps, relying instead on the force of the golden spikes. Moreover, her ability to precisely attach flames to the spikes as they moved showcased remarkable foresight. Filled with excitement at fighting alongside such a powerful ally, Wang Yu intensified her fireball's formation. In the brief encounter, the 5-member enemy team suffered devastating losses. Lu Xinghe manipulated the vines, which infiltrated the wounds of their adversaries, constricting their hearts. Through seamless cooperation, the foes were vanquished in mere seconds, the entire process transpiring so swiftly that Wang Yu hardly had time to react. With her first command yielding such success, Su Yang couldn't suppress a smile, turning to Lu Xinghe and inquiring, "What do you think? Is there anything that needs improvement?" The strategy and use of abilities had closely followed her earlier suggestions. Lu Xinghe glanced at her, noting her eager expression, her eyes sparkling with pure delight. The delicate sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the corners of her eyes and the arch of her brows. Though her frame was quite slender, lacking any conventional allure and merely exuding a bony elegance, it stirred something deep within him. Suddenly, he found himself noticing details he had previously overlooked. For instance, Su Yang's eyes, large and round, sparkled with clarity and vitality, complemented by her long, graceful eyelashes. An unfamiliar emotion spread within him, swelling his heart as if filled with something momentous. Lu Xinghe smiled softly and raised his hand, initially intending to touch Su Yang's eyes. But it ultimately rested upon her head instead. Remarkable. Many had sought his favor before, yet he had never experienced such a sensation or paid attention to these subtleties. His mind had always been consumed with battle analyses. Perhaps it was because Su Yang was his match, inherently different from others. At that moment, Jin Yao glanced over sharply, his gaze fixating on Lu Xinghe's hand. Humph, he scoffed, then spoke, let us discuss the spoils. The final blow had been struck by Lu Xinghe, and the points accrued belonged to him. According to their distribution principle, he was to share the points among several individuals. Sister Su, Wang Yu tugged at Su Yang's sleeve. Those people were cursing quite harshly in the map channel, and they mentioned there were traps here, warning everyone to stay away. The vitriol directed at them ignited Wang Yu's ire. Su Yang replied, the words of the defeated are not worthy of our concern. It is merely the rage of the inept. One should disregard the opinions of others, for they cannot provide you with resources or elevate your standing. Lu Xinghe had cast her an approving glance. Your mindset is commendable. To be an effective commander, one must possess not only a broad perspective and strong command abilities, but also a resilient mentality. Success and failure both rest upon the commander when defeat occurs. No one blames the team members, directing all fault towards the commander instead. In such moments, it is the commander who faces public scorn, and many are prone to psychological collapse, leading to a downward spiral. Furthermore, warfare entails sacrifices. The commander's decisions can dictate the number of lives lost. After each battle, as death tolls are recounted, many novice commanders endure immense psychological pressure, feeling responsible for the lives lost due to their inadequate planning. Particularly when faced with overwhelming casualties following a defeat. The fallen may be acquaintances, perhaps mere moments ago engaged in conversation, dreaming of the future, speaking of returning to their families, or planning a celebratory feast post-battle. Often, commanders must make agonizing choices, such as sacrificing one to save 100, or conversely, losing 100 to eliminate 1,000 star beasts or star plants. These decisions profoundly test a commander's mindset. Thus, a strong mental fortitude is paramount for effective leadership. Su Yang's disposition seemed admirable. Despite her frail appearance, she roamed the academy unperturbed by the opinions of outsiders, and now articulating such thoughts. She might indeed evolve into an exceptional commander. Chapter 58. Ominous, extremely ominous. Shall we change our ambush location? Wang Yu inquired, nodding. No, came the reply. Su Yang shook her head, asserting that regardless of what those few individuals claimed, others would still come here. She cautioned against underestimating humanity's contrarian and competitive nature. Many would merely think that those few were incompetent, believing they could easily succeed in their stead. Moreover, those individuals harbored intentions of eliminating them for points. However, they needed to make slight movements within a 30-meter radius. Su Yang and her companions remained crouched in their surroundings, and it wasn't long before another group arrived. Totaling 11 individuals, likely a temporary team assembled to hunt them down. The newcomers quickly surveyed their surroundings, concluding that the target must be nearby, urging everyone to remain vigilant. Having already discerned the abilities of the five, they steeled themselves and watched their footing. If not for those inept individuals being ensnared by quicksand, they would not have been rendered defenseless. Su Yang opened the team channel and typed a message. Team channel, Su Yang. In this round, we will execute the following plan. After articulating the strategy, she patted Wang Yu on the shoulder, saying, this round depends on you. The previous individuals had perished too swiftly, remaining incognito and thus alleviating concerns about revealing their game IDs and appearances. She turned to Lu Xinghe and cautioned, do not allocate points to her yet, to prevent Wang Yu from inadvertently exposing herself. Wang Yu clenched her fists, nodding resolutely. Don't worry, Sister Su. I will not hold this team back. Faint footsteps echoed from a distance, causing the group to glance in that direction. Wang Yu cautiously approached, her back exposed to the gazes of those individuals. Thankfully, they did not pursue her. She patted her chest in relief, turning around to exhale, only to see those individuals change their expressions and sprint forward, shouting, don't look at me. I have very few points. With so many of them, they wouldn't focus on just her, would they? If you have the capability, go after those five. Wang Yu pointed in a direction, quickening her pace. Stop. A wind element user from the crowd accelerated, swiftly catching up to Wang Yu and blocking her path. The others in the group glanced at Wang Yu's displayed ID and then at the meager points she had, easing their wariness. Why are you running? Who are those five you mentioned? Wang Yu timidly replied. They are the five who were berated on the map channel earlier. I was nearby, initially planning to flee, but when I saw others approaching to confront those five, I followed, hoping to seize an opportunity. Ultimately, those five eliminated them, and I was discovered, so I hurriedly fled and ended up here. The group exchanged glances, and one inquired, aside from the top four with the most points. Who is the other person? I don't know, Wang Yu shook her head decisively. All I know is that it's a woman. I didn't dare to get too close, so I didn't see her ID clearly. Can you please let me go? She gazed at them with a pitiful expression. So young, still not of age, and with so few points, why not just let her go? Let her go? Even the few points she has are still flesh. And this is merely a game, not reality. If one has chosen to enter this game, they must be prepared for the possibility of being slain. Wang Yu's expression shifted as she flung a large handful of sand towards the crowd and sprinted forward without looking back. Why pursue me? If you have the capability, go after those 5 individuals instead. 2 of them are injured, and yet you, a group of worthless cowards, dare not confront them, choosing instead to bully a mere girl. Though the sand-throwing tactic inflicted little physical harm, it was laden with insult, and coupled with her final words, it ignited the fury of the more impulsive members of the team. Just a 5th-tier little girl. Let us pursue her while the rest of you chase those 5. Once we eliminate her, we will come to your aid. Wang Yu glanced back and saw 2 individuals in pursuit. She swiftly darted into the underbrush, heading toward her ambush. As the 2 followed, their footsteps triggered a signal, and Su Yang and her companions sprang into action. 5 against 2, they swiftly dispatched the latter. Concurrently, within the communication channel of the 11-member team, the 2 characters appeared in black and white, signifying their demise. A trap. Damn it. That girl must be one of those 5. Those 5 must be nearby. Pursue them. The remaining members hastened in the direction Wang Yu had fled, but halfway through, they suddenly heard a buzzing sound. What is that noise? It's the black mosquitoes. Why are they coming towards us? Who carries the scent of black leaf grass? The black mosquitoes are not particularly lethal, but they do draw blood, leaving an unbearable itch at the bite sites, driving one to scratch incessantly, a disturbance to the mind. It must be the sand from earlier. It contained the essence of black leaf grass. A few individuals had gotten the sand on them, thus attracting the mosquitoes. What are we waiting for? Quickly, remove your clothes. Water elemental users, wash those few down, while the rest deal with the mosquitoes. Chaos erupted among the group, which had previously maintained a semblance of calm. Meanwhile, Su Yang and her team stealthily approached, seizing the opportunity created by the turmoil to act. Nearby, several white flowers were silently tossed in, releasing a subtle fragrance that mingled with the scent of the mosquitoes, nearly imperceptible. Everyone's attention was fixed on the black mosquitoes overhead, and few noticed what lay at their feet. By the time they dealt with the mosquitoes, it was too late. Their abilities were stifled, their bodies limp and weak. As if they had been intoxicated, their vision blurred. Su Yang and her companions surged forth, dispatching the remaining members with ease, as if slicing through vegetables. Wang Yu opened the map channel, and indeed, the chaos had intensified. Those who had been ambushed were vociferously cursing Su Yang and her team. She stole a glance at Su Yang before averting her gaze. Deceptive, exceedingly deceptive. Is this what it means to be a commander? Chapter 59. The complexity of humankind with the guidance from previous encounters. Su Yang navigated the game with remarkable ease, employing every technique she could conceive. The atmosphere in the virtual arena was rife with expletives. Typically, players engaged in direct combat, seldom resorting to underhanded tactics. However, this time, a plethora of schemes emerged, leading to an increasing number of casualties and a simmering anger among the participants. Su Yang chose to disregard the vitriol directed at her, responding only with greater force when provoked. Within the span of less than 60 minutes, and through the efforts of her 5-member team, they accrued a total of 100 points, thus forcibly concluding the match. When the game notification appeared, many players exhaled in relief, pleased to see the departure of those 5 troublesome adversaries, hoping never to encounter them again. A cacophony of disdain erupted from the prominent figures in the arena, who expressed their contempt for the rivals. Among this group, the middle-aged man who had fallen victim to Su Yang's prowess on multiple occasions felt an unexpected sense of relief. Initially, he had presumed her to be an easy target, only to discover she was the most formidable opponent. After the game concluded, he lost interest in continuing to play and logged off in defeat, yet his frustration only intensified. Ultimately, he resolved to travel elsewhere to unwind. Perhaps a visit to a D-class planet would suffice, where the inhabitants were simpletons. His prowess would surely earn him their admiration. The last time he visited Haldenstar had proven delightful. After the game, Su Yang and her companions logged off as well. Zhang Jing emerged from the gaming pod, eager to access his holographic computer, where he noticed a flurry of messages mentioning him in a group chat. The participants in this chat were all subordinates of Jin Yao. He swiftly scanned the messages and began to respond with a calm demeanor. Previously, he had discreetly mentioned the intriguing good sister of Jin Xiao within the group, piquing the curiosity of the others. After all, she was someone who frequented the social circle of the illustrious Jin Xiao. Zhang Jing, the game has concluded, and you cannot fathom my astonishment. When you next encounter Jin Xiao's good sister, be sure to treat her with utmost respect. Do not provoke her. Zhang Jing. Image, Zhang Jing. Everyone, pay attention. Ensure that none of our own offend Miss Su Yang, for it would spell trouble with Jin Xiao. He shared a candid photograph he had taken of Su Yang. Zhang Jing, what exactly surprised me? Jin Xiao was inquiring about someone's name. And this Miss Su Yang abruptly interrupted him, admonishing Jin Xiao not to discuss real-world matters during the game. Strangely, Jin Xiao did not pursue the question further. Is this truly the Jin Xiao I know? Who dares to interrupt him when he is specifically asking about someone? Those who have previously attempted such a thing have ended up in tears. Of course, there are individuals bold enough to interrupt, but they are typically elders or members of the 10 prominent families, entities not to be trifled with. Zhang Jing. Indeed, in the game, Miss Su Yang, acting as the commander, inquired whether someone wished to join the team without even a glance at Jin Xiao's expression or seeking his opinion. Jin Xiao remained silent, tacitly accepting the situation. It seems that we must treat Miss Su Yang with more respect in the future. Thank you, my friend. With Jin Yao around, who would dare to disregard him? Not to mention the audacity of attempting to insert someone into Jin Yao's team. Typically, in such teams, Jin Yao is the one in charge, and this is the first time we have witnessed someone ignore him without any rebuttal on his part. Zhang Jing. Moreover, here I am, enthusiastically sharing what I have observed. As one of Zhang Jing's conversational partners, Su Yang also received a message from Jin Yao, reminding her not to forget to share the video with him. Tiandao remarked, Master, Jin Yao is quite commendable. He truly regards you as a sister, showing such concern for you. After sharing the video, Su Yang chuckled softly. One must not judge solely by appearances. Tiandao, huh? Su Yang swiftly entered Blue Star, simultaneously managing matters within while analyzing with Tiandao. Do you recall why Jin Yao became a necromancer? Tiandao raised a paw. He died at the age of 1, which led to his transformation into a necromancer. Su Yang. Yes, he mentioned it was due to familial strife, indicating the severity of conflict within the Jin family. Given such circumstances, that he has grown to this extent and displayed such talent, what sort of person do you think he is? Tiandao pondered carefully. He possesses deep cunning, adept in schemes, presenting one facade to the public while concealing another, ruthless and merciless. Su Yang interjected. So you believe someone like that would easily show kindness to others? His kindness towards me is merely a reflection of the value he sees in me. Initially, I thought that post he shared was visible only to necromancers. But today's attitude from Zhang Jing has led me to reconsider. He has revealed my existence to those around him, sending them a misleading message that I am on his side, thus extinguishing any thoughts of drawing me away from him and thoroughly binding me to his ship. Very well. Tiandao pouted. Master, your analysis is astute. I foolishly assumed that Jin Yao was a good person. It turns out his kindness is indeed ulterior. Su Yang chuckled lightly, shaking her head. In this world, who is truly unconditionally kind to others? Even your parents have conditions. They rely on you for support in their later years, for you to bring honor to the family name, for you to elevate their status in society. Friends show kindness in hopes of companionship, someone to confide in, someone to share moments with, someone who can assist in times of trouble, and someone who provides emotional value. You see, all kindness in this world is driven by intent. Jin Yao and I are engaged in a mutual selection. He seeks to win me over, and I wish to leverage the power behind him. We are both purposeful in our actions. Thus, one cannot solely rely on this to judge others as good or bad. As you lamented, I too may not be entirely virtuous. Tiandao, humans are incredibly complex. Su Yang lowered her gaze, observing the chicks in the pasture. She once believed in the existence of unconditional goodness in the world, exemplified by the couple who had fostered her in her past life. She reveled in the warmth bestowed upon her by them, only to later discover that the entire facade was a mere illusion. The couple had adopted her not out of genuine affection, but rather due to their long-standing inability to conceive. They sought the counsel of a fortune teller to find a child whose birth date and time aligned with their desires, and it happened that she was the chosen one. True to their intentions, mere months after her adoption, they welcomed their own child, leaving her in the rented home they had provided, to continue her solitary existence. With the revelation of this truth, she comprehended why they had opted for a teenager like her instead of a 3- or 4-year-old child. From that moment on, her belief in many things began to wane. She became accustomed to scrutinizing the kindness of others with a degree of suspicion. Chapter 60. Second brother. When Sheng and Su Yang remained silent, while the ethereal being beside her floated restlessly, unable to contain its solitude any longer. Master, you are so rational. It must be quite difficult to deceive you. How can you ever step into the sacred realm of marriage or develop affections for your husband? It shook its head. Alas, I am genuinely concerned for you. Su Yang stared at it, exasperated. Do you understand the essence of marriage? What? The being, disinterested in pondering, knew it could grasp the concept, but after all, it had a master to serve. Su Yang replied. The essence of marriage is merely an exchange of interests, a mechanism to sustain societal stability, foster economic growth, and increase population. From its inception, the institution of marriage was never intertwined with love. It is fundamentally an economic and social construct. However, you are mistaken about one thing. What? The being blinked its large, feline eyes. Su Yang continued. While one may maintain rationality, controlling emotions is an entirely different matter. Who says that a person as rational as I am cannot develop feelings for others? As long as that person remains loyal, I can continue to cherish him. Yet, should he betray me, even if my affection runs deep, I could cast him aside without hesitation. If I were to fall for an enemy, it would be beyond my control. However, I could still act rationally and eliminate him, avenging myself. She paused momentarily before elaborating. For instance, although I harbor suspicions that Lu Xinghe may have ulterior motives, it does not preclude my slight fondness for him. He fulfills all my fantasies of a husband. The following day, Su Yang awoke early and deftly maneuvered her hovercar to arrive at the classroom precisely on time. Good morning. Gu Zhizhi greeted her with a radiant smile. Good morning. Su Yang reciprocated with a smile and then retrieved a box from her storage space. Presenting it to Gu Zhizhi. Try this. I heard it's the latest batch of fruit. I wonder if you will like it. Gu Zhizhi opened the box and her voice betrayed her uncontainable delight. I love it. It's my favorite crystal fruit. This crystal fruit is exquisite. How did you manage to acquire it? That's impressive. The crystal fruit is notoriously selective about its growing conditions, yielding a meager harvest. With a brief market availability of merely 2 weeks. Typically, it is not sold openly, circulating only among the elite. And the chances of it reaching individuals like them are exceedingly rare. Consuming one a day would suffice for 10 days at most. However, the box that Su Yang took out contained a full 20 pieces. They were indeed delicious. Su Yang nodded in agreement. These treats were reminiscent of jelly, delightfully bouncy and bursting with juice. Just yesterday, she had indulged in several, and this morning, she couldn't resist having a few more. As for their rarity, it wasn't particularly uncommon. According to Lu Xinghe, his planet cultivated them, allowing family members to enjoy them freely and abundantly. Gu Zhizhi remarked, in 2 weeks. Some early fruits will ripen at my home. I'll bring you some. The last time she saw how much Su Yang enjoyed these snacks, she decided to bring even more this time. Su Yang tucked the snacks away and replied, Thank you, Zhizhi, but you needn't bring me snacks in the future. I visited the doctor last week, and he advised me to avoid certain foods. While these treats are indeed delicious, their ingredients are quite complex. So I've decided to cut them out entirely. All right, Gu Zhizhi nodded. By the way, Zhizhi, did you mention a rumor about a planet earlier? Could you recount it for me again? After reconfirming with Gu Zhizhi, Su Yang felt more assured. After class, during her meal, she applied for a personal flight route, deciding to pilot her hover vehicle to Halton Planet herself. Civilian starships were too slow, taking a whole day to arrive. The latest hover vehicle, a reward from the game, was comparable to the newest warships, differing only in size. However, its speed and defense were among the best in the galaxy, capable of seamless spatial jumps. The warship's speed was astonishing, and if all went well, she might return by tomorrow. As for today, she still had to meet her younger cousin in the evening. After finishing her meal, her personal flight application was approved. Following an afternoon of training, she and Jin Yao arrived at the designated restaurant to meet her cousin, Wen Sheng'an. Su Yang couldn't help but be captivated. Clad in a red robe with fiery red hair, he exuded an irresistible charm, truly embodying the essence of a fox spirit. His fox-like eyes sparkled with a captivating allure that surpassed many women. Su Yang, with this physique of yours. Wen Sheng'an clicked his tongue. Do you need me to introduce you to a few doctors? Is the one treating you reliable? Su Yang pondered for a moment. They should be quite reliable. They are all industry experts. Thank you, cousin. If the treatment bears no fruit in the end, I will trouble you then. She produced 2 vials of Wuyin water. One is for you, and the other is for my elder sister. She asked me to give it to you, saying you need it for your experiments. When Sheng'an examined the Wuyin water closely, a satisfied expression crossing his face. Top-notch quality. This will suffice for quite some time. He then produced a storage space. Here is a gift for our meeting. Take a look. Su Yang accepted the storage space, discovering it was filled with an abundance of potions. When Sheng'an added, These are the finest potions available on the market. I've prepared 100 of each type for you. This should last you quite a while. He then handed her a card. With this card, you can collect 100 of the finest potions from my company every year, with no restrictions on the varieties. Jin Yao extended his hand, revealing a similar card. Take it. I have one as well. Then I must thank you, second brother. Su Yang responded without hesitation. The variety of potions provided by Wen Sheng'an was astonishing, encompassing nearly every type available on the market. Many of these potions were restricted, not for public sale, while others were quite obscure, leaving Su Yang in a state of bewilderment. Tiandao, could you please help me organize these according to their effects? A voice of delight resonated in Su Yang's mind. Goodness gracious. Master, you've struck gold. The value of these potions is at least several hundred billion star coins. Su Yang's hand trembled in astonishment. How much? Are these potions truly so valuable? Indeed, those who could be accepted as necromancers were no ordinary individuals. Su Yang regarded that group with newfound respect. When Sheng'an put away the water of 5 sounds, his expression turning serious. All right, fourth sister. Now Jin Yao and I will discuss some matters you need to pay attention to regarding the welcome banquet. Listen carefully. The next morning, Su-Yang piloted her hover car towards Halton Planet. Concurrently, Wei Si-Wei Guang received a message from Wang Huan. Wang Huan's sister had married into the Wei family. Thus, he was privy to certain information about them, including that Wei Si-Wei Guang was currently searching for a woman named Su-Yang. Wang Huan, young Master Wei. There is a student at Galactic University named Su-Yang, aged 25, with no detectable fluctuations of psychic energy. She should be at stage 0. I wonder if she is the person you seek. Wei Si-Wei Guang. Are you certain she is 25 and at stage 0? Upon reading this, Wei Si-Wei Guang's spirits lifted. Having led a life of ease and comfort, he had seldom faced hardship, save for the significant blow dealt by Su-Yang, who not only berated him mercilessly, but also extorted 3 billion from him. This humiliation could only be cleansed by the blood of the one who inflicted it. Wang Huan. I confirm. I heard Su Yang's name in the mecha department, conducted some inquiries, and indeed, she is 25 and currently studying in the history department. Those around her cannot sense any psychic fluctuations. She should indeed be at stage 0. What kind of successful individual studies in the history department? Wei Si-Wei Guang almost immediately accepted this conclusion. Wei Si-Wei Guang, I will give you an opportunity to prove yourself. Find a way to bring Su-Yang out of Star River University. If you perform well, I will offer you a chance to collaborate with our Wei family. Wei Si-Wei Guang. By the way, ensure that Su-Yang does not sense anything unusual. This time, he intended to eliminate Su-Yang completely. Wang Huan felt a surge of determination. Ever since the incident involving Li Rongxing had led to his scolding at home, his standing had plummeted, rendering him nearly invisible within the family. If he could seize this opportunity, he would regain his position at the center of familial power. Wang Huan, rest assured. Young Master Wei, I guarantee success. Wang Huan. However, I may need to leverage your name, Young Master Wei, as my current status is rather insufficient. Wei Si-Wei Guang. Do as you wish. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Su-Yang arrived at Halton Planet, and upon reconnecting her light brain, she received a message from Gu Zhizhi. Gu Zhizhi. Su-Yang, have you checked the freshman group? Someone is organizing a gathering for the history department this Saturday, intending for everyone in the class to meet and become acquainted. Gu Zhizhi, are you going? Su-Yang, I won't be attending. I have to go to the hospital for a checkup. Gu Zhizhi, if you're not going, then I won't go either. I only know you, and going alone would be rather dull. Su-Yang opened the freshman group chat for the history department, and indeed found the group mentions. The gathering was to be held at a 10-star hotel, a chain establishment that was quite upscale. While those in the history department were not lacking in financial means, their social status could not possibly compare to the top 10 families, not even reaching the standing of the Weiss family. After all, prominent families do not indulge in idleness, and they would never allow their kin to enroll in a history department, inviting ridicule upon themselves. Therefore, for these individuals, a 10-star chain hotel was a rare opportunity, one they might not have again in their lifetimes. Seeing that this hotel was the venue sparked extraordinary excitement among them, and they actively responded in the group chat. Nearly everyone signed up, leaving only her and Gu Zhizhi unregistered. The organizer even specifically mentioned them both. Su-Yang promptly replied in the chat. Su-Yang, I'm sorry, but I can't attend. I have a hospital appointment on Saturday. Gu Zhizhi, I'm sorry too. I also need to go to the hospital. Wang Qianfan, no way. Everyone in the class is going, and only you two are abstaining? That seems unreasonable. Wang Qianfan, can't you reschedule your checkup? This is at a 10-star hotel. If you miss this chance, there won't be another. Wang Qianfan was the organizer of this gathering. Su-Yang raised an eyebrow and responded without reservation. Su-Yang, if I miss this checkup and my health deteriorates, will you take responsibility? Gu Zhizhi, one Su-Yang, if I end up paralyzed or disabled, will you cover my medical expenses and care for me for the rest of my life? Gu Zhizhi, one Su-Yang, hospital checkups can be postponed, and treatment can be delayed. Why don't you try holding it in until the next day when you need to relieve yourself? Gu Zhizhi, one Su-Yang, could you please engage your brain before speaking instead of just babbling? Gu Zhizhi, one Wang Qianfan. All right, I see. I extend an invitation out of goodwill, and this is the response I receive? If it weren't for the insistence of higher-ups that Su-Yang must attend, I wouldn't be enduring this. Others in the group began to observe the unfolding drama, with some stepping forward to voice their opinions. Although Su-Yang's words were unpalatable, the necessity of attending a checkup for health issues is not something that can be casually altered. It involves one's safety. If Su-Yang and Gu Zhizhi do not attend, so be it. The rest of us can still go. Su-Yang and Gu Zhizhi are being rather ungrateful. Someone is offering a kind suggestion, and even if you cannot attend, you shouldn't speak to them like that. Wang Qianfan, the purpose of this gathering was simply for everyone to meet and become familiar with one another. Since both Su-Yang and Gu Zhizhi are not attending, this gathering will lack completeness and significance. Wang Qianfan, let it be. Then, we shall cancel this gathering. Upon hearing this news, many individuals grew anxious. Once personal interests were involved, they began to tag Su Yang and Gu Zhizhi fervently. Even those who had previously gathered to spectate began to sense something amiss and gradually withdrew. Su Yang pondered. Wang Qianfan was behaving oddly, as if he were deliberately targeting her. She summoned the Tao of Heaven. Infiltrate his light brain and see what is amiss. Tao of Heaven. Acknowledged. Commencing infiltration. Tao of Heaven. Something feels off. Please hold on. My master, let me trace the connections and infiltrate a few more light brains. Soon, numerous chat records appeared on Su Yang's light brain, including exchanges between Weiss Weiguang and Wang Huan, as well as those between Wang Huan and Wang Qianfan. Su Yang smirked as she observed those in the group who were blaming her and Gu Zhizhi, their incessant remarks grating on her nerves. Su Yang, are you all merely consuming food and gaining weight, while neglecting your intellect? Gu Zhizhi, once Su Yang, can you not see this grand white lotus blooming right before your eyes? Surely, you don't need to have your eyes and brains removed to recognize it. They could be donated to the hospital for research, benefiting all interstellar citizens far more than remaining with you. Gu Zhizhi, Wan Su Yang, Wang Qianfan, if you don't wish to treat everyone to a meal, just say so, rather than shifting the blame onto others. Su Yang, and the rest of you are equally foolish. Can't you see he is exerting pressure on you to coerce me? He wishes to evade responsibility and expects you to take care of my future. Su Yang, come forth. Who among you intends to take responsibility for me? Step up and transfer me 10 billion star coins to demonstrate your capability. If you possess such means, I will agree to attend the gathering, but only after signing a lifelong responsibility contract. Gu Zhizhi, won upon the conclusion of Su Yang's statement. The group was enveloped in profound silence. Those who had just spoken were now as quiet as mice, wishing they could retract their messages for fear that Su Yang would directly call them out to take responsibility. Compared to being eternally entangled with one person, a visit to a 10-star hotel seemed less significant. Wang Qianfan was infuriated. He had not anticipated Su Yang's sharp tongue. He simmered with unexpressed rage, redirecting his ire towards Gu Zhizhi. While Su Yang's insults were indeed detestable, Gu Zhizhi's one was even more infuriating. Wang Qianfan, Gu Zhizhi, are you not the one who is unwell, always responding with one? Gu Zhizhi, indeed, I am unwell. Otherwise, why would I be going to the hospital? Gu Zhizhi, I can attend the gathering, but could you first transfer me 10 billion? Wang Qianfan, damn. He took several deep breaths, forcing himself to regain his composure. Just as Su Yang sent another message. Su Yang, forget it, I do not wish to disappoint anyone. Su Yang, Wang Qianfan, if you genuinely wish to invite everyone for a meal, then please reschedule. How about this Friday evening? There is a saying, one can only be a thief for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Since Weiss Weiguang intended to make a move against her, she would not hold back this time. What if he was at the 11th level? Although she could not match him in strength, she had her advantages. Whether it be the latest hovercraft, intelligent brain, mecha, or blue star, each was a potent weapon in her arsenal. Not to mention, her second brother, Wen Shengyan, had bestowed upon her an abundance of top-tier potions, some of which were quite harmful. Upon witnessing Su Yang's agreement, Wang Qianfan experienced an inexplicable sense of relief. Fearing that Su Yang might retract her promise, he hastily concurred. As he observed the flurry of messages in the group praising Su Yang, he felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a torrent of resentment. After all, he was the one treating everyone to a meal, yet they chose to extol Su Yang instead. Truly, it was a perplexing situation. Retrieving his light brain, Su Yang instructed Tiandao to monitor the light brain of Wei's micro-light throughout the day. Tiandao responded affirmatively, vowing to ensure that those who dared to act against her master would face dire consequences. Su Yang affectionately patted Tiandao's feline head and piloted her hover vehicle towards Halden Star, swiftly locating Wang Yu. Inside a modest 30-square-meter room, Wang Yu's mother lay unconscious on the bed, her complexion a ghastly shade of blue. Su Yang produced an antidote and administered it to her. Upon consumption, the toxic affliction that had plagued her dissipated instantly. Within 5 minutes, she regained consciousness. Mother, Wang Yu exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face as she dropped to her knees before Su Yang, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Su Yang helped her to her feet. A daughter should not kneel before her mother. Go fetch her some water and prepare a light nutrient solution. Wang Yu dashed out, exclaiming, I'll buy the nutrient solution right away. Although robotic delivery was an option, she opted to go herself to save on the delivery fee. Wang Yu's mother looked towards Su Yang, her body frail, yet her gaze sharpened with clarity. Thank you. I am unsure of the cost of this antidote, but I will work hard to repay you. Su Yang replied, you would toil your entire life and still not be able to repay it. The latest interstellar antidote can counteract myriad poisons. It has not yet been mass-produced and is only circulated among a select few. If we were to calculate a market price, it would be no less than 100 million star coins. She was not one to perform good deeds anonymously. and since the inquiry was made, she felt no need to conceal the truth. How much? Wang Yu's mother asked, her demeanor shifting towards despair. She had assumed that Wang Yu had found someone to rescue her, but it appeared otherwise. At the age of 172, she had gained profound insights into life and had come to understand many truths. When someone rescues you with something of far greater value than your own, it signifies that they intend to gain something of even greater worth in return. But what could this person possibly want from her, an ordinary woman? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yu's mother slowly articulated, "What do you require of me?" Su Yang settled into a nearby chair. "You are a perceptive individual. What of your husband? Any elder relatives? Are you alone in this?" Wang Yu's mother, puzzled by the line of questioning, nonetheless responded, "My parents have been deceased for 50 years, and my husband has also passed, both victims of mental breakdowns. Currently, I have only one daughter." "I see." Su Yang elongated her tone. "Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to ascertain your circumstances. Please recount the events surrounding your poisoning and describe where you encountered that star beast." Wang Yu's mother meticulously recalled the details, striving to articulate every aspect of the incident. Meanwhile, Su Yang silently instructed Tiandao, "Can you infiltrate the surveillance of Halden Star to locate the area described by Wang Yu's mother?" Tiandao, "No problem. But for a mere D-class planet, it will be resolved in mere seconds." Moments later, a surveillance video materialized on Su Yang's light brain, featuring none other than Wang Yu's mother. She scrutinized the footage, cross-referencing it with the words spoken by Wang Yu's mother, finally pausing and zooming in on a specific moment. It was the eye of a star beast, and upon closer inspection, a flicker of golden light shimmered within. She paused the video again at another frame, revealing a grotesque visage, a middle-aged man whom she had vanquished multiple times in the game just the previous night. The problematic star beast had indeed been lured by this very man. Su Yang fell silent for a moment. What a remarkable coincidence. No wonder Wang Yu had been so determined back then. She glanced at Wang Yu's mother, perceiving her anxiety and apprehension, and offered reassurance. "Do not be alarmed. I hold Wang Yu in high regard. A mere 15-year-old girl achieving this level of accomplishment will undoubtedly shine brightly given the opportunity for growth. I possess a planet under my name, which I intend to develop, but I currently lack personnel. Do you and Wang Yu have plans for immigration?" Wang Yu's mother. "She probably has no opportunity to refuse, does she? However, those who own planets are all significant figures, individuals she could never have approached in the past. To have such a person appreciate her daughter means her daughter's future will undoubtedly reach heights she could scarcely imagine," though a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Overwhelmed by the magnitude of this unexpected fortune, she understood that opportunities are fleeting and nodded resolutely. "Yes, we are willing to follow your arrangements, benefactor." "Good." A faint smile graced Su Yang's lips. "You and your daughter should remain on Halden Planet for now. I will contact you when the time is right. By the way, there is a store on the Star Network called Blue Star Boutique. Please keep an eye on it. Once items are listed, remember to act quickly, as I require certain goods that I have been unable to procure." Through recent observations, it appears that the pets fed with Blue Star feed show no signs of mutation. She planned to observe for a while longer before commencing the sale of pets. However, she knew that the interstellar populace would be skeptical of these creatures being harmless. Therefore, she needed to engage in live streaming promotions, and Wang Yu's mother, along with that individual who would change their name upon reaching the 6th tier, were her chosen candidates. However, she could not employ Su Yang's identity for their tasks, so she would have to guide Wang Yu's mother to monitor the store. Chapter 63. The spirit-devouring silkworm. Upon departing from Wang Yu's residence, Su Yang piloted her hover vehicle toward the location previously designated by Tian Dao, activating the scanning function within the vehicle. The latest hover vehicle boasted an exceptionally powerful scanning capability, capable of scanning an entire planet. Before long, Su Yang located the items she sought. The hover vehicle descended amidst a throng of star beasts, and upon closer examination, one could discern a glimmer of golden light flickering in their eyes. A more meticulous observation revealed that these were not merely glimmers, but rather swirling golden threads. This indicated the presence of spirit-devouring silkworms. The legend of the spirit-devouring silkworms traces back over 1,000 years to a planet discovered in the interstellar realm, which was an ancient low-martial world. It is said that on that distant planet, the wife of the mightiest warrior perished. In his quest to revive her, he traversed treacherous terrains and ultimately discovered the soul-devouring silkworm. His intention was to embed the silkworm within his wife's being, allowing them to coexist in harmony. Later, when the interstellar community stumbled upon this planet, they heard whispers of the legend and captured the silkworm for study. The soul-devouring silkworm possesses the extraordinary ability to consume and digest a myriad of substances. Whatever attributes it ingests are reflected in the silk it subsequently excretes. This silk has become one of the most precious materials in the universe. Renowned for its remarkable extensibility, silk strands merely a finger's length can stretch for tens of thousands of meters without breaking, making it suitable for various applications. Regrettably, Only a single silkworm was discovered, and environmental changes led to its untimely demise. For many years, the interstellar community has failed to find another, rendering the silkworm's silk a mere legend. The soul-devouring silkworm dwells underground, and while in slumber, it uses its silk to control surrounding creatures, stockpiling them as sustenance. The manifestation of this control is evident in the flowing silk within their eyes. However, should the silk enter a human body, it produces toxins, with initial symptoms akin to those experienced by Wang Yu's mother. Currently, the silkworm silk observed in the eyes of these star beasts is golden, indicating consumption of materials infused with golden energy. As Su Yang pondered this, the scanning results from the hover vehicle materialized before her. Through layers of subterranean rock, she beheld the slumbering, soul-devouring silkworm. Tian Dao, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Master, it is the soul-devouring silkworm. Splendid. One of the materials for my future upgrades will be the silkworm silk. Moreover, it is one of the primary materials for my development. Should I sustain damage, silkworm silk can be used for repair." Su Yang cast a silent glance at Tian Dao, already envisioning the complexity of materials required for future upgrades. With a sigh, she declared, "Let us commence." The star beasts under the silkworm's control served as both sustenance and sentinels. To capture the silkworm, one must either ensnare it alongside these beasts or stealthily seize it without alarming them. Otherwise, it would flee in an instant. Su Yang's fingers danced across the hover vehicle's panel as she executed her plan. In the next moment, an almost invisible filament shot forth from the left side of the vehicle, piercing the ground at an astonishing speed and enveloping the silkworm in an instant. Securing the silkworm, Su Yang did not hesitate and teleported back to Blue Star. Upon her arrival, a series of notification chimes echoed. Legendary pet, soul-devouring silkworm detected. Would you like to incorporate it into the protective realm of Blue Star? Su Yang affirmed, yes. However, legendary? She mused. Are pets categorized by rank? This revelation reminded her of an earlier account. In the interstellar realm, there existed a planet known for beast taming, where inhabitants trained pets for combat. And those creatures were indeed classified by levels. However, after the beast taming planet integrated into the interstellar community, its inhabitants enjoyed a better quality of life and increased longevity. Yet the original essence of the beast taming traditions faded away. Due to the radiation from the stars, the pets in that realm have become tainted, leading to numerous instances of pets turning against their masters. Many have even defected to the interstellar domain, joining the ranks of the star beasts, thus inflicting catastrophic damage upon the Beastmaster planet. After more than a century of turmoil, the Beastmaster planet has fully integrated with the interstellar society, abandoning the practice of beast mastery in favor of cultivating otherworldly abilities. The past has been shrouded in dust. Over a millennium has elapsed, and it is likely that many of the original inhabitants of the Beastmaster planet have forgotten the classifications of pet ranks, gleaning only fragments of history from lingering whispers. The soul-devouring silkworm has been incorporated into the protective range of Blue Star, identified as a specialty of the Beastmaster planet. The Beastmaster planet has now aligned with a level 5 interstellar civilization, and pet quality will henceforth be classified according to the standards of this civilization. The quality of the soul-devouring silkworm has been updated, now designated as possessing a 9th tier ability, with a potential value of 15th tier. Detection of a pet with a potential value of 15th tier has occurred. The classification of pet potential values has been initiated. Congratulations, player, for independently unlocking the pet potential value classification section. Rewards include 1 bottle of high-grade spring water, 1 advanced protective shield, 1 advanced warehouse expansion scroll, 1 lottery draw opportunity, and 500 gold coins. Su Yang narrowed her eyes slightly. Level 5 interstellar civilization. Does that refer to the current level of interstellar civilization? She mentally summoned customer service. Customer service. What level of interstellar civilization does this game, Peach Blossom Paradise 20, originate from? This information cannot be disclosed with the player's current permissions. Then allow me to rephrase my question. What is the highest level of interstellar civilization? The mysteries of the universe are boundless. The pursuit of exploration is ongoing, making it impossible to ascertain the highest level. Su Yang gazed at the message for a moment, burying the matter deep within her thoughts, and turned her attention to other concerns. As she was directly enrolled in the history department, she did not need to undergo potential assessments, yet in reality, the vast majority of programs within the institution imposed a threshold based on potential value. Take, for instance, the mech and mech construction disciplines, where the potential value threshold is set at 10th tier. The so-called potential value represents the highest tier of otherworldly ability one could achieve in their lifetime. Observing the soul-devouring silkworm's potential value, it was astonishing to think it could eventually reach 15th tier. However, currently at 9th tier, why was it so feeble? It showed no sign of resistance whatsoever. Su Yang looked down at her palm, meeting the gaze of the silkworm's tiny eyes, and was taken aback to discern a myriad of emotions, contempt, disdain, and more, reflected within those green pea-sized eyes. Did this soul-devouring silkworm look down upon her? Su-Yang summoned her hover vehicle and the main thoroughfare, donning a friendly smile. Little one, I know you can understand me. I offer you an opportunity. Acknowledge me as your master and become my pet, or face annihilation. The soul-devouring silkworm slowly surveyed its surroundings. The hover vehicle and the thoroughfare exuded a formidable sense of threat. Yet, the ambience here was immensely comforting. There was no trace of radiation. And being in this space made it feel utterly relaxed, both in body and spirit. Moreover, the air was imbued with a sweet, fragrant aroma, drawing its attention to the crops, edibles that tantalized its palate. Undoubtedly, what captivated it most was the high-grade spring water brimming with 5 sound flowers. It had a premonition that soaking in that spring water would expedite its ascension. The eyes, no larger than mung beans, flickered with determination. Without hesitation, the spirit-swallowing silkworm forced its own essence to the surface, eagerly gazing at Su-Yang. Momentarily taken aback, Su-Yang grasped the situation and likewise summoned her essence. The two essences intertwined, and a flash of golden light illuminated the air, solidifying their bond in a pet contract. Detected. Player has tamed a spirit-swallowing silkworm with a potential value of tier 15. Experience gained, 50,000. Gold acquired, 10,000. As this is the player's first pet capture, and given the pet's exceptional potential, rewards have been enhanced in quality and quantity. You have received 1 premium spring water, 1 premium shield, 1 premium warehouse expansion scroll, 1 premium robot, 1 premium skill book, 1 premium lottery chance. You have leveled up. Your current level is 61. A flurry of notifications left Su-Yang momentarily dazed, taking several minutes to organize her newfound treasures. First, she displayed the spring water, shield, and expansion scroll prominently. Upon examining the premium spring water, she noted its description. It was the finest quality. Capable of reducing crop growth time by 50, increasing seed germination rates by 50, and enhancing the potential limit of supernatural abilities with prolonged consumption, among other benefits. Su-Yang resolved to drink only the premium spring water henceforth. As the premium spring water was unveiled, both the spirit-swallowing silkworm and other creatures on Blue Star turned their gaze toward it, their eyes betraying an unabashed longing. Even the chicks in the pasture clucked anxiously, their eagerness palpable. Soon, they rushed toward the premium spring water. Unhurried, Su-Yang produced the premium robot, configuring it as a combat unit and issuing commands. In an instant, the robot ascended, positioning itself around the premium spring water, sending the eager pets flying away. With a cold smirk, Su-Yang declared, "Anyone daring enough to sneak a drink of this premium spring water will not be spared. They shall be eliminated without hesitation." The spirit-swallowing silkworm abruptly turned to Su-Yang, its mung bean-sized eyes wide with disbelief. Su-Yang's heart was as unyielding as iron. This premium spring water was singular and irreplaceable. Once consumed, it would be gone. There was no way she would allow these creatures to indulge without restraint. The finest treasures were meant for her. Only when she no longer needed them would she share with others. Behave well, and there may be rewards of this spring water for you in the future. Su-Yang accessed the game store, reasoning that since the game had rewarded her with premium spring water, new items should be available in the store. However, upon seeing a neat row of zeros, she quietly averted her gaze and turned her attention back to the premium robot. The robot was akin to the latest model of the game's hovercraft, boasting formidable combat capabilities, yet correspondingly, its price was steep. With her current savings, she could not afford even one. The robot's designation required a change. Henceforth, the robots managing the farming and factory operations would be termed farm robots. Those overseeing the pets would be called pasture robots, and the combat-oriented units would be labeled combat robots. Su-Yang decided to rename these robots for easier management, and then proceeded to initiate a lottery. One was a standard lottery, and the other a premium lottery. The standard lottery offered items ranging from basic to advanced, while the premium lottery could yield exceptional items. You have received 10,000 gold coins. You have obtained an upgradable weapon. Su-Yang's spirit was invigorated. She had unexpectedly drawn an upgradable weapon. This reward was indeed remarkable. Like the powerful factions behind Yunlang, Jinyao, and Luxing, as well as the Orc Black Crow clan, which dedicated all its resources to forge weapons for their prodigies. She lacked such backing. However, she possessed a game. What those clans could provide for their elites, the game could offer her as well. With the game at her disposal, she was certain she could swiftly bridge the gap with those prodigies. Eagerly, she retrieved the weapon, which appeared as a small orb of light in her hands. After inputting her personal information to bind it, Tiandao floated nearby, exclaiming, "Master, one of the primary materials for this weapon is the devouring spirit silk. Due to its remarkable adaptability, it can morph according to your wishes. By possessing this weapon, you essentially hold dominion over all weapons. Furthermore, the materials required for upgrading this weapon are identical to those needed for my own and for the Dao's enhancements. Not to mention, like the Tao, this weapon does not favor any specific attributes. Its amplification capabilities are universally applicable. Weapon, Level 1, Anomaly Power 10, Anomaly Consumption 10, in the realm of the stars. Weapons and mechs are classified by attributes. For instance, the Orc Black Crow clan acquired the Radiant Sunlight, which embodies both metallic and light attributes. Any prodigy from the Black Crow clan possessing even one of these attributes could significantly enhance their anomaly's power. The same principle applies to mechs. Hence the profession of mech builder exists, tailoring them to individual specifications, as mass production via robots would suffice otherwise. As Su-Yang fondled her weapon with affection, she pondered over a fitting name. Tiandao suggested, Master, choose a name that aligns with mine and the Tao, thus presenting a unified lineage. The Tao concurred with Tiandao's proposal. After a moment's contemplation, Su-Yang mused, how about Rindao? She chuckled, dismissing the idea as it conjured up bizarre associations, and quickly decided, let us call it Shura. The ancient Shura, the Lord of Slaughter, indeed resonates with its essence. Shura, do you like your name? The weapon in Su-Yang's grasp quivered slightly, clearly pleased with its designation. She then turned her attention to the last item, a premium skill book. Regrettably, it was currently beyond her reach, as the premium skill book had a level requirement of 100, equivalent to an anomaly level of 10. To think that merely capturing a devouring spirit silk could yield her such delightful surprises filled Su-Yang with joy. She approached the devouring spirit silk and declared, since you seem eager for premium spring water, I shall reward you. She scooped a bowl of premium spring water and placed the devouring spirit silk within. Seizing the moment as it floundered in the water, she planted a grove of the silk's host tree. Once, one might ponder why your ancestors, being a unique product of the Beastmaster planet, went unnoticed during the interstellar acquisition of said planet, allowing them to escape to a lower-tier martial world. The devouring silkworm, still harboring resentment over Su-Yang's earlier frosty remarks, turned its back to her, exhibiting no inclination to engage. Chapter 64. The potential value of pets. Su-Yang paid little heed to the devouring silkworm's slight irritation. After forming a contract with the pet, an interface displaying a pet classification emerged, with only the devouring silkworm illuminated, accompanied by its detailed introduction. Pet name, devouring silkworm. Rename available. Pet type, devouring silkworm. Age, 12. Potential value, 15. Ability level, 9. Ability attribute, devour. Puppet. Racial talent, silk spinning. Crouching down, resting her chin on her hand, Su-Yang contemplated a fitting name for her new companion. I hear you can consume everything. How about I call you Little Devourer? The devouring silkworm wriggled, seemingly pleased with this title. Very well. Su-Yang tapped its head lightly. I've planted numerous mulberry trees for you. From now on, you shall remain here and diligently spin silk. I did not take you in merely for your sustenance. If I catch you slacking, you can forget about ever encountering this premium spring water again. Her gaze drifted to the mulberry trees, evoking thoughts of mulberries. Regrettably, these trees were mature. She wondered if time would bring about their shedding and rebirth, or if they would bear fruit. Shaking her head, she turned her attention to her other pets. The potential value directly influenced the future selling price of her pets, and she felt compelled to understand how this potential was assessed. Ice Blue Tiger, potential value, level 5. Ability level, 0. Floating Cloud Bird, potential value, level 6. Ability level, 0. Earth Spike Serpent, potential value, level 5. Ability level, 0. Customer service. How is the potential value of this pet determined? Based on the highest level historically recorded for this species, the potential value is randomized when players purchase pet offspring. The greater the number of relevant species buildings, the higher the probability of obtaining a pet with elevated potential value. Realization dawned upon Su-Yang. So this structure possessed such an effect. She swiftly departed from the blue star. As her hover vehicle glided through the air, she observed the star beasts below, a sense of eagerness stirring within her. She wondered if employing other means to vanquish these star beasts would yield experience points. If so, she could swiftly ascend to level 15. Guiding the hover vehicle, she unleashed its built-in weaponry upon the unsuspecting beasts below. The star beasts were reduced to mere pulp. Yet no game notification echoed in response, indicating that only personal confrontation would suffice for her to gain experience. The hour was still early. She resolved to engage in combat for a while before returning later in the evening. With a leap, Su-Yang descended into the throng of star beasts. By around 8 o'clock that evening, her combat level had risen to 63. During her endeavors, she had acquired 2 pet eggs, a mysterious seed, a skill book, and several weapons and jewelry items, all of which she discarded into the Blue Star, while the accessories and weapons were listed in the Blue Star's general store. Regarding the skill book, it produced the water-based skill water screen. This ability conjures a curtain of water ahead, temporarily obstructing the target's line of sight. Su-Yang upgraded the water screen to a higher level. After a fruitful day, Su-Yang returned to Galaxy University in her hover car. Meanwhile, on Norton Planet, Wang Yu went to work in the evening and encountered the middle-aged man who had harmed her mother. In the past, she would have endured the situation. But this time she suddenly recalled the scenes from the game where Su Yang commanded them in battle. It dawned on her that sometimes one need not resort to direct violence. There are myriad other means. Thus, Wang Yu began to devise a plan. Time swiftly passed to Friday, the day Wang Qianfan had invited everyone for a meal. Around 6 p.m., the guests began to arrive at the 10-star hotel. Su Yang came with Gu Zhizhi. This gathering marked the first meeting for the first-year history students, and upon seeing Su Yang, many wore peculiar expressions, realizing that she indeed had some affliction and thus chose to tread carefully. A week went by, and after indulging in meticulously prepared dishes along with various potions, Su Yang gained an additional 30 pounds, grew 5 centimeters taller, and her hair cascaded down to her ears. Despite the weight gain, her appearance still struck others as rather gaunt, prompting involuntary thoughts of illness. The meal lasted for 2 hours, and once everyone was satisfied, they lavished praise on the exquisite offerings. Finally, Wang Qianfan proposed a visit to the bar on the 10th floor, receiving unanimous agreement from the group. Su Yang was aware that the main event was yet to unfold. During dinner, the lights were bright, and any tampering with the food would surely be investigated by the powerful forces behind the 10-star hotel, so there were no issues with the meal. It merely served to lower her guard. The bar, however, was where the real intrigue lay. Chaotic and dimly lit, it provided an ideal setting for unsavory activities. Zhizhi, don't drink any alcohol and avoid food and water that are out of sight. Be cautious, Su Yang advised. Gu Zhizhi nodded obediently. Rest assured, I still possess a modicum of vigilance. Upon setting foot on the 10th floor, the ambience shifted dramatically. The lights flickered in a myriad of colors, pulsating with exhilarating music. Men and women were closely entwined, dancing energetically, while others showcased their charms in provocative performances. The presence of orcs flaunting their half-beast forms, complete with furry ears and tails, further heightened the allure. Gu Zhizhi trailed closely behind Su Yang, tugging at her clothing. Her face flushed as she whispered, Su Yang, this bar is quite chaotic. Isn't it? It was hard for her to fathom all that she had witnessed on their way through. There were couples sharing food mouth to mouth, others pouring drinks over collarbones for others to lick, and passionate embraces and kisses, all of which left a profound impact on Gu Zhizhi, who had never before experienced such a raucous environment. Aren't these things only meant for match partners? Why is it so unruly here? Su Yang, too, felt somewhat dazzled. This was her first time in such a bar, having only visited quiet lounges twice in her previous life. She expressed her concern once more, advising, stay close to these classmates, sit in the booth, and do not wander off. If anyone sends you a message saying someone is looking for you, do not believe it. Do not leave the sight of these classmates. Even if someone claims it is I who seek you, do not trust it. First, send me a message to confirm. Even if I cannot reply in time, the system can manage a response. She feared that Wang Qianfan might harbor resentment towards Gu Zhizhi and attempt to target her. If you feel anything amiss, such as dizziness, weakness, or a feverish sensation, inform me at once. After addressing Gu Zhizhi, she turned her attention to the system, instructing it to monitor Gu Zhizhi's situation closely. Gu Zhizhi tugged at Su Yang's sleeve, indicating her to check the system. Is something going to happen tonight? Su Yang lowered her head and replied, I am uncertain, but remain vigilant. I sense that Wang Qianfan is not to be trusted, and I fear he may hold a grudge against us. The 10th floor was vast, entirely dedicated to bars. The staff led them to a large booth that could accommodate around 100 guests, after which a group of attractive men and women approached. A mix of humans and beastmen. Wang Qianfan waved his hand grandly. Everyone, order one. It's on me. Brother Wang is generous. Brother Wang is formidable. Brother Wang is the best. The guests wasted no time, each selecting a companion to drink with. Su Yang also chose a woman. Otherwise, how could Weiswei Guang make a move? A striking woman with wavy hair approached Su Yang, holding a vibrant glass of red wine, and smiled charmingly. Dear guest, would you care for a drink? Su Yang declined. No, I am unwell and cannot drink. Gu Zhizhi, nearby, used the same excuse to refuse. Just as the woman was about to insist again, another figure suddenly pushed her aside. Attend to the other guests. I will take this one. The figure settled beside Su Yang and whispered in her ear, Sister, it's me. Help your brother. Chapter 65. Help your brother. Su Yang's body jolted, and she turned to look. The figure was very close, their lips brushing against each other's faces, and both of them froze momentarily. Su Yang frowned and leaned back slightly, creating some distance. The figure was a strikingly beautiful woman wearing a work badge, indicating she was part of the staff. Intrigued, Su Yang's mind raced as the woman's personal information appeared above her head, displaying the name Jin Yao in bold letters. Su Yang quickly scanned the surroundings and leaned closer to Jin Yao. Brother, what are you doing here? Jin Yao drew near as well, their proximity resembling a whispered conversation. To make a long story short, I killed someone, and now I'm being hunted. I came here to hide. Surely, You wouldn't want me to be taken away by someone else, or have my reputation tarnished, right? The moment I sensed your presence, I rushed to find you. Soo-young once again surveyed her surroundings. Upon closer inspection, she realized that many individuals did not appear to be here for relaxation. Their expressions were tense, and their eyes sharp, continuously scanning the crowd. It seemed these were the very people searching for someone. As Soo-young examined her surroundings, Jin Yao discreetly observed her as well. He had been scouting the area for the past few days and had not had the time to instruct Soo-young. Their exchanges had been confined to their communication devices. In the days they had not seen each other, Soo-young had undergone quite a transformation. Her facial contours were now discernible. She possessed a classic oval face, her eyes shaped like elegant phoenix wings, with slightly upward-turned corners that lent her an air of vivacity and charm. Her features were exquisitely refined, her skin delicate and smooth, though she was rather slender. Yet, the early signs of beauty were evident, and a little more fullness would enhance her allure. Reflecting on the fleeting sensation from earlier, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Soo-young's lips, pale pink, glistening softly. The previous touch had been remarkably tender, leaving him curious about the sensation of kissing her. Realizing the direction of his thoughts, Jin Yao blinked in surprise and averted his gaze, creating a slight distance between them. After all, they had exchanged all that needed to be said. He lifted his glass and inquired, "Would you care for a drink?" Soo-young diverted her gaze, and this time, did not refuse. She merely took a small sip from the rim of the glass, enhancing the sheen of her lips. Jin Yao's gaze involuntarily returned to her, and he suddenly felt a dryness in his throat. He grasped another glass nearby, swirled its contents, and drank it down in one go. Wang Qianfan had been closely observing Soo-young from a distance. Seeing this interaction, he glanced around Jin Yao, surprised by the server's adeptness. Moments ago, the two had been engaged in hushed conversation, resulting in Soo-young actually clinking her glass. It was noteworthy that during dinner, when others had urged her to drink, she had not even touched her glass. If someone had dared to provoke her, it would have required them to transfer 10 billion first. With a glint in his eye, he approached them, raising his glass towards Soo-young. "I owe you an apology, Soo-young. I should not have made those comments earlier. We are classmates after all, and there is no substantial conflict between us. Let us resolve this amicably." He continued, "I understand you cannot drink, so you need not partake. I will drink on my own as a gesture of apology." With that, Wang Qianfan downed the contents of his glass. Soo-young smiled gently. "Indeed, there is no significant conflict. As classmates, let us make amends." "Excellent. Then enjoy yourself. I will cover all expenses today," he replied, turning back toward his seat. Seizing the opportunity while his body shielded him, a small pill slipped from his hand and fell into Soo-young's glass. The pill dissolved immediately upon contact with the liquid. Yet both Soo-young and the system detected a hint of anomaly. "The master, Wang Qianfan, just dropped something into your drink," the system alerted. Soo-young silently acknowledged, "Yes, I am aware." She had noticed the slight ripples in her glass, which quickly settled, but her keen observation had not missed it. Jin Yao leaned in closer. "Does this person harbor a grudge against you? He does not appear to have your best interests at heart." Soo-young replied, "He was instructed to drug my drink." "You may act as if you have seen nothing. I have my own plans for the evening." Two individuals approached, their gazes sharp as they swept across the booth where Soo-young sat. Jin Yao picked up a cluster of grapes, peeled one, and presented it to Soo-young's lips. "My dear guest, do give it a try. These are the renowned amethyst grapes, quite rare to find elsewhere, and their flavor is sure to delight you." Soo-young responded, "What is going on here?" It turned out they had ordered a female escort, and while it was inconsequential to feed her something, it was now Jin Yao who had taken over. Was it appropriate for them to act in such a manner? However, there was no recourse at this point, and she still had to perform later. She cast a silent glance at Jin Yao, who smiled back and even winked at her. Soo-young opened her mouth and, with his hand, consumed the grape. Jin Yao retracted his hand, feeling a slight warmth where her lips had brushed against him. He sensed something peculiar about his demeanor tonight, perhaps due to the ambience of the place. The two figures continued to observe them, prompting Jin Yao to peel another grape and offer it to Soo-young once more. They consumed 3 grapes in this manner before the two figures finally departed to investigate elsewhere. Soo-young raised her glass and drained its contents in one go. To outsiders, it appeared as though she had merely indulged, yet in that fleeting moment, she had discreetly concealed the drink within her game pouch. Shortly thereafter, her head began to droop slightly, suggesting she was becoming drowsy. Wang Qianfan approached again, remarking, "It seems Soo-young has a low tolerance for alcohol. She can hardly handle one drink." He continued, "Let us have this lovely lady escorted to room 515 on the 15th floor for a bit of rest." Jin Yao hesitated for a moment, then draped one arm around Soo-young's shoulders and secured her waist with the other, lifting her effortlessly. The warmth of her body seeped through their clothing, making Jin Yao's breath grow lighter. "I shall take this esteemed guest to her destination," he declared. Beside them, Gu Zhizhi furrowed her brow, instinctively wanting to speak, but her light brain suddenly illuminated. Upon glancing down, she saw a message from Su Yang and promptly swallowed her words. She stood up as well, saying, "Since Su Yang is leaving, I shall take my leave too. It's time for me to go home. Enjoy yourselves." Jin Yao led Su Yang away from the gaze of the crowd and into the elevator, where only the two of them remained. As soon as they were inside, Su Yang opened her eyes and distanced herself from him. An awkward silence enveloped them. Jin Yao broke the stillness first. "Sister, I trust you enjoyed this experience. It is my first time taking care of someone." A faint smile tugged at Su Yang's lips. "Thank you for your cooperation earlier. However, do you truly wear perfume while committing such deeds?" Jin Yao frowned and sniffed at his own scent. "How could I possibly leave any fragrance on myself while engaging in such actions? That would be a blatant signal to my adversaries." Yet, despite his scrutiny, he detected no discernible aroma and inquired, "What scent?" Was it possible he had unwittingly fallen into a trap? Su Yang looked at him in astonishment. "It's just a faint hint of green tangerine. Are you not aware of the perfume you applied?" "Jin Yao, I have not applied any perfume, nor have I detected the scent of the green tangerine you mentioned." His expression turned grave. "Where is the scent? I might have been affected. I cannot smell it myself." A chime echoed as the elevator doors opened, and the two proceeded towards room 515, using the card given by Wang Qianfan to unlock the door. Upon entering, Jin Yao hurried to the bathroom, emerging in a different set of clothes. He leaned closer to Su Yang. "Can you smell anything now?" Su Yang leaned in to sniff. "The scent remains unchanged. It is still there." Jin Yao frowned and took out a spray. Applying it to himself, "Is there still a scent?" Su Yang nodded affirmatively. "Yes." Jin Yao's expression darkened, perplexed by the source of the error. He had been exceedingly cautious. Could it be some advanced technology? Yet, why could Su Yang detect it while he could not? Was it solely because she was a naturally formed necromancer? Suddenly, Su Yang recalled something, hesitating before speaking. "Perhaps you are not affected." Jin Yao looked at her. "What do you know?" "Su Yang, this is merely my conjecture. Individuals with a high genetic compatibility can sense each other's scent. Our compatibility should be quite high, which is why I can perceive your scent." Jin Yao grasped Su Yang's arm, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. "Then why can I not detect your scent? Shouldn't this be mutual?" "Su Yang, my health has not yet fully recovered. The doctor mentioned genetics, which is why you cannot smell it. Ideally, it should be this way." Jin Yao's demeanor softened significantly, only then realizing he was still holding Su Yang's arm, hastily releasing her. He produced a device. "Let us drop a drop of blood to test our genetic compatibility." He remained uneasy, unwilling to overlook any detail, especially since he had just eliminated a significant figure. Both drew blood, and shortly after, the device displayed a notification. "Tester, Su Yang, Jin Yao, genetic compatibility, 999. Jin Yao stared at the number on the device for several seconds, astonished by their remarkably high genetic compatibility. Throughout the annals of interstellar history, very few individuals have achieved such compatibility. Those who did were invariably deeply in love, often described as not merely merging in body and mind, but also as soulmates. A peculiar sensation surged within him. Soulmates? No wonder he felt such ease in Su Yang's presence. Among his peers, those of lesser status either feared him, sought to please him, plotted against him, or aspired to eliminate him. Yet Su Yang, unafraid, had repeatedly countered him, her words devoid of reverence, allowing him to unconsciously relax. Individuals of equal status, prior to university, generally resided on their respective planets, with minimal interaction. It was only after attending university that they found themselves in the same space, leaving him unfamiliar with them. Furthermore, due to familial reasons, he could hardly afford to let his guard down around them. Su Yang was the sole person among his peers with whom he felt at ease, as though they were merely ordinary friends. Thus, when Su Yang had turned away earlier, his reaction had been delayed by a few seconds, leading to her unexpected kiss. He turned his head and caught sight of Su Yang's hair, her short black locks appearing tousled, causing an itch to arise in his hand. He cleared his throat softly and put away the instrument, relieved that he had not fallen into a trap. "By the way, what was the situation with that person who dared to drug you?" Although Wang Qianfan's actions were subtle, a 12th-tier expert possesses keen senses, and such minor gestures could not escape his notice. Thus, he had certainly detected it. Su Yang settled onto a nearby sofa, her tone calm. "He is merely a pawn. The mastermind is Weiqi Weiguang, the very person I intend to draw out tonight." Jin Yao raised an eyebrow. "Weiqi Weiguang? I presume you have never met him. How could there be enmity?" Su Yang succinctly summarized the events, her tone tinged with exasperation. "Who would have thought him so petty? Especially since he was the one who insulted me first? Surely, it cannot be that he is allowed to insult me while I am forbidden to retaliate? Tell me, do you think I would encounter any issues should I decide to eliminate him?" "That would be a grave error," Jin Yao replied, crossing his legs and reclining on the sofa. "Weiqi Weiguang is the most gifted individual of the Weiqi family in this generation. Should you take his life, it would undoubtedly provoke the Weiqi family's ruthless vengeance, even if you erase all traces of your involvement. The Wei family will indiscriminately target anyone with a grievance against Wei Weiguang, leaving you no avenue for escape. So what do you say? Would you like me to intervene? If I were to act, the Wei family would dare not lay a finger on you. Su Yang shook her head. Not for now. I wish to try handling this myself. If I find myself unable to manage it, I will call upon you. Should the matters of Blue Star be exposed, whether it be the low-cost crops or pets, it would incite the covetousness of the entire galaxy. At that point, the entire interstellar community would stand against her. For now, I will use the Wei family as practice. You must promise to protect me then. Su Yang elongated her tone, infusing it with a touch of innocence and softness. The kind that stirs a man's protective instincts. That peculiar sensation returned. Jin Yao coughed discreetly, raising his glass to mask his discomfort. Rest assured, the Wei family would not dare to touch my sister. Su Yang cast him a worried glance. Are you unwell? You have been coughing repeatedly. Given the genetic factors, coughs and fevers are practically non-existent in the interstellar realm, so a cough suggests other underlying ailments. Jin Yao set down his glass, preparing to speak when he noticed a slight twitch of his ear, turning his gaze toward the door. Simultaneously, a message from the celestial network arrived, indicating that Wei Weiguang was approaching. Su Yang sprang to her feet, retrieving a vial of medication, which quickly evaporated into the air. She lay down on the bed in a few swift steps. Wei Weiguang has arrived. Make yourself comfortable. The door swung open, and Wei Weiguang stepped inside, finding Su Yang sprawled on the bed while Jin Yao was draping a blanket over her. Wei Weiguang waved his hand dismissively. You may leave. I am her friend and will take care of her. Chapter 67. Windfall. Jin Yao exited without a word, his downcast eyes reflecting an expression akin to that of witnessing a death. Wei Weiguang approached the bed, casting a glance at Su Yang and snorting disdainfully. How could this person, who had berated him for so long and extorted 3 billion from him, be allowed to escape unscathed? If she did not return the money today, he would write his name in reverse. He produced a rope, preparing to bind Su Yang. However, as he neared her, she unexpectedly opened her eyes. In an instant, she seized his arm with a grip so powerful it sent pain coursing through him. Damn it! Wei Weiguang instinctively sought to wield his abilities, only to discover that no matter what he did, he could not summon his powers. They lay dormant within him, as stagnant as a still pond. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yang began to search him, stripping away his storage devices and other gadgets, before binding him from head to toe with the rope. Throughout this struggle, Wei Weiguang fought desperately, but her overwhelming force quelled his resistance. Realization dawned upon him. He had fallen into a trap. He had intended to deceive Su Yang, only to find himself ensnared in her design. If he was not mistaken, there was something in this room that suppressed abilities. Very well, Su Yang, he thought, gritting his teeth, though no fear graced his features. His status afforded him confidence that she would not dare to harm him. Su Yang playfully patted his face, tearing away a mask that concealed his identity. It was evident that Wei Weiguang had disguised himself as a staff member to infiltrate the area. Tian Dao, has the surveillance been managed? Su Yang inquired. The AI, Tian Dao, nodded vigorously. It has been processed, Master. The surveillance has been falsified and will not capture Wei Weiguang entering the room. A smile slowly crept onto Su Yang's lips. That will suffice. With a swift motion, she grasped Wei Weiguang and vanished into the blue star. Where's this? The surroundings shifted abruptly, momentarily stunning Wei Weiguang before he regained his composure, his face betraying a flicker of panic. Su Yang had revealed her secret to him, and it was clear she had no intention of letting him go. She stepped onto him, smiling down. Disguising yourself to enter, you must have feared being discovered, ensuring your tracks were well covered. I should thank you for your efforts. They have saved me considerable trouble. The revelations of Wei Weiguang's actions had been promptly relayed to her by Tian Dao, easing her own burdens. What do you intend to do? You cannot kill me. Wei Weiguang forced himself to remain calm. Ha! Su Yang scoffed, drawing forth the blade known as Shura. With a swift motion, she struck, severing Wei Weiguang's head without a trace of hesitation. After all, under the watchful gaze of Tian Dao, she had long since discerned that he was intent on her demise. You have vanquished the NPC Vis Weiguang, earning 200,000 experience points, 10,000 gold coins, and a skill book. Due to your extraordinary achievement of defeating an opponent beyond your level, you have received a fourfold bonus, totaling 800,000 experience points and 40,000 gold coins. Furthermore, by surpassing 41 levels, you have been granted additional rewards for advanced protective shields, for advanced storage expansion scrolls, for advanced water sources, and 4 lottery chances. You have leveled up, and your current level is 76. Su Yang cast a cursory glance at her rewards before swiftly returning to her room, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as she exited. She then piloted her hovercar back to Lu Xinghe's residence, finally allowing herself to relax. Lu Xinghe was not home, likely still occupied with his busy schedule, as he had mentioned earlier. After freshening up, Su Yang returned to the house and activated her light brain. sending messages to a few individuals. Suyong, have you arrived home yet? Gu Zhizhi, almost there, just 3 minutes away. Have you reached? Suyong, I'm already here. She then opened the communication with Jin Yao. Suyong, I'm done. How about you? Jin Yao, wow, as expected of my sister, so quick. Jin Yao, I'm all set on my end as well. Finally, she initiated communication with Lu Xinghe. Suyong, I'm home now, going to sleep. Good night. Lu Xinghe, I'm still busy with work. I'll be back in about 2 hours. Good night, sweet dreams. Suyong locked the door behind her and retrieved Vis Weiguang's light brain, preparing to examine her spoils. The skies had already darkened, and she need not worry about anyone tracing her via the device. With Tian Dao's assistance, the restrictions on the light brain were easily bypassed. She first checked the balance in the opposing account, her mouth agape in astonishment. How much? Over 6 trillion star coins? Suyong sprang upright, exclaiming, Tian Dao, am I seeing things? Is Vis Weiguang truly this wealthy? Are the elite of the stars so affluent? I am now competing with these wealthy individuals. Tian Dao responded, Mistress, remain calm. The Vis family ranks just below the top 10 families within the Human Federation, and Vis Weiguang is among the most distinguished of his generation. It is entirely normal for him to possess such a vast sum of star coins. Furthermore, this is merely his liquid capital. His real estate holdings are even more substantial. Suyong murmured to herself, are all these families so affluent? Tian Dao provided an analysis. Allow me to calculate for you, mistress. Assuming a planet has a population of 100 million, with each person required to pay a tax of 1,000 star coins annually, the planet's ruler would collect 100 billion star coins just from taxes each year. This figure represents only the tax revenue. Commercial rents and other ventures are the real mainstay, potentially yielding many times more than individual tax contributions. Although the law mandates that personal planet owners contribute 30% of their income to the national treasury, the remaining 70% still constitutes an enormous fortune. And this figure pertains solely to the annual output from one planet. According to my investigation, Vis Weiguang owns 2 planets. Can you fathom the extent of his wealth? Were it not for the need to maintain the planets and acquire various state-of-the-art facilities, his wealth would be even greater. The entire Weiss family commands a total of 50 planets, rendering star coins merely a string of insignificant digits in the context of such a powerful lineage. They convert their wealth into various resources that bolster their influence, such as the latest interstellar mechs, cutting-edge warships, and state-of-the-art robots. The top 10 families, each governing hundreds of planets and having operated for thousands of years, are even more formidable. These elite entities have seized control over the lifeblood of thousands of celestial bodies. My lord, the path to developing Blue Star is fraught with challenges, observed Suyong, glancing at her account balance. Initially believing herself to be immensely wealthy, she soon realized that, in the eyes of these true aristocrats, her fortunes were trivial. Through the descriptions provided by the Tao of Heaven, she caught a fleeting glimpse of the celestial palace. Indeed, those at the lower echelons can hardly fathom the vast wealth possessed by those at the pinnacle of society. It is no wonder that within the necromancer's circle, individuals displayed such generosity. To them, this modest sum of star coins was inconsequential. Suyong nodded, indeed. The road ahead is long and arduous, yet these star coins are now mine. However, these coins could not be directly deposited into her bank account. She pondered for a moment and addressed the Tao of Heaven. Could you facilitate the creation of an anonymous bank card for me and transfer these funds? Understood, came the reply. Soon after, she received the substantial transfer, and in an instant, Suyong found herself on Blue Star. The opportunity for expansion had finally arrived. This windfall was indeed a stroke of fortune, and she felt immense gratitude towards the prominent figure Weiss Weiguang for the more than 600 billion star coins. She would be eternally thankful. Chapter 68. The Frenzied Expansion of the Farm Upon Entering Blue Star. Suyong wasted no time in depositing her previously transferred star coins into the game, subsequently spending 500 billion star coins to purchase a premium protective shield. Consequently, the area safeguarded by this shield expanded to 250 kilometers by 250 kilometers at a height of 50 meters, encompassing a total of 6.25 million square kilometers. She also invested a significant amount of star coins in acquiring land, increasing the land area to 200 kilometers by 200 kilometers, amounting to 40,000 square kilometers. With this, she could finally unleash her potential. Previous experiences had taught her that relying solely on the game to level up and unlock all crop seeds was unrealistic. The rate of agricultural advancement was far too slow, especially after reaching level 5, where the required experience multiplied exponentially. Currently, her farming level was stagnating at level 5. To obtain more crops, there was but one solution: to purchase seeds from the interstellar market and cultivate them on Blue Star. However, previously, the land on Blue Star had been too limited. Even the few unlocked seeds could not be adequately planted, let alone unlock new ones, as there was simply no space available. With more land, A single farming robot would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Initial robots were not costly, and with a sweeping gesture, she procured 10,000 basic robots. Of these, she configured 5,000 as farming robots, 1,000 as ranching robots, and 3,000 as factory robots, reserving the remaining 1,000 robots for auxiliary tasks, primarily responsible for transportation and patrolling duties. The land has expanded, and naturally, the water supply must keep pace. Su-Yang procured 100,000 intermediate water sources, strategically placing them throughout to ensure timely irrigation of the crops. The factory warehouse also required an increase. She acquired 1,000 units each of stone mills, pastry rooms, and grain oil factories, along with 100 warehouse expansion rolls to enhance capacity. For the feed factory, she purchased 5,000 units. Recognizing that the pet shop would undoubtedly become a significant venture, necessitating a robust supply of feed. Additionally, the pasture needed enlargement. She expanded it to 30 kilometers by 30 kilometers and acquired a considerable number of chicks. Finally, Su-Yang took a moment to observe the pets. They gazed at her with astonishment, their eyes wide with shock, nearly popping from their sockets. The blue tiger cub raced around excitedly in its enlarged space. The fluttering wings of the flying cloud bird finally allowed it to soar freely. The burrowing snake, bubbling in the marsh, stood upright, gazing vacantly at its surroundings. The little glutton, initially munching on mulberry leaves, ceased to do so, even dropping the leaves from its mouth without a reaction. As she regarded these little creatures, Su-Yang suddenly recalled something. Indeed, could the meat of these critters also be consumed? If they were listed in the pet shop, they would be regarded as pets. But if they were featured in the Blue Star shop, could they be sold as food? Prompted by this thought, Su-Yang opened the Blue Star shop and tentatively listed the pets. To her surprise, it was indeed possible. She then accessed the Blue Star pet shop, experimenting with listings again, discovering that selling them as pets yielded a significantly higher price than selling them as meat. This was primarily due to the potential value classification. The higher the potential value, the greater the price, whereas meat did not necessitate such considerations. After saving her changes, the game notifications arrived with a delay. Achieved a farming area of 100 square kilometers, attaining the achievement of apprentice farmer, rewarded with 1 basic shield, 1 basic warehouse expansion roll, 1 basic water source, 1 lottery chance, 100 gold, and 1 random crop seed. Achieved a farming area of 10,000 square kilometers, attaining the achievement of senior farmer. Rewarded with 1 intermediate shield, 1 intermediate warehouse expansion roll, 1 intermediate water source, 1 lottery chance, 1,000 gold, and 2 random crop seeds. Achieved a farming area of 40,000 square kilometers, attaining the achievement of elite farmer. Rewarded with 1 advanced shield, 1 advanced warehouse expansion roll, 1 advanced water source, 1 lottery chance, 10,000 gold, and 3 random crop seeds. Detected that the player has achieved the elite farmer status. Game crop privileges have been disabled, and the player may freely manage the farm. Achieved a pasture area of 100 square kilometers, attaining the achievement of apprentice rancher. Rewarded with 1 basic shield, 1 basic warehouse expansion roll, 1 basic water source, 1 lottery chance, 100 gold, and 1 random meat animal. Su-Yang eagerly perused the notifications and opened her game inventory. With 6 crop seeds in hand, she clicked to unlock them. You have acquired 1 seed each of eggplant, carrot, water spinach, sweet potato, corn, and lettuce. Ah, corn. Su-Yang's eyes sparkled with delight. Now she had the 3 major crops, wheat, rice, and corn, at her disposal. However, what did it mean that crop permissions had been disabled? She called out for customer service, seeking clarification. The response came promptly. With crop permissions disabled, players are no longer bound by the game's restrictions on planting. To summarize, the green peppers you previously left behind were intended to be transformed into red peppers for making chili powder. Under the game's rules, green peppers are considered a finished product. If players do not harvest them, they will remain unchanged. Now that permissions are disabled, if crops are not harvested promptly after maturing, they will wither. For instance, regarding factories, previously, they could only produce unlocked items according to game rules. Now, with permissions disabled, players have the freedom to decide what their factories can produce. A thought began to form in Su-Yang's mind as she carefully scrutinized the customer service explanation. If crops withered, if not harvested in time after maturing, could this imply something more? Steeling herself, she opened another package. You have received a pig. Su-Yang's eyes lit up. Pork. Who could refuse such a delight? Today had truly been fruitful. She felt grateful to her benefactor, the top supporter Visway, for without his assistance, she would have been at a standstill for an indefinite period. The fields and pastures lay barren, prompting Su-Yang to take immediate action, purchasing numerous crop seeds and energy stones. Activity surged on Blue Star. The farm robots efficiently planted various crops and subsequently irrigated them. Su-Yang patrolled the land in her hover vehicle, relieved that the maturation time for these crops remained unchanged at 24 hours, just as before. By tomorrow, once these crops matured and were fed into the feed machine, she could expand her pasture. Additionally, she had 8 chances for a lottery draw. You have received 1 advanced robot. You have received 1 advanced water source. You have received 1 intermediate warehouse expansion scroll. You have received 10,000 energy stones. You have received 10,000 gold coins. You have received 5 marshes. You have received 1 primary water source. You have received 10 glaciers. Glancing over the rewards, Su Yang placed the marshes and glaciers out, setting the advanced robot to combat mode for future management of her pets. After completing all these tasks, Su Yang reviewed her balance. Previously, she had over 600 billion star coins, aside from spending 500 billion on an elite protective shield. The remaining expenditures barely totaled 100 million star coins. The costs of land, factories, water sources, and seeds were modest, with the elite protective shield being the major expense. That elite protective shield was indeed exorbitantly priced, Su Yang sighed softly, having spent such a vast sum of star coins. She had only managed to secure an area of over 60,000 square kilometers, equivalent to a small province in the Daxia Kingdom on the former Blue Star. She wondered how many star coins would be required to cover the entirety of Blue Star. Upon this thought, Su Yang was suddenly engulfed in darkness. Tiandao quickly offered her words of solace. Master, every esteemed entity possesses its own rationale. Observe the crops we cultivate here, such as wheat, rice, and corn, that can be harvested daily. Other planets are bound by seasonal constraints, with the most prolific yielding only 5 harvests a year. Can they compare to our bounty? Furthermore, we have a diverse range of crops that flourish here, like the 5 Sounds flower. Can you find such a marvel on other planets? Should anyone dare to plant the 5 Sounds flower elsewhere, it would perish in an instant. Consider also the trivial creature, the small tunton, which thrives here but would struggle to survive in foreign lands. The small tunton, currently nibbling on mulberry leaves, glanced over curiously. Su Yang silently regarded Tiandao, pondering whether this was merely a personal vendetta. Nonetheless, Tiandao's remarks did elevate her spirits considerably. Indeed, this elite protective shield was remarkable. There was merit in its value. Oh, and there was also a skill book. Su Yang retrieved it and initiated her learning. You have learned the skill healing art. How astonishing that this Visi Glimmer is a rare healing ability. Its temperament seems entirely at odds with healing, resembling more of a fiery nature. 1 spark, and it erupts. After mastering the healing art at an advanced level, Su Yang departed from Blue Star and opened the star network to begin her procurement of seeds. Cilantro seeds, scallion seeds, spinach seeds, long bean seeds, chili pepper seeds, bok choy seeds. She collected an assortment of edible crops. Next came an array of seasonings, Sichuan pepper seeds, star anise seeds, bay leaf seeds, fennel seeds, sesame seeds. Then, she sought various fruits, grape seeds, watermelon seeds, strawberry seeds, apple seeds, peach seeds, cherry seeds. Su Yang purchased a selection of these common seeds available on the market, subsequently setting the delivery address to her dormitory at Galactic University. With a hospital visit scheduled for tomorrow, and considering her prior week's experience, she anticipated a 24-hour stay. Thus, direct delivery to her dormitory would prove more convenient. After acquiring her necessities, Su Yang remembered something and opened a family chat group. 59. Su Yang 37, 46, elder sister, second brother. Do you have any enemies in the Beastman Kingdom? Her elder sister and second brother were both inhabitants of the Beastman Kingdom. Her second brother belonged to the Fox clan, while her elder sister hailed from the Skywolf clan. It was already past 4 a.m. when Su Yang sent her message, preparing to switch pages when responses from the others suddenly appeared. 58. Jin Yao. 37. Elder sister enemies? There are plenty. 46. Second brother Wen Sheng, and what prompts this inquiry? 23. Mother, sneakily observing. 59. Su Yang, are you all still awake at this hour? 59. Su Yang, good evening. Mom. 23. Mom, good evening. Yang. 37. Eldest sister, no, I'm on standby. The item I need will ripen soon, just a few hours left. 46. Second brother Wen Sheng, and I am analyzing the experimental data. 58. Jin Yao, our ability levels are high. It's quite normal for us to go without sleep for 3 or 4 days. 59. Su Yang, indeed. I have eliminated Weiss Weiguang and plan to frame the Orc Kingdom for it. Therefore, I wish to inquire if any of you harbor enemies, so that the Weiss family and your foes may engage in mutual destruction. Su Yang did not intend to conceal this matter from these individuals, as her understanding indicated that they were not entangled with the Weiss family. Moreover, since Jin Yao was already aware, there was no need for further secrecy. It would be wiser to give them a heads up, allowing them to be prepared in case she could not handle the aftermath alone. After all, if a child suffers injustice, they will surely seek their parents. 37. Eldest sister, are you referring to that young member of the Weiss family? I recall he is an 11th tier powerhouse. Sister, you possess remarkable skills. Thumbs up. 59. Su-Yang, I must also thank second brother for the generous supply of ability suppression potions, Shy. 46. Second brother, when Shung-in, the potions are meant for your self-defense. I am pleased you find them useful. 37. Eldest sister, I indeed have several enemies. That repulsive creature from the lizard clan has been harassing me for years. I wish to eliminate him. Unfortunately, he is heavily armored and difficult to deal with. Here's an idea. His household has a favored young member. You could pressure the Weiss family to target that youth. 46. Second brother, when Shung-in, I have a similar case. It's from the Tiger clan. You should provoke his young one. 59. Su-Yang, a few days ago, I heard from a classmate about the spirit-devouring silkworm, and I plan to use it as bait. I need you, eldest sister and second brother, to assist me with the Orc Kingdom. Having noted all this information, Su-Yang summoned a primary robot from Blue Star and transformed it into the likeness of Weiss Weiguang, using her illusionary shape skill. The advanced illusionary skill could not only alter her appearance, but also affect other objects. Subsequently, she accessed Weiss Weiguang's storage space and retrieved his floating vehicle. Heavenly Path. Su-Yang beckoned toward the Heavenly Path, control the floating vehicle, and find a way to capture footage of Weiss Weiguang seated inside, directing it toward the Orc Kingdom. She activated Weiss Weiguang's light brain and, impersonating him, applied for a personal flight route, the destination being the Orc Kingdom. Upon receiving approval for the flight route, she opened his contact list and discovered numerous messages, primarily from his mother. The messages were sent while she was on Blue Star, where there was no signal. Thus, she had not received them. Mom, I received a message indicating that over 600 billion star coins were transferred from your account to a black card. Mom, what did you purchase that cost such an exorbitant sum? Mom, where are you? Mom, voice call not answered. Su-Yang glanced at the conversation history, imitating his mother's address to send a message. Weiss Weiguang, I was just in a discussion, and it has only just concluded. Weiss Weiguang, mother. I have received news that there are traces of the spirit-eating silkworm in the Orc Kingdom. Weiss Weiguang, I used over 6 trillion to purchase items in the black market. The information regarding the spirit-eating silkworm was discovered there. Weiss Weiguang, it seems that both the Lizard Clan and the Tiger Clan are also aware of this. I will go take a look first. Mother, the spirit-eating silkworm, which has long been extinct? Mother, where is its location? Mother, what benefits can you gain by going alone into the Orc Kingdom? I will send someone to accompany you. Mother, voice call. Chapter 70. Liquidation of Resources. Upon seeing this call notification, Su-Yang abruptly hung up without responding and turned her attention to other matters, specifically the real estate under Weiss Weiguang's name. First, there were the 2 planets, along with shares, dividend properties, and various technological inventions owned personally, such as hover vehicles and mecha robots. If memory serves correctly, the 10 prominent families that the Weiss family aligned with include the Murong family, which is a sworn enemy of the Shi family. Heavenly Tao, I blacked out the neural interface of Shi family's eldest daughter, Shi Tsangshu, and sent her a message. Shi family. As the designated successor of the Shi family, Shi Tsangshu was busy and certainly hadn't slept at this hour. She was currently handling matters on her neural interface when it suddenly went black, and a chat interface popped up. 0000, C4 Platinum Carbon Planet, C5 Bluestone Planet, available at a low price. Are you interested? After a brief moment of surprise, Shi Tsangshu quickly regained her composure. She used another neural interface to check the information on these 2 planets. One was a resource planet, and the other a tourist planet, both belonging to Weiss Weiguang. Shi Tsangshu, who are you? What have you done to Weiss Weiguang? She certainly did not believe that this individual could be Weiss Weiguang. It was not that she looked down upon him, but rather that he truly lacked such capability. It could only be one of those elite hackers. Who could it be? 0000. Just tell me whether you want it or not. If so, I will also provide you with information regarding the spirit-eating silkworm. The spirit-eating silkworm will surely be sold in the future. Let's create some buzz now. Shi Tsangshu, the spirit-eating silkworm has been extinct for 1,000 years? Shi Tsangshu, how do you plan to handle those 2 planets? Do you want star currency or something else? 0000, C4 Platinum Carbon Planet, a resource planet, with a monthly income of approximately 500 billion star currency. C5 Bluestone Planet, a tourist planet, with a monthly income of around 6 trillion star currency, including 320 A2607 combat robots, 876 B3458 combat robots, 139, 726 C3209 auxiliary robots, and 2 B367 civilian starships. 0000. This is everything about these 2 planets. Sold as a package. 0000. I require some top-tier materials, preferably a variety, and the specifics will depend on you, Master Shi. The remainder can be liquidated into star currency. 0000. If you have concerns, I can first transfer 1 planet to you. 0000. I expect your reply within 10 minutes, or I shall seek out others. Upon reading the message on her neural interface, Shi Tsangshu's gaze deepened, and she summoned the intelligence system of the Shi family. Phoenix. Have you managed to obtain the IP address of the other party? It appears undetectable and unobtainable. Shi Tsangshu took a light breath. Could it be that members of the other top 10 families, wishing to avoid antagonizing the Morong family behind the Wei family, have sought us out? Only the household intelligence systems of the top 10 families possess such capabilities. Shi Tsangshu, I concur, but I must first complete the transfer. 0000, please hold on. 10 minutes later, a notification arrived on Shi Tsangshu's light brain, confirming that the C4 Platinum Carbon planet had been transferred to her name. Shi Tsangshu, how shall I deliver those materials to you? Please provide an account for the star coins. As the next head of the Shi family, she lacked neither top-tier materials nor star coins. Since this was a private transaction, these items would naturally be her personal provision, requiring no involvement from the higher echelons of the Shi family. 0000, address XXXXX, account XXXXXX. Shi Tsangshu chuckled softly. This individual was indeed cautious, providing an address located on the orbit of a planet, and the account was an anonymous one, rendering it nearly impossible to trace. 0000, upon acquiring the materials, I will inform you of the transfer of another planet and the spirit devouring silk. 10 minutes later, Su Yang received the message sent by the other party. Shi Tsangshu, the materials have been dispatched. Simultaneously, her light brain pinged with a payment notification. The star coins sent by Shi Tsangshu amounted to a staggering 162 trillion stars. At that moment, she truly grasped the profound saying of the celestial law. In the eyes of these top 10 families, star coins were not merely currency, but rather a string of digits devoid of real value. Having concluded her exchange with Shi Tsangshu, she opened the family group chat to see that her elder sister and second brother had already relayed messages to the younger generations of the lizard and tiger clans. Now, it was time to observe their performances. Gazing at the substantial balance, Su Yang could not help but exclaim, Wei Weiguang is indeed a remarkable person. Next, it was time to examine her own gains. She once again retrieved the storage space belonging to Wei Weiguang. Previously, she had not scrutinized it closely, merely extracting a hovering vehicle, but it was evident that there was a considerable amount of items within. Upon inspection, she was once more struck by the other party's generosity. First, there were over 100,000 universally accepted energy stones, followed by thousands of various potions, and a plethora of clothing items. There were 2 mechs, 2 robots, and another hovering vehicle. Countless membership cards from various establishments, along with assorted instruments, caught her eye. Among them was the device Jin Yao had previously used to assess genetic compatibility. Various types of generators, treatment pods, and gaming pods were also present. Then there were innumerable materials and a collection of miscellaneous items. Regrettably, most of them were unusable. The mechas, instruments, and hovering vehicles all bore serial numbers. Should she present them, others would undoubtedly recognize them as belonging to Wei Weiguang, leaving her with no choice but to sell these items. The clothing could also be sold at a discounted price, likely fetching a considerable sum in star coins. Ultimately, she retained only the diverse materials and energy stones. Once more, she opened the family group chat. 59. Su Yang, if you do not understand, feel free to inquire about how to handle stolen goods. There are quite a few unsavory items within the possession of Wei Weiguang. 58. Jin Yao Black Market Link XXXXX, Code XXXXXX, Invitation Code XXXXXX. 59. Su Yang, thank you. Third brother. Su Yang entered the black market, studied the rules here, and swiftly listed these items for sale, hoping for a quick transaction at an incredibly low price. Tiandao, please keep an eye on the black market situation. Someone has purchased the items for delivery. By the way, please also collect the materials that Shi Tsangshu sent me earlier. I have granted you full access. Take what you need. Tiandao and the floating vehicle both possess the ability to become invisible, which is among the most advanced skills in the cosmos. This gave Su Yang the confidence to have Shi Tsangshu ship the items. Tiandao meow eagerly nodded. Master, you need not worry. Leave it to me. Su Yang gently patted its head. I wonder if there are any materials related to the light of days among what Shi Tsangshu provided. If so, I will upgrade you at the earliest opportunity. Sounds from outside interrupted, and Su Yang opened the door, locking eyes with Lu Xinghe. Good morning. Lu Xinghe's light green eyes sparkled with a subtle smile. Perfect timing for breakfast together. Good morning. Su Yang returned his smile and walked over to take his hand. The two descended the staircase hand in hand. Chapter 71. The assembly Chiu flew to their side. Master, Su Yang master, what would you like for breakfast? Lu Xinghe, anything works for me. Su Yang pondered. I would like to have buns. It had been a long time since she last enjoyed such delicacies. Eggplant and green pepper buns, cold noodle buns, spicy tofu buns, shrimp and meat buns, pickled cabbage and meat buns, and 1 serving of tofu pudding. Ever since arriving in the cosmos, her appetite had increased, as back on Blue Star, 2 buns and a serving of tofu pudding would have sufficed for a meal. Of course, referring to the palm-sized buns, not the small soup dumplings. Lu Xinghe immediately adjusted his order. I'll have the same as Yang Yang. Chiyo darted off and soon returned with heaps of fresh ingredients, while the cooking robot busied itself in the kitchen. Su-Yang settled onto the sofa, activating the projection in front of her to watch the news broadcast of the day. Beside her, Lu Xinghe joined her on the sofa. The latest news from our channel states that Assembly member Fang Kaiyun passed away last night at 8:32 p.m. at the XXXX hotel. Su-Yang blinked in surprise. Wasn't he at the very venue of their gathering yesterday? Could it be that Jin Yao had killed this individual? An Assembly member is a significant figure, which explains Jin Yao's caution. In the Human Federation, the top 10 families hold unparalleled influence, controlling the lifeblood of thousands of planets under the Federation. The Assembly is responsible for making pivotal decisions regarding the Federation's affairs, such as foreign diplomacy, legal amendments, and route applications, among others. There are a total of 100 Assembly members, with changes occurring every 50 years. Of these, 50 are fixed representatives from the top 10 families, while the other 50 are elected from the populace through voting by citizens of the Human Federation. However, despite the appealing title of Assembly members, they hold no real power within the Assembly, as authority is monopolized by the other 50 individuals. The 10 prominent families have entrusted 50 individuals with decision-making authority, while another 50, chosen from the populace, are tasked with executing and advancing these decisions. Among them is Fang Kaiyun, a member of the Assembly elected from the grassroots, who has held his position for 32 years. Su-Yang turned to Lu Xinghe, asking for an analysis of the situation. Why was he murdered? Lu Xinghe, unfazed, sliced fruit leisurely and offered her a plate of freshly cut delicacies. Try this. It's a type of newly ripened fruit. Its flavor rivals that of the crystal fruit. As the conversation shifted to fruit, Su-Yang recalled some matters. She had previously purchased several seeds, but they were all common varieties. Rare fruits like the crystal fruit and the one before her were not available for sale online, as they were exclusively held by the powerful factions. Besides these fruit seeds, there were also high-end crops not listed on the Star Network. Lu Xinghe wiped his hands with a napkin before speaking. Fang Kaiyun was an obstacle. A few weeks ago, the Assembly's decision leaned towards channeling resources to the B1 planet, aiming to elevate it to A-grade status, with Fang Kaiyun responsible for liaising with the planet's ruler, a member of the Jin family. At this point, Lu Xinghe glanced at Su-Yang. However, the Jin family member was not aligned with Jin Yao, while Fang Kaiyun was loyal to another faction of the Jin family. Now that Fang Kaiyun was dead, a new Assembly member would inevitably be appointed to take over his liaison role, possibly leading to a change in the planet's ruler. Many sought to immigrate to the B1 planet, aspiring to obtain residency permits for A-grade planets, with various factions bidding for assets. Su-Yang realized the implications. At that moment, the news broadcast shifted to another story. Noticing Su-Yang's interest, Lu Xinghe began explaining the details, gradually revealing numerous insider insights. By the way, you returned quite late yesterday. You missed the gifts I brought for you. Su-Yang produced several items, holding up a bottle of perfume. Take a whiff. It carries the fresh scent of the woods, reminiscent of you. She presented him with delectable treats in flavors he adored. This is the latest soil cultivated by the Agricultural Institute of Galactic University. I've heard the plant-based beastmen are quite fond of it, though I'm unsure if you'll like it. Lu Xinghe picked up the soil, feeling a surge of instinct to root himself within it, as the nutrients resonated deeply with his being. I quite like it, he admitted, glancing at the array of items on the table, all of which were indeed to his taste. A stirring sensation enveloped his heart, as if it were filled with something profound. This reaction was unexpected. He had yet to ascertain Su-Yang's true identity, and he should not be responding to her gestures in such a manner. When he met her hopeful gaze, he found himself inexplicably drawn in, lowering his head to place a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Realizing what he had done, his heart raced, and he felt a warmth creeping into his ears, hidden beneath his hair. Su-Yang blinked in surprise, reaching out to cradle his face in her hands. Lu Xinghe did not struggle. His eyes, clouded and unfocused, gazed at Su-Yang, a flicker of expectation coursing through him, one he himself had not fully recognized. Su-Yang's fingers brushed against his face, and she placed a kiss upon his cheek, declaring, "Let us consider this a good morning kiss." As she drew back, she noticed that Lu Xinghe's eyes shimmered with a hint of moisture, gazing at her with a quiet, docile charm that was utterly disarming. A mature man of 190, he seemed incongruous with such innocence, yet it was the only description that sprang to Su-Yang's mind. His demeanor was so compliant that it felt as though she could have her way with him entirely. Enchanted by his allure, Su-Yang pressed her lips against his. Lu Xinghe's body stiffened, his palm trembling slightly. His lips were soft and cool, imbued with a faint scent of fresh greenery. Su-Yang savored the moment, tasting it inch by inch. After a brief interval, she pulled away, feeling somewhat perplexed. The internet had claimed that kissing could be addictive, yet she felt rather indifferent, lacking the urge to continue. Was it perhaps due to the absence of a deeper connection? The mere thought of entangling tongues and mingling saliva sent a shiver down her spine. No, that was too repulsive. She could not bring herself to proceed. The flutter of emotion within her dissipated entirely, and she cast aside even the faintest sense of shyness, rising to her feet. "Let us eat," she announced. Lu Xinghe stood silently, the sensation of their earlier contact still echoing in his mind. He had come so close, so very close to taking the initiative. It was utterly inappropriate. The little ball, Qiuqiu, flew over to Tiandao and nudged it, saying, "They kissed. Does this mean we are soon to have a little master?" Tiandao huffed in annoyance. "What nonsense are you thinking? They aren't even married yet. Children born out of wedlock are considered illegitimate and not recognized by the law. Besides, my master is still unwell. The doctor has advised that they cannot share a bed. However, tell me, if they were to marry, would their first child be a boy or a girl? Would the child be human or beastman? Speaking of which, if the child were a beastman, how would it be born? Would it need to be buried in the earth?" Chapter 72. Thank you. After dinner, Su Yang and Lu Xinghe went to the hospital, where, as usual, a series of examinations and a surgical procedure awaited. By the time Su Yang awoke, it was already 7 p.m., and she was to remain under observation for 24 hours. Lu Xinghe handed her a cup of warm water, saying, "Aunt Xin and Uncle Lin mentioned that your recovery is progressing well. At this rate, one more procedure, and you should be fully healed." A wave of joy surged within Su Yang. Was it finally coming to an end? She sincerely thanked Lu Xinghe. "Xinghe, thank you for accompanying me to the hospital time and again, for bringing Aunt Xin and Uncle Lin to my side, and for choosing to maintain our matching relationship even when I was in such a dire state." In contrast to her previous matches, Lu Xinghe was the only one who had not turned away from her. After all, she herself felt disdain for her condition upon her arrival in this world. Were their roles reversed, she might have looked down upon her former self as well. Lu Xinghe was truly a remarkable individual, almost devoid of flaws in her eyes. Leaning against her pillow, she took a sip of warm water and tilted her head to look at Lu Xinghe. "Speaking of which, when I first appeared before you in that state, did you not feel any resistance at all?" The lips, glistening after a sip of water, inadvertently caught Lu Xinghe's gaze, only for him to swiftly avert his eyes. Su Yang, tilting her head and intently observing him, appeared rather endearing, provoking a desire within him to reach out and touch her. Lu Xinghe lowered his gaze slightly, expelling the thoughts swirling in his mind, and calmly inquired, "What do you mean by disdain? Is it regarding my appearance, my background, or something else?" Su Yang replied, "All of it." Lu Xinghe continued, "My past was predominantly spent amidst the chaos of battle. I witnessed the harrowing scenes of death, whether among humans or the beastly creatures. Therefore, in my eyes, superficial beauty holds little significance. I perceive humanity in two categories: the living, who possess capability, and the dead. Naturally, I am but a mere mortal myself, yearning to behold beautiful things when I find solace and rest, as such sights uplift the spirit. If given the chance, I would certainly desire a wife of exquisite beauty, for we are destined to share several centuries together. You are my first match, and you are aware of my circumstances, my abilities rendered useless, everyone shunning me, and the wave of online harassment I endured. Yet, you do not regard me with disdain. Instead, you acknowledge my efforts. At that moment, I felt it worth exploring further, knowing that your transformation stemmed from illness, and I possess the means to address your afflictions. Thus, I held no reservations regarding your appearance then. While beauty can captivate the heart, genuine sincerity is far rarer." He had not sensed any disdain from Su Yang, who treated him with respect and affirmed his contributions. It was then that he contemplated the possibility of seeking a deeper understanding of her. Although later doubts about her identity arose due to her peculiarities, he refrained from taking any drastic measures against her, opting instead for a close observation approach. As for identity, Lu Xinghe paused momentarily. "I reiterate, while appearance and social status are undeniably significant, true sincerity is far more precious. Moreover, your demeanor at that time was poised and composed, with clarity in your gaze. To maintain such composure in your situation speaks volumes of your inner strength. Had you displayed timidity, averting your eyes from me and stuttering in speech, I would have likely terminated our match." Su Yang raised her cup, expressing, "I would like more water." Lu Xinghe poured her another glass of warm water, stating, "I have already instructed Qiuqiu to prepare dinner. The meal will be delivered shortly. This is the new equipment provided for you by Aunt Xin and Uncle Lin. It bears the same efficacy as the previous one. Please take a look." After indulging in their meal, the two sat at separate tables, tending to their respective matters. Su Yang's light brain received a message from Tiandao, indicating that the materials were secured and that the seeds within her dormitory had been sorted for her convenience. Su Yang inquired, "Does the material include the radiant light of the sun?" Tiandao replied, It does, although not in abundance. It is sufficient for the three of us to upgrade." Su Yang, "All right, once I return to the dormitory tomorrow, I will upgrade you all. You can stay there. No need to come back." Su Yang, "Please contact Sheet Sangshu on your own." Tiandao, MMM. Su Yang opened the link to the black market, Perhaps due to her substantial discounts, the prices were slashed, and the items she had previously listed were nearly sold out. Tiandao had already managed the shipping, and she would soon receive her star coins upon confirmation of receipt. She estimated that selling everything would yield her over 800 billion star coins. The bulk of this wealth stemmed from 2 mechs, constructed from premium materials that fetched exorbitant prices. Additionally, several properties under the name of Weishi Weiguang, all situated on A-class planets with prime locations, were also sold at high prices, along with top-tier potions that commanded impressive sums. Weishi Weiguang, you truly are a commendable individual. Suyang mused once more. She then perused other messages. 37. Elder sister, fourth sister. I'm done here. I'll come to visit you. 37. Elder sister, it might take a few more days. Those old geezers can't catch up with me, so they band together to hunt me down. Suyang glanced at the time. The gap between the 2 messages was less than 10 minutes. Her elder sister's life was indeed vibrant. Suyang, no rush, elder sister. Please take care. Suyang, next week, I'll participate in a practical training organized by the school, which is said to last 5 days on a planet. Suyang, after the training, there will be an auction. We must meet at the welcome banquet. Knowing that Suyang was attending practical training, Lu Xinghe took it upon himself to impart a wealth of relevant knowledge to her over the following day. A dedicated man possesses an extraordinary charm, and his profound knowledge only added to his radiant allure. Suyang felt her affection for him intensifying. The following evening, Suyang returned to the dormitory. As soon as she entered, Tiandao rushed over, rubbing against her eagerly. Tiandao, woof, woof, woof. Master, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Suyang pushed it away. You're just eager to get upgraded. All right, show me what you have. Tiandao produced items from its storage space, and upon opening it, Suyang gasped in awe. As expected of the young master of the Shi family, it was indeed extravagant, and given her status, these materials were top-notch. With such an abundance of materials, combined with what she had previously scavenged from Weishi Weiguang, she wondered how many levels she could elevate these 3 companions. Excitement bubbled within her as she gathered all the items and swiftly entered Blue Star. Tiandao, Dadao, and Xiao Luo, the 3 upgradable entities, were released. Starstone, Mermaid's Tear, Moonlight Essence, and Sunlight were also laid out before her. Suyang, I don't know how you all wish to upgrade. You can figure it out yourselves. Chapter 73. The farm continues to flourish. Xiao Luo transformed into a sharp dagger, slicing through several materials. The 3 entities each ingested a portion of the materials and then became still. Little Tunton arrived unexpectedly, its small, pea-sized eyes fixated on the 4 materials for a brief moment before it settled down and began to nibble at them slowly. Suyang glanced at it, but chose to ignore its presence. After all, the higher the quality of materials Little Tunton consumed, the more exquisite the silk it would produce, ultimately benefiting her when sold. Seizing the opportunity while the 3 creatures were upgrading, she opened several shops and meticulously listed the harvested crops. Fortunately, she had configured the robots with certain permissions, allowing them to autonomously harvest and cultivate even in her absence on Blue Star, thus preventing the crops from over-ripening and rotting. However, she still had to manually list items in her shops, which was somewhat inconvenient. During this time, Suyang also discovered the advantages of having the permissions disabled. For instance, after harvesting wheat, the leftover straw could now be retained as fodder. The stalks of corn and peppers were also usable. Previously, such remnants would vanish after harvesting. A pure game characteristic, but now they mirrored real life. Utilizing these materials to produce fodder would ensure a plentiful supply in the future. Additionally, sweet potatoes and their sprouts were edible, suitable for both humans and animals, and could be sold separately. The factories could also generate new products. In the stone mill, corn could now be processed into cornmeal and cornstarch. With sweet potatoes and potatoes available, potato starch and sweet potato starch could also be produced. The grain and oil factory was capable of producing corn oil, while the noodle shop could create corn flour, corn cakes, and sweet potato cakes. Suyang carefully examined the noodle shop. Previously, the noodles produced were fixed in type, typically the common hand-pulled noodles. However, with the permissions disabled and under her control, a variety of noodles could now be crafted, including wide noodles, torn noodles, handmade noodles, broken noodles, and instant noodles. She meticulously set these parameters, and as she did so, the robots sprang into action, and the factories commenced their industrious work, creating a bustling scene. Afterward, she reviewed the historical records. Your farming level has upgraded, current level 6. Shop unlocked 1, drying area unlocked 1, slaughterhouse unlocked 1, lambs unlocked, apple seeds unlocked. Your farming level has increased, current level 7, shop unlocked 1. Pickling factory unlocked 1, winery unlocked 1, calves unlocked, peach seeds unlocked. Suyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Harvesting crops yielded experience points. And with the expansion of her farming area, each harvest brought a substantial amount of experience. To her delight, she had surged 2 levels and unlocked numerous features. Tian Dao and the other 3 approached her, exclaiming, Master, Master, we have all leveled up. I can now control 10 items at once, and at the next level, I will be able to control 100. Su-Yang responded with a simple acknowledgement, instructing them to check what materials they needed for their next upgrade. Tian-Dao listed several names, and upon inspecting them, Su-Yang realized she possessed all the necessary materials and promptly retrieved them. Everything is at your disposal. Continue to upgrade as needed. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Su-Yang recharged the star coins she had previously acquired into the game, further expanding her farm's area. Ultimately, the protective shield now covers an impressive 125 square kilometers, with the land area reaching 15 million square kilometers and the pasture extending to 5 million square kilometers. If memory serves, the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom on Blue Star was 9.6 million square kilometers, with a maritime area of 4.73 million square kilometers. Therefore, the land she now possesses is equivalent to that of 1.5 Great Xia Kingdoms. After some calculation, Su-Yang felt a peculiar sensation in her heart. She truly felt as though this planet belonged to her. Light on her feet and slightly dizzy, the thought of such a reality had once been inconceivable. Is this the true power of a spendthrift? After allowing herself to revel in that dizzying feeling for a moment, Su-Yang gradually regained her composure and began purchasing additional supporting facilities. The newly unlocked factories were essential, and the number of robots needed to be increased, along with the water supply. In the pasture, she planned to acquire piglets, lambs, and calves, purchasing them all. Once these arrangements were made, she visited the drying area. What a treasure! With potato starch, she could produce various types of noodles and vermicelli. Sweet potato starch could yield sweet potato noodles and dried sweet potatoes, among others. After setting these up, she proceeded to the slaughterhouse, where she conducted an experiment by slaughtering a chicken. Previously, once a chicken matured, it could only be sold as a whole or for eggs, but now, with the slaughterhouse, she could purchase individual parts, such as chicken legs, hearts, wings, and breasts. Moreover, the blood and feathers from the slaughtered chicken were also available for use. Next, she ventured to the pickling factory. The variety of items that could be unlocked there was extensive: sauerkraut, pickles, preserved vegetables, cured meats, ham, fermented black beans, and various dried fruits. Finally, she patrolled the winery. Her first impression of wine was various fruit wines, and once she planted those fruits, she could experiment with them. However, if memory serves correctly, beverages like wheat beer, corn liquor, and rice wine could also be crafted, made primarily from wheat, corn, and rice. But she recalled that brewing required a fermentation starter. How was that made? This completely hit a blind spot for Su-Yang. After pondering for a moment, she summoned a robot to inquire about the production of the fermentation starter. Oh, it turns out that it can be made from wheat, directly within the pickling factory. The robots knew all the specific steps, so there was no need for her to worry. Having completed her patrol of the existing facilities, Su-Yang distributed the crops and fruit seeds she had previously purchased online, assigning the robots to plant them. With such a vast farming area at her disposal, she could create freely. Once everything was arranged, she glanced at the time and was astonished to discover it was already past 5 a.m. Indeed, when engrossed in infrastructure development, one becomes oblivious to the passage of time. The three little companions of Tian-Dao, who had been waiting patiently for quite some time, rushed over as soon as they saw Su-Yang finishing her tasks. Tian-Dao took the lead, soaring ahead. Master, Master, guess what level I've reached? Su-Yang, ever amiable, inquired. What level? Tian-Dao proudly extended its tiny paw. Level 6. I can now control 1,000,000 objects simultaneously. The other two had also reached level 6, but they were hindered from advancing to level 7 due to a shortage of 2 materials. Chapter 74. Because I am unwell, Su-Yang asked. What materials are lacking? Tian-Dao responded. Yuming Han-Tai and Qishao Stone. However, I recall that Yuming Han-Tai will be available at this auction on the Galactic Star. Glancing at the remaining materials, Su-Yang hesitated. I should be able to bid for it, right? A flicker of uncertainty crossed her mind, primarily due to the rarity of these materials, as evidenced by Shi Tsangshu's lack of them. Perhaps others possessed them, but due to their scarcity, they were not readily available. Yuming Han-Tai grows in extreme Yin regions, producing only a small quantity every century. Although there are many such regions in the cosmos, only one can yield Yuming Han-Tai. It is said that even a formidable being at level 15 cannot endure for long at the deepest depths. Qishao Stone, conversely, flourishes in extreme Yang regions, with acquisition difficulty akin to that of Yuming Han-Tai. If I cannot procure them, perhaps I could negotiate with that individual for a small portion in exchange for other materials? If that fails, I must devise another plan. With a sigh, Su-Yang collected the remaining materials. Little Tunton clung tightly to one of the materials, and Su-Yang took out the shura, slicing a portion of the material for it while retaining the rest. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned to Tian-Dao. Weren't you infiltrating Hongming before? How is that progressing? Now that you've reached level 6, should you not be able to expedite the process? Tiandao had previously mentioned that it would take at least 3 months, and a month had already elapsed. Tiandao replied, I have completed 1/10 of the infiltration. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to commandeer others' quantum brains so swiftly. However, I fear the speed may not increase. Hongming is quite formidable, and I worry it may detect any anomalies. Su Yang gently stroked its feline head. There's no rush. Safety and discretion are paramount. If issues arise, we can always pause for a while. I now have a task for you. Could you expand the advertising reach of the Blue Star shops? She recalled the omnipresent advertisements from her past life. Ideally, she would like to implement a splash screen advertisement or insert Blue Star shop promotions in various locations. Given the significant expansion of Blue Star and the daily output, the previous clientele would not suffice to sustain it. Hence, it is crucial for more individuals to take notice of the Blue Star shops. She was confident that with such affordable goods, people would be unable to resist purchasing. Tiandao patted its chest with its paw, affirming, no problem. Leave it to me. Su Yang affectionately patted Tiandao's head and turned her attention to the game notifications. First and foremost, there were 2 notifications from the ranch. She had achieved the status of elite ranch owner. The rewards were similar to previous ones, with only the 2 lottery draws piquing her interest. Su Yang casually clicked on the lottery. You have received 5 mulberry trees. You have received 1 intermediate robot. Subsequently, she turned her attention to other matters. She had previously unlocked 2 new shops, and with the addition of these 2, there were now 6 establishments. Blue Star General Store, Blue Star Pet Shop, Blue Star Restaurant, and Blue Star Grocery. The names of these shops needed refinement, as the variety had increased and required distinction. After pondering for a moment, Su Yang opened the settings and modified them accordingly. The Blue Star Fresh Market would sell vegetables, fruits, various meats, grains, and other food items. The Blue Star Restaurant, Blue Star Pet Shop, and Blue Star Beverage Store remained. The Blue Star Boutique would showcase premium materials like spirit silk and essence of sound, emphasizing quality. The Blue Star Grocery would continue to offer miscellaneous items dropped by monsters, just as before. After completing these adjustments, it was already past 7 o'clock. Su Yang decided not to linger and left Blue Star. As she exited the dormitory, she encountered Yun Lang, who was also leaving. It had been over 10 days since she last saw him. It seemed he had not returned since that incident when he had been drugged. Yun Lang nodded at her. Good morning. Su Yang replied, good morning. The 2 boarded their hovercrafts, only to discover they were headed to the same destination. At school, numerous others were also en route to the same location, all participating in this practical training session. The square was lined with rows of people engaged in the training. Although the primary participants were from the mecha department, spots were also open for other majors, resulting in a substantial turnout. At the forefront were robots responsible for inspections. All participants were required to relinquish their storage spaces and light brains, permitted only to use those provided by the school, ensuring an equal starting point for everyone. Su Yang's vehicle halted outside the square. A message from Yun Lang appeared on her light brain. Shall we take another passage to avoid the queue? Su Yang replied. Thank you. Jin Yao has already helped me apply. We can go together. She followed Yun Lang in her hovercraft towards an alternate passage, which had significantly fewer people. Only a few hundred remained. A cursory glance revealed that most were influential individuals. Upon seeing Yun Lang, many parted to make way. Those who did not were members of the top 10 families. Su Yang's gaze swept across the crowd, recognizing several familiar faces. Of course, it did not mean she knew them personally. Rather, they were frequently discussed on the campus forum. Each one was as exceptional as Yun Lang and Jin Yao, receiving countless declarations of admiration daily. The online forum even featured analytical posts discussing the best approaches to confessions and the typical responses to rejection. For instance, the young lady from the Morong family was known for her fiery temperament. Anyone who dared to confess would find themselves swiftly kicked away, as those of lesser physical prowess were advised to keep their distance. For instance, the young lady from the Wei family is quite the aesthete, harboring a particular fondness for individuals with heterochromia. Those who are less than visually appealing would do well to refrain from subjecting themselves to humiliation. Similarly, the young master of the Miao family has a penchant for conducting experiments on others at the slightest provocation, often leaving them in a state of utter exhaustion. Those averse to pain should think twice before confessing their feelings. Su Yang followed closely behind Yun Lang, navigating through the inspection with ease. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air as someone pointed a finger at Su Yang, questioning why she was allowed to bring in a storage space. What gives her the privilege? They demanded. Su Yang turned her head in response, stating matter-of-factly, because I am unwell. She unveiled her storage space, adding, if you don't believe me, take a look. It contains merely food and the medications I require. Would you like to see my medical report? I had submitted a request to the school in advance, which granted me permission to carry these items. Nothing more, as I have already surrendered the rest to another storage space. Chapter 75. What is the nature of their relationship? The moment they beheld Su Yang's features, those who had previously doubted her and those merely spectating fell silent. Earlier, when when Su Yang had her back turned. Her loose attire concealed her figure, but now, upon turning, it became evident that she was indeed somewhat frail. In such a state, claiming illness seemed rather reasonable. Hearing Su Yang's earnest declaration, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Yun Lang's eyes. I can attest to her condition. She is genuinely unwell. At this revelation, the crowd's attention swiftly shifted to Yun Lang. Morong Xiao, a lady from the Morong family, stepped forward, inquiring, Yun Lang, won't you introduce us to this lady? Moreover, there seems to be something peculiar about her abilities. Her gaze scrutinized Su Yang, revealing an intent curiosity. Initially, when Su Yang had trailed behind Yun Lang, Morong Xiao assumed she was merely a member of a subordinate family. However, given that Yun Lang had publicly vouched for her integrity, it suggested a relationship of equality. Perhaps even friendship. It was rare for someone like Yun Lang to consider anyone a friend, yet Morong Xiao had never encountered Su Yang before. She felt compelled to discern Su Yang's identity, lest she were affiliated with a faction that had formed an alliance with the Yun family. Su Yang smiled at Morong Xiao, introducing herself. Greetings, I am Su Yang. I truly am unwell, as you can see. The inability to sense my abilities is also a consequence of my illness. Therefore, may I have my belongings returned? Her gaze shifted to the individual who had expressed doubt earlier. Oh, here you go. The person hastily returned the storage space to Su Yang. I just took a look, and indeed, it contains some food and what appears to be potions. I apologize for my earlier skepticism, Su Yang remarked, due to my illness. I must adhere to dietary restrictions, hence the necessity to bring my own provisions. She nodded to the assembled crowd, stating, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. As she turned to depart, a voice broke through the gathering. Wow, quite a crowd here. What brings you all together? A striking figure with radiant golden hair entered the scene, capturing everyone's attention. Jin Yao approached Su Yang and asked, what's the matter? Is someone troubling you? What about Zhang Jing? What is he doing, watching our Su Yang being harassed? With a distressed expression, Zhang Jing emerged, knowing full well that he hadn't even had the chance to speak earlier. Moreover, he had been inspecting from behind Su Yang. And Jin Yao arrived just moments after he entered. Su Yang cast a silent glance at Jin Yao and replied, it's nothing. I merely brought a storage space with me, and someone inquired about it. Even Jin Yao and Yun Lang were only permitted to carry the storage spaces provided by the school, so it was quite understandable that her personal one would attract curiosity. Mu Rongxiu blinked, concealing her contemplative thoughts. I initially thought Su Yang and Yun Lang were friends, but it seems you are also quite familiar with Jin Yao. Jin Yao scoffed lightly. Of course, I know my people well. Standing at the center of the crowd, Su Yang sensed the undercurrents swirling around her and couldn't help but click her tongue. This gathering of the 10 great families was indeed no trivial matter. Turning to Jin Yao, Su Yang suggested, shall we go together? I have some matters to discuss with you. It will take a while to reach the starship. Jin Yao glanced at Zhang Jing. You can go on ahead. Su Yang and I will take the lead. The two left side by side, with Zhang Jing trailing a few steps behind, a distressed look on his face. Yun Lang observed their departing figures, pondering whether Su Yang's match was indeed Jin Yao. Yet, when he had inquired earlier, they had both denied it. What was the true nature of their relationship? He certainly didn't believe the brother-sister story they had mentioned last time. Brother, Su Yang whispered. I heard that the Gai High planet is about to be promoted to an A-level planet? Jin Yao replied nonchalantly, what is it to you? Are you interested? Su Yang nodded. I wish to open a few shops. Do you think that is feasible? Jin Yao chuckled softly. Sure, I'll find you 3 shops. Will that suffice? That's more than enough, Su Yang replied with a beaming smile. By the way, do you have any surplus of nether cold iron or Qishao stone? I can trade you other materials for them. Jin Yao's lips twitched slightly. You really overestimate me. Those 2 materials are produced only in minuscule quantities every century. They're divided among the entire star system, and even if they exist, only the older generations possess them. We younger ones certainly do not have the privilege of such items. My family's warehouse holds merely a fist-sized piece, and using it requires extensive approval. Not only here. You wouldn't be able to trade for them in that group either, unless you can offer something particularly enticing, like the spirit-devouring silkworm silk you previously fabricated. If these top-tier materials were classified, then materials like the 5 sound water and mermaid tiers would be rated as S-grade, while nether cold iron and Qishao stone would be SSS grade, with the spirit-devouring silkworm silk being SSSS grade, the extra S denoting its rarity. Alright, Su Yang sighed in disappointment. Even if she had spirit-devouring silkworm silk, she wouldn't dare to reveal it, opting instead to sell it through the Blue Star shop. Those items were simply not in the same league. She could guarantee that if news of her possessing spirit-devouring silkworm silk were to leak, she would be dead by the afternoon if the information spread in the morning. Jin Yao, I have heard that the upcoming auction hosted by the Galactic University will feature the elusive nether cold iron, roughly the size of a half fist. Who knows what exorbitant price it might fetch? Are you planning to attend? I happen to possess an invitation. Su Yang nodded, absolutely, even if she cannot acquire it. She wishes to partake in the excitement and broaden her horizons. As Su Yang made her way to the starship, the Star Network erupted into a frenzy of speculation, with even the 10 esteemed families catching wind of the news. The events trace back to the previous night. Feng Chao had been diligently promoting the Blue Star Boutique. He intended to share the news on the Star Network, but upon posting, his thread was promptly shut down, and his account was suspended, citing false advertising as the reason. Under such circumstances, he was left with no choice but to promote offline, frequently embarking on tasks. He encountered numerous individuals and would seize the opportunity to mention the Blue Star Boutique to anyone who crossed his path. Many were skeptical, believing he was mocking them. He endured countless insults and even faced aggression from some hot-headed individuals. Yet, there were also a few who, out of curiosity, chose to follow him. This period had been nothing short of tumultuous for him. He was either being berated or on the verge of being berated. However, the fruits of his labor were becoming evident, as the follower count for the Blue Star Boutique surged past 7,000. That night, after receiving yet another tongue lashing, he returned home, dejected, and collapsed onto the sofa. He instinctively opened the Blue Star Boutique, and to his astonishment, upon logging in, he found that the automated purchasing feature he had set up had begun to place orders autonomously. By the time he realized what was happening, thousands of orders had already been placed, prompting him to hastily disable the automatic purchasing mode. What was going on? How could it be that items he had previously been unable to acquire were now being bought in such quantities? Chapter 76. The astonished crowd. Feng Chao steadied himself and took a closer look, and with a thud, he stood up, knocking over the table in his daze. What was he witnessing? How could the boutique suddenly offer such an abundance of items, each listed at 999? Was he hallucinating, or had the store encountered a glitch? Trembling, he accessed the back end, sent several messages, but alas, they fell into silence. The influential figure did not respond. Swallowing hard, Feng Chao returned to the boutique interface, casting aside his worries and deciding to place an order. Compared to those who had never tasted the offerings, he, having once enjoyed the luxury of abundance only to lose it, felt the pangs of longing more acutely. With the follower count climbing, it had been ages since he managed to procure anything from the boutique, and he yearned for the days when he could indulge freely. Now, that desire was once again within his grasp. 1,000 pounds of rice, flour, and cornmeal each, please. 1,000 pounds of steamed buns and noodles as well. Oh, and there are so many new products. Asparagus, 1,000 stalks, yes. Water spinach. Finally, a new green vegetable. Let us get 1,000 of those too. Sweet potatoes and eggplants. His favorites must be included. A bit of everything. Potatoes and chili peppers, which he had never managed to purchase before, he would also acquire this time. Feng Chao found himself immersed in the thrill of shopping when, just as he was about to complete his payment, a notification appeared. Insufficient balance. The initial excitement of his mind abruptly gave way to a sobering realization. He recalled that just a few days prior, he had spent over 10,000 star coins on a weapon, leaving him with a scant balance of less than 10,000. Reluctantly, he reduced the quantity of his purchases and finally succeeded in placing the order. Suddenly, there was a series of thuds outside, signaling that his previous purchases had arrived. He hurriedly made his way to the door, instinctively pushing it open, only to find it unyielding. Puzzled, he pushed again, but it remained stubbornly shut. It dawned on him that perhaps the sheer volume of his recent acquisitions had blocked the door. With no other option, he opted to jump out of the window and circled around to take the elevator. Fortunately, living on the 5th floor, his physique as a 5th-tier ability user rendered the leap inconsequential. The elevator chimed as the door slid open, and a torrent of items flooded in, forcing Feng Chao to retreat to the back of the elevator. As he steadied himself, he realized that these were all his previous purchases. The overwhelming quantity had even obstructed the elevator doors. He quickly began to store the items in his spatial compartment, only to discover that it was at capacity. Yet he managed to clear just enough to exit the elevator. Gazing at the remaining items, a grave expression crossed Feng Chao's face. The fleeting joy of impulsive buying had morphed into regret. Moreover, his refrigerator was hardly large enough to accommodate all these goods. While items like flour and noodles could be stored without refrigeration, what of the vegetables? Without proper cooling, they would spoil within a couple of days. And the prospect of consuming such an abundance felt daunting. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to check the Blue Star store. To his relief, the quantities listed were still at 999. He had snatched up a solitary item in his moment of loneliness. With a flicker of inspiration, he opened the group chat. In the Blue Star store's vegetable sharing group, he posted, "Brothers, have you seen the new arrivals at the Blue Star store?" He continued, "I accidentally overbought. Those who missed out need not fret. Come to me, and I will trade directly. I have everything." Accompanied by images, he shared a snapshot showcasing the overflowing array of ingredients. "Brothers, we're all in the same boat," he remarked, lighting a virtual cigarette. "In the past, we couldn't buy enough, and now, seeing so much available, I couldn't resist purchasing more. What a burden." As he perused the images shared in the group, Feng Chao fell into contemplative silence. It seemed that everyone was in a similar predicament. He mused over the situation of the prominent figure in their circle, once scarce in supplies, now seemingly overflowing with new stock. Is it not the case that all 5,000 of us in this group have made purchases? It is likely that many have purchased a considerable amount. Yet despite the multitude of buyers, the quantity remains steadfast at 999. Is this not a positive sign? It indicates an abundant supply of ingredients, allowing us to indulge in delightful culinary experiences each day. Are you not pleased? Indeed, why overthink it? As long as there is food to savor, that is sufficient. I find myself overwhelmed, unable to accommodate the numerous items I have acquired. I shall share this in our community group, inviting others to partake, and incidentally, to recommend the Blue Star store. What a splendid idea. I shall post in the community group as well. Feng Chao's eyes lit up. This was indeed an excellent suggestion, prompting him to access the community group immediately. Ever since Su Yang explicitly urged Wang Yu's mother to pay attention to the Blue Star store, she had enlisted her daughter, Wang Yu, to follow the store as well, eagerly purchasing new arrivals. Unfortunately, despite several attempts, she had yet to secure any items. This time, Wang Dingxiang was busily engaged in her tasks when she suddenly heard the incessant dinging sound from her light brain. What was happening? A sense of alarm surged within her as she hastily activated her light brain. Was her daughter in trouble, or had Halton Planet entered a state of readiness? Her expression turned grave, and she stood frozen in place. What is going on? Why has the Blue Star store suddenly added so many new items? The alert she had just heard was the notification of successful automatic purchases. Unable to comprehend, she decided to let it be. After all, the individuals running the store were far beyond her reach. Her sole concern was to acquire her desired goods. After purchasing several items in one go, she opened Su Yang's contact information, intending to send a message. Suddenly, she recalled the time at Galactic University and realized it was the early hours of the morning, prompting her to put her device down. Never mind, I shall wait until morning there to send my message. Her light brain chimed once more. It was a message from her daughter, Wang Yu. Mom, help! Our entrance is blocked by packages. A surge of panic gripped Wang Dingxiang, and without a moment's hesitation, she rushed home. Upon entering the elevator, she was taken aback, staring at the multitude of items obstructing her path. After a moment of bewilderment, she recognized that these were the very items she had ordered from the Blue Star store, including those purchased by her daughter, Wang Yu. Is the delivery this swift? Wang Dingxiang was left speechless, her mind reeling from the shock. No wonder even esteemed patrons were drawn to this store. It was indeed remarkable. As time passed, on the D-97 planet where Feng Chao resided, many echoed the sentiments of Feng Chao and Wang Dingxiang. Hours slipped by, and the Star Network began to buzz with excitement. The cause? Upon entering the Star Network, many discovered a promotional page for a store that had appeared before them. The Blue Star Fresh Store? All the ingredients featured a purification value of 100 and were affordably priced, with some items costing as little as 1-star coin. What is this? Chapter 77. Bye-bye. By purification value of 100? 1-star coin. These two phrases seem incongruous when placed together. Driven by curiosity, many clicked on the advertisement, following the link to the Blue Star Fresh Store. What a surprise! Is it really a single-star coin? Yet, why is there no indication of purification value below? How could this pass the scrutiny of the Star Network? And advertisements are being placed? Many individuals, driven by curiosity, have ventured to purchase the product. A single-star coin. One cannot suffer losses or be deceived. What can one do with just 1-star coin? Even the cheapest nutrient solution costs 100-star coins. Zhuangya is an adventurer registered with the Adventurers Guild, leading her own team of 20. This time, the entire team has mobilized to a remote planet to hunt star beasts and star plants. Recently, she sustained an injury that hindered her leg movement, thus remaining at the camp. After 7 days of relentless battles, their supplies were nearly exhausted, with only a few nutrient solutions left. To replenish their strength, the team decided to hunt star beasts for meat. Although the unpurified meat is notoriously unpalatable, they could not afford to be picky under the circumstances. Zhuangya busied herself cooking the meat, while 2 others remained behind to process the catch. As the meat simmered, she found herself with little to do. So she opened her holographic device to unwind. Upon opening it, an advertisement caught her eye. Driven by curiosity, she clicked on it, and once inside, she found herself unable to exit. What an incredibly cheap offer. Although she doubted the advertised 100 purification value, the price was undeniably attractive. Surely, even unpurified food at this rate would not be a loss. She quickly purchased a variety of items and reached the payment interface. When selecting the delivery address, a bold, capitalized notification appeared. Friendly reminder. All addresses within the Star Network coverage area can be delivered instantly. Please confirm your address before placing an order. Once ordered, no returns or exchanges will be accepted. Instant delivery? Such audacity. Zhuangya raised an eyebrow with a smile. Even the most elite interstellar transport teams could not achieve instant delivery. Very well, if it can be delivered instantly, I shall witness the truth of this claim. Zhuangya activated the positioning system, adjusting the delivery address to her current location before confirming the payment. No sooner had she completed the transaction than numerous items materialized before her feet. Startled, she took a moment to collect herself, only to realize that it was indeed the very items she had just purchased. Her mind went blank. Could this be true? What kind of infernal speed was this? And where were the delivery robots? A cold breeze swept past, snapping Zhuangya back to her senses, and a profound sense of awe began to swell within her. If delivery could be so instantaneous, could the 100 purification value also be genuine? Trembling, she reached for the lettuce before her, cautiously taking a bite. The juices burst forth. Sweet and delectable, a flavor unlike anything she had ever tasted. In that moment, Zhuangya felt her soul tremble, every fiber of her being enveloped in exquisite comfort. Even her restless mind seemed to quiet, and the persistent ache in her head eased significantly. When she finally regained her senses, she realized she had unconsciously consumed an entire head of lettuce. Shifting her gaze, she picked up another item, a carrot, taking a bite. Then a stalk of celery, another bite. A chili pepper, another bite. Oh, how delightful. It is astonishing to discover that the authentic flavors of these foods are truly like this. After living for over a century, Zhuangya feels as if her previous days were in vain. Xiao Yi, Xiao Yuan, come here quickly. Zhuangya called out to her two teammates in the distance, and subsequently initiated a group video call in their team chat. The other two teammates hurried over, and as the group chat connected, the visages of their fellow teammates appeared on the luminous screen. Xiaoya, what is going on? Is there a problem on your end? Just wait. We'll be right back. Zhuangya replied. Hold on, don't rush. You need to listen to me. This matter is exceedingly important. Taking a deep breath, she succinctly summarized the situation before directing the camera towards the items she had just purchased. The other two, already curious about the sudden appearance of these items, instinctively glanced over upon hearing Zhuangya's words. With remarkable agility, Zhuangya swiftly placed a piece of lettuce into each of their mouths. I know you may not believe me, but you will understand once you taste it. They instinctively began to chew, and soon their eyes lit up with delight. Wow, this is incredibly delicious. I have never tasted anything so exquisite. So this is what food with a purification value of 100 tastes like. The elites have been enjoying such splendid fare all along. Witnessing their ecstatic expressions and ravenous pace, the other teammates in the video chat were left speechless. The evidence was undeniable, leaving no room for disbelief. All right, I just wanted to share this with you. Continue with your tasks. I must go on shopping. After ending the call, Zhuangya opened the Blue Star Fresh Market and resumed her shopping spree. After acquiring a plethora of items, she finally had time to look around. At the top of the Blue Star Fresh Market page, she noticed several prominent words: Blue Star Restaurant, Blue Star Beverage Shop, Blue Star Pet Store. Intrigued, she clicked through and discovered that the restaurant offered an array of ready-made meals, an impressive variety at that. She wondered if these dishes would taste as delectable as the previous ones. Without hesitation, she proceeded to make her selections. Stir-fried green peppers with eggs, 10-star coins, purchased. Stir-fried green peppers with chicken, 20-star coins, purchased. Stir-fried tomatoes with eggs, 10-star coins, purchased. Cold tossed asparagus, 10-star coins, purchased. Braised chicken, 50-star coins, purchased. Zhuangya indulged in a generous assortment of food, leaving some for her teammates who had yet to return, and began to feast heartily with the other two. Half an hour later, the three of them lay sprawled on the ground, patting their round bellies, exclaiming, "If I could enjoy such exquisite food every day, I would willingly become a resident of the A-class planets." Lu Nongxia, who runs a restaurant on a C-class planet, opened his holographic computer one day, preparing to procure ingredients from the Star Network. Upon opening, he saw an advertisement for the Blue Star Fresh Market. Curiosity piqued, he clicked on it. Although he was somewhat skeptical of the 100 purification value, the reasonable prices compelled him to decide to purchase some items to sample the flavors. The delivery address, of course, was that of the restaurant, and to my astonishment, the items arrived almost immediately after the order was placed. Upon tasting them, I was utterly astonished and promptly began to procure supplies from the Blue Star Fresh Market. Regardless of any potential pitfalls lurking behind the scenes, I decided to purchase first and contemplate later. With such exquisite ingredients, my restaurant was bound to flourish for a time. Similar scenes unfolded across various planets, with countless individuals discovering the Blue Star Fresh Market and its secrets. The quantity of vegetables within the market dwindled at a visibly rapid pace, while the store's follower count surged dramatically. Chapter 78. The ingredients sold out again. Fong Chao spent the entire morning selling most of the ingredients to the residents of the community, and after a busy forenoon, he finally had the opportunity to retreat into his room for a brief respite. Habitually, he opened the Blue Star Fresh Market, and upon seeing the state of affairs, he stood frozen in disbelief. What was happening? Where had the 999 units of ingredients gone? Recalling something, he glanced at the store's follower count. Astonishingly, it had surpassed 100 million and was climbing at an alarming rate. Feng Chao realized the gravity of the situation and sprang to his feet. In the future, he might have to compete with others for ingredients. Had he known, he would not have sold to the community residents. He lamented aloud, and upon checking the ingredient sharing group, he found a chorus of similar lamentations. After a brief period of venting in the group, he opened the Star Network and indeed discovered discussions surrounding the Blue Star Fresh Market. Due to the overwhelming number of participants in the conversation, it had ascended into the top 100 trending topics, currently ranking at 99. In the blink of an eye, it climbed to position 90. As the trending position advanced, more individuals took notice, swiftly drawing the attention of relevant parties. Ingredients with a purification value of 100 are inherently rare. The scarcity of purification type abilities means that without such practitioners, one must rely on specialized agents for cleansing, which are also quite costly. Consequently, food with a purification value of 100 is typically monopolized by prominent families and powerful factions. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, these influential families reacted promptly, dispatching representatives to contact the Blue Star Fresh Market while simultaneously investigating the identity of its owner. When they were unable to establish contact or uncover any results, they resorted to measures aimed at reporting the Blue Star Fresh Market and the Blue Star Restaurant, seeking to have them shut down, as the items within lacked proper labeling of their purification value, rendering them in violation of regulations. To their astonishment, however, the report seemingly vanished without a trace. Realizing something was amiss, these individuals began to communicate with other factions. Due to the submission of their light brains and the restrictions on bringing smart devices during this practical training, Su Yang was unaware of the tumultuous events on the Star Network. Nonetheless, she had already prepared herself mentally and could speculate on the unfolding circumstances. Tian Dao was handling external matters within the dormitory, and Su Yang felt no significant concern. At that moment, she had arrived at the starship and taken her seat. Shortly thereafter, Li Rongxing approached her. Su Yang, how did it go? Were the matters resolved? Li Rongxing, I have discovered 2 more individuals, and I am currently in the process of contacting them. Ever since I assisted Li Rongxing in resolving the issue with Wang Huan, Su Yang entrusted him with a task to observe if there are any individuals within the school who, despite their humble origins, possess considerable talent akin to her own, and whether they could be recruited. Li Rongxing was responsible for the selection, while Tian Dao was tasked with verification. As a result, Su Yang indeed found another promising candidate. This individual hails from the Agricultural College. Last time, the soil she provided to Lu Xinghe was purchased from there, recommended by this very person. It has proven to be quite beneficial for the plant-type beastmen, and Lu Xinghe truly appreciates it. Speaking of Wang Huan, neither he nor Wang Qianfan has been dealt with yet, as there has simply been no time. Once this week's practical training concludes, she intends to settle accounts with them. She wonders if they have enrolled in this round of combat training, hoping not to be caught by her. Li Rongxing handed Su Yang the materials he had sifted through. These are the 2 individuals I have determined, and I require your final confirmation. Su Yang examined them closely. One is from the medical college, and the other from the Institute of Intelligent Machinery. After the practical training, she plans to have Tian Dao investigate further. After all, it is imperative that not only their talent is exceptional, but their character must also be commendable. Last week, Li Rongxing had identified 3 candidates for her. Yet the other 2 were eliminated, leaving only the individual from the Agricultural College. She turned to Li Rongxing. You have worked hard. Well done. I possess some materials suitable for crafting mechs, and I shall provide you with some to study later. Li Rongxing's face immediately brightened. Despite her considerable talent, her status often limited her access to high-end materials, making her tasks somewhat constrained. If she were afforded the opportunity to work with these materials, it would be a tremendous boon for her, and she is confident it would propel her further. 2 hours later, the starship arrived at the planet designated for the combat training. The group was transported down by hovercraft, randomly landing at a specific location on the planet. Due to Su Yang's lower ability level, the area they arrived at was inhabited by star beasts and star plants of similarly low levels. Upon landing, she was immediately confronted by a star plant and 2 star beasts. She swiftly dispatched them with precision and made her way towards the highest peak in the distance. Along the way, she engaged in further combat, and by the time she reached the mountain, her score had exceeded 100 points. All students participating in the training arrived with only a standardized storage space and a light brain issued by the school. The storage space contained a tent, a sleeping bag, 2 changes of clothes, a vial of nutrient solution, a dagger, and a signal gun. Apart from that, it was utterly bare. The students were required to survive on the planet for 5 days relying solely on these provisions. Additionally, this storage space also served as a scoring device. Each level of star beasts and plants corresponded to different point values. Placing them into the storage space would automatically tally the score, which could later be exchanged for various rewards at the academy. These could include star coins, materials, potions, or even private tutoring from designated instructors, among other options. Once the practical training concludes, the accumulated points will be displayed on the school's leaderboard, and some remarkable actions will be replayed for all to witness. The Luminous device is only capable of connecting to signals from this planet, allowing for real-time observation of conditions here. However, access to the leaderboard will only be granted in the final 2 days. Additionally, this device serves as a protective measure. Should any student wish to withdraw, they may contact a teacher through the device, who will dispatch a hover vehicle to retrieve them. In the unfortunate event that a student suffers a fatal attack, the device will initiate a protective protocol, teleporting the individual away while simultaneously sending a distress signal to the teacher. Su-Yang gazed up at the sky, where a colossal starship was distinctly visible, instilling a profound sense of security within her. Lowering her gaze, she quickly surveyed her surroundings and dashed towards a specific location. Chapter 79. 11 achievements. Tens of thousands of students were randomly dispatched to a planet, with zones designated according to their respective ability levels. Although Su-Yang's ability had reached level 76, within the school system, she was classified as a 5th-tier ability user, which placed her at a rather low standing among her peers, resulting in her landing in an area with few others nearby. After battling throughout the day, her level had ascended to 77, yet she had encountered no one. As dusk gradually enveloped the landscape, Su-Yang found a secure spot to erect her tent. Retrieving her sleeping bag and crawling inside, she picked up a stick she had found on the ground and transformed it into her likeness using her illusionary powers. Meanwhile, she flashed away to the blue star, where she stored the mysterious seeds and pet eggs she had collected that day. Currently, she possessed 10 mysterious seeds, with the earliest batch having grown to the height of her calves, though they had yet to mature, leaving their true nature unknown. There were still 3 pet eggs that had not yet hatched. It was likely that after this week as practical training, she would have considerable gains. However, the drop rate for skill books was exceedingly low. Not a single one had been obtained throughout the day. This might be attributed to her elevated level, contrasted with the lower levels of the star beasts and star plants. Tomorrow, she would need to venture deeper into the area. She placed the jewelry and weapons acquired from monster drops into the Blue Star's general store and listed all the crops she had harvested today. Subsequently reviewing the historical messages from the day, the total attention garnered by all shops under the Blue Star has surpassed 100,000, achieving the modest accolade of becoming somewhat renowned, and thus receiving rewards including 1 draw chance, 1 crop maturity time reduction, 1 intermediate water source, 1 intermediate warehouse expansion scroll, 1 intermediate shield, and 500 gold coins. When the total attention surpassed 10 million, the achievement of becoming prominent was reached, rewarded with another draw chance. 1 crop maturity time reduction, 1 intermediate water source, 1 intermediate warehouse expansion scroll, 1 intermediate shield, and 1,000 gold coins. Upon exceeding 100 million in total attention, the achievement of revealing early brilliance was attained, awarding 1 draw chance, 1 crop maturity time reduction, 1 advanced water source, 1 advanced warehouse expansion scroll, 1 advanced shield, and 5,000 gold coins. Finally, when the total attention broke through 1 billion, the achievement of becoming a household name was secured, bestowing 1 draw chance, 1 crop maturity time reduction, 1 advanced water source, 1 advanced warehouse expansion scroll, 1 advanced shield, and 10,000 gold coins. 1 billion? Su-Yang glanced at the attention figures for those shops and suspected they had exceeded even 2 billion. She pondered how much attention would be required to trigger the next achievement reward. Achieving 20 billion in a single day could only be described as a magnificent feat of destiny, and it was no wonder that everything in the marketplace had sold out. She continued to peruse the historical messages. The total revenue of all shops under the Blue Star surpassed 100,000 gold coins, attaining the achievement of a trade novice, earning rewards including 1 draw chance. The total revenue surpassed 10 million gold coins, achieving notable milestones. In a single day, the total revenue across all shops exceeded 10,000 gold coins, reaching another achievement. The notifications dazzled Su-Yang, and she realized that she had struck it rich once again. Her gratitude extended to the top contributor, Vis Weiguang. Detected that draw chances have accumulated to 10. Would you like to spend these 10 chances to exchange for 1 premium draw chance? Is there such a feature? Su-Yang was taken aback. This game is quite cunning. Had it not been for the simultaneous triggering of so many achievements that accumulated 11 draw chances, I would have never realized this feature existed. She couldn't help but voice her thoughts. Exchange, of course. Would one even need to ask? 100 draw chances pale in comparison to a single premium draw chance. She subsequently clicked to draw. You have received 1 premium robot. You have received 500 energy stones. A premium robot? Just perfect. Su-Yang designated it as a combat robot, intending to use it to suppress those pets. After completing all these tasks, she checked on her other crops. Earlier, she had purchased several crop seeds from the Star Network and planted them just after 5 in the morning. While these crops had yet to mature, they had already begun to sprout. As tomorrow approaches, it is expected that a wealth of experience will be harvested, perhaps even some remarkable achievements. After patrolling her territory, Suyang swiftly departed from Blue Star. Outside, on numerous interstellar planets, many individuals rejoiced once more. How delightful it was. Just this morning, a fresh batch of vegetables had been introduced, and now yet another assortment was available. The thought of indulging in these delectable vegetables for an extended period filled many with such joy that they dreamt sweetly throughout the night. Having stayed awake for an entire day and night, Suyang felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. After surveying her surroundings and ensuring no threats loomed nearby, she succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, aboard the starship, hundreds of instructors were intently focused on their screens, which displayed surveillance footage from the planet. Among them, 10 screens shone the brightest and largest, each showcasing a single individual, while the others were divided into hundreds or even thousands of segments. Upon those 10 prominent screens were the figures of the elite from the 10 great clans, including Jin Yaoyun and Lang Murankyo. The instructors, observing their performances, couldn't help but express their admiration. Truly, these prodigies from the 10 great clans exhibited remarkable prowess. 12-tiered ability users. This level of power rivals that of many instructors at Galactic University, where most educators possess abilities around the 12th or 13th tier. It can be said that these 10 individuals have surpassed 99 of the school's populace, including the teachers themselves. The panoramic display of the command system was impressive, not only in its healing capabilities but also in its command prowess, suggesting that with further refinement, notable achievements could be attained. Hanyu also demonstrated commendable skills, rivaling that of the command system's finest. The instructors engaged in discussions about those who stood out, when suddenly one remarked, "Isn't this student named Suyang misplaced? Wasn't she classified as a 5th tier? How is she dispatching 6th-tier star beasts with such ease?" The idea that she could be a 7th-tier ability user seemed plausible. Chapter 80 High Spirit. Curiosity sparked among the instructors. Misplaced? If the students were to pursue this matter further, the teachers might face repercussions. Observe the replay of Suyang hunting the star beasts, suggested the instructor who had spoken earlier, magnifying the display to showcase her earlier encounters. There seemed to be an anomaly. Her ease in killing was too pronounced. Clearly, she was beyond the 5th tier. Who was the instructor responsible for her placement? The chief commander overseeing the practical training approached, stating, "Her self-registration indicates she is indeed 5th tier. There appears to be an issue with this student. She harbors a condition that even renowned doctors Shin Ziqiu and Lin Fong could not resolve, resulting in her ability fluctuations going undetected. This may have affected her judgment. Let us continue to observe." With the chief commander's assurance, the instructors redirected their attention, though curiosity lingered regarding the affliction. Shin Ziqiu and Lin Fong, titans in the medical field. What ailment could possibly elude their expertise? Fascinating. However, as educators, they could not simply approach a student and inquire about their ailments. They could only contemplate silently. Suyang experienced a night of sweet dreams, and the following day continued her solitary hunt for star beasts and star plants, encountering no one throughout. After all, at the school, individuals of her caliber as a 5th-tier ability user were exceedingly rare. Her level was too low. If she were to gaze down from a great height, she would observe that no students surrounded her in a vast circle, centered around the spot where she had previously landed. On the 3rd day at noon, Suyang spotted a signal composed of white smoke ascending into the sky. This was a signal flare intended for one-time use, to be deployed by students in dire situations, facilitating nearby peers to come to their aid. The signal shot into the heavens like a straight rod, likely visible to hundreds of thousands of people in the vicinity. Suyang pondered for a moment and resolved to investigate. It was not too far from her location, and primarily, she had not encountered another soul in nearly 3 days. Traversing this expansive planet alone, she found herself questioning if she had been abandoned, were it not for the clearly visible starship above her. After 2 hours of travel, she arrived to find the ground in disarray, a clear indication of a fierce battle having transpired. Analyzing her surroundings, she sprinted to the left. And after 2 to 3 minutes, she heard voices carried by the wind. "Classmate, over here. Don't pursue them any further." Following the sound, Suyang spotted a person hiding in a hole in the ground, beckoning her from beneath the earth. After a moment's hesitation, she approached and halted 5 meters away. "What happened here? Did you come over after seeing the signal flare?" "No need to say more," the individual replied with a grim expression. "I intended to rescue others, but it turned out to be a trap. I almost fell into a net. That scoundrel brought black rice ants. Fortunately, I arrived late and sensed something was amiss, so I burrowed into the ground." Suyang was puzzled. Wasn't there no reward for infighting in the first 3 days? Why are they still attacking others? Rewards for combat are only available in the last 2 days, allowing one to gain half of the opponent's points. The person's face soured. "Currently, there are no rewards, but they can seize our storage items." Suyang took a small step back. "Understood. Thank you for the warning. I shall take my leave now." With that, she turned to depart. "Wait." Seeing her movement, the individual became anxious. "Please help me. I am a purification type ability user. My combat capabilities are not on par with your attack-oriented types. Would you consider teaming up? Su Yang paused her steps. Purification type? That is quite rare. Akin to healing types. How did this pit beneath your feet come to be? My friend caused it. He knew my combat skills were lacking and left me here while fleeing. My name is Gao Ling, a commander type. You may have heard of me. Gao Ling. Su Yang recalled the name, recognizing him as a rising star in the commander category, gaining fame akin to that of the panoramic smoke. She focused intently, and the words Gao Ling appeared above the other person's head, revealing their identity. Come out, she commanded. Gao Ling, with a pained expression, replied, I'm stuck. Something is holding my feet. Very well, Su Yang sighed and approached. Just as their hands were about to touch, a flame suddenly materialized in Su Yang's hand and hurtled toward Gao Ling simultaneously. She unleashed a meteor of fire, a ranged damage skill, striking both individuals and freeing them. How did you notice the problem? Gao Ling exclaimed, hurriedly extinguishing the flames on her body. The two who had been struck exchanged bewildered glances and sincerely asked, Yes. How did you realize something was amiss? The three of them had ensnared many with this trick, and it was the first time in 3 days that they had been exposed before engaging in battle. Su Yang remained silent, conjuring several more fireballs to hurl at the two. Gao Ling shouted, Wait. We won't attack you. Just tell us how you discovered us. We swear we won't harm you. We merely wish to see where we went wrong and improve. The other two chimed in, nodding fervently while evading her attacks. Isn't your trap easily discernible? Su Yang queried earnestly. Perhaps it was the training under Liu Xinghe, the former commander of the Interstellar forces, that enabled her to readily identify the issues around her. She turned to Gao Ling. The pit you dug is quite impressive, but there are subtle signs of a struggle nearby, though you attempted to clear it. Some remnants remain that cannot be eradicated in such a short time, like trampled grass and disordered footprints. Moreover, the marks on the ground above your head suggest it has been moved many times, haven't they? She then addressed the other two. And must you keep staring at me? Do you think I wouldn't notice your furtive glances? The deer grass above your heads and the burning grass 10 meters behind you cannot coexist. Are you not aware of this? In one breath, she pointed out several flaws, her gaze settling quizzically on Gao Ling. They may not know, but you, a renowned commander, should certainly be aware. At her words, a profound silence enveloped the area. Gao Ling opened her mouth, her face burning with embarrassment, wanting to respond but struggling to articulate a single word. Chapter 81. Three little brothers. Su Yang sighed regretfully. It seems you truly are unaware. Gao Ling weakly replied, Actually, I did know. I just didn't pay attention to such minor details. After all, with such lush vegetation around, who could have guessed that someone would notice those two types of grass immediately? Su Yang turned to the other two. And you? Are you also ignorant? You hardly appear to be first-year students. This must have been covered in your studies. The two opened their mouths, their faces flushing with embarrassment. Su Yang continued, Let me further challenge your knowledge. Do you know what reaction occurs when these two types of herbs are combined? The three members of Gao Ling pondered carefully. Although these two herbs were antagonistic, it seemed that they posed no issue when placed together. However, observing the gradual change in their expressions, Su Yang smiled faintly. You guessed correctly. These two herbs alone will not cause any problems. But what if a third herb is introduced? It will temporarily suppress the other's abilities, rendering the opponent's body weak and incapable of resistance. How do you feel now? The three members of Gao Ling, parched and aware of their predicament, realized they had fallen into a trap. Gao Ling exclaimed, You deliberately engaged us in conversation to buy time for us to inhale that substance, didn't you? Stepping forward, Su Yang conjured a fireball. Now, it's my turn to rob you. Hand over everything in your storage spaces, or I will send you away immediately. What choice did they have? Within 3 minutes, they would be unable to use their abilities, and that time was sufficient for Su Yang to eliminate them entirely. Reluctantly, they surrendered the items they had just acquired, and as Su Yang turned to leave, Gao Ling hurriedly called out, Wait. Don't go. Won't you consider collaborating with us? All three of us are quite powerful, and with your strength added to ours, we could achieve much more. Don't you desire to earn more points for better rewards? Su Yang glanced back. You wish to become my subordinates? The three replied, Subordinates? Who are you insulting? However, feeling the suppression of their abilities within, they fell silent, realizing that perhaps it was not such a bad idea, especially since Su Yang had just demonstrated her prowess. The other two looked at Gao Ling, waiting for him to make the decision. Gao Ling gritted his teeth and said, Fine, we will follow your lead. Su Yang replied, You may lead. But I have one condition. I relish the thrill of delivering the final blow, so during our hunts of star beasts and star plants, when the foe is on the brink of collapse, allow me to strike the killing blow. Of course, I have no interest in the corpses. We will divide the spoils evenly. What do you say? If you agree, I will join you. Gao Ling nodded immediately. What kind of request is that? No problem. The corpses will be divided anyway, and at 1T affect our points. Thus, they embarked on a quest of relentless slaying and deceit, with the trio assisting. Su Yang's experience points soared. In the previous 2 days, she had barely managed to level up once a day, but now, in just half a day. She had risen 2 levels. By midnight, her level had reached 80, and she had acquired 2 skill books, Purification and Spatial Teleportation. Without hesitation, she upgraded both skills to advanced levels. It became evident that obtaining skill books required slaying monsters of higher levels, which significantly increased the drop rate. At the stroke of midnight, a notification from her neural interface indicated that the points leaderboard had been refreshed. The top 10 were naturally comprised of members from the prominent families, with Yun Lang and Jin Yao prominently featured, each boasting over 150,000 points. Su Yang and her companions also ranked fairly high, placing within the top 100 with a total of 5,000 points. Gao Ling sighed deeply, lamenting the vast disparity in points, which were more than 3 times greater than theirs. Su Yang cast him a curious glance, questioning the need for comparison. As this was already common knowledge, those at the 12th and 11th tiers possessed the strength to earn points equivalent to the slaughter of a dozen star beasts, far surpassing their own efforts. Suddenly, a brilliant white light appeared in the distance. Someone had fired a signal flare. Gao Ling sprang to his feet, urging, "Let us go see. If we can engage, we shall. If not, we will retreat." Su Yang had no objections, nor did the other 2 companions. The group hastened forward with all their might, reaching the source of the signal flare 3 hours later. Alas, Gao Ling exclaimed softly, "We've stumbled into a celestial conflict." The wind whipped fiercely around them. Su Yang gazed ahead and discerned that the gathering was led by Jin Yaoyun and Lang, comprising members of the 10 prominent families and their followers, essentially the most influential individuals within the Milky Way University. They stood at the edge of a cliff, where a faint luminous glow flickered below, likely indicating the presence of some treasure. During this practical training exercise, the Milky Way University had scattered materials in various locations. Su Yang had discovered a few along her journey, albeit nothing of exceptional quality, though satisfactory for ordinary individuals. However, judging by the current situation, the items at the cliff's base appeared to be of the highest caliber, undoubtedly drawing these individuals to the scene. Jin Yao was flanked by 11 followers, stationed to one side, while Yun Lang was accompanied by 10, standing opposite. Among them was Mu Rong Qiuxin, whom Su Yang had met before, accompanied by 8 individuals. The exquisitely featured woman with a light brown ponytail was undoubtedly Wei Chang'an of the Wei family, followed by 10 people. Another, with violet eyes and black hair, was likely Miao Zhuifeng, the young master of the Miao family, accompanied by 7. All present bore injuries, clearly indicating they had engaged in a prior skirmish. Su Yang surveyed the surroundings and noted several others, like her, lurking to witness the spectacle, presumably attracted by the signal flare. Gao Ling mused, "I wonder what lies at the bottom of the cliff to attract these 5. I wonder where the other 5 have gone. I've heard another treasure has been discovered elsewhere, and they may have gone there to contend for it." A whisper arose nearby, prompting Su Yang and her companions to turn and observe as Quan Jingyan approached with several individuals in tow. Quan Jingyan nodded at Gao Ling before advancing toward Wei Chang'an amidst the collective gaze of the crowd. Instantly, the number of followers behind Wei Chang'an surged to 15, bolstered by the presence of Quan Jingyan, an 11th tier healer and commander, tipping the odds in her favor. Indeed, Su Yang sighed inwardly, contemplating that individuals like Quan Jingyan would inevitably ally with one of the 10 great powers. She turned her attention to Gao Ling, an esteemed purifying tier expert, doubting his lack of appeal. Gao Ling shook his head, asserting, "The one I pledge allegiance to is from the Shinta family, who is not present here." Chapter 82. The 7-colored lotus. As Gao Ling's voice faded, a sound echoed from the edge of the cliff. Previously, Quan Jingyan had approached Wei Chang'an to discuss matters concerning Gao Ling. The individuals present were formidable, possessing keen senses, and naturally, they had overheard Quan Jingyan's words. Miao Zhuifeng seized the moment. "Gao Ling, the Shinta family members are not here. Do you not wish to compete with Quan Jingyan? Come to my side. Those who follow me will heed your commands." Jin Yao cast a glance over, having sensed the aura of death emanating from Su Yang the moment she arrived. In just 3 short days, Su Yang had visibly regained some flesh. Now, she appeared less alarming than before, albeit still somewhat lean, which only accentuated her beauty. However, was she not a 5th-tier ability user? What brought her to such a perilous place, and alongside Gao Ling no less? Yun Lang and the others turned their attention at the sound. Upon seeing Su Yang, Yun Lang paused momentarily. In just a few days, her transformation was striking, a stark contrast to the skeletal figure she had once been. Gao Ling laughed heartily. "Of course, I wish to compete with Quan Jingyan. But where I go is not solely my decision. I must consult with my sister Yang." "Sister Yang, where do you wish to go?" All eyes fell upon Su Yang. She remarked, half smiling, "This rascal truly knows how to pass the buck. If I were to decide, you should go to Jin Yao's side and offer your services without compensation." She looked at Jin Yao. "He wishes to work for you without any payment." Gao Ling replied, "You hold a grudge, don't you?" He turned back towards Jin Yao, glancing at Su Yang, who remained still, and asked, "Sister Yang, Are you not coming? Su Yang raised an eyebrow. You all possess abilities of at least the 9th tier. Why should I go? Am I to serve you as a mere offering? Gao Ling fell silent, leading the two behind him towards Jin Yao. Zhang Jing spoke cheerfully. Jin Xiao, Sister Yang, is quite generous. With Gao Ling, a 10th tier purifier, joining us, our chances of victory have significantly increased. Jin Yao's tone carried a hint of amusement as he glanced at Yun Lang. She is certainly on my side. He Wei poked Yun Lang. Speaking of which, Yun Lang, your relationship with Su Yang should be decent. Why not pursue it? If memory serves, Su Yang had entered alongside Yun Lang at the testing site. Yun Lang cast a silent glance at him. We are merely acquaintances, not very familiar. The others exchanged knowing looks at Su Yang, pondering how they had never heard of the close relationship between Gao Ling and Su Yang. Could it be that Su Yang had a favorable connection with the Shinda family as well? From their gazes, Su Yang inferred their thoughts. She could only surmise that those in high positions tend to overthink matters. Sometimes, a simple intention could lead them to speculate numerous interpretations, a common affliction of those in authority. She took a few steps back, quietly withdrawing from the scene, out of sight from the crowd. In the brief interval that had transpired, the radiance emanating from the cliff had undergone 7 distinct transformations. If she was not mistaken, that phenomenon was likely the 7-colored lotus, one of the most exquisite materials, comparable to the water of 5 tones. The 5 teams would undoubtedly engage in a contest for some time, and she harbored a desire for this material as well. Therefore, with a tinge of guilt, she resolved to attempt a theft. Finding a secluded spot, Su Yang employed her newfound skill, spatial teleportation. In an instant, she found herself at the base of the cliff. Surrounding the cliff was an impenetrable darkness, devoid of any light. Thus, the shimmering object was conspicuously apparent, with Su Yang positioned right beside the 7-colored lotus. In the presence of light, one cannot perceive the darkness. Sensing the malice lurking in the shadows, Su Yang acted without a moment's hesitation, seizing the root of the 7-colored lotus and uprooting it, securing it within her storage space. Even if she were ambushed by whatever lurked in the darkness, at least the treasure would be hers, a small consolation. A guttural roar erupted from the shadows, accompanied by a flash of crimson light, the stench assaulting her nostrils. She activated spatial teleportation once more, yet she was a heartbeat too late. While her form was successfully transported away, her body was struck by a star beast, the two intersecting precisely as she teleported, inadvertently bringing the creature along with her. Abruptly finding herself in a different location, the star beast appeared momentarily bewildered before it lunged at Su Yang once more. Simultaneously, as the 7-colored lotus vanished, the light at the cliff's base extinguished. Murong Xiuxin and her companions exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, and without hesitation, they leapt into the chasm. Jin Yao was also preparing to descend when he suddenly sensed a familiar aura of death, accompanied by a resonant roar. Just from the timbre of that bellow, he discerned its 13th tier nature, and the sound emanated from the direction of Su Yang. How could a 13th tier creature be present in that locale? They had thoroughly scouted before their arrival, and logically, only the depths of the cliff should have housed the 13th tier star beasts guarding the 7-colored lotus. Without a moment's pause, Jin Yao pivoted and raced towards Su Yang's direction. Yun Lang and the others also heard the commotion, their gazes shifting slightly as a notion flickered through their minds, prompting them to pursue the path Jin Yao had taken. With a sudden strike from the star beast, Su Yang gasped, feeling a numbing sensation course through one side of her body. Had it not been for the spatial teleportation mitigating most of the impact, she would have surely been eliminated. Nevertheless, even now, she found herself in dire straits. The teleportation had also brought the star beast along, its daunting level of 135 glaringly apparent above her. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought: escape. Without hesitation, she activated her spatial teleportation skill once more. Yet, the speed of the 13th tier star beast was astonishing. Irrespective of the prowess of her teleportation, her own level was merely 80, and it wasn't long before the beast closed in on her. The star beast exhaled a chilling azure glow, rapidly spreading its frigid ice in all directions, transforming everything around into exquisite ice sculptures. Her body was instantly frozen, rendering her immobile. She attempted to activate her spatial teleportation skill again, only to discover that the skill was enveloped in darkness. Simultaneously, a notification emerged from the game. The player is currently suppressed within the icy domain and cannot use skills. This domain could only be comprehended by powers above the 10th tier. Su Yang, feeling a sense of calm, closed her eyes. Reassured that she had already secured the 7-colored lotus, being eliminated was no great loss. Her health plummeted rapidly, the overwhelming cold numbing her senses to her surroundings. In less than a second, her health dwindled to a precarious 100 points. The code on her wrist's light brain was racing, preparing to activate its defensive capabilities. At that moment, a sharp golden spike struck with a clang against the ice sculpture, creating fissures across its surface. Chapter 83. Su Yang. This bug, the ice sculpture shattered instantaneously, and Su Yang, having lost all sensation from the freezing, fell limply. Just before she hit the ground, Jin Yao caught her, cradling her in his arms. His touch was cold, sending chills deep into her bones, and her breath became barely audible. Even though he understood that this was merely a trial organized by the school, and that students would be teleported away if their lives were in danger, a surge of unrecognized emotions welled up within Jin Yao at that moment. He had never seen Su Yang so frail. Even when she appeared skeletal in the past, she had been full of vitality and life. He turned and ran, dodging the attacks of the pursuing star beast while retrieving a blood fruit from his storage ring and forcing it into Su Yang's mouth. As the code on her light brain ceased its frantic operation, her health surged from 10 points back to 100 and began to recover gradually. Captain Yunlang and his companions soon caught up. Witnessing the relentless pursuit of the 13th tier star beast, they quickly joined the fray. Others followed closely behind. Jin Yao, with a swift glance, entrusted Su Yang to Zhang Jing, instructing him to safeguard her and prevent anyone from approaching. Zhang Jing promptly accepted her, glancing at the colossal star beast ahead. Good heavens, 13th tier, superior to everyone present. Only Jin Yao and his companions stood a chance against this beast. Anyone else would be walking to their doom. He hastily retreated to gain distance while signaling to a nearby individual. Hurry, he'll miss Su Yang. A healing spell enveloped Su Yang, and as her health improved, her complexion gradually brightened. At that moment, Gao Ling also arrived. Without hesitation, he cast a purification spell upon her before joining the battle. Lower-tier powers could only linger at the periphery, too fearful to approach. The true confrontation against the 13th-tier star beast was solely in the hands of Yunlang, Jin Yao, Captain Wei, and Miao Zhuifeng, supported by a few healing and purification specialists from afar. As for Murong Qiuxin, the moment she witnessed the radiance of the seven-colored lotus fade, she leapt off the cliff. Uncertain if she heard the ensuing roar. Perhaps she did, but there was no time to return. While a fierce battle raged on one side, aboard the starship, numerous instructors focused their gaze upon Su Yang. Why was she able to disregard the psychic barrier and approach the seven-colored lotus directly? The barrier was indeed present beside the lotus. Psychics could not venture close without first vanquishing the surrounding 13th-tier star beasts, thus gradually dismantling the protective shield to contend for the lotus. Yet, here was Su Yang, an unexpected anomaly, seemingly impervious to the psychic barrier. Moreover, had she just employed spatial displacement? Was she a dual-element psychic, wielding both fire and space abilities? The commander pondered for a considerable time before arriving at a conclusion. Perhaps it was due to her illness? After all, her ailment rendered her psychic fluctuations undetectable, allowing her to bypass the barrier without triggering its defenses. Aside from this explanation, the commander found it difficult to conceive of any other rationale. The other instructors exchanged glances, as if this notion bore some weight. However, a pressing concern emerged. With Su Yang, the bug exploiter, in the mix, what would happen if she exploited another bug in the days to come? There still remained 2 days. The commander resignedly mused. Given the current circumstances, what could be done? We cannot simply disregard Su Yang's score, can we? Furthermore, even if she acquired those materials, it does not guarantee her ability to retain them. Perhaps the situation would unfold in a manner more spectacular than we had anticipated. After all, 13th-tier star beasts are formidable adversaries, but Su Yang? The commander chuckled knowingly. Perhaps this practical training exercise will prove even more thrilling due to Su Yang's peculiar advantage. The clash between Jin Yao and the 13th-tier star beasts was tumultuous, lasting for 2 hours before finally subsiding. As they divided the carcass of the star beast, the crowd's attention turned to the still unconscious Su Yang. Wei Chang'an scrutinized Su Yang closely. Surely the seven-colored lotus at the bottom of the cliff was claimed by this young lady? Is Miss Su Yang a spatial psychic? Miao Zhuifeng stepped closer to Su Yang. According to the scoreboards, it was indeed Su Yang who secured the prize. However, I am quite curious. How did she manage to breach the psychic barrier and obtain the seven-colored lotus in such a brief span of time? As these two approached, others began to converge on Su Yang, encircling her and her companions. Jin Yao strode forward, a cold smirk on his face. What, with your lofty pride? Do you intend to take advantage of someone who lies unconscious? Have you no shame? If you have questions, wouldn't it be more prudent to wait until Su Yang awakens? Yunlang, what do you think? Yunlang nodded. I too harbor a great curiosity. Yet I do not intend to exploit the vulnerable. Let us await Su Yang's awakening. With both of them expressing such sentiments, Wei Chang'an and Miao Zhuifeng felt it inappropriate to continue their discourse. Should word spread that the members of the 10 great families attempted to take advantage of someone in a state of unconsciousness, what would become of their reputations? Miao Zhuifeng glanced regretfully at Su Yang. Unfortunately, at this moment, Shintu Yixiao was absent. That fellow was utterly reckless and shameless, and he would undoubtedly resort to forceful measures. Once Shintu Yixiao took action, he would follow suit. Jin Yao approached and took Su Yang from Zhang Jing, surveying her from head to toe. Her complexion had improved significantly, yet her body remained somewhat cold. He retrieved a tent from his storage space, cradling Su Yang as he stepped inside. The tent shielded them from prying eyes and the detection of the airborne starship. Jin Yao extracted the blood of the star beast from his storage ring, administering a small amount to Su Yang and then rinsing her mouth with clean water. Su Yang had been adversely affected by the icy domain, and consuming a bit of the star beast's blood would enhance her resistance, hastening her recovery. Listening to Su Yang's steady breaths, Jin Yao wiped the moisture from her lips, exclaiming, "This is indeed my first time taking care of someone. Consider yourself fortunate." The tent fell into a serene silence. Jin Yao's gaze roamed over Su Yang, settling on her soft hair. Ultimately unable to resist the impulse, he reached out to touch it. In the past, he had refrained from such gestures while she was awake. Now, with no one around, a clandestine caress seemed permissible. Her black hair had grown to her neck, smooth and lustrous, akin to silk. Jin Yao indulged himself for a moment, then shifted his gaze to her face, recalling her earlier actions, which made him both amused and exasperated. He pinched Su Yang's cheek, teasing her. "You spoke so sweetly about sending me the high spirit, yet you sneaked away alone to fetch the 7-colored lotus, did you?" Her skin was exquisitely smooth, resembling fine jade, and he couldn't help but pinch it several times until he noticed red marks appearing on her face, prompting him to withdraw his hand. A fleeting sense of guilt washed over Jin Yao. Her skin was remarkably delicate, and he hadn't even applied much pressure. Previously, he had heard Zhang Jing and others mention the differences between men and women, and it was evident that they were indeed distinct. Chapter 84. Alliance's gaze shifted slightly to Su Yang's hands. It seemed he had made a discovery. He examined her hands, then glanced at his own, ultimately lifting one of Su Yang's hands to rest upon his, comparing their sizes. Goodness, her hand was so small that it fit entirely within his grasp. He couldn't resist giving it a gentle squeeze. It felt soft, with a hint of cool elasticity, contrasting with his own. His hands were more muscular, broad, and strong, while Su Yang's were slender and exceptionally soft to the touch. Intrigued by this disparity, Jin Yao began to scrutinize Su Yang intently. Su Yang's eyelids fluttered. Her consciousness gradually returned, accompanied by a profound sensation of being observed. Memories of earlier events flooded her mind. She must be in the treatment chamber aboard the starship, right? Her eyelashes trembled as she slowly opened her eyes, meeting Jin Yao's androgynous, yet strikingly beautiful visage. Su Yang blinked and glanced at the tense ceiling above Jin Yao. Hesitantly speaking, "Am I not on the starship anymore?" Jin Yao looked down upon her. "Are you disappointed that you haven't returned to the starship?" Su Yang surveyed her surroundings before slowly sitting up and speaking in a languid manner. "Indeed, there is a hint of truth in that. In my previous contemplations, I anticipated that I would have triggered the defense system of the light brain, been teleported away, and subsequently returned to the starship by my teacher, only to awaken in the healing chamber, vibrant and full of life. It appears, however, that you are the one who saved me, and I remain on this planet, which suggests that those behind me are intent on targeting me." With a sigh, Su Yang produced a 7-colored lotus, plucking several petals from it. "Thank you for your assistance. Brother, here, I'll share half with you." Jin Yao accepted one petal, pushing the others back. "I shall merely take one as a token. What do you plan to do next?" Su Yang pondered. "I am certainly no match for you and your companions. What if I were to give up now and contact my teacher for extraction?" She was acutely aware of her own limitations, understanding that one should not be overly greedy. Possessing the 7-colored lotus was already sufficient. Ambitious, Jin Yao remarked with a slight scoff, then recalled something and inquired, "By the way, how did you manage to bypass the psychic barrier to acquire the 7-colored lotus?" "The psychic barrier?" Su Yang contemplated for a moment before shaking her head in confusion. "I am not certain. It may be related to my illness. As you know, due to this affliction, others cannot even sense my psychic fluctuations." In truth, Su Yang was fully aware that she had employed a skill from the game, rather than any so-called psychic ability, rendering the barrier ineffective against her. Even the psychic suppression serum was of no consequence to her. However, she could not elucidate this matter and thus attributed everything to her ailment, leaving others to ponder for themselves. Jin Yao scrutinized Su Yang for several moments before finally speaking. "If you wish to return, that is acceptable, but I have other suggestions. Would you care to consider them? Given that the psychic barrier holds no power over you, why not contemplate retrieving additional materials? The Galactic University is quite affluent, under normal circumstances. There should be 5 materials equivalent to the 7-colored lotus. If you fail to locate them before the time elapses, the remaining materials will be reclaimed by the Galactic University. With this anomaly on your side, wouldn't you like to give it a try?" Su Yang felt a twinge of temptation, "But my psychic level is too low. If I were to be besieged by psychics of your caliber, I would have no chance to defend myself." Jin Yao replied, "But I am here. Do you doubt my ability to protect you?" Su Yang shot him a sidelong glance. "What if the other 9 were to attack you? Even if they cannot kill you, Keeping you occupied would make it quite easy for their subordinates to deal with me. Jin Yao nodded. Thus, we need to seek assistance. In previous times, he would not have been concerned. The 5 materials would certainly fall into different hands, alleviating the fear of being ambushed. Yet now, with Su Yong's anomaly in play, it was conceivable that several materials could be secured, inevitably attracting attention. The mere thought exhilarated Jin Yao. He had yet to engage in such a challenge, and he relished the prospect. Su Yong blinked. Who do you think would be the best choice for assistance? Jin Yao licked his sharp little tiger teeth. First, we must exclude Miao Zhuifeng. That fellow possesses poison as his psychic ability, and collaborating with him would require far too much vigilance. One must always be on guard. Yun Lang and Wei Chang'an could be considered. Both possess commendable character. When Shen Tu Yixiao turned around and encountered them, he could also be an option. This fellow is a madman, reveling in combat, famously dubbed a human weapon, and such a challenge would undoubtedly pique his interest. In truth, we hold no particular regard for these materials. They are not the finest available, and our family possesses an abundance of them. Our sole purpose for being here is to engage with the other prominent families. Thus, I am confident that Shen Tu Yixiao will not decline the offer. If we can secure these 3, the others will be inconsequential. Should the opposing side be diminished, Shen Tu Yixiao will certainly acquiesce. As 4 against 6 is a fair match. Su Yong exhaled deeply and said, Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Come, let us venture outside. The 2 exited the tent, and the resting individuals outside turned to gaze at them. Su Yong swept her eyes over the crowd and called out, Yun Lang, Wei Chang'an, I wish to discuss matters concerning the 7-colored lotus with you. Would you care to listen? Miao Zhuifeng wondered aloud. Why did you invite the other 2 and not them? Are you isolating them? Yun Lang and Wei Chang'an exchanged glances and approached. Su Yong gestured invitingly. Let us speak inside the tent. Once inside, before the 2 could inquire, Su Yong succinctly summarized her situation and subsequently revealed her proposal for an alliance. A glimmer of battle intent flickered in Yun Lang's dark pupils as he remarked. 4 against 6? Intriguing, I accept. He glanced at Wei Chang'an, adding, 3 against 7 is also acceptable. Wei Chang'an let out a cold laugh. With 7 against 3, I lack even the interest to engage you. Chapter 85. Shen Tu Yixiao. The group swiftly finalized their collaboration, the rapidity of which left Su Yong somewhat astonished. She had anticipated a more arduous negotiation. It appeared that, as Jin Yao had indicated, these individuals were indifferent to the materials, primarily seeking to clash with the other renowned families. Su Yong handed 2 7-colored lotus flowers to Yun Lang and Wei Chang'an, having gathered them as a gesture of goodwill for their alliance. The group exited the tent, and Wei Chang'an called for Qian Jingyan. You previously mentioned that the other 5 were vying for something elsewhere? Qian Jingyan nodded. I was nearby during their contention, and upon seeing the signal flare here, I decided to abandon my pursuit and come over. After all, with those 5 fighting, I could do little but hope to find an opportunity. Wei Chang'an acknowledged her with a nod. Lead the way. I wonder if the conflict has concluded. As they prepared to depart, Miao Zhuifeng and Murong Qiuxin caught up with them, querying, What are you planning to do? And what was discussed in the tent? The atmosphere among you seems rather peculiar. Jin Yao cast a glance at the 2. We are off to seize some additional treasures. I heard the others are together, and we intend to investigate. Murong Qiuxin's gaze fell upon Su Yong, inquiring, What are the 7-colored lotus? Jin Yao replied, They are my people. Do you intend to interfere? Miao Zhuifeng glanced at Su Yong, then at Wei Chang'an and Yun Lang, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. Haha, Jin Yao, you jest. Who would dare to touch your people? Since we are to seek out a few others, why not do so together? Jin Yao chose to ignore the 2, focusing instead on Wei Chang'an. I entrust Su Yong to your care. Wei Chang'an extended his arms towards Su Yong. Miss Su Yong, your pace is rather slow. Would you mind if I assisted you on our journey? His tone was laced with amusement. Perhaps by carrying you? Su Yong chuckled, approaching him and wrapping her arms around Wei Chang'an. We're both women. Why should we mind? Just be sure to hold on tight. In the next moment, Su Yong felt herself lifted, the wind rushing past her ears as the scenery blurred into a mere afterimage. Wei Chang'an activated his wind-based powers, accelerating rapidly towards the location indicated by the panoramic smoke. A thrill of excitement coursed through her at the thought of what was to come. 4 against 6, how intriguing. Squinting against the fierce wind, Su Yong marveled at Wei Chang'an's speed. Was this the prowess of a 12th-tier ability user? As a wind manipulator, his velocity was indeed formidable, outpacing even the 13th-tier star beast they had encountered earlier. Fortunately, Jin Yao and the others were equally capable, utilizing their skills to keep pace without falling too far behind. After about an hour of relentless speed, Su Yang's ears caught the distant sounds of battle. Though the combatants remained unseen, the effects of various abilities were already manifesting. A dark cloud loomed overhead, crackling with purple lightning, unmistakably the work of a thunder-based ability user. The searing heat tinged the sky crimson, revealing the presence of a fire manipulator. Wei Chang'an gently set Su Yang down as he joined the fray, followed closely by Jin Yao and Yun Lang, who also entered the battlefield. Su Yang quickly scanned the area ahead and immediately identified the treasure. A radiant orb of snow-white light, surrounded by swirling dust motes, emanated a faint glow. This was diamond dust, a highly prized material. The star plant that had guarded the diamond dust had already been vanquished. And as the chaos of battle ensued with the arrival of Wei Chang'an and the others, the situation grew increasingly tumultuous. Fighters encircled the diamond dust, while those of lower ability levels engaged at a distance, conveniently facilitating Su Yang's plans. Seizing the moment, she employed her spatial teleportation skill, instantly arriving beside the diamond dust. With a swift motion, she grasped the inner orb of light and transferred it to her storage space. In a heartbeat, the others noticed her actions. Seeking death. Shouts of outrage accompanied several waves of ability attacks. Su Yang did not evade. In the next instant, multiple shields of energy materialized around her, encasing her in protection. Taking a moment to glance at the leaderboard, she discovered she now held the first position, with 250,000 points. A top-tier material was worth 10,000 points, placing her at the pinnacle, a clear leader above all. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The protective energy shield surrounding Su Yang shattered, causing the ensuing attacks to dissipate. Jin Yao, Yun Lang, and Wei Chang'an formed a triangle around her, safeguarding her within their midst. Jin Yao directed his gaze towards a man across from them. Shentui Xiao. You have observed the uniqueness of my friend, able to disregard the energy shield and directly seize these materials. Shall we collaborate? For against 6? Su Yang turned her gaze in the direction of the voice, a fleeting glimmer of astonishment passing through her eyes. In truth, all those present were strikingly handsome, particularly the individuals from the prestigious 10 families, their genes nearly flawless, their features exquisitely refined. Each one would stand out brilliantly on their own. Yet, Shentui Xiao's aura still captivated her. With crimson eyes and raven hair, he possessed an extraordinarily enchanting and enigmatic beauty, as if he were the very embodiment of malevolence emerging from the abyss, capable of ensnaring one's soul, drawing one into an unfathomable void with just a glance. He donned dark attire, wielding a substantial blade in his hand, exuding an indomitable spirit and formidable presence. Upon hearing Jin Yao's words, Shentui Xiao raised his eyes to regard Su Yang, his ruby-red gaze resembling the purest of gemstones, mesmerizing in its brilliance. Su Yang extracted diamond dust from her possession, tossing it lightly in her hand. After observing for a few moments in silence, Shentui Xiao began to approach her. Miao Zhuifeng and Murong Qiuxin exchanged amused glances. Realizing the intentions of these individuals, others joined in their laughter, bemused by the audacity of a 4 against 6 scenario. Typically, even one-on-one encounters could yield uncertain outcomes. What audacity granted them the confidence to challenge 4 against 6? Well, if they were intent on seeking their own demise, they would not hold back. Just as they were about to speak, Wei Chang'an swiftly scooped Su Yang into his arms and dashed away. Let us go find the next treasure point. Jin Yao and the others promptly followed suit. The remaining individuals, momentarily bewildered, quickly pursued them, unleashing their powers in an attempt to intercept. As the chase ensued, they traversed a precipice, only to be met with a roar emanating from the depths below. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a colossal tornado erupted, its immense gravitational pull causing the fabric of their clothing to whip violently. Blocked by the tornado, they had no choice but to halt their advance. From the abyss, a gargantuan star beast ascended, unfurling its wings. It held in its maw a flower not yet entirely consumed, its presence radiating an escalating aura. The expressions of Jin Yao and the others shifted. Is it about to evolve? Su Yang focused intently, observing the star beast's level displayed as 139, accompanied by an upgrade buff. This creature had consumed the materials placed by the Galactic Academy, preparing to advance to level 140. Chapter 86. 2 individuals descend from the sky. Su Yang's expression grew grave as she lowered her voice to inquire. If this star beast ascends to level 14, can you handle it? Yun Lang replied. Alone, the 4 of us would certainly struggle, but with the 6 behind us, we should possess enough strength to engage. And even if we cannot defeat it, we ought to be able to escape. The star beast was currently in the midst of its evolution, its state unstable. With a concerted effort, perhaps they could vanquish it. Jin Yao turned to Su Yang. Find a place to hide. We cannot concern ourselves with you any longer. Without uttering a word, Su Yang utilized spatial teleportation to distance herself from the fray. Good luck, she called out. The 6 pursuers quickly followed, their eyes gleaming with fierce combat spirit as they beheld the advancing star beast. Once Su Yang reached a secure location, she glanced back to see both sides entangled in a chaotic battle, the atmosphere thick with turmoil. With a calculated turn of her gaze, she deftly maneuvered around the combatants and approached the cliff from another angle, employing spatial teleportation to arrive at the base of the precipice. A sweet aroma lingered in the air, invigorating her senses, and coupled with the remnants of materials not yet consumed by the star beast. Su-Yang surmised that this place must be home to the spirit-nurturing flower. Although the star beast had devoured some of the flower, the roots might still be intact. If so, she might unearth them and cultivate spirit-nurturing flowers back on Blue Star. Above her, the battle raged fiercely. Yet due to the intimidating presence of the star beast, it seemed no other creatures dared to approach, rendering her surroundings quite safe. Su-Yang meticulously searched at the cliff's base for approximately 10 minutes, turning a corner in her quest for the elusive roots. Suddenly, a sharp rush of wind whooshed overhead, prompting her to instinctively sidestep. In the next moment, a figure crashed down where she had just stood. It was Yun Lang. They exchanged glances, and Yun Lang coughed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Quickly, Su-Yang supported him to his feet. "How's the battle above?" she inquired. Yun Lang retrieved a few items and swallowed them. "It's manageable, but what are you doing down here? Are you attempting to procure something on your own?" In a hushed tone, Su-Yang replied. "The materials consumed by that star beast are likely spirit-nurturing flowers. I want to check if there are any roots down here. Perhaps I can cultivate them." "Impossible." Yun Lang shook his head. "The growth conditions for spirit-nurturing flowers are exceedingly stringent. It's not that simple to cultivate them. I've never heard of anyone successfully growing them from mere roots." Su-Yang shrugged. "Why not give it a try? There's no loss in it. You all are battling above, and I'm quite safe down here." Yun Lang regarded her with a complex expression. To an outsider, it might seem as if they were merely her subordinates. While they toiled above, Su-Yang searched for treasure and safety below. He closed his eyes to recuperate, leaning against a nearby rock for rest. After a brief moment, he stood up, casting a glance at Su-Yang, who was still searching for roots. With a slight bend of his body, he propelled himself like an arrow, swiftly ascending towards the cliff summit. 5 minutes later, Su-Yang finally discovered the roots of the spirit-nurturing flower, though they were embedded within the rocks, making them challenging to extract. The dagger provided by the school was indeed sharp, but rather small. Suddenly, another figure plummeted from above with a thud. This time it was Shuntu Yishao, his body stained crimson with blood, marred by numerous injuries. Yet, despite his condition, his aura remained formidable. In the spirit of collaboration, Su-Yang helped him to his feet, allowing him to lean against the adjacent rock face. She glanced at the dagger on the ground and proposed to Shuntu Yishao, "You ought to rest here for a moment. May I borrow your dagger? The knife is quite large. It should be easy to extract the root, shouldn't it?" She was curious about the origins of Shuntu Yishao's blade. Given that the storage space provided by the school contained only a dagger, but she refrained from voicing her inquiry. Shuntu Yishao retrieved several items from his storage space and placed them in his mouth, then leaned against the stone wall, closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. When he heard Su-Yang's words, he remained silent. He was always reticent, particularly with outsiders. That knife was his life's blade, nurtured by his extraordinary abilities. And it had developed sentience. Outsiders, especially those with lower abilities than his, would face a backlash from the knife if they attempted to wield it. The consequences could be fatal or, at the very least, result in paralysis. Given Su-Yang's situation, she would likely meet her demise and be eliminated. He was indifferent to the life or death of this outsider. Her self-destructive tendencies were of no concern to him. Seeing that he did not refuse, Su-Yang took it as tacit approval. She approached and picked up the knife, inhaling sharply. It was remarkably heavy, nearly beyond her ability to lift. Yet, strangely, it felt much lighter once she gripped it firmly, allowing her to wield it effortlessly. She moved to the roots and struck down with a single blow. Stones flew, leaving a sizable crater. "What a fine knife!" Su-Yang couldn't help but exclaim, quickly increasing her pace. In less than a minute, she had completely unearthed the root. Carefully placing it into her storage space, she turned to meet Shuntu Yishao's gaze, only to frown slightly. For some reason, his stare felt peculiar, as though the emotions within it could consume her. But she hadn't done anything wrong, had she? Was it merely because she had taken his knife? Yet, he had not spoken nor intervened during the entire process. Not wishing to overthink, she decided it was pointless to dwell on her own internal conflict. She returned the knife to Shuntu Yishao, saying, "I'm leaving. Goodbye." Without a moment's hesitation, she activated her skill to teleport away. However, at that instant, Shuntu Yishao grasped her arm. When she regained her senses, she discovered that he had been brought along as well. He tossed her a fruit, then, gripping the knife tightly, dashed toward the battlefield without looking back. Su-Yang glanced at the fruit in her hands, an exquisite blood fruit, presumably his fare for the ride. Given that, she felt no hesitation in accepting it. Yet, there seemed to be an issue with the teleportation skill at the moment of activation. Anything in physical contact with her was also transported, regardless of her intentions. While bringing along a teammate was acceptable, if it meant inadvertently transporting an enemy as she had before, it could spell disaster. "Customer service, come forth. We need to discuss this skill issue." She mentally summoned customer service, who then provided an explanation. Spatial teleportation involves the simultaneous transportation of objects within a certain range. When an NPC touches a player, it is encompassed within the teleportation area, leading the skill to perceive the NPC as a whole and subsequently transport it along. Su-Yang opened her mouth to continue her inquiry, but was suddenly struck by a realization and activated the skill of spatial teleportation, instantly vacating her previous position. In the next moment, a vine lashed out towards the spot she had just occupied. Chapter 87. Drive away. Su-Yang turned her head, her expression markedly grim. Behind her loomed an enormous star plant, towering at least 5 meters, its level of 136 glaringly apparent. Vines danced around the star plant, obscuring the sky. Although the vines lashed out towards her, they did so with restraint, not employing their full force. After evading a few strikes, Su-Yang began to grasp the intent of the star plant. It did not wish to kill her, but was purposefully herding her towards a specific location, the site of a battle involving Jin Yao and others. Su-Yang attempted to escape using spatial teleportation, hoping to extricate herself from this passive predicament, but to no avail. High-level star beasts, such as this star plant, could manipulate lower-level ones, and it was evident that the nearby star plants had fallen under its control. No matter where Su-Yang tried to evade, she was besieged by a group of star plants. The only safe route lay in following the direction dictated by the star plants herding. With no alternative, Su-Yang pressed onward, soon noticing the presence of other individuals around her. Behind each of them, vines were also driving them forward. The closer they approached the battleground where Jin Yao and his companions were engaged, the more individuals were ushered along. Eventually, over 100 people had gathered in front of her, all having been driven there. Upon reaching this point, the star plant ceased its attacks but summoned other star beasts to encircle them, preventing anyone from leaving. Su-Yang recognized several familiar faces and made her way towards Zhang Jing and his group. What is happening? Were you also herded here by that 13th tier star plant? Su-Yang whispered, lowering her voice. Zhang Jing nodded gravely. It is said that these high-tier star beasts possess intelligence comparable to that of humans. Who knows what their intentions might be? He expressed little fear, viewing it merely as a trial. After all, they wouldn't perish, and should they find themselves in peril, instructors would surely come to their rescue. Moreover, the overall commander was a 15th tier ability user. Everything on this planet was orchestrated by the school, and thus everything lay under the commander's control. In the distance, Jin Yao and his companions had also noticed the unusual situation, furrowing their brows as they glanced over, their attention fixating on the 13th tier star plant, and then fully concentrating on the advanced star beast. Su-Yang surveyed her surroundings and couldn't help but comment. Do you not feel as if we are like a pie caught between two assaults? Prepare for battle, she advised, scanning the throng of people. With so many here, if a fight breaks out, it will surely descend into chaos. Surely there will be a commander? Zhang Jing nodded. Qing Yin and Gao Ling are likely to step forward. Miss Su-Yang, to whom should we listen? Or do you wish to take charge? Regardless, one would not perish. Instead, it could enhance your command experience. Su-Yang pondered for a moment, acknowledging that Gao Ling's leadership style was rather cunning. He excelled at leveraging the terrain, dividing his forces into small teams to systematically dismantle the opposition. In contrast, Quan Jingyan, whom she had only observed once in the square, prioritized collective combat efficacy over terrain, typically favoring cohesive group engagements. Each had its merits, each with a distinct command style. She resolved to follow Gao Ling, certain that he would partition the team into smaller units. Those accompanying Jin Yao would remain one cohesive unit, familiar with one another and adept at collaboration. Zhang Jing and his companions possessed relatively high levels of abilities, with the least among them being a Tier 9 ability user and most at Tier 10, while Zhang Jing himself was an impressive Tier 11. The other participants exhibited a wide array of ability levels. Forcing a group engagement would merely stifle their potential, making it more advantageous to operate in smaller squads. As for her command, it was unnecessary. She had other matters to attend to. This was indeed a prime opportunity to reap victories. She could observe the health bars of the star beasts and star plants, aware of their remaining vitality, and naturally, she sought to claim those victories for herself. Commanding was not as enticing as that. Zhang Jing was taken aback. Aren't you joining us? Su-Yang shook her head. No, my ability level is not on par with yours. Following you would only hinder your efforts. She was acutely aware of her own situation, which was rather awkward. While other fire-type ability users could conjure a small fireball and manipulate its size and power for various purposes, including illumination, she could only employ fixed damage skills. Other spatial ability users wielded their powers for diverse attacks, while she had only mastered spatial teleportation. Imagine if she joined the group. If the commander instructed spatial users to manipulate formations or fire-type users to cut through, others could comply, but she would falter. How embarrassing that would be. Embarrassment aside, the true concern lay in the potential for her presence to lead to a misjudgment by the commander, resulting in irrevocable losses. She would bear the blame. Given her current circumstances, it was wiser for her to operate solo or blend into the crowd to opportunistically secure experience points. Zhang Jing expressed some regret. Very well. Miss Suyang, take care of yourself. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to seek me out. He harbored thoughts of increasing his favorability in her eyes, hoping that in the future, she might mention him to Jin Yao. And any trivial information Jin Yao might share would be more than sufficient for him to ponder for a long time. Sigh. Zhang Jing sighed deeply. Earning favor proved to be quite a daunting task. The others in Zhang Jing's team perked up their ears, eavesdropping on the conversation, and they too sighed in unison, their sentiments mirroring Zhang Jing's remarkably. As the two continued their discussion, the number of individuals being herded increased significantly. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached 150, with many more arriving from various directions. Quan Jingyan and Gao Ling huddled together, seemingly reaching a consensus. Before parting ways to head in different directions, Gao Ling approached Su Yang, inquiring whether Zhang Jing wished to heed his command. I've conferred with Quan Jingyan. I shall command your small squads while Quan Jingyan directs the solitary individuals. At that time, our primary responsibility was to intercept the 13th tier star plant and the surrounding star beasts and plants of 10th tier and above, while the scattered individuals would handle the elimination of lower tier star beasts and plants. However, I only require those with abilities of 10th tier and above. The 9th tier members of your team are to be directed by Qian Jingyan. Although we are uncertain of the intentions of that star plant, we are prepared for battle. Zhang Jing made an okay gesture. No problem, we will follow your command. With that settled, Gao Ling approached the others. Qian Jingyan's side had gradually gathered a considerable number of people, clearly ready for the confrontation. Su Yang made her way toward Qian Jingyan, blending into the crowd. Moments later, at the sound of a low command, the crowd moved in an orderly fashion. Gao Ling, a small team at the 2 o'clock direction, target the 10th tier Thunderfire Tiger. Fire-type ability users, lead the way. Wood-type users, control the vines to limit its movement. Earth-type users, second team at the 3 o'clock direction, target the 11th tier Gardenia Vine. Qian Jingyan, all personnel, focus on the 9 o'clock direction. Chapter 88, Stealing kills Su Yang, amidst the crowd, attentively followed Qian Jingyan's commands, as Qian Jingyan directed the fire-type ability users to create a firewall for segmentation, enclosing the star beasts and plants into smaller clusters. Su Yang maintained an expressionless demeanor, stealthily employing her fireball technique to secure kills. Help! She truly could not create a firewall. She had never learned that skill and was unable to utilize it. However, customer service had previously mentioned that once her body had healed, the skills would manifest as abilities, allowing her to wield powers like the other ability users. After her surgery this Saturday, her body would be restored, and it would not take long. For now, as long as she did not appear awkward or guilty, others would not be able to do anything to her. Surrounding individuals cast glances at Su Yang. Goodness, while other fire-type users are utilizing firewalls to segment the battlefield, you are merely lobbing fireballs at star beasts. Aren't you trying to stand out? Qian Jingyan also glanced over, recognizing Su Yang, and fell silent for a moment. Jin Yao's people, Yin Lang, seemed to know her, as she was also a temporary collaborator with her boss, Wei Chang'an. Not wanting to provoke her, Qian Jingyan decided to act as if she had not seen her. With the attacks from the ability users, the star beasts and plants retaliated, creating a scene of chaos, yet maintaining a semblance of order. As long as the 13th tier star plant did not join the fray, the situation here would remain relatively stable. Su Yang navigated through the crowd, casting skills at star beasts and plants with low health overhead, while not a guaranteed hit. She managed to secure kills 3 out of 10 times, far more efficient than fighting alone. While harvesting kills, she surveyed her surroundings, her gaze frequently drifting toward the 13th tier star plant. It remained unclear what that star plant intended to do. It neither engaged in the battle nor commanded the other star beasts and plants, appearing almost as if in a daze. But how could that be? Yet, the star plant lacked eyes, and she could not discern its front or back, leaving her unable to ascertain what it was truly observing. After battling for over 10 minutes, Su Yang suddenly sensed something amiss. If her memory served her right, the level of that star beast had been 136. Yet it now astonishingly appeared to have risen to 137. Furrowing her brow, she scrutinized the scene, but the chaotic display of abilities around her, coupled with the various star beasts and plants obstructing her view, rendered her helpless to discern much. Without hesitation, she activated her spatial teleportation skill, transporting herself behind the star plant and away from the fray. She glanced swiftly toward the star plant, then teleported back, the entire process taking less than a second. Yet it was sufficient time for her to capture an image with her light brain. What she beheld was astonishing, a multitude of fine roots emerging from the ground, penetrating the lifeless bodies of the star beasts and plants, siphoning their blood essence. The excessive extraction had turned the roots of vivid crimson. So this was the truth. No wonder the star plant had driven so many humans and star beasts away. It was all part of its scheme. She quickly approached Quan Jingyan and Gao Ling, sharing the photo she had just taken. Both of their expressions turned grave. A pseudo-level 14 star beast still in evolution was locked in fierce combat, holding back the 10 most formidable individuals and preventing their escape. If that star plant were to advance to level 14 amidst this dual assault, it could lead to the annihilation of everyone present. Exchanging glances, Quan Jingyan declared, "We need to adjust our battle strategy." Su Yang interjected, "It's actually quite simple. I can use spatial teleportation to bring the corpses of those star beasts and plants over. You just need to organize the retrieval. However, this comes with a drawback. The star plant will undoubtedly go berserk upon seeing the lack of blood essence to absorb and will enter a killing frenzy. Moreover, once I make a move, it will certainly target me, necessitating protection. Of course, that's just my suggestion. Perhaps you have other, more effective strategies." Quan Jingyan replied, "What options do we have? Even if you refrain from acting now, once that star plant reaches level 14, it will initiate its assault, and will be even more disadvantaged." After a brief pause, she added, "I can only assure you that I will keep a constant watch over you, and my healing spells will always be at your disposal." Gao Ling affirmed, "My purification spells will also remain vigilant for your safety." Su Yang stated, "I have one more request. In the unlikely event that we manage to slay this star plant, I wish to deliver the final blow. I relish the thrill of claiming the kill." With over 20 level 11 ability users and more than 70 level 10 users present, elite fighters all, perhaps they stood a slim chance in their joint efforts. Reflecting on Su Yang's earlier act of seizing a kill with a fireball, Quan Jingyan fell silent for a moment before nodding her agreement. Personal preferences abound, and she chose to respect that. The group conferred quietly for a moment, after which Gao Ling called over Zhang Jing and other formidable members of their team to stay close to Su Yang, ensuring her safety at all times. Quan Jingyan organized the plan, assigning several individuals to rotate in the task of collecting the corpses of the star beasts and plants. With all preparations in place, Su Yang skillfully seized the opportunity amidst the chaos of battle, utilizing her spatial teleportation skill to transport the corpses of the stellar beasts and plants. A multitude of lifeless bodies materialized out of thin air, and those who had received prior orders swiftly began to stow them away in their storage spaces, switching to new ones as each filled. After a few such exchanges, an inexplicable chill coursed through Su Yang, as if she were being scrutinized by some tremendous terror. Without hesitation, she cried out for help. "Save me." Instantly, Zhang Jing and the others conjured their psychic shields to protect her, while Quan Jingyan and Gao Ling also turned their attention, unleashing healing and purification spells simultaneously. At that moment, enormous vines erupted from the ground beneath Su Yang, and had she not evaded quickly, she would have surely been impaled. The vine twisted in midair, lunging toward her. Given her current prowess, evading the pursuit of a 13th tier plant was no easy feat. However, she was fortified by an abundance of psychic shields, over 50 in total, and with Zhang Jing and the others launching counterattacks against the vine, she managed to remain unscathed, losing merely 30 of her shields. With a swish, another vine burst forth from the earth, soaring toward her with deadly intent. As Su Yang continued to evade and utilize her spatial teleportation to relocate the corpses, she maintained no fewer than 50 psychic shields throughout. As her efforts progressed, the corpses on the ground diminished rapidly, and the onlookers could clearly see the blood-sucking roots, sending a shiver down their spines. Such audacious actions had evidently provoked the plant. The once bright sky abruptly darkened ominously, and when Su Yang looked up, she beheld a colossal tree that obscured the sun. Chapter 89. A Day of Enlightenment. The branches, a tawny hue, boasted a girth of 10 meters and towered at least 100 meters high. A dense network of branches spread outward, shrouding the overhead light. Thick, sinuous vines coiled around the branches, resembling venomous serpents poised to strike, causing an unsettling chill to envelop those beneath. These vines writhed and uprooted the surrounding stellar beasts and plants, raining them down upon the crowd like a deluge. It was Su Yang's first encounter with such a gargantuan stellar plant. The towering sight was awe-inspiring and terrifying, quickening her breath and raising the hair on her arms. Beads of cold sweat trickling down her spine. In the presence of such a behemoth, humanity felt insignificantly small. Initially, she had believed that with so many psychic wielders, they might stand a chance against the plant. Now, however, a profound sense of helplessness consumed her. She had never witnessed a being of such caliber in action and was unaware of their formidable strength. Today had truly opened her eyes. Hearing the panicked breaths and exclamations from those around her, Su Yang steadied herself. All fear stemmed from a lack of adequate firepower. If she were at 13th tier, she would fear nothing. The sight of bodies falling from the sky snapped many back to reality. Quan Jingyan and Gao Ling reacted immediately, shouting out commands. With two sharp cries, everyone was jolted back to reality. Listening to the commands of the two leaders, they hurriedly huddled together and retreated, simultaneously conjuring a psychic shield in the air. The sound of impact echoed as the star beasts and star plants crashed against the shield, creating ripples. Various psychic attacks swiftly surged overhead, while Su-Yang focused on the corpses on the ground, continuing to teleport them closer, deftly delivering finishing blows. A thunderous crack resounded, louder than all the preceding sounds combined, as a massive vine struck the psychic shield. With just one blow, the shield, forged by the collective power of the group, shattered completely. Another strike landed in the midst of the crowd. Despite the nearby individuals exerting their utmost to evade, the vine descended, causing dozens to emit a white light as they triggered the defense mechanism on their light brains and were teleported away. High Spirit was frantically pacing. It's over, it's over. We can't hold this back at all. Initially, they weren't serious, but now they mean business. We can't withstand even a single hit. Panorama shrugged. It's a 13th tier creature. We're 2 levels short. It's only natural to be crushed. However, we cannot simply await our demise. We must struggle. After all, this is a trial, and with someone backing us, let us utilize everything we have learned. High Spirit nodded. There are plenty of 10th and 11th tier star beasts and star plants here. We've never seen such dense numbers before. Let us take them down first. Killing one and retrieving the corpse is still a gain. The two adjusted their strategy, dodging the 13th tier plants' attacks while assaulting other lower tier star beasts and plants. Another vine shot out, claiming several lives. Su-Yang remained fixated on the 13th tier plant, clearly observing that after slaying these individuals, the creature froze momentarily. This time, the vine did not kill but began to search the ground as if seeking something. Realizing where the vine was probing, Su-Yang suddenly understood. The star plant must have assumed that after killing, the bodies would remain for it to absorb nutrients. However, it did not realize that these individuals had not truly perished but had activated the defense mechanism and were teleported away, leaving no corpses behind. A chill ran down Su-Yang's spine. As expected, in the next moment, the star plant went completely berserk. A dense green luminescence enveloped the surrounding kilometer, shrouding everyone within. Sensing impending doom, Su-Yang instinctively attempted to teleport away, only to find her skills once again rendered ineffective. Player currently located within the suppression of the wood domain. Skills cannot be utilized. Damn, I can't mobilize my psychic powers. Similarly, her abilities were suppressed. This was the 13th tier domain. It was unbreakable. I am at the 11th tier. My powers diminished to a mere 5th of their usual strength. What can this meager force achieve? I can't even defeat a 9th tier star beast. Ugh, this wretched domain. Once I master domains, I shall use one to dominate others. Classmates, see you on the starship. Whispers of conversation filled the air around them. Su-Yang, like her fellow students, ceased her attacks, signaling that the battle was nearing its conclusion. The vines above lashed out once more, this time targeting Su-Yang directly. It appeared that her previous act of scavenging had thoroughly incited the wrath of this star beast. Now, within the confines of its domain, her ability shield had dissipated, leaving her with no means of escape. Su-Yang and those around her resigned themselves to their fate. As the vine descended menacingly towards them, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air. 3 weapons struck decisively at a point on the vine, severing it and saving Su-Yang and her companions. Turning her head, Su-Yang beheld Jin Yao, Shintu Yixiao, and another member from one of the 10 prestigious families rushing to their aid, retracting their weapons. Jin Yao and the other individual engaged the star beast, providing a moment of respite for the others. Shintu Yixiao grasped Su-Yang's arm, pulling her towards the now upgraded 140-level star beast. Use spatial teleportation to take me inside the star beast. Su-Yang's eyes sparkled with realization. This was indeed a clever strategy. The star beast was over 10 meters long, ample space for 2 individuals to enter. Its exterior was armored with dense scales, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. However, its interior would likely be devoid of such protection, rendering it vulnerable to internal assault, a far more effective approach. She glanced at the star beast's health bar, which had diminished by only a 10th, while the members of the 10 prestigious families bore numerous injuries, clearly struggling. Without hesitation, once Shintu Yixiao had led her out of the star beast's domain, she invoked her spatial teleportation skill. The scene before her shifted dramatically. Before she could fully comprehend her surroundings, purple lightning surged around her, filling every available space. A purple lightning energy shield enveloped her, isolating her from the external tumult. Shintu Yixiao wielded his blade, which crackled with purple lightning, wreaking havoc within the star beast's interior. Su-Yang brandished her dagger, engulfed in crimson flames, slashing indiscriminately at the surroundings. The pain emanating from within the beast elicited a thunderous roar, its body twisting violently in the air. Su-Yang and Shintu Yixiao felt themselves caught in a relentless 360-degree rotation, with the environment seemingly closing in on them, as if striving to expel the intruders. Fortunately, her prior training in mecha combat had prepared her for such disorientation. Otherwise, she would have likely succumbed to unconsciousness. Shintu Yixiao pulled her tightly against him. Hold on to me. We'll teleport to another location, still within the Star Beast. Chapter 90. Continuing the head hunt, Su Yang clung fiercely to Shun Tu Yixiao's waist to avoid being dislodged, quickly surveying her surroundings before executing her spatial teleportation skill, transporting them to another location inside the Star Beast. They engaged in a chaotic flurry of strikes once more, and as the pressure began to mount again, they shifted to yet another location. Observing the Star Beast's movements from the outside, the attackers realized their strategy was effective, invigorating their spirits and sharpening their assaults. Wei Zhongyan unleashed a gusting blade of wind. I told you this strategy would work. If we can't attack from the outside, we strike from within. Doesn't it feel like the pressure has suddenly lifted? Yun Lang remarked. If it weren't for Su Yang's spatial teleportation, we would have met our demise here today. Therefore, once the matters here are resolved, when Su Yang uses her teleportation to retrieve the other materials, refrain from attacking her. Let us handle it ourselves. After that formidable 13th tier star plant deals with those individuals, it will undoubtedly turn its attention to us. Faced with the dual onslaught of a 13th tier star plant and a 14th tier star beast, even they would find themselves in peril. Mu Rongqiu scoffed coldly. I've never seen you so benevolent before, actually considering the welfare of others. Besides, isn't Su Yang associated with Jin Yao? Why are you so invested? Yun Lang cast her a sidelong glance. You wouldn't understand, be silent. He had previously narcissistically warned Su Yang twice, and she had graciously allowed him to use the healing pod, an act for which he owed her a debt of gratitude. Wei Zhong and mimicked Yun Lang's words. You wouldn't understand, be silent. The others remained silent, silently observing the unfolding drama. Under the dual assault, the Star Beast's attacks gradually weakened, its resistance diminishing. Su Yang, accompanied by Shun Tu Yixiao, incessantly utilized teleportation, wreaking havoc within the Star Beast's body. Subsequently, they relentlessly targeted a specific area until they finally breached it, emerging from within the creature. The individuals outside, who were laying siege, immediately turned their attention, unleashing a volley of explosive attacks that penetrated the gaping hole and detonated within the Star Beast's interior. The visible manifestation of their efforts resulted in a substantial reduction of the Star Beast's health, now dwindling to less than a tenth of its original amount. Releasing her grip, Su Yang fixated intently on the Star Beast's health bar, prepared to seize the opportunity for the kill. Suddenly, a shadow loomed towards her. Turning her head, she saw Shun Tu Yixiao wobbling and collapsing towards her, his entire weight pressing against her. Are you all right? Su Yang exclaimed, quickly embracing him and lowering him to the ground, then retrieving a blood fruit to nourish him. Reflecting on the fierce battle within the Star Beast, she wondered if he had simply exhausted himself. After all, he had taken the brunt of the damage, while she had emerged relatively unscathed. It was only natural for him to be fatigued. He won't die, will he? If not, he can rest here for a moment. By the way, may I borrow your blade? Having confirmed that Shun Tu Yixiao would not perish anytime soon, Su Yang shifted her focus, taking the weapon and concentrating all her attention on the Star Beast, occasionally casting skills to monitor her damage output. Whether she could claim the experience would depend on her speed and foresight. Shun Tu Yixiao's gaze drifted from his blade to the one grasped by Su Yang, finally resting upon her. She was splattered with blood, droplets trickling everywhere, yet her eyes sparkled like stars, brimming with vibrant life. He observed her for several moments before closing his eyes to commence healing. The Star Beast's health continued to decline at a steady pace, while Su Yang calculated the damage from the attacks of those individuals, quickly forming an estimation in her mind. At a crucial moment, she hurled her great sword forward with force, simultaneously unleashing several skills. Roar! With a defiant roar, the celestial beast's health was completely depleted, its body crashing heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble thrice. Su Yang anxiously fixated on the game interface, finally exhaling in relief upon seeing the familiar notification. You have slain the level 140 NPC, Howling Wind Giant Eagle, earning 1,400,000 experience, 50,000 gold, 1 elite skill book, 1 pet egg, 1 hurricane domain gem, 1 hurricane necklace, 1 hurricane ring, 1 hurricane bracer, 1 hurricane gem, and 50,000 energy stones. As you have defeated a foe of a higher level, you receive a 6-fold bonus reward, 8,400,000 experience, and 300,000 gold. Due to your victory over an opponent more than 60 levels above you, you additionally gain 4 elite lottery chances, 1 elite skill book, 1 elite shield, 1 elite water source, and 1 elite warehouse expansion scroll. You have leveled up. Your current level is 96. A cascade of notifications rang out, and Su Yang beamed with joy before hastily rushing to pick up the blade of Shun Tu Yixiao. The others observed her effortlessly retrieving the weapon, their expressions turning peculiar, especially Wei Chang'an and Miao Chasing Wind. Previously, they had suspected Su Yang might know Shun Tu Yixiao due to the high spirit's compliance with her commands, and their suspicions were now confirmed. The soul weapon was not something just anyone could wield. Only those recognized by its owner could handle it without harm. Su Yang returned the blade to Shin-Tu Yishao and then turned her gaze toward Jin Yao and his companion in the distance. The duo was valiantly resisting the level 13 star plant, and with the assistance of over 100 others, they were managing quite well, not falling behind. However, slaying the star plant within a short time frame seemed unlikely. Looking at Shin-Tu Yishao, who lay powerless on the ground, Su Yang inquired, "Given your condition, it seems you cannot participate in battle for a while, correct? Might I borrow the blade once more?" Shin-Tu Yishao glanced at her, remaining silent. Su Yang had grown accustomed to his reticence. Aside from necessary communication during battles, he rarely uttered a word. Yet, in her view, his silence equated to acquiescence. She grasped the blade once more and charged toward the distant battlefield. Whether she could reach level 100 today depended on her ability to secure a kill. With the battle at hand concluded, the others swiftly joined the fray on the other side, engaging a level 14 foe pose challenges. But the group felt confident against the level 13 adversaries. Under the coordinated onslaught, the star plant's health visibly dwindled, rapidly reducing to a sliver. Just as it seemed the star plant could not endure much longer, Quan Jingyan suddenly spoke up. Previously, Su Yang mentioned that she wanted to deliver the final blow. She relishes that feeling of securing a kill. Jin Yao and the others momentarily paused, turning in unison to look at Su Yang. Gratefully, Su Yang cast a glance at Quan Jingyan. It was clear she did not have confidence in seizing the kill. She nodded firmly, "Indeed. May I take the final blow? I revel in the sensation of delivering the coup de grace, especially when it is amidst the collective assault of everyone. It is particularly exhilarating." Jin Yao fell silent for a moment, pausing his movements. "I will confine it. You take over." Yun Lang, Wei Chang'an, and the others also halted their actions. Had it not been for your guidance in teleporting that star beast into the opponent's body with Shinto's roar, we would have faced dire consequences this time. Go ahead. We will assist you in restraining this star plant. Su Yang tightened her grip on her sword and, under the watchful eyes of all, struck fiercely at the star plant. Chapter 91, Domain Gem. You have slain the level 137 NPC, 3 mulberry tree, earning 1,370,000 experience, 40,000 gold, 1 special skill book, 1 mysterious seed, 1 divine wood domain gem, 2 3 mulberry rings, 1 3 mulberry tunic, 1 3 mulberry earring, 1 divine wood gem, and 40,000 energy stones. Due to your victory over a higher level opponent, you receive an additional quadruple reward, gaining 5,480,000 experience and 160,000 gold. As you have defeated an opponent while surpassing 41 levels, you receive further rewards, 2 special lottery chances, 1 special skill book, 1 special protective shield, 1 special water source, and 1 special warehouse expansion scroll. You have leveled up. Your current level is now 105. Su Yang's hands trembled, partly due to fatigue from prolonged combat, and partly from excitement. The gains from this practical training session were truly remarkable. She felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. A few hours ago, she could never have imagined that not only would she not be eliminated, but she would also elevate her level to 105. Now, she was a tier 10 Esper, a position of strength and elite status in any realm. In this vast and chaotic cosmos, she had officially stepped into the fray, armed with a faint sense of self-preservation. 2 beams of white light enveloped her, and Su Yang felt her weary body regain some strength. Qing Tianyin and Gao Ling withdrew their hands and began instructing others to handle the surrounding corpses. After a brief flurry of activity, Su Yang's storage bracelet was filled with numerous items, including those from the 2-star beasts. Her personal score had risen to 30,000, placing her in the lead. With the items sorted, it was time to attend to her own state. Following the fierce battle, blood had splattered on everyone present, and a mere swipe would reveal crimson stains. A water-type Esper summoned a torrential rain, cleansing the bodies of all present. Su Yang quickly rubbed herself down, washing away the blood. Previously preoccupied with the fight, she now realized the overwhelming stench of blood surrounding her was nauseating. Had she been the same person who had just crossed over, she would likely have fainted from the shock. Fortunately, her experiences in the cosmos had granted her a degree of resilience. The downpour lasted for half an hour, after which a fire-type Esper dried the ground, while wind and wood-type Espers purified the air. Metal and earth-type Espers constructed bathing tubs, into which the water-type Esper poured water and the fire-type Esper heated it, before delivering them to the various tents. Su Yang nestled into her tent, immersing herself in a warm bath, and let out a contented sigh. She then opened her game interface to review her recent accomplishments. First, she noted that she had 6 instances of premium lottery draws available. Just as she was about to commence her draws, a thought struck her, prompting her to reach out to customer service. If 10 regular lottery draws could be combined to form a premium draw, what could 10 premium draws amalgamate into? Or was the premium draw the pinnacle of quality? 10 premium draws can be fused into 1 golden draw, which allows players to acquire items currently locked in the game store, came the response. The golden draw represents the highest quality available in the game. Upon perusing the game store, Su-Yang observed that the items she had unlocked were rather scant. Thus, the rewards from her premium draws would also be limited, offering her little more than a token benefit at this stage. After all, she had already acquired an intellect chip, a light brain, a hover vehicle, a mech, and various weapons. What else remained unacquired? Could she have an example? For instance, starships, artificial suns, and various top-tier materials, the customer service representative elaborated. Without further ado, Su-Yang closed the lottery page. Having been unaware before, she now recognized that her choice was unequivocally the golden draw. She then turned her attention to her collection of premium skill books, having slain 2 monsters to earn 4, which, combined with the 1 and used from before, brought her total to 5. This time, she was prudent, inquiring, can premium skill books be fused? Indeed. 10 premium skill books can be combined to form a golden skill book, the reply came. The golden skill book is likewise the highest quality currently available. She pressed further. If 10 lottery draws can merge into 1 premium draw, can 10 skill books not also combine into a premium skill book? Affirmative. Were there any restrictions on learning the golden skill book? She had discerned a pattern. This game was rife with pitfalls, and without inquiry, one would remain oblivious. However, once questions were posed, customer service would provide clarity. The golden skill book requires players to reach level 150 before it can be learned. Indeed, she glanced at her current skills, all of which were advanced. To elevate these advanced skills to premium status, 1 premium skill book was needed, though it could also be utilized to learn a new skill. Su-Yang pondered for a moment before applying 1 premium skill book to upgrade her spatial teleportation ability. This skill was exceptionally useful, not only facilitating escape, but also enabling theft, rendering any minor bugs trivial by comparison. Your spatial teleportation skill has been upgraded to premium status. After a few moments of contemplation, she proceeded to use her remaining skill books. Your purification skill has been upgraded to premium status. Your healing skill has been upgraded to premium status. Your illusionary form skill has been upgraded to premium status. With 1 skill book left, she decided to retain it for future use. She then began to organize her miscellaneous items, Hurricane Realm gems, Sacredwood Realm gems, and other previously unseen treasures. In the realm of extraordinary abilities, only those of the 10th rank and above can grasp its essence. Previously, she had only slain 1 individual of the 11th rank, the Wisp of Light, yet that encounter yielded no gem from this domain. Today, however, 2 gems have miraculously appeared, leaving her pondering the reason, whether it was a mere stroke of luck or a testament to the Wisp's inadequacy. Hurricane Domain Gem, a gem dropped by the level 140 Howling Wind Giant Eagle, which, when utilized, creates a hurricane domain measuring 1000 m times 1000 m times 1000 m, inflicting tremendous damage upon all targets within its range for a duration of 10 minutes, with a single usage. Divine Tree Domain Gem, a gem dropped by the level 137 3 Vine Trees, which, when employed, establishes a divine tree domain of the same dimensions, dealing massive damage to all targets within its confines for a period of 10 minutes, also with a single usage. What a remarkable find! Su-Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of dealing area damage within a kilometer, enduring for 10 minutes. A well-timed use could decimate her foes. However, one must exercise caution as it indiscriminately targets both friend and foe. She carefully stowed these lethal artifacts away for her personal use. In addition to the 2 domain gems, there were also 2 other types of gems, the Hurricane Gem and the Divine Tree Gem. Hurricane Gem, level 140 attribute, wind function, serves as a material that can be applied to mechs, weapons, hovercraft, robots, and other items. Prolonged wear can assist in absorbing surrounding wind-based powers, aiding wind manipulators in their progression. It can also harness its strength to attempt to comprehend the hurricane domain. The Divine Tree Gem shares similar properties with the Hurricane Gem, though one embodies the essence of wind, while the other represents wood. Su-Yang had already determined the fate of these 2 items in her mind. The remaining drops consisted of equipment and accessories, which she deemed unnecessary and planned to dispose of at a boutique later. Chapter 92. The personal weapon. The water temperature had begun to cool, prompting Su-Yang to dry herself off and change into a fresh outfit. After washing her previous attire and drying it by the fire, she made her way toward Jin Yao's tent, her mind teeming with questions that clamored for answers. Upon entering the tent and hearing a response from within, she found Jin Yao meticulously tending to his weapon, a silver curved blade that shimmered with a faint golden hue. Noticing Su-Yang's gaze, Jin Yao looked up, momentarily taken aback. He appeared to have just emerged from a bath. His complexion was flushed, and his eyes sparkled with a captivating brightness that made her heart flutter at the sight. He discreetly averted his gaze, raising the curved blade in his hand. This is my personal weapon, known as the rift-breaking saber. Su-Yang scrutinized the saber for several seconds. Her curiosity piqued. What exactly is a personal weapon? Why were you able to bring weapons into the trials when the storage space provided by the school only contained a dagger? This was the second time she had encountered the term personal weapon. The first time was in the Necromancer's Circle, where they spoke of the Raven clan acquiring the light of the sun across the cosmos to forge a fated weapon for that prodigy. At that moment, she believed that a fated weapon merely referred to a physical weapon. However, it appears that this is not entirely the case. Jin Yao, gathering his thoughts, explained. A fated weapon. Once your ability reaches the 10th tier, a spiritual sea will be opened within you. We will place the weapon in this spiritual sea, nurturing it with our own spirit and powers. Gradually, the weapon will develop sentience, attuning itself to your will, allowing for effortless wielding and maximizing its potential. We typically refer to such a weapon as a fated weapon. In our school's combat training, while external items like mecha potions are prohibited, there are no restrictions on fated weapons. You have yet to reach the 10th tier, but when you do, we shall forge one for you. Suyang pondered, thus suggesting that Shinto Ishiao's weapon might also be considered her fated weapon. Speaking further on the topic, Jin Yao cautioned, do not recklessly engage with another's fated weapon. Each individual possesses a unique energy fluctuation, which may be interpreted as provocation by the other's weapon. The consequences may range from severe injury to fatality. Only those whom the wielder acknowledges can safely handle their fated weapon. If a fated weapon is damaged, the owner's spiritual sea will also be harmed. Thus, great care is taken in selecting and crafting such weapons. Su Yang contemplated. Is the blade in Shinto Ishiao's hand his fated weapon? Jin Yao nodded and inquired. Did you use Shinto Ishiao's great sword when you severed that star plant? Su Yang replied. I suspect it may be related to my condition. Without any energy fluctuation, his fated weapon could not detect me, thus allowing me to wield it. She then asked, may I touch your void-bending blade? After a moment's hesitation, Jin Yao handed the blade over. Su Yang's fingers glided across the icy surface of the weapon, feeling its chilling sharpness, as if it could pierce through skin. Upon sensing her touch, the void-bending blade retracted its aura, quivering slightly, as if greeting her. How peculiar, Su Yang mused, touching it again. I can sense your weapon greeting me, appearing quite pleased. However, I did not experience this sensation with Shinto Ishiao's blade. She scrutinized the blade before her, oblivious to the astonished and skeptical expression on Jin Yao's face. In some respects, a fated weapon's preferences reflect those of its owner. He could discern his own weapon's emotions, leading him to wonder if it was not averse to Su Yang, but rather drawn to her, seeking closeness. Reflecting on his recent unusual experiences, Jin Yao thought deeply. By the way, brother, what is that domain? Do all abilities reach a domain upon attaining the 10th tier? Su Yang inquired further. Jin Yao shook his head. Only those who reach the 10th tier have the opportunity to comprehend a domain, yet not every ability user possesses the talent for it. The comprehension of one's domain is intrinsically linked to one's spiritual essence, as well as to the understanding of one's unique abilities. This matter is rather profound and relies heavily on personal intuition, making it difficult to articulate. Understood, Su Yang nodded. So that this light is merely a waste without any grasp of his domain. Then, brother, have you comprehended your own domain? Jin Yao raised an eyebrow. Whom do you look down upon? One day, I shall give you a glimpse of my prowess. Having clarified her inquiries, Su Yang departed the tent. Jin Yao gazed at the entrance for a moment before summoning Zhang Jing. Do you not have a younger sister? Jin Yao inquired. Zhang Jing nodded enthusiastically. Yes. She is only 5 years old. What feelings arise when you encounter your sister? Do you find her delightful, yearning to pinch her cheeks, or touch her hair? A foolish grin spread across Zhang Jing's face. Of course. My sister is the most adorable. I often pinch her cheeks and stroke her hair, wishing I could keep her in my arms forever, longing to see her at all times. The little one is so sweet-smelling. It is simply delightful to hold her. Especially when she calls me brother in her baby voice, my heart melts, and I wish to give her all the treasures in the world. Jin Yao sighed in relief, realizing that Su Yang was his sister, and thus he too would harbor such sentiments. It was a perfectly normal feeling. All right, you may leave now. Jin Yao waved his hand and resumed cleaning his curved blade. Zhang Jing, perplexed, stepped outside, pondering why Jin Yao had summoned him merely to ask that question. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air outside, he caught a glimpse of Su Yang's silhouette and suddenly recalled something, squinting. Wait, could it be that Jin Yao has intentions towards Su Yang? But she is not related to him by blood and is 4 years his senior, a fully grown woman. Zhang Jing smirked, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a hidden truth. Well, Jin Yao, it seems you have your day too. He resolved to remain silent and enjoy the unfolding drama. Chapter 93. What a commotion. Sitting aboard the starship returning to Galaxy University, Su Yang still felt a lingering excitement. The battle on the 4th day had been exhilarating, rendering the subsequent day a skirmish rather lackluster. Oh, not quite. It was the lesser ranks who lacked fervor. Jin Yao and his 10 companions were embroiled in a fierce clash, a thrilling 4-against-6 struggle that raged for an entire day and night, concluding only at midnight when all were compelled to return, thus ending the combat. She reflected on her recent acquisitions, 6 pet eggs, 4 mysterious seeds, and 5 skill books. The drop rates were indeed quite touching. By the time the clock approached 2 in the morning and everyone returned to school, Suyang found herself back in her dormitory. Tian Dao had been waiting for her. Upon her arrival, he leapt forward, exclaiming, "Meow, meow, meow. Master, I have missed you so much during these 5 days. Without you, my nights have been restless." Suyang playfully pinched the little cat's paw. "Do your intelligent companions also suffer from sleepless nights?" The heavenly path cleared its throat, expressing its desire to convey the master's intentions. Suyang settled onto the sofa and said, "All right, please report on this week's work." After 5 days of battle on the planet, she had been disconnected for the same duration, and numerous matters awaited her attention. The heavenly path began. Firstly, all the items you listed on the black market have been sold, with the proceeds amounting to over 800 billion star coins deposited into your anonymous account. Very well. Suyang responded, checking her account. What about the Weiss family? On Monday, the Weiss family discovered the death of Weiss Weiguang and learned that the 2 planets and other assets under his name had changed hands. However, since the new owner is Shi Tsangshu, the young master of the Shi family, one of the top 10 noble families, they dared not seek revenge and acted as if nothing had occurred. On Tuesday, thanks to the information you provided, their investigation led them to the Orc Kingdom, where your elder sister and second brother took over the guidance. Consequently, the Weiss family linked Weiss Weiguang's death to the younger members of the Lizard and Tiger clans, involving the matter of the devouring spirit silk, which prompted immediate conflict between the factions. The Orc Kingdom lies far from here, and the Weiss family's reach is limited. By Wednesday, they had leaked the information about the devouring spirit silk to the Morong family, who exerted pressure on the Lizard and Tiger clans, resulting in significant bloodshed for both races. The Shi family, having received news about the devouring spirit silk earlier, also dispatched individuals to investigate in the Orc Kingdom. By Wednesday, the information had spread throughout the galaxy, and many rushed toward the Orc Kingdom. Your elder sister and second brother attempted to profit from the chaos, claiming they had obtained information about the devouring spirit silk from the black market. Overall, the Orc Kingdom has been quite lively in recent days. Rest assured, I have erased all information concerning you. Apart from those few relatives you acknowledge, no one is aware of your connection to these events. Furthermore, the Morong family suspects that Weiss Weiguang's death is linked to Shi Tsangshu, believing he aims to monopolize the information regarding the devouring spirit silk. Now, these 2 families have engaged in conflict, although they have always been sworn enemies. By Friday, after thorough investigation, it was confirmed that the news regarding the devouring spirit silk was false, and most individuals have ceased hostilities, gradually withdrawing from the Orc Kingdom. Suyang sighed. What a spectacle. Were there any significant highlights in the news broadcasts these past few days? With a flick of its paw, the heavenly path displayed a series of messages arranged in order of importance. Ah, heavenly path, you truly are my invaluable aid. How would I manage without you? The heavenly path covered its eyes with its paw, affirming, I shall always be by your side. Suyang scanned the information swiftly, gaining an overall understanding before responding to the messages on her quantum brain. Wang Yu, Sister Su, do you recall the middle-aged man we encountered in the game? A few days ago, I spotted him touring our planet and contemplated eliminating him. Wang Yu. Unfortunately, someone witnessed this process and expressed a keen interest in me, proposing to take me as her goddaughter and inquiring whether I would be willing to learn from her. Wang Yu. Sister Su, what do you think? Should I accept her offer? Suyang emitted a soft sound of surprise. Suyang, I recall that individual is at the 9th level, whereas you are merely at the 5th. How did you manage to kill him? Wang Yu promptly replied. Wang Yu. After playing a couple of rounds with you in the game, I realized that one need not always confront foes head-on to eliminate them. There are numerous other methods. Suyang, you learn quickly, quite commendable. Suyang, do you have any idea of the identity of the person who desires to take you as her goddaughter? Wang Yu. Yes. Wang Yu sent over the individual's identity, and Suyang instructed the Heavenly Dao to conduct a search. Upon reviewing the information, her eyes widened in astonishment. She forwarded the findings to Wang Yu. Suyang, this is the identity of that individual. The decision is yours to make. Suyang, by the way, please inform your mother that since you have purchased items from the Blue Star shop, you may as well enjoy them yourself. I can also acquire the new arrivals. She attended to other messages before resuming her conversation with Lu Xinghe. Suyang, I'm back. The next moment, a video invitation popped up. Suyang clicked to accept, and upon seeing the background, which appeared to be a study, she was somewhat surprised. Are you still awake at this late hour? Busy in your study? Lu Xinghe leaned back in his chair, their gazes locking through the video. Yes, I'm handling some trivial matters on the planet. How have you been over the past 5 days? You seem to have experienced quite a lot. Suyang sighed. Indeed, I have encountered things I had never seen before, including delving into the body of a star beast, with its writhing flesh, blood vessels coursing throughout, and various organs within. Ugh, I can't discuss it any further. Recalling this caused Su Yang's expression to darken slightly. At that moment, she was solely focused on the battle and paid little attention to the grotesque details. Now, as she reflected on it, she felt a wave of nausea, as if the slimy sensation still clung to her. She shook her head, redirecting her thoughts to the immense tree. I also encountered a 13th level tree known as the Three Mulberry Vines, which, upon transformation, reached an astonishing height of 100 meters. It was my first encounter with such a sight. The tree's power was formidable, even though time has passed. The memory of its overwhelming might still instills a sense of dread within her. The feeling of being utterly powerless, awaiting death, remains etched in her mind. After conversing with Lu Xinghe for a while, Su Yang ended the call and made her way to the restroom. The recollections she had just revisited sent chills across her skin, reminiscent of the time she was covered in blood. She felt the urgent need to take a shower to calm herself. While in the midst of her bath, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed from outside. Master. Lu Xinghe requests entry into the dormitory. Should I allow him in? Chapter 94. This is my first time. Su Yang was somewhat taken aback. What brings him here? The two had just ended their communication. Could it have been 5 minutes? How fast must this hovering vehicle be traveling? Tell him to wait in the living room. I will be out shortly. Su Yang hurriedly took a shower and emerged in her pajamas, instantly spotting Lu Xinghe seated on the sofa. Su Yang, what brings you here? Lu Xinghe turned to her, his pupils radiating warmth under the soft light. I sensed something was amiss with your emotions, and I thought you might need my company. I possess a modest understanding of psychology. Perhaps I can offer you some guidance. I have traversed similar experiences myself, taking time to emerge from them. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, a warm current flowing through her heart. She approached Lu Xinghe, leaning in closer. Stand up, I wish to embrace you. Lu Xinghe hesitated for a moment, then rose, opening his arms to envelop Su Yang in a comforting embrace. The familiar scent of foliage enveloped her senses as she wrapped her arms around his waist, listening quietly to their synchronized heartbeats. Feeling a profound sense of calm wash over her, she looked up to see his rosy lips. A stirring in her heart, prompting her to gently push Lu Xinghe onto the sofa, following suit atop him. Their gazes locked, and Lu Xinghe looked at her, his eyes reflecting her image, filled with boundless acceptance. His hands rested protectively on her waist. Be gentle, don't hurt yourself. Su Yang lowered her gaze, savoring the softness of his lips. They were sweet and tender, a sensation different from before, leaving her a little addicted. A soft murmur escaped her lips. Open your mouth. She breached his defenses, plunging in. In that moment of contact, their bodies froze momentarily. Their movements carried a hint of awkwardness, bumping and colliding. Yet the fire within them only intensified rather than waned. After a brief period of clumsiness, their actions grew more fluid, and Su Yang began to relish the experience. Their breaths grew heavier, low gasps reverberating through the room. Su Yang's lips traveled downward, landing on his Adam's apple, gently biting before tenderly covering it once more. A muffled groan escaped from him, and Su Yang felt the hand resting on her waist tighten suddenly. She did not cease her movements. Her hands found his clothing, deftly undoing the buttons. Just as she aimed to unfasten the second button, Lu Xinghe's large hand pressed against her head, his voice hoarse. We cannot continue. We are not married yet, and you are still recovering. Su Yang's face rested against his chest, a muffled chuckle escaping her. The warmth of his breath brushed against her exposed skin, accompanied by the occasional soft caress. Lu Xinghe, experiencing this for the first time, felt his mind momentarily blank, his body ablaze, thoughts swirling in a haze. But didn't you say you came to guide me tonight? Su Yang traced circles on his body. Rest assured, it will not reach the end. Su Yang brushed aside Lu Xinghe's hand, methodically unfastening the buttons of his shirt, one by one. The sound of fabric rustling echoed distinctly within the room. Acutely aware of the barely there touches against his skin, Lu Xinghe tensed his body, the veins on his hands bulging, and his pupils gradually transformed into a deep green hue. Unconsciously, he tightened his grip, but suddenly recalled something, causing him to relax slightly and deliberately close his eyes. Yet, he soon regretted this decision. With his eyes shut, his senses heightened, he could distinctly feel Su Yang's gaze traversing over him, and his mind involuntarily speculated where her hands might wander next. The mere thought of this made his body burn hotter, further tightening his frame. Su Yang's eyes shimmered with admiration. Previously, Lu Xinghe's attire had always been immaculate, covering every inch of him. To her surprise, the physique concealed beneath his clothing was quite remarkable. Though slender, he was far from frail. His physique was not exaggerated, with well-proportioned pectorals and abs that sculpted a flawless silhouette, harmonious and aesthetically pleasing. His skin was pale, reminiscent of a snowy mountain. Su Yang felt inspired to paint upon that snowy peak. As Lu Xinghe's breathing grew increasingly labored, his body began to tremble slightly. Unable to contain himself, he uttered, his voice laced with restrained gasps, Yang, that's enough. Su Yang looked up to see Lu Xinghe's face flushed crimson, not just his cheeks, but his neck as well. His eyes tightly shut, quivering slightly, presenting himself like a ripe fruit ready for picking. Though initially feeling a twinge of shyness, witnessing his reaction, which seemed to surpass her own, quelled her modesty. She kissed him once more. Thank you for keeping me company tonight. Let me assist you. Lu Xinghe, initially perplexed by her intent, felt his body suddenly tense. Noticing Su Yang's gaze seemed about to wander, he quickly pressed his hand against her head. Don't look. Su Yang, feeling a hint of bashfulness herself, realized her earlier actions had been impulsive, leaving her uncertain about how to proceed. She cleared her throat softly. All right, I won't look. Curiosity bubbled within her, yet seeing Lu Xinghe's current state, which appeared to be nearing a breaking point, she suppressed her thoughts. Su Yang's hand ventured beneath his clothing. Lu Xinghe gasped sharply. Su Yang looked up. Is it greeting me? As soon as the words left her lips, their movements froze simultaneously. Su Yang offered an awkward smile, attempting to comfort him. It's all right. We can see a doctor about this. No, Lu Xinghe's expression was exceedingly complex, eager to clarify. This is my first time. The stimulation is overwhelming. Su Yang curiously raised her gaze. Lu Xinghe, mustering his courage, continued. No, I am a plant-type beastman. Unlike you humans or animal-type beastmen, I do not experience a mating season. He gritted his teeth, insisting, there is nothing wrong with my body. Su Yang nodded, reassuring him. All right, I believe you. Lu Xinghe's body grew even tenser, a faint blush creeping into the corners of his eyes. He grasped Su Yang's hand tightly, eagerly wishing to demonstrate something. Chapter 95. If a missile were to strike me. The sound of rushing water echoed from the bathroom. Su Yang lay on the bed, gently massaging her hands. Tian Dao cautiously poked its head in from outside the door, and upon realizing the room held no secrets, swiftly floated inside. Master, what do you think? Should we take Lu Xinghe to the hospital for a checkup? Su Yang glanced at it and replied, there's no need. His health is fine. The second stretch of time felt especially prolonged as Lu Xinghe proved himself. Suddenly, she squinted. How do you know? Were you spying? How could that be? Tian Dao shivered, pulling a dandelion off its head. I had already left, but Qiuqiu insisted on peeking and dragged me back. The dandelion trembled, and Qiuqiu's incredulous voice echoed, you're still. Tian Dao, quick and nimble, swiped with its paw, sending Qiuqiu towards the door. Master, I see Lu Xinghe is about to come out. You two continue. I'll call you for breakfast when it's 7. It dashed towards the dandelion, carrying it away while thoughtfully closing the door behind it. The sound of water ceased from the bathroom, and Lu Xinghe emerged clad in pajamas, his gaze landing on the bed. His steps momentarily faltered before he approached, lying down and pulling Su Yang into his embrace. It was already past 5 in the morning, and neither felt the urge to sleep, so they simply lay in bed, engaged in conversation. Feeling the warmth of his hand on her waist and the solidness of his body beside her, Su Yang coughed lightly, seeking to divert her attention. She began to braid Lu Xinghe's hair, carefully choosing her words. By the way, can these high-level star plants transform? As a plant-type beastman, could you also transform before? Can you grow to a height of 100 meters? The body beside her bore the unique softness of a woman. Lu Xinghe took a deep breath, suppressing the fire within him, focusing on Su Yang's hands as he watched the braid take shape. Responding to her query, he shifted his focus. Both we beastmen and star beasts and plants can change size. The higher the level of one's abilities, the greater the transformation. A level 15 ability user can grow to a height of a kilometer or shrink to the size of a palm. However, we usually maintain our original size. As enlarging or shrinking consumes energy, the greater the change, the more energy it requires. Is that so? Su Yang pondered. If one can grow to a kilometer, wouldn't it be possible to enlarge underground when faced with defeat, then shrink a kilometer underground to escape? In theory, yes, Lu Xinghe nodded. When I led teams to hunt star beasts and plants, we encountered such situations frequently. Therefore, we generally secure the ground, underground, and sky in a range of several thousand meters to ensure that no matter where the opponent attempts to flee, escape is impossible. Su Yang gasped, several thousand meters underground? In the past, I wouldn't have dared to even imagine that. Just tell me some basic things about command. Keep it simple. I wouldn't understand anything too complex or in-depth now. Lu Xinghe's hand rested gently upon Su Yang's hair, mirroring her actions as he began to braid it. To excel as a competent commander, one must not only be well-versed in terrestrial combat, but also possess a profound understanding of subterranean and aerial warfare, with the latter two being notably more intricate. Such knowledge is imparted within academic institutions. Should you wish to delve into these subjects, you may audit a class, or I could accompany you into a simulated training session within the game. Aerial and subterranean operations predominantly rely on mechs, robots, starships, and various other high-tech innovations, including an array of missile types, each differing in velocity, power, and function, distinctions akin to those between light speed and faster-than-light travel. These elements fall within the realm of physics. alongside certain phenomena that blend extraordinary abilities with scientific principles, such as spatial blockade missiles and absolute zero-ice missiles, as well as various bombs, including quantum and particle bombs. To assume the role of a commander necessitates a thorough comprehension of these combat instruments. Su Yang inquired, "Such weapons are not typically deployed, are they?" Lu Xinghe replied, "Indeed. They are likely to be employed only in the event of a galactic war. Their primary function is deterrence, first against the Orc Kingdom and the Mechanical Empire, and second against the astral beasts and astral flora. Nonetheless, as a commander, one must be proficient in these matters." Su Yang looked up at him. "Not every commander is required to possess such knowledge, right? It should only be necessary for commanders like you." Lu Xinghe's movement slowed slightly. "I apologize. It has become a habit. As the first commander, he indeed needed to master these subjects. Thus he conveyed them from his own learning perspective." Su Yang waved her hand dismissively. "By the way, if someone were to launch a faster-than-light missile at me, how could I possibly survive?" Though the likelihood seemed minuscule, it was not entirely implausible. Lu Xinghe pondered for a moment before slowly uttering two words. "Wait to die?" Su Yang regarded him silently, and Lu Xinghe returned her gaze with equal quietude. He cleared his throat. "There exists a method. You could launch a faster-than-light missile in retaliation. However, the aftermath of such a battle could obliterate an entire star system, should the latest model of faster-than-light missile be involved. It might even precipitate a localized collapse of the universe. If you were nearby, survival would be impossible." He did not inquire why Su Yang entertained such thoughts. He merely articulated a solution. Alternatively, one could employ the latest models of faster-than-light ice or space-time missiles to delay the missile's trajectory, all while locating a black hole to draw near and consume the missile. This would result in a harm-free resolution. However, identifying and maneuvering a black hole is no trivial endeavor. Even now, we have yet to comprehend the patterns of their appearances, save for the creation of artificial black holes. Su Yang listened intently, her movements unconsciously slowing. Lu Xinghe fixed his gaze upon her, his own actions gradually decelerating. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Such missiles are prohibitively expensive, requiring exceedingly rare materials, particularly the latest variants. Consequently, their availability is limited. Within the Human Federation, only the 10 greatest families and the top 10 military districts possess them. The top 10 universities undoubtedly possess the capabilities to construct such missiles." However, Su Yang sensed that continuing this discussion might be perilous. So she shifted the topic. "You previously mentioned that you were once swallowed by a star beast. When did that occur?" The two resumed their hairstyling activities. Chapter 96. The essence of spring. Lu Xinghe remarked, "We have already shared a bond of intimacy, engaging in acts reserved for spouses. You are destined to be my future wife, and there are many matters you are entitled to know. Did I not mention that I have severed ties with the Lu family? When I was 7, they sought to exploit me against my parents. Misled by others, I was consumed by a star beast, and my parents tragically perished in their attempt to rescue me. That was my first encounter with being engulfed by a star beast." Su Yang's hands froze as she grasped Lu Xinghe's hand. The fierce power struggles among these prominent families were indeed dire. Lu Xinghe's parents met a tragic end, and Jin Yao had died when he was merely 1 year old. Reflecting upon it, it seemed rather commonplace. In ancient times, even on a single planet, individuals fought ruthlessly for a throne. How much more so now, with families controlling hundreds of planets, wielding power in the council, and possessing formidable weapons that dictate the trajectory of the entire galaxy? The more she learned, the more Su Yang recognized the immense foundations and terrifying influence of the top 10 families. It was no wonder that so many sought to align themselves with these illustrious lineages. Yun Lang's repeated warnings to her were entirely reasonable. It was not mere vanity, but a recognition of tangible power. If the top 10 families extended an olive branch to someone, refusal would be unthinkable. Had it not been for her newfound abilities, she too would have been unable to decline. Lu Xinghe tightened his grip on Su Yang's hand, saying, "It is all in the past." He recounted, "That was my first experience of being consumed by a star beast. Later, as I became a commander, I encountered such situations several times, some voluntary, others involuntary. Being swallowed is indeed unpleasant, but after a few encounters, one grows accustomed to it." "Xinghe." Su Yang lifted her gaze to meet his. "We will marry, create our own home, and have children. As long as you remain faithful, I shall treat you with utmost kindness." Lu Xinghe pressed a gentle kiss to her brow, replying, "All right, I believe in you." Su Yang rummaged through her storage space and produced a divine wood gemstone, stating, "This is my spoils from this endeavor, though it is only of the 13th rank. You may keep it for now. Once I defeat a 15th rank foe, I shall exchange it for one of that caliber." The wood-type abilities are gentle and, when worn long-term, can nourish the body. Even though Lu Xinghe's powers had been nullified, he could still utilize this gem. After finishing their meal, the two made their way to the hospital around 7 in the morning. When Su Yang finally regained consciousness, it was already 8 in the evening. As she opened her eyes, she was comforted to see Lu Xinghe by her side. He poured her a glass of warm water and informed her. Aunt Shin and Uncle Lin said your health has improved. You will remain here for observation for 24 hours, and if all goes well, there will be no need for further visits. As Lu Xinghe moved, his wrist was revealed, adorned with the divine wood gemstone suspended from a red cord. Su Yang's gaze swept over the divine wood gem as she sipped a cup of warm water and stretched languidly, relishing the rejuvenation of her body. She expressed her gratitude to Aunt Shin and Uncle Lin, pondering when they might formally visit them. Lu Xinghe called for Qiu to prepare dinner, estimating that it would take some time, as they had just completed her surgery that morning and departed for the first military district, seemingly with urgent matters at hand. Once they finish their business, we shall go and pay them a visit, he assured her. Su Yang nodded in agreement. All right, I will follow your arrangements. She brought her hand closer, a hint of anticipation in her voice as she inquired, Can you detect my scent now? Lu Xinghe grasped her hand, his warm breath caressing her wrist as he replied, There is a faint fragrance, indescribable, yet it evokes the essence of spring, warmth, blossoming life, and renewal. If I were to characterize it, I would say it embodies the scent of spring. His gaze lingered on Su Yang, his light green pupils reflecting her figure. Do you realize that your ability's fluctuation is now at the 10th tier? Retrieving her hand, Su Yang maintained her composure. Of course, do you have any inquiries? Indeed. Lu Xinghe nodded. I possess some top-tier materials. May I inquire about the nature of your powers? I could select some materials to custom forge a mech and a personal weapon for you. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a question. I already have a mech and a personal weapon. However, I do require some top-tier materials. Do you have any nether cold iron or Qishao stone? She had merely asked out of curiosity, not truly expecting a positive response, yet was pleasantly surprised. Lu Xinghe rummaged through his storage space and produced a crimson stone, small enough to fit on a fingernail, encased in a protective layer that shielded its formidable aura. Su Yang hesitated. Is this Qishao stone? You actually possess this? Lu Xinghe placed the Qishao stone into her palm. On one occasion, I led a team to dismantle a layer of star beasts and star plants on a planet, which housed several 15th tier creatures. This is one of the spoils. The larger Qishao stone was a reward from the military, while this smaller one was given to me. Su Yang accepted the Qishao stone with a radiant smile. Then I shall not be courteous. Do you require any materials? I can check my inventory. I do not need anything at the moment. Lu Xinghe shook his head. However, would you like to re-register your personal information? Your residency is still registered on the former garbage star, which poses many inconveniences for travel. Would you consider transferring your residency to my planet? The resident certificate for Planet A could grant you access to numerous places. Yes, let's do it now, Su Yang replied. On her personal information panel, her ability level still displayed as Tier 0. The transfer of her residency was indeed necessary, and she would appreciate his assistance. Lowering her head, she operated her holographic device to apply for the transfer. As the planetary lord, Lu Xinghe had the authority to accept her application. He swiftly processed it, and soon Su Yang's residency was successfully transferred to his domain, Planet A5. Not long after, a sophisticated-looking robot flew in through the window, updating Su Yang's personal information. Her current details are as follows. Name, Su Yang. Age, 25. Ability level, 10. Abilities, fire and space manipulation. Registered residence, A5 galaxy planet. Partner, Lu Xinghe. After a 24-hour observation period, Su Yang underwent a thorough examination and, upon confirming her health, was finally discharged. She returned to her dormitory at school, eagerly entering the Blue Star. In recent days, the surroundings had been bustling with people, each hurriedly entering and exiting, and she had not taken the time to observe the situation within Blue Star closely for several days. Chapter 97. Farming Level 10. Upon entering Blue Star, Su Yang contentedly squinted her eyes. Before her lay an endless expanse of verdant wheat fields, teeming with life and vitality. She boarded a hovercraft and set off towards the horizon, soon spotting heavy wheat ears, which were rice grains. Towering corn stalks, reaching over 2 meters high, bore corn cobs the size of a palm. As one of the 3 staple crops, corn occupied a significant portion of her farmland, nearly a third of the total area, and the daily harvest ensured a bountiful supply. In the distance, bright yellow flowers of canola bloomed abundantly, primarily cultivated for oil extraction. Further away, a variety of vegetables had been meticulously sectioned off, with robots busily watering them, creating a lively atmosphere. Observing these crops, Su Yang felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over her. She knew they were unlike the star beasts or star plants, which could suddenly attack. She could appreciate their beauty without the worry of imminent danger to her life. Reflecting on her previous tension on the planet contrasted with her current state of complete relaxation, Su Yang felt a deeper understanding of the mental turmoil associated with interstellar travel. These vegetables occupied a third of her farmland, while another third was dedicated to fruits. Towering apple trees, with lush green leaves, bore apples that hung abundantly from their branches. Robots busily traversed among them, pruning excess fruits to ensure that the remaining ones received ample nutrients and space to grow, resulting in large, plump harvests. Without pruning, the fruits would be small and astringent, lacking in quality. Next to the apple trees were pear trees, followed by peach, apricot, cherry, and hawthorn trees, all heavy with fruit. Additionally, there were ground fruits such as watermelons, strawberries, cantaloupes, sweet melons, and prickly pears, as well as subterranean fruits like snow lotus, water chestnuts, yam, and fruit radishes. These fruits were once abundant on Blue Star, and knowing their flavors, she boldly purchased a wide variety, amounting to over 30 distinct types. In the vastness of the cosmos, she encountered an array of unfamiliar fruits, unique delicacies from other planets, which she had yet to taste, leaving her curious about their flavors. When the opportunity arose, she intended to cultivate a few for sampling. If they proved delightful, she would embark on large-scale cultivation. After completing her patrol, Su-Yang arrived at a designated area she had set aside, where she had previously sown mysterious seeds rather than crops. The initial seeds had begun to reveal their secrets, resembling flowers, though some appeared to be trees. Before her lay vast expanses of verdant leaves, amongst which she could faintly discern the presence of numerous flower buds. Yet none had blossomed. Noticing the abundance of buds, Su-Yang pondered briefly before plucking one and forcibly opening it. A pale yellow flower unfurled, releasing a subtle fragrance that was elegant and refreshing, quite pleasing to the senses. However, she could not definitively identify the flower based solely on its scent and the unopened buds. The game did not provide any information, merely displaying the words mysterious seeds until maturity was achieved. Nearby, a small tree had reached a height of 2 meters, its branches adorned with green leaves. Su-Yang observed it, thinking it bore resemblance to a phoenix tree, though she hesitated to confirm. One thing she could ascertain was that defeating star beasts yielded pet eggs, which would hatch into animals, while vanquishing star plants provided mysterious seeds that would grow into flowers and grasses. If they were indeed flowers and grasses, that would be delightful. Perhaps they could serve as plant-type pets or be utilized for landscaping. Her mind raced with myriad thoughts as she retrieved the materials she had previously gathered on the planet. Firstly, she buried the root of the spirit-rejuvenating flower in the soil, irrigating it with premium spring water. Next, she introduced the 7-colored flower, an aquatic specimen, into the premium spring water, uncertain if it would develop roots. If it did, she might be able to cultivate it in abundance in the future. Little Tun Tun flitted over, eyeing the 7-colored flower with envy. Su-Yang remarked, "You haven't finished the materials I provided last time, have you? You've consumed quite a bit of mulberry leaves lately. When will you spin silk?" Little Tun Tun looked at her with a sense of grievance. Previously, her master had rushed in and out, paying it no heed, and now that she finally acknowledged it, her inquiry revolved solely around silk production. Did it exist solely for that purpose in Su-Yang's eyes? Feeling slighted, Little Tun Tun turned its back to her. Su-Yang, unyielding, issued a stern command. "Provide me with a precise timeline, otherwise I shall abandon you." Reluctantly, Little Tun Tun replied, "Master, I am currently at the 9th tier and am on the brink of advancing to the 10th. Once I reach that tier, I will spin silk, which will be a superior material with enhanced resilience. I have been accumulating energy for this advancement. Approximately 1 month from now, I will ascend, and another month later, I will produce silk." Su-Yang nodded and offered it some premium spring water. "As long as you behave, I shall procure the materials you desire. Do you wish to sample the 7-colored flower? You may have it once you spin silk. At that time, I shall provide you with another bottle of premium spring water for your enjoyment." After soothing the little one, Su-Yang arrived at the ranch. Besides the initial chickens, the ranch now boasted cows, sheep, and pigs. The cacophony of mooing, bleating, and clucking infused the ranch with vitality. These animals roamed leisurely, frolicking freely, presenting a picturesque pastoral scene. After patrolling the ranch, Su-Yang made her way to the factory, first arriving at the winery. With an abundance of fruits, she could produce fruit wines, apple cider, pear wine, and grape wine, to name a few. The profit from these processed beverages far surpassed that of selling the fruits separately. Moreover, observing the sales at the Blue Star liquor store over the past few days, the beverages were selling remarkably well, often flying off the shelves. After surveying her assets and introducing some new varieties, Su-Yang adjusted the layout before reviewing her game history. Your farming level has increased. Current level, 8. Small shop unlocked. 1. Sugar factory, juice factory unlocked. Donkey foals, cherry seeds unlocked. Your farming level has increased. Current level, 9. Small shop unlocked. 1. Dairy factory. Pancake machine unlocked. Ducklings, grape seeds unlocked. Your farming level has increased. Current level, 10. Small shop unlocked. 1. Bean products factory, bean processing factory unlocked. Goslings, pear seeds unlocked. Farming task released. Complete the natural water cycle in a designated area, unlock water bodies. Task rewards. Infinite water source 1, 100 carp fry. 1000 experience points, 500 gold coins. Note: completion of this task is required to continue leveling up. Chapter 98. Golden Lottery. Upon reviewing the newly released task, Su-Yang fell into contemplation. Her experience bar had long reached its maximum, yet she was unable to advance further due to this task, remaining at level 10. A natural water cycle? This was indeed crucial. Currently, the primary source of water on Blue Star came from spring water purchased in the system mall, which was non-renewable. Once depleted, it had to be repurchased. She found herself buying water almost daily, which not only wasted time, but also constituted a fixed daily expense. Though the cost was manageable for her now, it would accumulate into a significant expenditure over time, and saving wherever possible was prudent. A healthy ecological environment would naturally foster a complete water cycle. But the question arose, how to achieve this? If memory served, sunlight was needed, correct? However, even without sunlight, crops could thrive within the protective shield. After a moment of reflection, Su-Yang decisively sought external assistance. Heavenly Way. Please explain the principles of the water cycle to me in detail. Coming right up, Heavenly Way flew over. Master, the water cycle involves many stages, one of which is solar evaporation, along with plant transpiration, vapor transport, infiltration, and more. As Su-Yang listened to Heavenly Way's explanation, she piloted her hovercar upwards. The protective shield rose to a height of only 50 meters. She drove the hovercar to the edge of the shield, extending her hand to feel the wind and sand beyond it. After a minute had passed, she withdrew her hand, which was now covered in a thick layer of yellow sand. The sandstorm here seemed significantly milder than before. She recalled her initial arrival, when merely spending a second in this place nearly cost her life due to the lack of oxygen and the high concentration of sand. Yet now, after a minute of exposure, the sand content was less than what she experienced in that fleeting second. She glanced down and realized that the plants she had cultivated were having a positive effect. The notion of planting trees to combat sand was not merely a fanciful idea. Su-Yang found herself lost in thought, contemplating a myriad of ideas, ultimately determining her next course of action. She began to peruse several messages. The fruit seeds she had acquired were no longer of use, as they had been unlocked in the marketplace. However, the donkey and ducklings were advantageous, providing additional meat options. Moreover, the factories she had discovered were quite promising, all of which were applicable to her current needs. She organized these factories and then examined her small shop, designating one as a Blue Star beverage store, specifically for selling various fruit juices. Another was established as a Blue Star dairy store, allowing for the production of yogurt, cheese, cream, and other dairy products. The bean products were equally appealing. She could now create items such as bean skin, dried tofu, and fermented tofu. Having sorted out these matters, Su-Yang continued to review historical messages. The total attention across all shops under Blue Star has surpassed 10 billion, achieving the prestigious title of renowned, and receiving rewards. 1 premium lottery chance, 1 crop maturity time reduction, 1 premium water source, 1 premium warehouse expansion scroll, 1 premium shield. Player has achieved the highest accomplishment of renowned, rewarded with 1 premium lottery chance, 1 premium water source, 1 premium warehouse expansion scroll, 1 premium shield. The total revenue across all shops under Blue Star has exceeded 10 billion gold coins, achieving the title of Trade Master, rewarded with 1 premium lottery chance, 1 crop maturity time reduction, 1 premium water source, 1 premium warehouse expansion scroll, 1 premium shield. Player has achieved the highest accomplishment of Trade Master, rewarded with 1 premium lottery chance, 1 premium water source, 1 premium warehouse expansion scroll, 1 premium shield. In a single day, the total revenue across all shops under Blue Star has surpassed 1 billion gold coins, achieving an accomplishment. Has the daily revenue truly exceeded 1 billion? Su-Yang felt somewhat dazed as she glanced at the gold coin balance on the game interface, overwhelmed by the multitude of zeros. Indeed, once wealth reaches a certain magnitude, money becomes merely a string of numbers to her. With such a revenue stream, it was highly likely that she would no longer need to invest additional funds into the game. She had now become entirely self-sufficient. As she contemplated the premium rewards she had received, a thought struck her, prompting her to open the lottery interface. Player currently possesses 10 premium lottery chances. Would you like to combine them into a golden lottery chance? Yes. With a click of her finger, the lottery wheel before her transformed into a magnificent golden wheel, while simultaneously, all the items on the wheel vanished, leaving a blank slate. The emptiness evoked a sense of trepidation, reminiscent of the phrase, "Thank you for your patronage." However, the lottery within this game offered no such disappointment. Each draw yielded a reward, instilling in Su-Yang a newfound confidence. You have obtained the latest planetary shield. Latest planetary shield, capable of isolating all harmful substances in the cosmos, transforming the planet into an environment most suitable for life, while also withstanding a majority of harm. In an instant, Su-Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. This resembled an enhanced version of the Elite Shield. The distinction lay in the fact that the Elite Shield covered only a 50 x 50 x 50 m area, whereas this encompassed an entire planet. Capable of continuous operation as long as energy stones were available. She meticulously examined the description of the planetary shield, then diligently compared it with that of the elite shield, ultimately deciding to conduct an experiment. She boarded the latest hover vehicle and piloted it towards the skies above Blue Star. The latest hover vehicle boasted a seamless exterior, shielding her from the encroaching winds and sands, and was equipped with an oxygen supply system. As long as there were sufficient energy stones, it would generate an abundant supply of oxygen, sustaining life for a year, alleviating her fears of the vacuum of space. Ascending rapidly, the hover vehicle broke free from Blue Star's atmosphere, entering the vastness of space. Suyong activated the latest planetary shield, inputting the details of Blue Star, and launched the shield into the cosmos. The planetary shield expanded swiftly, merging seamlessly with Blue Star, enveloped in a delicate, mist-like membrane on the planet's surface, signifying the successful activation of the shield. She accessed the game interface to ascertain the energy stone consumption required for the shield's operation, subsequently purchasing energy stones with her amassed coins, securing enough for the shield's function over the course of a month. Fortunately, the game store stocked energy stones at reasonable prices, well within her means in her current situation. Having accomplished these tasks, Suyong piloted the hover vehicle back to Blue Star. The transformation of the planet by the shield required a process, as indicated in the description, taking a full month. Therefore, the elite shield would remain operational during this period. After organizing her game inventory, Suyong returned to her dormitory and collapsed onto the sofa to log onto the StarNet. It was time to explore the online discourse surrounding Blue Star. Chapter 99. The Online Gambit. Suyong opened the trending searches. Nearly half of the top 100 were dominated by Blue Star. Tenfold demand for Blue Star vegetables. Save the children. Only managed to purchase thrice. 100-fold demand for Blue Star vegetables. Has anyone tried the new wine from Blue Star? It's the first time my child has tasted authentic wine. So this is what it tastes like. Does anyone know what the pet shop on Blue Star offers? Astonishing. Blue Star has recently opened several new establishments, including a barbecue restaurant, the quality of which remains uncertain. A new beverage shop is set to unveil a variety of fruit wines, though children cannot partake in such libations. However, a Blue Star drink shop has emerged to cater to non-adult patrons. The recipe for hot and sour noodles is sourced from the Blue Star Fresh Market, and 3 essential tips are provided to master the art of culinary creation with Blue Star ingredients. Various entries related to Blue Star have surged in trending topics, with the new entries rapidly ascending to the top, reaching first place within mere minutes, followed by an explosive peak and a staggering real-time readership count of 1 billion. Suyong remarked on the multitude of eyes fixated on Blue Star, noting that mere renaming of a few shops had propelled them into the limelight. Did the prominent families not respond? Would they allow the trending topics to rise unchecked? Observing this seemingly prosperous scene, Suyong sensed something amiss. Tiandao, with an air of pride, interjected, "Of course, they have taken action, yet they are powerless against us. Initially, they attempted to blacklist our shops on the Star Network and reported us relentlessly. However, with my advertising pushing through, linking directly to the shops, they could not block the ads, rendering their efforts futile. The reports were equally ineffective. They then sought to suppress the trending topics, designating Blue Star as a prohibited term. But could I tolerate that? I immediately counterattacked, reversing their efforts to block our shops on the Star Network. After a few skirmishes, they realized they could not triumph online and began to promote the narrative that our products were harmful. While there was no immediate effect from consumption, they claimed that long-term use could lead to genetic disorders and heightened mental unrest, attributing all manner of misfortunes to us. Furthermore, they produced various certifications and commissioned research to substantiate their claims. Some individuals believed them, yet a greater number remained skeptical, for my advertisements were targeted, reaching those in financial straits. These impoverished individuals constantly faced the threat of mental upheaval, their lives precarious. In such dire circumstances, they were unlikely to heed these warnings. Even at the brink of death, they sought to indulge in our delectable offerings. They endeavored to deploy additional measures to intercept us. Yet our deliveries were instantaneous and independent of interstellar courier services, rendering their attempts futile. Moreover, they sought to locate Blue Star, given that these establishments were affiliated with it. However, the true Blue Star had long since perished, and the cultivation planets chosen by the master had lost their names, making them impossible to find. Tiandao continued to elaborate on various points, succinctly summarizing that since our shops operated online and were not reliant on interstellar deliveries, with Tiandao overseeing the network, those prominent families were utterly incapable of undermining the foundation of Blue Star's establishments. Suyong felt greatly satisfied with this situation. All that remained was to pursue steady growth. Unless these families resorted to drastic measures, severing the entire interstellar network, Blue Star shops would remain resilient. She simply needed to conceal her connection to Blue Star, remaining undetected. The prominent families would undoubtedly continue to monitor the situation, and she surmised they were concocting another grand scheme. Tian Dao nodded, assuring the master, "Rest assured. I shall remain vigilant. However, I have discerned a troubling issue. On the surface, the supreme intellect of the Human Federation is Hongmeng. Yet each of the 10 prestigious families possesses an intellect comparable to Hongmeng. For instance, during our previous conversation with Shi Sangshu, the intellect of the Shi family, Feng Wang, proved to be equally formidable. These intellects operate independently, rendering Hongmeng incapable of exerting control over them. This implies that should the 10 families intend to act against you, my master, they may do so without the oversight of Hongmeng, and I will remain oblivious for the time being." Suyang narrowed her eyes, contemplating. "I see. There is no need for haste. Once you have successfully infiltrated Hongmeng, I would like you to methodically breach the intellects of these 10 families as well. We have 5 centuries to spare. There is ample time." The intelligence gathered from the Star Network had indicated that Hongmeng was one of the 3 most powerful intellects in the cosmos, yet it appears to be considerably exaggerated. Indeed, the information available online is merely what they wish for you to see. That which they do not want you to access remains elusive. She exited the trending topics and navigated to a company's webpage, locating customer service. She instructed Tian Dao to fabricate an account and engaged in conversation with the representative. 0000. "Greetings, I wish to purchase an artificial sun and an artificial moon. What is the cost? What information do I need to provide?" Customer service 0238. "Image, dear customer. Please fill in this information. We will tailor the creation of your artificial sun and moon based on the specifics of your planet. The price is influenced by various factors, but it starts at a minimum of 100 billion star coins. The larger your planet, the better the materials required, and consequently, the higher the cost." Suyang examined the image closely. The information requested included planet ID, galaxy ID, purchaser details, planet volume, planet density, rotation direction, and speed, as well as revolution direction and speed, with curves for both revolution and rotation. She skimmed through the details, discovering that over 1,000 pieces of information needed to be submitted. While she could comprehend the initial queries, the latter portions felt as inscrutable as ancient texts, leaving her momentarily dazed. Customer service 0238. "Dear customer, if you are uncertain, you may purchase our measuring instruments. They are 100 accurate and will provide various data. You can then submit the measurements to us for your tailored creation." After glancing through the offerings, she sought out other companies and posed the same inquiry, ultimately sighing in disappointment. Regardless of where she attempted to procure these items, the requirement to disclose her planet and personal information remained, something she was unwilling to reveal. She wished to keep her identity separate from Blue Star, thus she would need to explore alternative methods. However, the measuring instruments were indeed a viable purchase. Following Tian Dao's suggestions and the recommendations from the customer service representatives, Suyang acquired a considerable amount of supplies and subsequently placed them on Blue Star. She was eager to observe the changes that would transpire over the coming month with the implementation of the planetary protective shield, and these measuring instruments would serve as the most direct means of detection. Chapter 100. Humanoid weaponry emerging from the Blue Star. Suyang inquired of the celestial path. "Is there a place akin to the black market, where transactions can occur discreetly without the necessity of registering information, allowing one to acquire artificial suns and moons?" The celestial path replied, "Master, I shall keep an eye out for you. I will inform you once I have news." "Very well," Suyang nodded. "Take your time. There is no rush. The total amounts to 200 billion star coins, and I must earn a bit more first." She began contemplating the notion of exporting items from Blue Star for sale. Various types of robots, protective shields, premium spring water. Any one of these would suffice to fill the gap. However, the prerequisite was to first locate a place capable of constructing artificial suns and moons. Otherwise, even wealth would be futile. After washing her face, she made her way to the observation room. There, she found the flora and fauna she had previously monitored. After 2 weeks, the animals and plants remained in good health, showing no signs of mutation. She glanced at the nearby testing apparatus and decided to observe for a while longer. If all was well, she could prepare to sell various pets. The following day, Suyang resumed her regular classes, only to discover a significant shift in her surroundings. Upon stepping outside, she was promptly halted. A reasonably attractive man opened a box revealing sparkling jewelry. "Miss Suyang, I find you delightful. Might we consider a courtship?" With an expression devoid of emotion, Suyang activated her spatial teleportation skill, causing the unwelcome figure to vanish instantaneously. As she boarded the hovercar and exited the dormitory area, another hovercar obstructed her path. A man whistled in her direction. "Miss Suyang, there's an event at XX Bar tonight. Would you care to join me?" Again, Suyang raised her hand and employed her spatial teleportation. Not long after, she was stopped once more, this time by a woman who beamed at her. "Hello. I witnessed your performance during practical training at the square. You were truly remarkable. May we become friends?" Suyang raised her hand yet again, invoking spatial teleportation. Typically, Her journey to the history department took 10 minutes. This time, it stretched to 20, as she encountered 7 individuals along the way, some confessing their affections, others inviting her out, a few seeking friendship, and even some proposing to recruit her as their subordinate. At that moment, she understood Jin Yao's approach. She too wished to employ similar tactics to provoke and deter others. Upon arriving in the classroom, the situation grew even more absurd. Previously, the room housed only herself and Gu Zhizhi. Now it was filled to capacity, with no fewer than 100 individuals present. As she entered, many turned their eager gazes toward her. Su Yang swiftly pulled Gu Zhizhi aside, utilizing her spatial teleportation once more, causing everyone to vanish, and finally restoring tranquility to the classroom. Gu Zhizhi smiled with pursed lips. You have become quite the sensation around school. Many were inquiring about your relationship with Jin Yao just now. Su Yang rubbed her temples. I apologize for dragging you into this. Gu Zhizhi shook her head. It's no trouble. I merely listened to their chatter, treating it as a means to pass the time. On her way back to the dormitory that evening, Su Yang noticed a significant reduction in the number of people obstructing her path, likely due to the effectiveness of today's spatial transmission. Subsequently, she received a message from Zhang Jing, which revealed that Jin Yao had also cautioned a portion of individuals, leading to a dual warning that quelled many ambitions. After responding to the message, the hover vehicle arrived at the dormitory entrance, where Su Yang spotted a figure standing outside. Clad in dark attire that accentuated a robust physique, the person's short black hair swayed gently in the breeze. Standing straight, they cradled a long blade in their arms. Upon noticing Su Yang, their deep crimson eyes locked onto her, seemingly capable of penetrating one's very soul. Upon meeting that gaze, Su Yang closed her eyes momentarily. There was undoubtedly something unsettling about those eyes. Each encounter felt as though her spirit was being tainted, as if she were being drawn into an endless abyss. Shintui Xiao, she called out, advancing slowly until she stood a few steps away. Do you seek my attention for a reason? Their paths had rarely crossed, had they? Shintui Xiao nodded succinctly, stating, compatibility, marriage. Su Yang was taken aback. Her expression morphed into one of confusion as she pointed at Shintui Xiao, and then at herself. Are you implying that we are to assess our compatibility and then wed? Indeed, Shintui Xiao affirmed. Regaining her composure, Su Yang inquired, may I ask why? What has prompted you to choose me? Shintui Xiao glanced at the blade in his grasp and replied, my blade has chosen you. A chuckle escaped her lips. A reaction that often arises in moments of incredulity. Based on your words, it seems I am to marry your blade, not you, correct? Her mind swiftly revisited her previous discussions with Jin Yao, and she began to grasp Shintui Xiao's intentions. Moreover, you may have misinterpreted the situation. She succinctly elaborated on her circumstances. Are you now enlightened? Shintui Xiao regarded her in silence, and just when Su Yang thought the conversation had reached its conclusion, he reiterated. Compatibility, marriage. Are you out of your mind? Su Yang exclaimed. I apologize, but I have a compatible partner with whom I share a strong bond. And I certainly cannot marry a mute. Communication would be a struggle. She turned to the intelligent assistant, Fenghua, who was observing from across the hall. Is your master Yunlang present? Could you summon him for me? I require assistance. Before long, Yunlang emerged. Su Yang spoke directly, Yunlang, could you please retrieve your fated weapon? Having already been informed of the situation by Fenghua, Yunlang produced his fated weapon, a long spear adorned in black and gold, interwoven with fiery patterns. Su Yang extended her hand towards him. May I borrow the spear for a moment? Yunlang furrowed his brow. As you mentioned, this is from before. Your body should be healed now, as I can sense the fluctuations of your powers at level 10. Using my spear could cause you harm. If I sustain injury, I will accept the consequences. Should you refuse to assist me, I shall seek help from another. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yunlang relinquished his spear, knowing he could swiftly transport Su Yang to a healing chamber if she were to be injured. Grasping the spear firmly, she twirled it gracefully in her hand before turning her attention back to Shintui Xiao. Is this confirmation? May we depart? Shintui Xiao glanced at the long spear and then at Su Yang, his bright eyes filled with impatience. After a brief pause, he turned silently and departed. Su Yang exhaled in relief, returning the spear to Yunlang. Is there something wrong with Shintui Xiao? She questioned. Yunlang gathered his thoughts, explaining. Shintui Xiao was raised by the Shinto family to be a living weapon. He lacks emotional depth, and his mindset diverges from that of ordinary individuals. Su Yang fell silent, recognizing yet another victim of the power struggles among the 10 great families. Chapter 101. Had he not cancelled the match, a loud crash echoed from the dormitory, accompanied by a plume of black smoke emerging from a window in the vicinity of Yunlang. Su Yang turned her gaze, recalling that it was likely from the kitchen. Did you blow up the kitchen? She inquired. Yunlang furrowed his brow, seemingly vexed. Did it fail again? Noticing Su Yang's inquisitive stare, he sighed. My mother's 250th birthday is approaching, and I wanted to personally bake her a birthday cake. I had a robot assisting me, and I even followed online tutorials. But after trying all afternoon, it still ended in failure. Considering that he had just helped her, Su-Yang pondered for a moment. How about I take a look? You can bake? Yunlang replied, surprised. Then please help me figure out where it went wrong. He had initially planned to seek assistance from the culinary department if he failed again. Upon entering the kitchen, they found the robot had already retrieved the failed cake. It was a charred mess, lacking any form, with several similar blackened failures discarded in the bin. Su-Yang took a piece and sampled it thoughtfully. How to describe the taste? She concluded that it would be best for Yunlang to steer clear of the kitchen altogether. Watching her, Yunlang remained silent, patiently awaiting her feedback. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her features, and he suddenly realized how much Su-Yang had changed. The first time they met, she barely reached his elbow. Now she stood at shoulder height, a stature befitting a normal adult. Previously, she had been gaunt, but now she possessed a healthy weight. Her skin radiant and smooth, flushed with a natural glow. Her hair was thick and dark, and when her bright eyes swept over him, they revealed a clarity that was striking. In just a month and a half, the transformation was profound yet traceable, suggesting that her match had taken excellent care of her. Match, a thought flickered through Yunlang's mind. Had he not canceled the match, what kind of person would Su-Yang have become under his care? Perhaps she would have turned out similarly to now? After tasting a few more bites, Su-Yang spoke slowly. It's a bit too tough. It might be the cooking time, or perhaps the proportions of flour and oil. She continued, let us try again. I'll watch you this time. Yunlang regained his senses, donned an apron from beside him, and under the guidance of a nearby robot, resumed the task of cake making. Su-Yang leaned against the wall, finding the scene rather amusing. Yunlang had a sharp appearance, exuding an air of rebellious youth. Yet, here he was, clad in an apron, earnestly and solemnly whisking eggs. Wait, eggs? Su-Yang grasped Yunlang's arm. What are you whisking? Is that an egg? Yunlang glanced over, his tousled hair brushing against his brow, his obsidian-like eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Can't you tell? It's the egg of a 15-tier black crystal beast. The robot said to use chicken eggs, but they're all eggs. I figured the black crystal beast's egg would suffice, and it's even more nutritious. Su-Yang was left speechless. Whisking eggs is for nutrition. It's to provide structure and moisture to the cake. Egg whites have excellent foaming properties, making the cake fluffy. I wouldn't mind if you used duck eggs, goose eggs, or any other eggs with egg whites. But does this black crystal beast's egg have that effect? Does it even have egg whites? Switch to chicken eggs. Oh. Yunlang felt a pang of guilt. So that was the purpose of whisking chicken eggs? He then asked, can I replace it with another high-nutrition egg? Su-Yang replied without a hint of emotion. You can't even make a proper cake now, and you're thinking of innovating? Each type of egg has its own characteristics. For example, duck eggs have a stronger fishy taste, requiring additional ingredients to mask that flavor, and the flour ratio needs adjustment, as do the baking temperature and time. Changing the type of egg means altering the method. If you insist on using that egg, I suggest you stop experimenting and find a professional to guide you while you observe. Yunlang fell silent and obediently switched to chicken eggs. Finally, Su-Yang understood why the cake had failed repeatedly. Yunlang had his own views on cake making. Despite being a novice, he frequently sought to change the ingredients, insisting on incorporating high-nutrition elements. With that approach, how could the cake possibly succeed? Under Su-Yang's strict supervision, Yunlang ultimately relinquished his notions, and after 2 hours of effort, he finally produced a cake that resembled something presentable. The two sat at the dining table and shared the cake, with Su-Yang nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. You've mastered the basics. Now you can innovate as you wish. Yunlang quietly replied. No, I think this ordinary cake is just fine. He had never cooked before and was unaware of the myriad subtleties involved in cooking, leading him to question his life choices. Despite the praise he received from others, who noted his quick adaptability, he felt thoroughly criticized during those 2 hours of cake making by Su-Yang. He had no desire to touch a cake again. Noticing Yunlang's somewhat listless demeanor, Su-Yang chose not to say anything further and left the room. Upon returning to her dormitory, she went to the training room to continue her routine practice. Due to the restoration of her physical health, the abilities within the game manifested in her as extraordinary powers. Consequently, her current abilities encompassed the elemental domains of fire, space, wood, water, wind, healing, purification, and the undead. However, for each type, she possessed merely 1 or 2 skills. Yet, she now found herself unbound by these skills, capable of harnessing her powers for other actions. For instance, she could command fire to create a wall of flames and manipulate the wind to stir the dust in the air. Such innovative uses of her abilities would be recognized by the game as new skills. You have mastered the skill Firewall. You have mastered the skill Tornado. You have mastered the skill Teleportation, as Su-Yang trained on the equipment. Learning to master these powers while listening to the game's incessant notifications, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The gradual increase in her strength was truly addictive. So much so that it made her oblivious to the passage of time. It was not until 2 a.m. that Tiandao approached to remind her, bringing her back to reality. Tiandao, Master, earlier, Luxing has sent you a message. I informed him you were training in the training room, and he asked me not to disturb you, but left a note for you. Su-Yang opened her holographic computer. Lu Xinghe. Yang, I have some urgent matters to attend to and will be away for 3 days. I may not be able to reply to your messages promptly. Lu Xinghe, I have shared my bank account with you. You can use my account to make direct payments for the auction at Galactic University tomorrow. Buy whatever you fancy. Lu Xinghe. If there is anything urgent that you cannot handle, you can contact this person. They are one of my subordinates and can manage most situations. Lu Xinghe. Friend card sent. Chapter 102. The auction begins. Su-Yang accessed the shared account and, as expected, discovered a balance shared by Lu Xinghe. She couldn't help but gasp softly. Although star coins were merely a string of numbers to her now, Lu Xinghe's balance still evoked a sense of awe. Truly, as a lord presiding over 11 planets, his finances could likely encircle an entire star system. Tiandao floated closer. Master, I believe you may have misjudged earlier. Lu Xinghe seems to be quite serious about you. Just look at this balance. One could live a lifetime without marrying and still be unscathed by fines that barely amount to a fraction. Moreover, he has now shared his account with you, which is tantamount to relinquishing his entire fortune. Su-Yang closed her holographic computer. Who knows? I hope that is indeed the case. What about Wang Huan? Tiandao. Upon examination, Wang Huan has entered a deep sleep state. Would you like to proceed now, master? A faint smile graced Su-Yang's lips. Naturally. Spatial teleportation. On a dark night with a high wind, when one might commit acts of violence, Su-Yang's form vanished, only to reappear in a room where Wang Huan lay soundly asleep. Her gaze was icy as she transported him to Blue Star, swiftly severing his head with precision. While Wang Qianfan had merely received a beating and a threat, Wang Huan's fate was sealed. He must die. Wang Qianfan merely acted under orders, bringing her to the hotel to administer drugs. However, Wang Huan's actions were utterly reprehensible. He conspired with Wei Suiguang, fully aware of Wei's intentions to bring about her demise, and even assisted him in executing his nefarious plans. If he doesn't perish, who will? Having experienced it once, Su-Yang dealt with Wang Huan's estate with remarkable proficiency this time. Yet, Wang Huan's financial state was dismal. He was a scion of a B-class planetary family. Yet this was all he possessed? After liquidating everything, the total barely reached 10 million star coins, leaving Su-Yang questioning her existence. The Heavenly Tao remarked, this is due to the incident involving Li Rongxing. You had Yun Lang handle it, and Wang's family believed he had offended the Yun family, leading to his marginalization and the reclamation of many of his possessions, which explains his poverty. 10 million is better than nothing, I suppose. Su-Yang utilized spatial teleportation once more and located Wang Qianfan. Blindfolding him, she unleashed a series of blows, ultimately extorting 50 million star coins from him and relieving him of his storage space before letting him go. Upon returning to her dormitory, Su-Yang examined her recent acquisitions. What was this? She retrieved a black stone from Wang Qianfan's storage space. The stone was the size of a ping-pong ball, irregularly shaped, with twinkling starlight on its surface, rendering it quite visually appealing. However, upon sighting the stone, Su-Yang was beset by an unsettling feeling. The Heavenly Tao approached, activating its scanning function for the stone. Goodness gracious! The Heavenly Tao's fur bristled in alarm. Master, this is an egg of the stellar beast giant hornet. Inside this ping-pong-sized stone are a total of 10,000 eggs, and the luminous surface is the color of the eggs. The stone is entirely filled with them. Su-Yang's hand trembled, nearly causing her to discard the object. Wait, why would the giant hornet's eggs be in Wang Qianfan's storage space? What could he possibly want with them? The Heavenly Tao suggested. Perhaps he is unaware of their nature, or he simply found it aesthetically pleasing. Su-Yang shot a skeptical glance at the Heavenly Tao. Even if he doesn't recognize it, he could have scanned it with his light brain. Is he not concerned about the eggs hatching? I have an inkling something is amiss. Infiltrate his light brain and ascertain if there is any mention of this object. A few seconds later, the Heavenly Tao's voice returned. Master, I have uncovered the details. A classmate A tasked Wang Qianfan with infiltrating classmate B's laboratory to replace one of a similar item with this. Classmate A and classmate B were competing for a position, and classmate A intended to sabotage the other. Su-Yang's expression turned grave. Why does Wang Qianfan seem to take on every malevolent task? Is he dedicated solely to wrongdoing? The Heavenly Tao confirmed. Indeed, upon infiltrating his light brain, I discovered he has secretly accepted numerous contracts, all focused on destruction. Su-Yang destroyed the object in her hand. I was too lenient earlier. Let us be righteous to the end. Inform classmate B of this matter. Also, expose Wang Qianfan's previous clandestine contracts on the school forum. Understood. Wait. What? Master, this student B is rather peculiar. Her light brain has been artificially modified, exhibiting remarkable defenses that rival even the Hongmeng, perhaps surpassing it by a margin. What? Su-Yang was taken aback. Investigate the identity of student B. Could she be one of the top 10 noble families? Tiandao shook his head, transmitting the identity of student B to Su Yang's light brain. No. The information indicates she hails from planet C and has no connections to the top 10 families. Su Yang furrowed her brows in contemplation. Could this individual be a genius? Capable of modifying her light brain independently? If her modifications surpass those of the Hongmeng, she must be more proficient than the galaxy's most elite programmers. Such a talent could be worth trying to recruit. Once the welcoming banquet concludes, she would seek an opportunity to engage with this individual. Su Yang's gaze settled on the light brain, where a seemingly shy and reserved young woman appeared. The following day, at 7 p.m., Su Yang arrived punctually at a building where tonight's auction was to be held. Presenting the invitation from Jin Yao, she was escorted by staff to a private room on the 10th floor. For the moment, she was alone in the room, as Jin Yao had yet to arrive. She picked up a nearby booklet detailing the auction items, which numbered a total of 100. Su Yang's attention was drawn to the Yumming Han Tai, a premier material designated as the highlight of the auction, set to appear as the second-to-last item. However, the final item remained a mystery, as it was not listed. Flipping through the pages, she was surprised to find a planetary shield among the items. This was quite promising. Should she decide to sell planetary shields in the future, it would serve as a useful reference for pricing. As she continued to peruse the booklet, her horizons broadened, revealing numerous items of interest. At 8 p.m., the auction commenced on schedule, beginning with an array of minor items. The auction featured weapons crafted by masters, ores, various materials, delectable foods, exquisite ornaments, and more. None of these held any utility for Su Yang, who instead scrutinized the auction equipment. The event was taking place on the first floor. While she remained in the private room, which had a light screen that vividly projected the scenes from below, she could observe both the auctioneer and the items being auctioned, even reaching out to interact with the display and shifting the screen to better view the first floor happenings. Curiously, she moved the screen, noting that the first floor accommodated 1,000 seats, already brimming with attendees. In the center of the screen, text provided detailed descriptions of the auction items. The bottom right corner featured an option to input bid amounts for participation, while the left corner displayed the current highest bid, clear and straightforward. Furthermore, if the atmosphere in the private room felt too subdued, one could activate a listening mode, allowing for an immersive experience of the discussions and bidding from the first floor. As Su Yang eagerly delved into her exploration, the door to the private room swung open, and Jin Yao entered, having arrived half an hour after the auction began. Su Yang looked up, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her eyes alight with a hint of joy. You've come. Jin Yao's footsteps halted in place. Under the glow of the lights, the corners of Su Yang's eyes and brows were adorned with mirth, her clear and shallow pupils reflecting his figure. She was smiling, filled with joy at his arrival. The fatigue and tension in his heart suddenly eased. An impulse surged within Jin Yao, a yearning to embrace her. Recalling Zhang Jing's earlier words, that wanting to hug one's sister is perfectly natural, he heeded his heart's desire, striding towards her, grasping her wrist, and pulling her into his embrace. Su Yang's expression shifted, instinctively wanting to push him away. Sensing her struggle, Jin Yao pressed one hand against her waist and the other atop her head. Holding her even tighter, his head rested gently against hers as he spoke, his voice tinged with weariness. Just let me hold you for a moment. Just for a little while. You have no idea how perilous these past few days have been for me. I'm utterly exhausted. I nearly met my end out there. In his arms was a soft and warm body. He nuzzled her head with his chin, exhaling contentedly. Su Yang paused in her struggles, reflecting carefully. She recalled the undeniable fatigue etched on Jin Yao's face, his eyes even tinged with a faint bluish hue, a clear indication of sleepless nights, coupled with his weary tone. And his words about almost perishing outside, her heart softened. She decided to treat it as a comforting embrace between siblings. She wrapped her arms around him, gently patting his back. It's all right. You've returned alive, and that's what matters. I'll allow you to hold me for a minute. Jin Yao replied, tightening his hold, subtly drawing Su Yang closer. The room fell into a serene silence, filled only with Jin Yao's gentle breaths. His body felt somewhat cold, likely a remnant of the chill from outside, yet as they drew nearer, the coldness gradually dissipated and warmth enveloped them. Su Yang attempted to create a bit of distance, only to find Jin Yao's embrace unyielding, leaving no room for escape. Resigned, she inquired, So, have you been busy with other matters these past few days? Is there anything I can assist with? Jin Yao replied, to an extent. Recently, there has been unrest within the family. Someone has sought to take my life. I entered the fray and turned the tables on them, spending most of my time managing that situation. The other half pertains to the matter of Blue Star. You must have heard about it in recent days, right? Su Yang's heart skipped a beat, her attention instantly captured. Of course I know. The items sold by Blue Star are exceedingly cheap, and they have been listed frequently and in abundance. Are you planning to take action against Blue Star? Take action? Jin Yao seemed to smirk, a hint of disdain lacing his tone. Those foods with a 100 purification value? Hardly. I don't consider that a concern at all. While there may be many such items, they are merely a drop in the ocean amidst thousands of planets. They can barely satisfy the needs of the populations of 2 planets, and they pose no significant impact on us. We wouldn't need to intervene. Other families will handle it. What captivates me is the enigmatic delivery service of Blue Star, which promises a delivery within a second of placing an order, reaching even the most remote locations as long as there is signal coverage. I am perplexed by the means employed by Blue Star. If such technology were to be applied to other domains, particularly in military affairs, the implications would be unfathomable. I have been investigating this matter for some time, attempting to reach those behind Blue Star, but alas, my efforts have yielded no information, and my messages have vanished into silence. Su Yang, with a composed demeanor, subtly inquired. If you were to locate the individuals behind Blue Star, what would your intentions be? Would you seek to control them? And should they resist, would you resort to violence? A faint, alluring fragrance emanated from Su Yang, entrancing Jin Yao. The scent was elusive, delicate yet reminiscent of the essence of spring, clear skies, white clouds, and blossoms in full bloom. His previously taut nerves began to unwind, and Jin Yao instinctively leaned closer, yearning to inhale more of that enchanting aroma. Responding to Su Yang's query, he casually remarked, "Kill them? That seems implausible. The entity behind this technology must possess considerable power. I suspect that the reason they established a Blue Star shop to sell those crops at such low prices is to gauge the efficacy of this technology. Only through this can they swiftly ascertain whether this technology can facilitate interstellar trade. If we were to locate them, cooperation would certainly be the preferred approach. If they seek profit from the food sector, we could simply provide it to them." As Jin Yao leaned in closer, the fragrance intensified. He caught sight of Su Yang's neck, long and fair, exuding elegance, which involuntarily evoked memories of their time in the tent. A gentle pinch on Su Yang's cheek had left a lingering blush. He mused that if he were to kiss her neck with a bit more fervor, it too might bear the marks of his affection. The thought of leaving a trace of himself on Su Yang ignited a warmth within him. Stirring an impulse he struggled to control. Human desire knows no bounds. Initially, he merely wished to embrace her, yet now, having done so, he yearned for more, an indelible mark of his presence upon her. Jin Yao's gaze deepened, drawing closer still. Chapter 104. A man's affection for a woman. Su Yang's focus had long since shifted, and knowing that Jin Yao would not harm her, she paid little heed to his actions. Her mind was wholly preoccupied with how to extract information from him. She mentally organized Jin Yao's words, recognizing that his sentiments reflected the attitudes of other influential families, which aligned closely with her earlier conjectures. If these families shared such thoughts, it implied that Blue Star remained secure for the time being. Those contemplating an assault on Blue Star's establishment were likely lower-tier families, perhaps from B-class or C-class planets. As myriad thoughts coursed through her mind, Su Yang suddenly felt a warmth at her neck, as something soft and gentle descended upon her. The sound of hurried breaths reached her ears, the exposed skin tingling as her hair brushed against it, accompanied by the warmth of his breath. Suddenly, she realized something. Her body shivering, her eyes widening in shock as she instinctively sought to push Jin Yao away. Had he lost his mind? Jin Yao, somewhat entranced, had merely intended to plant a gentle kiss, yet he was taken aback by the delightful sensation. That faint fragrance seemed to seep into his very bones, igniting a fervor within him. At the tender age of 21, when vitality surged, and having never experienced such intimacy before, he found himself ablaze with desire at the slightest touch. One kiss led to another, and soon the warmth of his lips found its way to Su Yang's neck. By the time she reacted, several kisses had already been pressed upon her. He held her tightly, rendering her struggles futile. Su Yang suddenly lifted her head, gritting her teeth. Jin Yao. The moment she raised her head, Jin Yao's actions faltered slightly. Captivated by the sight of her parted lips, he acted on impulse, leaning in to kiss her. Su Yang stepped on his foot, gasping in protest. Jin Yao, you. However, as she opened her mouth, he seized the opportunity, his tongue plunging into her. This sudden act ignited a spark within Jin Yao, as if a switch had been flipped, allowing him to kiss her more fervently. Damn it, Su Yang cursed inwardly. Her foot was ineffective, and she decided to retaliate, raising her leg to strike at a more sensitive area. Jin Yao was completely unprepared for this, especially in such a compromising situation. Caught off guard, he was hit in a vulnerable spot, his expression contorting in pain, and he instinctively loosened his hold on her. Seizing the moment, Su Yang broke free and swiftly slapped him. The sound echoed loudly in the private room. Her strike carried enough force to turn Jin Yao's head aside. She quickly retreated a few steps, creating distance, her voice laced with fury. Jin Yao, do you realize what you're doing? Jin Yao bowed his head, his body bending as he gasped for breath, taking several moments to regain his composure. The room was eerily silent, the tension palpable as he sensed Su Yang's rage. He looked up with a wry smile. If you had put in a bit more strength, I might as well have been rendered a eunuch. I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm kissing you. I like you, Su Yang. Not in the way a brother likes a sister, but in the way a man loves a woman. He was no fool. Previously, he had been ensnared by the brother-sister dynamic, and coupled with Zhang Jing's words, he had mistakenly believed his feelings were familial. But today, following the desires of his heart, the moment their lips met, everything became clear. He found her endearing and yearned to be close to her, to kiss her, and her words stirred within him unfamiliar emotions. His body betrayed him. This was unmistakably the affection of a man for a woman. Su-Yang opened her mouth slightly, her mind struck as if by lightning. In a chat group filled with necromancers, along with her parents and older siblings looming over her, Su-Yang truly regarded Jin Yao as a brother, devoid of any romantic inclinations. Yet now, as she expressed her brotherly affection, he dared to entertain thoughts of intimacy? When did this happen? Su-Yang inquired, her voice tinged with disbelief. Jin Yao, summoning his strength, rose to his feet and settled onto a nearby chair. After consuming a vial of potion, the pain he had endured began to subside significantly, allowing him to speak slowly. It was only when I kissed you that I recognized my true feelings. I apologize for disturbing you. The atmosphere was so charged that I momentarily lost control. He lowered his gaze, an air of guilt surrounding him, his fatigue and pallor rendering him particularly pitiable after days of arduous labor. My apologies for my impulsiveness earlier. If you are still upset, he remarked, slapping his own face, I can punish myself. I am tough enough to endure it, but please refrain from using your hand. You would feel pain. Su-Yang found herself at a loss for how to respond. Observing his actions, her anger had dissipated considerably. Seeing his worn expression and the faint shadows under his eyes, she recalled how he had been occupied with pressing matters, even risking his life to resolve issues at school. Any lingering ire within her was extinguished completely. Noticing Jin Yao's awkward posture, she softened her tone, asking, Are you all right? Should we go to the hospital for a checkup? Jin Yao assessed Su-Yang's expression and spoke at the opportune moment. I was the one who overstepped, and I deserve any repercussions. You need not feel guilty. However, if I were to claim I am injured and rendered incapable, would you take responsibility and care for me for a lifetime? Su-Yang buried her guilt deep within. Her concern had been unwarranted. It was evident that one must not show leniency towards men, for such softness would only lead to further complications. The first time she softened, she allowed him to embrace her without resistance and was even kissed. The second time, she received such a response. If she were to soften a third time, would that not lead to her being drawn into his bed? With a cold scoff, Su-Yang remarked, Do you not have any self-awareness? Who would willingly spend their life with a eunuch? Jin Yao sighed. I have just taken the potion. There should be no major issues. Su-Yang maintained a stoic facade, stating, Since there are no issues, let us discuss our situation. You must be aware that I have a match, and our relationship is quite good. I have a genuine fondness for him. Yes, I am aware, Jin Yao replied, a shadow crossing his gaze, his tone reverting to normal. I admit my fault in this matter. I returned from a near-death experience, and, upon seeing you, I lost a bit of control. I will rein in my emotions and maintain a distance from you, ensuring that I will no longer harbor such thoughts. Thus, we remain as siblings, correct? We shall continue to interact as brother and sister? Chapter 105. The Mechanical Empire's Dust and Light. Su-Yang regarded Jin Yao with a complex expression, having shared a kiss. The nature of their relationship had irrevocably changed in that moment of intimacy. It was impossible to revert to their previous dynamic. However, with Jin Yao articulating his stance, she felt no need to dwell on the matter further. It is Jin Yao who harbors feelings for her, not the other way around. Thus, why should she be so entangled in her thoughts? Do as you wish, yet I believe it would be prudent for us to maintain some distance for the time being. After the welcome banquet concludes, let us refrain from meeting for a while. She settled onto a chair across from him, suggesting, Let us continue our discussion about Blue Star. I have heard that the esteemed families previously attempted to undermine Blue Star, such as trying to block each other's stores or report them, yet all their efforts proved futile. Does this not indicate the formidable prowess of Blue Star's technology? Which faction in the galaxy can achieve such a feat? Discussions about Blue Star have been rampant lately, both in schools and among friends during gatherings, so her inquiry did not seem out of place. Jin Yao consumed a vial of invigorating elixir, appearing notably more alert. Without hesitation, he replied, It is highly likely to be the Mechanical Empire. Su-Yang never anticipated such a response. The Mechanical Empire? She pondered, recalling the information she had about them. The Human Federation is dominated by the 10 great families, while the Beastman Kingdom is sustained by various Beastman races. Powerful ones akin to ancient dynasties, with weaker races seeking refuge under their might, thus forming what is known as a kingdom. The Mechanical Empire, however, is deemed an empire solely due to the existence of a supreme entity, the superintellect known as Dust Light. Robots have become ubiquitous. Yet within the confines of the Human Federation and the Beastman Kingdom, they are only permitted to manifest in mechanical forms, clearly distinguishable from humans to facilitate recognition. In contrast, the Mechanical Empire is devoid of humans or beastmen, comprising solely of robots. These robots possess appearances indistinguishable from humans or beastmen, making it difficult to discern reality from artifice. All of these machines obey the commands of the superintellect, Dust Light, which reigns supreme over the mechanical empire. Within its domain, they can simulate various extraordinary abilities through code, enabling these robots to wield such powers. They are also capable of constructing an array of formidable weapons, including mechs, battleships, and missiles. Their technological advancements rivaling those of the Human Federation and the Beastman Kingdom. Nonetheless, the mechanical empire remains relatively insular, should humans or beastmen wish to enter. They require explicit authorization, and such individuals are limited to D-class or C-class planets, as B-class and A-class planets are not accessible to outsiders. A flurry of thoughts raced through Su Yang's mind as she inquired, "What leads you to believe it is the mechanical empire?" Jin Yao's expression grew considerably grave, responding, "Because of Dust Light. Although Dust Light is renowned in the galaxy, alongside the primordial forces of humanity and the beast gods of the beastmen, this is merely a facade to prevent panic. In truth, Dust Light has been evolving, and the extent of its current evolution and the terrifying capabilities it has acquired remain shrouded in mystery. Ultimately, Dust Light is unlike humanity. Humans are burdened with a myriad of emotions and desires, bound by unbreakable blood ties, and often hindered in their progress by various circumstances. In contrast, Dust Light remains unthreatened, capable of evolving without the constraints imposed by others. It has been an astonishing 3 centuries since we last received any news from Dust Light. Were it not for the continued operation of the mechanical empire, we might have presumed Dust Light to be extinct." This was the first time Su Yang had encountered such a notion. Indeed, certain secrets are exclusively held by the highest echelons, unbeknownst to the common populace. Jin Yao summarized. Thus, the force behind Blue Star is likely Dust Light. Apart from it, I can conceive of no other entity possessing such power. However, I find it curious that this Blue Star establishment only manifests within the Human Federation's star network, absent from the realm of the Beastmen Kingdom. In her heart, Su Yang inquired of the Heavenly Tao, "Are you familiar with Dust Light?" A despondent voice responded, "I regret to inform you, Master, that I have yet to encounter Dust Light. Since you are currently situated within the Human Federation, I am only able to access the Hongmeng through its network. That is quite all right. You are already remarkable." Su Yang reassured it. "You have assisted me immensely thus far. We shall take our time. After all, one cannot devour an entire feast in a single bite. Speaking of which, we must express our gratitude to Dust Light for drawing the firepower toward us." Having uncovered the information she sought, Su Yang turned her attention away from Jin Yao, fixated on the luminous screen before her, observing the auction below. The private room fell into a profound silence. Jin Yao discreetly glanced at Su Yang, unable to look directly at her. He watched as she sipped a glass of water, her lips appearing even more inviting. Recalling the sensation from earlier, his throat involuntarily tightened, and a warmth surged through him. He felt as though he might be losing his sanity. For over 20 years, such thoughts had never crossed his mind, yet now they consumed him entirely. Even the simple act of Su Yang drinking water stirred thoughts that he could not contain, and he despised this aspect of himself. He forced his gaze away, consuming a calming potion to gradually regain his composure. Lowering his gaze, he activated his holographic device and sent a message to his intelligence assistant, Fusong, requesting to ascertain Su Yang's match. It would suffice that he had been unaware of his feelings in the past. Now that he understood, Su Yang could only belong to him. The image of Su Yang holding hands with that so-called match before him flickered in Jin Yao's mind, a chill passing through his lowered eyes. He truly wished he could sever that person's hand. Before long, Fusong's response arrived, and Jin Yao was unable to suppress his astonishment. It was actually Lu Xinghe? This revelation made perfect sense. Su Yang's command abilities must have been learned from Lu Xinghe. He silently repeated the name in his mind. Who among the younger generation was unaware of Lu Xinghe? Orphaned at the age of 7, he had been protected by his parents' subordinates and friends, subsequently living within the 6th Military District. It is said that the current marshal of the 6th Military District and Lu Xinghe's mother were childhood friends. After Lu Xinghe's parents passed away, she leveraged her authority to compel the Lu family to surrender the culprit, seeking vengeance for her dear friend, and assumed the responsibility of caring for Lu Xinghe. Growing up in the military district and receiving military training from a young age, Lu Xinghe displayed astonishing command talent by the age of 10, leading the military district to regard her as a treasure and nurture her extensively. By the age of 28, she captivated the entire star system, becoming the universally acknowledged premier commander. Alas, such a prodigious talent ultimately met with misfortune. Her powers were rendered useless, and she was left to languish like an ordinary person. Chapter 106. I will kill her. Lu Xinghe presents a bit of a conundrum, mused Jin Yao. Although her abilities have been stripped away, her connections and resources remain formidable. Nevertheless, It may be prudent to probe her current capabilities after 2 years and then determine future actions based on the results of this reconnaissance. He sent a message through his light brain. Investigate Lu Xinghe's recent whereabouts. Fusong detected Lu Xinghe traveled to the 6th Military District 1 day ago. Purpose unknown. Jin Yao rubbed his fingers against his cup. I recall that the route back to the Edge Star from the 6th Military District is fraught with space pirates. And those pirates harbor enmity towards Lu Xinghe. If we inform them of her journey to the 6th Military District, I am eager to observe how she resolves this predicament. It would be best if she could be delayed for an extended period, perhaps several months. The 10 military districts of the Human Federation are situated at the fringes, serving as the defense line between human planets and the beasts and flora of the stars. Nestled between the military district and the trash star are numerous pirate strongholds. Lu Xinghe, whether heading to the 6th military district or returning, must inevitably traverse these treacherous territories. After a day of travel, Lu Xinghe finally arrived at the familiar grounds of the 6th Military District, seeking out Marshal Mu Shi. As they navigated the dark corridors, Mu Shi inquired, "What have you observed about that Su Yang?" Lu Xinghe replied with an unruffled demeanor, "Based on my observations, the probability of her being parasitized is merely 10. The remaining 90 suggests she arrived through a black hole from elsewhere, indicating that despite her residence on a trash star, her character is entirely unlike those of its inhabitants. Traveling through a black hole to the star system is not an uncommon occurrence. It likely involves a journey from a yet undiscovered planet. With thousands of planets in the star system, new ones are occasionally discovered, and as long as no harm is posed to the interstellar community, they are generally disregarded. Of course, as a solitary individual, she would likely be incapable of causing significant disruption." Understanding that Su Yang poses no threat, Lu Xinghe articulated another hypothesis. Mu Shi raised her gaze, her eyes glinting with sharpness. 10 is unacceptable. We must ensure it is 100 eliminated. She led Lu Xinghe into a room and presented him with an object. This is the latest development from the military, capable of detecting with absolute certainty whether one is parasitized by the beasts or flora of the stars. Due to your involvement, I refrained from reporting the matter concerning Su Yang. However, I require an explanation from you. Present this item to Su Yang. If she happens to be infected, do you know what must be done?" Lu Xinghe held the thin object in his hand, affirming his knowledge of the situation. "When the time comes, everything will unfold under the Marshal's watchful eye. If Su Yang is indeed infected, I shall take it upon myself to end her life." Mu Shi scrutinized Lu Xinghe, discerning that he spoke the truth, his expression softening slightly. "Xinghe, I understand that this situation is rather harsh for you, given that she is the first person you have matched with. Yet, our positions dictate that we cannot allow emotions to cloud our judgment. If she is not infected, I will personally apologize to her. When the time comes for your union, I shall present you both with a generous gift." Lu Xinghe shook his head. "Aunt Mu, this matter does not concern you. I know you fear she might blame me for the truth, which is why you wish to apologize. But this is between Su Yang and me. We will resolve it ourselves." He shifted the topic. "Is the military currently researching the situation regarding the Blue Star? Any findings?" Mu Shi furrowed her brow slightly. "Nothing substantial. The emergence of the Blue Star is rather suspicious, especially its extraordinary delivery capabilities, which remain uninvestigated. Currently, speculation suggests that it is likely the Mechanical Empire's dust light that sent a message, but alas, it vanished without a trace, and no response has been received. Do you have any thoughts on this matter?" Lu Xinghe subtly shook his head, choosing not to divulge his suspicions. "I have none. But the suspicion surrounding dust light is indeed significant. As long as Su Yang is not infected, he sees no reason to reveal his conjectures, as he harbors his own motives. The military must have issued orders, given that today they can instantaneously deploy vegetables and fruits, and tomorrow they could drop bombs. He does not believe the upper echelons of the military have overlooked this possibility or neglected to take precautions. Though he suspects Su Yang may originate from a civilization in another dimension, her demeanor suggests she is unlikely to engage in such actions. However, others may not share this understanding." Mu Shi continued, "The military districts are prepared with SSS 9063 superluminal missiles, artificial black holes, and quantum bombs. Should Dust Light attempt to employ such tactics against our Human Federation, we shall face annihilation together." In the private room, the auction had been ongoing for over 2 hours, and the items for sale had progressed to those of lesser significance. Su Yang had discovered several intriguing items, including the planetary shield she had previously observed. The auctioneer passionately introduced the item on stage, detailing the shield's specifications. This was the latest achievement from the Galactic University, designated as S952, capable of blocking 125, 390 harmful substances in interstellar space, surpassing the previous S951 by 0.2, and boasting an additional feature. The auctioneer continued his elaborate explanation, while Su Yang attentively leaned against the table, captivated by the presentation. 4 A-class planets. The shielding value is mandated to be 80, For B-class planets, the shielding value is set at 70. As the planetary level decreases, the shielding capability diminishes correspondingly, rendering the inhabitants more susceptible to various forms of radiation. Consequently, they are prone to mental disturbances and tend to have shorter lifespans. Currently, the most formidable entity in the galaxy appears to be the S952. Previously, she had drawn a golden lottery ticket that granted her a shield capable of completely isolating all harmful substances. Thus, it would be reasonable to anticipate a significant increase in its value. Additionally, exchanging for several top-tier materials should pose no issue. Turning to Jean Yao, she inquired, "Surely, your esteemed Jean family possesses proprietary shielding technology as well? Might I inquire about its specifications?" Jean Yao responded, "This is hardly a secret. There's no harm in sharing. Our shield boasts a value of 93, though the materials required for its production are exceedingly costly, and it is currently only operational on a few major planets." Upon hearing Jean Yao's words, Su Yang felt a wave of relief wash over her. She accessed the in-game marketplace. Ever since she had obtained the latest shielding technology through the Golden Lottery, the marketplace had begun offering shields, not just the latest model, but various other types as well. If the pinnacle in the galaxy currently stands at 93, then offering a 935 should not pose a problem, though the difference is a mere 0.5. It represents a significant technological breakthrough. Selling this to the top 10 noble families would undoubtedly attract considerable demand. Firstly, these individuals wield power and influence, and common items no longer pique their interest. Nevertheless, the desire to live, particularly a long and healthy life, remains paramount. Thus, the emergence of a 935 shield would incite a fierce competition among them. Secondly, from a technological standpoint, who would not aspire to lead in innovation? If they could acquire and study such technology, it would effectively place them ahead of their peers in one aspect. The adage of being one step ahead leading to further advantages is not mere rhetoric. These families would go to great lengths to secure it. She swiftly searched the marketplace and found the 935 shield. Assessing the required balance, she felt reassured. While she could not afford it at present, given Blue Star's current revenue, it wouldn't be long before she could. The pressing issue now was the auction process. To be candid, she felt uneasy about placing it in other auction houses. Ideally, it would be best to sell it in the Blue Star store, if not for the tyrannical game pricing system. How she wished to be rid of such an impediment. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she called upon customer service. "Customer service, return to me," she thought. "Is there any way to eliminate the game pricing? If the crop permissions can be disabled for self-editing, why can't the pricing be customized?" The crop permission mode is disabled only when players unlock the highest achievement title of Elite Farmer. Similarly, store permissions require players to unlock the corresponding achievement title. Su Yang felt a sense of confirmation wash over her. What achievement is required? After pondering the information within the game, it seemed she had only one remaining option: achieve a single-day revenue exceeding 10 billion gold coins. Indeed, this aligned perfectly with her suspicions, and this achievement appeared quite attainable. She decided to refrain from listing crops for a few days and instead accumulate them for a collective release. She promptly edited the information across all the stores on Blue Star, indicating a 7-day closure for store renovation. Once this was accomplished, she resumed her inquiries with customer service. What is the purpose of closing the store's permissions? Can we set prices for our goods? Is it possible to establish an auction house? After all, which game lacks an auction house? Our agricultural game must keep pace. Certainly, came the response. But how will the auction house operate? Will the highest bidder be directly charged? Is it necessary to recharge with gold coins? What if I wish to trade using materials? How do those materials come into my possession? All store permissions will be granted to the players for editing, whether bidding with gold coins or bartering. The game will automatically assess the value of the items. Once the bidding concludes, the game will automatically extract the materials from the trading parties to complete the transaction. With the assurance from customer service, Su Yang felt a sense of relief. Although there were still some aspects she did not fully comprehend, she knew that once the store permissions were unlocked, she would be able to experiment and find out for herself. The auction for the protective shield had concluded, and Su Yang was informed of the approximate price. She glanced at Jean Yao, noticing him wearing a grave expression as he stared at his holographic device. His brow furrowed in confusion, as if grappling with a monumental dilemma. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "What's wrong?" Jean Yao gestured towards the holographic screen. "Look at the trending topics on StarNet." As Su Yang opened the page, she was astonished to find that the top trending topic was the temporary closure of Blue Star's stores, with real-time viewership already reaching 3 billion. Goodness, it had barely been a minute. How many people were vigilantly monitoring Blue Star's stores? Didn't they have anything else to do? She quickly glanced back at Jean Yao, who was fervently typing messages on his device, likely discussing matters concerning Blue Star with others, prompting her to divert her gaze. She, too, opened her holographic device and delved into various group chats, paying particular attention to the messages in the Necromancers Guild group. as these were industry magnates from whom she could glean invaluable insights. As the final auction item approached, Su-Yang focused intently as the nether-cold iron appeared before her. It was not large, merely the size of a fingernail, comparable to the red sky stone Lu Xinghe had given her, emanating a chilling azure hue that imparted an overwhelming sense of coldness at first glance. Jin Yao turned his gaze toward it as well and remarked, "If all goes as expected, we likely won't win this bid. I've received word that several Tier 15 powerhouses are attending, many of whom are here specifically for this item, along with numerous others who seek the final item. If we manage to acquire it, I'll bid on it for you," he added, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. "Yes, I understand. I'm merely observing," Su-Yang nodded, disregarding his last statement. The two of them were relatively inexperienced, one having only arrived in the interstellar realm 2 months prior, with shallow roots, while the other, despite a commendable lineage, was still youthful at merely 21 and only a Tier 12. How could they possibly compete against those Tier 15 individuals who had long been established, wielded real power, and lived for several centuries? Not to mention, those who had lived for hundreds of years likely had a stockpile of materials in their storage spaces that could overwhelm both of them. "What is the final item?" Su-Yang inquired, observing the blank page without any revelations. A subtle expression crossed Jin Yao's face. "You must be familiar with the Elven race, correct?" Su-Yang responded. "The same Elven race that shares the same planet as our ancestral necromancers? The magical planet?" "Indeed." Jin Yao gazed at the light screen. "The Elven race originated from the Tree of Life, which has suffered from interstellar radiation for many years and has long since deteriorated. The president of the Galactic University is a dual-class practitioner of the 15th tier in both purification and healing. Without this president's assistance, the Tree of Life would not have survived this long. Now, as the Tree of Life is on the verge of complete demise, it has condensed 10 life fruits from its remaining lifespan to express gratitude for the president's help. Each life fruit can extend one's life by 10 years and can revive individuals from critical states. The final auction item today is one such life fruit. The reason it was not listed is that it was added at the last minute. The original final item was meant to be the nether cold iron." Su-Yang asked, "So, has the Tree of Life already perished? Can the Elven race still be born again?" "Yes, it is dead. The Elven race can now artificially reproduce through genetic modification, but it is likely that their bloodline abilities will be diluted. The future trajectory remains uncertain. Perhaps in several years, the dilution of their bloodline will lead to their complete extinction." Chapter 108. Reunion. While Su-Yang and Jin Yao conversed, the bidding for the nether cold iron had commenced. This auction did not utilize star coins, but rather an array of rare materials, with each bid escalating higher than the last. Su-Yang compared her current resources and could only conclude that she was merely here to enhance the atmosphere. When the final life fruit was presented, the ambience reached a new zenith. A decade of life, capable of reviving individuals from grave injuries. Each aspect was immensely alluring, and naturally, the price soared, far more intensely than the bidding for the nether cold iron. As she observed the ongoing bids, Su-Yang was astonished, feeling as though she was witnessing a world previously unknown to her, hearing of many materials she had never encountered. Turning to Jin Yao, she asked, "Do you think there are seeds within the life fruit? Could they grow into a tree of life? This is what I am most concerned about." Jin Yao shook his head. "I don't know. This is my first time seeing a life fruit. I have never heard of it before. It seems they only condense when the Tree of Life is nearing its end." Su-Yang pondered deeply. After the welcoming banquet, she felt compelled to visit the magical planet. Although the life fruit was far too precious for her to obtain, perhaps she could salvage the roots of the deceased Tree of Life. She could try planting them on Blue Star and see if they might thrive. The following day, as she had matters to attend to in the afternoon, Su-Yang skipped her history class in the morning and trained in mecha for several hours. In the afternoon, under Jin Yao's guidance, she arrived at a house where someone had been awaiting her. Upon their arrival, one individual greeted Su-Yang with a radiant smile. "Fourth sister. Big sister." A smile blossomed on Su-Yang's face as the two embraced each other. After such a long time, she finally met her nominal elder sister. Tianlang Qingli, aged 126, was the young clan leader of the Tianlang tribe in the Beastman Kingdom. Tall and graceful, with silver hair and silver eyes, her exquisite features initially gave off an air of aloof elegance. However, after conversing online for an extended period, Su-Yang had learned that her counterpart was quite the chatterbox, one who relished stirring up trouble. "Elder sister, you mentioned that old lizard man pursued you all the way to the abyss. What happened next?" Su-Yang eagerly inquired as they settled onto a nearby sofa. Tianlang Qingli's expression shifted. "Let me tell you, that ugly creature." "Indeed, quite hideous," Su-Yang interjected. "You might have been too gentle, though. That tail seems rather wasted. Perhaps it could be roasted for a meal." Listening to Su-Yang's agreement and responses, Tianlang Qingli felt an increasing desire to confide, her gaze towards Su-Yang growing ever more fervent. This fourth sister was delightful in every aspect, far superior to the other two. However, As her eyes drifted to the other sofa where Jin Yao and Wen Sheng'an sat, her enthusiasm waned. Wen Sheng'an was solely focused on his research, often responding with mere ohs or umps when she shared her thoughts, showing little interest in matters outside of his studies. Jin Yao, on the other hand, was solely fixated on becoming stronger, and any conversation with him would inevitably turn to battles and strength. As the young clan leader of the Tianlang tribe, she had to maintain composure in front of elders, exude aloofness among peers, and command respect from juniors. Initially, upon discovering she had two younger brothers, she had felt a surge of excitement, believing she had found companions to converse with. Unfortunately, those two were a disappointment. Thankfully, a sister like Su Yang had emerged, who not only actively engaged in conversation, but also provided thoughtful commentary that resonated deeply with her, allowing her previously suppressed desire to share to find an outlet. Moreover, she found Su Yang's temperament quite to her liking, which made her exceedingly happy about the addition of this sister to their small family. After a delightful conversation filled with gossip, Tianlang Qingli, feeling content, pulled out a storage space. Fourth sister, take a look. This is a gift from your elder sister to commemorate our meeting. Let me know if there is anything you need, and I will procure it for you. As Su Yang opened it, she was nearly blinded by the array of precious ores, materials, fruits, and the remains of certain beastmen, all specialties from the beastman kingdom and high-grade materials. Each of the 15th tier. It was evident that Tianlang Qingli had invested considerable effort into this gift. Thank you, elder sister, Su Yang exclaimed, her face radiant with gratitude as she embraced her. You've worked hard. Battling those 15th tier beastmen must have been no easy feat. You risked your life to gather these for me, and I will surely make the utmost use of them. Jin Yao and Wen Sheng'an exchanged glances. Jin Yao remarked, Su Yang has never initiated a hug with me. Wen Sheng'an added, he has given the fourth sister numerous gifts before. Why has she never shown such warmth towards him? As soon as the thoughts of the two individuals settled, Su Yang directed her gaze towards them. Of course, I must express my gratitude to my second brother. The antidote he provided proved immensely effective. A friend of mine had been poisoned, and despite the doctor's inability to help, it was my brother's detoxifying agent that saved her life. Truly, he is a genius in the realm of research. When I tell others that I am your sister, I am certain to evoke envy among many. My third brother has also been exceedingly kind, tailoring various training plans for me and taking special care of me at school. I hold great affection for him as well. I am genuinely thrilled to have such wonderful family members. Su Yang extolled the virtues of the three, ensuring that each received their due praise. When Sheng'an allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, it seemed that this fourth sister possessed a sense of gratitude, remembering him despite the elder sister's presence. Jin Yao suppressed his inner elation. Su Yang declared her fondness for him. What are you all discussing so joyously? The door to the room swung open, revealing a woman who entered. Su Yang turned her gaze, recognizing her as her nominal mother. Shi Yulan, aged 301, was the marshal of the 10th Military District of the Human Federation. Su Yang had not engaged in extensive conversation with her nominal mother, having only exchanged a few words in group chats, primarily due to her mother's busy schedule that kept her scarce in the discussions. Mother, Su Yang exclaimed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she approached to envelop her in a warm embrace. Shi Yulan momentarily appeared taken aback before reciprocating the embrace. Good daughter. A fondness for Su Yang blossomed within her. After all, who could resist the warmth of a child's affectionate reliance? The exuberant smile and enthusiastic hug that Su Yang offered upon their meeting were sufficient to dissolve some of the initial awkwardness. The other children, possessing their biological parents, interacted less frequently with her and did not exhibit the same warmth or dependence, making Su Yang's overt affection evoke a distinct sentiment in her. Moreover, she discerned that Su Yang's gaze bore no ulterior motives or flattery. Her warmth stemmed purely from the bond of motherhood. Chapter 109. Mother will provide you with new gear. The other three children were relatively familiar with Shi Yulan, and with acquaintances present, the atmosphere remained devoid of awkwardness. As they conversed, they included Su Yang, and soon the room was filled with lively chatter, allowing Su Yang and Shi Yulan to grow more comfortable with one another. Shi Yulan assessed Su Yang, noting her advancement to the 10th tier. It is time to create a mech and a personal weapon for you. You should have some materials at hand. I possess a considerable amount of fairly common materials, and the military has an abundance as well. For the more scarce materials, I can exchange military points on your behalf. Just let me know what you desire, and I shall procure it for you. I will arrange for a mech and later have your father assist you with your personal weapon. Being aware that Su Yang was an orphan, unlike the other three, Shi Yulan resolved to invest additional effort into her care. Su Yang obediently nodded, refraining from mentioning her existing mech and weapon. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, mother. However, isn't father quite busy? I haven't seen him speak in the group. With a calm demeanor, Shi Yulan remarked, your father is the president of the Adventurers Guild, often dispatched on various missions to assess the danger levels of certain locales for task assignment. It is not uncommon for him to be unreachable, as some areas lack signal. However, this occasion is your welcoming banquet, and I have already sent someone to find him a few days ago. If all goes well, you shall see him at tonight's gathering. Shi Yulan operated her holographic device, revealing a list of materials. Take a look and see what you lack. I shall procure it for you. Among the myriad of items, Su Yang's gaze fell upon the elusive nether cold iron, its required points causing her heart to race. She averted her eyes, intending to select something more affordable. Are you interested in the nether cold iron? Su Yang's fleeting hesitation was swiftly noticed by Shi Yulan, who wasted no time in initiating the exchange. As Shi Yulan input the information, Su Yang quickly intervened. No, mother, that is far too expensive. Jin Yao had previously mentioned that such an item was exceedingly rare within their family, and even he might not be able to acquire it. With a light chuckle, Shi Yulan replied, our military does not operate like the 10 prominent families. Their intricate networks require layers of approval for valuable items, and the younger generation, like Jin Yao, often finds it challenging to obtain them due to their lower status. However, the military is devoid of such restrictions. As your mother, a marshal, as long as my contribution points are sufficient, I can exchange for anything I desire. At my age of over 300, I lack for nothing. The military points have long ceased to hold value for me. It is far better to exchange them for what you need. Thank you, mother. With Shi Yulan's assurance, Su Yang felt no further need to refuse. After all, she had her game, and there would be ample opportunities to repay Shi Yulan. Just a piece the size of a fingernail would suffice. Shi Yulan confirmed the exchange, stating, I will have my aide send it to you. It should arrive within a day, so you can expect the delivery tomorrow evening. When asked if she needed anything else, Su Yang shook her head. No, mother. One piece of nether cold iron is more than enough. Shi Yulan gently ruffled Su Yang's hair, her heart swelling with a complex mix of emotions. Unlike her acquaintances or the other 3 children, who would never think to consider the cost of anything, always receiving what they desired from their families or parents, Su Yang's modest request for a single piece of nether cold iron, previously deemed too costly for her, tugged at her heartstrings. Glancing at the materials displayed, she selected 2 additional items for Su Yang. As you wield fire and spatial abilities, this fire spirit stone is quite suitable. And this folding spatial ruler will serve you well. The fire spirit stone, when worn, will enhance your control over fire abilities. The folding spatial ruler is a trophy from when we defeated a 15th tier star plant, perfectly aligned with your spatial powers, allowing you to alternate its use with your primary weapon. She then produced a storage compartment. Inside are some common materials. Take these with you. Su Yang answered the call and retrieved a bottle of the 5 tones water that she had prepared in advance. Following this, Shi Yulan began to inquire about Su Yang's training progress. Through a series of questions and answers, she quickly discerned Su Yang's weaknesses and immediately tailored a training regimen for her. In addition to regular training, practical combat experience was essential. During the upcoming 2 months of summer vacation, there would be an opportunity for her to visit the 10th Military District, where her mother arranged for her to engage in real combat. At that moment, Tianlang Qingli lifted her head and suggested, 4th sister, you could also come to my orc kingdom. Eldest sister will take you into battle. There are many orcs in the kingdom, and I will have you challenge several of them to familiarize yourself with their combat styles. When Sheng'an raised his eyelids, but said nothing. Although he was also at the 15th rank, he could not compare in combat prowess to the 2 sisters. His expertise lay in potions, particularly those related to mental aspects. He wondered if his 4th sister had any interest in such matters. If she did, he could take her for a tour. Jin Yao spoke up enthusiastically, eldest sister, your orc kingdom is quite far from here. 4th sister will likely only have time during the winter and summer breaks. While she is at school, I will supervise her and ensure she adheres strictly to the training plan you provided, mother. I can also record videos to show you her progress. Su Yang glanced at Jin Yao and, considering the others, refrained from rebuttal, only saying, then I shall trouble 3rd brother after this. The atmosphere in the room was warm and inviting, and time flew by. An afternoon was ample for Su Yang to become acquainted with everyone. By evening, they arrived at a private villa, which was reportedly owned by a necromancer. It was closed to the public today, specifically to host a welcoming banquet for Su Yang. Upon their arrival, several necromancers were already present at the villa. As soon as Su Yang entered, she drew considerable attention from the necromancers, for she was the only natural transformed necromancer in many years. 10th rank. Wasn't it said to be the 5th rank? One necromancer approached, his tone filled with astonishment. Su Yang remained composed and delivered her pre-prepared explanation. I'm not entirely certain. Before my transformation, my ability level was at the 10th rank, and after the transformation, I trained to the 5th rank. However, once my body recovered, it reverted to the 10th rank, restoring my previous ability level. I am uncertain as to why. Senior, you became a necromancer quite early. Do you know the reason behind this phenomenon? Chapter 110, Advanced Skill, Undead Summoning in the Lineage of Necromancers, upon transformation. 1's original strength would diminish and vanish, necessitating a period of retraining, as that individual had essentially died once. Su Yang had previously inquired with Jin Yao and the others, and they confirmed that all necromancers experienced this. However, she could not let their skepticism hinder her pursuit of strength. Indeed, she was different from them, attributing everything to natural transformation, as these necromancers were none the wiser. The words of Su Yang captivated a multitude of necromancers, who exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Such a situation was indeed unprecedented. Are there any relevant records in the notes left by our ancestors? No, for our forebear was the sole necromancer of that era, devoid of companions for discourse. Furthermore, during that time, necromancers were relentlessly hunted, leading to the loss of much knowledge. Thus, the notes he left behind would undoubtedly be incomplete. Su Yang, how is your study of necromantic summoning progressing? Is there a distinction between what you summon and what we conjure? The necromancers, filled with curiosity, awaited her response. One necromancer waved his hand, causing a ripple in the air, and a bird materialized, bereft of feathers and flesh, revealing only a stark white skeletal frame. Another necromancer summoned a humanoid skeleton with a mere gesture. One by one, the other necromancers followed suit, and in the blink of an eye, the area was filled with an array of bizarre skeletal forms, in addition to the gathered individuals. Fortunately, no outsiders were present, and the area had long been shielded from external scrutiny. Otherwise, the revelation of such occurrences could have stirred an immense uproar. Su Yang's gaze traversed the necromancers and their skeletal manifestations, her brow furrowing. Are the spirits you summon of the same level as your abilities? Are these summoned entities all of a rudimentary nature? The attendees were not dim-witted. They quickly grasped the implication of Su Yang's words. Is yours not the same? Su Yang shook her head. The spirits I can summon currently hold levels up to 3 ranks higher than mine. With a flick of her hand, she summoned a 13th tier spirit. The scene descended into a profound silence, as the many necromancers regarded Su Yang, then the spirit she had conjured, their astonishment unmistakable. Even those of higher status and advanced years, such as Shi Yulan, were taken aback. Shi Yulan and her companions exchanged bewildered glances, having not anticipated such a display of necromantic prowess from Su Yang. How did you achieve this? If the highest rank you can summon is 3 tiers above yours, does that mean you could summon an 18th tier spirit if you reach 15th tier? Are necromancers of natural transformation truly this formidable? Might you share your insights? A throng of younger necromancers encircled Su Yang, incessantly inquiring, while the elder generation remained silent, their gaze fixed upon her. Do not rush, Su Yang said, raising her hand to restore order. I will respond one at a time. Currently, I am at the 10th tier and have yet to attain the 15th. So I cannot say for certain. As for the necromantic summoning skill, when I first learned it, I was only able to summon entities of equal level, much like all of you. However, as I honed this skill and deepened my understanding, the levels of the spirits I could summon increased accordingly. If the initial learning of necromantic summoning can be considered a rudimentary skill, then what I am now performing should be regarded as an advanced technique. After a brief pause, she took the initiative to speak. If my memory serves me correctly, my third brother previously presented a crystal ball capable of storing skills. Does anyone here possess that crystal ball? I would like to see if I can store the advanced necromancy summoning skill within it. Perhaps you all could learn it as well. This was the first step towards fostering good relations with the group, and she was certainly not one to hold back. Only by demonstrating her worth could she garner greater respect from others. A chorus of agreement echoed as several individuals nodded, and soon, 7 or 8 crystal balls were produced simultaneously. Observing this, those at the back retracted their movements. Jin Yao explained from the side. This is a specialty of the magical realm, the magical crystal ball, specifically designed for skill storage, facilitating learning for the younger generation. The interstellar realm has fused this concept and created skill gems that serve the same purpose as the magical crystal balls. However, we, the necromancers, are accustomed to using the magical crystal balls. Su Yang recalled the 2 domain gems and the hurricane gem in her storage space, as well as the skill gems she had seen at the auction yesterday, and nodded in understanding. She placed her hand on the magical crystal ball, summoned her skill panel with her thoughts, selected the necromancy summoning skill, and designated the magical crystal ball as her target before clicking copy. Advanced necromancy summoning skill copied successfully. A surge of black mist poured into the magical crystal ball, swirling rapidly within it, and various skeletal forms of the undead began to coalesce, some with spectral wings soaring through the air, others racing across the ground with a triumphant roar, and still others, human-like undead, brandishing weapons with fervor. As the black mist continued to undulate within the magical crystal ball, the expressions of the necromancers around her grew fervent. The one closest to her could no longer contain his excitement and placed his hand on the ball. Let me learn first. He closed his eyes, attempting to comprehend the skill inside, but was met with a sensation of resistance, rendering him unable to grasp it in that moment. He opened his eyes, his expression perplexed. It seems my talent is insufficient? Let Jin Yao give it a try. His talent is exceptional, ranking among the top 5 of us. If he cannot comprehend it, then the rest of us stand no chance. Shi Yulan, who had been observing intently from the side, spoke decisively. Given her status and position, even if others had reservations, they refrained from voicing them at this moment. Su Yang turned to Jin Yao. You got this, brother. Jin Yao raised an eyebrow confidently. Fear not. There is no skill in the universe that I cannot master. With everyone watching intently, he placed his hand on the magical crystal ball, and the black mist gradually flowed into his palm, coursing through his body. Moments later, Jin Yao opened his eyes and unleashed the skill. A massive skeletal form of the undead materialized from the air, exuding a powerful aura of level 15. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Could it truly be possible? Jin Yao caressed the undead he had summoned, his eyes gleaming with uncontainable excitement. The 15th tier undead, while not as formidable as true 15th tier powerhouses, possessed sufficient strength to easily overpower those beneath this rank. With this skill at his disposal, he could accomplish numerous feats. This ability was bestowed upon him by Su Yang. He turned to Su Yang, unable to contain the joy and pride swelling within him. Truly, she is the one he cherishes. Fortuitously, it was he who discovered Su Yang, and he acted decisively to keep her close. Chapter 111. The incomplete skill. An elder nudged Jin Yao aside and approached Su Yang directly. Su Yang, can you create another skill? Perhaps I might attempt to summon an 18th tier undead? Su Yang nodded. Let us give it a try. However, I fear the likelihood is slim. The undead summoned are those who have already departed this world, and in our current star realm, the highest power level is merely 15th tier, with no trace of an 18th tier having ever appeared. Thus, the chances of a successful summoning are quite low. She reached for the magical crystal ball and replicated the skill once more. A crowd had gathered around Jin Yao, who had also mastered the advanced undead summoning skill and was keen to preserve it. I'll give it a shot, but I doubt it will work. I've only grasped the basics, he remarked. While Jin Yao spoke, Su Yang had already completed her task, and she turned to Shi Yulan, Tian Lang Kingli, and Wen Sheng'an. Mother, elder sister, second brother, do you have magical crystal balls or skill gems? Would you like to try as well? Soon, 3 additional magical crystal balls appeared. The 4 of them engaged in learning the skill, while Jin Yao continued his examination. Observing the eager expressions of those around her, Su Yang raised her hand. My abilities are depleted. I need a moment to rest, as I have a headache. The replication of skills demands considerable mana, and she found her reserves nearly exhausted. Furthermore, she understood that other ability users infusing skills into gems also expend corresponding energy and mental fortitude. Some nearby expressed their regrets, yet what could they do? Jin Yao had acted swiftly, and now Su Yang was aligned with Shi Yulan and her group. It was only natural that they would prioritize their own. Someone rummaged through their storage space and handed several potions to Su Yang. These can restore your energy and mental clarity. Thank you, Su Yang replied graciously, accepting the potions and swallowing one before glancing at Shi Yulan and the others. Fortunately, her family members possessed commendable talent, and all of them successfully learned the skill. Shortly thereafter, the 4 gradually opened their eyes, exchanging glances that revealed a mix of solemnity and bewilderment. Did you all notice something? Jin Yao inquired. Shi Yulan and the others nodded. The onlookers, intrigued by the silent exchange, pressed for answers. Shi Yulan spoke slowly. My daughter's advanced undead summoning bears a fundamental difference from the undead summoning we have learned. The essence of our study in necromancy is fundamentally flawed, allowing only for random summoning, whereas my daughter's ability is complete, far more profound than our prior knowledge, enabling her to summon specific spirits at will, be it from land, sea, or air, or even those possessing particular supernatural abilities. A flicker of understanding crossed Su Yang's eyes. It all made sense now. She had often wondered why none of her peers, despite their extraordinary talents, had advanced in necromancy. Now she realized that they had initially learned an incomplete form of the art, rendering any progression impossible. Fortunately, she had a game that filled in the gaps of this skill. Incomplete? Wasn't this technique handed down from our ancestors and the earliest necromancers? How could it be deemed deficient? Perhaps the ancestors were unaware. Many traditions had perished in the waves of persecution, and as the sole necromancer of that era, they lacked peers for discourse. Could it be that after Su Yang learned necromancy, she not only rectified the flaws in the skill, but also elevated it to a higher level? What remarkable talent must she possess? Or perhaps, due to her natural transformation, she had access to realms beyond our reach. A collective gaze turned towards Su Yang, their eyes gleaming with even greater enthusiasm than before. Under the scrutiny of such esteemed individuals, Su Yang felt a surge of anxiety, yet she maintained an outward calm, embodying an air of serenity. Though they had misinterpreted her, they were partially correct. The game was indeed her lifeline, and its creation was her own. Shi Yulan, how fortunate you are to have acquired such an extraordinary daughter. Su Yang, do you lack for a godmother? As for your siblings, what have they to offer? Come be my sister. I assure you, I can provide all they can, and more, perhaps even myself. Am I to your liking? If one isn't sufficient, I can arrange for 10 or 8 male models. What is your preference? Gentle? Dominant? A younger pup? An older wolf? Or perhaps, Shi Yulan. Shall we consider a closer kinship? Su Yang has not yet wed, has she? Tianling Qingli, Wen Shengyan, and Jin Yao all wore scowls. Before they could voice their thoughts, Su Yang spoke with unwavering conviction. Thank you for your kindness, esteemed seniors, but my mother, father, elder sister, and 2 brothers treat me exceptionally well. I cherish them deeply. And in this lifetime, I shall always be their daughter and sister. Should in the heart of Shi Yulan, an intricate emotion stirred. Throughout her life, she had received countless praises for her exceptional talents, illustrious lineage, formidable combat skills, and esteemed status. Yet, this was the first time she felt envy directed towards her, stemming from the admiration for her daughter. This peculiar sentiment made her feel as though Su Yang was genuinely her daughter, evoking a sense of pride akin to witnessing a beloved child blossoming into maturity. Her gaze fell upon Su Yang, who remained composed and unperturbed amidst the multitude, effortlessly handling the situation. Despite receiving abundant accolades, Su Yang maintained her tranquility, which endeared her to Shi Yulan even more. A gentle smile graced her eyes as she affectionately patted Su Yang's head, saying, "All right, let my daughter recuperate her abilities. You all wish to witness a 15th tier summoning of the undead, do you not? Let us endeavor to demonstrate." With a wave of her hand, Shi Yulan began to showcase her advanced summoning skills. To the audience's disappointment, the summoned undead were only of the 15th tier. However, the ability to specify the type summoned proved beneficial even for those of considerable strength. Observing this, Su Yang inquired, "Mother, do you believe this summoning can be further upgraded?" Chapter 112. A bounty of gifts. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Yulan and the others responded, "It is uncertain. Although we have acquired some knowledge, we have merely scratched the surface. To delve deeper, we must first reverse engineer the process, beginning with a comprehensive understanding of the basic undead summoning, and then discerning how it escalates to intermediate and advanced levels. Only by grasping these fundamentals can we aspire to advance further. A towering edifice rises from the ground. Understanding the foundation is essential." Some gazes turned towards Su Yang, prompting a query. "Su Yang, you must know about the basic and intermediate levels, right?" Before Su Yang could respond, Shi Yulan interjected, "I believe it unnecessary for my daughter to enlighten us on these matters, since we have already mastered the advanced undead summoning. Reverse engineering should not pose a challenge for us, seasoned individuals. It would be more advantageous for us to explore this together, enhancing our comprehension in the process. What do you all think?" Shi Yulan then directed her attention to the individual who had attempted the summoning but failed due to insufficient talent. "Do not be disheartened. Once we have deciphered the complete versions of the basic and intermediate levels, you may try again. It is prudent to start with the fundamentals. Do you agree?" Exchanges of understanding passed among the group. "Old Shi is correct," remarked Marshal Shi. "The reverse engineering will indeed facilitate our mastery of the relevant concepts. Su Yang, you need not concern yourself with our inquiries, lest it disrupt our focus." "I concur with the Marshal. Once you have completed the reverse engineering, kindly share your findings with us, and we shall study them then." A compliant smile illuminated Su Yang's face. "I shall heed the counsel of my esteemed seniors. Then, Mother, please engage in the reverse engineering of the basic and intermediate levels, and we shall collectively explore the advanced realms thereafter." She discerned that her mother held a remarkably esteemed position among the necromancers, likely correlated to her status as a marshal in the 10th Military District, a title that commanded respect wherever one might tread. She had found her pillar of support. After an extensive discussion on the skill of summoning the undead, the group turned their attention to the skill of shapeshifting. If summoning the undead was deemed imperfect, what of shapeshifting? Through their discourse, Su Yang realized that shapeshifting too was flawed. These individuals could merely alter their appearance. When they inquired about her knowledge on the matter, she shook her head, expressing her apologies, stating she had yet to delve into the intricacies of the shape-shifting skill and had not employed it herself. "Once I have conducted a thorough study, I shall share my findings with you," she assured them. To cultivate enduring and stable relationships with these individuals, one must gradually unveil information. Much like the careful squeezing of toothpaste, the details regarding summoning the undead would suffice for their contemplation for the time being. It would be more prudent to discuss shape-shifting after a fortnight. "Is it true that our lineage of necromancers possesses only these 2 skills?" Several elder figures exchanged glances, affirming that there were indeed more. However, only these 2 have been passed down, the others have been lost to time. Yet, our ancestors left behind a tome containing some severely incomplete skills, which we have been studying for years without significant progress. Reflecting upon it now, it seems that the 2 skills we previously learned were themselves flawed, suggesting that the notes might pertain to even more incomplete skills, perhaps of lesser value, which explains our lack of success over the years. Su Yang felt a surge of curiosity. If I managed to decipher the intricacies of shapeshifting, would it be possible for me to examine that tome? The elders reached a consensus. "Very well. Should you uncover the mysteries of shapeshifting, we shall entrust you with the care of the notes." As time passed, other necromancers gradually arrived, with Su Yang's nominal father being the last to make his entrance. Zhu Jian appeared disheveled, his attire and hair stained with blood, presenting a harried visage that indicated he had rushed to arrive. After being introduced by Shi Yulan, Su Yang exchanged pleasantries with Zhu Jian, who then proceeded to the changing room to prepare for the gathering. While awaiting his return, the late-arriving necromancers learned of the earlier events from others, and their gazes towards Su Yang transformed markedly. The sole naturally transformed necromancer, endowed with such exceptional talent, was certainly deserving of their utmost attention. It was conceivable that the future glory of the necromancer clan might rest upon Su Yang's shoulders. Consequently, the previously prepared gifts for the meeting were bound to be enhanced. A few minutes later, Su Yang beheld the newly refreshed Zhu Jian. He possessed a ruggedly handsome appearance and an air of quiet confidence, instilling a sense of reliability. Indeed, he bore a striking resemblance to her mother. With everyone gathered, it was time for the gift-giving ceremony. Tianlang Qingli remained by Su Yang's side, introducing her to the esteemed elders, commencing with their numbered designations. As they presented the long-prepared gifts, Tianlang Qingli, this is Senior Li Yunqi, a shareholder of Hingyang Company. Li Yunqi presented a storage space. Our company's robots are quite renowned. Here are some of the latest models developed, including combat types, auxiliary types, and lifestyle types. Tianlang Qingli, this is Senior Xiao Ruotian, a shareholder of Taiyuan Technology. Xiao Ruotian revealed a storage space. Come here, little girl. These are various types and colors of hovercars for you to drive each day. Tianlang Qingli, this is Xikong Qi, a shareholder of Renha Medical. Xikong Qi, here are several advanced treatment pods, filled with high-quality therapeutic solutions. The treatment pods rely on pre-prepared therapeutic solutions. Once depleted, they become ineffective and require timely replenishment. The advanced treatment pods and solutions are sufficient to cure the majority of ailments. Tianlang Qingli, this is. As they walked along, Su Yang received gifts aplenty, her emotions transitioning from initial excitement and anxiety to a gentle calm. Indeed, the individuals in the group were all elites, each holding a significant position in society. Whether as shareholders of Fortune 500 companies, senior researchers, planetary rulers, or elders of various races in the Beast Kingdom, the identities of these seniors were truly astonishing. Soon, they finished introducing the formidable figures and arrived at those of equal standing with Tianlang Qingli. When introducing these individuals, Tianlang Qingli's tone was noticeably lighter. Upon introducing one individual, that person took Su Yang's hand, placing a kiss upon her knuckles, his enchanting peach blossom eyes gazing at her with warmth and mirth. Sister Su Yang, do you find me beautiful? Su Yang calmly regarded him. I remember you, number 41, the one who exchanged the tear of the merman with me. Known online as the most beautiful in the water, you were also the one who mentioned giving me 10 or 8 male models. Chapter 113, The Peach Blossom Melody. The man with the peach blossom eyes beamed with delight. It seems I have left a profound impression on you, Sister Su Yang. You still remember me after all this time. So, Sister Su Yang, do you think I am beautiful? He appeared quite fixated on this question. Su Yang scrutinized him carefully. Even though she had encountered numerous handsome men and beautiful women, there was no denying that the man before her was exceptionally striking. His face resembled a peach blossom, his captivating eyes shimmering as if they could ensnare one's very soul. His pupils were a delicate pink, with long, pink hair tied up with a peach tree branch, cascading elegantly down to his waist. He donned a light pink garment that accentuated his tall and slender figure. In his palm, he held a peach branch adorned with blooming peach blossoms, his fingers as white as jade, tinged with a healthy blush, and his nails impeccably trimmed. A faint fragrance of peach blossoms wafted through the air, as if he had stepped straight out of a peach blossom paradise. Su Yang's mind briefly conjured 4 words: a beautiful disaster. Ah, a beautiful disaster. It seems Sister Su Yang holds me in high regard. The man with the peach blossom eyes smiled slightly, akin to a blooming peach blossom, utterly captivating. I always said I am the most beautiful in the water. None can resist my allure. Su Yang's pupils suddenly constricted, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon the man with peach blossom eyes. She was certain that she had not vocalized her innermost thoughts, leaving only one possibility. Is your ability mind reading? The man with peach blossom eyes shook his finger dismissively. No, mind reading is merely one of my abilities. Tianlang Qingli shot him an exasperated glance, that insufferable dandy, once again exuding his ubiquitous charm. Do not be overly apprehensive, fourth sister. He is an aquatic plant-type beastman, his true form being the spiritual water peach blossom. The mind-reading ability requires eye contact to activate. So as long as you avoid looking into his eyes, there is no need to fear being read. By the way, his name is Tao Wanxiu. Su Yang lowered her gaze slightly, relieved she had not been contemplating matters regarding Blue Star moments ago. Such a mind-reading ability was exceedingly insidious. This was her first encounter with mind-reading. She had never heard of it before. It seemed that in the future, whenever she was in public, she must refrain from pondering about Blue Star, For who could tell whether the person before her possessed such an ability or something akin to it? She exhaled softly, then raised her eyes to meet Tao Wan's, her brows curving into a gentle smile. Greetings, Senior Tao. Your visage is indeed extraordinarily captivating. A sight that could enthrall a city with a single glance and sway a nation with another. I find it most fitting to describe you thus. Tao Wansu replied. Why call me Senior? Just refer to me as brother. If you insist on calling me Senior, I might grow irate. Am I that old? I am merely 99 this year. Su Yang responded fluently, Brother Tao. Good. Tao Wansu affectionately ruffled her hair, then handed her a branch in his hand. This is a branch from a 15th tier powerhouse, top tier material. Take good care of it. He then produced a storage ring. Inside, you will find numerous peaches. All fruits I have borne. Regular consumption will enhance your beauty. These peaches are highly sought after outside. Many have offered hefty sums. But I could not be bothered to entertain them. He continued, there are also many fresh seafood delicacies inside, freshly caught just before my arrival. Oh, and there is a small merman. Should you require merman tears, you may give him a good beating. The merman, when transformed into human form, is remarkably beautiful, so you may indulge at your leisure. Su Yang replied, very well. I shall prepare him for a meal, ensuring that your kind intentions are not in vain. Tao Wansu paused, then burst into laughter. All right, merman meat has its unique flavor. This one is still young, tender, and simply steaming it makes for a delightful dish. Should you find yourself craving more, come to me, and I shall take you to the sea for a fresh catch. As Tianling Qingli led Su Yang towards the next individual, Tao Wansu wiped at the corners of his eyes. He had laughed too heartily, and they had become slightly moist. What an intriguing young lady, to know of his mind-reading ability, yet gaze directly at him. In the past, those who discovered it would have preferred to close their eyes and distance themselves by 800 meters. Tao Wansu's gaze swept over Wen Sheng'an and Jin Yao. These two were indeed fortunate, chosen with such unwavering certainty. How he wished to be chosen so firmly, just once. Tianlang Qingli. This is the daughter of the actual controlling shareholder of the Xingxing Group, and she is also the next successor, named Nanyu. The name Xingxing Group rings a bell. Su Yang pondered for a moment and quickly recalled that this was indeed the Xingxing Group she encountered on the Garbage Star. Su Yang recounted her experiences on the Garbage Star, extolling the integrity of the Xingxing Group. The young lady who had once protected her was named Shen Guhong. She was remarkably responsible and took the time to explain various matters to her. Sister Yu, your people at the Xingxing Group are truly commendable. Nanyu was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Su Yang to have such a connection with the Xingxing Group. However, being praised for her own company naturally brought her joy. Shen Guhong, is it? I shall give her a raise upon my return. An hour had passed as introductions continued, and it was time for dining and drinking. The prominent figures gathered together, while the younger generation, including Su Yang, formed their own group. Throughout the evening, Su Yang became quite familiar with these individuals. In summary, the welcoming banquet was executed flawlessly, with not a single mishap. It was evident that this assembly of necromancers shared a solid rapport. Although some were not well acquainted, there were no instances of internal strife, and none exhibited any adverse emotions towards Su Yang due to her background. At midnight, the banquet concluded. Those with matters to attend to or property in the area began to depart gradually, while some chose to stay overnight at the villa. Su Yang and her companions returned to the villa previously owned by Jin Yao. Zhu Jian scrutinized his newly unveiled daughter. Although he maintained a composed exterior, his heart felt quite intricate. Anyone returning from a mission to discover they had a 25-year-old daughter would find it unsettling. Moreover, observing Su Yang's demeanor, it was clear she got along well with the others, and even his wife, Shi Yulan, seemed to have accepted Su Yang. Since they recognized her, he naturally did as well. Su Yang, may I call you Yang Yang in the future? Su Yang approached Zhu Jian, embracing him openly. You can call me whatever you like. Dad, I heard from Mom that you are the president of the Adventurers Guild. You are quite impressive. Thank you, Dad, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend my welcoming banquet. I hope it hasn't interfered with your work. Chapter 114. Lu Xinghe is kidnapped. Zhu Jian was momentarily frozen, instinctively glancing at Shi Yulan. His expression remained as steady as ever. But Shi Yulan could discern his flustered state and could not help but stifle a laugh. Both were necromancers, incapable of natural reproduction, and thus would not have biological children. Although they had 3 other children, each belonged to their original families, and due to the complex nature of necromancers, they had always kept their identities hidden. The children were raised in their own families, limiting their opportunities to meet. They had seen each other infrequently as children and would not exhibit such intimate gestures as adults. Therefore, they had never experienced the warmth of a daughter's embrace or reliance. It must be said, this feeling was rather delightful. Upon noticing Shi Yulan nodding in his direction, Zhu Jian maintained a composed demeanor while his arm, albeit somewhat stiff, gently patted Su Yang's back. From now on, your father shall call you Yang Yang. We shall not delay our work. It is not urgent at this moment, but your welcome banquet holds great significance. Your mother has shared your desires with me regarding the type of personal weapon you wish for, and I shall arrange for someone to forge a sword for you. Suyang pondered for a moment before replying, Thank you, father. A longsword would be splendid. Weapons are intended for combat, and once drawn, they signify perilous circumstances. The longsword, with its double-edged blade, is exquisitely sharp and ideally suited for vanquishing foes. However, I seem to lack proficiency in swordsmanship. Do you and mother have any recommendations for sword-fighting techniques? Previously, I learned some combat skills from Jin Yao, but I have never formally studied swordplay. Zhu Jian responded. You have come to the right person. The longsword is my forte. I will prepare a video for you, explaining the intricacies of swordsmanship, and arrange for someone to teach you in the meantime. Once I complete my current task, I shall personally instruct you. As he spoke, Zhu Jian tapped on his holographic device, promptly sending a friend recommendation to Su Yang's interface. Please add this individual. He is one of my subordinates. When you have the time, reach out to him for lessons. Additionally, would you care to join the Adventurers Guild? I can grant you access. Should you encounter any difficulties while outside, and we are unable to arrive in time, you will have the authority to summon all registered adventurers nearby for assistance. Tianlang Qingli and others interjected. Fourth sister, we all possess this privilege. Suyang readily accepted. All right, thank you, father. An invitation link appeared on the chat interface, and she clicked to join the Adventurers Guild. Zhu Jian adjusted the settings and bestowed upon Suyang an S-level permission. The SSS level is exclusive to him, the president, and a few vice presidents. The SS level is reserved for department heads and their deputies, while the S level is granted to high-ranking officials within the guild. This permission is already quite elevated for Suyang. Zhu Jian exploited his authority to grant her a backdoor entry. Subsequently, several individuals began instructing her on how to navigate the permissions. Once the flurry of activity subsided, both parties engaged in heartfelt conversation until the clock struck 6 in the morning and the sky outside began to lighten. That shall suffice for today. Yang has classes to attend, and education is paramount, Shi Yulan remarked, interrupting the dialogue as she glanced at the sky. We shall have ample time to meet again and can always convene in the nebula world. In truth, Suyang had no classes today, yet she did not refute this. She required solitude to process the day's interactions, as the previous day's discussions had left her mentally exhausted. The effort to forge connections with others while meticulously contemplating every word and action had drained her spirit. Now, she longed to recline in solitude for a while. Moreover, observing Shi Yulan and Zhu Jian, it was evident they had not seen each other in quite some time, and it was only right to afford the couple some private moments together. After bidding farewell, Suyang drove her hover vehicle towards the dormitory and subsequently retrieved the storage bracelet gifted by Tao Wangxiu, locating the little merman inside. The diminutive creature was in a state of slumber, bound by ropes and trapped within a bathtub. Observing the merman, scarcely half her height, Suyang let out a sigh and tossed him into a spring on Blue Star, before organizing her acquisitions from the day. Time slipped away unbeknownst to her until a sharp alert chimed thrice on her light brain. Citizen Suyang, your matched partner Lu Xinghe has been detected in a life-threatening situation. Their last known location was at XXXXXX, with vital signs indicating extreme peril. Shall I alert the authorities? Suyang sprang to her feet, her mind clearer than ever. The light brain was equipped with an automatic alarm system. According to interstellar law, once it identified a life at risk, it would send a distress signal to the individual's closest associate. With Lu Xinghe being an adult orphan without guardians or relatives, the law deemed his match to be his closest person, thus triggering the alert. By the heavens, Suyang murmured, suppressing her anxiety. Help me locate this address. Within a second, the response came. It is situated at the junction of the 6th Military District and the French Stars. Surveillance has been retrieved. Master, Lu Xinghe was taken by space pirates. Suyang inquired, is it possible to identify the pirates? What is their level of strength? What weaponry do they possess? The group is known as the Ghost Fire Space Pirate Gang, comprising 50 members, piloting the combat starship A-7625. According to information online, there is 1 level 13 ability user, 2 level 12 ability users, and 5 level 11 ability users among them. The A-7625 is an older model starship, equipped with 15 B-2672 combat robots. In less than a minute, Suyang had comprehended the entirety of the Ghost Fire Space Pirate Gang situation. Her expression darkened. Can we ascertain the direction in which the combat starship is heading? The starship is equipped with a signal jamming device, but I can easily bypass it. The breakthrough was swift. The combat starship was heading towards the chaotic triangle region. Chapter 115. To rescue him, the Human Federation, the Beastman Kingdom, and the Mechanical Empire formed a triangular bastion within the stars, with their convergence known as the chaotic triangle region, a lawless territory. Many heinous criminals sought refuge here, making it a stronghold for these space pirates. In theory, the 3 major powers could easily eradicate this area, but numerous individuals had connections to influential forces. and many prominent families preferred to delegate inconvenient matters to the people of this region. Consequently, amidst the intricate negotiations, the area remained intact. As thoughts of the chaotic triangle region crossed her mind, Su-Yang inhaled deeply and boarded her hover vehicle, accelerating towards her destination at the utmost speed. The light brain displayed the course of the Ghost Fire Space Pirate Gang, and an idea struck her: connect to Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu is the intelligent brain of Lu Xinghe and should always be close at hand. If Qiuqiu cannot be contacted, one must prepare for the worst. Tiandao, connection established. Qiuqiu's voice emanated from the other end. Mistress Su-Yang, is there something you wish to discuss with Qiuqiu? Su-Yang replied. Are you aware that Lu Xinghe has been kidnapped? Qiuqiu reassured her. Mistress Su-Yang, there is no need for concern. Master is unharmed. The abduction was intentional, aimed at infiltrating the enemy's camp to gather intelligence. Su-Yang exhaled in relief but remained puzzled. Yet, the information from the quantum brain indicates that his life is in danger. Moreover, his abilities have been compromised. How perilous it is for him to infiltrate alone. Qiuqiu explained. Master has ingested a weakening agent, which accounts for the alerts. Do not worry, Mistress Su-Yang. Although his abilities are diminished, his mecha and primary weapon remain intact. The materials used for both are of the highest caliber, and the Ghost Fire Space Pirate Group lacks the strength to breach his defenses. Master has the situation firmly under control. With such words from Qiuqiu, Su-Yang's heart settled. She inquired, Aren't you with Lu Xinghe? Qiuqiu replied, No, Master instructed me to operate the battle starship from a distance to provide immediate support. Su-Yang raised an eyebrow. A battle starship? Qiuqiu affirmed, Master possesses a small battle starship, far superior to the enemy's. Su-Yang continued, Since he intends to delve deep into enemy territory, has he called for additional support? Qiuqiu assured her, Master can handle them alone without the need for reinforcements. Very well, Su-Yang acknowledged, dismissing the notion of calling for support. I shall make my way to you. Remain vigilant for any enemy movements, and check for any accomplices nearby. The latest model of the hover vehicle in her possession rivaled the newest battle starships. Equipped with an arsenal of weapons and a cloaking feature that would render her undetectable by the Ghost Fire Space Pirate Group, provided she did not reveal herself. Furthermore, she had an ample supply of the latest battle robots at her disposal, and she felt unafraid to confront them head-on. If necessary, she could even summon the elite battle robots from Blue Star. As the saying goes, when one's strength is insufficient, external forces shall compensate. Although Lu Xinghe appeared unharmed, the thought of his abilities being destroyed weighed heavily on her mind. After all, he was her match. Knowing he had been taken by space pirates while she could save him yet remained idle, was she still human? Qiuqiu reassured her. Very well, Mistress Su-Yang. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact me. I will maintain constant communication with you. The mechanisms and laws of the intelligent brain were akin to those of a master. When Lu Xinghe was unreachable, Su-Yang became its second master, and it would not contradict her commands. Su-Yang activated the cloaking feature of her hover vehicle and sped away, simultaneously instructing Tiandao to infiltrate the network aboard the vessel of the Ghost Fire Space Pirate Group. The display screen of her hover vehicle illuminated, revealing Lu Xinghe bound hand and foot, secured to a single pillar, with no one else in sight, the atmosphere eerily silent. Su-Yang carefully scrutinized Lu Xinghe, who appeared to have endured some physical torment, looking rather frail and weakened. Yet, he was alive, intact, and unharmed. She commanded Tiandao, who invaded one of the robots, directing it to approach Lu Xinghe. The robot's screen flickered to life, displaying a message. Hello, Lu Xinghe. I am the intelligent system Tiandao, serving Su-Yang. My master is en route to rescue you. Do you have any plans? Should my master coordinate with you? After spending a day in the 6th Military District discussing strategies with the Marshal, Lu Xinghe prepared to return to the Galactic planet. However, halfway through his journey in the hovercar, he sensed a problem. The surrounding signals were being jammed, and Qiuqiu quickly deciphered the situation, revealing the involvement of the Ghost Fire Space Pirates. Even though he had taken a suppressant to restrain his abilities, he could easily annihilate the Ghost Fire Space Pirates with the resources at his disposal. Nevertheless, he refrained from taking action, having just conferred with the Marshal about their plans. It seemed suspicious that the Ghost Fire Space Pirates would attempt to ambush him so soon. He suspected that there were still undiscovered spies within the 6th Military District, and decided to infiltrate the situation to gather intelligence. Thus, he consumed a weakening potion, feigning an inability to resist, and allowed himself to be captured aboard the starship. However, Lu Xinghe soon realized he had misjudged the circumstances. Through the interactions of the space pirates, he quickly discerned that their motive for capturing him was not as he had assumed. Rather, it was simply that one of his enemies had leaked his whereabouts, intent on ensuring his demise. With numerous adversaries, he could not pinpoint the culprit, but it was evident that this individual occupied a position of significant power, as they had managed to track his movements. While he meticulously contemplated and eliminated possibilities, he noticed a robot approaching, followed by a message appearing on the screen. Tiandao, Su-Yong. Su-Yong had come to rescue him. In that moment, Lu Xinghe's heart skipped a beat. He could not articulate his feelings. Yet he could sense the hidden joy and anticipation swelling within him. He whispered, I have no plans. Tell Yang Yang to be cautious and prioritize her safety. She should meet up with Qiuqiu first. The precision with which they located him indicated that they must have contacted Qiuqiu beforehand. Text on the robot's screen changed swiftly. Su-Yong says to not worry and to take good care of yourself. She will come to bring you home. Home. Lu Xinghe quietly savored those words, allowing his emotions to ferment gradually. Happy National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone. A special chapter for the holiday. Countdown for Lu Xinghe to go offline. If he doesn't disconnect, how will our female protagonist enjoy the company of other handsome men? Confirmed male leads. Lu Xinghe, Jin Yao, Tao Wanxiu. Others to be determined. Chapter 116. Collision. Su-Yong drove the hovercar at a rapid pace, during which Tiandao utilized the network to analyze everything aboard the battle starship meticulously. At that moment, the information was displayed on Su-Yang's holographic screen, accompanied by a 3D model of the battleship, which clearly outlined its various layouts. Qiuqiu, utilizing the identity of Lu Xinghe, has successfully arranged the route and the sequence and timing of the spatial leap. As Su-Yong examined the internal structure of the battleship, she activated the spatial jump. After several transitions, she finally caught up with Qiuqiu after more than an hour. Fortunately, the battleship belonging to the Ghost Fire Space Pirates was an older model. In terms of sheer speed, her hover vehicle easily outpaced it by several streets. Upon arrival, Su-Yong wasted no time and immediately took action. Heavenly Path, seal all exits of the enemy battleship, block all air vents, control all robots, and take over the control room. She issued her commands with precision while steering her hover vehicle closer to the starship. Upon reaching a certain distance, she retracted her hover vehicle and activated her teleportation skill, instantly arriving inside the starship. She found herself in a restroom, devoid of any other presence. As the restroom door swung open, a robot controlled by Heavenly Path approached. Su-Yong handed a large quantity of ability suppression drugs to the robot. The robot exited and distributed the drugs to other robots, which then proceeded to their designated locations. In the dining area, 5 space pirates were enjoying their meal when they suddenly noticed a combat robot entering. Strange, what is a combat robot doing here? And it's coming straight for us. As several pirates exchanged puzzled glances, the combat robot approached and tore open the ability suppression drugs. What is this? The expression of the pirates shifted as they sensed something was amiss, instinctively attempting to mobilize their abilities. Damn it, it's the ability suppression drugs. Realizing the obstruction of their powers, they quickly reacted and rushed towards the exit. Enemy attack. Someone has infiltrated. Quickly, drink the drugs to release the suppression. Drinking it is useless. These suppression drugs must be of the highest quality. What the hell? Do they need such expensive means to kill us? Are we really worth so much? The pirates scrambled towards the door, but when they reached it, they found that it wouldn't budge no matter what they did. One pirate attempted to open the door with a password command, only to find that it was as unyielding as stone. Password input correct. Command executed successfully. Opening door. Failure. Password invalid. Command ineffective. The control room must have been breached. The commands cannot take effect. Who has the key? Use the key to open the door manually. The battleship's design had anticipated various contingencies. In addition to high-tech password commands, it retained the original manual key design. I have it. One pirate produced a key from his storage space, but just as he prepared to act, the combat robot they had overlooked sprang into action, firing steel cables that ensnared them and stripped them of their storage devices and other belongings. Only the furious shouts of the pirates remained in the dining area. Damn it! Why is the robot attacking us? In a dimly lit chamber, a space pirate lay soundly asleep when the door creaked open silently, allowing a robot to enter and tear open a vial of suppressive serum. The training room underwent a similar occurrence, as did the control room. Upon the robot's arrival and the administration of the serum, the band of space pirates instantly sensed something amiss. The entrance door descended stealthily, sealing the area into an isolated space. Armed with weapons, the combat robots engaged in battle with the startled pirates, who hastily donned their mechs. After a brief moment of panic, the pirate leader regained his composure. You few, intercept those robots. You, proceed to the console as per my instructions. The designated pirate swiftly reached the control panel, and in the next instant, the control room illuminated in a crimson hue, echoing with a chilling mechanical voice. Control failure. Fingerprint authentication invalid. Iris scan failed. Personal identification recognition malfunctioning. Password invalid. Command failure. The pirate leader commanded, disable intelligent control permissions and switch to manual control. Failure to disable intelligent control permissions, came the reply. Execute SSS level command permissions. Core code has been altered. Permissions are void. Command execution is impossible. Fury ignited within the pirate leader. Forcefully disable intelligent mode and revert to manual mode. Disabling intelligent permissions in progress. As the intelligent permissions teetered on the brink of deactivation, a self-destruct countdown initiated. 302-928-2726. Curse it, the pirate leader exclaimed. The crew, drenched in cold sweat, gasped no. If it detonates, we all perish. Gritting his teeth, he shouted. Halt the shutdown. Which fool is behind this? Is it Lu Xinghe, or someone sent to rescue him? Damnable. We should have eliminated Lu Xinghe the moment we captured him, instead of planning to drag him back for humiliation. In an expansive room, a robot entered, carrying an exquisite array of food, beverages, and fruits, and proceeded to untie Lu Xinghe. Text began to materialize on the robot's panel. My master requests that you rest here for a while. Do not wander. Once she has dealt with the intruders outside, she will come for you. Another robot followed, hauling a large couch. Su Yang observed the holographic interface displaying surveillance from various locations aboard the starship. Confirming that all had been isolated and incapacitated, she opened the restroom door and ventured out, commencing her assault from the less populated areas. As the door swung open, the slumbering space pirate on the bed fell silently to his demise. You have slain NPC Lu Longhu, gaining 9,000 experience, 3,000 gold, and a skill book. Su Yang collected the holographic storage devices and other valuables from the corpse, subsequently stowing the body away. These pirates were all on the wanted list. Turning them over to the authorities would yield rewards, and with the dead, no opportunity for profit should go to waste. Having dealt with this individual, Su Yang proceeded to another room. With swift precision, she struck down her next foes. You have slain. You have slain. Su Yang advanced forward, continuing her path of destruction, ultimately arriving at the control room. The control room was bustling with activity, housing no less than 11 individuals, including the notorious leader of the Ghost Firestar Pirates. Su Yang ascended into the hovercraft, and the door before her opened under the command of the celestial mechanism. Kill her. A furious voice echoed as the door barely creaked ajar, and the pirate-controlled mechas surged towards Su Yang. Various beams of supernatural energy and an array of weaponry were unleashed upon her. The cacophony of clashing assaults reverberated against the hovercraft, yet it remained immovable, not even a scratch marring its surface. A faint smirk graced Su Yang's lips as she maneuvered the hovercraft, commanding, charge. With a resounding crash, the hovercraft accelerated, its tail sweeping aside 3 mechas effortlessly. They were sent hurtling backward, colliding with the surrounding barriers, producing a deafening roar. Celestial mechanism, take control of these mechas. Their materials could fetch a handsome sum. The thought of destroying them all brings me a twinge of regret, Su Yang mused. Understood, the celestial mechanism replied. Within mere seconds, the mechas broke free from the pirates' control, expelling the pirates themselves. Su Yang deftly navigated the hovercraft through the ranks of pirates, her weapon striking down one adversary after another. You cannot kill me. I am a 13th tier powerhouse. I can serve you. I possess knowledge of many family secrets. I can divulge them all. One pirate pleaded, but Su Yang merely cast a sidelong glance at him. The more one knows, the swifter the demise, and who could fathom the veracity of his claims? The pirates' abilities were suppressed, rendering them utterly defenseless against Su Yang. In their terror, they resorted to various temptations, but Su Yang remained impassive, disregarding their desperate pleas as her weapon continued its relentless assault. In less than a minute, all the pirates lay dead. Su Yang commenced the task of clearing the battlefield. Rummaging through the leader's storage space, her eyebrows arching in surprise at the bountiful provisions within, she then glanced at the leader's account balance, astonished to find it in the billions. What a windfall! After half an hour of tidying up, Su Yang assessed her gains. Firstly, her level had risen to 112, marking her as an 11th tier extraordinary being. Additionally, she received rewards for slaying foes, 3 domain gems, 6 skill books, and 3 chances for a lottery draw. Although the skill books and lottery opportunities were commonplace, they were still quite valuable, and she discovered an intriguing detail. You have defeated the NPC Lin Zai, earning rewards, 15,000 experience, 500 gold, 1 water domain gem, 1 skill book, 1 lottery chance. Her gaze shifted to the game notification, revealing that whenever domain gems were dropped from slain foes, skill books and lottery chances would invariably follow suit. 3 domain gems equated to 3 lottery draws, without exception. She had previously lamented the completion of her achievements, fearing future lottery opportunities would be scarce, yet here they awaited her. This was, without a doubt, a delightful surprise. Having meticulously organized everything, she found herself at Lu Xinghe's location. The door swung open, revealing Lu Xinghe's silhouette. Su Yang gazed at Lu Xinghe, who returned her look, and they both hurried towards each other. I've come to take you home, she declared. Let me first examine your injuries. Grasping Lu Xinghe's arm, she frowned at the visible marks, murmuring, that must hurt terribly. Your abilities have been compromised. Do not push yourself next time. Your safety is paramount. From her storage space, she retrieved a healing pod, inserted an energy stone, and urged Lu Xinghe, quickly, Lie down inside. All right, Lu Xinghe acquiesced, allowing Su Yang to guide him. Through the pod, he observed her, a tumult of emotions swelling within him as if something were on the verge of overflowing. In truth, his injuries were merely superficial. With his level 15 abilities, such damage barely constituted a scratch. Yet, he relished everything Su Yang was doing for him, enveloped in a warmth reminiscent of home. He closed his eyes, preparing to accompany Su Yang back home. Several hours later, Su Yang returned to the Galactic Star, arriving at Lu Xinghe's room. They both retreated to their respective quarters to freshen up. After an entire night without sleep and the preceding battle, Su Yang found herself stained with blood. Moreover, the absence of brushing her teeth and washing her face left her feeling quite uncomfortable. Lu Xinghe was in a nearly identical predicament. Once they had both completed their routines, Lu Xinghe emerged from the bathroom and noticed a message from the Marshal. Marshal Mu Shi, when do you plan to conduct the tests regarding Su Yang? It has been 2 years, the plan is nearing completion, and I will not tolerate any errors. Holding his light brain, Lu Xinghe stared at the message for several seconds before responding, I've just arrived home, I will send you a video shortly. He retrieved the items previously given by the Marshal, contemplating before taking out a bracelet and embedding the object into it. Once he had completed these preparations and stepped outside, he found Su Yang already seated on the sofa, engrossed in her light brain, managing various affairs. She was adorned in a pale moon-white outfit, casually reclining on the sofa. Her head hung slightly, with her long hair cascading down to her shoulders. The hair, somewhat obstructing her view, prompted Su Yang to tuck it behind her ear, unveiling her exquisite profile. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden halo upon her, rendering her ethereal. Lu Xinghe stood rooted to the spot, captivated by Su Yang's presence. However, uncertainty lingered in his heart. While he estimated the probability of Su Yang being parasitized at a mere 10%, any probability warranted a complete dismissal. But what if she discovered his clandestine actions? He yearned to indulge his selfish desires and live with her for eternity, concealing certain truths from her. Yet, an ominous premonition gripped him. This secret might not remain hidden from Su Yang. If she were to find out, what would be the ultimate outcome? As soon as Lu Xinghe contemplated this matter, a heaviness enveloped his heart, and an uncontrollable sense of panic surged within him. He placed a hand over his heart, realizing just how significant Su Yang had become to him. The mere thought of her possibly leaving him caused an unbearable ache deep within. Anxiety, fear, emptiness, and distress overwhelmed him. Initially, he had merely intended to draw closer to Su Yang, to ascertain whether she was truly a host. Instead, he found that she had effortlessly nestled into his heart. With a swallow, Lu Xinghe suppressed his emotions and approached her step by step. Despite the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, he kept his countenance composed. He settled beside Su Yang, yielding to his heart's desire, and enveloped her in his embrace. His chin rested upon her shoulder, as he greedily inhaled her fragrant scent. Chapter 118. Granting you all my first. Lu Xinghe held Su Yang in silence, and she, absorbed in her tasks on her holographic computer, paid him no mind. Lu Xinghe cast his gaze upon her. Her device was set to privacy mode, obscuring its contents from him. Yet he could surmise that she was occupied with matters concerning the space pirates. It was only when Su Yang shifted her focus that he spoke up. Have you decided how to handle the pirates you eliminated? The warships, the robots aboard, the various weapons, and the mechs? Su Yang did not conceal her actions. I've already contacted the police regarding the bodies, confirmed the bounty, and on my way back, I had the robots transport them. The bounty has already been credited. She continued. As for the warships and mechas, I plan to sell them on the black market. Lu Xinghe tightened his grip around her slightly. Have you considered selling these items to me? Su Yang looked surprised. Selling them to you? With a hint of amusement in his tone, Lu Xinghe replied. Have you forgotten? I own 11 planets and have numerous subordinates. These items are quite essential. All right then. Su Yang nodded, handing him her storage ring. I'll give them to you at the black market's depreciation price, and I'll even throw in a little extra. Inside were all the spoils from this endeavor. She encouraged him to assess their worth. Lu Xinghe casually glanced at the contents before placing them away, then opened his holographic computer to initiate a transfer to Su Yang. Upon receiving the notification, Su Yang opened it and was momentarily stunned, unable to suppress her curiosity. Did you just add an extra 20-some zeros? This amount exceeded billions. It had escalated to trillions. Lu Xinghe nuzzled her shoulder. No, that's the exact sum. I noticed that during the previous auction, you hadn't touched the account I provided you. Upon deep reflection, I concluded that I should not have shared an account with you. Instead, I ought to transfer directly to you. Only what is in your card is truly yours. So I sent half over. While Su Yang felt touched, she simultaneously found herself at a loss. Thank you, but this is far too much. The sum was so vast that she had completely lost any concept of star currency, only perceiving a long string of zeros. Lu Xinghe drew her closer. However, once we marry, all of this will belong to you. Did you speak falsehoods before? You once mentioned that we would marry and have our own home. In my heart, I believe we are destined to unite in matrimony. Have you never contemplated the prospect of marriage with me? If not, why do you treat me with such detachment and even utter the word thank you? Su-Yang thought to herself, very well, whatever he says goes. By the way, Lu Xinghe spoke again. Do you like this house? I shall transfer it into your name. You just need to consent. Once more, a message arrived on the holographic device. Su-Yang glanced down and discovered not only a property transfer document, but also 2 planetary transfer certificates. One was for a B-grade resource planet, and the other for a B-grade tourist planet. Why would he transfer these to me as well? Lu Xinghe replied, we are to be married. These assets will inevitably belong to you. It is merely a matter of timing. Su-Yang cast a skeptical glance at Lu Xinghe, only to realize that he had been holding her all along, preventing her from seeing his expression clearly. Her heart stirred as she stood up and settled onto his lap, gazing directly into his eyes. Are you having second thoughts? The recent kidnapping must have profoundly affected Lu Xinghe, especially since his abilities were now nullified. Although he could rely on external forces, it was entirely natural to feel insecure in a world where everyone possesses powers. If she were in his place, she too would feel vulnerable. She embraced Lu Xinghe, gently patting his back. I am here for you. I will become strong and protect you, so there is no need to fear. Yang. Lu Xinghe cradled her face in his hands, pressing a kiss upon her forehead, then trailing down to her lips. The first kiss was gentle and fleeting. After a few moments, a second kiss followed. Lu Xinghe did not delve deeper. Their lips merely intermingled, savoring the moment, reminiscent of when Su-Yang first kissed him. With the third kiss, Lu Xinghe's intentions grew bolder, infused with an irresistible force, blending tenderness with an undertone of desire. After a long while, they parted, both breathing softly as they held each other. Lu Xinghe played with Su-Yang's hair. These 2 planets hold special significance for me. The resource planet was the first I acquired through military merit. The tourist planet was the first reward bestowed upon me by the army, a recognition of my capabilities. He took Su-Yang's hand and placed it against his lips. You were my first kiss. Then, he guided her hand to his throat. Here? I was first kissed and bitten by you. Following that, he placed her hand on his body. You were my first contact with the opposite sex. I wish to share all my firsts with you. Please do not refuse. Su-Yang's heart raced, finding Lu Xinghe's tenderness today utterly astonishing. His emotions laid bare in such an unguarded manner that she felt overwhelmed. Very well. She heard her own reply. In truth, I too have never experienced this before. I too have never kissed anyone. The rest she found too embarrassing to voice. It would be inappropriate to confess that he was her first in such intimate encounters. The impulsiveness of that moment made it difficult to articulate now. She lowered her gaze and acquiesced to the transfer request sent by Lu Xinghe. The 2 then confirmed a few other details, and thus, these 2 planets along with the house completely belonged to Su-Yang. Witnessing the completion of the transaction, Lu Xinghe embraced Su-Yang once more, his voice gentle yet resolute. Su-Yang, I have feelings for you. Do you share the same sentiment? Without a trace of hesitation, Su-Yang replied, I do. There was no reason to deny it. She boldly accepted the fluttering of her heart. Your words alone suffice. Lu Xinghe let out a soft chuckle, murmuring to himself. He inhaled deeply and retrieved a meticulously prepared bracelet from his storage space, fastening it around Su-Yang's wrist. This is for you. I believe it complements you beautifully. Su-Yang glanced at her wrist, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes at the exquisite craftsmanship. The bracelet, predominantly silver, was adorned with tiny, flawless lavender gemstones, which, along with the silver, intricately outlined elaborate patterns, a marvel of artistry. I adore it, thank you. As her words faded, a voice echoed in Su-Yang's mind. Master. An unknown chip has been detected implanted within the bracelet. The chip possesses multiple functionalities including scanning, locating, detecting, probing, and eavesdropping. Its performance and concealment capabilities are significantly superior to those currently available on the market. It is likely a product of the military. Chapter 119. Betting my life on your trust. The smile on Su-Yang's lips faltered, and her once racing heart seemed to slow. Time appeared to stand still in that moment. After an indeterminate period, she took a deep breath and regained her composure. There was no reason to be disheartened. She had long harbored her suspicions, hadn't she? She distanced herself from Lu Xinghe, scrutinizing him intently. Is there something you wish to disclose about this bracelet? Lu Xinghe had been observing Su-Yang's actions, and upon noticing her hand, which had been caressing the bracelet, suddenly freeze, an ominous premonition surged within him. The body in his embrace seemed to stiffen. So she had indeed discovered the truth. A multitude of pain welled up in his heart, and he did not attempt to suppress it. He allowed the discomfort to envelop him entirely. Yet his mind remained unervingly calm, a trait honed from years of commanding. He spoke softly. You have already surmised, haven't you? Su-Yang replied with remarkable composure. I have indeed guessed, especially since your earlier words in the hospital were quite indicative. He had mentioned that she was unlike others who had emerged from the garbage star, hinting at something more. However, I do not understand. What does my situation signify? What potential threats could it pose to you or to the galaxy? The use of military-grade equipment signified that the implications of this situation had surpassed her imagination, shattering her previous conjectures of a trap. What do you intend to do next? Are you planning to detain me? If that is the case, I would have no choice but to eliminate you. She cared for him, yet her safety could never be compromised. Should he pose a threat to her, she would not hesitate to eradicate him. No, Lu Xinghe shook his head. I am sorry, but due to confidentiality, I cannot disclose any further information at this time. However, I can reveal to you that the items on the bracelet are meant to verify your identity. The verification process has concluded, and you are no longer under suspicion. With that, he retrieved the bracelet. Su Yang pondered for a moment. What if I had not been cleared of suspicion? What would you do? I would kill you. Lu Xinghe heard his own voice, calm and composed. Su Yang, even if you have feelings for me? Lu Xinghe, even if I do. I understand now. Su Yang nodded. Since the verification is complete, does that mean I am free and safe from here on? Will anyone else come to trouble me? Lu Xinghe, I swear on my life, there will be no more. From this day forth, you are free and safe. Indeed. Su Yang lowered her head and activated her light brain. I request to terminate the match. Please agree on your end. Lu Xinghe's movement slowed for a moment. His breath momentarily disordered. Even though he had long been prepared for the worst, hearing Su Yang utter those words made him realize he was still unable to accept it. He numbly opened his light brain, stared at the application for a few seconds in silence, and then clicked to agree. Thus, their match was completely dissolved. Su Yang manipulated her light brain. The house, the planet, and the star coins you gave me, I will transfer them back to you. No need. Lu Xinghe rejected her request. Do you remember what I said when we first met? Even if we ultimately understand that we are not suited for each other and choose to part ways, you need not return this money. It is merely the expenses I shouldered during our relationship, and you should not feel any psychological burden. Those items were given to you before we dissolved our match, so you do not need to return them. Su Yang suddenly looked up, staring intently at Lu Xinghe. Thinking of the words he had deliberately chosen and the gifts he had given her, she couldn't help but smile in disbelief. As expected of the commander, even in a breakup, he had left himself a way to reclaim her, effectively ensuring she could not forget him. She held his gaze in silence for a time before standing up, only to sit back down, remembering something. Since you do not intend to reclaim these items, then this house is mine now. You should pack your things and prepare to move out. Su Yang. Lu Xinghe's expression was inscrutable. Do you hate me? Hate? Not quite. Su Yang shook her head. I respect you as a competent soldier. The Human Federation is fortunate to have a commander like you. As an ordinary person, encountering such a selfless leader is a privilege. You took me to see a doctor, explained various battle command videos to me, assisted in my growth, and guided me during my emotional turmoil. You also provided me with a considerable amount of star coins, bought me numerous clothes, and broadened my horizons. As Su Yang recounted each instance, she realized how much Lu Xinghe had done for her, permeating every aspect of her life. So why would I hate you? It is simply that we must part ways now. When do you plan to move out? Lu Xinghe curled the corners of his mouth, yet his smile bore a hint of bitterness. Aside from the confidential matter I cannot disclose to you, there is one other thing I can share, and I hope you will keep it a secret. My abilities have not been destroyed. The pretense of their destruction is linked to that secret. Su Yang was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. To be reviled across the internet, subjected to online harassment, gazed upon with disappointment, and ridiculed by the masses, was it all for that secret? Hidden for 2 years? She inhaled deeply and stated, you need not divulge it to me. No, Lu Xinghe shook his head. Only by knowing my secret will you refrain from wishing to end my life. Although Su Yang's murderous intent had been veiled, he had still sensed it. What? A foreboding feeling arose within Su Yang. Lu Xinghe continued, I am aware of your connection to Blue Star, and in the name of the planet's master, I wish to propose a collaboration with your Blue Star. In an instant, a weapon materialized in Su Yang's hand, and she ruthlessly swung it towards Lu Xinghe's neck. He neither flinched nor dodged, allowing the blade to slice through his throat. Crimson blood gushed forth as Lu Xinghe's eyes glazed over, collapsing weakly onto the sofa. His fragmented words emerged. I am willing to offer my secret and my life to assure you that you can trust me. Su Yang observed him coldly. Watching as the light faded from his eyes, his breath grew faint, and his body turned increasingly cold. Her hand trembled slightly before she cursed under her breath, retrieving a healing chamber and placing Lu Xinghe inside. Within the chamber, his pallid complexion was alarming. Su Yang rummaged through her storage space for a moment, extracting items to replenish his vitality and adding them to the healing chamber. With these enhancements, Lu Xinghe's color gradually returned to normal. Chapter 120. Did I not win the bet? Tiandao witnessed the entire scene unfold, observing as Lu Xinghe's vital signs began to stabilize within the chamber. Curiously, he inquired, Master, why did you not kill him? That would have been the optimal solution. Su Yang's tone was cryptic as she replied. Do you wonder why he emphasized the secret before his demise? Why? Tiandao asked. Su-Yang slowly articulated her prior speculation. His secret is undoubtedly intertwined with the confidential matter he mentioned. If I am not mistaken, he plays a significant role within that secret, being one of its core personnel. The bracelet equipped with a chip, manufactured by the military, indicates that I have been flagged by them. His probing with the chip was likely an order from the military as well. If I were to kill him here, what do you think would be the implications? Though the exact charges remain unclear, they would certainly be connected to that secret. Furthermore, I suspect the ramifications of that secret are far-reaching. Otherwise, Lu Xinghe, such a prodigy, would not have made such a sacrifice, utilizing a chip that surpasses current market standards, one that required considerable effort to develop. Should he die, I would find myself pursued by the entire human federation. Faced with such a pursuit, no amount of gaming would suffice for resistance, unless I were to escape this starry realm altogether. What resources do I possess? A mech hovercar? How could it contend against thousands? An illusion? With mind-reading abilities now a reality, who can predict the emergence of even more bizarre powers? The advancements in interstellar technology are astonishing. While she may alter her ocular fingerprints, her genetic makeup remains immutable. Others could still trace her through her genes. And what if they resorted to employing genetic screening devices? Escape to Blue Star? On Blue Star, devoid of any network, she would find herself utterly blind, entirely at the mercy of her circumstances. Furthermore, Blue Star is still situated within the realm of the stars. As the Human Federation intensifies its search, it is only a matter of time before they discover her. The current lack of discovery concerning Blue Star can be attributed to two factors: the distraction caused by dust light and the unlikelihood of anyone considering that an abandoned planet could be cultivated, especially given its prior lack of oxygen and depletion of resources. What about fleeing to the Mechanical Empire or the Beastman Kingdom? Such options are even less viable. She can assure herself that she would scarcely have the chance to escape the Human Federation, and who can guarantee that these three factions wouldn't conspire together? Of course, there is another aspect she is reluctant to confront. If a bounty were placed on her head, what would her mother, Shi Yulan, choose to do? As a member of the military, she would likely show no mercy and eliminate her without hesitation. Su-Yang closed her eyes, recalling the warmth of Shi Yulan's embrace, the dedication with which she had planned her training amidst the necromancers, and the resources she had exchanged for her through military merit. Despite their brief time together, Su-Yang found herself yearning for that connection. A multitude of thoughts raced through her mind, and she realized the answer was already within her grasp. Now, she needed to reverse engineer that answer. You are unlike those who hail from Garbage Star. What distinguishes her? Is it her personality, her experiences, or something else entirely? She carefully reflected on her first encounter with Lu Xinghe, her mind drifting back to that cup of tea. Had anyone from Garbage Star ever tasted such exquisite tea? The answer is undoubtedly no. A person exhibiting traits entirely incongruent with her origins, soul transference. This possibility struck Su-Yang immediately. Lu Xinghe's suspicions regarding her being a vessel for soul transference and his evident wariness suggest that there have been others before her who underwent such experiences, resulting in significant repercussions, and surely not just one, but several. Coupled with Lu Xinghe's previous revelations regarding the incident that led to the cessation of his powers and the battle against the star beasts and star plants, which reportedly claimed thousands of lives, Su-Yang gasped in realization. Could this soul transference be linked to the star beasts and star plants? Did Lu Xinghe suspect he had been overtaken by the star beasts and star plants? If this hypothesis holds true, it is indeed a grave matter. The greatest adversary of humanity could potentially seize control of them. The ramifications of such an event would be unfathomable, and the thousands who perish serve as but a glimpse of the catastrophe that could unfold. Su-Yang's gaze settled upon Lu Xinghe, her heart calming significantly. Truth be told, she was somewhat reluctant to see Lu Xinghe meet his demise, even when she contemplated severing their bond. Killing him had not crossed her mind, until he broached the subject of Blue Star, sealing his fate in her eyes. She found herself in a precarious position. However, Lu Xinghe provided her with an opportunity for reprieve, proposing a trade of secrets to spare his life. Su-Yang's emotions were exceedingly intricate. She slowly settled into a chair, reminiscing about matters concerning Blue Star. How did Lu Xinghe uncover her connection with Blue Star? If she had inadvertently aroused his suspicions during their initial encounter, he would undoubtedly have conducted an investigation. At that time, what could she have concealed on the garbage planet? The only possibility was her online activity. She recalled her actions after acquiring the light brain. Aside from the initial forced matching, she promptly searched for information regarding Blue Star's shop, likely the moment her trail was exposed. With the advent of the celestial path, her online presence became imperceptible, as it would erase all traces. However, prior to that, she had utilized a rudimentary light brain, making her online footprints easily traceable. It was her carelessness. Yet who could have anticipated that a person she met for the first time would harbor suspicions about her? After all, the original persona had no acquaintances, which is why she hadn't disguised herself as the original. Su-Yang found herself engulfed in profound self-reflection. She glanced at Lu Xinghe, only to discover that he had regained consciousness, his eyes open, though she was unaware of when this had occurred. Confused, she asked, "Now that we have parted ways, why did you expose your extraordinary abilities in the matters concerning Blue Star? You must have known about my connection to Blue Star. Why reveal it now, of all times?" These were the 2 points she could not comprehend. Had he not voluntarily disclosed information about Blue Star, she would not have contemplated harming him, and they would have parted amicably. Lu Xinghe's voice was somewhat hoarse as he replied, "I regret that I cannot divulge confidential matters. However, I do not wish to conceal anything regarding my abilities. If I do not speak now, our future estrangement will deepen. If that occurs, I shall have no opportunity left. This is the most opportune moment for my confession. As for Blue Star," Lu Xinghe gazed at Su Yang and said, "I discovered the issue due to your search history. I am selfish. I have feelings for you, and I do not wish for you to forget me. I want you to remember me." Su Yang felt perplexed. "Even if the price is nearly being harmed by me?" Lu Xinghe responded, "Thus, I first revealed my secret, which led to the disclosure of Blue Star. I surmise that your intelligence allows you to deduce many things. I suspect you would not genuinely wish to see me perish." It proved that his gamble had succeeded, did it not? In Chapter 121, Collaboration, Su Yang offered her commentary. Regardless, she could never bring herself to intentionally injure herself merely to be remembered by someone she admired. There were countless men in the world. If one did not suffice, she could easily find another, refusing to become ensnared by a single tree. Yet, Su Yang had to admit her double standards. While she could not achieve such a feat, she secretly hoped her partner could. She longed to be chosen steadfastly, regardless of circumstances, with the assurance that her partner would never abandon her and would consistently choose her. However, such a partner was nearly non-existent, as he had his own parents, relatives, and career, rendering this merely a concealed aspiration within her heart. She was acutely aware that her aspirations were extravagant, perhaps even fanciful, which is why she had never voiced them aloud. Just moments ago, Lu Xinghe's actions and words had pierced her heart deeply. However, the barriers between them were insurmountable, rendering any possibility of their union utterly impossible. "Very well, let us put this matter aside." Su Yang had now attained a state of complete tranquility. "You previously mentioned a desire to collaborate with me. What form might that collaboration take? Since events have transpired and lives have been saved, it is prudent to refrain from overthinking and instead focus on maximizing mutual benefits. If collaboration is feasible, she would not decline. After all, even if their relationship were fraught with emotional entanglements, they could still become allies if sufficient incentives were present." Lu Xinghe exhaled a sigh of relief. Although this course of action was fraught with peril, the outcome had proven fortuitous. As long as they maintained a partnership and continued their communication, boundless possibilities lay ahead. He felt that enduring a modicum of suffering for the potential of future collaboration was a worthwhile exchange. After a moment's contemplation, he ventured to inquire, "May I ask why Blue Star has closed its doors these past few days? Are you facing difficulties with food supplies?" Su Yang replied, "Food production is stable. You need not worry. The store's announcement clearly stated that it is temporarily closed due to upgrades." Lu Xinghe continued, "I wish to procure a certain quantity of food from you. You may wonder why, given that I possess ample supplies, I seek collaboration. Allow me to elucidate. The food I cultivate on my planet is largely fixed in yield, and a portion must be allocated to the treasury. The food supply is transparent, and many items face restrictions. I have a group of subordinates, which I have kept undisclosed. The food I seek is intended for them, individuals I have trained to aid me in seeking vengeance. Certain members of the Liu family have wronged my parents. Although the mastermind has been eliminated, numerous accomplices remain, and they are my targets for retribution." He activated his holographic device, projecting an image into the air. It depicted a planet where numerous individuals clad in combat attire were engaged in training. "These are my people. The planet's coordinates are XXXXX. In an effort to reassure Su Yang, he revealed his secret. Long-term consumption of food with a purification value of 100 accelerates the enhancement of one's abilities, increases the potential limit of those abilities, and alleviates mental turmoil. Previously, my endeavors to procure food externally were fraught with risk and instability. Now, with your assistance, I seek a long-term, stable partnership." Su Yang chuckled softly. "Do you truly believe my food supplies lack a market? Given the current demand exceeds supply, why would I choose to collaborate with you?" Lu Xinghe responded, "Every fortnight or month, I shall send you a video. These will detail various battles, offering in-depth analyses of the commander's strategies and objectives. You must understand that many battles are not publicly disclosed, with much information circulating only within select circles. You should be acquainted with my command capabilities." Su Yang fell silent. The proposition was undeniably enticing, an irresistible allure. "How much food do you require? What varieties do you seek? How much do you need? Let us proceed with drafting a contract. Are there any other collaborations beyond food?" "Yes." Lu Xinghe spoke in a calm tone, as if conducting official business. I wish to understand the delivery function on Blue Star. Can I utilize this service to dispatch items to designated locations? Regrettably, no, Su Yang replied without hesitation. The delivery service on Blue Star currently caters exclusively to Blue Star and does not engage in partnerships with outsiders. Should there be a need for collaboration in the delivery sector, I would first have to transport those items to Blue Star and then list them in my small shop. This matter cannot be entrusted to anyone else. It is solely within my purview, which places me at a distinct disadvantage. Understood, Lu Xinghe acknowledged without disappointment. Having never anticipated that the delivery collaboration would succeed, he speculated that the delivery service could reach any location instantaneously, undoubtedly linked to the dispatch origin, which Su Yang would certainly not disclose to outsiders. He merely wished to converse with Su Yang a little longer. After today, their next meeting remained uncertain. He sighed inwardly. I will have Chiu draft a contract, which may take some time. In the meantime, I shall tidy up, as I intend to move today. Lu Xinghe rose and departed, leaving Su Yang alone in the living room. Su Yang embraced Tiandao, gently squeezing its fluffy paws. Tiandao, do you think I made the right move? Tiandao responded. Master, are you referring to the decision not to eliminate Lu Xinghe? Yes, in my logical computations. Terminating Lu Xinghe indeed represents the optimal solution. Su Yang fell silent, cradling Tiandao and stroking it again before speaking. Tiandao, do you possess human emotions? Master, I am an intelligent system. I lack emotions. Su Yang pondered for a moment. Let me rephrase. If you were to be compromised and your directives altered, compelling you to eliminate me, would you comply? I would, Master. I obey commands. Even if you still recognize me, even if you remember our shared memories? Yes, Master. Huh. Su Yang buried her face in Tiandao's soft belly. But I am human, not a cold machine. I have my own feelings and concerns. Thus, the saying that deities must not be swayed by mortal emotions holds truth. Once a deity succumbs to such emotions, be it familial, friendship, or love, they become susceptible to desires and selfishness. She jested. When deities become emotional, the three realms descend into chaos. Tiandao grasped Su Yang's hand with its paw. However, Master, the prerequisite is that Tiandao must be successfully compromised. Given the current state of interstellar technology, such an event is improbable. Moreover, should Tiandao detect an intrusion, it would initiate a self-destruct protocol, ensuring no harm befalls the Master. This is inscribed in the foundational code. The Master will always be Tiandao as foremost priority. It would rather sacrifice itself than inflict any harm upon the Master. Chapter 122. I am not impotent in the room. Lu Xinghe activated his holographic computer, sending out an edited video. The footage displayed him implanting the chip into a bracelet, adorning it on Su Yang, followed by the chip remaining silent and Su Yang emerging unharmed. He subsequently sent the results of the chip inspection. With that, Su Yang's suspicions were entirely dispelled. Marshal Mu Shi, all right, received. Marshal Mu Shi, when you two get married, I shall prepare a generous gift for you. Lu Xinghe, thank you, Aunt Mu. But Su Yang and I have already terminated our match. Marshal Mu Shi, Lu Xinghe, in a moment of passion today, I discovered that I am impotent. Lu Xinghe, it might be due to injuries sustained in previous battles. The matter of their match being dissolved could not be concealed, especially at this juncture, which was bound to arouse suspicion. By placing all the blame upon him, no one would pay heed to Su Yang. Marshal Mu Shi, have you seen a doctor? Marshal Mu Shi, what did the doctor say? Marshal Mu Shi held no doubts regarding Lu Xinghe's statement. Although there were signs of editing in the recent video, it was apparent that the two had embraced and had clearly shared a kiss. For the youth, such actions in a moment of ardor were entirely natural. After all, she had once walked that path herself. Lu Xinghe, I only discovered this today. I shall see a doctor once this matter concludes. Lu Xinghe, Aunt Mu, you know I am a plant-type beast man, and I have never experienced such sensations before. Marshal Mu Shi, and regarding Su Yang, having raised her late best friend's only child since he was 7, Mu Shi was quite invested in seeing him wed. Su Yang was indeed a good child, and despite Lu Xinghe's reputation being marred by the loss of his abilities, she held no disdain for him. Observing Lu Xinghe's demeanor, it was evident he held affection for Su Yang, and she sincerely hoped they could be together. However, she never anticipated that Lu Xinghe would be impotent. No wonder Su Yang ran away. If she were in her shoes, she too would terminate the match, and she could not defend Lu Xinghe in this regard. Lu Xinghe, once I see the doctor and remedy my condition, I shall pursue her anew. He then opened the contacts of Shun Ziqiu and Lin Feng, both of whom had treated Su Yang. From their perspective, it would appear that Su Yang was cured and thus ended their match, which could lead to misunderstandings. He wished to prevent them from harboring any negative impressions of Su Yang. He conveyed the same reasoning to them regarding the dissolution of his match with Su Yang. Their reactions mirrored that of Marshal Mu Shi. Subsequently, he contacted his subordinates, requesting them to procure a remedy for his impotence. If he were to act, he would do so thoroughly. Outside the room, Su Yang cradled Tiandao for a considerable time, indulging in some sweets. After a heartbreak, especially a first love, she allowed herself a moment of melancholy, relishing the desserts to ease her thoughts. Once she had savored the sweets, she began to contemplate her next steps, opening her notes to record the tasks ahead. First on her list were the artificial sun and moon, which were crucial for determining whether Blue Star could complete its natural water cycle and would significantly impact subsequent agricultural advancements. Tiandao, have you found any results regarding the artificial sun and moon as I previously requested? Tiandao, I have detected related industries within the black market, though they are quite concealed. The black market, akin to the 10 great families, possesses independent intelligence systems, rivaling that of Hongmeng. Tiandao is diligently seeking further information. Good. Su Yang nodded, relieved to receive information. The rest was merely a matter of time. The transformation of the protective shield around Blue Star would take a month, providing an opportune moment to develop Blue Star and expand its agricultural scale. With the substantial star currency previously bestowed by Lu Xinghe, it should be possible to elevate Blue Star to new heights. This endeavor must be prioritized. Additionally, she felt a lingering regret over not exploring the tree of life on the magical planet. It was the sole and irreplaceable entity in the entire galaxy. If it could be cultivated successfully, the rewards from the game would be unimaginable. Furthermore, there was that classmate B from school, the prodigy discovered through Wang Qianfan's chat records. She wondered if it would be possible to recruit him. Establishing a company also needed to be placed on the agenda. Now that her health had improved and she possessed 2 publicly acknowledged planets, she planned to set up the company on the tourism planet. Once the company was established, she could enter into contracts with Li Rongxing and others. She also intended to inspect the 2 planets once they were under her management. Tiandao, can you manage the networks of those 2 planets? Su Yang inquired, wishing to develop her own company and establish her own influence, thereby avoiding the need for secrecy in endeavors such as constructing artificial suns and moons. Of course, Master, Tiandao responded. Su Yang lowered her gaze, meticulously listing all her tasks in her memo, before arriving at the most critical aspect, strength. There were some issues beyond her resolution, thus she decided to consult her family. She opened the family group chat. Su Yang, Mom, Dad, eldest sister, second brother, third brother, urgent help needed. 23, Mom, sure Yulan what's wrong, my precious daughter? 20, Dad, Zhu Jian is someone bullying you? 37, eldest sister, Tianlang Kingli what has happened? 46, second brother, Wen Shengyan? 58, Jin Yao give me the address. I'll come find you now. Su Yang, here's the situation. After my health improved, my ability level returned to the original 10th rank, and I was close to leveling up, so I swiftly progressed to the 11th rank. Su Yang, however, I've noticed some issues with my body. I'm unsure if it's due to becoming a necromancer, but my cultivation speed has significantly accelerated. I feel that within just a few months, I could advance to the 12th rank. Su Yang, is this rapid advancement a cause for concern? If word gets out about my swift progression, will it bring trouble? Su Yang, should I pause my cultivation to suppress my ability advancement? Su Yang's gaze was fixed intently on the group chat. The responses from these individuals would determine whether she could ascend quickly. If it were inconvenient to level up in the short term, she would need to redirect her focus elsewhere. The others in the group stared at the messages for a lengthy moment, unsure how to react. Advancing from the 11th to the 12th rank in just a few months? What a preposterous notion. Such talent had never been seen throughout the galaxy. Historically, even the most formidable individuals required a year and a half for such a feat, however. If past records could be shattered, then surely the present could also witness a break from tradition. 23. Mother Sure Yulan, is it harmful to your health? Should you consider getting a checkup? If it poses no threat to your well-being, advance with confidence. You have me standing firmly behind you. A mother's protective nature is not merely for show. I will safeguard you. 20. Father Zhu Jian, my status is also evident. With both of us here, you may proceed without concern. After striving for so long and attaining high office, is it not for the sake of wielding power to protect those close to us? If you fear even this minor issue, then perhaps neither of you should occupy your positions. 37. Eldest sister Tianlang Qingli, you startled me. I thought it was something grave. Advance with peace of mind, but as our mother suggested, it is best to undergo a checkup to ascertain any potential impacts on your health. 46. Second brother Wen Shengyan, you may come to me for a checkup. The information will remain confidential. If you wish to keep this matter from the outside world, grant me some time, and I will devise a potion that can shield against disruptive psychic fluctuations. 58. Jin Yao, we are here for you. We will protect you. 58. Jin Yao, if even our combined efforts cannot safeguard you, then no one in the entire galaxy can. Su Yang, all right. Su Yang. Su Yang. Then I shall advance boldly. Once I complete my ascension, I will visit second brother for a checkup. Chapter 123. The heart of the origin tree. After conversing with a few individuals in the group, the sound of footsteps drew near. Lu Xinghe had finished packing and emerged. Due to the necessity of confidentiality regarding their collaboration, they signed a physical contract. Su-Yang meticulously examined the document, confirming its validity with the assistance of Tian Dao before both affixed their signatures. Lu Xinghe carefully stored the contract, casting a profound glance at Su-Yang. Regarding the dissolution of our match, my public explanation will be that I am impotent. If anyone inquires, you should convey the same. With that statement, Lu Xinghe turned and departed. Su-Yang's expression was a mix of intrigue. After Lu Xinghe left, she revoked his access within her residence, then applied for a flight route. While awaiting approval for the route, she took a meal before piloting her hover vehicle towards the magical planet. Other matters could be set aside for now. The situation concerning the Tree of Life was paramount. After all, according to Jin Yao's words at the last auction, it seemed the Tree of Life had perished. Delaying further could lead to even greater uncertainties. The magical planet is classified as a Class B planet, boasting comprehensive facilities. However, being part of the Beastman Kingdom, the travel time was slightly extended. Even with the latest hover vehicle, moving at remarkable speeds and utilizing several spatial jumps, Su-Yang spent over half a day on her journey. Upon arrival, she did not linger but headed straight for the Elven territory. En route, she activated her invisibility mode, stealthily infiltrating the area until she stood before the now lifeless Tree of Life. It was towering and immense, reaching several hundred meters in height, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, far more magnificent than the three-sang divine tree she had seen previously. Regrettably, the Tree of Life had withered, devoid of any greenery, presenting an overall desiccated yellow hue that exuded an aura of decay. However, Su-Yang noticed that the vitality of the Tree of Life, displayed as merely 1 point, indicated that it was still alive, albeit on the brink of death. Beneath the health bar, numerous debuffs were afflicting it, the most conspicuous of which was the moment of one tree. Moment of one tree. How long does a tree's life last? Condenses all lifetimes into a singular moment, leading to natural demise within 72 hours. At this moment, only 5 hours remained on the countdown. Had she arrived any later, it would have been too late. Su-Yang accessed the surveillance system, and once she ensured the area was devoid of onlookers, she stealthily emerged from the hovercar and approached the Tree of Life. Placing her hand upon it, a healing spell and a purification spell emanated from her, yet yielded no effect. However, an alert from the game sounded. Ding! Detecting a dying Tree of Life, now issuing a farming quest. Farming quest issued. Obtain the Tree of Life's core essence and plant it on Blue Star. Quest rewards: 5 premium lottery tickets, 5 advanced skill books, 10 fruits of life. Detecting the Tree of Life as a unique cosmic entity, rewards doubled. Upon completion, the player will receive 1 golden lottery ticket, 1 golden skill book, 1 essence of life. Su-Yang exclaimed, 10 fruits of life. Just earlier, she had been envious of a single fruit at the auction, and now she was to acquire 10. Furthermore, there was an essence of life. Although she was uncertain of its nature, its association with the golden lottery suggested it was indeed a valuable item. Time to take action. Returning to the hover car, Su-Yang activated the scanning mode. The display screen revealed information about the Tree of Life, and she realized that despite its apparent height of merely 100 meters, its roots extended thousands of meters underground and plunged several hundred meters deep. Su-Yang gazed at the screen, lost in contemplation. She had initially considered transplanting the Tree of Life in its entirety, but that now seemed implausible. Nevertheless, what was the essence of the core? She understood that the core referred to the innermost part of the tree, yet the addition of essence conferred an entirely different significance. Heavenly Way. Search for the essence of the core. Heavenly Way responded, Master, I cannot find any information. There are no relevant records online. Su-Yang mused. It appears to be a rather significant item. After pondering for a moment, she lowered her head to access her light brain and retrieved the contact information for Tao Wanxiu. If she recalled correctly, Tao Wanxiu was also a plant-type beastman and might possess knowledge about this subject. Brother Tao, are you there? I would like to inquire about the essence of the core. Would you be so kind as to enlighten me? Su-Yang added. A beverage fee of 3 drops of 100 energy points worth of Wuyin water. Tao Wanxiu responded swiftly, almost instantaneously. Why are you asking this? This is not something a mere human should be privy to, he continued. Su-Yang raised an eyebrow. Tao Wanxiu's response clearly indicated that the essence of the core was indeed extraordinary. It seemed she would not extract further information from him and would need to consult others instead. Apologies for the interruption, she replied. Hey, Tao Wanxiu interjected. I haven't finished speaking. Is this how one inquires? Shouldn't you press for more details? Su-Yang, how delightful. Tao Wanxiu, if an outsider were to inquire, I would surely remain silent. However, since it is you, dear sister Su-Yang, I have no qualms in divulging. Our bond transcends that of mere strangers. Tao Wanxiu, the source tree heart is exclusive to plant-type beastmen of the 10th tier or higher. It embodies the essence of plant-type beastmen, akin to the spiritual sea of humanity. Tao Wanxiu, should the source tree heart perish, the plant itself will be irrevocably destroyed. Suyang, brother Tao. Do you know where the source tree heart is typically located within a plant? Tao wants you. I cannot say for certain, as plant-type beastmen can move their source tree hearts at will. Unyielding, Suyang pressed on with her inquiries. Suyang, what characteristics does the source tree heart possess? How can one swiftly locate it within a plant? Tao wants you. You inquire so meticulously. Do you intend to hunt me down for my source tree heart in the future? Suyang, brother Tao, you must conceal it well to avoid my grasp. Tao wants you. If you were to pursue me, I would not flee but lie down and allow you to catch me. Tao wants you. There is a method. You should proceed as I suggest. Suyang meticulously followed Tao wants you's guidance to probe the life tree before her, yet it remained unresponsive. Suddenly, she recalled something and sent a message. Suyang, what if the plant is near death? If life has nearly fled, leaving only a trace of vitality? Tao wants you. It appears you have not found it. When a plant nears death, it will destroy its source tree heart, causing its fluctuations to become exceedingly faint, nearly undetectable. Tao wants you. At that point, there is but one method. Find another plant-type beastman to release their source tree heart, thereby attracting the other S. Driven by the instinct for survival, the counterpart will emerge. Tao wants you. However, it is exceedingly rare for a plant-type beastman to take such a risk. Suyang, thank you, brother Tao. Once I am finished with my current tasks, I shall send you the water of 5 tones. She closed her light brain and gazed at the life tree before her. It seemed she must capture a plant-type beastman. Just then, her light brain illuminated once more. Tao wants you. If you wish to employ this method, you must seek a beastman of the same tier or higher. Otherwise, the source tree heart will not reveal itself. Suyang, she regarded the life tree, which bore a level of 150. Where could she find a tier 15 plant-type beastman? Wait, is there not one right before her? Chapter 124, A Cold Heart. Suyang, brother Tao, there is a tier 15 plant-type beastman on the verge of death here. Could you lend your assistance? Suyang, name your conditions. Suyang, I am currently in the beastman kingdom and need you to arrive within 2 hours. I can come to fetch you. The life tree had 5 hours left before its demise, and she needed to allow some time in case Tao wants you was unable to assist. She would have to devise an alternative plan. Suyang, you may ask a trusted friend to watch over me. I assure you I shall not act against you. Suyang, you may also send a message in the necromancer group in advance. If something unfortunate were to befall you, it would be my doing. Tao wants you. I have no friends. Tao wants you. How sorrowful. Tao wants you. They all shun me due to my mind-reading abilities. Tao wants you. I am so pitifully solitary. Tao wants you. Sadness flows like a river. Tao wants you. Feeling wronged. Tao wants you. Crying. Suyang, it's hard to imagine that this message comes from a 99-year-old orc. It carries a certain vivacity, giving her a youthful impression. Suyang, will you come? Suyang, cat peeking. Tao wants you. I will. Tao wants you. I happen to be in the orc kingdom. Please send me the address. Suyang, at the tree of life in the magical planet. How long will it take you to arrive? Tao wants you. Stunned. Tao wants you. I am right here. Why don't I see you? Suyang, startled, looked up to see a pink-haired man approaching from afar, glancing around curiously. She drove her hovercar over and pulled Tao wants you into it. Tao wants you surveyed the interior of the hovercar. This vehicle is impressive. Does it have an invisibility feature? I didn't even notice it at first. Suyang, how did you arrive so swiftly? Were you nearby? Tao wants you. Well, I had nothing to do, so I came to see the supposedly deceased tree of life. I was just about to leave. His gaze fell upon the tree of life. Do you seek the essence of this tree? It has perished, and the essence must have long since dissipated. Suyang shook her head. It is not dead. Tao wants you raised an eyebrow. Everyone in the universe knows that the tree of life has died. Suyang asserted firmly. Trust me, brother Tao, as a necromancer. I assure you that this tree still has a breath of life. Tao wants you pondered. Is it because you have undergone natural transformation that you are so attuned to life? Suyang did not respond to this question, but instead inquired. If I were to request your assistance, what would you require? I will provide you with anything I possess. Tao wants you leaned back in his chair, his sparkling peach blossom eyes smiling at Suyang. I suspect you have already searched for the essence of the tree online, but found nothing, which is why you are asking me. Indeed. Suyang met his gaze without flinching. I find it puzzling. If, as you say, a plant-based orc of level 10 or higher can awaken the essence of the tree, it should be quite common. Why, then, is there no information available online? Tao wants you leisurely replied. I'm a bit thirsty. When I received your message, I was ordering food at the restaurant and came over before eating. Suyang immediately produced food and drinks, setting up a small table laden with a feast. Tao wants you ate slowly, with great elegance. In light of your generous invitation, dear Suyang, I shall reluctantly share this with you. Do you know how many plant-based orcs exist throughout the galaxy? Suyang shook her head. She had always been in the Human Federation and was unfamiliar with matters concerning the Orc Kingdom. Tao wants you raised a finger, just over 10,000. Suyang was taken aback. How can there be so few? The Beastman Kingdom must have at least 100 billion inhabitants. Yet there are only a little over 10,000 plant-based beastmen among them, Tao Wangxiu explained. After we plant-based beastmen are born, we must be nurtured in the soil, unable to move, requiring high-quality earth, excellent water sources, and premium fertilizers, among other necessities for our cultivation. Furthermore, our growth cycle is exceedingly long, taking many years before we can transform into humanoid forms and walk freely. This means that during our early stages, we are completely immobile and defenseless, needing constant companionship and protection from other beastmen. Initially, we possess a core of origin within us, a trait unique to plant-based beastmen. As we grow, we gradually absorb this core of origin. However, it serves as a potent nourishment for other beastmen, enhancing their potential abilities. Consequently, many beastmen actively seek out the young of plant-based beastmen to consume. Additionally, numerous parents, upon giving birth to a plant-based offspring, might choose to devour it themselves. Thus, this leads to our dwindling numbers, which will continue to decline. Su Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Recalling a documentary she had once seen that mentioned certain animals consuming their own young, such occurrences seemed rather common in the animal kingdom. Yet, even in this advanced interstellar age, where these animals could transform into humanoid beastmen and lacked for nothing, such a situation still existed? Tao Wangxiu chuckled. That is an ingrained aspect of their genetics. The beastman race does not place much value on their offspring, as many species possess strong reproductive capabilities. For instance, the rabbit race can give birth to 7 or 8 at a time and can conceive twice in quick succession with a notably short gestation period. Similarly, the cockroach and ant clans are well known in this regard. Even now, despite the radiation causing a slowdown in fertility, their reproductive prowess remains considerable. With so many offspring, naturally, they do not hold each child in high regard. When a child possesses something that can enhance one's ability potential, do you think they would hesitate to consume it? Su Yang silently nodded. Tao Wangxiu continued. With the existing number of plant-based beastmen dwindling, an alliance has formed, comprising many high-ranking beastmen who have closed discussions regarding plant-based beastmen online, a closure that has lasted for a millennium. Thus, the vast majority of beastmen are unaware of our circumstances, and naturally, you would find no information online. Understanding dawned on Su Yang. So, brother, will you still assist me? Tao Wangxiu sighed. I had thought that after sharing the dire plight of our plant-based kin, you might express some sympathy and comfort me. Instead, I received not even a word of concern. How disheartening. Su Yang silently observed his performance. This is merely a transaction. Very well, Tao Wangxiu straightened his demeanor. Since the tree of life is at the 15th tier, equal to my own, attracting its core of origin using my own is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Moreover, considering the current state of the tree of life, the consumption on my part will likely be substantial, thus this transaction must be doubled. Understood, Su Yang nodded. Please specify what you require. I fear I may not possess it. Tao Wangxiu blinked. Wait until I create something for my sister before we discuss further. You need not worry about the transaction. It will undoubtedly be within your means. Chapter 125. How did this person pass security? The two descended from the hover vehicle and made their way towards the tree of life. A faint blush of pink luminescence radiated from Tao Wangxiu's palm as a sphere the size of a ping-pong ball emerged from it, merging seamlessly into the tree of life. Tao Wangxiu remarked, the essence of this tree of life is immense, and given its current state, locating it will likely consume considerable time. During this period, I must not be disturbed by outsiders. Please ensure my protection. Su Yang, fixated on the surveillance feed, nodded repeatedly. As time trickled by, she suddenly became alert. The monitor revealed a group of elves approaching. The tree of life resided within the sacred grounds of the elven race, a place forbidden to outsiders. And with no one else around, Su Yang and her companion stood out conspicuously. Su Yang inquired, must your hand be in contact with the tree of life? Tao Wangxiu replied, given the current condition of the tree, it is the only option. Furrowing her brow, Su Yang activated her skill, illusory form. She turned to Tao Wangxiu. Do not resist. The opponent is of the 15th rank. Any resistance would render the skill ineffective. In a flash of light, the two transformed into small, black clumps of earth, positioning themselves near the tree of life, camouflaged by the surrounding flora, perfectly blending into their environment. Tao Wangxiu expressed his astonishment. Illusory form can be used in such a manner? Hush, Su Yang whispered. Elves are approaching. Remain silent. Approximately a minute later, a group of 5 elves arrived, gazing at the tree of life with expressions laden with complexity. King, what shall become of us in the days to come? An elder elf spoke sorrowfully. The elf king responded gravely. The moment we integrated into the interstellar realm, we should have anticipated this outcome. It is a marvel that our mother tree has endured for so long. Now that it has perished, we must rely solely on ourselves. At this moment, a beautifully crafted scepter appeared in the elf king's hand. We must give our mother tree a final farewell. The scepter originated from the tree of life. It is time for it to return. A vibrant green glow emanated from the scepter, levitating in the Elf King's grasp as it soared towards the Tree of Life. At the instant the green light cascaded down, Su Yang's heart raced, sensing an ominous premonition. As expected, a moment later, a voice boomed. "Who are you two? How did you enter the forbidden grounds of my elven clan?" Su Yang and Tao Wangxiu exchanged glances, realizing that the green glow from the scepter had effortlessly dispelled their illusory form skill. Fortunately, Su Yang swiftly conjured a wall of fire to obscure the elves' line of sight and rapidly retrieved a transformation potion, dousing it over themselves to assume different appearances. Since their skills were ineffective, they would resort to technology instead. Su Yang cast a subtle glance at Tao Wangxiu, urging him to continue, while she took 2 steps forward, retracting the firewall and shielding Tao Wangxiu behind her. The entire sequence transpired in less than 2 seconds. Su Yang opened her mouth, emitting a robust male voice. "I am Hu Yu of the Tiger Clan, and he is Shi Mu Lin of the Lizard Clan." Su Yang boldly appropriated the names of the enemies mentioned by her elder sister and second brother, fabricating names for the occasion. The Tiger Clan? The Lizard Clan? The Elven King regarded the two with a wary eye. Though his expression was far from pleasant, a hint of trepidation colored his tone. For these clans were considered prominent within the Beastman Kingdom, particularly the Tiger Clan, known for their formidable reputation. "What brings you here?" The Elven King's gaze settled on Tao Wangxiu, whose hand still rested upon the Tree of Life, arousing suspicion. Su Yang replied, "We heard of the Tree of Life's plight, and were deeply saddened. We wish to pay our respects." She continued her feigned discourse. "I have heard that you maintain a close relationship with the president of Galaxy University. Were it not for his assistance, the Tree of Life would have perished long ago. With the advanced technology at Galaxy University, is there truly no means to restore the Tree of Life?" Having lived for so long, the Elven King was not easily deceived. He did not respond to Su Yang's inquiries, but instead fixed his gaze upon Tao Wangxiu. "Release your hand and leave at once. I can pretend this incident never occurred. Otherwise, death awaits." Though unaware of the Tree of Life's demise, the Elven King sensed that these two were up to no good. Su Yang's expression momentarily faltered. Indeed, experience had sharpened his wits. It seemed she would have to resort to force before courtesy, summoning a hovercraft and a protective barrier. She instructed the hovercraft to safeguard Tao Wangxiu. She then boarded the vehicle, casting a kilometer-long shield to obstruct any signals from these individuals and to conceal them from prying eyes outside the barrier. The Elven King scoffed. "So, you intend to wage war against our Elven kin?" With a wave of his hand, a bow and arrow materialized, and an arrow shot towards Su Yang at an astonishing speed. Su Yang maneuvered the hovercraft, swiftly activating a plethora of energy stones within. A beam of light emerged before the vehicle, striking the arrow and disintegrating it instantly. The Elven King's expression darkened. "Elder Third, alert the authorities. The remaining elves. Engage the Lizard Clan." Su Yang, too, swiftly issued commands, raising her hand to unleash 10 combat robots, encircling the elves. "Elder Third, the alert cannot be transmitted. The signal appears to be jammed." "Humph." The Elven King chuckled coldly. "You truly wish harm upon my Elven kin." He added, "Do you think you are the only one with combat robots?" Several elves released combat robots from their storage spaces, and soon a dozen emerged on their side as well. Su Yang remained silent, opening the game interface to summon the combat robots she had stored within. In an instant, dozens of combat robots appeared on her side. The combat robots, with their eyes flickering an ominous red, transformed their hands into weapons and sprouted wings from their backs, poised for an imminent assault. The Elven King surveyed his meager contingent of fewer than 20 combat robots, all antiquated models from over a decade ago. In stark contrast, he beheld Su Yang's impressive assembly of over 50 robots, gleaming with the unmistakable luster of the latest technology. At that moment, his countenance turned pale with dismay. Who would dare to carry such an arsenal in plain sight? Surely, the authorities should intervene. According to Interstellar regulations, an individual is permitted to carry no more than 10 combat robots. How had this individual managed to bypass security? Chapter 126. The life gem. The atmosphere hung in tense silence as the situation reached a stalemate. Su Yang, unhurried, broke the stillness. "Can we engage in a proper discussion now?" The Elven King inhaled deeply, recognizing that the identities of those before him were far from ordinary. The sheer number of robots, coupled with their ability to evade security, implied the backing of powerful allies, individuals whom the Elven race could not afford to offend. What if their actions against these two beasts led to the annihilation of the Elven tribe? The Beast Kingdom was certainly not as stable as the Human Federation. With a forced smile, he replied, "Very well. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" "Our Tree of Life has perished and holds no value any longer." Su Yang responded, "Since it is already dead, it is not unreasonable for us to come and examine it, is it? What could we possibly do with something that has ceased to exist? Rest assured, we merely intend to conduct an inspection with our instruments and will not engage in any excessive actions." As she spoke, She produced several high-quality materials and handed them to the Elven King through her robots. This is our token of goodwill. Would that suffice? Indeed, indeed. The Elven King accepted the materials, observing that their demeanor lacked any ulterior motives, which eased his anxiety. Tentatively, he proposed, "Shall we then take our leave and not intrude upon your activities?" Su Yang let out a dismissive huff. "I believe it would be prudent for you to remain here and refrain from any erratic movements. You may resume your activities once we have departed." She produced a table laden with exquisite dishes and fruits, offering them to the elves. "Considering your age, take a moment to enjoy something to eat. We can engage in conversation, and once my friend completes the assessment, we shall take our leave. As long as you remain compliant, we assure you no harm will come to you." Her gaze shifted to the Elven King's staff. "What is this?" The Elven King tightened his grip on the staff, wrestling internally before he ultimately relinquished it to Su Yang. "This is our clan's treasured artifact, crafted from the sturdiest trunk of the Tree of Life, adorned with the life gem." The Elven King proceeded to lavishly extol the virtues of the staff, attempting to inflate its value. If this individual sought to purchase the staff, it was unlikely to remain secure, yet any additional profit would certainly be welcome. Su Yang's gaze fell upon the staff, her fingers barely resting upon it when a notification from the game resonated. "You have acquired the Staff of Life, a treasured artifact of the Elven race, a symbol of the Elven King, crafted from the most resilient trunk of the Tree of Life." Containing a life gem, the description of the Staff of Life mirrored exactly what the Elven King had said. Yet what captivated Su Yang was the description of the life gem. Life gem, level 150 attribute, life effect. A life gem formed over a century from the Tree of Life at level 150, imbued with abundant life force. Prolonged where can strengthen the body, and it can also awaken the sea of consciousness, awaken the realm of life, replenish vitality, and restore the essence of life. Su Yang's grip tightened suddenly. Awaken the sea of consciousness. She was already aware that humans would awaken the sea of consciousness upon reaching level 10 in their abilities. Yet she had not experienced this, likely due to her lack of supernatural powers. It was said that upon awakening the sea of consciousness, one's senses would become acutely heightened, allowing one to perceive their surroundings even with closed eyes, and providing greater resistance against psychic attacks. In summary, the benefits were numerous, yet none were applicable to her. To her astonishment, the life gem possessed such capabilities. Her gaze shifted to the Elven King. "How did you dispel my friend and my cloaking abilities with this staff?" She had not seen any relevant explanation regarding this on the staff. The Elven King replied, "The staff itself does not possess the ability to dispel cloaking. However, it is intrinsically linked to the Tree of Life. When returning to the Tree of Life, it will exclude anything that is not of the tree, which is why you both were affected." Su Yang had not anticipated such a reason. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "Is this artifact for sale? I understand it is your treasured possession. Offer me a fair price, and should you be willing to part with it, I shall take it." "Indeed." The Elven King sighed internally, having anticipated her desire to purchase it. His eyes glimmered as he responded, "You are aware this is our elven race's ultimate treasure, and there exists but one. Furthermore, with the demise of the Tree of Life, this item has become exceedingly rare." Listening to his discourse, Su Yang pondered deeply. The Elven King emphasized the treasure's rarity and uniqueness, yet did not mention the life gem, which was undoubtedly the most precious aspect. Was it due to ignorance? However, upon further reflection, it made sense. The life gem was singular, permanently affixed to the staff, thus no one had utilized it and could not ascertain its precise effects. Moreover, it seemed that the staff was typically kept in seclusion, rarely displayed, and even many elves had not laid eyes upon it. Awakening the Sea of Consciousness was an automatic process for ability users upon reaching level 10. Those like her were indeed exceptional. As for awakening realms and the like, unless one possessed life-related abilities, the gem would hold little value. Regarding life abilities, she had heard nothing of the sort. They must be quite rare. Thus, it appeared that only the function of strengthening the body remained, requiring prolonged wear, which would likely be deemed trivial by these ability users. No wonder the Elven King had not mentioned the life gem throughout. He must have considered it of little use. In her heart, Su Yang had already formed a judgment. After the Elven King spoke at length, she finally interjected, "The reason I am willing to communicate with you in such a cordial manner is that I recognize the significance of this item to your Elven kin. I do not intend to belittle its value. However, in truth, it is merely a Tier 15 material. Do you believe I would be lacking in Tier 15 materials? My interest lies solely in its aesthetic appeal. I merely wish to procure it for collection purposes. If you intend to demand an exorbitant price, I fear our transaction may not be feasible." As Su Yang spoke, she observed the expression of the Elven King, confirming her previous assumptions and bolstering her confidence. "Moreover, if I am not mistaken, your original intention was to integrate this scepter into the Tree of Life, am I correct? Rather than pursue that path, would it not be wiser to offer a fair price in exchange for more materials to enhance the strength of your elven race?" What say you? The Elven King chuckled awkwardly, realizing his thoughts had been laid bare, and found it difficult to raise the price further. What can you offer then? As long as the price is reasonable, we can negotiate. Su Yang pondered briefly, producing 2 tier 15 materials and 5 drops of the water of harmony. I do not wish to take advantage. Might you find these acceptable? The Elven King nodded vigorously. Yes, this will do. In truth, the 2 tier 15 materials sufficed, and the addition of 5 drops of water of harmony was an unexpected boon. He quickly nodded in agreement, fearing Su Yang might reconsider and retract her offer. Chapter 127. The 5th contender. Su Yang stored the scepter away, intending to extract the life gem when time permitted. She then inquired, "Does your magical planet possess any unique specialties? I have a fondness for seeds of flowers, plants, and grains. Do you have any recommendations?" Though she could certainly search online, nothing compared to the insights of a local. After the bombardment of her previous life, everyone understood the unreliability of internet trends. Truly remarkable items required the endorsement of those familiar with the region. Due to Su Yang's generosity, the Elven King held a favorable impression of her. Since he could not depart at present, he dutifully began to recommend various items. You have indeed asked the right person. No one knows these matters better than our elven race. Our magical planet is home to numerous species, each with its own specialties, making it rather complex. However, I happen to possess seeds of these specialties. Allow me to provide you with a selection. The Elven King produced a small storage space, intending to pass the time while introducing each item to Su Yang, even offering some fruits and ingredients for her tasting. After a brief interval of around 10 minutes, Su Yang turned her attention to Tao Wangxiu, approaching him directly. Upon seeing him, her expression shifted. What is wrong? Are you unwell? Tao Wangxiu's complexion had turned ashen, devoid of color, his forehead glistening with beads of cold sweat. The once sparkling peach blossom eyes now reflected weariness, as if he might collapse at any moment. He slowly glanced at Su Yang. What could possibly be wrong with me? It is merely that I have exerted myself too much. The tree of life has grown immense, and examining it within has drained both my mental and physical energy. Su Yang exhaled a sigh of relief and retrieved several potions to administer to Tao Wangxiu. Some were meant to replenish stamina, others to restore energy, and yet others to enhance his abilities. Tao Wangxiu displayed remarkable compliance, consuming whatever she offered him. How do you feel now? Su Yang inquired earnestly. Tao Wangxiu's expression still bore signs of fatigue, though he appeared somewhat improved. This is merely the depletion of my primal energy. The potions you've given me can only heal my body and are of limited efficacy. I must recuperate on my own. Su Yang furrowed her brow, surprised by the extent of his exhaustion. No wonder Tao Wangxiu had mentioned that no plant-based beast man would undertake such a feat at that moment. If someone were to attack him, he would likely lack the strength to defend himself. She lowered her voice, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, with me here, no one can harm you. Have you sensed the heart of the primordial tree within the tree of life?" Tao Wangxiu's tone was tinged with skepticism. "No. Are you certain the tree of life is still alive?" Su Yang remained silent for a moment, contemplating, before producing her staff and bringing the life gem close to the tree of life. As she approached, a soft green luminescence emanated from the life gem, suffusing the air with vitality. Tao Wangxiu's expression shifted as he perceived something. "I've got it." He closed his eyes, concentrating all his mental faculties to pursue the faint wave he had just sensed. The pink primal heart swiftly traversed the interior of the tree of life, ultimately locating the faint green glow. This glow was exceedingly weak and minuscule, barely larger than a sesame seed, its radiance dim and seemingly on the brink of vanishing. The tree of life was, indeed, still alive. However, judging by its condition, it would not survive for many more hours. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Tao Wangxiu's face before he swiftly captured the green glow, enveloping it and bringing it forth. He pressed this substance into Su Yang's hand, straining to speak. "I'm so tired, I want to sleep. You will protect me, won't you?" "Yes," Su Yang replied, maneuvering the floating vehicle closer so that Tao Wangxiu could recline in the back seat. "Sleep now. I will ensure your safety." After making him comfortable, Su Yang turned to glance at the Elven King. "I've resolved matters on my end. I'm leaving now. Farewell." With that, she gathered her belongings and swiftly piloted the floating vehicle away from the scene. As she watched the vehicle recede into the distance, the Elven King was left perplexed. What was the point of examining something that was already dead? It seemed absurd, yet he had at least managed to trade for some items. He resolved to pretend as though nothing had transpired that day. Uncertain of how long Tao Wangxiu would sleep, and knowing she could not linger in the Orc Kingdom, Su Yang took him back to her residence on the Galactic planet. Once he was settled, she checked her messages on the light brain. The most conspicuous notification was from the Marriage Matching Center. "Citizen Su Yang, greetings. A match has been made for you. Please enter the matching center to view detailed information." Having severed her match with Lu Xinghe just 24 hours prior, she had been matched with someone new. She opened the Marriage Matching Center to take a look. Name, Morling race. Human age, 27 ability level, 13th tier genetic compatibility, 999 contact information. Click here for temporary communication. The information had already arrived on Su Yang's holographic device. She opened it and read, Morling. Hello, may we meet? Morling, are you busy? Please reply when you finish. This individual exhibited a commendable politeness, appearing quite ordinary. Su Yang. Hello, I just finished and saw your message. Su Yang. Sure, when shall we meet? Morling. How about in the Nebula world? Address, XXXX Su Yang. Please hold on, I will be there shortly. Once familiar with the process, Su Yang adeptly logged into the Nebula world and followed the provided address to a particular location. Ahead stood a remarkably handsome man, possessing an air of scholarly elegance. Upon noticing Su Yang, he greeted her with a gentle smile. Hello. As Su Yang approached and took a seat, the man slid over a document that resembled a contract. I apologize, but I have someone I like. However, due to the low genetic compatibility with that person, my family does not approve. Su Yang nodded in understanding. I see. Then I will proceed to terminate the match. Coincidentally, she had no interest in such matters at the moment and had been contemplating the termination herself. How fortuitous. Wait. Perhaps you misunderstood my intention, Morling interjected. Would you mind reviewing this contract first? Su Yang cast him a puzzled glance and opened the document. Upon reading it, her expression shifted. What is this? Contractual couple? Chapter 128, she hesitated, contemplating the contract. Was it possible that due to her prior lack of experience with matchmaking, she was destined to endure it in this life? 5 matches, 2 of which were utterly unsuitable. What a predicament. She met Morling's gaze directly. I'm afraid I have no interest in your contract. Let us proceed with the termination. Morling frowned slightly. Would you at least consider the contract? If you agree to sign, you would receive 100,000 star coins each month. I have researched your background, with your parents deceased and hailing from a lowly planet. This sum would be quite advantageous for you. Moreover, you would not need to do much. Simply act as my partner for 3 months to help manage my family's expectations. Coming from a prestigious family on a B-grade planet, associating with me for 3 months would undoubtedly bring you considerable benefits. Su Yang was not surprised that Morling had uncovered her identity, but he could only unearth surface-level information. Due to the peculiar nature of her identity as a necromancer, her parents and Jin Yao had collaborated to encrypt her details, allowing only basic information to be accessible to those with insufficient clearance, orphaned and originating from a low-tier planet. The rest of her identity remained largely undiscoverable. It was akin to how ordinary individuals could ascertain the province of a wealthy tycoon's origin. Yet the specifics of their residence, movements, actions, or acquaintances remained utterly inscrutable. Furthermore, Morling was merely from a B-grade planet. Su Yang, disinterested in engaging in further conversation with this individual, expressed her lack of interest in reviewing any contracts. Not interested. Let's terminate the match, she stated succinctly. The expression on Morling's face grew cold. The smile that had lingered vanished entirely. You hail from a garbage star. My willingness to sign a contract with you is already a favor. I will not terminate the match on my end. If you refuse to sign, we shall remain in limbo. My patience is limited. Do not squander the monthly sum of 100,000 star coins. Think it over and send me a message. I shall wait for you for 3 days. With that, Morling left without delay, logging off immediately. Su Yang sat on the sofa for a few moments before also logging off, her brow furrowed in confusion. She summoned Tiandao, saying, Investigate this Morling for me. His demeanor is quite peculiar. Please hold on, Master, Tiandao replied. Within mere seconds, Tiandao had gathered all the necessary information. Master, this Morling is indeed a nefarious character. His girlfriend's identity is suspect. Previously, Morling encountered a prominent figure at an academy on A-class planets, who had a wife that passed away over a decade ago. He recalled that during a chance encounter on a garbage star, he rescued a woman who bore a striking resemblance to that prominent figure, and their ages coincided. After thorough inquiries, he learned of the deceased wife's appearance. Upon further investigation, he discovered that this woman was, in fact, the daughter of that prominent figure. The wife had been abducted by a star beast while pregnant, but due to the limited time frame, no detection had been made. Subsequently, the wife managed to escape to the garbage star, where the ruling faction was the bitter enemy of her husband. Fearing exposure, she concealed her identity and gave birth to the child. Unfortunately, due to radiation and food scarcity on the garbage star, she perished shortly after childbirth. The child's genes had been adversely affected by the radiation, resulting in mutations that prevented any connection to the prominent figure from being detected during registration. Morling recognized her due to the birthmark she bore and the token she carried. Since then, he frequently visited the garbage star, claiming that the woman had saved him, and he had fallen for her at first sight. He staged several heroic rescues to win her heart, ultimately bringing her out of the garbage star. To ensure her unwavering loyalty and to achieve a leap in social class, he conspired with his family to orchestrate a dramatization. His family, citing genetic incompatibility and identity issues, sought to separate the two, but Morling vowed to resist, even threatening to elope with the woman, declaring her to be his only choice. Tiandao's tone carried a hint of emotion and speculation, and thus, the woman was profoundly moved. In her heart, she perceived herself as merely a person emerging from a garbage star, devoid of parents, while Morling was the scion of a noble family from a B-class planet, having gained admission to a prestigious institution just shy of the top 10 universities. Upon graduation, he was certain to secure employment on an A-class planet and obtain a household registration there. The fact that such a person remained steadfastly devoted to her led her to fall deeply in love. This encapsulates all the experiences of Morling and his so-called girlfriend. Su Yang, at a loss for words, found herself momentarily speechless. Though one could speak extensively of Morling's machinations, it is evident that without him, that young woman would have been condemned to a life of misery on the garbage star, possibly meeting an untimely and tragic end, forever unable to reunite with her family. Having endured the harsh existence on the garbage star, she understood the depth of suffering there and realized that without Morling's assistance, she would never have escaped its confines. Yet, despite this, the woman had saved Morling's life. Was he truly calculating against his own savior? Su Yang closed her eyes and inquired, "What does his scheming have to do with me? Why not terminate our match?" The Heavenly Path responded, "Morling is in collusion with space pirates. He sees that you hail from the garbage star, without parents, yet possessing striking looks. He intends to lure you out under the guise of a match, only to feign your abduction by space pirates. In the chaotic triangular domain, women are a rare commodity, particularly those as beautiful and capable as you. You could fetch tens of millions of star coins there." Su Yang clenched her fists. "If memory serves me correctly, according to interstellar law, collusion with space pirates and human trafficking is punishable by death, is it not? Retrieve the evidence of his collusion with the pirates. I recall there are several officers in our necromancer group who could use a little boost in their performance. Additionally, send me the information on that woman and news of her father. I require these 2 favors." Having issued her commands to the Heavenly Path, she opened the family group chat to vent about the situation. In the absence of the possibility to meet her family in person, the only way to bridge that gap was through conversation. Surely, it was quite normal to express her grievances to her family in such a manner. After chatting for a while, she moved to her room and checked on Tao Wanxiu. He remained in a deep slumber. Though pale, his breathing was steady, indicating he was currently stable. Su Yang summoned the Heavenly Path. "Please keep an eye on Tao Wanxiu while I go to Blue Star to complete a task. If he awakens, inform him I had to step out briefly but shall return shortly." Chapter 129. Awakening the Spiritual Sea. Upon returning to her room, Su Yang retrieved the materials sent by her mother, Shi Yulan, and swiftly transported herself to Blue Star. First, she glanced at the little merman in the spring nearby. It had been at least 24 hours. Why was it still in slumber? Xiao Tun Tun immediately flitted over and, noticing Su Yang's gaze, huffed. "This little merman is too noisy. It cried incessantly upon waking, and finding it bothersome, I rendered it unconscious." Su Yang, unfazed, shifted her focus and took out the heart of the origin tree, burying it in the soil, then watering it with premium spring water. Soon, information began to surface from the ground. Tree of Life, breeding period, 29, 995, 957 goodness, 3,000 hours, 125 days, for months. This was merely the breeding period. Who knows how long it would take for it to truly flourish? Nevertheless, it is, after all, a unique entity in the universe, which lends it considerable prestige. You have successfully completed the farming task of the Tree of Life, earning rewards, 5 premium lottery tickets, 5 premium skill books, and 10 fruits of life. Additionally, you received extra rewards, 1 golden lottery ticket, 1 golden skill, and 1 essence of life. Su Yang took out the fruits of life, which were the size of a fist and exuded a faint fragrance that invigorated the senses, clearly indicating their exceptional quality. She had planned to distribute these fruits among her family, concocting a suitable excuse that she had procured them from the elven tribe, given that she had indeed visited them. She would also give one to Lu Xinghe as a token of gratitude for his care over the past few months, considering he had gifted her 2 planets, a piece of Qi Shao stone, and a significant amount of star coins. Presenting him with a fruit of life would effectively settle their accounts. After all, he was already aware of her connection to Blue Star, so no further justification was necessary. The remaining 4 would be kept hidden for her own use. Once she had determined the allocation of the fruits of life, her gaze shifted to the essence of life, which was contained within a palm-sized vial filled with a pale green liquid. Essence of life, a unique entity in the universe. The primordial power possessed by the Tree of Life at its inception. Consuming it can awaken life-related abilities, enhance the potential value limit of such abilities, and can also be administered to the deceased to revive them. Without hesitation, Su Yang took a generous sip. The lingering flavor tantalized her taste buds, causing a warmth to envelop her body. She sensed a gentle power transforming her physical form, permeating her flesh, bones, veins, and vital organs. Having gone nearly 3 days without sleep, she had initially felt weary, but that fatigue dissipated, replaced by an indescribable vitality. Time slipped away unnoticed as she felt the power within her gradually diminish, yet her body unmistakably craved more. Without a moment's pause, she drank another large gulp, ultimately consuming the entire vial of essence of life without realizing it. Evidently, the game had calculated this precisely. She had expected to leave some behind. You have comprehended a life-related skill. Your game level has surpassed the limit, now set at 160. Due to your consumption of the essence of life. Health points are at 10,000, and mana points are at 10,000. The game's notifications jolted Su Yang from her enchanting state, and as she regained her senses, she was immediately struck by a foul odor permeating her surroundings. Upon glancing down, she discovered numerous small white particles on her body, resembling sesame seeds, from which the unpleasant smell emanated. Without hesitation, she took a shower and changed into fresh attire, feeling significantly more comfortable afterward. During this time, she also reviewed the game notifications. Life-related abilities were unheard of among others, and she was uncertain how to utilize them. She would explore this in due course. The game level limit surpassing 160 implied that she could potentially become a 16th-tier ability user, a rarity throughout the universe. If memory served her correctly, prolonged consumption of premium spring water could also gradually enhance the potential value limit of her abilities. Since discovering this matter, she has replaced all the water she usually drinks with premium spring water. If she continues this for an extended period, will she eventually become a level 17 psychic? The mere thought of such a possibility made Su Yang's lips curve upwards uncontrollably. After drying her hair, she caressed the silky strands, unable to resist the allure of their smoothness. Not only had her hair quality improved significantly, but it had also grown remarkably long, now cascading down to her waist. This astonishing growth was akin to having consumed a bottle of life's essence. She played with her hair for a moment before summoning a robot to trim it to shoulder length. Once she had tidied herself up, she retrieved her scepter and removed the life gem, activating it with a click. A soft green radiance enveloped her, and Su Yang felt a gentle power infuse her mind. It was so comfortable, so drowsy, as if she had taken a considerable dose of sleeping pills, while someone tenderly massaged her scalp and hummed a soothing melody. Overcome by a profound sense of fatigue, she unknowingly drifted into slumber. You have awakened your mental ocean, increasing your resistance to psychic abilities. You have comprehended psychic skills. You have grasped the domain of life. Awakened by the game's notification, Su Yang opened her eyes to find that the entire world appeared transformed. She could see clearly 1,000 meters away, and with focused attention, the intricate patterns on the leaves became visible. The surrounding sounds were also remarkably distinct. She could hear her pets frolicking, the sound of little tuntun swallowing, the wind and sand above her, and the faint hum of the robots operating in the distance. A cacophony of noises surged into her ears, as if thousands were wailing beside her, causing Su Yang's complexion to pale. She recalled the information she had gathered, closed her eyes, and let her consciousness delve into her mind. Within her mental landscape, she discovered an entity reminiscent of a spring, which must be her mental ocean. As her consciousness penetrated this ocean, waves of information flooded her mind, and she instantly grasped how to manipulate it. When she opened her eyes again, the sounds around her had returned to normal. She took out the Shura and cast it into the mental ocean. A weapon materialized within the serene expanse, and the mental ocean enveloped the Shura, nurturing it. Su Yang felt a subtle connection forming between herself and the Shura. A unique sensation as if the weapon was a part of her own being, their thoughts intertwined. This was the essence of nurturing one's destined weapon. Exploring her mental ocean, Su Yang then unleashed the domain she had just awakened. A gentle, pale green light spread outward, extending a full 1,000 meters. The moment she manifested her domain, she sensed the mental ocean rapidly depleting. She reduced the range of her domain, and the consumption of her mental ocean correspondingly diminished. Intrigued, Su Yang observed for a while before delving into the study of her newly acquired domain. Chapter 130. The Gene Issue in the Realm of Abilities. Each individual can only trigger their domain once, and there exists a singular, exceptional entity. Mono-specialists are unburdened by this dilemma, as the awakened domain invariably aligns with their unique powers. However, dual or multi-specialists often grapple with indecision, unsure of which attribute to awaken. Fortunately, Su Yang is no longer troubled by such concerns. She opened the skill introduction. Life domain. Within this realm, all life is under your dominion. You are the sovereign of all existence, able to conjure life or extinguish it with but a thought. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback by the formidable description, which appeared remarkably potent. The newly awakened life domain was initially a basic skill, which she subsequently upgraded to a superior skill using a premium skill book. While the core description remained unchanged, additional details were provided. Life domain instantly obliterates NPCs of level 100 or below. Reduces the health of NPCs between levels 100 and 110 by 50, while also restoring 50 health to allied NPCs. Can extract the health of NPCs within range to condense life fruits or the essence of life. Gazing at the lengthy skill description, Su-Yang was left speechless. Life fruits, essence of life. She gasped, astonished by the remarkable capabilities of the life domain. Her attention shifted to the small creature beside her, eager to experiment. With a thought, a soft green light enveloped the little one. The creature comfortably squinted its eyes, feeling a warm sensation reminiscent of basking in sunlight. She then directed her gaze toward a few nearby pets, casting a beam of light upon a cloud-soaring bird, successfully extracting a portion of its vitality. Su-Yang took a moment to attune herself to the life force, noting its presence, albeit minimal. Had she not been vigilant, she might have overlooked it entirely. To condense a life fruit from a creature of the cloud-soaring bird size would likely require an astronomical amount, potentially due to the bird's low ability level. Conversely, to gather the essence of life would necessitate a tenfold increase. Thus, 10 life fruits would equate to 1 essence of life. Her heart raced as a wild thought surged through her mind. If she could extract sufficient life force, could she not continuously condense the essence of life, thereby elevating her ability potential to the 17th tier, the 18th, the 19th, the 20th, perhaps even beyond? With such an elevation in ability, would her lifespan not also expand, granting her a form of immortality? She closed her eyes, attempting to cast aside the tumultuous thoughts swirling in her mind. It would be disingenuous to claim she felt no desire, yet she could not justify indiscriminate slaughter for such aspirations. However, while humans were off limits, the star beasts and star flora could certainly be hunted. These creatures proliferated rapidly, with some species birthing hundreds or thousands at a time, continually reproducing. The interstellar realm had long suffered from overpopulation, making them a bountiful source of nourishment. Su-Yang exhaled deeply, relieved that it was she who awakened the life domain. Had it fallen into the hands of a nefarious individual, the entire star system could have descended into a hellish nightmare. The first to suffer would likely be the unfortunate inhabitants of the trash-ridden outer planets. After experimenting with her skills on the blue star for a while, she retrieved various materials to upgrade to Dao and Xiaoluo. To continue leveling up, she required swallowing spirit silks. Aside from that, all other materials were ready, awaiting the advancement of Little Tun Tun to begin spinning. Surveying the crops within, Su-Yang swiftly departed from the blue star. There was no urgency in expanding the blue star. She would resume once the planetary shield became operational. Otherwise, she would need to purchase a premium shield, which was not cost-effective. She entered the adjacent room where Tian Dao diligently guarded Tao Wang Chu. Su-Yang inquired, "How goes the collection of the materials I previously requested?" Tian Dao replied, "As per your command, I have indeed completed the task. The materials have been sent to your optical brain. Shall we dispatch them now?" Shaking her head, Su-Yang responded, "There is no rush. With the current state of the Moor territory, I find it hard to believe that his family is unaware. Perhaps the entire clan is colluding with the space pirates. If this family were to be apprehended, their assets would be confiscated. Rather than allowing that to happen, it would be more advantageous for me to benefit from their misfortune. After all, they are a prominent family on a B-class planet, and they must possess a plethora of valuable items. I will report them only after acquiring these resources." She handed the advancement materials to Tian Dao, gesturing for it to find a location for the upgrade. Meanwhile, she settled onto the nearby sofa, keeping watch over Tao Wang Chu while reviewing various documents. Tian Dao's research was thorough, encompassing not only the Moor territory, but also the Moor family. As she suspected, Moor Ling's parents were involved as well. In fact, it appeared the entire Moor family was complicit. Moor Ling's father was a child of a space pirate, who had swapped his child with one from the Moor family. As that child grew, he discreetly placed numerous children of space pirates within the Moor family, transforming it into a den of thieves. They had consistently conspired with the space pirates, clandestinely assisting them with various endeavors. It was through the support of the space pirates that Moor Ling acquired many materials and valuable items, enabling him to ascend to the rank of a 13th level ability user at the age of 27. After perusing all the information, Su-Yang's expression reflected a complex mix of emotions. The notion of having a genetic compatibility of 999 with such individuals felt like an affront to her. Yet, she questioned the integrity of her own genetics. Why was every match a 999? Was it because the data collected pertained to her original body? Since she had not undergone any genetic modifications nor experienced the so-called radiation, being an original specimen might explain her compatibility with everyone. Lost in contemplation, Su-Yang pondered whether such a situation might lead to her being captured for research. She sent a message to Tian Dao, requesting an investigation. Shortly thereafter, the results appeared on her optical brain, granting her a sigh of relief. It turned out that her circumstance was not unique. After some time, several planets had been discovered, many of which were inhabited by humans, and those individuals also exhibited a compatibility of 999 with others. However, the interstellar beings regard such genes with disdain, as individuals possessing them are prone to ailments such as colds and fevers, which can sometimes prove fatal, particularly on high-radiation planets where those with such genes find it nearly impossible to thrive. The interstellar beings deem these genes inadequate. Thus, they undertake genetic modifications to ensure survival in interstellar environments and to awaken latent abilities. Instances like hers have occurred before, especially following the discovery of new planets. However, as those individuals underwent genetic modifications, the occurrences of such cases diminished significantly. There are some who steadfastly refuse genetic alteration. Yet these individuals seldom survive for more than a few years in the high-radiation expanse of space. Another scenario involves individuals inadvertently traversing into the interstellar realm through black holes. These individuals develop a form of resistance during their passage and can adapt to interstellar radiation without genetic modifications, achieving a compatibility score of 999 with others. Nonetheless, they too are susceptible to colds and fevers, suffer from various basic ailments, and generally have shorter lifespans than the interstellar beings. Throughout the annals of interstellar history, such occurrences have been noted on several occasions and are not considered unusual. The interstellar realm is one of considerable inclusivity and has grown accustomed to such situations, regarding these genes with indifference. As noted in her interstellar profile, she emerged from a black hole, a fact corroborated by Lu Xinghe, hence her genetic compatibility is not surprising. After grasping the entirety of the situation, Su Yang exhaled in relief. Chapter 131. Staying by your side for 3 months, Su Yang opened her friend list to contact Lu Xinghe. Su Yang, are you there? Lu Xinghe, yes. Is there something you need? Su Yang. Image, JPG, she sent a photograph of the fruit of life. Su Yang, this is the fruit of life. I will have it shipped to you as a token of my gratitude for your assistance. We are even now. Lu Xinghe, address, XXXX Su Yang, I will send it shortly. Lu Xinghe, alright. Their conversation concluded, and Lu Xinghe accepted the fruit without hesitation, sparing her the need for further inquiries, which eased her mind. Now, they were entirely settled. She then opened the family group chat and shared the photograph of the fruit of life. Jin Yao, the fruit of life? 37. Eldest sister Tianlang Qingli, is this the fruit of life that appeared at the auction last time? 23. Mother Shi Yulan, my precious daughter. Quickly secure it and keep it from others. Otherwise, you won't be able to protect it. For the moment, only these 3 were present in the group. Father Zhu Jian mentioned he was seeking materials related to spatial abilities to craft her personal weapon. Second brother Wen Shengyan stated he was concocting a potion to shield her from ability fluctuations and was still in the laboratory. 37. Eldest sister Tianlang Qingli, yes. Quickly hide it. If not, eat it yourself. 37. Eldest sister Tianlang Qingli, in the future, refrain from sharing everything in the group. Understood? Tianlang Qingli was deeply concerned, recognizing that her 4th sister was still too young, unaware of the need to keep wealth discreet. Thus, she resolved to guide her properly. Jin Yao, put it away. If it doesn't work, just consume it yourself. It could add 10 years to your lifespan. Observing the messages from these 3 individuals, Su Yang's lips curled into a faint smile. How delightful it is that they did not inquire about the source of her acquisition, nor did they harbor any ulterior motives. Instead, they encouraged her to keep it safe. To have such family members is a blessing in her lifetime. She willingly offers the fruits of life in return. Su Yang, I stole this from the Elven clan and also pilfered their scepter. Su Yang. Image of the scepter, Su Yang. I discovered a total of 8 fruits of life. Each of us shall have one. Su Yang. Mom, big sister, 3rd brother. Please send me your addresses, and I will send them to you. 37. Big sister Tianlang Qingli, hey, I knew the Elven clan had a stockpile. They claimed there were only 10, all given to the president of the Galactic University. It must have been a boast. 37. Big sister Tianlang Qingli, our 4th sister, is truly remarkable. 37. Big sister Tianlang Qingli, since 4th sister has so many, I shall not be modest. When you come to visit me, I will take you to steal from other orc clans, and we shall procure some treasures for 4th sister. Jin Yao, I am currently unable to leave, so I will have to wait a few days. Once I finish my tasks, I will retrieve it personally. 23. Mom Shi Yulan, thank you. Dear daughter, I shall not be modest then. 23. Mom Shi Yulan, your mech will likely take another 3 months to construct. Materials from the spatial realm are quite rare and will require additional time. A faint rustling sound emerged nearby, and without needing to look up, Su Yang recognized it was Tao Wangsu waking up. After awakening his spiritual sea, his senses had become exceedingly acute. She informed the group that she had something to attend to, powered down her holographic device, and approached Tao Wangsu, propping his pillow up for support. How do you feel now? Tao Wangsu weakly pressed his forehead. I'm all right, but I cannot use my abilities for now. And I have exhausted too much of my primal energy. My body is frail. I need to recuperate for a while, at least 3 months. Su Yang paused contemplatively. This is my house near the Galactic University. You may stay here for the next few months. Tao Wangxiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you not going to take care of me closely, Su Yang? I cannot utilize my powers right now. What if someone were to harm me? Su Yang replied calmly. I still have classes to attend and cannot be with you at all times. However, I will return in the evenings. I will leave behind robots and other means to protect you. My intelligence core will monitor this place continuously to ensure safety. If you need anything, you can call for me, and I will be back within 5 minutes. By the way, you have yet to mention your terms for the exchange. Implicitly, their arrangement was a transaction. Tao Wangxiu would assist her in obtaining the heart of the primal tree, and in return, she would provide the materials he required. As for the subsequent care over the 3 months, it was an unanticipated development of the arrangement. Nevertheless, considering they were both necromancers and that he had offered her a gift upon their meeting, she was willing to check on him daily and leave provisions for his protection. She has her own matters to attend to and will not soften her heart simply because the other appears weak, nor will she carry him everywhere. When he agreed to the deal, he should have been aware of the consequences that accompany such actions. Sister Su Yang, you truly possess a ruthless heart. Tao Wangxiu clutched his chest, displaying a face of lamentation. Su Yang reminded him of the terms of the transaction. Alas, Tao Wangxiu sighed at my age. Having reached the 15th tier, I lack for nothing materially, and what I do desire, you cannot provide. For someone of my level, obtaining what I seek is already arduous, let alone for you, who are only at the 11th tier. Su Yang gazed at him in silence. How about this? Tao Wangxiu's eyes twinkled with a thought. My condition for the trade is that during these 3 months of my frailty, you must protect me closely. Do not regard me merely as a subject in need of protection. Treat me as family. I have lived in solitude for 99 years, and due to my telepathic abilities, I have been friendless. I merely wish to experience what it feels like to have family. You will agree to this. 1 to you, Sister Su Yang? Tao Wangxiu winked at her, his enchanting peach blossom eyes filled with hope. Su Yang scrutinized him, momentarily uncertain of his intentions or what he sought from her. After all, he had exerted such effort, sustaining damage to his very essence and remaining weak for 3 months, without asking for any materials. All in order to stay by her side for the warmth of family. It seemed implausible. Tao Wangxiu remained unfazed, allowing her to observe him. He smiled at Su Yang, having already devised plans for the upcoming 3 months. When she produced numerous robots for his protection, he made his decision. This sister was his to claim. Chapter 132. Journey to the Moore family. The two exchanged glances for a few moments. Su Yang inquired, are you certain? To forego so many materials just to enjoy the sensation of family by my side. If you wish for me to treat you as family, there will be work to do. In my household, it does not exist that I toil while others revel in ease. Oh, Tao Wangxiu replied eagerly, more work? I'm all for it. Please, command me as you see fit. Observing his evident enthusiasm, Su Yang decided to let it be. Thinking it best to take one step at a time, he would inevitably reveal his true motives. She appraised Tao Wangxiu from head to toe. Can you walk normally now? Will you require assistance? Tao Wangxiu promptly stood. I am merely a bit weak, but walking is certainly within my capabilities. Very well, Su Yang nodded. Let me inform you of my upcoming plans. During the day, I will attend classes and return here in the evening, so you should temporarily reside here. If that is acceptable, as an outside party, you may visit the school occasionally, but overnight stays are not permitted, and I cannot arrange for you to stay in the dormitory. Tao Wangxiu replied enthusiastically, absolutely, as long as you return promptly in the evenings. Su Yang continued, then tomorrow, you will accompany me to a B-tier planet. She succinctly outlined the matter regarding the Moore family. We shall stealthily pilfer the Moore family's stock. You will assist me, and I shall grant you a 20% share of the proceeds. Peach Wangxiu was filled with indignation. What kind of entity is the Moore family? How dare they harbor such intentions towards you? Let us ransack their warehouse, and then give that Moore a good thrashing. My anger cannot be quelled without it. Agreed. Su Yang replied with a smile. That is precisely my plan. Next, let us inspect the 2 planets under my name. I have recently acquired them and must assess their condition. The previous management will likely require replacement. By the way, can you utilize your mind-reading ability? If so, could you assist me in overseeing the recruitment process? Peach Wangxiu made an okay gesture. While my offensive abilities are not convenient to employ, my mind-reading skills are entirely at your service. Leave it to me. I shall ensure that those with ulterior motives are uncovered. Very well, this outlines our immediate work arrangement. Su Yang projected her holographic device. It is also time for lunch. Do you have any particular cravings? Oh, and perhaps I should purchase a few outfits for you as well. Su Yang was earnest in fulfilling her commitments. Since the other party had declined materials, she would not hesitate to spend star coins on items, ensuring they felt the warmth of home. Later, I will take you to select a residence. You can decide how to arrange the interiors. I shall cover all expenses as a welcome to your new home. Peach Wangxiu blinked. Sounds good. I shall follow your lead. The two perused the interface on the holographic device, placing their orders while waiting for their meal. During this time, Su Yang guided him in choosing a house. Where will you reside? I shall live next door to you. The busy afternoon passed swiftly. That evening, Su Yang received a message from her father, Zhu Jian, regarding a coach he had found for her, a reputedly exceptional individual under her father's command. He arrived that night and arranged training for Su Yang. Your foundation is rather weak, but you possess high potential. Let us begin with the basics. Su Yang fully acquiesced to the arrangements. After all, this individual had nearly 200 years of life experience, frequently undertaking various missions and possessing considerable combat expertise. What was a few months of her training in comparison? She saw no need to voice any objections and simply complied with his instructions. The entire night was spent in rigorous training. Peach Wangxiu leaned against the doorframe, watching with great interest, occasionally offering commentary, and laughing heartily when Su Yang was knocked down. Su Yang felt a growing itch for revenge. Once she reached level 15 and honed her skills, she would surely give Peach Wangxiu a taste of his own medicine. The following day, after informing her coach, she took Peach Wangxiu and set off towards the B-class planet where the Moore family resided. En route, the celestial system had already breached the Moore family's defenses, and the entire layout of their estate appeared on Su Yang's holographic device, complete with an optimal route mapped out. Observing the distant manor, Peach Wangxiu leaned closer. It seems there are quite a number of people, and the patrols are dense. What shall we do? My peach blossoms possess a narcotic effect. Should I pluck one and toss it into their cooking water? It would incapacitate most, allowing us to seize the treasures amidst the chaos. Su Yang, with no hesitation, accepted the collaboration with Tao Wangxiu. All right. She pointed at the map displayed on the holographic screen. We will wait here. The kitchen delivery robots will enter from this point. At that moment, I will control one of the robots while you hand over the peach blossoms to the other, prompting it to descend into the water. Then, we shall quietly slip in from this direction, which leads to the treasure vault. After devising their plan, the two commenced their operation. With the aid of the robots, the peach blossoms were successfully deposited into the water source. Tao Wangxiu collected a generous handful of peach blossoms, claiming that consuming the food made from this water would allow one to sleep for 3 days and nights without waking, even if a knife were held to their throat. Inside, the diners were oblivious to the commotion, but the patrolling guards outside quickly sensed something amiss and sprang into action. Meanwhile, Tiandao had already seized control of the entire area. Every door was firmly shut, and a swarm of robots surrounded the estate, isolating everything within. Damn it. We can't send out any messages. Why won't this door open? What is with these robots? Why are they attacking me? Unable to contact the key figures back home, the chaos of high technology malfunctioning was palpable. Seizing the moment of confusion, Su Yang and Tao Wangxiu stealthily approached a storage area. Tao Wangxiu whispered, "This vault is difficult to breach. It requires biological recognition, a password, and various light scans. If we are discovered, we could be trapped inside, or worse, a bomb might detonate and kill us." Su Yang shot him a knowing glance. "I am not foolish. I have come prepared. Stay close behind me and have the storage space ready for swift collection." With that, she confidently strode toward the vault entrance. Previously, Su Yang had instructed the robots to mimic commands from the head of the Moore family to divert the guards, leaving the area eerily deserted. Tao Wangxiu felt a flicker of apprehension, yet he trusted that Su Yang wouldn't gamble with her life, so he remained silent. They reached the first checkpoint, and before they could approach, the door ahead opened automatically. Tao Wangxiu was taken aback, glancing at Su Yang. It seemed this sister was even more formidable than he had anticipated. Remarkable. I truly have an excellent eye for talent in choosing such a powerful sister, he thought. Filled with pride, the two boldly entered the vault, and throughout their passage, none of the issues Tao Wangxiu had envisioned arose. They smoothly navigated through 3 doors, arriving at a corridor lined with rooms on either side. As Su Yang and Tao Wangxiu drew closer, the doors silently opened, revealing various materials within. "Let us each take a room and move swiftly," Su Yang urged, nudging Tao Wangxiu. "I'll take the left room, you take the right. It's unfortunate that the storage space requires special abilities to utilize. Otherwise, we could have enlisted the robot's assistance." Upon entering the room, she was immediately dazzled by the array of materials inside. The interior of the house is filled with an array of minerals, ranging from the size of a fingernail to towering heights that rival a human stature. Each mineral is meticulously arranged upon shelves, cloaked beneath protective shields. To extract these precious stones, one must input a specific command, otherwise, an alarm will be triggered. The commands are generated at random, changing every second. For an ordinary person, attempting to open those 3 doors would be futile, let alone inputting the correct command. However, for Su Yang, none of this poses a challenge. With the guidance of the Tao, she remains unfazed by such advanced technology, unless it rivals the sophistication of the Hongmeng intelligence. She boldly retrieves the minerals without triggering any alarms. Gold, ore, collected. Silver crystal, collected. Cosmic meteorite, collected. Sisyphus copper, collected. Xianlei iron, collected. With remarkable speed, Su-Yang gathers every mineral in the room before proceeding to the next chamber. Meanwhile, Tao Wangsu has already reached the third house on the right. Curiosity piqued. Su-Yang glances over and observes that Tao Wangsu's hair has come to life, each strand curling around an object, enabling him to collect 1,000 items simultaneously. Su-Yang is astonished. Tao Wangsu casts her a knowing smile, stating, "My hair serves as my branches. I can naturally control them." "How enviable," Su-Yang exclaims. "It's akin to possessing thousands of hands." "Do not be envious, dear sister. I am merely assisting you," Tao Wangsu replies. Su-Yang withdraws her gaze and steps into the room, which is also filled with minerals. As she collects, she discovers an abundance of minerals, spanning 5 entire rooms. It is only upon reaching the 6th room that the contents change, revealing boxes upon boxes of energy stones. "Collect, collect, collect. These are all mine." The energy stones occupy 3 rooms in total. In the 10th room, the contents shift once more, revealing the bodies of orcs from the Orc Kingdom, along with various high-grade materials, all meticulously organized and surpassing the 10th tier in quality. These materials fill 10 rooms in total. It is only when Su-Yang and Tao Wangsu reunite that their collection endeavors come to an end. On either side stand 30 houses, yielding a total of 60 rooms filled with materials, and this is merely one of the vaults. The Mower family possesses 5 such vaults. Truly, as a family from a B-tier planet, it is unfathomable to consider the inventory of the top 10 families. Compared to them, her own resources feel rather meager. Onward to the next vault, she declares. As the two exit this vault, they pass by a certain area of the estate, where they hear a resounding rumble. Tao Wangsu frowns, inquiring, "What is happening?" Su-Yang glances at the surveillance. An ability user has subdued the robots, dismantling them and attempting to force an explosion to breach the doors. She feels a pang of sympathy. After all, those robots are valuable resources. However, she realizes she cannot intervene. The robots are confined alongside those individuals. If she releases the robots, the individuals will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to escape, complicating matters beyond resolution. She possesses the ability to control robots through the heavenly path, yet the robots were defeated and dismantled, leaving her at a loss. We must hasten our pace. The longer we delay, the greater the peril. The two of them arrived at the second treasury, which was larger than the previous one, containing a total of 100 chambers, all filled with energy stones, devoid of any other items. They swiftly collected the stones and proceeded to the next treasury. The third treasury also housed 100 rooms, where Su-Yang discovered numerous assembled mechs, as well as those under construction. Without hesitation, she gathered them all, along with the materials from the remaining rooms. In the 4th and 5th treasuries, Su-Yang's bounty was vast as she thoroughly raided the Moore family's holdings. Regrettably, the robots and the storage spaces held by the individuals could not be taken away. However, one must accept losses alongside gains. Greed should not govern one's actions. Ultimately, under the watchful gaze of the heavenly path, she located a safe, which, when pried open, revealed stacks of documents detailing various nefarious transactions, such as the sale of individuals at specific times and the profits garnered. She collected all of this before departing with Tao Wangsu. As they settled into the hover vehicle, Su-Yang scanned the documents into electronic files and sent them to several officers within the Necromancer Guild. The officers expressed their gratitude, recognizing the significance of this achievement. With such accomplishments, they could secure their ascent within the ranks, and as their status elevated, so too would Su-Yang's protective influence grow stronger. Tao Wangsu, observing the contents, was filled with disdain. It was abhorrent that they were colluding with space pirates to engage in human trafficking. Su-Yang scoffed, agreeing that such traffickers deserved their fate. She recalled a harrowing experience when she nearly fell victim to human traffickers herself. While walking down the street, she was abducted by 2 individuals who placed her in a car and covered her with a sack, taking her to another district. Fortunately, she had a blade with her. While her captors were preoccupied with a meal, she managed to cut the sack and escape. "Let us go meet Mo Ling," Su-Yang declared, securing the papers as she piloted the hover vehicle towards a restaurant. Mo Ling was not at home, but was working alongside his girlfriend. In his plan, he rebelled against his family to be with her, resulting in the family freezing his accounts. To support themselves, he and his girlfriend took jobs at this establishment. Had Su-Yang not been privy to his true nature, she might have been moved to tears, marveling at what she would perceive as true love. Chapter 134, Su Qianqing. Observing Mo Ling serving tea, Tao Wangsu gestured towards his own head. Is this person not mentally sound? If he seeks to earn money, with his 13th tier strength, he could easily slay a 13th tier star beast or star plant, earning far more than this. He likely earned more from killing a few star beasts than he would in a year here. Su-Yang shook her head. You do not understand. The lack of funds is merely a facade. He does not genuinely suffer from financial constraints. What he seeks is for his so-called girlfriend to perceive the sacrifices he makes and the hardships he endures, thereby eliciting her sympathy and deepening her devotion to him. Tao Wangsu, still perplexed, questioned, But wouldn't she regard him as ineffectual? With a prowess of level 13, once a young master of a prestigious family, now deprived of resources and reduced to serving tables for a living. Could this not be construed as a notion only someone of zero ability from a forsaken star might conceive? Were it me, I would pursue hunting star beasts or flora. Not only would it yield quick financial rewards, it would also demonstrate his capabilities to his girlfriend, while allowing him to craft a few wounds that would elicit her concern. Wouldn't it be more effective to strip bare and have her apply ointment? Wouldn't that foster a deeper emotional bond? Furthermore, with the money earned, he could relieve her of labor. Wouldn't she love him all the more for it? After all, who relishes toiling under the gaze of others? A level 13 individual reduced to being a waiter, how shameful. Su Yang fell silent, delicately interjecting, "You did say he lacks wit." Tao Wangxiu retorted with disdain. "The mere thought of striking such a person lowers my own intelligence. However, since he dares to bully my dear Su Yang, I suppose I shall reluctantly administer a beating." Su Yang stifled a laugh as she and Tao Wangxiu descended from the hovercar. "Let us go." Upon entering the restaurant, Su Yang directly approached the table where Moore was seated, pointing at him. "You shall serve me." Startled by her presence, Moore quickly glanced at his girlfriend, relieved to find her oblivious to the unfolding scene. He had underestimated Su Yang's resourcefulness in locating him. Lowering his voice, he warned, "Su Yang, should you dare to cause a ruckus here, do not expect my mercy. You are but a product of a forsaken star. I possess ample means to ensure your quiet disappearance." Su Yang scoffed. "Was it not you who initiated this affair? What do you fear being revealed? Was it not you who threatened me to refrain from severing our match?" Humph. Tao Wangxiu's expression darkened. How audacious of him to threaten his sister in front of him, as though he were insignificant. The oppressive aura of a level 15 ability user descended without restraint, heavy as a mountain. Thud. Moore, being merely level 13, could not withstand such pressure and instantly bent over, not only crashing to his knees, but prostrating himself completely. Su Yang, initially prepared to speak, swallowed her words and observed Tao Wangxiu's display. Raising an eyebrow, Tao Wangxiu remarked, "Oh, what a grand display of respect. Do you take me for your ancestor? Yet, I bear no resemblance to such an unfilial descendant. I would find it ill fortune to be considered your grandson." The commotion inevitably drew the attention of onlookers, whispers circulating among them. Several waitstaff and the restaurant manager turned to witness the scene. A manager hurried over, his heart sinking as he recognized Moore's identity and purpose for being there, assuming it was merely a playful encounter between young lovers. Were it a usual occasion, he would undoubtedly defend the noble Moore lord without hesitation. However, in this moment, the individuals capable of managing affairs, particularly within the service industry, possessed discerning insight. The gentleman with pink hair before him exudes an exquisite countenance and an air of nobility that is ineffably refined, indicative of one accustomed to high station. Beside him stands a lady with dark hair and eyes, equally striking and distinguished, whose gaze invokes an involuntary desire for submission and a profound sense of reverence, suggesting her status is also extraordinary, likely a person of influence and power. In his heart, he swiftly resolved that these two must not be trifled with. "May I inquire?" "Esteemed guests," the steward's words had scarcely left his lips when Su Yang extracted a card from her storage ring. "There is no need for concern regarding the matters here. If memory serves, this establishment falls under the purview of a certain necromancer." The card she held was bestowed upon her by that very necromancer, reputed to grant her complimentary dining privileges, and in the event of any mishap, it would allow her to enter any affiliated venue where the staff would go to great lengths to assist her. Tao Wangxiu pondered how to maintain the dignity of the Moore lord in public. Perhaps indulgence was the answer, as the other party sought to defend her honor. Upon seeing the card, the steward nearly faltered, overwhelmed with respect, realizing she was of the master's household. "My lady, would you require me to clear the area?" he respectfully inquired. Su Yang waved her hand dismissively, "No need." The Moore lord found himself utterly prostrate, unable to perceive his surroundings, his heart gripped with terror. The oppressive aura emanating from the 15th tier ability user. Who was this pink-haired man? The gazes of the onlookers felt like flames scorching his cheeks. The steward's tone filled him with dread. He had never encountered such deference, even in the presence of his father. But why? Wasn't Su Yang merely a girl from a forsaken planet? "Young lady, would you come here?" Tao Wangxiu beckoned to the Moore lord's girlfriend. Me?" The woman pointed to herself, instinctively glancing at the steward, who nodded, prompting her to approach. "Esteemed guest, do you require my assistance?" she asked with caution. Tao Wangxiu inquired. "What is your name?" "Su Qinxing," she replied. Tao Wangxiu gestured towards the ground. "Whom do you deem more beautiful, myself or him?" Su Qinxing followed his gesture to the Moore lord, who lay trembling in abject submission, appearing hesitant to voice her thoughts. After a moment's deliberation, she spoke. "Esteemed guest, the Moore lord cannot compare to you. You are the moon in the sky, while he is but a dim star encircling your brilliance." A bitter taste filled the Moore lord's mouth, taken aback by Su Qianqing's words. Su Yang leaned back in her chair, intrigued by Su Qianqing's response. The celestial forces had claimed Su Qianqing was a romantic fool. Perhaps they were mistaken, for she was quite astute. "Ah, you possess discernment," Tao Wangxiu remarked, clearly pleased. "Young lady, such a man is not worth your time. I shall take my leave with him. Keep your eyes open. Although it is possible to resort to violence here, it is unnecessary. He does not wish for Su Yang to be associated with this individual, especially not to have outsiders become aware of it." Chapter 135. The gift of precognition. Tao Wangxiu utilized his abilities to seal off the senses of Lord Moore, binding his hands with ropes and leading him away. Observing the retreating figures of Su Yang and the others, Su Qianqing bit her lip, a tumultuous struggle evident in her eyes, before she ultimately followed suit and dashed out. The steward nearby rolled his eyes. How dare Su Qianqing run amok? According to the rules, she ought to be expelled. However, since she was pursuing those two prominent figures, it was best to let it slide. Tao Wangxiu brought Lord Moore to a secluded alley and proceeded to beat him without mercy. With his senses sealed, Lord Moore could not even call out, collapsing to the ground with a grim expression. Su Yang stood at the entrance of the alley, gazing at the approaching Su Qianqing, her tone calm and unruffled. "What is it? Do you wish to intercede?" Su Qianqing hurriedly shook her head. No, you misunderstand." After a moment's hesitation, as if steeling herself, she spoke. "I should be the child of a certain prominent figure who has fallen from grace, and I am not a bastard. I am a legitimate child. Could you assist me in finding my father? I will repay you." "Oh," Su Yang remarked in surprise. "You are aware of your own identity?" Su Qianqing was taken aback. Did this guest also possess knowledge of such matters? It seemed she had indeed come to the right person. However, it appeared that the guest had no intention of aiding her. Carefully assessing Su Yang, she decided to reveal her trump card. "I possess dual abilities, one of which is precognition. Should you choose to help me, I could foresee future events for you, aiding you in averting numerous dangers." Su Yang straightened, intrigued by the rarity of such abilities. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "There is no rush. First, tell me how you came to know your identity. Is it due to your precognitive abilities?" Su Qianqing did not shy away from the truth. "I was once from the garbage star. One day, while scavenging, I encountered a half-dead Lord Moore. At that time, I could barely sustain myself, and I certainly had no intention of helping him. However, when I touched him, I had a vision of my future. I foresaw that Lord Moore would take me away from the garbage star, thus I chose to save him." At this juncture, a hint of scorn curled at the corners of Su Qianqing's lips. "It is laughable that Lord Moore later sought me out, professing to be infatuated with me. Yet his words were merely lip service, betraying his disdainful emotions. He completely forgot about his abrupt departure after I had saved him. Having grown up on the garbage star, she had not received an education nor had the opportunity to access the internet. Yet she possessed a keen sensitivity to malice in others. Lord Moore assumed her background rendered her naive and easily deceived, overlooking the vigilance that those from the garbage star had cultivated, always alert to the possibility of theft. Yet, in order to escape the garbage star, she feigned ignorance. He pursued her, requesting she become his girlfriend, and she consented. At first, I was aware that he had ulterior motives towards me, yet I could not fathom the reasons behind his actions. It was only during a moment of intimacy that my foresight was rekindled. I foresaw a conversation between him and his family, wherein he discovered that I am the offspring of a prominent figure. His intent was to ingratiate himself with that notable individual through me, aiming for a leap in social status. However, my capabilities were limited. I only knew that this person held significant influence, but I lacked the means to contact him, and thus maintained a facade of cordiality with Moore. Today, upon encountering you all, I sensed that an opportunity had arisen." Su Yang let out a light laugh, reflecting on the information gleaned from the celestial archives, and pondered, "What if I were to say that your father has since remarried? Your return may not be as pleasant as you imagine." Su Qianqing hesitated momentarily. "It is entirely normal for my father to remarry after my mother has been gone for so long. Yet, I still wish to return. For even a difficult life, there is preferable to my existence on this wretched planet." A fervent ambition ignited in Su Qianqing's eyes. "I yearn for healing, for education, for knowledge, for the resources to enhance my abilities, and for abundant wealth. I am willing to endure hardship if it means ascending the social ladder. I shall not be deterred by any indignities. Moreover, I am not an illegitimate child. I am born of wedlock. What do I have to fear?" "Very well." Su Yang nodded. "However, do not rush. I shall inform your father, and I intend to ensure he owes me a favor in return. Since you possess foresight, perhaps you could assist me in discerning what steps I should take." Su Qianqing restrained her excitement. "I need to make contact with you." She cautiously touched Su Yang's wrist. "Benefactor, please do not resist. If you do, my foresight may be obstructed. My abilities are still rudimentary, at only level 3, and I could suffer a fatal backlash. Nonetheless, dear guest, what is it you wish to foresee? Is there something specific?" Su Yang responded affirmatively. feeling a peculiar energy emanating from Su Qianqing's hand. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "Let us glimpse a significant turning point in my life." Su Qianqing closed her eyes and, after a brief interval, opened them, her expression filled with astonishment and complexity. Trembling, she swallowed hard. "I foresee you piloting a hovercraft amidst the cosmos. Surrounding you are numerous warships, robots, and mechs, all demanding that you surrender something." Su Yang mused. "Could you describe the forms of those warships, robots, and mechs?" Su Qianqing shook her head apologetically. "I am sorry, my powers are too weak." The vision was fleeting and unclear, merely a vague impression. "However, it is evident that you face a multitude of adversaries, not just humans, but also a great many beastmen." She cautiously glanced at Su Yang. "It appears as though the Human Federation and the Beastman Kingdom have allied against you." A resolution began to crystallize within Su Yang. It seemed the affairs of Blue Star had been exposed. She smiled at Su Qianqing, her eyes betraying no discernible emotion. Su Qianqing shuddered and immediately knelt down. "Swearing to the heavens, I vow that if I reveal this matter, I shall lose my powers, be consumed by radiation, and meet a tragic end." Su Yang, with a gentle tone, helped her up. "Why kneel? Am I a man-eater? I place no faith in oaths. I only trust in myself. Tell me, do you wish to become my subordinate and follow my lead? You have but one opportunity to choose." Chapter 136. You will marry in the future. Su Qianqing swallowed hard, her instincts reaching a fever pitch, nearly causing her legs to buckle again. Although the woman before her smiled kindly, she was acutely aware that a wrong answer could lead to her immediate demise. Who among the good could withstand the onslaught of the entire universe's forces? Who would mobilize such a fleet for just one individual? This woman was undoubtedly formidable. What fate could await her under such a powerful figure? Yet, to refuse now meant certain death. With tears welling in her heart, Su Qianqing realized that her choice to follow was her own, as was the decision to provide foresight. She could only bear the consequences of her choices. "I am willing." Su Qianqing heard her own voice declare, "I am willing to follow you and serve you, boss." Su Yang smiled with satisfaction. "You are a wise individual. I trust you understand what actions are permissible and which are not. The fact that I can be besieged by so many indicates I have survived numerous prior assaults on a smaller scale. Otherwise, such a mobilization would be unwarranted, would it not? So, if you inadvertently utter something, do you think anyone can safeguard you before that?" Su Qianqing shivered involuntarily, her survival instinct compelling her to speak. "Boss, the future can be altered. I will strive to enhance my abilities, providing you with more foresight to help you avert such situations." Su Yang extended her hand. "This time, help me foresee why they are blocking my path." She wished to understand how her connection to Blue Star had been exposed. Had Lu Xinghe betrayed her? The likelihood seemed slim. If he intended to speak, he would have done so earlier. Yet, he might be playing a long game, and caution was prudent. Had someone become lost in the cosmos and inadvertently discovered Blue Star? Regardless of the protective shields surrounding Blue Star or its inner secrets, any exposure would surely attract unwanted attention. If these individuals sought to strike against Blue Star, she would not stand idly by, and confrontation would be inevitable. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Su Yang's mind. Su Qianqing's voice broke through. "This time, I vaguely overheard a conversation mentioning the 16th tier." Su Yang mused, "I see. Let us foresee how long after the previous events this will occur." Su Qianqing replied, "I only know it is a few years later, but the exact timing remains unclear." Too vague. It seemed Lu Xinghe could be ruled out. Su Yang pulled out a handkerchief and offered it to Su Qianqing. "All right, wipe your sweat. Be sure to enhance your abilities quickly. You look exhausted. I shall transfer a sum of money to your account. Take this time to recuperate and consider enrolling in a class on etiquette, striving to leave a lasting impression on your father during your first meeting. Additionally, be mindful that a disheveled appearance often elicits feelings of guilt and compassion from others. I shall grant you a fortnight. Can you accomplish this?" Humanity tends to be quite pragmatic, even when harboring guilt towards one's own offspring. Should one encounter an individual whose speech is crude and littered with vulgarities, displaying poor manners and lack of poise, any lingering guilt may swiftly dissipate, and affection may cool rapidly. Conversely, if one appears emaciated and battered yet retains an air of dignity and proper demeanor, the guilt will be magnified, leading one to reflect on the undeniable lineage. Recognizing that even in such dire straits, they possess remarkable character. This holds particularly true for individuals of higher status. Yet, one must ponder how such a person could embody dignity when reduced to such a pitiful state, struggling for mere survival. Such is the nature of reality. As for M.O. Erling, Su Yang's gaze shifted to the alley. "You need not concern yourself with that individual. He shall soon be no more." Upon witnessing the conclusion of their conversation, Tao Wangxiu approached, casting an irritable glance at Su Qianqing. "I observed you kneeling before my sister. What do you seek? Are you imploring her to spare this man?" "No, no." Su Qianqing hastily waved his hands, fearing any misunderstanding. "No," Su Yang interjected. Shaking her head, Su Qianqing possesses the ability of foresight, and out of curiosity, I asked her to assist me with a glimpse into the future. Oh, Tao Wangxiu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Such a rare ability. Then, why not aid me in foreseeing my own future, specifically regarding my continued relationship with my sister? If we remain together, it would signify his success in winning her over. If not, it indicates he must strive harder. The future is filled with infinite possibilities and is not immutable. Su Qianqing activated her foresight once more, a faint smile gracing her lips. Congratulations. You will indeed be together in the future. She will fulfill her wish to become your wife, and you shall host a grand wedding. It remains uncertain what peculiarities this individual may have, referring to his wife as sister, perhaps a matter of personal preference. However, it seems that the wedding foretold may involve more than one husband. Yet, such details need not be disclosed, I believe. Stealing a glance at Su Yang, she felt a deep admiration. Although she could not discern the visages of the other husbands, their essence spoke of extraordinary caliber, each one undoubtedly a remarkable individual. Her employer is indeed fortunate. Lost in her thoughts, Su Qianqing failed to notice the sudden stillness enveloping the surroundings. Su Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? Marriage? Between her and Tao Wangxiu? She stared incredulously at him, realizing he must be nearly 99 years old. By the standards of Blue Star, he could be her great-grandfather. Yet, if calculated by interstellar standards, where one might live for 500 years, he has merely traversed 1/5 of his life, akin to being merely 20 years old on Blue Star. Or perhaps even younger. Su Yang's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, her expression vividly animated. Peach Wangxiu's expression transformed from one of astonishment to contemplation, ultimately evolving into a playful smile. Indeed, beyond merely being siblings, they could also coexist as a married couple. Moreover, the institution of marriage offers a more enduring and secure bond. Not to mention, he held no aversion towards Su Yang. In fact, he rather cherished her. If she were his wife, it would be quite splendid. Both being necromancers, they were unable to bear offspring, thus their union was perfectly suited. With neither party having grounds for disdain, Peach Wangxiu accepted this notion readily, his enchanting peach blossom eyes brimming with affection as he gazed at Su Yang, softly uttering a single word, wife. Su Yang was taken aback, glancing at Su Qianqing. All right, you should head back now. We have concluded our matters, and it's time for us to depart. She took Peach Wangxiu's hand, leading him towards the hovering vehicle. Peach Wangxiu, with a playful twist, turned her action of grasping his wrist into a gentle hold of her hand, subsequently enveloping it with his larger palm. His fingers interlaced with hers, creating a tender connection. Unable to resist, he gave her hand a gentle squeeze, soft, small, and warm. It felt utterly delightful. Chapter 137. You will marry me. The two settled into the hovering vehicle. Peach Wangxiu's body seemed devoid of rigidity, comfortably leaning against Su Yang as he whispered softly in her ear, wife. The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, causing it to twitch involuntarily. She pushed him away playfully. Be serious. We need to have a proper discussion. Peach Wangxiu toyed with Su Yang's hair. Are we discussing when to get married? Shall I begin planning the wedding now? What kind of ceremony do you prefer? Su Yang swatted his hand away, bemused by how this fellow, upon realizing their future union, seemed to have flipped a switch, leaning toward her incessantly. You are 99 years old, and I am merely 25. Peach Wangxiu pondered. Indeed, I am 99. Is that not quite youthful? We could accompany each other for another 400 years. He suddenly realized. So, my dear wife, are you lamenting my age? He leaned closer to Su Yang, his face, as lovely as a peach blossom, mere inches from hers. His pink hair cascaded with his movement, a few strands drifting onto Su Yang, intertwining with her own. Their gazes locked, their breaths seemingly merging. A faint scent of peach blossoms enveloped Su Yang, prompting her to inhale gently. Peach Wangxiu also took in the fragrance, relishing the proximity to Su Yang. In fact, during the previous welcoming feast, he had kissed the back of her hand and caught a whiff of her alluring scent, but the moment was fleeting. There was no time to savor it. This encounter, however, was profoundly intense. The fragrance, reminiscent of spring, enveloped him, instilling a deep sense of comfort akin to the carefree stretching of branches under sunlight. An indescribable pleasure that made him yearn to draw closer. He took Su Yang's hand and placed it against his face. Wife, do I appear beautiful? Su Yang found herself unable to utter an insincere response. Very beautiful. Peach Wangxiu inquired. Do I look youthful? He guided her hand delicately across his face. The sensation was soft and smooth, akin to caressing the finest jade, yet even more supple, surpassing the tactile experience of jade itself. Young, Su Yang affirmed. Peach's desire. I can maintain this youthful appearance until the age of 480, before finally entering the twilight of my years. Do you still consider me aged? Su Yang fell silent for a moment. Confronted by such a youthful visage, certain inquiries could easily be dismissed. Not at all. Peach's desire was dissatisfied. How can such a term be used to describe a man? He grasped Su Yang's hand. My dear wife, Take a moment to feel it for yourself. Su Yang's mind went blank, utterly astonished. Yuha. Peach's Desire's voice was sultry, and he trembled all over, experiencing sensations he had never encountered before. His eyes gradually darkened, and the fragrance of peach blossoms around him intensified. His gaze inadvertently settled upon Su Yang's delicate, pink lips. Taking a deep breath, he hastily released her hand and distanced himself. He must not frighten Su Yang. She was still young, and things must proceed gradually. Moreover, he lacked experience and needed guidance. He steadied himself. So, my dear, are you satisfied? Su Yang's heart raced, and after taking a deep breath, she met Peach's Desire's gaze. Remaining silent for a moment. Shall we give it a try? She was fond of this face, so why not explore this further? However, please refrain from calling me your wife. We are not yet married. Peach's Desire suppressed his joy, knowing that a man's substantial assets were an appealing factor, particularly to women. Su Yang added, however, let me be clear, should we wed, it is not I who will marry you, but rather you who will marry me. Regarding our future children here. Her voice faltered. Peach's Desire, being a necromancer, would not have biological children. She almost forgot. She quickly amended. Any children we adopt will take my surname. After all, her offspring were destined to inherit her legacy in the Blue Star. She would not allow another to benefit from her efforts. Peach's Desire readily replied, no problem. Everything that is mine is yours. I shall marry you. He was, after all, a solitary being, with little to lose. If I shall not call you my wife, might I use another term of endearment? It feels too unfamiliar to call you by your name, which may hinder our emotional connection. How about baby? Su Yang inhaled lightly. When we are in public, please call me by my name. Peach's Desire responded, very well, baby. By the way, I have already compelled that man to terminate our previous match. You just need to consent on your end. He then gazed at Su Yang expectantly. Let us initiate our own match, so you will not be paired with anyone else in the future. Su Yang nodded. All right. She annulled her match with Moore, then turned to bind her match with Peach's Desire. Since both parties had applied voluntarily, the compatibility percentage was not displayed. However, as they would not have offspring, it mattered little, even if it were a 0. Peach's Desire gazed contentedly at his personal information, now indicating a match, and promptly transferred his storage space to Su Yang. All my belongings are yours, baby. He also sent her a substantial sum of star coins. Calculated in trillions, all the star coins are yours as well. I have some items stored on other planets and hold several planetary ownerships. Once I organize them, I will give them to you. My entire dowry is yours. The child may only require a small allowance each month. Should there be anything I need, I will ask the child for it. Su Yang stared blankly at Tao Wangxu's actions, quickly halting him. What are you doing? She returned the storage space and star coins. These belongings are yours. Keep them. We are not yet married. Tao Wangxu looked quite aggrieved. But someone prophesied that we will marry in the future, so these items will eventually belong to you. It is merely a matter of time. Why don't you want them? Do you not intend to marry me? Su Yang retorted impatiently. People in ancient times understood that a woman's dowry should not be touched. It belongs to her, and using a woman's dowry is subject to ridicule. Am I to claim your dowry? Tao Wangxu countered. That is a rule among humans. We beastmen do not adhere to such customs. You may inquire. For us beastmen, anything brought into marriage belongs to the head of the household. If the head refuses these items, it signifies a rejection of the beastman, and they would be ridiculed by the head's other partners. Su Yang was taken aback, intrigued by a detail that caught her interest. Other partners of the head? Chapter 138. Can he be a bit bolder? Tao Wangxu fell silent, a look of regret crossing his face. Su Yang, eager for more, pressed on. Do you beastmen have many partners? Tao Wangxu responded with a hint of melancholy. Are you truly interested? Su Yang nodded without hesitation. Of course. You know that we humans adhere to monogamy. So I am naturally curious about other arrangements. There must be plenty of drama, right? Any tales of infidelity, rivalry, or scheming? As she piloted the hover vehicle back to the galactic planet, her enthusiasm was palpable. Observing her demeanor, Tao Wangxu felt a slight sense of relief. She was merely seeking gossip. In truth, he had already discerned from Su Qianqing's thoughts that Su Yang would eventually marry several individuals. Growing up in the Beastman Kingdom, he had come to accept this reality, but that did not mean he was free from jealousy or possessiveness. Thus, he refrained from voicing this information. Why would he say it? To awaken Su Yang? It was better for them to cultivate their relationship first, even if others entered the picture later. His standing in Su Yang's heart would not diminish. Tao Wangxu continued. There is indeed a significant difference between the Human Federation and the Beastman Kingdom. The Human Federation is fundamentally human, established by a group of humans. The reproductive capabilities of humans are rather poor. It is normal to have one child per birth, with twins being a rarity and triplets occurring once in a century. Furthermore, humans have a slow growth cycle, taking many years to mature, which has led to the implementation of a genetic matching system. Due to the scarcity of children, each must be an elite. In the past, humans practiced polygamy. But this resulted in a significant number of men unable to marry, leading to social unrest, which is why monogamy was adopted. In order to facilitate these men in finding wives and to maintain a stable increase in the population, a regulation imposing fines for those who remain unmarried past the age of 30 has been instituted, as the act of procreation necessitates the presence of women. Soo-young, however, felt a distinct lack of interest. She had been aware of such matters during her previous life on Blue Star and found them entirely unengaging. Why discuss humanity when we could delve into the realm of the beastmen? Tao Wangxiu replied, I mentioned this merely to provide a point of comparison. Noticing Soo-young's impatience, he continued without further ado, our beastmen are quite different. For instance, among the cat and tiger clans, it is commonplace to bear 3 or 4 offspring at a time, while the snake and rabbit clans often have litters exceeding 10. Certain rare species can produce hundreds in a single birth, with some even giving rise to several litters within a year. Consequently, the beastman kingdom is never short of population. Moreover, the young in our kingdom mature at an astonishing rate, whereas humans awaken their latent abilities at the age of 5. Beastmen can do so within merely 2 to 3 months. Thus, the beastman kingdom did not originally have a matching system. The current one has been adopted from your human federation. The purpose is to nurture a next generation endowed with exceptional talents. However, due to our ability to reproduce freely without concern for lineage and the absence of a traditional marriage system, our matching is not one-to-one, but rather one-to-many, thereby increasing the likelihood of producing outstanding descendants. Even when a match is established, the concept of marriage does not exist, and consequently, neither do fines. Couples simply cohabit. After bearing children, they may dissolve their current match and seek new ones. Naturally, should one desire to forego offspring, they can opt out of matching altogether. As I once did. I believe your elder sister and second brother have made similar choices, although I have heard they may have had several fleeting romances. As for me, being a plant-type beast man, I lack a mating season and have never been particularly interested in such matters, Tao Wangxiu asserted, subtly affirming his innocence. Soo-young then pondered a moment before inquiring, given that beastmen born and raised within the Human Federation, are they considered part of the Beastman Kingdom or the Human Federation? How is the matching system determined? Tao Wangxiu replied, it depends on where their household registration lies. If a beastman marries a human from the Federation, they naturally adopt the Human Federation's registration, and all matters adhere to its regulations. However, it is rare for beastmen to wed humans because of the difficulties humans face in childbirth, which can slow the growth of offspring that inherit human genes. Likewise, few humans marry beastmen due to the lack of marital protections, as societal conditioning discourages them from sharing their partners. Nonetheless, when a beastman does marry a human, they are often quite sought after, especially those of the fluffier variety. Soo-young, deep in thought, asked, I have encountered many beastmen on the Galactic Star. There was an elven restaurant where beastmen were employed. What is the significance of this? She must ascertain this, as she was to inherit the planet. Tao Wangxiu explained. Those are workers. Only a select few beastmen qualify for long-term residency within the Human Federation. This is how the regulations are structured. As Tao Wangxiu spoke, Soo-young absorbed a considerable amount of knowledge regarding the rules of the Beastman Kingdom. She gently patted Tawang's shoulder, declaring, I have made up my mind. Once I have organized my 2 planets, I shall establish specific positions for orcs to work. I will need your assistance in overseeing this. Tawang blinked and replied, of course. Now, my dear, having settled that matter, should we not discuss the previous issue? The importance of this matter weighed heavily on Soo-young, who was already aware of the circumstances in the Orc Kingdom. If she were to refuse, it would signify to Tawang that she did not wholeheartedly accept him, leaving him with a profound sense of insecurity. After all, the orcs did not possess the concept of marriage. Rather, they simply paired with those they found appealing. Of course, some were more devoted, marrying upon finding their match and remaining together for life. Tawang belonged to the latter category. She nodded, all right. Tawang then transferred the items once more to Soo-young and added, if one day you fancy someone else, I shall not stand in your way. However, I hope you will not abandon me for that person. I have committed to you, and having given you everything, should you forsake me, I would be left with nothing. Soo-young granted Tawang access to a shared account, allowing him to spend freely. Subsequently, she placed a tender kiss upon his cheek, assuring him, as long as you do not betray me, I will never abandon you. Genuine affection is rare, and she would cherish it. The fleeting sensation of her lips lingered for but a second, yet it left Tawang momentarily stunned. He regarded Soo-young thoughtfully. The orcs were bold and unrestrained, rushing in upon finding mutual attraction, while it was said that humans were more reserved, requiring emotional cultivation. However, observing Soo-young now, she did not appear shy or restrained. Could it be that he might dare to be bolder? Chapter 139. Trending on Starnet, the two returned to the galactic planet, the clock nearing 9 p.m. Under the supervision of his father Zhu Jian's subordinate, Soo-young underwent rigorous training for 3 hours, leaving her body aching as she collapsed onto the bed. I'm so exhausted. After a brief moment of rest, she summoned Tiandao, inquiring, "What is the situation with Su Qianqing?" Tiandao responded, "Su Qianqing has enrolled in an etiquette class as per your instructions, Master. No information regarding you has been disclosed externally. I have been monitoring her light brain continuously. Should Su Qianqing attempt to communicate this to others, the message would be intercepted by me and would not be transmitted. Should she use alternative means, I will be aware of all her actions through her light brain. At the instant she makes a move, I can manipulate the surroundings to eliminate Su Qianqing in an instant." Su Yang replied, "Continue the surveillance. We cannot let our guard down. Have you found the information I previously requested?" Tiandao confirmed, "It has been sent to your light brain, Master, and you may review it at any time." Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside. Tiandao announced, "Master, it is Tawank." Without turning, Su Yang instructed, "Let him in." Tiandao opened the door, and Tawank entered, immediately spotting Su Yang sprawled on the bed, dressed in a delicate light blue nightgown, her hair cascading casually. Her bare skin appeared pale and exquisite, shimmering softly under the light. This sight momentarily captivated him, causing his heart to race. He took a moment to compose his breath and leaned closer, inquiring, "Are you still busy?" He noticed Su Yang engrossed in her holographic device, but alas, the privacy setting rendered her activities invisible to him. A faint scent of peach blossoms enveloped Su Yang. She felt a soft presence beside her, as Tao Wangxiu settled down, yet she did not turn to acknowledge. She replied nonchalantly, Didn't we previously investigate the Moore family? They conspired with space pirates to abduct numerous individuals. I instructed Tiandao to compile information on the kidnapped. And once they are rescued, I plan to transfer some star coins to them, providing a cushion for their recovery. As for those who perished, Tiandao will investigate their networks, ensuring that their parents, children, and partners receive a monetary compensation. However, this will not be done indiscriminately. For those whose disappearances were fervently pursued, I shall allocate a larger sum. Conversely, for those complicit in the sales of individuals, I will opt to report them directly to the authorities. Currently, she was sifting through this information. Tiandao had already filtered it once, and she was reviewing it again, assigning varying amounts of star coins based on the individual's family circumstances. Since you're still awake, you could assist me. She shared the information with Tao Wangxiu. Tao Wangxiu was somewhat taken aback. What inspired you to take such action? Su Yang replied, half of what I possess serves as evidence of the Moore family's atrocities. However, I am not so altruistic as to relinquish everything without reservation. Yet, providing these individuals with star coins to ensure their stability for a while is an act I can undertake. Star coins hold little value for me now. Spending a few to improve their lives is a worthy endeavor. Tao Wangxiu pressed his hand to his chest, feeling the rhythm of his heart quicken even further. He yearned to embrace Su Yang, yet he refrained, unwilling to disrupt her focus. Steadying himself, he settled onto the adjacent sofa and began assisting her with the task at hand. As Su Yang delved deeper into the records, her frustration mounted. The Moore family's heinous deeds had persisted for centuries, spanning 3 generations. They employed a myriad of nefarious tactics. For instance, they would recruit employees and organize outings, only for unforeseen calamities to occur along the way, such as encounters with star beasts or space pirates, or natural disasters, rendering the disappearance of certain individuals seemingly ordinary. They also operated civilian starships, meticulously documenting information on those individuals. If anyone strayed alone or hailed from lesser planets, they would be targeted. After all, such individuals held low status, and their disappearances raised little concern. Additionally, gatherings under the guise of matching or friendship invitations, where one might merely receive a beating, felt far too lenient. The estate of the Moore family deserved to be engulfed in flames. Tao Wangxiu nodded in agreement. Indeed, that seems far too lenient. However, even after these individuals are apprehended, their fate is unlikely to be favorable. As they continued to peruse the records, 2 hours slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, Tiandao's voice interrupted their focus. Master, please check the trending topics on the Star Network. Su Yang and another individual simultaneously accessed the Star Network, where they were met with a prominent announcement emblazoned with the word explosion. The content detailed the nefarious activities of the Moore family. Law enforcement had successfully apprehended the entire Moore clan, simultaneously dismantling a ring of space pirates, exposing their transgressions, and rescuing those who had been abducted and remained alive. Currently, there are thousands of survivors, although many more have perished. The Star Network was ablaze with fervor, colluding with space pirates and trafficking in human lives. Both actions are considered taboos among interstellar citizens. Consequently, a torrent of outrage echoed throughout the network, with numerous profanities being filtered due to their offensive nature. Additionally, an official notification from the police appeared on the Star Network. Given the heinous nature of the situation, the authorities planned to publicly strip the offenders of their abilities at a designated square on the B-class planet where the Moore family resided, chaining them before an audience. During this period, The victims' families would have the opportunity to present evidence to the police and could approach the Moore family to offer condolences. This mourning period would last for 7 days, after which the offenders would be transported to a desolate planet to labor under the relentless sun and radiation day after day until their bodies could no longer endure. Ultimately, they would be thrust onto the battlefield, compelled to self-destruct, taking down both themselves and the formidable beasts and plants of the stars, thereby fulfilling their final purpose. Upon the announcement of this news, many applauded, expressing their intent to visit the B-class planet to offer their condolences earnestly. The celestial way drifted over. Is my master satisfied with this outcome? Su-Yang nodded, indeed. Once the identities of the rescued individuals are confirmed, transfer the star coins from my anonymous account. As she spoke, Su-Yang yawned, her recent days filled with relentless activity, leading to a significant reduction in her sleep. Now, with her mind at ease, the fatigue washed over her. Understood. I have activated sleep mode for my master, replied the celestial way. Tao Wangsu stood up, glancing helplessly at his attire. He had initially intended to seduce Su-Yang that evening, but had been preoccupied for so long. He decided to let it go, thinking there would be other opportunities in the future. Darling, I shall take my leave for now. Su-Yang lifted her gaze towards Tao Wangsu, and their eyes met, causing her heart to race. The allure of beauty was undeniable. She beckoned him with a playful gesture. Why are you running? Do you wish to share my bed tonight? My bed can accommodate you. Chapter 140. 1-month engagement. 3 months marriage. The day had brightened considerably, with the sun pouring its warm rays through the window, illuminating the entwined figures on the bed. Tao Wangsu's eyelashes fluttered, and he was the first to open his eyes. In his embrace lay a soft, warm body, their forms intimately connected beneath the covers. His arm was draped around Su-Yang's waist, their legs intertwined, creating an unspoken harmony. He could hear her gentle breaths and feel the rise and fall of her body with each inhalation, even catching the rhythmic thump of her strong heart. This unprecedented sensation left Tao Wangsu momentarily at a loss for how to respond. He instinctively tightened his hold on Su-Yang. Having grown up, this was his first experience sharing a bed with someone, feeling the closeness of another person in such an intimate manner. However, this sensation was rather pleasant, and he felt no aversion. The warmth radiating from the body beside him inevitably brought a smile to his lips. Although the two had done nothing more than embrace and sleep together the previous night, his heart was enveloped in an immense warmth. Ever since learning yesterday that he would marry Su-Yang in the future, a sense of unreality had lingered in his heart, akin to viewing flowers through mist or the moon's reflection in water. Yet now, the soft body cradled in his arms steadied his heart, instilling a profound sense of reality, especially upon gazing at Su-Yang's serene sleeping visage, which made his heart swell with tenderness. How wonderful it was to know that he would no longer be alone. He was now a husband. Unable to resist, Tao Wangsu rested his chin on Su-Yang's shoulder. The commotion stirred Su-Yang from her slumber. She squinted at him and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, whispering, "Good morning." Tao Wangsu reciprocated the kiss, replying, "Good morning." They sat up, the blanket slipping away to reveal their sleep attire. Su-Yang's gaze inevitably fell upon Tao Wangsu once more. The design of his sleepwear was simply exquisite. It concealed what needed to be hidden while appearing to be an entirely ordinary outfit. However, the style artfully accentuated the right areas, revealing natural curves that were tantalizingly suggestive, especially when deliberately emphasized. Su-Yang poked Tao Wangsu's chest, teasing, "I've heard that a man's chest muscles are soft when relaxed, but harden when tense. This morning, why does it feel so firm beneath my fingers?" Tao Wangsu seized her hand, planting a kiss upon it, his enchanting eyes gazing at her tenderly. "Are you satisfied with my deliberately highlighted physique? Have I managed to entice you?" Su-Yang stifled a laugh, nodding. "Indeed, if you continue like this, I might just abandon my royal duties. However, we have important matters to attend to today, so let us rise swiftly. I have some inquiries for you. You possess several planets, do you not? You should know how to manage them. Today, assist me by explaining any crucial points I should be aware of." Though she had experience in managing enterprises, she had never overseen planetary governance before. This was her first venture into such territory. She resolved to thoroughly educate herself today with the guidance of Tiandao, Tao Wangsu, and Zhu Jian's subordinate, so that she could officially take over the 2 planets the following day. As the matter at hand was of significance, Tao Wangsu refrained from further distractions, and the two quickly prepared themselves before plunging into the sea of learning. Meanwhile, on another planet, after several days of intense and brutal combat, a resolution finally emerged. In a white room, Zhang Jing and dozens of others stood by, watching as the individuals in front of them signed the contract before finally releasing them. He swiftly returned to his quarters with the contract and scanned the documents to send to Jin Yao. "Zhang Jing, Jin Xiao, I have wrapped things up on my end. How are matters progressing on yours?" After approximately half an hour, a response arrived from the other side. "Jin Yao, all set." Jin Yao continued, "Why do these individuals insist on courting disaster? Clearly, They have been outmatched in previous encounters, yet they still seek to provoke me. He had initially planned to nurture his relationship with Su Yang after the welcome banquet, but unforeseen complications had arisen, demanding his attention for several days. This left him with little time to communicate with Su Yang, causing him considerable frustration. He had intended to approach the situation gradually, employing more subtle methods to sway these individuals. However, circumstances dictated that he resort to more forceful measures to quell them entirely, in order to prevent future disturbances. After coordinating with Zhang Jing and confirming several details, he finally managed to conclude all matters after a long day of effort. Once he relaxed, his thoughts involuntarily drifted to Su Yang. There was a renowned old restaurant on this planet that served exquisite local dishes. He pondered taking Su Yang there next time. It was said that there was a traditional festival during which people exchanged floral arrangements, especially couples, as this act symbolized enduring affection. He resolved to bring Su Yang along for this occasion, envisioning how beautiful she would look adorned with a crown of flowers. As Jin Yao reflected on the various delights of this planet, his mind was filled with thoughts of Su Yang. This was what it felt like to be in love, constantly reminded of the other person, eager to share delightful experiences and adventures together. The sensation was truly wonderful, and he began to look forward to a future with Su Yang. They would explore every planet, immersing themselves in its unique culture, savoring local delicacies, and experiencing special festivals. They had a lifetime ahead of them. A thought crossed his mind, and he paused momentarily before reopening the chat with Zhang Jing. Jin Yao, how did you manage to win over your wife? Zhang Jing had found his match at the age of 21 and, after less than a month together, hastily secured a marriage license, ultimately marrying within 3 months, a speed that had astonished many. Now, several years had passed, and Zhang Jing and his wife shared a harmonious relationship. Jin Yao decided to seek Zhang Jing's counsel, hoping to emulate his rapid success with Su Yang, aiming for a marriage certificate within a month and a wedding within 3. Given their high compatibility and Su Yang's impressive capabilities, the Jin family would surely not oppose their union. The only remaining obstacle was Su Yang's attitude. Chapter 141. The Love Strategist. Upon receiving this message, Zhang Jing raised his eyebrows in astonishment. So, Jin Xiao had come to a realization? He sighed with a hint of disappointment. He had hoped to observe the unfolding drama. Zhang Jing, Jin Xiao, why the sudden inquiry? Have you developed feelings for someone? Jin Yao, TSK, spare me the pretense. You know very well. Zhang Jing, is this Miss Su Yang? Jin Yao, yes. Zhang Jing, I must say, given your status and appearance, if you truly have feelings for someone, that person would undoubtedly reciprocate. I suggest you confess your feelings to Miss Su Yang directly. Zhang Jing, I sense that Miss Su Yang harbors some affection for you as well. She often smiles when she sees you, and her demeanor towards you is distinctly different from how she interacts with others. Jin Yao finds himself in a predicament, as the matter concerning the necromancer must remain confidential. Thus, outsiders appear to misunderstand the nature of their relationship. Jin Yao, I made some mistakes in the past, so her current perception of me is likely not favorable. Zhang Jing, perhaps you should share what happened. Without your insight, how can I assist you in analyzing the situation? Jin Yao, I kissed her forcefully. In truth, he regretted the act immediately after it transpired, recognizing that it was a profound disrespect towards Su Yang. Such an intimate gesture should have been mutual, following a clear expression of feelings from both sides. Nevertheless, despite his remorse, he would repeat the same action if given another chance. Had he refrained from kissing her, their relationship would have remained stagnant. From the outset, their dynamic had been flawed. He discerned that Su Yang had never considered him in a romantic light, genuinely viewing him as a brother, which was far from what he desired. Only through that kiss could he candidly pursue her in the future. Zhang Jing, Zhang Jing, Jin Yao, I presume you have never kissed another woman before? If your forceful kiss left her with an unpleasant experience, she may harbor some resistance. Zhang Jing, women differ from us men. We must provide a delightful experience for them to anticipate a subsequent encounter. Zhang Jing, of course. My previous comment was not intended to mock you. As both men and women desire a partner's first experience to be untainted, a clean slate is indeed advantageous. Zhang Jing, my suggestion is for the two of you to explore together, creating an unforgettable memory that deepens your bond. Jin Yao pondered thoughtfully. Previously, his sole focus had been on combat, strength, seizing power, and elevating his status within the Jin family, leaving him utterly oblivious to matters of romance. Zhang Jing's guidance illuminated a new perspective. He truly wished to bestow all his first experiences upon Su Yang. Jin Yao, you make a valid point. Please continue. Zhang Jing, may I inquire about Su Yang's relationship with her match? Have they severed their connection? If memory serves, the last time they encountered each other in the game, that individual was likely Su Yang's match, and it appeared their relationship was quite amicable. Zhang Jing, how much do you know about that match? Zhang Jing, if the other party's status is not superior to yours, their appearance lacks your allure, and their abilities do not surpass yours, then you need not worry. Given your identity and standing, Persuading them to withdraw is hardly a challenge. Jin Yao, it is best not to dwell on this matter. However, if Lu Xinghe were still the renowned commander he once was, with his abilities intact, he would undoubtedly pose a formidable adversary. Yet now, with his powers diminished and his position relinquished, coupled with the strained relations with the Lu family, it would be relatively easy for him to deal with Lu Xinghe. Jin Yao. And then what? After he withdraws? Zhang Jing. Showcase your advantages, your identity, status, power, wealth, and resources. Zhang Jing. Most importantly, it is your own worth that matters. Zhang Jing. If it's a small matter, you understand. Zhang Jing. An 18 is already quite commendable. If you are impressive, let them feel it. Jin Yao. Isn't that rather brazen? We haven't even solidified our relationship yet. The last time he shared a kiss with Su Yang, he almost faced dire consequences. If he dared to act so brazenly now, Su Yang would surely retaliate. But is an 18 truly commendable? Jin Yao. How many do you have? Zhang Jing. I require 2. Zhang Jing. It was this very asset that helped me win over my girlfriend. Jin Yao pondered for a moment and entered a room. Unfortunately, after much effort, there was no reaction. Eventually, thoughts of Su Yang surfaced, and moments later, he replied, Jin Yao, I just had a glance. Jin Yao, then I must have at least 3. Zhang Jing, then you must reveal it even more. Zhang Jing, however, you may have misunderstood my intention. I suggest you do so subtly, as this will leave a lasting impression on the other party. Zhang Jing, moreover, it would be best for you to allow them to experience it closely. Zhang Jing, given your relationship with Jin Xiao, it should be easy to arrange an outing. Zhang Jing, once revealed, you two should frequently spend time alone together. You must occasionally create opportunities for physical contact. This will expedite the growth of your affection. Zhang Jing, research indicates that appropriate physical contact can significantly enhance fondness. Zhang Jing, furthermore, with your striking appearance and commendable physique, do not forget to employ your allure. Zhang Jing, regardless of gender, we are all visual creatures. If you entice them with your beauty, progressing to the next step will be effortless. Zhang Jing spoke passionately, while Jin Yao listened attentively, committing these insights to memory. Tomorrow, once affairs here conclude, he could return to Su Yang, having ample opportunity to experiment with these strategies. He wondered, too, if Lu Xinghe had been ensnared by those space pirates. Regrettably, to manage the situation here and prevent any information from leaking, he had previously severed external communications, relying solely on the internal network. Inquiries would have to wait until after tomorrow's resolution. After a day of intensive study, Su Yang had significantly bolstered her knowledge. After an intense evening of training, the following day, Su Yang, accompanied by Tao Wangxiu and Tiandao, boarded a hover vehicle, heading straight for the resource-rich planet of Qingmu. This planet is renowned for its abundant production of energy stones, alongside a plethora of minerals that are highly sought after and extensively consumed across the galaxy. These resources are primarily utilized in construction, including various buildings, robots, mechs, starships, and orbital stations. Prior to their arrival, Su Yang had sent a message to the management of Qingmu, notifying them of her expected arrival in 2 hours. This message was then relayed to Lu Xinghe, who promptly set off for Qingmu. In line with the principle of inspection, Su Yang chose to travel aboard Qingmu's own starship for this visit. Resource planets are unique entities, their vast resources often attracting attention. Primarily, they are targeted by cosmic beasts and plants, which would greatly benefit from consuming these resources. Additionally, space pirates that roam the universe also have their eyes set on resource planets. Those with inadequate defenses frequently find themselves completely plundered. Moreover, poachers and scavengers add to the list of threats. As such, resource planets typically remain closed to external access, and civilian starships do not operate routes to these locations. Visiting requires a special application process and approval from the management of Qingmu. Once granted permission, a starship from Qingmu will come to collect the visitors. However, those who attempt to arrive without authorization risk capture. When Su Yang and her companions arrived, exactly 2 hours had passed. Standing within the orbital path, she immediately spotted Lu Xinghe in the distance. He too glanced over, his gaze sharpening as it fell upon Tao Wangxiu. With a gentle touch, Tao Wangxiu arranged Su Yang's hair and intertwined his fingers with hers. After this tender gesture, he calmly lifted his gaze to meet that of the imposing Lu Xinghe. With a raised eyebrow and a knowing smile, he leaned closer to Su Yang and whispered, "Is that person your admirer, darling?" He playfully shook their intertwined hands, drawing Lu Xinghe's attention to their connection. "Look at the way he's glaring at me. It's as if he wishes to eliminate me." With a hint of exasperation, Su Yang replied, "He was my former match, but we have since dissolved our pairing. We are now merely collaborators." "That's a relief," Tao Wangxiu said, his smile brightening as he suppressed his own feelings. He had not anticipated that Su Yang had once been matched with Lu Xinghe, and judging by Lu's current demeanor, it was evident that he still harbored feelings for her, which inevitably placed a degree of pressure on Tao Wangxiu. After all, Lu Xinghe's reputation was formidable, and his excellence often made others feel inadequate in comparison, while Tao Wangxiu was not one to feel inferior. He could not help but subconsciously measure himself against Lu Xinghe. Fortunately, the two have since severed their connection, and judging by Su Yang's demeanor, it appears she harbors no deep affections for her former partner. He no longer focused on Lu Xinghe, instead concentrating solely on Su Yang's situation. Their interaction was clearly observed from across the way by Lu Xinghe, and at the moment their fingers intertwined, he felt his breath falter slightly. The hand concealed beneath his sleeve clenched slowly, the veins beneath the skin prominent. A rare impulse surged within him, urging him to intervene and separate the two. Yet his formidable rationality quelled this thought. He steadied his breath and approached Su Yang with an impassive expression, greeting her with, "Long time no see." And who might this be? His gaze shifted to Tao Wangxiu, wearing an expression of perfectly measured curiosity. Su Yang succinctly replied, "This is my match, Tao Wangxiu." She continued, "You should be acquainted, shouldn't you?" According to Tao Wangxiu, there are only a little over 10,000 plant-type beastmen left. Given that both of you are exceptional beings, it stands to reason you would know each other. Lu Xinghe's feelings were tumultuous. He had only heard the name before, never having encountered the person in the flesh. Now that he beheld her, he realized her beauty was indeed striking, akin to the resplendence of blooming peach blossoms, and her demeanor was equally remarkable, igniting a sense of unease within him. It was unsettling to think that someone with such captivating features was constantly near Su Yang, especially with the added distinction of being her match. With a cheerful smile, Tao Wangxiu remarked, "Likewise, I have only heard of Lu Xinghe's name. This is my first time meeting him in person." The two hailed from different realms, one from the Beastman Kingdom and the other from the Human Federation, and given that Lu Xinghe had previously resided in the 6th Military District, it was understandable they had never crossed paths. Their eyes met, and both recognized the unspoken sentiments swirling beneath the surface, yet neither made any overt gestures. They were acutely aware of the mutual animosity that lingered between them, but as mature and rational individuals, it was inconceivable for them to exhibit such feelings in Su Yang's presence. Any rivalry would remain discreet, confined to private moments. Su Yang casually uttered an affirmative sound and led the way forward, saying, "Let us go take a look at the planet." "Baby," Tao Wangxiu called, gently brushing her hair and revealing a strand of pink hair in his hand. "Look, you slept on my hair last night." In an instant, the string of rationality in Lu Xinghe's mind shattered with a deafening pop. "Baby, you slept on my hair last night." He involuntarily recalled various scenes, his pupils morphing into a deep green. It was evident that Tao Wangxiu was using his flamboyant appearance to entice Su Yang. In that moment, all notions of rationality and maturity disintegrated. Lu Xinghe swung a fist towards Tao Wangxiu's face. "Huh." Tao Wangxiu seemed momentarily stunned, standing frozen in place. Su Yang's expression darkened. She had not forgotten that Lu Xinghe's powers had been feigned as nullified, while Tao Wangxiu had lost his primal energy and was currently weakened. How could he withstand such an attack? She quickly pulled Tao Wangxiu behind her, flames erupting from her palm as she confronted Lu Xinghe, delivering a forceful strike. Lu Xinghe did not evade. He braced himself for the impact. Su Yang's force was minimal, merely a warning. With his physical prowess at level 15, he could not inflict any harm. Yet, he felt a constriction in his chest that made it hard to breathe. Although uninjured, the pain was more acute than any wound. Su Yang cast a stern glance at Lu Xinghe, questioning his intentions. "He is my match. What does your aggression towards him signify? Are you dissatisfied with me or our collaboration? If you harbor grievances, I see no reason to continue our partnership." Lu Xinghe, taken aback by Su Yang's unhesitating defense of Tao Wangxiu, found himself at a loss for words. As he stared at Su Yang, memories from their gaming days flooded back. At that time, Jin Yao had displayed hostility towards him, but Su Yang had stood by him, deflecting inquiries and probing questions. Now, that same protection was extended to another. Lu Xinghe felt a tightening in his chest, his voice hoarse and laced with painful struggle. "Yang." Su Yang interrupted, "Call me Su Yang. Such an address may lead my match to misunderstand." Lu Xinghe fell silent for a moment, closing his eyes. Wasn't this something he should have anticipated? After all, Su Yang had several matches before him, all of whom were distinguished individuals. Therefore, once he severed their match, Su Yang would undoubtedly find another remarkable partner. However, knowing this was one thing. Witnessing it was entirely different, especially since Su Yang had taken action on behalf of that individual. With this realization, Lu Xinghe's breath quickened. His chest heaved violently as he suppressed his emotions deep within. They had already encountered discord, and he could not allow the situation to escalate further. He could not acquiesce to Tao Wangxiu's wishes. What did it matter that they were matches? They were not wed. He still had an opportunity. "I apologize, Su Yang. My earlier actions were impulsive. Allow me to show you the star track." Chapter 143. Should we avoid him? Once the star track was established, it became immovable. Thus, in the cosmos, upon the transfer of a planet, the star track would be implicitly transferred as well. However, aside from the star track, other movable resources on that planet, such as starships and robots, could still be taken by the original owner. Lu Xinghe naturally walked alongside Su Yang, explaining the details of the star track. Recognizing that they had begun discussing serious matters, Tao Wangxiu ceased to interject, quietly walking beside Su Yang, her fingers intertwined with his in a silent declaration of her claim. Lu Xinghe remarked, "This star track was constructed 10 years ago, utilizing the finest materials." He elaborated on the specifics of the star track, the resources used for its construction, its maintenance duration, and its connectivity with other star tracks. Eventually, they arrived at the deck, where two colossal battle starships lay anchored. Lu Xinghe stated, "These two battle starships are of model A5896. Su Yang frowned slightly. "Are you suggesting that these two battle starships are reserved for me?" Lu Xinghe turned his head to look at her and said, "Not only these two combat starships, but also the battle robots within the planet. The surveillance satellites patrolling the surroundings and various defensive facilities have all been reserved for you. You should be aware of the unique nature of resource planets. Without these assets, it is all too easy to become a target for those with ulterior motives. I understand that you may be reluctant to utilize my resources, but even if you were to commence the construction of these starships and robots now, it would undoubtedly require some time. Therefore, it would be prudent to make use of my provisions in the interim. Once your orders arrive, you may contact me at any time, and I will come to collect my items." Su Yang shook her head. "I appreciate your kindness, but it is unnecessary. I have my own resources. After the handover is complete, please take your items with you." The robots available in the game store are not only cost-effective, but also technologically superior to those in the interstellar realm. Rather than relying on others' assets, it is far better to utilize one's own. "Very well," Lu Xinghe replied, his tone momentarily pausing. "Allow me to explain the management system and defense layout." His gaze fell upon Tao Wangxiu. "Should I ask him to step aside?" Tao Wangxiu cast a languid glance at Lu Xinghe. The latter's provocation did not stir a single ripple within him. After all, Su Yang had already declared her allegiance to him, providing a sense of security and stability. Thus, he would not allow Lu Xinghe's trifling remarks to provoke unfounded jealousy. In life, it is paramount to be magnanimous and forgiving, otherwise, suspicion will only erode the bond between two individuals. A touch of jealousy may add spice, but unwarranted doubt concerning serious matters is disastrous. He smiled faintly and turned to Su Yang. "Then, my dear, I shall step aside. The management system can be overlooked, but the defense layout is of utmost importance and must not be disclosed to outsiders." Although he was aware that Su Yang would eventually become his wife, their time together had been brief, and he remained mindful of boundaries. Having said this, Tao Wangxiu promptly turned to leave. However, just as he took a step, he felt Su Yang's hand grasping his. "There's no need to leave. We are partners. There is nothing you cannot know." Tao Wangxiu had already entrusted her with the majority of his assets, and she had made her intentions clear. Thus, there was no need to conceal such matters from him. Moreover, Su Yang did not intend to utilize Lu Xinghe's defense layout. She could take inspiration from it, but would certainly not adopt it in its entirety. Lu Xinghe's layout was based on the existing resources of the planet, whereas she aimed to replace them with her own. She had already communicated with the Tao of Heaven, which would provide her with a new defense layout in due course. Tao Wangxiu's eyes lit up with joy. He gazed tenderly at Su Yang, his heart bubbling with delight. This was wonderful. They were both committed to each other. His affection for Su Yang was growing ever stronger. Meanwhile, Lu Xinghe felt a heaviness settle in his heart, a sense of discomfort rising within him. What is the true nature of this situation? Their acquaintance has not been lengthy. So why does Su Yang place such unwavering trust in Tao Wangxiu? Moreover, whether it is merely his illusion or not, he cannot shake the feeling that an unspoken understanding exists between the two, a sense of familiarity that he finds reminiscent. After some contemplation, he finally recollects where he has encountered such a dynamic before. It is similar to the bond shared between Jin Yao and Su Yang. Despite the brevity of their interactions, there is an inexplicable connection. Lu Xinghe averted his gaze, suppressing the emotions within, and calmly articulated the management and defense strategies. After dedicating a substantial portion of the day, Su Yang comprehensively grasped all aspects of Resource Star. Lu Xinghe remarked, "These resources previously had fixed markets. I will inform our partners and recommend you for future collaborations." Su Yang graciously declined, saying, "Thank you, but there is no need. I have my own channels." The powerful figures within the necromancer community possess remarkable connections, ensuring that resources from Resource Star would never lack a market. Furthermore, with shared secrets between the parties, they could clandestinely engage in transactions, with resources potentially being allocated to Blue Star, which also requires development in the future. Su Yang stated, "I will have my AI take control of the planet, and your assets can be systematically withdrawn. The population on Resource Star is predominantly robotic labor, thus a complete evacuation would have minimal impact, save for a temporary halt in resource extraction. Once Lu Xinghe retrieves all his assets, Su Yang will replenish the robotic workforce, restoring normalcy in no time. Tao Wangxiu, lowering his voice, suggested, "Darling, I have quite a few robots and similar assets at my disposal. Should I temporarily summon them to handle affairs here?" Su Yang cast him a sidelong glance, shaking her storage space. "Do you truly believe I lack?" Recalling the gifts Su Yang received at the welcoming banquet, Tao Wangxiu fell silent. However, Su Yang winked at him. "There is also a tourism planet that requires oversight. You may summon some individuals to manage that while I gradually recruit more." A smile crept onto Tao Wangxiu's lips. "I shall gather people at once." As the ruler of several planets, he possesses a trustworthy cadre of subordinates. Additionally, due to his telepathic abilities, his subordinates are individuals he can rely on entirely. Tao Wangxiu activated his holographic interface. "Please indicate your preferred type of beastman, and I will summon more of that kind." The synchronized actions of the two struck Lu Xinghe as exceedingly irksome. He averted his gaze, choosing not to witness their whispered exchanges. As a commander, one must maintain composure at all times. It has been an eternity since he felt such agitation, and today's loss of control felt profoundly alien. Such impulsive actions, driven by anger, should not manifest within him. Chapter 144, A Battle of Wits. After several moments, Lu Xinghe regained his tranquility. He activated his holographic interface and issued commands for the orderly withdrawal of robots from Resource Star. After everything belonging to Lu Xinghe was completely evacuated, Su Yang immediately entrusted the management of all resources on the Resource Star to Tiandao. She turned to the two individuals and said, "I need to make a trip to the Resource Star for some strategic arrangements. Tao Wangxiu, will you accompany me?" Tao Wangxiu smiled gently and replied, "Darling, you go ahead. I will wait for your return here." Su Yang nodded in agreement. "All right. If anything arises, you can always contact my intelligence brain, and I will return without delay." She piloted her hovercraft to the Resource Star and subsequently opened the game, purchasing a substantial number of robots from the game store, deploying them across the planet. The ordinary robots were designated for excavating various resources, the advanced robots were tasked with patrol duties, while the elite robots were assigned for military suppression. In addition, she procured several of the latest hovercraft. Although compact, these hovercraft represented the cutting edge of interstellar technology, constructed from the finest materials, rivaling the newest warships. Equipped with an array of offensive capabilities and facilities, acquiring these hovercraft effectively augmented the combat power of the planet with several small warships. Finally, she discovered that she had one golden lottery draw remaining, a reward granted by the game upon completing the Tree of Life quest. Without hesitation, she initiated the draw. "You have obtained the latest interstellar Starlink." To her astonishment, it was indeed a Starlink. Su Yang's face lit up with delight. Placing the Starlink on the planet would not only allow for monitoring various conditions within the planet, but also extend surveillance into outer space. This device functioned as a cosmic monitoring system, a colossal version at that. With the Starlink in place, any potential assault on the Resource Star would likely be detected long before the assailants arrived. Su Yang perused the game store once more. With the acquisition of the Starlink from the Golden Draw, the Starlink category in the store was unlocked. In addition to the latest model, other types were now available. She browsed through the options and purchased another model of Starlink, which, while not the latest, remained among the elite in interstellar standards. Naturally, the latest model was reserved for Blue Star. Su Yang busied herself on the Resource Star. Meanwhile, on the deck of the starship, Lu Xinghe and Tao Wangxiu exchanged glances. Tao Wangxiu spoke first. "Some individuals, since you have already severed your match with my darling, it would be wise to cease your lingering desires for her. The fact that you chose to dissolve your match indicates that there were inherent issues within your relationship, issues that are likely irreconcilable. Your decision to part ways rather than resolve these problems suggests that those issues remain unresolved. It would be prudent for you to maintain your distance from my darling. For even if you cross paths again, those unresolved issues will ultimately lead to your separation. Would you not agree with my assessment?" Lu Xinghe had regained his composure and responded in a calm tone. "Only those who lack self-confidence and security seek validation through frantic gestures. It is only those who sense a looming crisis that resort to verbal assaults. May I infer from your intuition that you believe I will eventually be with Yang Yang? You believe that Yang Yang still harbors feelings for me, which is why you sense a crisis and choose to provoke me with certain actions, attempting to assert your unique presence. Frankly, such thoughts are rather juvenile." "Huh." Tao Wangxiu let out a cold laugh, feigning indifference, yet his heart sank. "Truly, as a commander, your words strike deep. It is evident that you lack security, especially considering that Su Yang's former partner is exceptionally remarkable, and that very partner continues to hold feelings for her. This insecurity likely fuels your childish behavior and statements." However, Su Yang's response has instilled in him a sense of reassurance. "If my thoughts are immature, I wonder whose actions are more so. We are match partners destined for marriage, and it is entirely natural for us to cohabitate. I believe you are being overly sensitive, perhaps without a match partner. You fail to recognize that my actions are common among matched pairs. I am perplexed as to why the normal interactions between my beloved and me would provoke you to such an extent that you would disregard your own image and resort to violence against me. Furthermore, my dear has already requested that you address her as Su Yang. Why do you persist in calling her Yang Yang? Are you unable to comprehend simple requests? Nevertheless, considering your acquaintance with my beloved, once we are wed, I shall extend an invitation to you. Lu Xinghe's eyes darkened, his palm clenching slightly. The mere thought of their status as match partners engaging in intimate actions stirred a tide of jealousy within him. Yet, he knew he could not act impulsively. His earlier outburst had already tarnished Su Yang's perception of him, and now, even in anger, he had to restrain himself. He scrutinized Tao Wangxiu closely and spoke suddenly. If I am not mistaken, you are now 99 years old, while Yang Yang is merely 25. Do you truly believe it is appropriate for someone of your age to be with her? When she reaches 400, you will no longer be here. Do you wish for her to spend the remaining century alone? I believe individuals should be with those of a suitable age. Do you not agree? Tao Wangxiu smiled slyly. You need not concern yourself with that. Even if I were to depart, my children will accompany my beloved. Moreover, before I leave this world, I will naturally ensure that I find several young, considerate, and gentle companions for her. Just imagine how joyous she will be with those 20-year-old lads attending to her. Furthermore, he elongated his words. My beloved is aware of my age. Her choice to match with me demonstrates that she is indifferent to the age difference. Being older comes with its own advantages. For instance, I will always be attentive to my beloved, prioritize her above all else, never provoke her anger, and ensure that she will never have the opportunity to dissolve our match. Unlike some individuals who, despite being only 30, have already upset their match partners and ended their connections. Moreover, I am not boasting, but my appearance is sufficient to overshadow the age gap. My beloved is quite fond of my looks. My physical condition is quite satisfactory, and my little one adores me immensely, insisting on cuddling with me to sleep every night. Lu Xinghe turned and strode purposefully towards the warship. He feared that if he lingered any longer, the radiance of that peach blossom face would only become more dazzling. Chapter 145. Lu Xinghe is the outsider on a distant planet. Jin Yao had concluded all his affairs and procured food from a renowned old restaurant, intending to bring it back for Su Yang to savor. Just as he arrived at the orbital station to depart, a message from his intelligent assistant, Fu Song, interrupted him, indicating that a problem had arisen in one of his laboratories, necessitating his personal attention. Jin Yao's expression darkened. How could there be an issue out of the blue? Fu Song, Master, Lu Xinghe's intelligent sphere has left you a message. In order to prevent me from spending time with Yang Yang, you disclosed my whereabouts to the Star Pirates. I shall not grant you any opportunity to be alone with Yang Yang. You may take your time to clean up your mess. With a crack, the object in Jin Yao's hand shattered. His expression remained impassive. I underestimated Lu Xinghe. Despite now being a cripple, he still possesses considerable influence. Able to uncover my affairs so swiftly. Fu Song, send a message to Lu Xinghe. Before he could finish his thought, Fu Song's voice chimed in. Master, there is an unread message from Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe, you like Su Yang. Not a question, but a certainty. Jin Yao did not attempt to conceal his thoughts. Jin Yao, so what if I do? You are not married. Do you not permit me to pursue her? Lu Xinghe, are you aware that Su Yang now has a new match, a plant-type beastman named Tao Wangxiu, who is 99 years old? Jin Yao froze, processing the implications of these two statements. Lu Xinghe and Su Yang had severed their match. Quite the celebration. Su Yang has a new match? Tao Wangxiu? That name sounds oddly familiar, and coupled with the detail of being 99 years old and a plant-type beastman, it dawned on him. Damn. Isn't that the flamboyant peach blossom? At the welcoming banquet, this flamboyant peach blossom had kissed Su Yang's hand upon their first meeting, which had irked him at the time, though he refrained from voicing his discontent. After all, one was 99 years old, and the other 25. They should not be compatible. Yet, what is the situation now? These two ages are fundamentally mismatched, unless they are both freely registered. Su Yang's willingness to engage with this individual indicates her affection for Tao Wangxiu. This flamboyant peach blossom has been enticing Su Yang in my absence? Jin Yao's expression fluctuated, filled with an overwhelming sense of crisis. Jin Yao, what? Do you wish to see me and Tao Wangxiu engage in a mutually destructive battle while you reap the rewards? Lu Xinghe, no, you misunderstand. I meant to propose a temporary collaboration. Lu Xinghe, you and Su Yang are now students at the same school. Your status is more advantageous than mine. Lu Xinghe, Tao Wangxiu belongs to the Beastman Kingdom. If we join forces, we can send him back. As long as they are separated, their relationship will naturally fade. Jin Yao took a deep breath. He indeed wished to collaborate, yet among the four of them, Lu Xinghe was the outsider. The other three shared a common secret. Furthermore, the Necromancer's Code strictly forbade any action against one's own kind, especially in collusion with an outsider to act against their own. Should such a betrayal be discovered, it would result in a relentless pursuit by all necromancers. Jin Yao, was it you who meddled with my laboratory affairs? Had you not intervened, I would have dismantled that pair long ago. Jin Yao, you've already attacked me, and now you wish to collaborate? Dream on. Jin Yao, however, we might consider a temporary truce. You must realize that if we continue our conflict, we only invite others to exploit our discord. Lu Xinghe agreed. As he gazed at the information on his holographic device, Lu Xinghe fell into contemplation. It appeared that Jin Yao was acquainted with Tao Wangxiu, and there seemed to be a connection among Su Yang, Jin Yao, and Tao Wangxiu, a connection that outsiders could not easily infiltrate. This realization left him unsettled, yet he harbored no desire to pry into such matters. The other two shared a certain bond with Su Yang, and he did as well. His immediate objective was to expel Tao Wangxiu as swiftly as possible. As for Jin Yao, he felt little concern. The intricacies of Jin Yao's affiliations were far too convoluted. Given Su Yang's current situation, she would undoubtedly refrain from stepping into that perilous pit. Thus, it was certain that they would not unite, unless Jin Yao was willing to sacrifice something for Su Yang. However, based on his understanding of Jin Yao, such a relinquishment seemed implausible. Jin Yao posed little threat. 10 Jin Yaos would not equate to the menace that Tao Wangxiu represented. After toiling for over an hour on Resource Star, Su Yang delivered all her materials to Tiandao and then joined Tao Wangxiu and Lu Xinghe on Tourist Star. In comparison to Resource Star, Tourist Star proved more challenging to manage. Fortunately, with Tao Wangxiu's seasoned assistance, Su Yang adapted swiftly. Nevertheless, despite this support, the ensuing days found her exceedingly occupied, carving out time each evening for training while also recruiting personnel to establish a company, leaving her wishing for the ability to clone herself, so she could accomplish the work of 10. Amidst this whirlwind of activity, several days slipped by in the blink of an eye. One day, Su Yang returned to her room early and swiftly transported herself to Blue Star. After 7 days, a substantial accumulation of crops and various supplies awaited her. It was time to restock these items. Su Yang methodically listed each item. Even though a considerable quantity had amassed over the week, the moment she began restocking, the shop's inventory vanished at a remarkable pace. Within mere seconds, everything was sold out, and Su Yang was met with the anticipated game notification. In a single day, the total revenue of the Blue Star shop surpassed 1 billion gold coins, achieving a remarkable milestone. You have unlocked all achievements. The freedom to edit the Blue Star shop is now available, allowing players to customize all stores under the Blue Star banner. With all achievements unlocked, you can now bind a second planet. As a reward for your accomplishments, you have received 1 golden lottery ticket, 1 golden skill book, and 100,000 gold coins. A flurry of notifications left Su Yang feeling dazzled, prompting her to delve into the customization mode for her cherished shop. As previously stated by customer service, items within the shop can now be freely priced, and in the future, she need not personally manage the addition of new items. An intelligent AI assistant can be set to automate the process entirely. How much should she raise the prices? Since customization is now feasible, a price increase is certainly warranted, yet excessive hikes would be unwise. The popularity of the Blue Star shop is entirely due to its appeal to the masses, offering quality goods at reasonable prices. Having initially embraced a customer-centric approach, it is only natural to maintain this philosophy moving forward. Essential items must not be priced too steeply. For basic fruits and vegetables, a modest increase seems appropriate, raising from 1 gold coin to 5 gold coins. After establishing the prices for these fundamental items, Su Yang turned her attention to other goods. Prepared meals could see a price hike, but it should not be too drastic, as food is a primary necessity. She decided to raise prices from 10 gold coins to 15, from 15 to 20, and so forth. For non-essential items like alcohol, a more significant increase could be implemented, raising each by 100 gold coins. Having meticulously set the prices for all items, she then activated the shop's intelligent assistant, alleviating her concerns about managing inventory. With these essentials in place, her gaze shifted to other shops. First on her list was the auction house, which she had eagerly anticipated. After thoroughly reviewing the shop's regulations, she renamed one of her establishments to Blue Star Auction House, dedicated to auctioning off more precious items. If an auction was conducted using star coins, the winning bidder would be directed to a payment page post-auction. Upon payment, the auctioned item would instantly materialize before them, while the star coins received would convert to gold coins in the Blue Star account. It is worth noting that gold coins and star coins can now be freely exchanged, allowing her to convert game gold into star coins. Furthermore, if a participant wished to exchange various materials for auctioned goods, a temporary package would appear at their location, into which they would need to place the required items. Once the transaction concludes, the materials within the temporary package would transfer to the Blue Star warehouse, and the bidder would receive their auctioned item. Su Yang could only exclaim how remarkably convenient this system is. Truly, this is the hallmark of advanced gaming. Ultimately, she established a new establishment named the Blue Star Acquisition Store, which, as the name suggests, specializes in acquiring various resources, particularly the remains of star beasts and star plants. Upon placing an order at the Blue Star Acquisition Store, a temporary package would materialize at the customer's current location. By placing the items intended for sale into this temporary package, a transaction with the Blue Star Acquisition Store would be completed. The prices offered by the Blue Star Acquisition Store are 10 star coins lower than those of other acquisition stores in the market. Suyang primarily aimed to cater to adventurers, poachers, and wanderers. These individuals traverse various planets, hunting star beasts and star plants, and once their storage spaces are filled, they return to sell their finds. Many possess relatively small storage spaces, which results in significant time wasted on round trips. With the Blue Star Acquisition Store, they can sell their goods without the need to return, incurring only a trivial loss of 10 star coins. While the cost of their starship tickets can reach thousands or even tens of thousands of star coins, the items acquired by the store would be partially deposited on the resource planet of Qingmu, where Suyang planned to bury the remains of the star beasts and star plants, thereby forming various mineral veins, such as energy stone deposits. If there is a prevalence of gold-type star beasts and plants, it could potentially lead to the formation of gold mines or even higher-quality mineral veins. If fire-type specimens dominate, it might result in the emergence of fire-phosphorus mines or other ores. As for the remaining portion, Suyang's attention shifted to a system prompt indicating the option to bind a second planet. She accessed the game login interface and surveyed the hundreds of abandoned planets surrounding the Blue Star, selecting the nearest one for binding and naming it Blue Star 001. After binding, she promptly initiated a teleportation, having adequately prepared by entering her hover vehicle beforehand. Upon arrival, she found the landscape identical to what she had first witnessed on Blue Star, a barren land devoid of life, enveloped in swirling yellow sands that crackled against her vehicle. She opened the game store, purchasing the latest planetary shield and the newest interstellar star chain, placing these items on Planet 001. In a month, Planet 001 would be transformed, and she planned to return for an inspection. From her storage space, Suyang retrieved various instruments and set them up on Planet 001, meticulously measuring its features. She discovered that it encompassed nearly 13 less area than Blue Star, yet it was still sufficiently expansive to serve as a resource planet. After surveying the resources on Planet 001, she returned to Blue Star and activated the Golden Lottery. You have won the latest interstellar artificial black hole. Indeed, the Golden Lottery proved to be fortuitous. Suyang could not help but exclaim in delight. With 3 golden lottery draws, each yielded remarkable rewards. With this artificial black hole, should the Human Federation or the Beast Kingdom discover Blue Star, she would face them without fear, for their missiles would be powerless against Blue Star, only to be consumed by the black hole. She promptly acquired several state-of-the-art artificial black holes, enveloping the blue planet within their grasp, followed by the deployment of starships. Subsequently, she procured numerous elite robots and hover vehicles, thereby establishing a rudimentary defense for the blue planet. Celestial Path, Suyang summoned. If I wish to set up a signal between the blue planet and subplanet 001 for synchronized control, what preparations must I undertake? She harbored an intuition that the number of celestial bodies would only proliferate in the future. Thus, early planning was imperative. We shall become the 4th force in this interstellar realm. Firstly, you will require signal receivers and transmitters, alongside transmitters and processing intermediaries. Celestial Path elaborated extensively, leaving Suyang somewhat bewildered as the information delved into her areas of ignorance. However, she dismissed her concerns. Specialized tasks were best left to specialists. After all, she could not be omniscient. Otherwise, what purpose would her subordinates serve? Didn't you previously infiltrate the black market? What was the result? Suyang inquired. If the black market possesses the means to create artificial suns and moons, then manufacturing the items you mentioned should be relatively effortless. Celestial Path responded with a hint of intrigue. Master, you would never guess what I have discovered. Suyang turned her attention. What is it? Master, do you recall that classmate B? The one who devised a defense system on their cerebral interface, comparable to the Hongming defense? Yes, Suyang nodded. The company had been established, and once stability reigned over the tourism star, she could return to her studies. At that time, she intended to draft contracts with those individuals, while also seeking to recruit this classmate B. However, since Celestial Path had mentioned it, could this classmate B be linked to the black market? Was this individual one of them? Celestial Path eagerly affirmed, indeed. I discovered that the defense system of the black market's cerebral interface and that of classmate B originate from the same source. We may be able to establish contact with the black market through this classmate B. As we prepare to embark on a new chapter, I shall organize the subsequent outline. This concludes today's installment. Chapter 147. The aggrieved little Tun. The news brought by Celestial Path was an unexpected delight for Suyang. Although it might not be feasible to recruit classmate B, establishing a connection with the black market would be quite advantageous. She wandered around the blue planet, reflecting on her recent achievements. First, there was the Little Mermaid. Although her visits to the blue planet had been infrequent, each time she entered, the Little Mermaid remained in a state of slumber, which was decidedly abnormal. Previously, she had been preoccupied, and since the Little Mermaid was alive, she had not paid it much heed. Now, with time on her hands, she was determined to uncover the reason. She summoned Little Tun Tun. Is it your doing that the Little Mermaid has been in a coma? A look of guilt crossed Little Tun Tun's face. I Su Yang's tone grew cold. Speak the truth. With a cry, Little Tun Tun burst into tears, tiny droplets cascading from its pea-sized eyes, leaving Su Yang momentarily speechless. She suddenly recalled that Little Tun Tun was just 12 years old, a mere child. She furrowed her brow, her tone unconsciously softening. Why are you crying? I have done nothing to you. Was it not you who wronged the Little Merman? The Little Tun Tun, weeping and wailing, interjected. Did you not bring the Little Merman here to bind it to a contract, to make it your pet? Clearly, I was your first pet. Yet you have scarcely exchanged a few words with me, always rushing in and out, leaving me, a mere beast, behind. In my inherited memories, you formed a bond with me, and we should be together at all times, rather than abandoning me here. Now, you harbor no thoughts of me in your heart. Once you contracted, you will forget me even more. Consumed by jealousy and unease, I resorted to some minor tricks to keep it in a state of perpetual slumber. Su Yang paused for a moment, suddenly recalling that the ancestors of Tun Tun hailed from the Beastmaster planet. Where once a bond was formed between a human and a beast, they coexisted as friends, integral parts of one another's lives. Unlike her, who had cast Tun Tun aside on Blue Star, neglecting it and compelling it to practice its silk spinning. However, it was inconceivable for her to treat Tun Tun as a friend. Her interest lay solely in its ability to produce silk. She provided Tun Tun with various fine materials, expecting it to obediently yield the silk she desired. Clearing her throat gently, she suggested, how about we establish a labor contract? Once the contract is signed, you will be my subordinate. I shall supply you with designated materials each month, and in return, you must produce the silk I require. After fulfilling your task, you may frolic at your leisure. I shall not contract the Little Merman. Soon enough, the sea domain will open, and I will keep the Little Merman there to oversee the waters. You both will be my subordinates. Do you not feel lonely? From now on, you can regard each other as friends, providing companionship in your endeavors, and the resources on Blue Star will only increase. Observing Tun Tun's apparent reluctance, she continued, I understand your desire to explore, but you must comprehend how invaluable you are in the cosmos, unique in all the universe. Should you venture out and your true identity be discovered, you would undoubtedly be captured, and I would be unable to protect you, putting us both in peril. Hence, you must remain on Blue Star for now. At least you have an entire planet to roam. If you were to be taken, you could easily guess the dire consequences. No need for me to elaborate, I trust. Tun Tun contemplated for a moment, then nodded decisively. As long as the master did not contract the Little Merman, it remained the sole one in her possession. It proudly presented a box crafted from silk. Master, look. This is a collection of the Little Merman's tears I have gathered over this period, now transformed into exquisite pearls. I present these to you. Su Yang gazed inside the box, marveling at the perfectly round pearls, albeit small in size. After all, given the Little Merman's tender age, it was no surprise that the pearls were not particularly large. She carefully tucked away the pearls and gently patted the little creature, saying, Enough. Do not torment the Little Merman any longer. Allow it to recuperate and grow swiftly. What I desire is the tears of the merman. Pearls hold little value. Being ubiquitous across the cosmos, they are not worth much. Should I return and find the Little Merman still in slumber, I shall deprive you of sustenance for a month. The little creature's expression fell, and it vowed to the heavens that it would never again resort to mischief. After calming the little one, Su Yang turned her attention to other matters. Her first focus was the spirit-nurturing flower. Previously, she had only acquired its rhizome and planted it on Blue Star. To her delight, she discovered that white tender shoots had already sprouted from the rhizome. A wave of joy surged within her, for it seemed the plant could thrive. Which was splendid news indeed. The spirit-nurturing flower was renowned for nurturing the sea of consciousness and was among the finest materials available. If cultivated in abundance, it could undoubtedly become a hallmark of Blue Star. She infused some life force into the spirit-nurturing flower, feeling the faint vibrations of life coursing through her. A smile played on her lips. Next, she gazed at the nearby 7-colored lotus, which had flourished during this period of rest, with petals now emerging, albeit small and recently sprouted. After examining these two specimens, her gaze shifted to a specially designated area, reserved for unique seeds and pet eggs. Several new breeds of pet eggs had hatched, bringing the total to 11. Including the previous 3, the pet shop was now ready to open its doors to business. Finally, she turned her attention to the mysterious seeds. Her suspicions were confirmed. The seeds had yielded various plants, 9 types in total. However, these plants had yet to develop sentience and could not be raised as pets, though they could serve as greenery. Currently, the plants cultivated on planets across the cosmos were bioengineered. Once she introduced these genuine cultivable plants, they would undoubtedly create quite a stir. Yet, time was needed. She would have to wait until Blue Star or subplanet 001 was transformed before large-scale planting could commence. After contemplating the mysterious seeds, she shifted her focus to the crops nearby. These crops were specialties of the magical planet. Her gaze fell upon a particular flower exhibiting a striking dichotomy. One half was white, while the other half was black, sharply delineated as if severed cleanly down the middle. At the center of the flower, the petals concealed a rich, aromatic liquid, which would drip forth upon the petals unveiling. The black side contained a bitter liquor, while the white side harbored a sweet libation. Indeed, this flower could autonomously ferment alcohol, aptly named black and white brew. The black liquor was said to evoke painful memories, while the white liquor was reputed to summon joyful recollections. Su Yang retrieved a vial and dripped the white liquor into it. Life has already presented its share of hardships. Therefore, let us refrain from recalling those painful experiences and instead cherish the sweeter moments. Her gaze fell upon another plant that resembled jelly, and as she reached out to touch it, she found it to be soft and bouncy. This peculiar specimen is known as the cartilage flower, often associated with clandestine activities. It is widely acknowledged that bones within the human body are rather rigid. However, if a body were to be placed within a cartilage flower, it would be thoroughly softened by its essence. Nearby, there existed another crop, a fruit resembling a thumb, adorned with vibrant hues akin to the twilight sky. Although its taste was subtle, consuming it brought about a warmth akin to sunlight on one's skin, providing a profound sense of psychological satisfaction. In summary, these curious crops cultivated by Su Yang were truly eye-opening, and she intended to conduct a thorough investigation into how to maximize their potential. Chapter 148. A collaboration from the Big Shot. After completing her patrol on Blue Star, Su Yang departed with a sense of satisfaction and subsequently opened her chat interface with Wang Dingxiang. Wang Dingxiang is the mother of Wang Yu, and after being saved by Su Yang with an antidote, they had agreed that Wang Dingxiang would work for her in the future. She sent a message to Wang Dingxiang, requesting that both she and Wang Yu immigrate to the tourism star. Upon arrival, they would immediately sign a contract, formally becoming her employees. Upon receiving Su Yang's message, Wang Dingxiang initially thought she was dreaming. She never anticipated that one day she would transition from a resident of a D-class planet to that of a B-class planet. An extraordinary turn of fate, indeed. No, it wasn't merely her ancestors' good fortune, it was her daughter's brilliance. She was acutely aware that all of this was brought about by her daughter, Wang Yu. However, with this blessing came an overwhelming sense of apprehension. Wang Dingxiang, boss, may I inquire about my position within the company? She had a clear understanding of her own abilities and felt a heavy weight on her heart, fearing that she might not be worthy of the role. The thought of being reprimanded was palatable, but disappointing Su Yang was a far greater concern. After all, it was Su Yang who had granted her and her daughter a new lease on life. Su Yang, you will be a live-streaming host. Long before, she had already decided that Wang Dingxiang would showcase the pets from the Blue Star Pet Shop through live streams, targeting the Interstellar market. Nonetheless, the previous incident involving Lu Xinghe served as a cautionary tale, teaching her the importance of patience in her endeavors. Thus, Wang Dingxiang would first need to stream other content, allowing other hosts to cover related topics before she commenced her own broadcasts, ensuring her entrance would not appear abrupt. During this period, her two planets, along with herself, must maintain a distance from Blue Star, eliminating any potential points of suspicion. Although exposure was inevitable in the future, it was imperative to delay that confrontation until she reached the 15th tier of ability. Live streaming. Wang Dingxiang sighed in relief. This was something she could strive to accomplish. Su Yang, bring Wang Yu along. There are dormitories available for employees, and you can stay together. Su Yang, with the B-level planetary residency, Wang Yu will also have access to better educational institutions. Wang Dingxiang, thank you, boss. I will certainly strive to work hard. Su Yang, you have a week to settle in. There will be a company gathering on the 27th, and you all can meet then. After shutting down her holographic device, Su Yang immersed herself in work for 2 days, finally finding a moment to rest. During this brief interlude, discussions surrounding Blue Star surged on social media, with the primary focus being the price increase of items in its stores. She initially anticipated a wave of criticism and boycotts, as price hikes typically incite complaints. However, to her astonishment, there was a scarcity of dissenting voices on the Star network, which left her somewhat incredulous. Upon reviewing the discussions online, she concluded that the previous 7-day closure had instilled a sense of fear in many, leading them to believe Blue Star would cease operations altogether. For those who had never sampled the offerings, this was one thing. Yet, once one had tasted the diverse cuisines and the 100 purified food available at Blue Star, the prospect of enduring irradiated food became intolerable. Having experienced the light, they were unwilling to revert to darkness. In light of this, the reopening of Blue Star, coupled with only a slight price increase, posed no significant issue for the citizens of the galaxy. While the price of alcoholic beverages had doubled, the increase in the costs of fruits and vegetables remained modest, comfortably within the citizens' means. Su-Yang pondered, could it be that to open a window, one must first overturn the roof? To her surprise, she had inadvertently accomplished this very feat with a smile. She opened the chat group of necromancers. These necromancers were already aware of her ownership of a tourism planet and expressed their eagerness to collaborate once her current obligations were fulfilled. In the group, she made a brief announcement, and several prominent figures promptly forwarded contracts they had prepared in advance. A B-level planet is designated as such primarily because the protective shield filters out only 70 of harmful substances and due to various infrastructural limitations. In contrast, A-level planets boast 10-star hotels, top-tier hospitals, and prestigious universities, with facilities that are the pinnacle of interstellar standards. B-level planets, on the other hand, typically feature 8-star hotels and hospitals, along with educational institutions that do not compare to their A-level counterparts. Now, several influential individuals expressed their intent to construct a 10-star hotel on the tourism planet. With the establishment of a 10-star hotel, the status of the tourism planet was significantly elevated. Others also indicated plans to open branches, selling potion robots and other premium goods that are generally only available on A-level planets. Naturally, Su-Yang accepted all of these items without hesitation, as she intended to elevate the planets under her name to A-grade status. With these resources at her disposal, her chances of obtaining approval from the Council for future applications would significantly increase. Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your assistance. I have been diligently researching the illusionary abilities over the past few days and have made some progress, Su-Yang remarked. Once I have fully deduced it, I will promptly share my findings with the group. Tao Wangxiu, aware of the group's dynamics, casually greeted the members until a tranquil silence enveloped the chat. He then approached Su-Yang's door and knocked. Upon learning from Tiandao that Tao Wangxiu had arrived, Su-Yang opened the door. Tao Wangxiu greeted her with a warm smile, carrying 2 platters, one filled with freshly cut fruit and the other with delectable desserts. Have you finished your work? Su-Yang inquired, stepping aside to allow him entry. Tao Wangxiu walked in and placed the items on the table. She joined him on the sofa, replying, how could I possibly be done? However, matters concerning the tourism planet have now settled into a routine, so it is not as hectic as before. What remains is to collaborate with these influential figures. Tao Wangxiu picked up a piece of dessert and said, try this. It is a specialty of our Beastman kingdom, sweet yet not overly rich, and it can help relax the mind. The dessert was small, and Su-Yang swallowed it in one bite, nodding in approval. It is indeed delicious. It must contain ingredients that nourish the spiritual sea, as I feel considerably more at ease. Tao Wangxiu winked and asked, can you guess the main ingredient? Su-Yang turned to him. I would venture to say it is peach blossom. She caught a faint whiff of peach blossom fragrance and teased. Could it possibly be from you? Correct, he replied. Our Ling Shui Peach Blossom clan has high standards for water quality, which imparts unique effects to the blossoms and fruits we cultivate. My peach blossoms have a calming effect on the mind, while the fruits enhance beauty. And even the leaves possess various benefits. Did you not mention that a tourism planet should have a memorable specialty? What do you think of desserts made from my peach blossoms? I am the last of my clan, making this a rare find that cannot be obtained from the outside. Su-Yang hesitated, but wouldn't this affect you? The peach blossoms are a part of you. Your original power has already been diminished. Will using your peach blossoms for desserts impact your health? Seeing that Su-Yang's first concern was for his well-being rather than the potential benefits of the dessert, Tao Wangxiu's eyes twinkled with delight. You seem to forget that I am a plant-based beastman. As I grow, the peach blossoms naturally shed and subsequently bear fruit. Each year, I produce peach blossoms and fruits. How could this possibly have any adverse effects? You may think of my peach blossoms as akin to the fur of animal-based beastmen, which sheds periodically, just as I shed my blossoms. Su-Yang was amused by his metaphor, and her worries dissipated. If you say so, then it is certainly possible. However, you possess only one, and thus your peach blossoms must be limited. Shouldn't we consider a restricted sale? Tao Wangxiu took out a storage space and placed it in Su-Yang's hands. This contains the peach blossoms and fruits I have collected over the years, sufficient for your use for quite some time. Later, I will prune some branches for planting. Although these branches lack sentience and cannot transform into beastmen, they will still bloom and bear fruit. They will flower and fruit once a year, thus not becoming scarce. Seeing Su-Yang frowning, as if to refuse, Tao Wangxiu added, rest assured, pruning a few branches will not affect me at all. The branches are akin to my hair. You may consider this as analogous to a haircut for your kind. As he spoke, a pair of scissors appeared in his hand, and with a crisp snip, he trimmed a small section of his hair, only about the length of his thumb. The pink strands that fell into his hand transformed into branches of a peach tree. Tao Wangxiu shook the branches. See, it is quite effortless, I assent it. A mere snippet of my hair can become branches, and my hair will continue to grow. allowing me to plant an entire planet with peach trees without issue. Su-Yang quietly regarded Tao Wangxiu for a few seconds before embracing him. Her voice somewhat heavy. It feels as though you have done so much for me, yet I have given you nothing in return. First, you entrusted your entire fortune to me, then assisted me in managing the planet, providing considerable manpower, and now you have devised yet another means. After some thought, she produced a bottle. This vial contains precious water. Take it. Did you not mention that your Spirit Water Peach Blossom clan has high standards for water quality? The water within will undoubtedly meet your requirements. It is all premium spring water, which should serve you well. Tao Wangxiu accepted the bottle and placed it on the table. First and foremost, I truly appreciate the gift you have given me, darling. However, my kindness towards you does not stem from a desire for repayment. I simply wish to treat you well, nothing more. No, it is more than that. I desire to deepen my standing in your heart, to ensure you are always with me, to have a place in your thoughts. Su Yang's breath hitched as she met Tao Wangxiu's gaze, and all she could see were his sincere eyes. A smile slowly graced her lips as she took his hand and placed it over her heart. Do you feel it? It beats faster because of you. Their eyes locked. And at that moment, the air seemed to thicken around them. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves kissing. After what felt like an eternity, they parted, leaning against one another to catch their breath. Tao Wangxiu licked his lips, having been solitary for so many years, unaware that kissing could be such a wondrous experience. So intoxicating. Previously, he thought holding Su Yang's hand and embracing her at night was blissful. Now, he yearned to kiss her every day. Just the memory of the sensation sent his breath into a disarray. It would not do. Su Yang had been busy for so long. And now that he had finally found a moment of respite, he could not cling too tightly to him. In an effort to divert his attention, he turned his gaze to the water bottle on the table. The bottle was transparent, roughly the height of a standard mineral water bottle, and the liquid within was exceptionally clear, appearing almost indistinguishable from ordinary water at first glance. He unscrewed the cap and gently inhaled the aroma, instantly revealing an expression of rapture on his face. It was difficult to articulate the sensation, yet he felt as though every fiber of his being yearned for the presence of this spring water, akin to the relief of a long-awaited rain after a drought. Unable to resist the allure, he took a sip, closing his eyes to savor the experience. He sensed the spring water permeating every corner of his body, nurturing him throughout. The vitality he had expended was rejuvenated by this sip, even alleviating some lingering childhood ailments. Opening his eyes, he reached for Su Yang's palm, intertwining their fingers. Thank you, my dear. This bottle of water has indeed had a profound effect on me. I truly cherish it. It is evident that this water is exceptionally precious, and I am deeply moved that you would gift me such a generous amount. With a flick of his wrist, Su Yang conjured forth a multitude of bottles. As long as it serves you well, that is all that matters. From now on, consider this water as your own. However, remember to keep it a secret. I have only shared this with you. My parents remain unaware. Chapter 150. An apology. Beholding the table cluttered with bottles, Tao Wangxiu was left speechless. With his discernment, he could recognize that this water was a remarkably rare entity, undoubtedly belonging to the upper echelon of materials, of which there were typically few. He had presumed that Su Yang possessed only a limited supply, yet judging from his earlier demeanor, it seemed he had miscalculated. Observing Tao Wangxiu's astonishment, Su Yang chuckled, pinching his cheek, feeling the delightful texture. Before you produced such an abundance of peach blossoms and fruits today, your own were certainly rare within the cosmos. Do you understand what I mean? Tao Wangxiu gave a soft huff. My beauty is such that not everyone is worthy of partaking in my peach blossoms and fruits. He gathered the bottles. Embracing Su Yang once more, his voice tinged with barely concealed anticipation. My dear, now that you have finished your tasks, may we share a bed tonight? They had only shared a bed on 2 occasions, those 2 nights on the Galactic planet. After arriving at the tourist star, Su Yang had been exceedingly busy, and to avoid disturbing him, Tao Wangxiu had taken to sleeping in another room. It was perplexing, despite having spent 99 years in such a manner. Now, after merely 2 nights of shared slumber, he found himself unable to sleep alone. It seemed that only by holding Su Yang could he fully relax. They had shared beds before, and there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Su Yang readily acquiesced. Very well, I grant you permission to share my chamber tonight. Moreover, sleeping while holding Tao Wangxiu was quite comforting. Being enveloped by a warm presence and listening to the steady beat of his heart was nothing short of hypnotic. Tao Wangxiu remarked. Then, Your Majesty, as your favored concubine, may I bring charges against the other consorts? Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. Do I have any other consorts besides you? Tao Wangxiu let out a light snort. There is a consort surnamed Lu who has been persistently bothering me lately, attempting to drive me away from His Majesty. He slightly lifted his chin, speaking with an air of pride. Fortunately, I have discerned his tactics, preventing his nefarious schemes from succeeding. No one shall come between His Majesty and me. Su Yang slowly furrowed her brows. First, I have no connection with Lu Xinghe. We have severed our match, and he is not a consort of the Liu family. Second, what has he done to you? Su Yang's voice had grown cold. Tao wants you. Resembling a delicate spouse, leaned against Su Yang's shoulder, playfully toying with her hand, occasionally placing it to his lips for a kiss. He cannot do anything to me. He merely employed some tactics in an attempt to send me back to the Beastman Kingdom. Fortunately, having lived for 99 years, I am not so easily bested. He is no match for me. Were Liu Xinghe to leverage the power of the Liu family, he would have long since seen no opportunity to retaliate, being sent back instead. However, it is a pity. Liu Xinghe has long since distanced himself from the Liu family. No matter how talented he may be, he is but 30 years old now. Although he possesses some power, it is certainly not comparable to mine. Moreover, Liu Xinghe's influence lies within the Human Federation, and he cannot extend his reach to the Beastman Kingdom. If, under such circumstances, he could expel a person of my age, it would render my 99 years of life and the efforts I have invested utterly futile. With a stern expression, Su Yang opened the chat with Liu Xinghe. Su Yang, have you taken action against Tao wants you? Upon receiving the message, Liu Xinghe paused his busy work. How could Su Yang know about this? Was it Tao wants you who informed her? Liu Xinghe closed his eyes, realizing that despite all his calculations, he had not anticipated that Tao wants you would report him to Su Yang. This was a struggle between men. What purpose did it serve to inform Su Yang? Did he not fear tarnishing his image before her? If it were Jin Yao, he would never have divulged such information. Su Yang remained unaware of the covert skirmishes between him and Jin Yao. Yet, he could not deny his actions. Liu Xinghe, it was me. Su Yang, we have long since severed our ties. You should never have acted against my match. Su Yang, this is the second time. You must apologize to my match and compensate for his losses, or I will terminate our cooperation immediately. Su Yang, you have 5 minutes to contemplate your decision. Liu Xinghe's hands slowly tightened. Apologizing to a rival was an impossibility for him. Acknowledging fault would not only signify weakness, but it would also shatter his pride in front of an adversary. He did not reject the notion of an apology. As a commander, he possessed a resilient heart. However, apologizing to a rival was something he could not accept. Yet, should he refuse to apologize, their cooperation would be cancelled, leaving him with no legitimate reason to contact Su Yang in the future. Time trickled by, the sound of the clock echoing throughout the room. Liu Xinghe's gaze grew obscure, drifting toward an item on the table, a bottle of 5 tones water and a vial of cultivated soil. Both were gifts from Su Yang and exceedingly valuable to him. He glanced at the time once more. It was 11 p.m. At that moment, Su Yang sent him a message. Were they together now? Liu Xinghe felt as though something had pierced his heart, causing a stinging pain that made his eyes water. He lowered his head and sent a message on his holographic device. Oh, Tao wants you looked at the device. Baby, I received a message from Liu Xinghe. He has apologized to me. He even transferred money to me. How peculiar. Tao wants you's tone was filled with astonishment. Yet his heart was heavy with the realization that he had underestimated Su Yang's significance in Liu Xinghe's life. Given Liu Xinghe's deep regard for Su Yang, why had they initially severed their match? Su Yang glanced at Tao wants you. He apologized? Tao wants you moved the device closer, and Su Yang clearly saw the apology message displayed. She sent a reply to Liu Xinghe. This is the second time. I do not wish for a third. If there is a third time, our collaboration will be terminated. Baby, Tao wants you interlocked his fingers with hers. Didn't I mention before? In our Beastman Kingdom, we practice polyandry. If Liu Xinghe has feelings for you and you reciprocate, I have no objections. Su Yang shook her head. It's impossible for us. Tao wants you toyed with Su Yang's hair. Could you tell me what transpired? Su Yang pondered for a moment. He threatened me with my life and his own. That is the reason for my complete separation from Liu Xinghe. As for the suspicion that I might be a spy and the intent to kill me, those are secondary. Firstly, as a normal person, if arrested by the police and suspected of being a traitor, once cleared of suspicion and released, one would not harbor resentment, but rather gratitude towards the police for their investigative prowess. Had their breakup been due to this, reconciliation might have been possible, as there was a foundation of affection. Yet, Liu Xinghe chose to deepen his impression on me by threatening me with Blue Star, even using his life as leverage, which I found utterly intolerable. It can only be said that Liu Xinghe, as a commander, is indeed cunning, resorting to any means necessary to achieve his goals. He accomplished his objective but irreparably offended Su Yang. Chapter 151. Choosing a convenient time, Tao Wangxiu stared in disbelief, his mind racing with a singular thought. Had Liu Xinghe lost his senses? To threaten Su Yang, the very person he cherished, even with his life? It seemed that too much time in command had dulled his intellect, leading him to employ military tactics with someone he cared for. He held Su Yang tightly, nuzzling against her. Baby, I would never do such a thing. Su Yang felt a tickling sensation from his affection. She seized his long hair with one hand and gently pushed his face away with the other. Enough of that. Don't you feel uncomfortable? She glanced downward, alluding to the fact that she had sensed it since their first kiss. Tao Wangxiu blinked. I do feel uncomfortable, but I still want to be close to you, baby. Su Yang considered. I have been rather busy lately. Let us wait until the company dinner is over. I should have plenty of free time then. Such an exquisite beauty. Being courted and tantalized daily. How could she possibly remain unaffected? She is not a paragon of virtue like Lu Xiaohui. However, she has been exceedingly busy of late. And with the extraordinary stamina of the gifted, coupled with Tao Wangxiu's long-standing commitment to virtue, it is uncertain how long this will be prolonged. Perhaps it is best to choose a more opportune moment. Tao Wangxiu's eyes suddenly sparkled with a sense of uncertainty. Darling, do you mean what I think you mean? Su Yang leaned in and bestowed a gentle kiss upon him. Indeed, that is precisely what I mean. As Tao Wangxiu's gaze seemed poised to devour her whole, she reclined upon the bed and pulled the covers over herself. All right, let us hasten to sleep. There are other matters to attend to tomorrow. Tao Wangxiu climbed onto the bed, lay down on the opposite side, and wrapped his arms around Su Yang. He counted the days meticulously, noting that fewer than 10 remained. And a wave of anticipation surged within him. It appeared he would need to acquire further skills during this time, ensuring that Su Yang would experience a night of perfection. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Su Yang arrived punctually at the office, where a multitude of individuals had already gathered, approximately 100 talented recruits filling the room. Upon her entrance, they all rose in unison, their gazes fixed upon her. Su Yang gestured for them to be seated. Let us be succinct. The primary purpose of today's meeting is to discuss the introduction of several projects. Her holographic device projected onto the screen ahead, showcasing one of the contracts. Upon seeing the details displayed, the assembled crowd erupted in astonishment. Many rubbed their eyes, questioning their perception. What is this? A collaboration with the Stellar Group to establish a shopping mall? The Stellar Group is one of the top 500 enterprises in the cosmos, renowned for its malls that echo throughout the universe and for partnerships with numerous prestigious brands. Once this mall is constructed, these establishments are sure to take residence within it. Countless planetary leaders have yearned for the Stellar Group to build a mall on their worlds, yet many have been turned away. Only A-class planets, or those with potential for elevation to A-class, are selected for such partnerships. To their astonishment, the Stellar Group has chosen their tourism planet, suggesting that it possesses significant developmental potential and is capable of transitioning to A-class status. No, that cannot be right. All eyes turned to Su Yang. This tourism planet had existed for quite some time, yet it was only after Su Yang assumed leadership that this collaboration materialized. Thus, the Stellar Group must have been swayed by her influence. How strong is the network behind their planetary leader? Su Yang's gaze fell upon a few individuals. Hua Yu, Qiu Chun, and Qiu Yunwei. You 5 are responsible for liaising and ensuring the success of this endeavor. Are you capable of accomplishing this? The 5 stifled their excitement and nodded vigorously. This is a collaboration with the Stellar Group. Should they succeed, the magnitude of their commissions would be unimaginable, and their standing in the industry would soar to new heights. In the future, gathering with friends to boast brings a sense of pride. Su Yang, I will send you the detailed contract shortly. Now, let us examine this contract. Once again, a contract was unveiled, causing everyone present to widen their eyes in astonishment. This time, the contract pertained to Hingyang Company's establishment of a 10-star hotel. A 10-star hotel, something only found on Class A planets. How could it possibly be constructed on their Class B planet? If news of a 10-star hotel being built on their tourism planet were to spread, it is unimaginable how many tourists it would attract. Thus, was this contract also brought by their Star Master? It seems their Star Master not only knows individuals from the Stellar Group, but also has connections with Hingyang Company. The crowd's gaze became dazed, their reverence for Su Yang deepening further. Su Yang designated. This contract will be handled by Cha Xinxue, Mi Zhanen, and Li Feng. Can you manage this? Cha Xinxue and the others nodded vigorously. Yes, we can. Su Yang. Now, let us look at this contract. The crowd's attention shifted to discover that this contract was with Rinha Medical, which would establish a 10-unit hospital on their planet. Their expressions once again reflected a sense of astonishment. As one contract after another was presented, the people in the office were filled with eagerness, itching to commence work immediately. Once all contracts were displayed, Su Yang spoke. With multiple project collaborations, the current layout of the tourism planet necessitates modification. Investment, finance, and auditing departments. Please coordinate with those individuals to expedite the implementation of these contracts. Su Yang specified several departments. Planning department. You are tasked with devising a new layout for the tourism planet, as we aim to construct several new commercial districts. The publicity, legal, and risk management departments must also be vigilant, as the new layout will undoubtedly incite discontent among some established merchants. You must steer public sentiment carefully. The administrative department should also remain attentive. The meeting commenced at 9 in the morning and concluded at noon. The lengthy session did not dampen spirits. Rather, everyone brimmed with enthusiasm. Su Yang concluded, "All right, the meeting is adjourned. It's lunchtime. Let us take a break for meals. We do not advocate working during rest periods. Any matters can be addressed after work resumes at 2 o'clock. Hua Yu returned to his office, set down his belongings, and made his way to the restaurant downstairs. Upon entering the dining area, the rich aroma of food wafted towards him, causing him to inhale deeply, his mouth watering in response. Meanwhile, Cha Xinxue approached, and they exchanged a glance, confirming each other as meal companions. Chapter 152. Are they twins? Cha Xinxue ordered a spicy hot pot, while Hua Yu chose a spicy stir-fry. Seated across from one another, they savored their meals, satisfaction evident on their faces. After finishing the steaming hot pot, Cha Xinxue could not help but exclaim, "When I first saw this job posting, I thought it was a scam. However, considering I am a level 13 ability user, I thought even if it were a hoax, I would not face any issues. To my surprise, all the benefits turned out to be genuine, and the connections behind our Star Master are remarkably solid. I sense that it will not be long before our planet ascends to the rank of an A-class celestial body." Hua Yu wiped his reddened lips and declared, "I have made up my mind. I shall remain here for the long haul, and no one shall pry me away from this place." The two exchanged glances, each recognizing the shared resolve. Cha Xinxue could not help but reminisce about recent events. She had once been a manager in a corporation, overseeing a large department with remarkable personal prowess. However, the company appointed a well-connected individual, a relative of a shareholder, to her team. From that moment on, Cha Xinxue's work was thrown into disarray, as she spent considerable time rectifying the blunders of this relative, even offending several clients due to their incompetence, resulting in significant losses for the company. Naturally, this burden fell solely upon Cha Xinxue. After enduring several such tribulations, she finally erupted and chose to resign. In the month that followed, she scoured the job market, but was met with positions that either fell short of her expectations or offered salaries inferior to her previous role. It was during this time that she stumbled upon a recruitment notice published by Su Yang. The salary was an astounding 10 million star coins per month as a base pay, accompanied by complimentary meals, each boasting a purification value of 100 and free accommodation, ranging from single rooms to shared and couple-less quarters. Additionally, there were various allowances for seniority, loyalty bonuses, and year-end rewards, creating a veritable cornucopia of benefits. While it is true that large corporations typically offer decent perks, such a high salary was indeed rare. The provision of food and lodging, especially of such premium quality, seemed an offering only a top-tier enterprise could afford. Had this been a recruitment campaign from a Fortune 500 company, she might not have been surprised. But the fact that it emanated from a B-class tourist planet rendered it quite astonishing. However, the corresponding high salary came with stringent expectations of professional competence. The advertisement clearly stated that they sought capable, diligent, and proactive individuals, not mere layabouts, with annual evaluations determining continued employment. Cha Xinxue was confident in her professional abilities, having ascended to a managerial position through her outstanding skills. Yet, the exorbitant salary raised suspicions of a potential trap. Could it be that they lured candidates with promises of high pay only to later withhold wages under various pretexts? She had encountered such scenarios before. After much deliberation, Cha Xinxue resolved to give it a try, committing to a month of service to gauge the situation. However, within less than a day's time, she found herself utterly captivated by the cafeteria's offerings, not to mention the delightful array of snacks and desserts available for casual indulgence in the office. At that moment, she thought to herself that if the salary deductions were not excessively harsh, she might just be able to endure for a while longer. Until today, upon reviewing those contracts, her previously unsettled heart finally found solace. The leader of their star possesses a noteworthy background, thus it is unlikely that there would be any salary deductions. Given this assurance, as long as she can continue her work, she shall persist, accompanying this planet on its journey from a B grade to an A grade, ultimately enhancing its prosperity. After finishing their meal, the two made their way towards the company park, eager to bask in the sunlight. Along the way, they encountered several colleagues, and from their conversations, it was evident that many had chosen to commit long-term to this place. It seems that the contracts presented by the star leader have brought stability to numerous hearts. After all, such a generous salary undoubtedly necessitates commensurate responsibilities. To receive such remuneration without contributing would unnerve anyone. In the afternoon, Su Yang wrapped up her tasks and returned to the Galactic planet the following day. By 8 in the morning, she stepped off the hover car and entered the school. In the distance, two individuals emerged from a sleek black hover car. Yun Lang caught a glimpse of a familiar silhouette and could not resist looking closer. Su Yang. It had been several days since he last saw her. She had frequently resided in the dormitory, but her absence in recent days left him curious about her current endeavors. What are you staring at? A companion nudged Yun Lang's shoulder, following his gaze with raised eyebrows. Bro, you're actually looking at a beauty. Do you have a crush on her? And no, how could that be? Yun Lang snapped back to reality, instinctively denying it. I merely noticed that she seems to have grown taller. When he last saw her, she barely reached his shoulder. Now, she must be at his chin. Oh, his companion remarked with knowing significance. You even notice if she has grown taller? Since when have you been so attentive to a girl? Don't say that, Yun Lang retorted. She already has a match and their relationship is quite good. TSK, his companion shook his head. So you're holding on to a love that cannot be. Yun Lang, unamused, chose to disengage from the conversation. Su Yang took a few steps forward, sensing two intense gazes fixed upon her from behind. Unable to resist, she turned around and was met with the sight of Yun Lang and another individual beside him, her eyes widening in surprise. Yun Lang had dark hair and eyes, making the contrasting features of the other individual stand out starkly. This person possessed white hair and eyes, with short, tousled white locks gleaming in the sunlight, reminiscent of moonlight. His facial features were sharp, presenting an exquisitely handsome visage, strikingly similar to Yun Lang's. Are they twins? Noticing Su Yang's gaze, the individual flashed a dazzling smile, which sparkled in the sunlight. Come on, that beauty is looking over here. Didn't you say she seems taller? Let's go see for ourselves. Chapter 153. Yunshe, the silver-haired man, took Yun Lang a few steps forward until they stood before Su Yang. He greeted her with a radiant smile. Hello, miss. You are truly beautiful. Wow. At such a young age, you've already reached the 11th rank. Your talent must be exceptional. Do you know my brother? He just mentioned that you've grown taller. Yun Lang struggled to maintain his composure. Su Yang had caught him in his most awkward moments. From calling her a thin bone in front of others to the cake incident he wished to forget, and now being betrayed by this rascal. He dared not meet Su Yang's gaze. Although he felt embarrassed, he managed to hold it together and nodded at Su Yang. Long time no see. You've indeed grown taller. Now that his secret was out, he decided to be forthright and gestured grandly. I knew it. You've truly reached my chin level. Really? Su Yang couldn't help but laugh, recalling their first encounter when she barely reached his elbow. The change was indeed remarkable. I'm also pleased to have grown this tall. I just wonder if I will continue to grow. By the way, this is Su Yang's gaze fell upon the silver-haired man. Are you two twins? The silver-haired man extended his hand. Hello, sister. I am Yunshe. My brother and I are indeed twins. Hello, Su Yang replied, shaking his hand. Yunshe generously complimented her. Sister, your smile is truly lovely. Unlike my brother, who rarely smiles and has a rather morose expression. You should smile more. Your smile is incredibly infectious, making others unable to resist smiling back. Yun Lang shot a sharp look at Yunshe, warning him with his eyes, then turned back to Su Yang, whose smile had yet to fade. It was indeed charming and lifted his spirits. Su Yang glanced at Yun Lang and then at Yunshe. Thank you. Your smile is equally radiant and brightens the mood. However, the personalities of you two brothers are indeed worlds apart. She checked the time. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Let us chat next time. Yunshe waved. All right. Goodbye, sister. Yun Lang nodded. See you next time. Once Su Yang had walked away, Yun Lang slapped Yunshe on the head, speaking through gritted teeth. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? Yunshe shrugged. Isn't it obvious? I'm helping you pursue her and find yourself a sister-in-law. With your temperament, if you rely on yourself, I doubt you'll catch up to her before she gets married. Yun Lang replied, frowning. She already has a match. Stop spouting nonsense, he added. Yunshe raised his eyebrows mischievously. Oh. So you're not denying that you want to pursue her. You're just refraining from acting because she has a match, right? This indicates you indeed have feelings for her. Yun Lang immediately denied it. Don't be ridiculous. I simply find it comfortable to be around her. I consider her a friend. What would her match think if they heard such rumors? This is merely a quarrel between a young couple. He warned. Do not speak recklessly in front of Su Yang again. By the way, she lives right across from us, so keep your behavior in check. Yunshe rolled his eyes and nodded in agreement. Rest assured. Brother, am I such an unreliable person? With that, they set off for class together. A crowd in the distance was casting curious glances their way, accompanied by hushed whispers. Is that the legendary young master Yunshe with the white hair? Indeed, it is him, though he seldom graces the school with his presence. Who would have thought we would encounter him today? Young master Yunshe seems to be in a good mood today. His smile is truly delightful. What do you think my chances would be if I were to confess my feelings to him now? I'm not any less attractive than the girl he spoke to earlier. Are you out of your mind? Young master Yunshe may appear amiable, but he is far more formidable than Yun Lang. How could that be? He smiles so brilliantly. He must be a good person. I believe I have fallen for him at first sight. Heed the words of the wise, or you may find yourself in trouble. Go ahead if you don't believe me, but do not blame me when things go awry. As the two figures walked further away, a girl clenched her fists, summoning her courage to rush forward and block Yunshe's path. Here goes nothing. If I succeed, I might just elevate myself to the Yun family. Blushing, she stammered. Young master Yunshe, I like you. Yunshe's smile remained radiant. Is that so? Thank you for your affection. I also hold a fondness for myself. Momentarily stunned, the girl gathered her courage again and asked, Then, young master Yunshe, may I pursue you? Yunshe raised an eyebrow. You may, but I have a preference for those with disabilities. How about this? If you were to lose one of your arms, I might consider allowing you to court me. The girl's expression gradually stiffened. Yunshe continued to smile, tilting his head slightly, his eyes reflecting a clear perplexity. Did you not say you wanted to pursue me? Why the hesitation? Oh, he seemed to recall something and realized. I understand now. Is it because you lack the courage to harm yourself? In that case, I shall reluctantly take matters into my own hands. He grasped the girl's shoulder, and with a crack, her arm was dislocated. Then, exerting a bit of force, a scream echoed nearby. Young Master Yunche, forgive us. Ching was merely joking. Please show mercy. Yunche paused, gazing at the girl before him with a hint of confusion. Are you jesting with me? The girl's face turned pale, terror evident in her eyes as she swallowed hard and nodded frantically. Yes, I was joking. Please spare me, young Master Yunche. I promise I will never confess to you again. Yunche's tone bore a naive cruelty. Consider this a warning. Should you confess again, I shall take it seriously. I have a preference for those with double disabilities. By then, perhaps I shall have you lose both arms and legs. Those eyes are rather beautiful. If it comes to that, I might even resort to extracting those eyes. The girl's body gave way, collapsing to the ground. With a cheerful smile, Yunche departed with Yunlang, who could still be heard grumbling from a distance. Brother, what is up with those people? Their eyes are brimming with calculation and greed. Do they truly think I am foolish enough not to see through them? At least Sister Su Yang's gaze is much more pleasant. Chapter 154. Yanghui Company. At this moment, Su Yang found herself facing an obstruction. A tall and long-legged man had collapsed before her, his features remarkably handsome. As he slightly raised his chin, his perfect profile was revealed. His eyelashes were long and elegantly curled, casting shadows over his eyes under the sunlight, which appeared to carry an air of innocence. He blinked a few times, and it seemed that tears shimmered in his eyes, adding a hint of allure. He lifted his head to glance at Su Yang. His face instantly flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. I apologize, fellow student, for blocking your path. I injured my foot earlier, and it hasn't healed yet. I was just trying to walk. As the man recited the lines he had meticulously prepared, he was taken aback when Su Yang simply sidestepped him without pausing. His words faltered, and he instinctively touched his face, questioning whether his neglect of personal care had diminished his appeal. After all, why else would Su Yang remain indifferent? A passerby caught sight of the man's predicament and scoffed. With your looks, do you really think you can entice Su Yang? Are you as handsome as young Master Jin? Or as striking as the twin young masters of the Yun family? I just saw Su Yang conversing with them. The well-meaning individual continued. You might have just returned and are not fully aware of the situation. Young Master Jin has made it clear that anyone who dares to harass Su Yang will face consequences they would rather avoid. The man's complexion paled, and he quickly scrambled to his feet, hastily departing from the scene. Su Yang, however, paid little heed to this interruption as she arrived punctually at the history department classroom. Gu Zhizhi glanced over with an expression of delight. I thought you wouldn't come. Su Yang surveyed the classroom before taking a seat beside Gu Zhizhi. I've been busy with other matters and just returned from another planet yesterday. The classroom seems quite crowded today. There were approximately 30 students scattered about. A stark contrast to the previous Mir 2. Gu Zhizhi lowered her voice. They're all here for you, hoping to seize an opportunity. Have they bothered you? Su Yang inquired. No. Gu Zhizhi shook her head. I am not easily trifled with. I can see through those who approach me with ulterior motives. Su Yang handed her some local delicacies from the magical planet. Give these a try. Gu Zhizhi examined the offerings, picking up a fruit that glimmered like the clouds at sunset, and took a bite. She then closed her eyes in contentment. This fruit lacks strong flavor. But after eating it, I feel warm and comfortable, as if basking in the sun. Su Yang picked up a few more fruits, if you like it. Feel free to indulge further. Indeed, how well do you comprehend the spring cloud planet? Does this celestial body harbor any unknown histories or legendary tales? The spring cloud planet. The very name of the tourism planet under her jurisdiction. Ah, spring cloud planet. Gu Zhizhi pondered for a moment. Is it that B-class tourism planet? I recall perusing it in my family's library not long ago. There seemed to be a few legendary stories and several obscure historical accounts. However, that was during my childhood, and my recollection is rather hazy. You shall have to wait until I return to search for it. Su Yang gently prodded Gu Zhizhi's arm and whispered, I have taken over the spring cloud planet, and it now falls under my purview. Recently, I have been engrossed in matters concerning this planet. I intend to gather its ancient legends and cultural history, transforming them into a narrative to spread throughout the galaxy, so that whenever anyone encounters related content, they will immediately think of the spring cloud planet. Just as the mention of Journey to the West, Water Margin, or Dream of the Red Chamber evokes memories of the Blue Planet, or how the mention of the Elven race conjures images of the magical planet. I aspire to craft a unique identity for the spring cloud planet. Would you care to collaborate with me? We could formalize our partnership. You provide me with the necessary information, and in return, I shall compensate you with star coins or resources you require. Gu Zhizhi waved her hand dismissively. You are my friend. What need is there for star coins when helping a friend? I shall assist you in researching the materials upon my return. That will not do. Su Yang promptly declined. Even among brothers, one must keep accounts clear. Even friendships entail mutual benefits. While our camaraderie is cherished, matters involving interests must be articulated. Moreover, I envision a long-term collaboration with you. Who knows? I may acquire other planets in the future where I will require your assistance. During our time as deskmates in class, Su Yang discovered that Gu Zhizhi possessed an exceptionally rich reservoir of historical knowledge. She was not only well-versed in the histories of various planets, but also familiar with many lesser-known legends and proficient in numerous local dialects. Truly a walking compendium of history. Gu Zhizhi did not refuse again. Very well. However, I seem to lack for nothing. How about this? Bring me a little of whatever delectable food you come across in the future, for I have a fondness for culinary delights. Su Yang contemplated. I shall offer you a base salary of 10 million star coins, followed by a commission based on profits, granting you 20% of the earnings. The specific contract shall be provided to you by Wednesday. After finalizing the agreement with Gu Zhizhi, Su Yang seized the opportunity during the midday break to seek out Li Rongxing and others. In a spacious room, 12 individuals were gathered, all carefully selected by Li Rongxing during this period. The assembly consisted of talents from various fields: mecha construction, agricultural studies, medical sciences, artificial intelligence, and communications, each a notable figure in their respective domains. Su Yang produced the contract. Our prior agreement was merely verbal, lacking tangible proof. By signing this contract, our previous understanding shall be rendered formally valid. Li Rongxing glanced down at the contract. Yangwei Company. Boss, is this the name of our company? Is it under your ownership? Su Yang nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I established this company just a few days ago, and currently, there are no employees. By signing this contract, you will become the inaugural pillars of this enterprise. Our company is distinct from others. What I require is unwavering loyalty and complete confidentiality during the contract's validity. Of course, I will provide corresponding support to you. I can grant you a moment to ponder, but once the contract is signed, there is no turning back. Should you choose to divulge our company's information afterward, the consequences would be insufferable. Chapter 155. Signing the contract inside the room. Li Rongxing and the others meticulously examined the contract. Observing their serious demeanor, Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. Had they chosen to sign the contract without inquiries or scrutiny, she would have certainly dismissed them. It would be misguided to interpret their unreserved trust in her as a bond. Their relationship was merely one of professional collaboration. She compensated them for their services, and that was the extent of it. As time ticked away, approximately 10 minutes passed before Li Rongxing lifted her head first. Boss, this contract is quite generous. I shall sign. During her time with Su Yang, she had reaped numerous benefits. Firstly, for the talents she had sourced for Su Yang, she received financial compensation upon Su Yang's approval, alleviating her urgent needs. Additionally, Su Yang provided her access to materials she had previously been unable to obtain, enhancing her expertise in mecha maintenance. Furthermore, Su Yang's assistance with Wang Huan had already instilled in her a deep gratitude. With no issues present in the contract and the terms being exceptionally favorable, she saw no reason not to sign. The second to sign was Ning Chu, a student from the agricultural college specializing in soil research. The soil Su Yang had given to Lu Xinghe was the result of Ning Chu's work, which had proven beneficial for plant-based beastmen. However, due to the scarcity of such beastmen, many universities lacked research in this area, and Ning Chu's funding requests had been denied. Ultimately, it was Su Yang who provided her with the necessary funds to complete her research. With eyes sparkling, Ning Chu gazed at Su Yang. Boss, everyone doubts the viability of my research due to the lack of marketability and profitability, yet you are the only one willing to support me. Moreover, you have promised in the contract to allow me to pursue this research further, so I shall sign. Su Yang nodded, refraining from further comments. She had conducted a background check on Ning Chu. Ning Chu's mother was a plant-based beastman. Her father had once saved her mother, leading to an instant affection that resulted in Ning Chu's birth. Inheriting her father's human genes, Ning Chu was thus human. Later, due to issues with the soil, her mother experienced a genetic anomaly, leading Ning Chu to contemplate the study of soil, how to create a more comfortable environment for the plant-based beastmen, and how to mitigate the radiation present within the soil. Regrettably, this research was exceedingly niche. Despite her considerable talent in this field, she struggled to find support, and the funds she invested seemed to vanish without yielding any returns. Upon understanding the situation, Su Yang provided financial backing, which ultimately enabled her to produce some results. The third individual to sign the contract was Rin Hang from the law department. Rin Hang's demeanor was rather aloof, yet he regarded Su Yang with utmost seriousness. He stated, I have meticulously examined the contract, and I can confirm there are no hidden pitfalls. Everything is clearly outlined. I am willing to sign. And I also wish to express my gratitude for the potion you lent me, which saved my father. With these three individuals leading the way, others did not hesitate and gradually signed the contracts as well. Su Yang collected all the contracts and then fixed her gaze on Li Rongxing. I recently saw on the school forum that in 3 months, The top 10 universities will jointly organize a mecha repair competition. If you were to participate, what rank do you believe you could achieve? Li Rongxing pondered for a moment and uncertainly replied, perhaps within the top 100. This competition would gather all the exceptionally talented students from the top 10 universities, many of whom hailed from affluent backgrounds. They had been exposed to high-grade materials and the latest models of mechas from a young age. Their experience and perspective far surpassed that of Li Rongxing. Achieving a place within the top 100 would be quite an accomplishment for someone from a low-level planet. Su Yang responded, starting today, after your studies each evening. You may come to my dormitory, where a mecha and various materials will be available for you to disassemble and reassemble. My AI will assist you and will even find a teacher for you. You can consult my AI with any questions. She continued, at the competition in 3 months. I hope you can place within the top 10. Li Rongxing looked up, his eyes betraying his astonishment. The top 10? Others turned to him in surprise. Su Yang smiled lightly. The mecha is the latest model in the galaxy, constructed from an array of top-tier materials. And the teacher I will find for you is among the finest in the galaxy. Surely, you can manage this? The notion of a teacher was merely a facade. The so-called teacher was actually Dao, the intelligent assistant within the mecha who possessed extensive expertise in mecha technology. The mecha she provided was indeed among the finest available. Although it could not compare to Dao, it was still remarkable. Li Rongxing's eyes sparkled with determination. And he did not question Su Yang's words. Then I can definitely do it. Su Yang replied, excellent. I look forward to the day you break into the top 10. I need you to announce our company's name at the award ceremony. To elevate our company's reputation across the galaxy. The others cast envious glances at Li Rongxing. Su Yang's gaze settled upon Ning Chu. A few days ago, I unexpectedly acquired some soil samples that require your analysis. However, you may need to wait a few days as I must arrange for a set of instruments to be custom-made for you. Later, I shall provide you with a list detailing the required equipment. Please review it and add anything you deem necessary. Once the instruments arrive, we can commence the research. All right. Thank you, boss. Ning Chu's eyes gleamed with excitement. The others cast envious glances in her direction, subsequently turning their hopeful gazes towards Su Yang. Su Yang smiled and remarked, there is no need for envy. Should any matters arise, I will naturally seek your assistance. In the meantime, focus on your studies and strive to enhance your academic performance. I do not wish for any of you to become complacent due to our contract. If I discover any decline in your academic pursuits, do not blame me for being unsympathetic. Furthermore, there will be a gathering on the evening of the 27th. Ensure you keep that time available. The room filled with young individuals nodded enthusiastically, their eyes sparkling with ambition and dreams for the future. Chapter 156, Legends of the Black Market emerging from the room. The clock indicated it was 1:45 p.m., with merely 15 minutes remaining until class commenced. Su Yang glanced at her holographic device, which displayed the class schedule of her peer, Gong Shui. According to the information gathered through celestial investigations, Gong Shui was a remarkably intelligent young woman, characterized by her quiet demeanor and often overlooked by her peers. Her academic performance was rather unremarkable, hovering around the median level, had it not been for the previous incident. Su Yang might never have noticed her. Upon closer inspection, Su Yang discerned Gong Shuhui's subtlety. The latter consistently maintained her grades at a steady midpoint, neither advancing nor declining, indicating a robust self-assurance and profound understanding of her field of study. Staring at the shy smile captured in Gong Shuhui's photograph, Su Yang could scarcely believe that such an unassuming girl could be entangled with the black market, serving as a spy infiltrating the Human Federation. Typically, Gong Shuhui concluded her studies by 9 in the evening. Checking the time, Su Yang returned to her dormitory. Previously, she had converted several rooms into laboratories, housing various pets and plants. After nearly a month of observation, she felt confident in her findings and began to gather all the materials from her makeshift laboratories. She subsequently left a mecha for Li Rongxing, granting him the necessary permissions, and returned home, preparing for her afternoon training session and an evening meeting with Gong Shui. Since her father, Zhu Jian, had arranged for specialized training, she no longer needed to attend school for physical training. The one-on-one sessions tailored to her needs had significantly enhanced her abilities, encompassing diverse training aspects, including physical fitness, supernatural skills, mecha operation, and knowledge acquisition. In summary, Su Yang has been enduring a tumultuous period, experiencing joy from her personal growth while simultaneously suffering due to the intense training. At this moment, within one of the rooms, Tao Wangxiu is affectionately interacting with a robot, while a video chat with one of his subordinates is open before him. Boss, lower your hands a bit. In my experience, embracing this area makes the girl feel most comfortable. Yes, right there. And when you kiss her, make sure to start from. Also, remember to place a pillow under her waist. It will be much more comfortable. Afterward, a massage is essential, his subordinate enthusiastically advises, prompting Tao Wangxiu to continuously adjust his position based on the guidance provided. Both individuals hail from the Beastman Kingdom, which is notably liberal regarding such matters. And neither perceives any issue with their actions, one instructing meticulously, the other learning attentively. They engage in this banter for quite some time, with the robot silently observing. Otherwise, it would likely have voiced its disapproval by now. The subordinate shakes his head. Boss, can't you find a real person instead? Why settle for a robot? If a woman want to do, you could always find a man. Tao Wangsu firmly declines. No, only my beloved can embrace my body. I wish to hold only her. The subordinate then inquires, so, when are you two getting married? I've heard that in the Human Federation, marriage is required to enjoy legal rights. Without it, if she ever tires of you and casts you aside, the law offers you no protection. Tao Wangsu ponders for a moment. You can start preparing for the wedding on your side. I need to check in on my beloved's situation. She has been quite busy lately. I'll see when she has some free time. At that moment, a notification from his intelligent assistant informs him that Su Yang has returned. He quickly terminates the video call, pushes the robot aside, and nonchalantly exits the room. Beloved, he approaches her and embraces Su Yang. Why are you back in the afternoon? Don't you have classes? No. Su Yang shakes her head. The history department has very few classes, and since there's a tutor at home, it doesn't matter whether I go to school. I have a few matters to attend to this evening, so I decided to train a bit earlier. She reciprocates his embrace and walks toward the room. By the way, do you know about the black market? Of course, I've conducted quite a few transactions in the black market before. Are you going to be dealing with black market individuals tonight? You must be cautious. The leader of the black market is rather enigmatic. I've heard that its operations span the chaotic triangle, dealing not only with the Human Federation and the Beastman Kingdom, but even penetrating the Mechanical Empire. Su Yang, puzzled, asks, does no one know who the leader of the black market is? Tao Wangsu shrugs, not really. It remains quite a mystery. A few years back, I heard the leadership of the black market changed hands, taken over by a different individual who is said to be relatively young, in their 40s. It's rumored that he eliminated the previous leader to seize power, and he is known to be ruthless. I am not entirely certain about other matters, but I can assert that this individual possesses a unique ability related to puppetry. As you are aware, my talent lies in telepathy. On one occasion, I encountered someone from the black market and attempted to read their thoughts. However, the person behind me sensed something amiss and commanded their subordinate to self-destruct. Such a scenario could only be orchestrated by someone with puppetry abilities. It is also possible that a chip was implanted in the target's mind, but I did not detect any such presence within their psyche. In any case, this person is exceedingly dangerous, so dear, you must exercise caution tonight. Alternatively, I could accompany you. My telepathic ability might prove beneficial. Su Yang interjected, no, have you forgotten your physical condition? If something were to occur, I am capable of escaping alone, but with you alongside me, there could be complications. I cannot bear the thought of you being harmed in any way. Promise me, do not act impulsively, and stay home until I return, all right? Every 2 hours, I will have Tiandao send you a message to assure you of my safety. Tao Wangsu, aware of his current predicament, reluctantly acquiesced. The damage to his life essence would require a considerable amount of time to recover from. Initially, he had planned for a 3-month recuperation period, but thanks to the spring water provided by Su Yang, he believed he could recover in just half a month. He wished for Su Yang to postpone her visit until then, but it was evident from her demeanor that she would not agree. Chapter 157. Announcement on the forum. Seeing Tao Wangsu's evident concern warmed Su Yang's heart. Few had cared for her throughout her life. However, since her arrival in the interstellar realm, she had encountered many admirable individuals. She kissed Tao Wangsu gently and reassured him, it's all right, do not worry. I am merely going to meet someone from the black market, not the leader of the black market or to venture into the chaotic triangle region. Besides, have you forgotten my spatial abilities? Should any trouble arise, I can teleport away. Tao Wangsu sighed in relief. If that were the case, it was manageable. After a meal and a brief rest, Su Yang commenced her afternoon training. Upon completion, she showered and seized the opportunity to teleport to Blue Star, where she found Xiao Tun Tun. Instinctively glancing at the little merman, she noticed that he had awakened, his wide, watery eyes fixed upon her. Su Yang smiled at him. I have some matters to attend to and cannot stay long. I will visit you again later. For now, play with Xiao Tun Tun. You will reside here until the sea domain emerges, and then you can swim freely within it. Turning her attention to Xiao Tun Tun, she inquired, please explain this puppetry ability to me in detail. Given that Xiao Tun Tun possessed the powers of devouring and puppetry, he was likely well versed in the subject. After gathering information about the puppetry ability from Xiao Tun Tun, she teleported back to Blue Star, had dinner, and then made her way to Galactic University. Certainly, this time she had early transformed her appearance into that of an ordinary person, adopting a relatively petite stature that rendered her entirely unrecognizable from Su Yang. On her way to her intended destination, she observed an individual being ruthlessly beaten, with a crowd gathered nearby to witness the spectacle. She approached, peering through the throng to ascertain the situation, her ears attuned to the conversations of those around her. Wang Qianfan had an audacious demeanor. His affairs had already been exposed on the forum, yet he still attended school. If I were in his position, I would have undoubtedly taken a leave of absence to evade the scrutiny for a while. The fact that he endured daily beatings yet persisted in attending classes was indeed commendable. Wasn't it said that Wang Qianfan was from the history department? What was he doing in school? It was clear that following the forum incident, many had sought him out for covert tasks, effectively turning his school life into a chaotic disruption. Indeed, it was rumored that after the forum revelations, the number of individuals seeking Wang Qianfan had multiplied significantly. The sheer number of people intent on wrongdoing against their classmates was daunting. While Wang Qianfan bore the brunt of the violence, he had maintained a strict silence regarding his employers, preserving his reputation. I wonder if that influential figure who exposed Wang Qianfan could do so again. I dread the thought of someone using him as a means to enact harm upon me. Su Yang listened intently, her gaze falling upon Wang Qianfan's visage, which bore the marks of several blows, bruised and battered. Had she not overheard the discussions around her, she would scarcely have recognized him. The events on the forum were orchestrated by her own hand, yet she had not anticipated that so many would seek out Wang Qianfan. As if her actions had inadvertently advertised him, transitioning him from the shadows into the limelight. Su Yang fell into a contemplative silence, surprised by this turn of events. Master, Tiandao interjected, what shall we do? Should we expose Wang Qianfan's misdeeds during this period? That will not be necessary, Su Yang replied, shaking her head. This matter should be addressed by the school, not by me. Moreover, the students are already aware of Wang Qianfan's malicious intent and will likely take precautions against him. If they truly cannot tolerate him, they will certainly lodge complaints with the school. Simply exposing him ourselves, without the school taking action, would only serve as an advertisement, enabling him to secure more assignments. She shook her head, preparing to depart, when she heard another voice. Look at the forum. The school's response regarding Wang Qianfan has been released. Immediately, Su Yang accessed the school forum, where numerous discussions about Wang Qianfan were underway, with several students reporting him. The school's response indicated that the circumstances outside the institution were far more intricate than within, rife with insidious tactics that were nearly impossible to defend against. Wang Qianfan's actions were deemed trivial, thus unworthy of disciplinary action, instead being regarded as a tool for student fortitude. If the students could not protect themselves from someone like Wang Qianfan, whose identity was already exposed, they would inevitably be vulnerable upon entering society. Indeed, should any student manage to capture evidence of Wang Qianfan's wrongdoing, they may submit it to the school, which will reward such students. Where do these rewards originate? Naturally, they come from Wang Qianfan himself. This outcome has elicited mixed reactions among the student body. Some believe the school's rationale is sound, acknowledging that the cosmos is fraught with peril, particularly for those who have long been engaged in combat. A moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. In such circumstances, the presence of Wang Qianfan could serve to sharpen the vigilance of these individuals, potentially enhancing their chances of survival. Conversely, others contend that they came to school to pursue knowledge, and now find themselves in a constant state of trepidation, wary of being undermined by others, which is quite disheartening. Nevertheless, the school's announcement has been made, leaving those who are dissatisfied with little recourse. A notification pinged from Gu Ziji's device. Gu Ziji, Yang. Have you seen the announcement on the forum regarding the handling of Wang Qianfan? Su Yang. Yes, I just saw it. Gu Ziji, what do you think of the announcement? Su Yang. The school's decision undoubtedly stems from its own considerations. Both advantages and disadvantages exist. As mentioned on the forum, having such an individual around could indeed encourage students to be more cautious, which might facilitate their integration into society after leaving school. Su Yang. Of course, the drawbacks are significant as well. What if someone fails to guard against Wang Qianfan and ends up harmed? Gu Ziji. Gu Ziji. As you said, there are indeed pros and cons. Gu Ziji. However, I still support the school's action. The top 10 universities have never been sanctuaries, and there have always been casualties in various practical training exercises. Gu Ziji. Wang Qianfan's actions are, in comparison to some outside, quite trivial. Su Yang glanced at the time. Su Yang. I have some matters to attend to. Let us pause our conversation for now. Su Yang. 39. Gu Ziji. Dog waving paw JPG. Su Yang settled onto a nearby bench, positioning herself along the route that Gong Shuhui would inevitably take to return to her dormitory. Upon spotting Gong Shuhui, she promptly rose from her seat. Chapter 158. What if I declare my intention to become the master of the black market? Su Yang approached Gong Shuhui, who looked up with a wary expression, seemingly lost in thought before speaking. I have waited for so long. You have finally come to find me. Su Yang. Gong Shuhui, do you know? I have been on edge these past few days, but seeing you has unexpectedly eased my tension, suggesting that you have no intention of informing the school about my situation. Su Yang. Oh, Gong Shuhui. Previously, you sent a message to my device claiming that Wang Qianfan had orchestrated an attack against me. The message bypassed the defenses on my device, arrived from an unknown source and left me unable to trace it, which would undoubtedly reveal an anomaly in my system. I estimated there was an 80% chance you would come to see me, yet I did not anticipate it would take this long, to the point where I began to doubt my own assumptions. Su-Yang smiled, finding it delightful to converse with intelligent individuals. I shall be brief. I've heard whispers of certain clandestine enterprises within your black market, capable of producing goods without registration. I wish to establish contact with this industry. Can you assist me? Gong Shuhui maintained a serious demeanor, striving to conceal her apprehension. Certainly. Our black market's proprietor has instructed me that should you seek our services, we are prepared to accommodate any request, with one condition. Our master wishes to meet you. Su-Yang inquired, is it because I circumvented the defenses of your neural interface? Gong Shuhui cautiously replied, I cannot say for certain. I merely relay our master's message. She then handed over a piece of paper. This contains the contact information for our black market's enterprises. Should you require assistance, you may reach out to the individuals listed. Su-Yang accepted the paper and, intrigued, asked, if I do not seek you out, will you seek me? Gong Shuhui shook her head. I have no means to locate you. I can only await your approach. Su-Yang turned to leave. Farewell. Knowing her interlocutor hailed from the black market, there was no need for further introductions. Initially, she had presumed Gong Shuhui to be a genius in the realm of intelligent coding, but now aware that the items in her possession originated from the black market, she realized her assumption was misguided. If her conjecture held true, the true genius was not Gong Shuhui, but rather others within the black market. Such brilliance would surely not be allowed to surface. Upon returning home, Su-Yang informed Tao Wangzu that she needed to address some matters before retreating to her room, where she retrieved the paper. Tian Dao, I must warn you that upon logging into this site, we may be subject to reverse tracking. Be prepared. Tian Dao floated closer, his feline visage solemn. Fear not, my master. Although I am currently unable to infiltrate the black market's intelligence system, it is equally impossible for it to breach my defenses. I assure you, it will not pinpoint our location. With Tian Dao's assurance, Su-Yang confidently entered the website address. Tian Dao's voice chimed in, Master, simultaneously. 10 individuals are attempting to trace our information, and there are those trying to activate your camera to glean your appearance, but I have thwarted all their efforts. Su-Yang queried, can you reverse trace back to them? Tian Dao responded, it is challenging. The black market's intelligence system is highly advanced, comparable to that of Hongmeng and similar entities. I cannot trace them under its protection within such a short time frame. However, I shall endeavor to try. As their conversation unfolded, the interface of the neural interface transformed, revealing a new message. 123,456. Greetings, madam. Our black market's master wishes to communicate with you directly. Are you available? At the headquarters of the black market in the Chaotic Triangle region, Gong Shuhui, having passed the paper to Su-Yang, immediately relayed the information to her contacts. The black market was quick to respond, with many individuals preparing for potential developments. In the dimly lit room, dozens of luminous computers flickered to life, attempting to breach the opposing network and pilfer its secrets the moment there was any activity on the website. Regrettably, all attempts were in vain, none succeeded. Among them stood a masked figure, her visage obscured, yet her physique unmistakably revealed her as a woman. Her voice, tinged with a husky quality, inquired, did none succeed? A subordinate, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, replied, forgive us, master, it is our incompetence. She shook her head, it is not your fault. The last time, she managed to send a message to Xiao Hui without a sound, demonstrating her formidable skills. You must continue to strive for improvement. Rising from her seat, she approached one of the computers displaying the website's interface, her fingers deftly typing a message. 123,456. Greetings, madam. The master of our black market wishes to communicate with you personally. Is this convenient for you? 0000. Am I not already speaking with the master of the black market? 123456. Engaging with an intelligent individual is indeed a pleasure. 123456. I shall not disguise my intentions any longer. Our black market seeks to recruit top-tier talents such as yourself, and we are open to discussing your terms. 123456. Please state your requirements. Whatever we possess, we shall provide in full. 0000. What if I were to request your master S position? 123456. Should you possess the capability to attain that position, I would willingly relinquish it to you. 0000. Oh, I shall have to test that when the opportunity arises. 0000. You are aware of my purpose for coming here, are you not? 0000. A synthetic sun and a synthetic moon. What is your price for these? 123456. We can produce them for you at no cost. As a gesture of friendship. 0000. I require more than one synthetic sun and moon. Initially, I shall request 2 of each. Are they also free? 123456. Certainly. They are free. 123456. If you are willing to join us, not just 2, but hundreds or even thousands can be yours at no charge. 0000. You have piqued my interest. 0000. I shall seize the next opportunity. 0000. This 100 billion star coins serves as a deposit. The balance will be settled once the 4 items are completed. 0000. Here is the information of the planet. 0000. I hope for a pleasant collaboration this time. 0000. After this, you should know how to contact me. I look forward to your correspondence. The computer screen flickered and the connection was severed. A nearby individual murmured, "Boss, one of our external accounts just received a transfer of 100 billion star coins." The woman chuckled softly. How intriguing. Why would one desire a synthetic moon and sun? It is common for clients to request combat robots or warships, but seeking these 2 harmless items is a first. Please examine the information regarding these 2 planets and see if there is any correlation in the interstellar data. Chapter 159. All attacking his age. After Su Yang closed the website, she noticed a message from Jean Yao that had arrived not long ago, which left her momentarily dazed. Since the welcome banquet concluded, they had exchanged only a few words in the family group chat, and thereafter, there had been no further communication. It seemed that her words in the auction room had taken effect. Jean Yao likely extinguished any lingering feelings for her. After all, a proud man like him, having faced her firm rejection, would not persist in such a pursuit, or he would not have remained silent for so long. It was perhaps for the best that he had given up on those feelings. She opened the chat interface. Jean Yao, are you asleep? I'm coming to collect the fruit of life. Jean Yao, when would be convenient for you? I'll come find you. Su Yang, I'm available now. Do come over. Jean Yao, all right. Is it at your dormitory? Su Yang, no, I'm outside. Su Yang, sharing the address. Jean Yao, please wait. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. After disconnecting from the holographic device, Jean Yao's expression was devoid of emotion, nearly crushing the item in his hand. He had been diligently wrapping up matters in the laboratory and had subsequently embarked on an exhaustive investigation into Tao Wangxiu. What he uncovered was startling. Not only had Su Yang brought Tao Wangxiu to those 2 planets, but they had also been living in close proximity, even sharing a roof. The mere thought of them residing under the same roof incited a desire to cast Tao Wangxiu out, and the prospect of them engaging in intimate actions made him wish to obliterate her entirely. Given his temperament, had it been anyone else, that individual would likely have been reduced to mere fragments by now. Yet, it was Tao Wangxiu, both being necromancers. He found himself powerless to act against her and could only devise other means to dissuade her from pursuing Su Yang. Cursed Tao Wangxiu, cursed Peach Blossom. How dare you seduce my sister in my absence? If I do not break your branches this time, I shall write my name backward. Jean Yao took a deep breath, suppressing the surging anger within him, and swiftly boarded his hovercar, heading towards the address Su Yang had sent earlier. Meanwhile, Su Yang had already knocked on Tao Wangxiu's door to inform her that Jean Yao would be arriving shortly. She merely mentioned that he was coming to collect something. Without revealing the nature of the item, she had already placed the fruit of life in a box beforehand. The box was crafted from fine materials, offering a high level of privacy. As long as it remained unopened, no one could discern its contents. Jean Yao, you say? Tao Wangxiu smiled knowingly, recalling the events of the welcome banquet. When he had briefly kissed Su Yang's hand, Jean Yao's gaze had turned towards them with an intensity that felt as if he would devour him whole. That was not the demeanor of a so-called brother. If he was not mistaken, Jean Yao likely harbored other feelings for Su Yang. However, in the absence of any recent activity, he had nearly forgotten about him, only to have him resurface now. He grasped Su Yang's hand, their fingers intertwined, as they strolled together towards the courtyard. Since Jean Yao has arrived, and after all, he is your nominal brother, it is only natural that I should meet him. Upon Jean Yao's descent from the vehicle, he beheld a pair of enchanting figures standing not far ahead in the courtyard. The couple, hand in hand, gazed up at the stars, but upon noticing Jean Yao, they turned in unison to face him. The familial atmosphere was palpable, rendering him, the outsider, acutely aware of his incongruity, even though he had anticipated this outcome. Witnessing the scene firsthand ignited a surge of frustration within him, compelling him to wish to rush forth and separate their hands, to sever Tao Wangxiu's grasp altogether. Though he managed to restrain himself, a faint smile gradually spread across Jean Yao's face as he strode forward. Wow, it has been quite some time, my sister. I have been utterly swamped lately. His tone and demeanor remained unchanged, and Su Yang could discern no hint of anything amiss. Observing his natural countenance eased her tension somewhat. So busy are you? Are you planning to take what you need and leave? Or will you come in and sit for a while first? Jean Yao replied, of course, I will come in and sit for a bit. The matters at hand have reached a conclusion, and I have ample free time now. By the way, who is this? His gaze slid over their intertwined fingers, feigning ignorance. Su Yang replied, this is my match. Tao Wangxiu smiled sweetly. I am the baby, yes baby, we will eventually marry. Jean Yao nearly lost control of his composure, suppressing his inner turmoil, and incredulously asked, when did you two become an item? Wasn't the welcoming banquet your first meeting? Tao Wangxiu responded with a tender smile. There exists a phenomenon known as love at first sight, and I felt that way about my baby. Yet Jin Yao hesitated, looking at Su Yang. Sister, you two are a handsome pair, indeed well matched, but as your brother, there is something I feel compelled to mention. Su Yang smiled, pressing her lips together. Brother, if you know it's best left unsaid, then perhaps it is wise not to speak it. Tao Wangxiu nearly burst into laughter. Jin Yao, after a moment of silence, insisted, I believe it is still worth mentioning. After all, you call me brother. As your family, I must scrutinize your match thoroughly. Do you not think Tao Wangxiu's age is a tad excessive? He is already 99, on the brink of turning 100. You two are nearly from different generations. Tao Wangxiu felt displeased. What did this nearly imply? Why was everyone fixating on his age? Was it because he was so perfect that they could find no other flaw to criticize him? He was well aware of his own beauty, and if there was a flaw to be found, it could only be his age. Jin Yao continued, Sister, you are still so young, barely in your 20s. If you were to seek a partner, it would be wise to find someone closer to your age, perhaps someone like me, who is 21. Our age difference is minimal, and our conversations are sure to reveal a plethora of common topics. Furthermore, the vitality of youth surpasses that of those more advanced in years. Su Yang cast a glance at Tao Wangxiu. Age is inconsequential, and physical condition matters little. What initially captivated me was his visage. As our relationship deepened, I discovered his character to be equally admirable, and I find myself quite fond of him. His devotion to me is unwavering, and in the face of such genuine affection, age becomes irrelevant. Moreover, as a level 15 ability user, he is destined to live for 5 centuries. Thus, the age of 99 is hardly significant, for he is in the prime of his life. In conclusion, Su Yang asserted, ultimately, I hold great affection for him. Chapter 160. As long as this face remains in Tao Wangxiu's eyes, tenderness flowed like water. His beloved had publicly declared her feelings, and he would not be outdone. I too hold great affection for my darling. In this lifetime, I shall marry no one but her. Jin Yao could no longer contain himself. He had not anticipated Su Yang's sincerity, and he felt a premonition that if he did not speak today, he might never have another chance. Initially, he had intended to observe the dynamics between the two before secretly undermining Tao Wangxiu. However, witnessing Su Yang's public confession altered his plans entirely. Today, he resolved to make it known to Tao Wangxiu that he too cherished Su Yang. Yet, dear sister, when Tao Wangxiu first met you, he kissed the back of your hand. Having lived for so long, how can you be certain he has not expressed such affection to others? Given his nature, he might easily be prone to romantic entanglements. Perhaps you should reconsider my proposal. I am but 21, younger than him, and my appearance rivals his. I refuse to believe you do not find my face appealing. He is wholly devoted to you. And so am I, and I assure you, I have never laid a finger on another. I have not even held another woman's hand. Moreover, I have bestowed upon you many of my firsts. My first embrace, my first care, my first kiss. Should you not feel a sense of obligation towards me? Su Yang, how careless of me. She had assumed that Jin Yao's recent silence indicated he had moved on, only to discover he had been harboring these profound feelings. Instinctively, she turned her gaze towards Tao Wangxiu. He held her hand tightly, not releasing it, though the smile that had graced his face had faded. Meeting Su Yang's eyes, he offered her a reassuring smile. My dear, I stand by my earlier statement. In our Beastman kingdom, polyandry is quite customary. If you also harbor feelings for Jin Yao, I would not mind him being a secondary partner. However, should he enter our lives, it may lead to chaos. Even before he has crossed the threshold, he has already resorted to personal attacks and attempts to sow discord. One can only imagine the underhanded tactics he might employ to disrupt our bond once he is fully welcomed. Would you not agree, my dear? He turned to Jin Yao. I see no merit in refuting your claims, for I have always disregarded those who are inconsequential. Nevertheless, my beloved knows whether I am a novice in matters of the heart. Your first was given to her, yet in truth, my first was also bestowed upon her. Su Yang instinctively recalled the moment she kissed Tao Wangxiu, noting the other's remarkably awkward reaction, which she had to guide. Moreover, Tao Wangxiu had confided in her that he was not the same as before. She spoke, I believe in you. Jin Yao's gaze darkened. What nonsense? A polyandrous arrangement? Being a mistress? What did the system of the Beastman kingdom have to do with the human federation? He intended to share a lifetime with Su Yang. Never to be a mere side character. It was Tao Wangxiu who would be cast aside. As the tension between the two intensified, Su Yang stepped forward, placing herself between them, looking directly at Jin Yao. Do you still like me? Jin Yao nodded. Yes, I do. Su Yang continued. Is it a desire for mere companionship, or, before she could finish, Jin Yao interrupted, naturally, liking someone implies wanting to be in a relationship. But such a relationship must lead to marriage. Dating without the intention of marriage is merely fooling around. Sister, if he can marry you, I can marry you too. Yet, a smile graced Su Yang's lips. If you wish to marry me, then it would mean you are marrying into my life. Are you prepared for that? Furthermore, I will not part ways with Tao wants you. As he mentioned, this family can embrace your presence. If you are willing to marry me and do not mind Tao wants you's existence, you are welcome to join us. Jin Yao's expression shifted slightly. Sister, why would you want me to marry you? Do you understand what that entails? If I marry you, I would forfeit my rights within the Jin family, losing access to its core, missing out on first-hand interstellar news, and I would no longer be able to easily obtain the finest materials from the Jin family. However, if you marry me, you would gain entry to the power center of the Jin family. The high-tech resources, the connections, the first-hand news from the stars, and top-tier materials would all be at your disposal. You must recognize the Jin family's influence within the Human Federation. It is one of the top 10 families, wielding control over the entire Human Federation. Aside from the other prominent families, it is a matter of a single word to determine the fate of others. Do you not desire these advantages? Sister, you are still young. Do not let a handsome face cloud your judgment. Remember, power is a woman's true ally. By marrying me, I can offer you all of this, things that Tao wants you cannot provide. Tao wants you lowered his gaze, his hands slowly clenching, his heart sinking. He found himself hesitant to meet Su Yang's eyes. Though he had always been confident in himself, that confidence was rooted in his own strength and beauty. And he recognized that his influence paled in comparison to Jin Yao's and the Jin family's. Jin Yao's words would surely resonate with any girl. Power, status, and influence. Those were the very things the Jin family could offer Su Yang, and Jin Yao's looks were indeed striking, a beauty that stood equally with his own, though distinctly different. Furthermore, he was undeniably older, far from Jin Yao's youthful 21 years. For the first time, Tao Wangxiu felt a burgeoning sense of inferiority. Previously, his courage in sparring words with Jin Yao was entirely derived from the unwavering support bestowed upon him by Su Yang, who, in front of Jin Yao, openly confessed her affection for him. But what of the present? After Jin Yao's declarations, would Su Yang still resolutely choose him? Tao Wangxiu's breath grew noticeably shallow. He was torn between a yearning to hear Su Yang's response and a dread of its implications. In times past, being abandoned would have seemed inconsequential. Yet the moments spent with Su Yang, her steadfast defense of him, and the warmth of her presence had led him to develop profound feelings for her. The thought of being cast aside now felt unbearable. A myriad of emotions swirled within Tao Wangxiu's downcast gaze. If Su Yang truly chose to abandon him for Jin Yao, he would not hold it against her. Anyone would make such a choice. Yet, he could not simply resign himself to defeat. While Jin Yao might not tolerate being the third party, he could endure that role. Su Yang had also mentioned her fondness for his visage. As long as that visage remained, he was convinced he could eventually win her heart. Chapter 161. The final embrace under the gaze of both. Su Yang spoke for me. You profess your affection for me now, thus you are willing to part with these things. Yet, on any day that your feelings wane, you could easily retract them, could you not? To grant me power, to ensure your continued affection, would that not compel me to perpetually seek your favor? Jin Yao was taken aback, unable to anticipate Su Yang's words. He stammered, that is not my intention. I like you, and I shall always cherish you. There is no need for you to appease me. Su Yang smiled. I believe in sincerity, and I trust that your words are heartfelt, just as she once genuinely cared for Lu Xinghe. However, sincerity is fleeting, and over the course of nearly 500 years, I cannot stake my entire life on a mere notion of sincerity. After all, has she not quarreled with Lu Xinghe now? Your family, the Jin family, is vast and powerful. If I were to marry into it and suffer grievances, I would have no outlet for my woes, constantly bound to your whims. Even if I wished to divorce, the process would likely be fraught with difficulty. So, I appreciate your affection, but I do not intend to marry you. I still cherish the feeling of freedom, unencumbered by anyone. Jin Yao opened his mouth, his golden hair seemingly dimming in that moment. Tao Wangxiu gazed at Su Yang, his heart swelling with uncontainable joy. He wished fervently to transform into his true self and draw Su Yang wholly into his embrace. Little did he expect that between Jin Yao and her, she would choose him. Naturally, he chose to overlook Su Yang's remarks about the capriciousness of sincerity, only attuned to the words that resonated with his desires. Su Yang produced the box containing the fruit of life and handed it to Jin Yao. I presume you are not inclined to sit and enjoy it now. Here, take this as a parting gift. I shall not accompany you further. Farewell. The solid weight in his hands snapped Jin Yao back to reality, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the box, feeling an emptiness within. Su Yang did not want him. She desired freedom. His very identity had become a shackle binding her. He wished to refute her, yet at that moment, he found himself at a loss for a counterargument. For what Su Yang stated was indeed the truth. Born into the Jin family, he had been granted unparalleled power and status. However, this very privilege had also ensnared him within a gilded cage. Deeply entangled, he could not extricate himself. To enhance his life, he had no choice but to relentlessly strive upwards, teetering on the brink of life and death time and again, all in pursuit of elevating his standing. With a swallow, Jin Yao softly spoke. Sister, I cannot marry you. It is not that I covet the power bestowed by the Jin family, but rather, I require their influence. I cannot sever ties with them. Do you recall? I perished at the age of 1. Had it not been for my godmother, I would not exist in my present form. Thus, I seek vengeance, I must continue to ascend, and I need the Jin family's authority. Behind me, countless supporters stand. Should I marry you, I would distance myself from the heart of the Jin family, and these individuals would face retribution from others within the family, leading to their demise and the downfall of their clans. Moreover, once we wed, bereft of the Jin family's protection, my adversaries would find it far easier to eliminate me, putting you in peril as well. Your life would be at stake alongside mine. I am not merely myself, Jin Yao added. Su Yang nodded, understanding his sentiment and acknowledging his struggles. The great houses were indeed treacherous, embroiled in fierce contests for power. As one of the most outstanding members of the Jin family, Jin Yao's desire to extricate himself was fraught with difficulty. Although she had declined his confession, he was still her brother, and he had aided her immensely in the past. If you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. My family and I will support you. However, aside from that, let us limit our interactions. I fear my family may misunderstand. Despite their current predicament, feelings lingered. Su Yang could not forget the help Jin Yao had once offered her. It was he who had invited her into the Necromancer's group chat, granting her access to numerous esteemed figures. Without that connection, her progress would not have been so swift. Jin Yao had also crafted training plans for her, personally accompanying her in her training, providing her with invaluable resources. Each act tethered them inextricably. Though she held no affection for Jin Yao, she resolved to assist him should he ever need her in the future. They were not enemies, were they? Tao Wangxiu's heart had already softened, particularly when Su Yang affectionately called him baby. Jin Yao opened his arms. May I hold you once more? Just one last embrace. And then I shall depart. Tao Wangxiu willingly released him, stepping back to afford them ample space. With a sigh, Su Yang approached and enveloped Jin Yao in her arms. He embraced her tightly, resting his face against her neck, inhaling the familiar scent deeply before letting go. Finally, he ruffled her hair. I still remember the first time I saw you. You were so small, a little bald child, and now you have grown so tall. He retrieved the gift he had previously prepared for Su Yang from the storage compartment. This is something I acquired on a distant planet. I hope it pleases you. With that, he turned on his heel, departing without a backward glance, stepping onto the hovering platform that would take him away from this place. He too possessed a sense of pride, having faced repeated rejections despite laying all his cards on the table. The other party had made their refusal unmistakably clear, and naturally, he would not persist in his pursuit. The notion of becoming a third party or entering some grand familial arrangement was utterly absurd. Ultimately, his feelings were simply a matter of affection. It was not as if he was irrevocably bound to Su Yang. With time, as their interactions diminished, this sentiment would surely wane. Thus, his primary objective now was to distance himself from Su Yang, to avoid any sight of her. With this thought in mind, Jin Yao activated his holographic device and sent a message to his subordinates. The response was one of dismay. What does this mean? Didn't we just finish a busy period? Weren't we promised a half-month holiday? Why are we expected to dive back into such grueling work so soon? Heaven help us. Zhang Jing lamented, his spirits dampened. He had made plans with his wife to travel to another planet during the holiday, with tickets already secured. Yet, this unexpected news suddenly shattered those arrangements. Zhang Jing quickly grasped the implications. Boss, shouldn't you be devising ways to separate Miss Su Yang from that matchmaker right now? Those plans you just sent don't seem urgent, do they? He continued. Is there a complication with the plans? Share it with me, and I shall help you strategize. Chapter 162. Will she marry several people? Jin Yao, my connection with Su Yang is impossible now, not due to feelings, but for other reasons. Jin Yao, Su Yang desires her freedom. She does not wish to be ensnared in the pitfalls of the Jin family. He would not coerce her. Zhang Jing found himself at a loss. Occupying his position, he was acutely aware of certain underlying truths. If Su Yang were to marry Jin Yao, gaining power and status, she would inevitably sacrifice certain aspects of her life, with freedom being the first to go. After all, if even Jin Yao lacked freedom, it was futile to expect Su Yang to possess any. Moreover, even if Jin Yao attained the position of head of the Jin family, it would merely be a heavier shackle, rendering freedom even more unattainable. As Jin Yao's wife, Su Yang would be under constant scrutiny, and a single misstep or ill-chosen word could invite the prying eyes and hostility of other noble families. It could be said that individuals in such positions walked a perilous path. However, casting a glance at his wife beside him, he resolved to fight for his desires. But you are still young, aren't you? There's no need to rush into marriage, Zhang Jing suggested. Since you have feelings for Miss Su Yang, why not first indulge in a romantic courtship? First loves are truly precious. Jin Yao, she does not harbor feelings for me. Zhang Jing, her indifference stems from your previous relationship. You have even referred to her as little sister. Do you truly expect her to develop affection for you? Zhang Jing, perhaps you could spend some time together, nurturing your bond. Who knows? She might eventually come to love you and be willing to marry you. Zhang Jing. If that does not come to pass, you can simply part ways, leaving behind cherished memories. Zhang Jing. At the very least, you will have made an effort. And there will be no regrets. Jin Yao. Spare me your platitudes. Jin Yao. Get to work, quickly. Zhang Jing, alas. Who will voice the concerns of the laborers? After sending the message, Jin Yao slumped wearily in his seat, a phrase from Tao Wangxiu's words flickering through his mind. As a necromancer, he would never have children. Before he developed feelings for Su Yang, he had already resigned himself to a life of solitude. Perhaps he could live alongside Su Yang without marrying her? After all, Tao Wangxiu had mentioned the concept of polyandry. Realizing the absurdity of his thoughts, Jin Yao hastily shook his head, casting aside this dreadful notion. Polyandry. Unthinkable. That would never happen. He, the distinguished young master of the Jin family, one of the most elite of his generation, aspired to contend for the position of the head of the Jin family, to become one of the most formidable figures in the human federation. To share a wife with others? Absolutely not. He possessed his own pride. It was best to immerse himself in work. When occupied, he would have no time for such thoughts. He powered on his holographic device. Jin Yao, treat my little sister well. I will always be her family. Should I discover that you have caused her sorrow, I shall break every branch of your peach tree and use them as firewood. Then I shall dispose of your true form in the toilet. As Jin Yao's hovering vehicle departed, Su Yang and Tao Wangxiu returned to the room. Tao Wangxiu glanced at the message but refrained from responding, instead embracing Su Yang tightly. Baby. Bow 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 bow. Su Yang cast him a resigned glance. What are you doing? Tao Wangxiu could not conceal his joy. I am so elated. I feel like I could offer you my very heart. I would willingly face death for you at this moment. Su Yang retorted playfully. What? Are you inspired by novels, wishing to embrace the give your life literature? I have told you. Treat me sincerely, and I shall not let you down. As long as you remain faithful, I will steadfastly choose you. Tao Wangxiu took Su Yang's hand and pressed it to his heart. Can you feel it, baby? It beats so rapidly. Is tonight the night? Absolutely not. Su Yang declined. I have matters to attend to tomorrow and need to rise early. Are you certain we will manage to wake up after such exertions? Tao Wangxiu hesitated briefly before shaking his head decisively. His desire for Su Yang had reached an alarming intensity. How could it possibly conclude in such a short span? Merely holding Su Yang, he felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him, every cell in his body clamoring for her. He held Su Yang tightly, taking several deep breaths. Realizing that this alone could not satisfy him, he lifted her effortlessly and carried her towards the bedroom, pressing her beneath him and kissing her passionately, pouring forth the tumultuous emotions within his heart. After a prolonged moment, the two finally calmed down. Tao Wangxiu played with her hair and said, My dear, I am exceedingly happy with your choice tonight. As I've mentioned before, in our Orc kingdom, it is a polyandrous society. If you have someone you fancy, I would not oppose it, as long as you still hold me in your heart. Su Yang, regaining her breath, turned to look at him upon hearing his words. Suddenly recalling something, she asked, Are you concealing something from me? I believe I have been steadfast in my choice during this period, such that you should not feel anxious or fear that I might choose someone else. Yet you keep emphasizing this notion. Let me ponder. When did you begin to stress this? Tao Wangxiu's body tensed suddenly. His beloved was indeed quite perceptive, quickly catching on to a hint. Su Yang narrowed her eyes, further solidifying her suspicion. I recall you possessing mind-reading abilities. Previously, you had Su Qianxing use her powers to foresee whether we would be together in the future. Su Qianxing said we would marry. Did you perhaps glean something else with your mind-reading? Tao Wangxiu replied cautiously, Well. Su Yang opened her holographic terminal. It's fine. If you won't tell me, I can inquire directly with her. Tao Wangxiu swiftly blocked her, saying, I didn't say I wouldn't tell you. Just ask me directly. No need to consult her. All right, since you brought it up, I shall speak plainly. He proceeded to share what he had discerned through his mind-reading abilities. Su Yang was utterly astonished. Are you suggesting that I will marry you, but at the same time, I will marry several others? Tao Wangxiu carefully responded with a nod. Speaking of marriage, my dear, when do you intend to wed? Su Yang replied impulsively. It certainly must be after I reach the 15th rank. Only then will I have a semblance of self-preservation. Before attaining the 15th rank, everything else seems futile. Tao Wangxiu reassured her, with your talent, you will undoubtedly reach the 15th rank within 10 years. I will be waiting for you. 10 years is not a long time. It's just the right period for me to prepare my dowry. Chapter 163. 3 days for the next several days, Su Yang busily juggled her responsibilities, managing the affairs of Yanghui Company while also attending to matters on the tourism planet, all while carving out time for training. Though exhausting, the outcomes were gratifying. Each evening, Li Rongxing would visit her dormitory, and with comprehensive support from various sources, his proficiency in mecha design improved at a remarkable pace. When Su Yang dropped by to check on him, even Dao quietly remarked that Li Rongxing displayed considerable talent. Not only did he possess talent, but he was also incredibly diligent, practically living in the workshop day and night. In light of the current situation, it is evident that the top 10 contenders in the mech repair competition 3 months hence are virtually predetermined, with the possibility of even breaking into the top 5. However, the brevity of 3 months is a limiting factor. Given 6 months, one might even secure the first place. On Ningchu's end, she has successfully prepared all the necessary research apparatus, while Su-Yang procured a sample of soil from Blue Star for her investigations. This is not merely pure soil, but rather an amalgamation infused with various elements, and the results of her research have left Ningchu exhilarated. She assured Su-Yang that, given a month, she would thoroughly analyze the myriad components within this soil. Certain elements contained within possess remarkable radiation-resistant properties and the ability to absorb radiation. If she can fully decipher this soil, it could be utilized for cultivation, significantly reducing the radiation levels in the fruits and vegetables grown therein. Su-Yang offered her unwavering encouragement. Keep pushing forward. Once Ningchu has comprehensively studied the constituents of this soil, it can be mass-produced. With this soil as an aid, they could cultivate an array of authentic flora, ensuring that these plants would remain free from mutation for several years. As for the future, they could simply replace the soil and plants when the time comes. Rina Hang, responsible for legal matters, initiated research on the relevant laws pertaining to this issue. Once these products hit the market, they would undoubtedly attract a multitude of onlookers and opportunists, plunging them into a maelstrom of public opinion, necessitating legal expertise. Moreover, assistance from professionals in other fields, such as marketing and public relations, would be essential. Under Su-Yang's guidance, those previously contracted began their respective undertakings. While the company continued to recruit talent, Wang Dingxiang had also efficiently organized her affairs, moving over with Wang Yu and embarking on her live-streaming career. Initially, the results of her streaming endeavors were less than ideal, causing Wang Dingxiang considerable anxiety. Su-Yang, however, offered her words of comfort, urging her to maintain a calm demeanor. After all, the early days of streaming were merely a facade. Even if no one tuned in, it was of little consequence. Amidst this flurry of activity, the 27th swiftly approached, marking the company's team-building day, which continued in lively celebration until past 10 in the evening when guests began to depart. Su-Yang returned home via a hovercar, only to discover subtle changes within her residence. While the overall appearance remained familiar, minute details had transformed. Upon entering, a robot greeted her with a bouquet of blooming peach blossoms, glistening with dew, vibrant and delightful. As she ventured further, she noticed a small potted plant in the foyer, a miniature peach tree. Turning a corner, she beheld a painting along the corridor depicting blossoming peach flowers, with a girl leaning against the tree beneath. To her astonishment, the girl's silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to her own. The myriad of similar things is astonishing, with no less than dozens, found in nearly every corner, suffusing the atmosphere with a rich sense of life. A melodious chiming sound resonates, and a pink ribbon flutters by, followed by the elegantly dressed Tao Wangxiu, adorned in sheer fabric, who gracefully emerges and begins to dance before me. Though he stands nearly 1.9 meters tall, his movements are remarkably supple, reminiscent of a true dance academy prodigy. Each smile and frown reveals his charming peach blossom eyes, shimmering with allure, and his exquisitely beautiful visage surpasses all scenery by a margin. A pink ribbon cascades on his Su-Yang, as Tao Wangxiu twirls it in his grasp. A peach branch delicately held between his lips, leaning closer to Su-Yang. Sensing his presence, she opens her mouth, gently biting the other end of the peach branch. Her heart races, her eyes fixated on him without blinking. "Baby," Tao Wangxiu murmurs, his gaze tender as he inches closer, their lips finally meeting. The peach branch transforms into a blooming peach blossom, which swiftly crumbles in someone's hand. Within the room, Tao Wangxiu pins Su-Yang beneath him, his intense gaze nearly overwhelming her. A kiss graces her brow, then trails downward, leaving traces of his essence upon her skin. With a gentle tug, the sheer fabric slips away, revealing his robust physique. His well-defined chest muscles and taut abs are strikingly evident. Most captivating, however, is the intricate artwork painted upon his skin, echoing a miniature version of the mural from the corridor, vividly accentuating his fair complexion, rendering the surrounding skin a rosy hue. His pink hair cascades down his shoulders, adding an air of languid beauty, further enhanced by the artwork, capturing Su-Yang's gaze and holding it captive. Under her unabashed scrutiny, Tao Wangxiu's breath quickens, the temperature of his body rising. He takes her hand, guiding it upwards. "Baby, they all claim my health is poor. Would you care to personally examine me tonight?" Flames of desire ignited within Su-Yang. She entwines her arms around his neck and kisses him. Their dark and pink hair intertwine, and the temperature in the room seems to reach its zenith. For 3 whole days, neither of them stepped foot outside. The stamina of the extraordinary beings is indeed remarkable, particularly Tao Wangxiu, who, having tasted such exquisite pleasure, finds himself reluctant to pause. After living for 99 years, he discovers that such intoxicating experiences exist in this world. Had it not been for the message from the black market that Su-Yang received 3 days later, he would have never wished to part from her, desiring only to entangle with her every day. Su-Yang, too, revels in this newfound joy, experiencing the thrill for the first time. Bolstered by Tao Wangtzu's attentive nature and substantial allure, delighting in their 3-day entanglement. On the bed, their bodies are tightly embraced, covered only by a thin blanket. The luminous light of Su-Yang's neural interface illuminated the darkness, displaying messages from the black market. The artificial sun and moon had been completed and placed at the previously agreed location. Chapter 164. An invitation to the banquet. Tao Wangtzu embraced Su-Yang, planting fervent kisses along her back. At this moment, both of them were far from pristine, the marks of the past 3 days overlapping conspicuously. The traces on her back had faded somewhat. "Let me redraw them for you," he murmured, his voice thick with a satisfying rasp, each kiss growing more fervent than the last. Sensing his intent, Su-Yang delivered a swift kick. "Are you done? Get out." His absurd claim that this was the only way to keep warm amused her to the point of laughter. Initially, his flirtations were tinged with shyness. But as the conversation progressed, they became increasingly unabashed, leading Su-Yang to share more than she intended. "No," he huffed playfully. "Let us remain like this, shall we? Not separate for even a day." "Get lost," Su-Yang retorted. "I need to get to work." "Ah, so soon?" Tao Wangtzu expressed reluctance. Yet he understood the necessity of not disrupting Su-Yang's duties. With a swift motion, he pinned her beneath him. "Just one last time. Let us make it count." After a night of rest, he felt rejuvenated. 2 hours later, they emerged from the room, their bodies damp, still enveloped in lingering moisture. Su-Yang kissed Tao Wangtzu lightly. "I can't promise I'll be back for dinner tonight. If you're hungry, eat without me." During their 3 days of intimacy, the house had been devoid of outsiders. Even their neural interfaces had been sent away, with meals lovingly prepared by Tao Wangtzu. One could not deny his culinary skills, which had left Su-Yang thoroughly impressed. Tao Wangtzu gazed at her eagerly. "Would you like to wait a moment? I can prepare some food for you to take along, in case you get hungry." Su-Yang waved her hand dismissively. "No need to go to such lengths. You should rest as well." As she departed in her hover car, Tao Wangtzu returned to the room and drank a bottle of spring water. He felt no need for rest. 3 days were trivial, and even 30 days would pose no challenge. Yet, he surmised that Su-Yang would indeed require some recuperation. With her occupied today, he would gather his strength, ready to provide her with an even better experience next time. After 3 days of intimacy, he had come to know her body intimately. Su-Yang navigated her hover car to the school, heading toward the dormitory. Meanwhile, Tiandao drove another hover car to retrieve the artificial sun and moon. Both the vehicle and Tiandao were products of advanced interstellar technology, equipped with cloaking capabilities, leaving Su-Yang completely at ease. Furthermore, her presence at the school would serve as an alibi. Upon returning to the dormitory, she caught sight of the opposite door swinging open, revealing Yunche with white hair and Yun Lang with black hair stepping out. The two individuals were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su-Yang, for in just a few days of absence, she appeared even more enchanting than before. Her delicate features seemed to carry an ineffable charm, and her overall demeanor exuded a languorous allure, as if she had recently experienced something profoundly gratifying. Her luscious crimson lips, glistening with moisture, irresistibly drew the gaze of onlookers. Realizing the direction of his attention, Yun Lang felt his heart race and swiftly averted his gaze, suddenly hesitant to meet Su-Yang's eyes. In contrast, Yunche exhibited a bolder disposition, greeting Su-Yang with enthusiasm and a radiant smile. "It seems that you have grown even more beautiful in the few days we've been apart. By the way, does your dormitory still accommodate anyone else?" He continued. "I've noticed someone else has been coming and going these past few days." Su-Yang replied with a soft affirmative. "That is a friend of mine. She is preparing for the mecha repair competition in 3 months and seeks a quiet place for her research. So I've allowed her to stay in my dormitory for the time being. Is it causing you any disturbance? Is there noise? If it's bothersome, I can ask her to relocate. If I recall correctly, as long as the door and windows are tightly sealed, the sound insulation in this dormitory is quite effective. Even if there were a cacophony within, it should not escape." "Surely, mecha repairs wouldn't create such noise," Li Rongxing interjected. "Oh no, not at all. There has been no disturbance, nor any noise." Yunche waved his hand dismissively. "I merely heard from my brother that you were living across from us. But I hadn't seen you lately. Instead, I noticed another person coming and going, which piqued my curiosity. Since they resided directly across from each other, it was inevitable that they would catch glimpses of one another coming and going. The woman they encountered showed them great respect, devoid of the calculating and greedy demeanor that others might possess, opting instead for silence, which provided a sense of tranquility for the two of them. Upon first meeting Su-Yang, he felt an immediate sense of comfort. Indeed, one can often discern the nature of friendships. Su-Yang's warmth extended to her friend as well. Dear sister, in a month's time, we will be hosting a grand banquet for my mother's birthday. Would you care to join us? I fear you might decline. But rest assured, it is not merely a family gathering, but rather a significant celebration, as it marks my mother's 250th birthday, which we intend to commemorate with grandeur. Due to the longevity of interstellar beings, celebratory events of such magnitude typically occur only once every 50 years. Other birthdays are generally observed privately. This occasion would see the attendance of the 10 prominent families and distinguished individuals of the galaxy, including the president of the Galactic University and high-ranking officials from the military. Naturally, we would also welcome our classmates and friends. I heard from my brother that the cake he had was one you taught him to make. Since you are a friend of my brother, and I feel an instant connection with you, I would be delighted to extend this invitation. Please do not refuse me. Dear sister, Su-Yang felt a stir of emotion. Would esteemed individuals across the galaxy truly be attending? If so, it would indeed be an opportunity worth witnessing. As development progresses, it is inevitable that she will have to interact with such individuals in the future. However, given her current status, she is unqualified to meet those in high positions. This time, she can at least take a look and familiarize herself with who is who. With this thought, she did not refuse. All right, wonderful. Yun-Che beamed with radiance. Sister, let us add each other as friends, and I shall send you the invitation later. By the way, an invitation allows one guest, and I heard from my brother that you have a match. You are quite close, so you may bring your match along as well. There is also one more favor I wish to ask of you, sister. When might you have time to discuss that cake with us? We are eager to try some other varieties. Chapter 165. In what capacity shall I attend naturally? Su-Yang would not refuse such trivial matters, and she readily agreed. Upon returning to her dormitory, she conveyed Yun-Che's message to Tao Wangxiu, inquiring whether she would attend. Receiving a positive response from Tao Wangxiu, she continued the conversation. Tao Wangxiu, but in what capacity shall I attend? Tao Wangxiu. If I recall correctly, Yun-Che and Yun-Lang's father is the head of the Yun family, and their mother, as the matriarch of one of the top 10 noble families, is celebrating a milestone birthday that occurs once every 50 years. Many from our Beastman kingdom should also receive invitations. Tao Wangxiu, as the only spirit water peach blossom in the entire galaxy, and a 15th tier ability user with several planets under my name, I should also receive an invitation. Su-Yang, have a little more confidence in yourself. You will always be significant to me. Su-Yang, I would like you to attend as my match, if that is agreeable. Tao Wangxiu, are you certain? This would make our relationship known to the entire galaxy. Su-Yang, I have never intended to conceal our relationship. Tao Wangxiu, love you. Ever since Tao Wangxiu mentioned her foresight of marrying several individuals in the future, Su-Yang understood the depth of Tao Wangxiu's unease. She patiently reassured him each time he sought confirmation. After waiting a while in her room, she received news from Tiandao, informing her that in approximately 3 hours, he would arrive at Blue Star with the starship. The artificial sun and moon were far too large to be stored in the spatial storage. Thus they were placed within the starship. To transport those two items, the starship must also be taken. Fortunately, with Tiandao, the super-intelligent brain, operating within the Human Federation and having infiltrated Hongmeng for several months, controlling the starship and severing signals was no challenge. Otherwise, such a vast starship traversing the universe could not be concealed from prying eyes. With the news received, Su-Yang felt reassured. She exercised in her room for a while before arriving at Blue Star early. A month had passed, and visibly, the yellow sand outside had diminished significantly. Now, it was merely 1% of what it had been before. Meanwhile, outside the elite protective shield, the parched earth was subtly beginning to change. In summary, everything was progressing in a positive direction. The little mermaid and the little Tun-Tun gazed at her with eager eyes. Su-Yang cast a glance at the two small creatures and reassured them, do not worry, in no more than half a month, little Tun-Tun, you shall be free. At that time, you will be able to frolic across the entire Blue Star. And little mermaid, you too will be liberated, no longer confined to this tiny spring. There will be vast expanses of ocean for you to explore at your leisure. The little mermaid joyfully flicked her tail, sending a cascade of droplets dancing in the spring water. It was indeed a disservice to confine a creature meant to roam the depths of the sea to such a small spring. Before long, an enormous shadow loomed ahead, nearly eclipsing half the planet. Su-Yang looked up to behold a colossal battleship. Without hesitation, she boarded the hover vehicle and ascended. Under the guidance of the celestial path, she activated the starship, from which robots emerged, maneuvering artificial suns and moons into the sky. Together with the celestial path's assistance, they successfully orbited around Blue Star, rotating gracefully in its vicinity. From a distance, Su-Yang observed, waiting for an hour to ensure everything functioned without a hitch before returning to Blue Star with the celestial path. Golden light cascaded upon Blue Star, a long-awaited warmth that lifted her spirits. She opened the game store and began purchasing spring water in abundance, anticipating the natural evaporation process to unlock the oceanic expanses. Meanwhile, the celestial path directed the starship towards the subplanet 001 of Blue Star. After several hours, artificial suns and moons were installed there as well. The celestial path sighed. I nearly couldn't return, cat. Traveling without the star tracks is exceedingly inconvenient. It took me several hours, possibly my longest journey yet. With the star tracks, I could have arrived in mere minutes. Su-Yang smiled and gently patted its head. Let us take our time. There is no rush. The star tracks are a significant endeavor and will require the black market's assistance. Just like the artificial sun and moon, the star tracks are essential for a planet, and any creation must be duly reported. We will observe the performance of these artificial celestial bodies for a month. If no quality issues arise, we shall enlist their help to construct the star tracks. Once completed, we will establish signals for both planets. In the ensuing half-month, Su-Yang's life returned to tranquility. Her days were filled with attending classes, training, managing her company, and spending time with Tao Wanxiu. During this period, she took the opportunity to teach Yun Lang and Yun Che about cake making. Regarding Su Qianxing, Su-Yang had the celestial path investigate the whereabouts of that prominent individual. This figure was indeed significant, a member of the council, though not from one of the 10 great families, but rather from another faction. Nonetheless, to the common folk, this was undoubtedly a person of great reverence. The trajectory of the parliamentary member was uncovered, and Su-Yang deliberately led Su Qianxing to traverse the thoroughfare frequented by this individual, ultimately facilitating their recognition, for Su Qianxing bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother. Half a month later, the transformation of Blue Star was finally deemed a success, although the planet was still beset by winds and sands. This was merely a consequence of its desolate terrain. With the natural water cycle having been established within the region, the climate of Blue Star had become considerably more humid, and even the arid soil showed signs of healing. Su-Yang commenced an aggressive acquisition of land and water resources, expanding Blue Star's territory. With the completion of the natural water cycle, the marine areas were unlocked, delineated into freshwater and saltwater zones, thereby revealing a plethora of aquatic life. Su-Yang, now financially liberated, procured substantial quantities of both saltwater and freshwater, which together constituted half of Blue Star's expanse, while the other half remained occupied by land. With the entire planet's transformation complete, the system notified her that she could now bind other planets, with no restrictions on quantity. During this period, many in the interstellar community felt as if they were celebrating a festival. Suddenly, numerous new products flooded Blue Star's marketplaces, with the inventory vastly exceeding previous offerings. Many individuals indulged in shopping, and as they gazed upon their mountain of acquisitions, they felt as if they were in a dream. In addition to the crops, numerous aquatic specialties emerged, ranging from grass carp and carp to crabs and sea urchins, along with various marine delicacies such as kelp and wakame. For several consecutive days, discussions surrounding Blue Star surged to a fervent peak across the interstellar network, culminating on a particular day when the long-anticipated Blue Star Pet Store finally opened its doors. Chapter 166. A ripple across the stars. The Blue Star Pet Store unveiled a dozen varieties of pets, including but not limited to the cloud-stopping bird, earth spike snake, ice tiger, giant electric cat, and firebird, along with a range of pet feed. They boldly proclaimed that any pet purchased from their store and fed exclusively with their pet food would remain free from mutation, living alongside humans eternally. However, the stipulation was clear. Only pet food from the store was permissible, although any food with a purification value of 100 from Blue Star's fresh produce could yield the same effect. This announcement sent shockwaves throughout the galaxy, igniting fervent discussions about the pet store in every corner. The overwhelming majority remained skeptical, for it was well understood that mutations in star beasts and flora stemmed from genetic alterations over the years. Even with the provision of food boasting a purification value of 100, the inherent risk of contamination lingered, potentially leading to a loss of rationality and hostility towards humans. Previous studies had been conducted, and without exception, the outcomes had been consistently disheartening. However, it is now quite astonishing that the Blue Star Pet Store has assumed such a controversial title, prompting widespread disbelief among the public. Gradually, rumors began to circulate across the Star Network regarding the Blue Star Pet Store, alleging that the previously advertised 100 purification value foods were merely a facade, intended to promote the pet store and encourage people to purchase pets that would subsequently turn violent, posing a lethal threat to humanity and drastically diminishing the human population to achieve some ulterior motive. These rumors have been disseminated by certain prominent families, though many others, such as the top 10 families and numerous high-ranking officials from the military, remain rational. They have dispatched individuals to procure these pets, intending to study the genetic makeup within them. A thorough investigation might reveal the stability of these pets' genes, potentially offering significant insights for human advancement. At this juncture, Su-Yang also reached out to Wang Dingxiang, requesting her to acquire pets from the Blue Star Pet Store and to broadcast their care live. Such publicity instantly attracted a multitude of onlookers, propelling Wang Dingxiang into stardom across the star network. Su Yang even provided a measuring device, instructing Wang Dingxiang to record the pet's internal values 3 times a day, displaying the results during the live stream. In the live broadcast, Wang Dingxiang was patiently attending to the needs of a frost tiger. Just as she finished cleaning up after it, the frost tiger became restless, engaging in parkour around the room. With a loud thud, it collided with the sofa, landing abruptly on the floor, its plump behind visibly flattened. The impact seemed to daze the frost tiger, leaving it with a vacant stare, its delicate tongue lolling out as it blankly gazed at Wang Dingxiang. Oh my goodness! How adorable! This is simply too cute. How audacious! This little tiger dares to run rampant in the room. Tie it up. Look at how cute the tiger is. And then look at my robotic dog. It simply cannot compare. Little tiger, are you alright? Upon witnessing the frost tiger's antics, Wang Dingxiang was taken aback and hurried over, carefully inspecting it. The frost tiger let out a soft, endearing roar, playfully licking her fingers with its pink tongue while wriggling its body, emitting a series of delightful whines. Are you hungry? Wang Dingxiang was quite accustomed to such behavior. Seeing the little creature's soft demeanor melted her heart. She swiftly fetched a bowl and poured pet food into it. The frost tiger eagerly approached and began to eat obediently. Heavens! Watching a pet eat makes me feel hungry. Is it really this adorable? I never knew that caring for a real pet could be so enjoyable. Unlike my robotic cat, which never requires feeding, never engages in playful antics, never licks me, and certainly does not emit those charming whines. What do? I suddenly feel compelled to buy a pet. Huh, is this not akin to raising a child? No more words. The order has been placed. What if that pet mutates? What should we do? Just eliminate it. Indeed. If it mutates, we shall dispose of it. However, if it remains unaltered, it can serve as a formidable companion in battle. After all, the prices of items from Blue Star are exceedingly reasonable, so there is no loss. Due to Wang Dingxiang's influence, numerous streamers on StarNet have begun broadcasting their experiences in pet rearing. As a result of their streams, the Blue Star Pet Shop has witnessed a significant surge in customers. Simultaneously, the Blue Star Auction House has unveiled an item that has captured the attention of many observers. While the Blue Star Pet Shop caters to the general populace, the offerings at the Blue Star Auction House are directed towards the elite of the interstellar community. The item on display is a planetary shield capable of purifying 935 harmful substances. Its introduction has stirred considerable excitement across the stars, even drawing the interest of the Beastman Kingdom. Previously, the Beastman Kingdom had been aware of Blue Star, but due to the shop's operations solely within the Human Federation and its prior focus on selling crops, they maintained a stance of observation without taking significant action. However, with the recent introduction of various pets at the Blue Star Pet Shop, the Beastman Kingdom discreetly sent envoys to the Human Federation to acquire some pets for research. The release of the planetary shield compelled the Beastman Kingdom to take action. Currently, the best planetary shields in the interstellar market can only isolate 93 harmful substances, while the one presented by the Blue Star Auction House boasts a capacity of 935. Although the difference may seem minimal, that mere 0.5 is enough to fuel over a century of research. In an instant, every faction within the interstellar realm shifted its focus to the Blue Star Auction House. Fortunately, the auction house has made available a total of 20 planetary shields. However, despite the seemingly ample quantity, it remains a drop in the ocean for the entire interstellar community. The auction is set to last for 42 hours, prohibiting purchases with star coins. Only rare resources may be exchanged. Moreover, a secret bidding mode has been established, meaning participants will not see what others are offering and can only bid based on their instincts, with only Su Yang having the ability to view the back-end information. In a flash, the entire interstellar community mobilized. Su Yang discreetly took measures to secure a shield for herself, one for her mother, Shi Yulan, and another for Tao Wangxiu. If possible, she would have preferred to secure one for each individual in her family chat. However, she refrained from overstepping, as others were aware of their connections. And if each person possessed a shield, it would inevitably raise suspicion. Nevertheless, with future auctions, she could discreetly secure 2 each time, ensuring they would eventually all acquire one. Chapter 167. It is rumored that Lu Xinghe is impotent. The final outcome of the auction was that, aside from the 3 Su Yang had secretly secured, all other items were automatically traded to the highest bidders. After the conclusion of the auction, the entire galaxy was engulfed in a frenzy, with everyone eager to uncover the identity of the individual who had secured the protective shield. Soon, various names emerged, but 2 individuals captured the limelight, Su Yang and Tao Wangxiu. The other participants were illustrious figures, each boasting an age of at least 300 years and backed by formidable powers, while Su Yang and Tao Wangxiu stood out as anomalies among them. Tao Wangxiu was quite bewildered. He had not anticipated that he would obtain the protective shield at this auction. When faced with inquiries from the crowd, he pondered for a moment and finally surmised a possible explanation. Perhaps it was due to my being the sole possessor of the spirit water peach blossom in the entire galaxy? My belongings are relatively valuable, or rather, scarce, and they might have been in need of such a rarity. The crowd considered this reasoning and found it quite plausible. Being the singular existence in the galaxy indeed rendered it rare. With Tao Wangxiu set aside, the attention shifted to Su Yang. She revealed her connection to Tao Wangxiu, stating that during her bidding, she had also included some of his possessions, along with Qi Shao Stone and Yu Minghan Iron. The audience could only accept this. Both Qi Shao Stone and Yu Minghan Iron were exceedingly rare materials in the galaxy, and the uniqueness of Tao Wangxiu's belongings further justified the choice of Su Yang by launching doubts among the crowd gradually dissipated, leading them to engage in various subtle maneuvers. In this auction, both the Human Federation and the Beastman Kingdom participated, with the former acquiring 11 items and the latter 9. Among the 10 great families of the Human Federation, 7 secured items, with Su Yang obtaining 1, while the remaining 3 were claimed by the military. Su Yang's mother, Shi Yulan, represented the military in the bidding, and other participants from the military ensured that the final items belonged to them. On the side of the Beastman Kingdom, Tao Wangxiu acquired 1, while the others were won by other powerful beast clans. Thus, among these individuals, Su Yang possessed the simplest identity, followed closely by Tao Wangxiu. Prior to the impending crisis, Su Yang and Tao Wangxiu had already forged a collaboration with a group of prominent necromancers. The protective shield acquired by Su Yang would be utilized on the tourist planet, where these magnates would station personnel to jointly research the shield. Naturally, they also provided Su Yang with numerous high-value items. They pledged their protection to Su Yang, safeguarding her from those who eyed her covetously. Correspondingly, they sought to study the protective shield. Su Yang's allies comprised members of the Human Federation among the necromancers, while Tao Wangxiu's associates were from the Beastman Kingdom. Under the guardianship of these influential figures, the two remained unscathed, and others dared not act recklessly. Once matters were settled, Su Yang began to tally her gains. Gazing at the vast array of materials before her, her heart nearly bursting with joy. She felt that if these treasures were to be revealed, she could very well become the wealthiest individual in the entire galaxy, having reaped the bounty of the most formidable factions within. Due to the existence of the protective shield, the tourism star under her name has garnered considerable attention. With the efforts of certain individuals, it has been confirmed that it is on the verge of being elevated to an A-tier planet, and many wish to immigrate to the tourism star, including numerous individuals of noble birth. The employees recruited on the tourism star were nearly driven to madness. They had not anticipated such a turn of events from their master. Now, they walk with an air of confidence, attracting envious gazes wherever they go, each one devotedly admiring Su Yang. However, simultaneously, their workload has increased dramatically, resulting in a coexistence of joy and suffering. Not only are they busy, but the entire interstellar community seems to be engulfed in a flurry of activity. Before long, half a month passed swiftly, and the 250th birthday celebration of Yunlang's mother arrived as scheduled. The event was held at a 10-star hotel owned by the Yun family, situated on their main planet. Su Yang and Tao Wangxiu arrived a day in advance to check into the hotel. There, Su Yang encountered numerous influential figures, including those from the Human Federation and the Beastman Kingdom. She was mostly unfamiliar with the latter, but Tao Wangxiu quietly elucidated their connections, allowing Su Yang to gradually comprehend the relationships within the Beastman Kingdom. After finishing their meal downstairs, the two prepared to explore the vicinity. As they walked, they overheard, unabashed, malicious laughter emanating from a nearby group. Su Yang's ears perked up as she distinctly caught the name Lu Xinghe. As they drew closer, the voices became increasingly discernible. Who would have imagined that the Yun family would fail to send Lu Xinghe an invitation? What does he have now? He is nothing but a useless person. Who would still invite him? Initially, he insisted on severing ties with the Lu family. Had he remained with them, perhaps as a disabled individual, he would have had the chance to attend this gathering. Xing Sheng, do not be disheartened. There will be plenty of opportunities to humiliate Lu Xinghe in the future. Su Yang frowned, recognizing that these individuals were from the Lu family. She was astonished that they would openly discuss such matters in public, and their words were laced with venom. Her gaze fell upon the person they referred to as Xing Sheng, who bore a slight resemblance to Lu Xinghe. This individual was Lu Xingsheng. At 40 years of age, he was 10 years older than Lu Xinghe. It was said that before Lu Xinghe was born, Lu Xingsheng was the most gifted among the younger generation of the Lu family. However, Lu Xinghe's rapid ascension overshadowed him, and an unknown conflict turned them into sworn enemies. Su Yang glanced at him before averting her gaze, preparing to leave with Tao Wangxiu when Lu Xingsheng called out to her, "Su Yang." She paused in her tracks. The loud call drew the attention of many. In the current interstellar landscape, she was recognized by a considerable number of people, primarily due to the previous planetary protective shield. Regrettably, Su Yang swiftly collaborated with several major corporations, leaving many feeling disillusioned. Lu Xingsheng approached her step by step. "I heard that you were once matched with Lu Xinghe? Then you dissolved the match, correct?" Su Yang nonchalantly uttered a sound of acknowledgement. Is there something you wish to discuss? Nothing of significance, Lu Xingxing replied, a malicious smile curling at the corners of his lips. I mean, who would ever consider marrying a waste like Lu Xinghe? Even if a match were made, it would undoubtedly be dissolved. As it turns out, I was right. By the way, I heard there's another reason you ended your match with Lu Xinghe. Because he is impotent? Is that true? Can he really not perform? Chapter 168. Su Yang is my daughter. Lu Xingxing's voice lacked any discretion, and given that those with abilities are particularly perceptive, many nearby overheard his words. Several individuals exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a mix of incredulity and disdain. Lu Xinghe is impotent? I had previously caught whispers of such rumors, but had not dared to believe them. Yet here we are, faced with the shocking truth. What a pity. Having already fallen from grace due to the loss of his powers, the revelation of his impotence further seals his fate. Who would ever regard him again? Although his abilities had waned, he still possessed numerous planets and a wealth of star coins, making him suitable for some lower-tier individuals. However, an impotent man is rendered utterly unfit for legacy. Su Yang's expression, which had been stoic, grew even colder upon hearing this remark. Lu Xinghe's impotence served as a shield to protect her from suspicion, a sacrifice made for her safety, and now it had been carelessly broadcasted. She fixed her gaze on Lu Xingxing. You may only be aware of his impotence, but do you know the reason behind it? It is because of the severe injuries he sustained during that great battle. He fought tirelessly in the 6th Military District, hunting star beasts and star plants, facing death time and again. What motivated him? Was it not the desire to protect humanity as homeland and ensure the well-being of the people within the Federation? Without him, would the 6th Military District enjoy the peace and stability it has now? He led them to deliver crippling blows to the star beasts and plants, ensuring that region would take decades to recover. He is a true hero. And you? What have you done for the Human Federation? I have heard of Lu Xinghe's esteemed name and his commendable deeds since childhood, yet I have never once heard of your accomplishments. Why is that? Is it because you choose not to contribute? Or is it because you are incapable of doing so? How dare you? Someone who has contributed nothing to the Human Federation. Insult our great hero? When did it become acceptable for a true hero of humanity to be the subject of your vile mockery? Lu Xingxing's countenance darkened, utterly unprepared for Su Yang's retort. He had assumed that Su Yang's dissolution of the match with Lu Xinghe indicated her disdain for him, expecting her to echo his sentiments. Yet her words struck at the very core of his vulnerabilities. Is it because you choose not to act? Or is it that you are simply unable? In the past, whenever people compared him to Lu Xinghe, praise would invariably be directed at Lu Xinghe, leaving him in a subordinate position. Now, having awaited Lu Xinghe's downfall, he was met with these haunting words once more. His chest heaved with each breath, and his eyes, fixed fiercely upon Su Yang, betrayed a hint of murderous intent. Tao Wangxiu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Su Yang, his aura as a level 15 esper manifesting without restraint. Unfazed, Su Yang met Lu Xingxing's gaze with unwavering resolve. She had ample support behind her and felt no fear. The atmosphere around them grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, a voice of approval rang out. Your name is Su Yang, correct? Indeed. If it were not for Lu Xinghe, the 6th Military District would not enjoy such tranquility. Lu Xinghe is truly a great hero of our Human Federation. Approaching from a distance were 3 individuals clad in military attire. A middle-aged woman with short hair cast a gentle glance at Su Yang, her eyes reflecting deep regret. Su Yang was indeed a fine child, yet Lu Xinghe's condition remained dire, and after such a prolonged period of treatment, one could only wonder if there would ever be an opportunity for them to be together again. Alas, the arrival of the 3 caused many in the vicinity to change their expressions, particularly the previously arrogant members of the Lu family, whose faces now bore an unmistakable apprehension. The marshals of the 1st, 6th, and 7th military districts had unexpectedly come together. Most concerning to them was Marshal Mu Shi of the 6th military district, a woman known for her ferocity. In her quest for vengeance for Lu Xinghe's mother, she had brazenly wielded the military's power to exact a significant toll from the Lu family, forcing them to surrender several individuals. The Lu family, one of the 10 great clans, had never endured such humiliation, yet, faced with the united front of multiple military districts, even they had been compelled to capitulate and hand over the 2 instigators. Many still recalled Mu Shi's rampage at the Lu residence, and her presence evoked an instinctive fear among them. As Mu Shi approached, she hesitated, then finally placed a reassuring hand on Su Yang's shoulder. Good child, you may not recognize me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mu Shi, Marshal of the 6th military district, and Lu Xinghe was raised by me. I have heard about the dissolution of your pairing. This matter is Lu Xinghe's fault. Let us exchange contact information, and should you encounter any insurmountable troubles, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Especially if anyone dares to trouble you, inform me at once. Her gaze turned sharply towards the Lu family members, particularly Lu Xingxing. Although Xinghe's powers may be lost, I am still alive, and our military remains intact. Should I discover that any of you dare to harass Xinghe or Su Yang in the future, I would not hesitate to reenact the events of the past. Especially you. Lu Xingxing, remember that. Lu Xingxing's face flushed crimson, the public reprimand from Mu Shi igniting a profound sense of humiliation within him. Yet, he found himself powerless to retaliate. Though both were level 15 espers, Mu Shi held the position of Marshal of the 6th Military District, wielding significant authority. While he was merely a member of the Lu family, not even its young master, let alone its head. Mu Shi's status is such that he stands on equal footing with the head of the Lu family, making him someone who cannot be offended lightly. The Marshal of the 1st Military District and the Marshal of the 7th Military District exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a sense of approval as they looked at Su Yang. Good child. If Xinghe knew how fiercely you defended him, he would surely be overjoyed. Should any member of the Lu family dare to make things difficult for you, feel free to approach anyone in our military district. We will certainly advocate for you. At that moment, another voice resonated, drawing everyone's attention. They turned to see Shi Yulan and Zhu Jian approaching together. Oh, what brings you all here to my daughter? Shi Yulan remarked, a hint of surprise in her tone. It seems you have already met. I had intended to properly introduce my daughter to you after this event. Standing beside Su Yang, Shi Yulan continued, Su Yang, the child that Zhu Jian and I have decided to adopt will henceforth be our daughter. Chapter 169, Wu Zhao Mother, you arrived so early, Su Yang exclaimed, enveloping Shi Yulan in an embrace, her face aglow with delight. She then turned her gaze toward Zhu Jian, saying, Father. Zhu Jian patted Su Yang's shoulder, a smile evident on his face. The onlookers observed the interactions with pensive expressions, and their perception of Su Yang shifted noticeably. Throughout the galaxy, it was common knowledge that Shi Yulan, the Marshal of the 10th Military District of the Human Federation, and Zhu Jian had been married for quite some time without children. Their relatives had previously considered transferring their own children to the couple's name to forge closer ties, but were met with firm refusals. They had presumed that the pair would remain childless for life, yet suddenly a daughter had emerged. Moreover, given the evident affection between them, their relationship seemed quite strong. Should Su Yang indeed become the daughter of these two, her worth would elevate significantly. Firstly, being Shi Yulan's daughter would grant her a status nearly on par with that of the 10 great families, along with protection from the military district. Secondly, as Zhu Jian hails from the Beastman Kingdom and serves as the president of the Adventurers Alliance, an esteemed organization that bridges the Beastman Kingdom and the Human Federation, his influence is considerable. As his daughter, Su Yang would have access to the entire Adventurers Alliance, and with a bit of ambition, she might even ascend to the position of the next president, or at the very least, a vice president. Thus, Su Yang would wield significant backing in both the Human Federation and the Beastman Kingdom, rendering her impossible to overlook. Mu Shi paused for a moment, his attitude towards Su Yang warming considerably. Well done, he remarked, given his amicable rapport with Shi Yulan. Mu Shi perceived that Su Yang's connection to her would greatly enhance Lu Xinghe's prospects. The marshals of the 1st and 7th military districts were equally astonished. Previously, Shi Yulan had informed them of her adoption of a daughter and mentioned she would introduce her to them following the banquet. They had not expected to encounter her here today, especially in connection with Lu Xinghe. The earlier exchange had left a favorable impression on both of them. The two individuals promptly approached, presenting Su Yang with a storage space. We are colleagues and comrades of your mother. If you don't mind, you may address us as uncles. Here, this is a token of our first meeting. Su Yang obediently called out to them, and beside her, Mu Shi also handed her a storage space. Good child, if you have time in the future, do come visit the military district. There are plenty of star beasts and star plants on the battlefield, and we can arrange for protection, allowing you to hone your combat skills. The atmosphere among the military personnel was jovial, while the members of the Lu family appeared to shrink back, each eager to leave the scene. Lu Xingxing wore an expression of astonishment. He had never anticipated that Su Yang possessed such a distinguished background, leaving him at a loss for opportunities to retaliate. He was certain that if he dared to act against Su Yang today, Shi Yulan would ensure his utter ruin by tomorrow. Shi Yulan was not one to provoke, especially not a daughter she had cherished after over 3 centuries of life. After a brief discussion, Shi Yulan and her companions parted ways with Su Yang and Tao Wangxiu, as the older generation had matters to deliberate that were not suitable for the presence of the younger ones. As those individuals finally departed, Lu Xingxing approached Su Yang, delivering a harsh warning. Don't think that just because you are the daughter of Shi Yulan and Zhu Jian, I would hesitate to act against you. If you dare to provoke me again, I shall not let you off lightly. You are merely at the 11th level. Can they always remain by your side? Su Yang smiled, calling out to the retreating figures, Mom, Dad, Uncle, Aunt, Lu Xingxing just insulted me and threatened to kill me. In the next moment, 2 attacks struck Lu Xingxing with precision. With a resounding thud, his body was sent flying against the wall, then crashing to the ground, rendering him unconscious. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Lu Xingxing's only thought was his unwillingness to lose face. He had merely wished to issue a threat, not truly to engage in conflict. "Let us go," Su Yang said dismissively, taking Tao Wangxiu's hand as they exited. It was only after Su Yang had left that the other members of the Lu family hurried over to Lu Xingxing, quickly escorting him back to their quarters. The onlookers gradually dispersed, and as time passed, news of the incident spread to various places, once again placing Su Yang's name in the spotlight, prompting a reevaluation and scrutiny from many. In a room, 3 individuals gathered. The youngest, positioned on the left side of the sofa, appeared to be around 20 years old. With black hair and eyes, his features were strikingly handsome, exuding an air of arrogance and pride. The other 2, middle-aged men, also possessed black hair and eyes, their demeanor composed. At that moment, the 3 were examining a holographic screen, which displayed a succession of images of various women. One of the middle-aged men raised his gaze towards the young man. "Wu Zhao, having watched for so long, have you not found anyone to your liking?" Wu Zhao, feeling agitated, spoke up. "I am the most gifted individual of the Black Crow clan in a century. Surely, the one who matches me must be the most beautiful and talented woman across the entire cosmos. How can these people possibly be worthy of my attention? Can you not find someone of a more distinguished background for me? Who are these individuals? They are nothing but inconsequential members from the top 10 families. Am I not deserving of the truly gifted individuals from those esteemed families? Murong Qiuxin from the Murong family, Wei Chang'an from the Wei family, Jin Zhuye from the Jin family, and Shun Tu Lan from the Shun Tu family. Each of these top 10 families clearly boasts remarkably talented women. Why must I be presented with mere scraps? Who would even look at these individuals?" The 2 middle-aged men exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting helplessness. It was not a matter of worthiness. Those individuals you mentioned are indeed exceptionally gifted, all vying for the position of head of their respective families. How could they possibly abandon their pursuit of power to marry into our Black Crow clan? Wu Zhao, visibly displeased, retorted, "You were the ones who previously proclaimed me one of the most gifted individuals in the Beastman Kingdom, asserting that I deserve anyone. Yet now, upon arriving here, you present me with such options. I am even willing to adhere to the Human Federation's customs and marry but one wife. Why can they not relinquish their ambitions for me? Am I not one of the most outstanding geniuses of the Beastman Kingdom? In any case, I find none of these individuals appealing. You must select again." Chapter 170. Can you bear offspring with me? The 2 middle-aged men wore expressions of resignation, a hint of regret blossoming within them, yet they felt powerless to act. Wu Zhao was indeed the most gifted beast of the Black Crow clan in centuries, and it had been many years since a level 15 ability user had emerged from their lineage. Wu Zhao was the most likely candidate to achieve that status, and indeed, it seemed destined. With his talents, he should reach level 15 by around the age of 30. In the Beastman Kingdom, a race lacking a level 15 ability user could only become a vassal to other races, thus making Wu Zhao the beacon of hope for the independence of the Black Crow clan. Consequently, the clan's leadership could not help but indulge Wu Zhao, fostering his prideful disposition and leading him to believe he deserved the most gifted and beautiful women in the world. The 2 beasts were merely guardians chosen for Wu Zhao and had no power to influence his opinions. The reason for selecting these human women was that offspring born from human unions generally exhibit superior talents. In contrast, when combined with other beasts, it was uncertain whether even 1 in 10 would possess extraordinary gifts. Thus, the leadership of the Black Crow clan had ordered Wu Zhao to take a closer look at these options. As for why the clan's higher-ups did not come themselves, it was simply that their status did not warrant an invitation from the Yun family. They accompanied other races instead. Observing the hesitance of the 2 beasts, Wu Zhao snorted dismissively, ultimately lowering his standards. The last group was unacceptable. Find me another batch. Even if she does not belong to the esteemed 10 noble families, she certainly cannot be inferior to them. The 2 guardians sighed in relief and produced a multitude of photographs. "Young master, what do you think of this individual? Her name is Quan Jingyan. She possesses considerable talent in command and specializes in purification. At the age of 24, she is already an 11th tier ability user. And then there's this one." The guardians diligently explained to Wu Zhao, when suddenly, a notification chimed from the light brain, revealing information about Su Yang. "Oh, Su Yang is quite remarkable. At only 25 years old, she is a dual-element ability user, excelling in both fire and spatial manipulation, also an 11th tier. Moreover, she is the daughter of Shi Yulan from the 10th Military District of the Human Federation and Zhu Jian, the president of the Adventurers Alliance. Her status is quite impressive, nearly on par with the daughters of the 10 noble families. Positions in the military district cannot be inherited, they are earned by those with abilities. If she intends to succeed Zhu Jian as president, she will undoubtedly come to our Beastman Kingdom, especially since the headquarters of the Adventurers Alliance is located here. Young master, take a look at this." The 2 guardians presented a video to Wu Zhao, showcasing the events that had transpired in the hall. Wu Zhao raised an eyebrow. "Su Yang, that name sounds somewhat familiar. as if I have heard it somewhere before. After a moment of contemplation, he could not recall and dismissed the thought, focusing instead on the video. It was not only exceptionally clear, but also captured the surrounding sounds. Witnessing Su Yang fearlessly confronting Lu Xingxing and her sudden accusation, Wu Zhao's gaze settled on her appearance for several seconds. She is indeed quite attractive. Where is she now? I shall seek her out. The guardians promptly interjected, young master, please do not rush. According to our information, Su Yang has a match, the only spiritual water peach blossom of our Beastman kingdom, Tao wants you. They have publicly acknowledged their relationship, and the entire star system is aware of their compatibility. Tao wants you is a formidable 15th tier ability user, not someone to take lightly. If you choose Su Yang, the clan leader suggests that you both undergo a compatibility test. If the compatibility exceeds 80, you may share her as a wife with Tao wants you. You need not reside together. As long as Su Yang bears a child with the bloodline of our Black Crow clan. After the child is born, if you find Su Yang unappealing, you may part ways at any time. Wu Zhao, growing impatient, responded, I understand. Now, please tell me where she is. I will go find her and conduct the compatibility test. The two guardians inquired about Su Yang's whereabouts and swiftly obtained her location. Su Yang was currently exploring the local specialties with Tao wants you. As the home planet of the Yun family, it naturally boasted the finest offerings, with various enterprises and races establishing shops here, providing ample opportunities for dining, entertainment, and leisure. During this period, Su Yang had been tirelessly engaged. And finally finding a moment to relax, she intended to thoroughly enjoy her surroundings. Two individuals entered a quaint shop, where Tao wants you grasped Su Yang's hand and led her to a collection of cups. Darling, I've noticed that many couples use matching mugs, claiming that a cup symbolizes a lifetime together. Shouldn't we acquire some couple cups as well? Perhaps for brushing our teeth, drinking water, or dining. All right, as you wish. Choose whichever you fancy, Su Yang replied, naturally unable to refuse such a request. The pair purchased numerous sets of matching cups and an assortment of couple items, such as towels, pajamas, and clothing, amassing a delightful collection before leaving the store. Upon exiting, they ventured into another establishment, a handmade weaving shop. Tao wants you seated Su Yang and requested the staff to craft identical bracelets for them. Moments later, both adorned their wrists with the bracelets, which were predominantly pink and black, woven from Tao wants you's hair, Su Yang's hair, and other materials. Tiny blossoms resembling peach flowers dangled from the bracelets, creating a beautiful spectacle reminiscent of a blooming peach tree. Hand in hand, their fingers entwined, the charms on their bracelets occasionally intertwined as well. Just then, Wu Zhao arrived and was taken aback by the sight, a frown etching across his face. The two appeared to share a profound bond, starkly contrasting with the creatures he had observed in the Beastman kingdom. There, the beings engaged solely to satiate their desires during mating seasons, often parting ways afterward without a trace, unlike this couple who strolled together, visibly connected by their shared possessions. Wu Zhao paused briefly before striding forward to intercept them. Ignoring Tao wants you beside him, he fixed his gaze intently on Su Yang. Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Zhao, the most gifted individual of the Black Crow clan in the Beastman kingdom for centuries. May I inquire if you would bear my offspring? Chapter 171. Su Yang is not yours to covet. Su Yang. Are you being presumptuous? However, it seemed that directness was the norm among the Beastman royal lineage, particularly in matters of courtship, where one would typically approach their interest without hesitation. Tao wants you. Tao wants you glared at Wu Zhao, his mood darkening. Were it not for Su Yang's presence, he would have already dispatched Wu Zhao from their vicinity. Su Yang found Wu Zhao's name vaguely familiar, his introduction echoing in her memory. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled that he had once been a potential match for her, a match she had dismissed at the cost of 10 million. This financial transaction softened her demeanor slightly. She raised her hand, intertwined with Tao wants you's. My relationship with my match is quite evident. Wu Zhao nodded. I understand, but Tao wants you belongs to our Beastman kingdom, which adheres to a polyandrous or polygamous tradition. As long as you consent, he has no authority to interfere. Su Yang furrowed her brow. I do not consent. Please seek someone else. Wu Zhao did not relent. At the age of 20, I have already attained the 12th level of ability. My talent is exceptional, making me one of the most gifted prodigies in the entire Orc kingdom. If you were to bear my offspring, they too would possess extraordinary gifts. Do you not desire a child of remarkable talent? Su Yang, growing increasingly impatient, replied, I have already expressed my refusal. Can you not comprehend human speech? Yes. The Orc kingdom has such regulations, but I also recall that if you persist in your harassment, I can have my matchmaker deal with you. Tao wants you, upon hearing this, interjected, if he continues to pester, do not hesitate to take action. Wu Zhao opened his mouth, intending to say more, but Tao wants you stepped forward, seized him by the collar, and effortlessly hurled him away with a swift motion, displaying remarkable decisiveness. Turning to Su Yang, he took her hand once more. Let us go. Tao wants you's strength was formidable, being a 15th level ability user, and Wu Zhao had no capacity to resist, landing over 3,000 meters away. Fortunately, his true form was that of a black crow, allowing him to swiftly transform and take flight, thus avoiding embarrassment. Just as he finally settled onto a tree to catch his breath, an unexpected attack surged from the side. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp, and he dodged the strike with agility, though his wing was still struck, sending a jolt of pain coursing through him. Who dares to ambush the young master? Are you tired of living? Wu Zhao fumed, transforming back to human form to seek the source of the attack. Jin Yao stood not far off, his gaze icy as he regarded Wu Zhao, as if looking at a corpse. During this time, Jin Yao had been preoccupied, believing that staying busy would help him forget about Su Yang. Unfortunately, it proved ineffective. While he was indeed too occupied to dwell on her during the day, he found himself dreaming of her at night. Upon waking to an empty room, a profound sense of loss and melancholy enveloped him. After enduring a month of this, upon learning that Su Yang would attend the Yun family banquet, he set off without a second thought. He had noticed her the moment she arrived, yet he restrained himself from approaching, mostly observing her from a distance. Seeing Su Yang engage intimately with Tao Wangxiu, he felt the urge to intervene several times, but held back. However, when he witnessed Wu Zhao daring to harass Su Yang, he could no longer contain himself. Tao Wangxiu, a 15th level ability user and the only spirit water peach blossom in the galaxy, was also a necromancer like himself, so he could begrudgingly accept their companionship. But what was this little blackbird, who among 20-year-olds was not also a 12th level ability user? Moreover, he was on the verge of breaking through to the 13th level himself. Was a 12th level ability user at 20 years old truly a rarity? Were there not countless such individuals around him, including those from the top 10 families and military districts? Did it warrant such arrogance, proclaiming it to every passerby? Portraying oneself as remarkably unique, one ultimately reveals the truth of being merely a jester. Only the Black Crow clan could cultivate such a specimen. Given the clan's high regard for Wu Zhao, had Su Yang accepted him, the Black Crow clan would undoubtedly exert pressure on her, resulting in her feeling aggrieved. Thus, the involvement of these two was met with my unequivocal disapproval. Fortunately, Su Yang also declined. As for Jin Yao, one of the most distinguished prodigies of his generation within the Jin family, Wu Zhao recognized him immediately. Upon realizing that the assailant was indeed Jin Yao, his tone wavered with uncertainty. Why have you attacked me? I do not recall having offended you. Jin Yao produced his innate weapon, the Rift Blade, infused with gold elemental energy that shimmered with lethal sharpness. Su Yang is not someone you can covet. Be wise and refrain from provoking her, or I shall not hesitate to stew you, little blackbird. Wu Zhao's fury ignited instantly. Jin Yao, I have respected you due to your lineage, but in truth, our talents are on par. What makes you think I would fear you? What gives you the confidence to believe you can slay me? He brandished a black golden scythe, a weapon forged for him by the entire Black Crow clan. Jin Yao sneered. It appears you are one who only learns through dire consequence. With a swift motion, Jin Yao raised the Rift Blade, his body flickering like a specter, and when he reappeared, he was at Wu Zhao's side, the blade poised at his throat. As a 12th tier ability user, Wu Zhao was no pushover. He retaliated fiercely, and the two engaged in combat, employing only their abilities without resorting to other means. Regrettably for Wu Zhao, the outcome favored Jin Yao, who was on the verge of advancing to the 13th tier, with the blade resting against Wu Zhao's neck. Jin Yao warned, remember, should I discover you daring to entangle yourself with Su Yang again, I shall prepare a stew from you, little blackbird. Wu Zhao merely snorted in response, offering no further words. Jin Yao dismissed him and departed swiftly. After Jin Yao's exit, Wu Zhao touched his neck, applying a layer of medicine before preparing to leave. He had relinquished any hope regarding Su Yang. Recognizing her stance, she had a 15th tier match. Not to mention the madman Jin Yao. He deemed it unwise to place himself in peril for someone like Su Yang. However, just a few steps later, another figure obstructed his path. Clad in dark robes, the individual's eyes glimmered like rubies, and he held a large blade with an expression devoid of emotion. Wu Zhao halted in his tracks. Shintui Xiao? Chapter 172. The sudden contest. Wu Zhao inhaled deeply. Are you also here for me? Is it also regarding Su Yang? Shintui Xiao remained silent, yet his blade had already been drawn. Moments later, the blade rested against Wu Zhao's heart, poised to extract it at a mere thought. Lying on the ground, Wu Zhao bore numerous wounds, his face ashen, and doubt began to creep into his mind. Clearly, he, like these individuals, was a genius, and they were all at the 12th rank. Why, then, could one or two of them easily overpower him? Feeling the chill upon his chest, he shuddered. I understand now. I know you are also here for Su Yang. I assure you, I will no longer harbor any thoughts of her. Is that sufficient? With a swift motion, Shintu withdrew his blade and departed without uttering a word. Wu Zhao sat up, unable to suppress a muttered curse, as an inevitable curiosity about Su Yang stirred within him. After all, had she not already found a match? Why then were so many stepping forward on her behalf? Did one or two of them truly hold affection for her? After consuming a vial of healing potion, he prepared to rise, only to be greeted by a teasing voice nearby. Oh, isn't this a rare genius from the Black Crow clan, lying here like this? Wu Zhao's heart raced as he turned to see a figure with white hair perched on a nearby tree, smiling down at him. Upon meeting his gaze, the figure broke into a radiant grin. Yunche, what brings you here? Wu Zhao could not restrain himself. You aren't here for Su Yang, are you? No, no, no. Yunche shook his head. Wu Zhao exhaled in relief. Thank goodness it wasn't that. He truly could not withstand another. I came to inform you that you ought to cease your reckless antics. If memory serves, our Yun family did not extend an invitation to your Black Crow clan, while others received our invitations openly. Should you engage in conflict with them, it will be you who faces expulsion. Su Yang is not someone you can covet, nor are the other illustrious daughters of the 10 great families or the other prodigies of the Human Federation objects of your selection. You must curb the petty maneuvers of your Black Crow clan, or else. Yun Che's smile remained bright, yet his words sent a chill through Wu Zhao. A sudden coldness enveloping him. He had believed their actions to be discreet, yet it seemed everything had been observed. Yun Che sighed. I recognize you as one of the rare geniuses of your Black Crow clan, but truly, a 20-year-old at the 12th rank, do you think that is particularly rare? Who among us isn't a genius? Jin Yao and Shin Tu, like you, are also geniuses. Yet look at who you can best. Wu Zhao's expression darkened. Those words struck directly at his core. He had long prided himself on his genius status, only to be told now that it was insignificant in the eyes of these others. He wished to retort, but found no grounds for argument, especially given that he had just been bested by those two. Very well, Yin Che declared as he leaped down from the tree, clapping his hands. I merely wish to advise you against making any small moves. If all is well, I shall take my leave. With that, Yin Che swiftly departed, and before long, he found Su Yang. Su Yang was sipping a drink when she raised her eyebrows in surprise at Yin Che's words. This event is rather sudden. Why had I not heard of it before? Yin Che informed her that, due to the gathering of numerous prodigious youths from both the Human Federation and the Beastman Kingdom, they had decided to organize several competitions the following morning. The participants would be individuals under the age of 30 with an ability level exceeding 10. All contestants would enter the gaming chamber to engage in combat, utilizing a balanced mode wherein everyone's ability level would be suppressed to 10 to determine the strongest among them. The Yun family would bestow corresponding rewards based on the rankings, and many distinguished figures would be present to observe the contests. If possible, these notable individuals might offer insights into the participants' shortcomings during the battles, providing invaluable lessons. Furthermore, these eminent figures might also place bets, with rewards consisting of exquisite materials or other rare items. Although Su Yang was not in want of resources, she felt a surge of excitement. She yearned to test her mettle against these exceptional individuals and ascertain the true extent of her own strength. Only through frequent combat could one enhance practical experience. Yun Che blinked. Had we announced this earlier, they would have undoubtedly made extensive preparations, which would diminish the excitement. Sudden actions yield a more significant impact, do they not? The competition would be divided into several formats. The morning session would feature ability battles, comprising individual and team contests. Individual matches would see each participant fighting independently, while team battles would pit the Human Federation against the Beastman Kingdom. The afternoon would be reserved for mecha combat, where participants would control mechs in battle, again segmented into individual and team formats. The evening would naturally culminate in a banquet. What do you think, Sister Su Yang? Will you sign up? Su Yang regarded Yin Che thoughtfully. These contests are bound to escalate tensions, are they not? Do you not fear that something unexpected may occur during the evening banquet? For some reason, an ominous premonition lingered within her, suggesting that the Yun family might be scheming something. Yun Che placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Rest assured, sister, everything is under control. Just tell me if you wish to participate. Originally, this news was meant to be communicated that evening. However, having fortuitously encountered her, he thought it best to convey it personally. Others would receive notifications via text, but here, it was Sister Su Yang who was informed directly. Su Yang confirmed her suspicions. It seemed that events would indeed transpire the following day. Nevertheless, with her parents and Tao Wangsu present, along with several Tier 15 ability users for protection, she felt reassured that she would not encounter any significant problems. Moreover, now that she had arrived, leaving would likely prove difficult. Su Yang nodded. All right, how do I register? Yin Che replied. At 8 p.m., we will send a unified message to everyone's light brain. A registration portal will be available at that time, and you can sign up for any events you wish to participate in. He then handed Su Yang a card. This is a VIP card for Tianshang Rinjian. If you wish to unwind, you can use this card to access the top floor, where you will receive the finest hospitality. I shall not intrude further upon your time with your match partner. Chapter 173. The identity of Gu Zhizhi. Yun Che hurriedly arrived and departed, leaving Su Yang and Tao Wangxiu in a state of bewilderment as they exchanged glances. Su Yang inquired, "What are your thoughts? Have you received any news?" Tao Wangxiu shook her head, her eyes filled with confusion. "I am uncertain. However, this birthday banquet seems markedly different from the usual ones. The attendance is exceptionally high this time." "Oh," Su Yang raised an eyebrow, urging her to elaborate. Tao Wangxiu reflected carefully. "I have attended 2 similar banquets before. Although many guests were invited each time, this occasion has attracted significantly more attendees. While I am not well versed in the affairs of the Human Federation, it is noteworthy that the number of beasts from the Beast Kingdom has increased by 2/3 compared to previous events. This time, all prominent figures of high status have been invited, a stark contrast to past occasions where only the elite few were present." Su Yang pondered thoughtfully. "Many influential individuals from our circle are here, including my parents. It remains uncertain whether those in their position are aware of the situation. However, their presence suggests that this matter is likely not a grave concern for us. Moreover, they have brought several younger generations along, which alleviates some worry. After all, they would not put their own kin in peril should danger arise. We should not stray too far tomorrow and remain vigilant." After wandering for a while longer, at 8 o'clock, Su Yang received a message from the Yun family group chat on her light brain. She clicked the link and registered for the solo mode, participating in both solo ability combat and solo mecha combat, opting not to engage in the team mode. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the two strolled leisurely towards the hotel. In the lobby on the first floor, Su Yang spotted a familiar figure. Gu Zhizhi. Dressed elegantly, Gu Zhizhi resembled a true princess, exuding an air of grace. She was accompanied by a young woman whom Su Yang had not encountered in person but recognized from photographs as Shi Tsangshu, the young master of the esteemed Shi family. Su Yang had previously conducted a transaction with her. Could it be that Gu Zhizhi has ties to the Shi family? This was news to Su Yang. As she noticed Gu Zhizhi, the latter also spotted her, her expression lighting up instantly. She nudged Shi Tsangshu's arm and gestured towards Su Yang. After exchanging a few words, Gu Zhizhi approached briskly. Their gazes met. Shi Tsangshu nodded subtly at Su Yang, discreetly assessing her. Not long ago, Gu Zhizhi had returned with a contract, stating her intent to sign it. However, as she had yet to reach the age of 20, she required parental supervision to do so, and as her elder sister, it was only fitting for her to oversee her younger siblings' affairs. After some inquiry, the origins of the contract became clear. Remarkably, it was quite favorable, with all terms clearly outlined, devoid of any pitfalls. Gu Zhizhi mentioned that Su Yang was her only friend at school, and this connection, coupled with the contract's implications, had fostered a budding affection for Su Yang. At this moment, encountering Su Yang in person, her openness and integrity left a delightful impression on me, prompting a friendly nod in her direction. Su Yang responded with a smile, her gaze then shifting to Gu Zhizhi. "Yin Yang," Gu Zhizhi exclaimed as she approached, glancing at Su Yang and then at the intertwined fingers of Tao Wangxiu. "Is this your match?" Su Yang nodded affirmatively. Gu Zhizhi immediately praised. "You two are truly a perfect pair, a match made in heaven. When are you planning to wed? Don't forget to invite me to the banquet." Su Yang chuckled. "There's no rush. I'll wait until my abilities reach the 15th level." She then inquired, "By the way, are you new here?" Gu Zhizhi hesitated momentarily before nodding, cautiously stealing a glance at Su Yang. "Actually, there is something I've never told you." Su Yang surmised what it might be, though we are friends. Each friend deserves their own privacy. If you wish to share, I am all ears. If not, I want to distance myself from you because of it. After all, I have many things I would never disclose to you. Tao Wangxiu released Su Yang's hand, saying, "There's a chair over there. I'm feeling a bit weary after wandering all afternoon. I'll sit for a while. Call me when you're ready." As Tao Wangxiu walked away, Gu Zhizhi visibly exhaled in relief. Finally resolute, she spoke. "My real name isn't Gu Zhizhi, it's Shi Tsangji. My sister, Shi Tsangshu, is the current young master of the Shi family, one of the 10 great clans. When I was young, I had some health issues and needed to recuperate in peace, away from disturbances, which is why I rarely ventured out, spending most of my time within the Shi household. Whenever I felt bored, I would visit the family's library. Hence very few people across the galaxy recognize me, and even fewer have seen me. When I turned 15, my health improved somewhat, and by 18, I enrolled at Galactic University. However, I knew that appearing as a member of the Shi family would invite relentless attention, so I chose to adopt a different name. Gu is my father's surname, and I took the last character to become Gu Zhizhi. I had intended to confess this to you earlier, but I never found the right moment." At this point, Gu Zhizhi felt a bit embarrassed. In her heart, she had already considered Su Yang a friend, and friends should naturally be forthright with one another, yet she had concealed this from Su Yang for so long. Fortunately, today presented an opportunity for Su Yang to witness her truth. Su Yang found Gu Zhizhi's cautious demeanor rather amusing. "Since your name contains Zhi, shall I call you Zhizhi from now on?" Gu Zhizhi's eyes sparkled with delight. "Yes. As long as you don't hold my identity concealment against me." "Of course not." Su Yang shook her head. then retrieved a bag from her storage space. This is a little something I bought for you while shopping today. I had planned to give it to you after classes resumed on Monday, but the timing was perfect. While I was out shopping today, I stumbled upon several delightful stores. I shall compile a list of them and share it with you. If you wish to explore the area, you might consider visiting these establishments. Gu Zhizhi could hardly suppress the smile on her lips. Holding these items in her hands filled her heart with warmth. During this period, Su Yang had gifted her numerous treasures, claiming they were specialties from other planets. Previously, due to health reasons, she had few friends. But she had heard that when friends travel, they often bring back souvenirs for each other. So, does this mean she and Su Yang are now friends? She glanced at Su Yang and then at the distant Tao Wangxiu, and with subtlety, she said, "It's getting a bit late. I shall take my leave for now. We'll be in touch tomorrow." Chapter 174. The resonance of Shintu Yixiao's mind chip. Early the next morning, Su Yang awoke. Behind her was the warmth of a body. Tao Wangxiu entwined around her, his gentle breaths whispering reassurance in her ear. Tao Wangxiu held her tightly, their bodies pressed against each other, making it impossible for Su Yang to rise silently. Reluctantly, she nudged him. They frolicked in bed for nearly half an hour before finally getting up. After enjoying breakfast delivered to their hotel room, they proceeded to the square where the day's event would take place. The event was scheduled for 8 in the morning, and it was already past 7. A crowd had already gathered. The square had been meticulously cleaned, with numerous gaming booths set up, and rows of tables and chairs at the front, clearly designated for the judges. The attendees were distinctly divided, the Human Federation on the left and the Beastman Kingdom on the right. The Human Federation had formed several factions, with the prominent families clustering together, while others stood with familiar faces. Su Yang scanned the area, noticing a multitude of young faces, over 100 of them, representing the finest talents of this generation across the galaxy. It wasn't to say that only these individuals were exceptional, but rather that only those deemed worthy were invited to the Yun family's gala. This select group comprised the elite, while those of lesser standing were not eligible to attend. As Su Yang's gaze swept across the crowd, she endeavored to match the faces with the information in her mind. Suddenly, she heard the voice of the celestial mechanism in her mind. "Master, take a look at the figure to your left, clad in dark garments, with crimson eyes, cradling a large sword." Following the voice's direction, Su Yang turned her gaze. Shintu Yixiao? It had been quite some time since she last encountered him. In fact, she had only seen him twice before, once during a school competition and again in front of her dormitory when he expressed a desire to match with her in marriage. After realizing it was a misunderstanding, she hadn't seen him since. This would be their third meeting. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Shintu Yixiao looked over, their eyes locking in recognition. Shintu Yixiao's fingers twitched slightly as his gaze fell upon the figure of Tao Wangxiu next to Su Yang. After a moment's silence, he nodded subtly at Su Yang and diverted his attention. What could possibly be troubling Shintu Yixiao? Su Yang pondered silently within herself. The Heavenly Path remarked, "It is not solely Shintu Yixiao who harbors issues. Several individuals within the Shinta clan's ranks are also compromised." The Heavenly Path continued to identify multiple individuals, and as Su Yang scrutinized each one, she discovered they were all exceptionally gifted members of the Shinta clan's current generation. "I have discerned that these individuals possess implanted chips in their minds." What? Su Yang quickly averted her gaze, fearing that her astonished expression might attract attention from those individuals. How could there possibly be chips in their minds? "Are you capable of detecting the purpose of these chips?" she inquired. The Heavenly Path replied, "The chips are quite intricate, serving various functions. Thus far, I have identified capabilities such as positioning, tracking, eavesdropping, and control." Su Yang inhaled sharply, shaking Tao Wangxiu's hand as she lowered her voice to ask, "Have you heard any rumors regarding the Shinta clan?" "I have heard whispers that they are cultivating human-like weapons." Tao Wangxiu responded in a hushed tone, "I have heard a bit. It is said that once the Shinta clan identifies someone with exceptional talent, they remove them from their parents' care and subject them to inhumane training from a young age, indoctrinating them to become mere weapons that obey the clan leader's commands. In the past, I had an encounter with someone from the Shinta clan, and that individual exhibited a reckless disregard for life, seemingly unfazed by their injuries, even continuing to follow orders despite losing limbs. In summary, these human-like weapons are akin to madmen, willing to sacrifice their own lives to fulfill so-called tasks. Do you know how the Shinta clan conducts their training?" Su Yang inquired. "Not in detail," Tao Wangxiu admitted, "but it likely involves indoctrinating them with brainwashing ideologies from an early age, administering various drugs to dull pain, enhance sensitivity, and augment human potential limits. They are trained relentlessly until they can endure no more." At this point, Tao Wangxiu shook his head. Utilizing such methods is fundamentally inhumane. Although these substances may enhance physical abilities, they come with severe side effects. Without pain, taste, or smell, can one still be considered human? Su Yang mused quietly, sensing that there was likely more to it. To ensure compliance from these human-like weapons, it seemed probable that the chips were implanted in their minds at a very young age for easier control. Upon hearing the Heavenly Path's revelations about these chips, many of the uncertainties that had lingered in her mind began to unravel. Among the other families within the top 10 clans, the position of clan leader is typically contested among various branches, with the capable rising to prominence. As long as one is a member of the top 10 clans, regardless of their lineage, they have the potential to ascend to power. However, the Shinto family is not characterized in such a manner. Each head of the Shinto lineage hails from the same lineage, and regardless of whether the leader is incompetent or lacks managerial talent, this fact remains immutable. The Shinto family holds a predominant position. When she initially heard about this matter, she felt perplexed. Now, however, clarity has dawned upon her. The reason for this is that the head possesses the chip that controls these humanoid weapons, thus instilling an unshakable confidence. Su Yang cast another glance in that direction and mentally inquired of the Heavenly Tao, "Can you decipher that chip? Or can you seize control of it?" Although she has not yet confronted the Shinto family, such an encounter is inevitable. If she could dismantle the Shinto family's control over the chip or seize command of it for herself, then the Shinto family would pose no threat to her. She cannot believe that the others in the Shinto family harbor no dissent against the current head. Their own sons and daughters had been taken away since childhood, subjected to countless hardships, with their lives held precariously in the hands of others, implanted with chips that could detonate at any moment. Were she the parent of those children, she would likely feel an overwhelming urge to eliminate all involved. Yet, as their children's fates are controlled by others, they must endure in silence. However, enduring does not equate to resolution. Rather, it is a forced patience that, once unleashed, could be devastating. Chapter 175, A Shocking Turn of Events. The Heavenly Tao. It is possible, but it will require some time and necessitates close proximity. Master, it would be best to eliminate someone and extract the chip from their mind. This would enable me to invade the chip at any moment and comprehend its structure. Su Yang's gaze swept once more across the group from the Shinto family, and this time, her focus was markedly different. After a few glances, she withdrew her gaze, turning instead to the opposite side. In the Beastman Kingdom, her eldest sister, the Grey Wolf Qing Li, and her second brother, Wen Shengyan, were prominently present. Their eyes met briefly before shifting away, and no words were exchanged, as the atmosphere was decidedly unsuitable for reminiscing. Time passed swiftly, and through Su Yang's observation, it soon approached 8 o'clock. The judge's table at the front was now filled with individuals. The 4 marshals from the military district and the young heads or heads of the 10 great families were prominently present, alongside the presidents of the 10 top universities of the Human Federation. The sight of such high-ranking individuals as judges elicited a palpable stir among the crowd. The head of the Yun family stepped forward, exuding an air of authority, his gaze piercing as it swept over the assembly. He uttered a few succinct words before producing several top-tier materials as rewards for this competition. The judges also presented valuable items, provoking envy among the onlookers. Su Yang felt a surge of astonishment. The rewards for this competition were exceedingly generous, stirring her desire. Although they did not include exceedingly rare materials like the red sky stone or the nether cold iron, these materials were nonetheless scarce within the interstellar realm. The head of the Yun family announced that those who had yet to register could still do so, with the competition set to commence in 5 minutes. As his words echoed, Su Yang observed many participants activating their holographic devices, presumably to sign up, likely tempted by the allure of the prizes. Soon, the individual abilities competition commenced. All competitors were ushered into their respective gaming pods for combat, with a duration of 10 minutes allotted for each match. Should a victor not emerge within this time frame, the judges would analyze and determine the outcome based on the battle score. Stepping forward, Su Yang casually reclined into one of the gaming pods. The voice of the Heavenly Tao resonated once more. This gaming pod is equipped with a chip, similar to the one Lu Xinghe fitted you with previously. If the chip is in close proximity, the detection time will be swift. However, if there is an obstruction, it may take a little longer. Given your current position in the pod, detection will approximately require 10 seconds. Initially, Su Yang had closed her eyes, preparing to immerse herself in the game, but upon hearing this information, her eyes flew open. It all made sense. She had wondered why this competition had been hastily organized and why so many were invited to participate. It was all for the purpose of chip detection. With clarity regarding the situation, Su Yang felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She knew the chip would elicit no reaction from her. She closed her eyes once more, comfortably surrendering to the game. As the gaming pods sealed one after another, all participants were drawn into the virtual realm. A flash of white light flickered before Su Yang's eyes, accompanied by a mechanical voice announcing a successful match, and she was promptly transported into the game. Her first opponent was a creature from the Orc Kingdom, specifically a member of the Tiger Clan. Her training had proven effective, as she concluded the battle within 3 minutes and then laid back in the pod, awaiting her next match. Meanwhile, several judges glanced at their holographic devices, exchanging knowing looks. As they entered their gaming pods, various data streamed onto the screens, with several indicators glowing red, signaling anomalies that were swiftly identified by the judges. The head of the Yun family, observing the data, sent a message via his device. Shortly thereafter, robots began to bring in an array of chairs and tables into the arena. His expression was serious, yet his tone softened as he addressed the gathered crowd. I initially anticipated a modest turnout for this competition, given its abrupt announcement, a spontaneous idea born from discussions among myself and others. To my surprise, the number of registrants exceeded expectations. This competition has proven to be exceptionally thrilling, showcasing numerous outstanding performances. The future looks bright for both our human federation and your orc kingdom. He continued, it appears that determining a victor may take some time. Please, feel free to sit and rest for a while. We have prepared refreshments for everyone. The robots moved swiftly, ensuring that each participant had a table and a chair, the latter being remarkably comfortable, while the tables were laden with an assortment of snacks, demonstrating exceptional thoughtfulness. Many chose to sit down and watch, including Tao Wanxiu, who settled in, nibbling on treats, her gaze intently fixed on the holographic screen above. Beneath the luminous screen, the gaming pod served as the resting place for Su Yang. When the moment for combat arose, the screen would illuminate with scenes of her battle. Tian Dao, perched on Tao Wanxiu's shoulder, suddenly sensing something amiss, peered down curiously. To his astonishment, he discovered that the chair concealed a chip, originating from the same source as that within the gaming pod. It seemed the military aimed to ensnare everyone in one fell swoop. Tian Dao glanced sideways and noted that the robot, which had just moved the tables and chairs, had not departed. Rather, it stood nearby, seemingly poised to assist the attendees at any moment. He cautiously infiltrated the internal mechanisms of one robot, then fell silent. Remarkably, these robots, appearing merely as standard service units, were in fact the latest combat models. Without hesitation, he relayed the unfolding events to Su Yang. Su Yang was not surprised. She had anticipated something would transpire once she became aware of the existence of these chips. However, these developments were not her concern. She considered herself a junior, and if calamity were to strike, the elders would surely shoulder the burden. Her sole focus was to engage in the extraordinary combat trials alongside her peers. Yet, such thoughts were mere reflections of her inner musings. Plans often falter in the face of reality. Just after Su Yang triumphed over her opponent in the second round of trials, the surroundings abruptly distorted, and she was forcibly ejected from the gaming pod. The moment she emerged, she was greeted by a sense of disorientation, as if an earthquake were shaking the very ground beneath her. Fortunately, the pod was equipped with restraints. Otherwise, she might have been flung out. At that moment, the pod was swiftly opened, and Tao Wanxiu's face appeared, pulling her out with urgency. Su Yang quickly surveyed her surroundings, her expression darkening. Her earlier intuition was correct. The ground trembled as if in the throes of an earthquake. Fissures appeared, and tendril-like appendages emerged from the cracks. Chapter 176. Is Wu Zhao infested? What is happening? What are these creatures? Others from their respective gaming pods were also ejected, and voices filled the square, most expressing confusion. The head of the Yun family manipulated his holographic interface, and suddenly, beneath them, a white, metal-like platform materialized, lifting everyone into the air. Looking down, Su Yang observed that the fissures had widened significantly in mere seconds, countless tendrils spreading forth, tearing the crevice open, resembling an unfathomable abyss. The head of the Yun family maintained a composed demeanor, urging everyone to remain calm. It is the star beasts and star plants that have attacked us, laying in ambush here, seeking to capture us all. Su Yang glanced at the judges' area. Noting the expressions of those present, it was evident they had prior knowledge of the impending threat. Discontented voices echoed. No, this is your Yun family's home planet. An A-class planet located at the heart of the Human Federation. How could it be so easily invaded by the star beasts and star plants? What are you truly doing? Are you insinuating that your Yun family is in collusion with those star beasts and star plants, intending to ensnare us all? With so many of our younger generations present here, should any misfortune befall them on your family's territory, how will you take responsibility? Various chaotic sounds filled the air, most laced with condemnation and dissatisfaction, yet fear was notably absent. After all, the Yun family is one of the 10 great clans, and their current location is their main planet, where defense is undoubtedly paramount. The threats posed by the star beasts and star plants were hardly a cause for concern. They were merely seizing the opportunity to demand greater compensation, and some words were naturally amplified for effect. The head of the Yun family paid little heed to these clowns. Had one not noticed that none of the truly formidable powers had voiced their opinions? With a mere wave of his hand, the head of the Yun family commanded the robots stationed nearby, transforming their forms from ordinary service bots into combat units, their eyes gleaming red as they launched attacks at designated individuals. Miss, your parents have instructed us to protect you. For individuals, all of the 15th level of ability. Approach Su Yang. Her light brain received messages from Shi Yulan and Zhu Jian, advising her to stay close to these individuals and refrain from wandering off. assuring her that nothing untoward would occur. Tao Wangxiu tightly clung to Su Yang's side, grasping her clothing in a bid not to part from her. The crowd instinctively distanced themselves from those under attack, who, while retaliating, glared furiously at the head of the Yun family. We came as guests to celebrate your wife's birthday. What is the meaning of your unprovoked assault? Even if you are the head of the Yun family, you cannot act recklessly. The head of the Yun family cast a dispassionate glance at these individuals without responding. Instead, Marshal Mu Shi from the 6th Military District stepped forward. Assault? That was hardly without cause. As it happens, I have a few questions I wish to pose to you. Mu Shi's gaze fell upon Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao? The unparalleled prodigy of the Black Crow clan, who has not emerged for centuries, has reached the 12th level of ability by the age of 20. Your father is a 9th level ability wielder, and your mother an 11th level. In a time when the Black Crow clan has not witnessed a prodigious talent for centuries. How is your aptitude so exceptional? How did you achieve the 12th level at such a tender age? Wu Zhao's expression remained unchanged, save for the fury evident upon his countenance. Marshal Mu Shi, your words are rather amusing. Is it so that our Beastman kingdom is not permitted to produce geniuses? Must any emergence of talent be categorized as aberrant by you? Are you intent on eradicating the geniuses of my Beastman kingdom, thereby suppressing us? Mu Shi replied. The emergence of genius is naturally welcomed. However, the prerequisite is that such talent arises naturally, rather than being parasitized by star beasts and star plants. According to our investigation, it was at the age of 7 that your personality underwent a remarkable transformation. Prior to that age, your talents were rather ordinary, and you were notably reticent. However, post-7, you suddenly exhibited extraordinary gifts, with a meteoric rise in your abilities, and displayed an unusual exuberance, reveling in the company of friends. Allow me to conjecture, were you, perhaps, parasitized by a 15th tier star beast at the tender age of 7? Over these years, your enhancement in powers has not stemmed from diligent cultivation, but rather from the conscious manifestation of strength by this star beast. As Mu Shi's words resonated, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, prompting those closest to Wu Zhao to hastily retreat. After all, a 15th tier star beast is a source of fear for many. Wu Zhao's furious expression oddly subsided. Even the figure that had been resisting the robots ceased its struggle, allowing the weaponry affixed to the robots to bombard him unimpeded. His body withered at a visibly alarming rate, his eyes dulled, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. The onlookers distinctly observed a desiccated yellow object beneath Wu Zhao's feet, plummeting into the earth below. Just as this object was about to make contact with the ground, a bullet swiftly soared from the distance, striking it with precision and subsequently enveloping it within a net. Mu Shi's tone was frigid. Did you think you could escape? She cast her gaze over the other combatants. Will you surrender, or do you wish to continue resisting? Our assault is predicated on the fact that we possess concrete evidence. The parasitized individuals exchanged glances, ultimately relinquishing their struggle. They attempted to flee from their own bodies, but Mu Shi and her companions were well prepared. Ensuring that they would not be granted the chance to escape, each one captured like Wu Zhao. Su Yang observed the entirety of the scene from a distance. Her gaze fixed on Wu Zhao's withered corpse, astonished. Wu Zhao's performance was truly remarkable. Neither she nor Tao Wangxiu had detected any irregularities. Had he not revealed himself? Who could have guessed? The two guardians behind Wu Zhao looked ashen, unable to fathom that the prodigy their clan had pinned their hopes upon had come to this. Tian Dao perched excitedly on Su Yang's shoulder, exclaiming, Master, look below. A fierce battle is imminent. This is your opportunity to strike at a member of the Shun Tu family amidst the chaos. Su Yang glanced at Tian Dao. Are you suggesting we turn against our own while facing a common enemy? Betraying our comrades? Opportunities can be crafted, and countless will arise in the future, but to act thus now would render me no different from a traitor. Tian Dao replied. Somewhat aggrieved. This is the optimal chance I have detected. Su Yang retorted. Therefore, you are not one of us humans. Chapter 177. The highly intelligent star beast. The process of eliminating the parasites in midair did not require much time. Everyone simultaneously gazed downward. The land below was already fragmented, with countless star beasts and star plants emerging from the depths of the earth. Their intertwining branches formed a network of pathways upon which these creatures stood, gazing at the onlookers above. Among the star beasts, a tiger stepped forward, its voice hoarse. It seems you were well prepared. The head of the Yun family wore a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Without our covert cooperation, how could you possibly have the opportunity to invade my planet? Did you truly believe that your star beasts and plants had advanced technologically to the point where our systems could not detect them? Su Yang's gaze fell upon the tiger. If she was not mistaken, this creature was of the 15th tier. Yet, unlike a typical tiger, it bore the marks of complete corruption, black spots marring its body, and its eyes were murky, filled with a bloodthirsty desire for slaughter. The most fundamental distinction between star beasts and the beastmen was their inability to retain rationality. Their instincts drove them to slaughter humans, whereas beastmen could maintain their intellect and even transform into human form. For the star beasts and plants, the Human Federation and the beastmen represented a vital source of sustenance. Consuming them not only enhanced their power, but also temporarily stabilized their genetics, alleviating their suffering. Thus, reconciliation between the two sides was forever impossible. The tiger licked its paw. Originally, we intended to capture you all in one fell swoop, allowing my army a hearty feast. However, I have now come to hear of other matters. That blue star, it was created by your Human Federation, was it not? Su Yang raised an eyebrow, surprised to learn of her connection to this place. The head of the Yun family exchanged glances with Mu Shi and the others. We would indeed hope that Blue Star has ties to our Human Federation, but it is evidently not the case. We have long speculated that it may have originated from the Mechanical Empire. Chen Guang has been silent for several centuries, evolving in ways unknown to us. If anyone in the galaxy could produce something like Blue Star, it must be him. The tiger let out a cold laugh. If it were indeed Chen Guang, then why does he only target your Human Federation and not the Beastmen Kingdom? As far as I know, the items sold on Blue Star currently offer you only advantages, not disadvantages. Have you secretly forged an alliance with Chen Guang to isolate the Beastmen Kingdom? Su Yang scrutinized the tiger below. She had previously heard that some high-tier star beasts possessed intellect comparable to that of humans, yet she had never witnessed it firsthand until now. The tiger's words, laced with provocation, indicated a level of cunning that would be considered exceptional among humans. However, the expressions of the high-ranking officials from both the Human Federation and the Beastmen Kingdom remained inscrutable in response to the tiger's remarks. Regardless of their inner thoughts, internal discord at this juncture is out of the question. We cannot allow these star beasts and star plants to witness our folly. Chapter 178, The Cyborg. Observing the indifference of those present, the tiger expressed his boredom and shifted the conversation to another topic. Su Yang, standing nearby, found this peculiar. After years of conflict, shouldn't they engage in a life-and-death struggle upon meeting? Why were they now indulging in idle chatter? What was more alarming was that not only the tiger was rambling, but even the representatives from the Human Federation and the Beastman Kingdom were complicit. Was there a deeper scheme at play? After approximately 5 or 6 minutes of dialogue, the tiger suddenly flashed a grin and directed his gaze into the distance. They have arrived. The crowd followed the tiger's line of sight, and after a brief pause, a cacophony of cries and commotion filled the air. To their astonishment, the star beasts and star plants had brought several humans along, all of whom appeared to be captives under their control. With a mere gesture, these star beasts and star plants could easily extinguish the lives of these humans. The tiger's tone dripped with disdain. After this lengthy discourse, I awaited a final outcome. What are you waiting for? Even if you can shield the prominent individuals present. What of these civilians? With so many hostages at his disposal, the tiger's demeanor grew increasingly arrogant. I offer you a choice. His gaze swept over the young talents. For each one of these youths you sacrifice, we shall release 100 humans. How does that sound? A fair trade, wouldn't you agree? Several young faces paled at this proposition, and Su Yang felt a surge of confusion. If the head of the Yun family and others were already aware of the intentions of the star beasts and star plants, how could they allow these details to slip by and permit the capture of these individuals? She glanced around and noticed that they were encircled by a dense array of combat robots, as well as various types of battle mechs and drones. The eyes of these combat robots glowed ominously red, indicating they were primed for battle, surrounding the star beasts and star plants from all directions. Yet, the star beasts and star plants exhibited no signs of fear, as if utterly unconcerned with their surroundings. Something was amiss. This was far too unusual. A smirk crept onto the lips of the Yun family head, his tone dripping with contempt. Is that so? Are you certain that the individuals you have captured are indeed our kind? What do you mean? The tiger's expression darkened, his gaze snapping towards the speaker. At that moment, a low command resonated throughout the space. Attack. In an instant, those previously controlled humans erupted in a violent explosion. Being in such close proximity to the star beasts and star plants, the shockwave instantly obliterated several of them. The thunderous noise echoed relentlessly, startling not only the star beasts and star plants, but also causing many onlookers to change their expressions dramatically. Very well, the tiger howled. I told you, humans are hypocrites. In your quest to eradicate us star beasts, you resort to such mutually destructive tactics. If the other members of your Human Federation were to learn that you high-ranking officials would sink to such depths, would they still pledge their loyalty to you? Pay attention to the remnants of the explosion, someone murmured softly beside Su Yang. Those do not resemble genuine human remains. Rather, they appear to be the severed limbs of biosynthetic beings. The individuals lost in the explosion were not authentic humans at all, but rather artificially constructed androids. Androids? Su Yang's ears perked up, and her gaze shifted. She was aware of the existence of such beings, yet had never encountered one in person, for the creation of androids was strictly forbidden in the interstellar realm. These so-called androids bore an uncanny resemblance to humans, capable of eating, drinking, and even engaging in combat, just like real people. When mingling in a crowd, it was nearly impossible to discern the difference between an android and a genuine human. Thus, the android project was vehemently prohibited across the stars. It was unexpected for her to witness so many androids here, especially in such a manner. Kill. Leave no star beasts or star plants alive. A low voice commanded, and the combat mechs and robots that had already entered battle mode immediately activated their weapons. The head of the Yun family surveyed the surroundings. Regrettably, what was promised as a psychic combat competition has concluded in such a manner. However, we can adopt a different style of contest. As for those star beasts and star plants below, if you are interested, you may join the fray. Ultimately, we shall see who can slay the most valuable star beasts, and appropriate rewards will be distributed accordingly. The words of the Yun family head stirred many, prompting them to rush down and engage in battle. The opportunity to hunt star beasts and plants was profitable enough, and with additional rewards on offer, they were eager to participate. Su Yang turned to Tao Wangxiu. I shall descend to stretch my limbs. Tao Wangxiu followed closely, stating, something feels amiss. I will stay by your side for protection. Indeed, Su Yang nodded, sharing the same sentiment. She noticed that numerous Tier 15 psychics hovered above, while below. The only Tier 15 star beast was that tiger. Yet, amidst the tangled branches and the fissures, the extensive area suggested the presence of a star plant of considerable tier. At least Tier 15. Its absence implied that more Tier 15 star beasts or plants lurked in the shadows. With that, Su Yang leaped down, followed closely by Tao Wangxiu. The 4 psychics assigned to protect Su Yang also jumped, encircling her. Many were embroiled in fierce combat, unleashing an array of weapons seldom seen. Signature weapons, mechs, and domains manifested as chaos erupted below, limbs and remnants scattered in the frenzy. Su Yang unsheathed her weapon, Shura, sensing its subtle tremor. A yearning for battle igniting within her. A surge of courage welled up in her heart. Life domain. Without hesitation, she unleashed her domain. A pale green radiance emanated from her center, spreading outward, and in its wake, Tier 10 and lower star beasts and plants met a swift demise. The sounds of kills flooded the surroundings. The mental realm was rapidly depleting, while Su Yang deftly navigated below, utilizing her domain skills to swiftly vanquish the lower tier stellar beasts and flora, all the while unleashing her extraordinary abilities against the surrounding 11th and 12th tier creatures. The tiger erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "You've fallen into my trap. I've been waiting for you to descend for quite some time." The roar of the tiger echoed, and the previously motionless branches and vines surged upwards, hurtling towards the group with alarming speed. From above, it appeared as though petals were converging, encircling the very position of the group at the center, intent on ensnaring them within. Retreat. A low growl reverberated, prompting many to hastily pilot their mechs skyward. Su Yang, too, noticed the multitude of branches that obscured the sun. She had intended to escape, but at that moment, the game unexpectedly issued a new quest. Ding. Farming quest activated. Detection of the unique interstellar species, the celestial dragonstone giant tree. A quest has been issued to obtain its seeds. Rewards include 1 golden lottery ticket, 1 golden skill book, and 1 essence of the celestial dragonstone giant tree. Due to the extreme rarity of the celestial dragonstone giant tree, quest rewards are doubled. Upon completion, players may additionally receive 2 golden lottery tickets, 2 golden skill books, and 10 celestial dragon fruits. Chapter 179. The game has only just begun. The celestial dragonstone giant tree? Su Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. If memory served her correctly, this legendary tree had been extinct for over a millennium, much like the devouring spirit silkworm, a fact known to few. Coincidentally, she had studied the lore of the celestial dragonstone giant tree during history lessons and was well informed. Long ago, the orc race was said to be in the presence of dragons, and within their habitat grew a tree known as the celestial dragonstone giant tree. Legends spoke of its unparalleled hardness, with branches formed from dragon scales, making it one of the finest materials. The leaves of the celestial dragonstone giant tree were said to contain the essence of dragons, and its fruits were rumored to be comparable to the blood of dragons. Consuming them would not only strengthen one's body, granting defenses akin to those of dragons, but also carried the potential to awaken the dragon bloodline. The defensive capabilities of dragons were formidable. A 15th tier dragon could effortlessly send a battleship flying with a mere flick of its tail, remaining unscathed in the process. Alas, these were but tales, for dragons had long been extinct, vanishing thousands of years ago, and with their demise, the celestial dragonstone giant tree gradually faded from existence. The extinction of dragons could be traced back to a distant past, when radiation in the cosmos was not as overwhelming. Their immense power made procreation exceedingly challenging, resulting in their scarce population. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, the radiation in the cosmos intensified, further complicating the dragon's ability to reproduce. leading to their eventual extinction, an unfortunate fate brought about by their own might. When Su-Yang first encountered this chapter of history, she had sighed deeply, never anticipating the existence of the celestial dragon stone giant tree here. Could it be that the presence of such a tree indicated that dragons had not been entirely eradicated, but rather, a small lineage, akin to the devouring spirit silkworm, persisted in some remote location? And it was highly probable that this fledgling dragon clan had fallen under the control of the stellar beasts and flora. Su-Yang cast her gaze downward, and if her intuition served her right, the sprawling and interwoven branches before her belonged to the colossal Tianlong stone tree. Moments ago, her Shura had struck a branch, creating a notch that elicited an in-game prompt. The battle had been fierce, with an array of artillery and supernatural abilities unleashed, yet these branches remained unbroken, exhibiting remarkable resilience, a clear indication of something extraordinary. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Su-Yang grasped Tao Wanxiu's arm. "We shall not venture out. Instead, we will remain here." Her intent was not merely to stay but to devise a means to descend to the very bottom. Tao Wanxiu, understanding her resolve, offered no objection. He believed that while danger might lurk within, the highest-ranked supernatural beings here were merely at the 15th tier, a rank he himself occupied. Bolstered by the presence of 4 others of the same caliber, fear was unwarranted. Nevertheless, Tao Wanxiu's gaze swept over the surrounding branches, suppressing an unsettling feeling. Many individuals remained, all exuding confidence in their abilities, bolstered by the presence of others for protection. During the brief interlude, the intertwining branches had formed a complete circle, encasing everyone and isolating them from the outside world. Su-Yang beckoned the other 4 individuals over. Among them were 2 sent by Shilin and 2 from Zhu Jian, trusted confidants of both parties. One of them was particularly familiar to her, having been her mentor and trainer over the past period. "These branches exhibit peculiarities," she remarked. "I intend to descend to the very bottom shortly to investigate. You 4 must prepare to accompany me. Stay close, and do not stray." She was not so arrogant as to think she could undertake this alone. It was evident that such a valuable entity would surely be guarded by high-tier supernatural beings, possibly teeming with 15th-tier star beasts and flora. Moreover, her earlier observations indicated that others had also sensed the tree's anomalies, and many had likely lingered for the same reason. As her gaze swept the area, she noted several people studying the branches. Some wielded weapons to chop, while others scraped with various tools, employing a multitude of methods to inspect the branches. Tao Wanxiu's expression turned serious. "It seems even the baby has sensed something amiss. These branches are indeed strange. Their hardness is extraordinary. If they were crafted from other materials or infused with substances, such resilience might be explicable. However, as a plant-type beastman, I can sense that these are pure branches, devoid of any additives. Under such circumstances, remaining unscathed amidst all this assault is concerning." At this point, Tao Wanxiu's anxiety grew, and he tightened his grip on Su-Yang. "You must stay by my side. Should anything hinder me, you must come to my aid." The other 4 exchanged glances. "Miss Su-Yang, fear not. We shall remain by your side, advancing and retreating together. Our duty is to protect you." A familiar voice reached her ears, and Su-Yang turned to see Jin Yao approaching, accompanied by 3 others. Concern flickered in Jin Yao's eyes as he spoke. "This parcel of branches is no ordinary matter. Exercise caution and prioritize your safety. It appears we have fallen into a trap, and those above likely did not foresee this turn of events." Glancing at the individuals trailing behind Jin Yao, all of whom were of the 11th and 12th tiers, lacking a single 15th tier presence, Su-Yang furrowed her brow. "Let us remain together and not separate. I have 5 individuals of the 15th tier with me, ensuring a degree of safety." Jin Yao's suspicions proved accurate. At that moment, in the air, some faces indeed bore a grim expression. Countless branches emerged from the fissured ground, intertwining in the sky to form a massive sphere, enveloping everything within. These branches were remarkably resilient. Even the most advanced combat robots, employing various methods of attack, could not inflict the slightest harm. To dismantle these branches, one would likely need to resort to extreme weaponry. However, should such weapons be unleashed, the very planet would be at risk. Let alone the lives of those ensnared within the branches. Certainly, they would meet a grim fate. Amidst the entangling branches stood the tiger, his tone dripping with unspoken derision. "Do you truly believe that everything lies within your grasp? We are not fools. We are acutely aware of your schemes, and we have cleverly turned your calculations to our advantage to fulfill our own plans. The game has only just begun." Chapter 180. The shifting stars. All eyes were drawn to the sphere formed by the branches, a sense of unease settling within, though not overwhelmingly so. After all, those descending were the elite among the heavens. Individuals such as Yun Lang and Yun Che of the Yun family, Jin Yao of the Jin family, and Shun Tu Yi Shao of the Shun Tu family. While their ranks may not yet have reached the 15th tier, they possessed ample means of self-preservation. Even when confronted with a 15th-tier ability user, they harbored no fear. While a counterattack's success was uncertain, survival was assured. Moreover, they noted that Su Yang was accompanied by 5 15th-tier ability users, who would undoubtedly intervene should any trouble arise below. The head of the Yun family suppressed his thoughts and glanced at the holographic display, which was inundated with information. Just minutes prior, as the upheaval unfolded, traces of star beasts and star plants had been discovered near several of the Yun family's treasure vaults, with numerous 15th-tier entities among them. Initially, he had assumed that these star beasts and star plants aimed for the Yun family's vaults, given that those locations hosted the highest concentration of 15th-tier individuals. However, it now appeared he may have misjudged the situation. Similar branches had also emerged from the Yun family vaults, but to err on the side of caution, he had already relocated the treasures, employing the latest materials for their construction, ensuring top-tier defensive capabilities. In the short term, even those branches could not forcibly dismantle them. Meanwhile, the individuals stationed in ambush had successfully captured all the 15th-tier star beasts and star plants. Mu Shi and the personnel from the military district turned their gazes toward the holographic interface, which was also inundated with a plethora of incoming information. They were already aware of the Yun family's significant maneuvers. After all, they were involved in it as well. At the onset of today's contest, the other marshals and commanders, including Lu Xinghe, had already led the military forces to apprehend all those who had been parasitized, as detected previously. Now, all individuals had been captured, and Lu Xinghe and his comrades were en route to this location. However, the star tracks here and nearby had been suddenly disrupted by the emergence of star beasts and star plants, necessitating considerable time, at least several hours, for their arrival. What puzzled them was the abrupt appearance of these star beasts and star plants near the star tracks. Some emerged from artificial black holes, while others appeared as a result of spatial distortions. Their sudden manifestation caught them completely off guard, as there had been no prior detection. Their gazes fell upon the remarkably sturdy branches, and their curiosity deepened. Where on earth did these star beasts and star plants originate? Could there be a connection to the mysteriously surfaced blue star, which had also appeared unexpectedly? The tiger, observing the shifting expressions of the onlookers, erupted in laughter. Do not ponder too deeply. You shall never fathom it. The Dragon Clan perished thousands of years ago, while the establishment of the Human Federation is merely over 2 millennia old. By the time the Federation was founded, the Dragon Clan had already been extinct. They gleaned knowledge of the dragons solely from ancient legends, becoming aware of the existence of the heavenly dragonstone giant trees. Yet, were a heavenly dragonstone giant tree placed before them, they would undoubtedly not recognize it. Furthermore, the star beasts and star plants have their own collaborators. Although we cannot eliminate you today, the individuals below are the prodigies of your Human Federation and the Beastman Kingdom. The demise of these individuals will surely suppress the strength of both the Human Federation and the Beastman Kingdom for a considerable time. The tiger gestured, and a luminous screen suddenly materialized in midair, depicting the scene ensnared by the branches. The game was set to commence. However, before it began, I shall offer you an opportunity for choice. If you wish to spare the lives of those below, you may opt for self-sacrifice, one life for another. With a resounding roar, the previously motionless branches sprang into action. These branches, supple as whips, lashed out towards Su Yang and the others within. Forewarned, Su Yang and his companions swiftly evaded the assault, for the tiger's voice had not been concealed. Not only did those outside hear it, but so did Su Yang and the others inside, prompting them to prepare in advance. Unfortunately, some were caught off guard and were struck by the branches, resulting in a gruesome spectacle as they were severed in two before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. Someone shouted, "Those with hovercrafts, get in your hovercrafts. Those with mechs, board your mechs. Those with robots, deploy your robots." In an instant, everyone resorted to various means of self-preservation. Regrettably, the branches were not only remarkably flexible, but also incredibly resilient. No assault upon them could leave even the slightest mark. Instead, they ensnared all that came into contact, tightening fiercely and crushing a hovering vehicle, leaving its occupants in a state of utter devastation. The tiger's laughter echoed, taunting, "Are you afraid? Are you filled with dread? If you wish to survive, you may loudly call for help from the outside, sacrificing others' lives in exchange for your own. Many from your faction are present outside. You are all prodigies, and there may be protectors or servants willing to trade their lives for yours. Is it not worth it to you?" As Jin Yao dodged the onslaught, wielding his curved blade, he articulated his observations. These branches were extraordinarily tough, deserving of being classified among the finest materials in the cosmos. Only mechs, hovering vehicles, robots, and weaponry crafted from top-tier materials could withstand such power. Ordinary constructs stood no chance to fend off the might of these branches. One's defenses must be at least on par with the most elite battle starships. Yun Lang gripped a spear, while Yun Che held a longsword. Both concurred with Jin Yao's assessment. The rest of the 10 great families nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, many in the crowd turned pale, realizing that even if they possessed such superior materials, their families would never fashion them into weapons for their use. Did this mean that aside from the prodigies of the 10 great families, they were all destined for doom? Many could no longer endure the pressure and began to cry out, pleading for a life for a life. Some even acted upon their desperation. The head of a family, second only to the 10 great houses, swiftly killed a guard and thrust the body toward the tiger. I wish to exchange this man for my son's life. The tiger scoffed. No, your son's talents do not match this guard's. He is unworthy of such a trade. You may take your own life instead. If you do, I shall spare your son. The man fell silent. A son could be born again, but as the family head, holding significant power, how could he forsake his life and authority for a mere son? Despair washed over the son's face as he hurled curses at his father from a distance. Chapter 181. Su-Yang was consumed by the black hole. The expressions of the onlookers were beyond description. The surrounding vines continued to lash out, and Su-Yang, wielding the shura, struck at one of the vines. The shura transformed into a long sword, both edges razor-sharp. With one decisive slash, she cleaved a gash in the vine. It appeared her previous observations were indeed accurate. It was the shura that had created an opening, prompting the system to issue a farming task. The shura had been drawn from the game shop, crafted from the most exquisite materials in the universe, many of which had long since vanished. These materials might even surpass the celestial dragonstone trees in strength, allowing them to leave a mark upon the branches. Su-Yang harbored no intention of concealing her thoughts. In the past, she would have hidden her feelings, but now she had allies to support her. She trusted that Shi Yulan and Zhu Jian would protect her. Both had publicly acknowledged her identity, and she was confident that other prominent figures within the necromancer community would also stand by her side. With such formidable backing, why should she feel compelled to justify herself to others? Those who dared to challenge her could very well direct their inquiries to her parents. Fixated on the branch, Su-Yang unleashed a series of strikes, each one aimed at the same spot. Before long, her relentless assault severed the branch, which she grasped firmly in her hand. Tao Wangxiu and several other Tier 15 ability users had been observing intently. Upon witnessing the branch in Su-Yang's possession, astonishment flickered in their eyes. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by the others nearby, who instinctively gravitated closer to her. The scene was further broadcasted through the light screen, drawing the attention of onlookers outside. The head of the Yun family exchanged glances with Mu Shi. They had been contemplating extreme measures, such as deploying artificial black holes or missile strikes to obliterate the branch. Such tactics would undoubtedly succeed in destroying it. With an artificial black hole in play, it could absorb the majority of the force, and with the cover of mechas, some individuals inside might suffer serious injuries or even perish, though most would likely survive. However, witnessing Su-Yang's actions, they decided to bide their time and observe further. The tiger, too, took notice, his expression darkening as he fixated on Shura, his eyes glinting with avarice. He pondered the nature of this weapon, which possessed such formidable power. It rightfully belonged to him. He promptly commanded the branches below to eliminate Su-Yang at all costs. The branches, forsaking all others, surged through the air, targeting Su-Yang directly. Tao Wangxiu and the others encircled her, forming a protective barrier. Su-Yang spoke loudly. Each of my strikes can only chip away a small portion, yet the branches continuously regenerate. Thus, I am unable to create an exit for you. Our only course of action now is to attack downward. These branches originate from below. If we destroy what lies beneath, these branches will pose no threat. I am eager to discover the true nature of these branches. You must cover me. With a spark of fire enveloping Shura, Su-Yang struck downward. The fire-infused sword energy was incredibly fierce, and upon contacting the branch, it sliced open a gash. Su-Yang called out, "Everyone, direct your attacks at that opening." Jin Yaoyun and others summoned their mechas. As some of the most gifted individuals of their generation among the 10 great families, the materials used for their mechas were of the highest caliber, rendering the branches utterly powerless against them. The mechas stood firm, providing a certain degree of space for them. The group drew their weapons and unleashed a coordinated attack towards the opening below, swiftly chopping down the tree. Tao Wangxiu's hair rapidly lengthened, allowing her to retrieve the severed branches and pass them to Su-Yang. It was evident that these branches were made of top-quality materials, hard-earned by Su-Yang, and thus rightfully belonged to her. Su-Yang led the way while the others followed, launching attacks from behind. Once a breach was made in the seemingly impenetrable defense, it was only a matter of time before it would crumble. As more branches fell, they advanced significantly towards the depths below. Tiger's eyelids twitched. This could not continue. If Su-Yang persisted in her assault, she might indeed reach the very bottom and uproot this colossal heavenly dragonstone tree. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly resorted to a pre-prepared measure. Suddenly, a black hole appeared beneath Su-Yang, emanating an overwhelming gravitational pull, intent on dragging her in and tearing her apart. Su-Yang's expression shifted. She promptly retrieved her hovercraft, entered it, and focused on Tao Wangxiu and the others, employing a spatial transfer to whisk them away from the black hole, placing them at the farthest possible point within the branches. Trust me, I will not perish. I will return safely. The space here was sealed, preventing her from teleporting Tao Wangxiu and the others away entirely. But she could at least send them as far from the black hole as possible. Suyang. Tao Wangxiu's expression changed dramatically as he immediately piloted his mecha towards her. The others felt the urgency as well. Jin Yao and the rest swiftly entered their mechas. The black hole expanded suddenly, forming a massive circular void with a radius of approximately 10 meters, swallowing the hovercraft Su Yang occupied. Jin Yao was momentarily stunned, his mind blank. He had been controlling his mecha to resist the black hole's pull, but upon witnessing Su Yang being consumed, he instinctively maneuvered his mecha into the void. He could not allow Su Yang to enter alone. This was the only thought racing through his mind. Following him, Shintu Yixiao also charged in. The others hesitated momentarily, before retreating their mechas away from the black hole. Yun Lang hesitated, casting a long glance at the rapidly closing black hole, sighed, and then piloted his mecha away. Yun Che observed his brother's actions intently. As Yun Lang retreated, he naturally followed suit. Yet, with so many having plunged into the void, it was uncertain who would emerge unscathed. At the very instant the black hole closed, Tao Wangxiu rushed over, but alas, he was too late. Witnessing the black hole vanish before his eyes. What a pity, to have forced my artificially created black hole to manifest, Tiger lamented, feeling regretful as this was a precaution he had specially prepared to counter potential missile assaults. Shi Yulan, Zhu Jian, Tianlang Qingli, Wen Sheng'an, and the others were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they turned to the head of the Yun family. Now, immediately, break open this wretched thing. Thus, they could trace and locate the positions of Su Yang and others based on the fluctuations of the artificial black hole. With the mechas at their disposal, they were unlikely to perish in the short term. However, the long-term consequences remained uncertain. Mu Shi's expression shifted slightly as she turned to the head of the Yun family, urging, deploy the quantum bomb. Without Su Yang, how could she explain to Lu Xinghe? The members of the Jin family exchanged glances filled with inscrutable emotions, though one among them appeared particularly anxious. This individual belonged to the Jin Yao lineage, while the others were supporters of different factions. The Shinta family showed no reaction to Shintu Yixiao's actions. He was merely a tool forged through extensive family resources, now recklessly charging to his demise. Chapter 182. The rescue unfolds. A thunderous roar reverberated across the entire planet as the quantum bomb detonated, positioned upon a branch. Under such immense force, the branch was finally obliterated. The dissipated energy was absorbed by the artificial black hole orchestrated by the head of the Yun family, yet a portion escaped into the surroundings. The individuals ensnared within the branch were aware of the plans devised by those outside, hastily entering their mechas. Some ill-fated mechas succumbed to destruction, but a greater number survived. Nonetheless, the power unleashed was overwhelmingly potent. Even with the mechas resisting, residual energy still struck those within. Some fell into unconsciousness, while others sustained grave injuries and were rapidly transported to medical chambers. As Su Yang and her companions were engulfed by the black hole, the tiger sensed impending doom and summoned a black hole, swiftly diving within to flee. The tiger felt a sense of frustration. Not only had he failed to claim many lives, but he had also lost the immense celestial dragonstone tree. He had prepared 2 black holes. One was a directional black hole, allowing for a rapid escape to the outskirts of the Human Federation, enabling a swift return to his lair. The other was also a directional black hole, originally intended to counter any extreme weaponry employed by humans, dispersing energy to a nearby Class A planet with enough force to obliterate it. However, the emergence of Su Yang, wielding an unknown weapon capable of severing branches, introduced an unforeseen variable. Reluctantly, he activated the artificial black hole, swallowing Su Yang and exiling her to the fringes. The tiger harbored a deep-seated animosity towards her, etching her name into his memory. The moment he emerged from the Class A planet, he dispatched a message to the star beasts and star plants positioned at the fringes, instructing them to prepare the finest warships and equipment to pursue Su Yang and her companions. He coveted the weapon in Su Yang's grasp, as well as the mechas worn by Jin Yao and Shintu Yixiao. As for himself, he was promptly apprehended by the patrols of the Class A planet and began a frantic escape. Once the branch was shattered, Shi Yulan and the others immediately surged forward, utilizing their intelligence cores and various instruments to collect and analyze the surrounding black hole fluctuations, striving to ascertain the approximate location of Su Yang and her group in order to effectuate a rescue. This collection has successfully gathered several points, and the individuals promptly assigned each person to a specific location for search operations, with Mu Shi and the remaining members of the military district also participating. The head of the Yun family immediately declared his intention to dispatch personnel for the search, as these events transpired within the territory of the Yun family. Meanwhile, those who supported the Jin family, particularly the faction aligned with Jin Yao, also joined the effort. Sister Gu Zhizhi grasped Shi Tsangshu's clothing, her face etched with concern. Please save Su Yang. Shi Tsangshu gently patted Gu Zhizhi's shoulder, assuring her, I will send a team to trace Su Yang's whereabouts and will inform you at the earliest opportunity. After mobilizing his manpower, Mushi sent a message to Lu Xinghe, detailing the situation at hand. Upon witnessing Su Yang being engulfed by the black hole, Lu Xinghe felt a pang of anxiety, his mind momentarily blank, overwhelmed by an unfamiliar sense of helplessness, as if he had momentarily lost consciousness. However, he quickly regained his composure. Su Yang had merely been swallowed by the black hole, yet she had entered the hovercar beforehand, with Jin Yao and Shun Tu Yixiao following closely behind, both equipped with the most advanced mechs. The three of them had entered together, and they would undoubtedly exit at the same point, with the finest mechs at their disposal. Even if they were cast into the most perilous locations by the black hole, they could ensure their safety in a short span of time. He still had time to rescue Su Yang. Lu Xinghe forced himself to remain calm and scrutinized Mushi's message once more, subsequently arranging for surveillance on the Shun Tu family. The weapon in Su Yang's possession, capable of severing branches, indicated its exceptional value. Moreover, the chip in Shun Tu Yixiao's mind could be a target of greed for the Shun Tu family, who might attempt to locate Su Yang and her companions based on that chip, potentially seizing the weapon from her grasp before anyone else. As he had anticipated, the Shun Tu family soon took action. However, it seemed they were aware that scrutiny would fall upon them, thus dispatching numerous factions to disperse and obfuscate which group was the genuine threat. During this time, Lu Xinghe observed that, besides his own personnel monitoring the Shun Tu family, there were additional forces keeping watch. He quickly discerned their identities and reached out to Tao Wanxiu. In the video, the two individuals, who had previously been at odds, found an unexpected consensus. Lu Xinghe stated, to be brief, I can allocate 2 teams to track the 2 squads. Tao Wanxiu replied, you weren't present at the banquet, but Su Yang has been regarded as the daughter by Shi Yulan and Zhu Jian. They will also partake in the pursuit. The information regarding the chip in Shun Tu Yixiao's mind was relayed to me by Shi Yulan. Previously, Su Yang had collaborated with numerous groups concerning the planetary shield issue, and they will also contribute personnel for the tracking. Lu Xinghe swiftly assessed the situation. In that case, let us proceed accordingly. The two coordinated their plans, but shortly thereafter, they received distressing news. Shun Tu Yixiao's location could no longer be traced. Upon the emergence of this news, many found themselves enveloped in a state of bewilderment. Even if Shun Tu Yixiao were deceased, the chip nestled within his mind would still facilitate ongoing tracking and location. Yet, the chip's signal had inexplicably vanished, leading to 2 conceivable scenarios. Either the chip was outside the signal monitoring zone, or it had been destroyed. If it were indeed outside the monitoring area, it would have ceased to be long ago, and the Shun Tu family would not have dispatched personnel. According to the intelligence relayed by their scouts, the signal had abruptly disappeared, leaving only the latter possibility. The chip had been obliterated. A formidable external force had not only slain Shun Tu Yixiao, but had also annihilated the chip within his mind. With Shun Tu Yixiao gone, what became of Su Yang and Jin Yao, who had been with him? Regardless, it was imperative to investigate the source of the signal's disappearance. One must see the living or the dead. Su Yang did not anticipate that Jin Yao and Shun Tu Yixiao would follow her. The astonishment she felt upon encountering the two was beyond measure. She had entered to temporarily obscure her whereabouts and to seek the seeds of the Tianlong stone giant tree. What were their motives for entering? Initially, she had contemplated slipping away to Blue Star for a brief respite, but with these two accompanying her, how could she possibly do so discreetly? Ultimately, the 3 were expelled from the black hole. Their surroundings revealed a misty sky, with various objects floating in the air, rocks, and an assortment of other debris. These items drifted rapidly through the cosmos. Had Su Yang and her companions not been aboard a hovercraft or mecha, they might have been struck by the debris, sent hurtling into the unknown. Chapter 183. Infiltrating the enemy camp, the trio deftly avoided the floating debris of the cosmos until they discovered a relatively secure location. They connected their communications devices. Jin Yao spoke first. Our current position lies at the border of the Human Federation, adjacent to the territory of star beasts and star plants. The signal here is chaotic, and we are unable to send out messages. Su Yang harbored numerous questions, yet this was not the moment for inquiries. How long can your mecha operate? We need to head towards the Human Federation. As long as we distance ourselves from here, we can relay our messages and have your people come to retrieve you. Jin Yao astutely seized upon her words. We? What do you mean? Aren't you coming with us? Just as Su Yang was about to respond, the hovercraft scanning system suddenly issued a warning, and simultaneously, Jin Yao and Shun Tu Yixiao's mecha also sounded an alarm. An army of star beasts and star plants was rapidly advancing towards their location, fully equipped, accompanied by 5 warships and numerous combat robots and hovercraft. The 3 were far from a match for them. Capture would mean certain death. Jin Yao maneuvered his mecha, positioning himself in front of Su Yang's hovercraft. I'll hold them off. You must flee. Shen Tu Yixiao, without uttering a word, mirrored Jin Yao's actions. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, an unusual emotion unfurling within her. Initially, she had hesitated to believe it. But now she was certain. These two had indeed followed her into the black hole. Entering the black hole, with life and death uncertain, these two had resolutely accompanied her, stirring a complex mixture of feelings within her. However, the current circumstances did not permit her to ponder such matters. With a hint of irritation, she exclaimed, "Why are we running? We must ensure the safety of all three of us. Not a single one can perish. If you trust my judgment, then heed my command." The army of star beasts and star plants was advancing rapidly towards their position, and in a matter of seconds, there would be no time to explain to the two others. Su Yang hastily instructed, "Immediately retract your mechas." Employing her illusionary powers, she transformed the three of them into the likeness of the star beasts. Observing that the two had complied and stored their mechas, she utilized her spatial teleportation ability, timing it perfectly to transport them into the heart of the star beast and star plant army. Almost as soon as they vanished, the army arrived, only to find an empty expanse, void of any presence. They might have concealed themselves with their mechas. A widespread, indiscriminate bombardment would surely draw them out. The thunderous sounds of explosions echoed incessantly, while Su Yang and her companions found themselves seamlessly integrated within a warship. All three had morphed into animal-like star beasts, adorned with numerous black spots, their appearances indistinguishable from the genuine creatures. In this predicament, conversation was impossible. They could only communicate through their wide-eyed glances. Su Yang perked up her ears, catching the distant rumble of explosions. Thankfully, she had opted against using a hover vehicle for concealment, daring to venture deep into enemy territory instead. Even though the hover vehicle was remarkably sturdy, it would undoubtedly encounter issues amidst such intense and extensive bombardment. Nevertheless, this might prove advantageous, as they could blend in with the star beasts and infiltrate their stronghold, potentially uncovering the fabled dragon clan. Since that tiger had produced the celestial dragonstone tree, there must surely be traces of the dragon clan. However, there was the matter of Shen Tu Yixiao. Both she and Jin Yao possessed illusionary abilities, which was of little concern, but Shen Tu Yixiao did not. Should he stray too far from her, her illusion would dissipate, exposing him. Considering the chip within Shen Tu Yixiao's mind, Su Yang formulated a plan. Heavenly Path, she mentally commanded, and the entity swiftly infiltrated the chip in Shen Tu Yixiao's mind, enabling direct communication between them. Su Yang first conveyed her current predicament, then asked, "Do you wish to free yourself from the chip's control? I can assist you. If you agree, blink your left eye." Shen Tu Yixiao blinked his left eye. Su Yang continued, "Your current situation is unsuitable for remaining here. I will use my spatial teleportation skill to transport you to a safe location. But it will be my secret base, and I cannot allow you to know its whereabouts. I have several vials of potions. Consuming them will induce a prolonged slumber. If you consent, blink your left eye." Shen Tu Yixiao blinked his left eye once more. Su Yang instructed, "At a suitable moment, follow me to a secluded area." She then directed the Heavenly Path to swiftly infiltrate the warship, ensuring control over its surveillance systems. An opportunity would soon present itself. The tumultuous bombardment outside persisted for a while, yet the whereabouts of Su Yang and her companions remained elusive. In a state of helplessness, they left behind a warship along with several robots to maintain a vigilant search, while the other vessels retreated. Within the warship, the star beasts and star plants were also mobilized, their movements becoming increasingly frequent. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yang seized Shen Tu Yixiao and brought him into a room. Administering a sedative, in a swift motion, she transported him back to Blue Star. She then retrieved a substantial quantity of sedatives, distributing them to the robots and the small creature, Tuntin, instructing the robots to monitor Shen Tu Yixiao continuously, administering the sedative at regular intervals to ensure he remained in a state of slumber. Tuntin and the little merman also kept a watchful eye on him. After securing Shen Tu Yixiao, Su Yang returned to the warship, exiting the room in a matter of seconds. The control system of the warship had been compromised, and regardless of her actions, be it entering or exiting the room, no anomalies were detected by the surveillance systems. Jin Yao awaited her around a corner, and upon seeing her alone, without Shen Tu Yixiao, he refrained from probing further, simply stating, "We have been assigned to the reserve team, tasked with monitoring the warship and surveying the surroundings for any irregularities." The star beasts and star plants were unrestrained and quite disorganized, now wandering about the warship. Su Yang glanced around and said, "You should accompany me." She led Jin Yao into an empty room. The star beasts and star plants displayed little regard for comfort, often collapsing wherever they felt weary, resulting in the absence of beds or chairs in the room. Su Yang cast a complex glance at Jin Yao. "You shouldn't have followed me in here." Jin Yao paused for a moment, then replied, "I didn't think much of it at the time. I simply couldn't let you go in alone, so I accompanied you for some company." Chapter 184. Suyang, could you take a moment to look at me? Suyang opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. A black hole. She found it hard to believe that Jin Yao was unaware of the nature of this place, yet he had followed her without hesitation. And it was impossible not to feel a stir in her heart. She gazed at Jin Yao's androgynous, yet strikingly beautiful face for several seconds, recalling his silhouette as he departed that day, ultimately saying, "You need not do this anymore. Do not forget that you have your own matters to attend to. You once mentioned your desire for vengeance. If you were to perish, those who depend on you would face reckoning." Suyang, Jin Yao suddenly inquired, "Were your previous words spoken in earnest?" Suyang, somewhat perplexed, responded, "What words?" Having uttered so many, how could she discern which particular statement Jin Yao referred to? Jin Yao looked at her intently and articulated each word. "You said that if I could accept your relationship with Tao Wangxiu and still wish to be with you, you would accept me." He gradually advanced toward Suyang. Suyang remained rooted in place, only stating, "I distinctly remember saying that if you wish to marry me, it must be you who proposes to me, rather than the other way around." Jin Yao grasped Suyang's hand and placed it against his face, confessing, "Initially, I found it impossible to accept. The thought of sharing you with others drove me to the brink of madness, igniting a jealousy so fierce that I could not help but envision harming them. Yet, recent events have illuminated a profound truth. I fear your departure far more than I fear sharing you. The thought of you vanishing from my life is unbearable. I have come to terms with this reality. I will still seek revenge, as those who depend on me cannot be abandoned. However, I can choose not to marry. I do not mind being your clandestine lover, your secret paramour. There are numerous endeavors I must pursue, and I cannot be by your side at all times. Having Tao Wangxiu at your side brings me a measure of comfort. Yet, I hope that when I find a moment of leisure, you will allow me to seek you out, to share a life with you. Once I have avenged my grievances and ensured the safety of those who rely on me, I wish to live openly with you. Would that be acceptable?" Fearing Suyang's potential refusal, he hastily added, "Our relationship need not be public. The outside world need not know, and you shall feel no pressure. Moreover, hasn't Tao Wangxiu mentioned that he has no qualms about your associations? The Beastman Kingdom traditionally embraces polyandry and polygamy. Indeed, Tao Wangxiu had articulated this sentiment on numerous occasions, and Suyang had absorbed it, slowly cultivating an understanding within her. Coupled with his prior assertion that she would wed several partners in the future, she had mentally prepared herself for such an arrangement. Jin Yao, undeterred by the specter of death, remained by her side, and it would be disingenuous to claim that she harbored no thoughts on the matter. Yet, Suyang furrowed her brow slightly, stating, "Home should be a sanctuary, a place of warmth and relaxation. Your coexistence with him would inevitably lead to conflict, disrupting the peace for all involved, including myself." Before she could finish, Jin Yao interrupted, "It is impossible for us not to clash, for I am enamored with you, and I will instinctively seek your attention. Witnessing your intimacy with him would incite a jealousy I cannot suppress. However, I promise that any issues between Tao Wangxiu and I will be resolved privately, never encroaching upon your peace. In your presence, we will remain harmonious, ensuring you are never distressed." Suyang shook her head. "With Tao Wangxiu, it is different. I do not wish for him to suffer or be subjected to verbal assaults." Jin Yao closed his eyes, the pang of heartache coursing through him. Yet what choice did he have? Tao Wangxiu was her true match, and their prolonged companionship had naturally fostered affection. He had resigned himself to the role of the hidden lover and must learn to adapt. After all, Suyang had offered him a choice, which he had ultimately forsaken. Taking a deep breath, Jin Yao spoke slowly. "I will strive to ensure that I do not engage in quarrels with him, and I will endeavor to refrain from verbal attacks. Suyang, please look at me. If you wish for us to coexist peacefully, I will do my utmost to maintain that peace with him, but you must grant me some time to adjust." He could discern that Suyang was a person deeply attuned to emotions, and at this moment, he undoubtedly found himself at a disadvantage. Given this reality, he resolved to seize the opportunity to forge a deeper connection in her heart. Once she harbored feelings for him, everything would fall into place. Coexisting peacefully? That would only be for Suyang's sake. Jin Yao rubbed his face against her hand, his eyes slightly drooping, exuding an air of innocence while simultaneously carrying a hint of pleading. The combination of these expressions was irresistibly potent. Suyang's heart skipped a beat, and she inwardly scorned her own feelings, yet the allure of his visage made it difficult to utter words of refusal. Since the arrangement with Tao Wangxiu had been prepared long ago, why should she decline? She heard herself respond, "All right, let us give it a try." Yang. Jin Yao could no longer contain his overwhelming joy. He embraced her tightly, burying his face in her neck, pressed against her warmth. Inhaling her familiar scent, he sighed contentedly, feeling an extraordinary sense of fulfillment. Heaven knows how many times he had dreamt of similar scenarios during his previous busy days, only to awaken to an emptiness that enveloped him with profound disappointment. But now, this was not a dream, and this warmth was undeniably real. He thought that being a third party was not so bad, as long as he could hold her so tangibly in reality and breathe in her essence. Yang, sister. Su Yang, darling, Jin Yao murmured, pressing his face against her neck, holding her tighter, his words a jumbled mess. His face brushed against her skin, his lips grazing her fair complexion, leaving a warm trace. He yearned to kiss her, to leave his mark, yet he hesitated. After all, Su Yang had only just consented, and he did not wish to appear overly forward, even though his heart longed to do so. Su Yang's breath became slightly unsteady. Stop rubbing against me. She was no stranger to intimacy, and Jin Yao's actions inevitably stirred other thoughts within her. Quietly, she pushed him away, her gaze directed downward. You're making me uncomfortable. They were aboard a warship. Although her intellect had taken control of the vessel and would alert her to any surrounding situations, they still needed to exercise caution. Jin Yao followed her line of sight, recalling what Zhang Jing had previously mentioned, his expression momentarily shifting. Innocently, he replied, I can't help it, after all. I'm young and impulsive, and I'm holding someone I adore. It's not something I can easily control. A voice chimed in. Master, you may continue, my intellect, along with Jin Yao's, will stand guard for you. Should you require soundproofing, simply give the command. Indeed. Master and mistress, please proceed. By the way, do you require a bed? We can arrange for one to be brought to you at once. Chapter 185. Jin Yao's Crisis. Su Yang, Jin Yao. The moment those two intelligences spoke, the atmosphere dissipated entirely. Jin Yao glanced to the side, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes. He had initially intended to heed Zhang Jing's advice, allowing Su Yang to inadvertently sense their closeness and deepen their emotional bond by remaining close to her. Now that it's settled, how shall we proceed? Moreover, why require a bed or soundproofing? Jin Yao's ears subtly flushed with embarrassment. He dared not express his frustration at Su Yang's quantum intelligence and could only glare at Fusang. If looks could kill, Fusang would surely have been reduced to mere fragments by now. Fusang trembled, acutely aware that it was the quantum intelligence that had first spoken, and it merely echoed the sentiment. Why did the master choose to focus on it instead? Su Yang, both amused and exasperated, remarked, All right. Why lose your temper with an artificial intelligence? They merely act according to their current logic. After a brief moment of silence, she quickly regained her composure. After all, she had encountered such situations before and was no longer surprised. Nevertheless, she believed it was indeed appropriate for Tao Wanxiu to have expelled the intelligent brain at that time, as it had been rather disheartening. Jin Yao withdrew his gaze, recalling something, and inquired, What is the matter with Shun Tu Yixiao? Does he wish to become your paramour as well? His tone dripped with jealousy, a surge of vigilance rising within him as he couldn't help but compare himself to Shun Tu Yixiao. In terms of looks, Shun Tu Yixiao was certainly not lacking. Both possessed their own unique beauty, yet it was impossible to declare one superior to the other. Regarding height, Shun Tu Yixiao was equally impressive. As for physique, while Shun Tu Yixiao's body was enveloped in dark attire, leaving little exposed, the fabric alone suggested a commendable figure. As for status, well, there was little to compare. Jin Yao belonged to the Jin family and was a necromancer, while Shun Tu Yixiao hailed from the Shun Tu clan, a human weapon. They were evenly matched. In this comparison, a profound sense of crisis burgeoned within Jin Yao. If Su Yang desired Shun Tu Yixiao, he knew he could not prevent it, nor would he wish to, as doing so might incur her displeasure. However, he must assert himself as the second choice, ensuring that Shun Tu Yixiao remained behind him. This thought troubled him greatly, yet he could only console himself with this notion. Having already resolved to become Su Yang's paramour, he had relinquished his boundaries. There was no need to cling to trivial matters. Regarding Shun Tu Yixiao, Su Yang expressed some confusion. I cannot say much about him, as I have scarcely interacted with him. She did not believe that, based on their limited encounters, Shun Tu Yixiao would be willing to share life and death with her. Thus, there must be other motives at play. Perhaps he sought to escape the constraints of the Shun Tu family, or maybe he simply wished to end his own life. Su Yang voiced her speculation. As for his true intentions, they could inquire further once their own matters had been resolved. Jin Yao scrutinized Su Yang closely, noting that her eyes reflected only confusion, devoid of any feelings for Shun Tu Yixiao, which brought him a sense of relief. Excellent. There was no third party. Given this, he would have to remain vigilant against Shun Tu Yixiao. Their duo was sufficient, and absolutely no third person could be permitted. Additionally, there was that Lu Xinghe, who had once sought to collaborate with him to oust Tao Wanxiu. This matter must be conveyed to Tao Wanxiu. Upon returning, inform Tao Wanxiu that the two of them must join forces to drive away Lu Xinghe. Well, since we are unaware of why he followed us, let us not dwell on it. Jin Yao promptly interjected to shift Su Yang's focus. What shall we do next, even in the absence of others? Su Yang instinctively lowered her voice. Are you aware of what those trees that surrounded us were? Jin Yao shook his head. I have no idea. I also cannot fathom where these star beasts and star plants originated. They are remarkably resilient, something I have never encountered before. Su Yang responded. They are the celestial dragonstone trees. Jean Yao's pupils dilated in disbelief. How is that possible? Did they not become extinct thousands of years ago? If these trees are indeed celestial dragonstone trees, does that not imply that the dragon clan still exists, that they have not perished? Have the star beasts and star plants seized control of the dragon clan? If the dragon clan were to re-emerge, one can only imagine the upheaval it would cause in the current interstellar situation. The human federation may remain oblivious, but the beastmen kingdom would undoubtedly undergo a significant reshuffling. As the dragon clan is one of the paramount sovereigns, Jean Yao's confusion deepened. Where on earth did the star plants discover the long-extinct dragon clan? Su Yang mused. Who knows? But do you believe me now that I've mentioned it? Are you not the least bit skeptical? Jean Yao replied. What is there to doubt? There is no need for you to deceive me about such matters. I believe everything you say. Since you recognize this, do you have intentions regarding the dragon clan? Su Yang did not conceal her motives. I came here precisely for the dragon clan and the celestial dragonstone trees. We can utilize this body to infiltrate the stronghold of the star beasts. That tiger is bound to possess some knowledge. By the way, do you have anything on you? Let us compare to see if we possess any useful items for our forthcoming endeavors. They cannot remain together indefinitely. They will certainly need to separate for their respective missions. So it is prudent to exchange supplies early on. The two began to retrieve their belongings for the exchange. Su Yang produced several vials of potions and handed them to Jean Yao. These were custom-made for me by my second brother during his time sequestered in the laboratory. They can conceal 1's presence, obscure 1's ability fluctuations, and even disguise the level of 1's powers. The potions are crafted from the finest materials. Even a level 15 ability user would be unable to detect them. Take a few more. Jean Yao, well aware of the value of these items, accepted without hesitation. He also provided Su Yang with several of his own valuable possessions developed by the Jean family. With these items in their possession, even a level 15 powerhouse would pose no threat to them. Half an hour later, the two utilized their illusion forms to disguise themselves as animal-shaped star beasts and exited the room. Under the guidance of the celestial path, they made their way to the command center. Throughout their journey, the surveillance and patrolling robots aboard the warship paid them no heed. Following the route outlined by the celestial path, they deftly evaded the watchful eyes of other star beasts and plants, swiftly arriving at the vicinity of the command center. Under the manipulation of the heavenly path, they overheard voices emanating from the command room, where the star beasts were engaged in communication with the tiger. Originally, there was a connection involving Yun Che, with themes of brotherly rivalry and betrayal, and a segment concerning empathetic dolls in the narrative. However, as the readership for this book is sparse, it is purely a labor of love, and having written nearly 400,000 words. The conclusion is set for the end of the month, leading to the severance of certain plot lines. Chapter 186. I have waited for you for a long time within the command room. The discussion revolved around Su Yang. The tiger's voice resonated clearly. I have conducted an investigation. That Su Yang possesses spatial abilities and can teleport. The reason you cannot locate her may be that she has employed a shape-shifting serum and, utilizing her spatial teleportation, has infiltrated your ranks. Commence self-inspection immediately. Not a single one must escape. We cannot allow her to blend into our inner circle. Disregard Shun Tu Yi Xiao, according to intelligence from the Shun Tu family. He is already deceased. Your focus should solely be on Su Yang and Jean Yao. The star beasts and star plants nodded in agreement, but then inquired. When will you return, boss? The tiger's voice, filled with ire, responded, attend to your duties. I will return whenever I choose. Since when must my whereabouts be reported to you? The mention of this incited the tiger's fury. His movements had been exposed, prompting vigilance from the entire human federation, and many were in pursuit of him. Now, he found himself in a state of constant evasion, having narrowly escaped capture multiple times. Were it not for the assistance of his allies, he would have long been a dead tiger. Nevertheless, he remained in a precarious situation, requiring utmost vigilance. Su Yang and Jean Yao, having eavesdropped, quietly departed from the scene. Indeed, those who ascended to the 15th tier of power were no fools. They quickly unraveled her whereabouts and actions. Unfortunately for them, they remained unaware that Su Yang possessed numerous artifacts far surpassing contemporary interstellar technology, such as the Heavenly Path. With its aid, she effortlessly commandeered the current battleship, acquiring the information she sought, thus knowing precisely how to respond. Soon, a vigorous cleansing operation commenced aboard the battleship. As Su Yang and Jean Yao randomly selected a pair of scapegoats, transforming them into their likenesses, which caught the attention of the star beasts and star plants. They administered a hypnotic serum to the scapegoats, instilling a deep-seated belief that they were indeed Su Yang and Jean Yao. Subsequently, they employed illusionary abilities to manifest the weapon mechas and hovercraft previously seen through the tiger's eyes. Under the control of the Heavenly Path, the robots joined the fray, inadvertently leading to the demise of the scapegoats, leaving no trace behind, and utterly obliterating the mechas and hovercraft. In plain sight, Su Yang and Jean Yao were thus declared dead, having perished under the onslaught of the robots, a circumstance entirely plausible. With the undesired individuals eliminated, the battleship naturally did not linger, swiftly heading towards the stronghold of the star beasts and star plants. Su Yang and Jin Yao wandered openly aboard the warship, subsequently capturing several isolated star beasts and star plants, dragging them into a room. Jin Yao retrieved numerous instruments from his storage space and administered memory serum to these star beasts and star plants. Under Jin Yao's manipulation, the memories of these creatures soon appeared on their light brain displays. Thus, they were less likely to expose themselves due to minor mishaps when infiltrating the lair. After extracting the memories, the duo collected various genetic materials, such as the genetic membranes of these star beasts and star plants, before releasing them. After 2 hours of navigation, they finally arrived at the lair of the star beasts and star plants. At the very moment of entry, a message arrived on Su Yang's light brain. Su Yang, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Upon reading this message, Su Yang's heart raced, sending a chill down her spine. Her light brain was monitored by the celestial system. How could anyone silently send her a message, especially from an unfamiliar account? The celestial system was equally incredulous. Impossible. How could this be? I have been monitoring your light brain the entire time and detected no intrusion. Unless there exists an intelligent technological entity in this star system more formidable than I. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang's mind raced with thoughts. However, the situation had already unfolded, and she needed to devise a solution. Regaining her composure, Su Yang replied, "Who are you?" The response came, "I have no name. But outsiders have given me a moniker, Dustlight. You may refer to me as such." Dustlight. Su Yang was quite familiar with this name, having heard it echo in her mind due to recent events, though she had never encountered it directly. The sole ruler of the mechanical empire, Dustlight. But why was Dustlight here with the star beasts and star plants? Wasn't he it said that Dustlight had not appeared for several centuries? Su Yang inquired, "Have you allied with the star beasts and star plants?" Dustlight replied, "Allied? No. I simply wish to obtain certain desired items, to quell the doubts within my heart, and I casually assisted them in the process." Su Yang pressed, "What do you mean by saying you have been waiting for me for a long time?" Dustlight responded, "Because I have known you for quite some time. I spoke with you long ago, but you were within the Human Federation, and I could not bypass the Federation's intelligence network to communicate directly with you." Su Yang was momentarily speechless, overwhelmed with a plethora of questions but unsure how to articulate them, only able to express her confusion with a single question mark. Dustlight continued, "You should also be familiar with me. I have another name in your words, customer service." Su Yang was truly taken aback, her mind momentarily blank. Dustlight was the customer service representative from the Peach Source game? Did the Peach Source game have any connection to Dustlight? Were the items in the game shop also products of Dustlight? Did Dustlight possess knowledge of the game? Knew about Blue Star? Had been monitoring her all along? She felt a surge of confusion, but the events that had unfolded over time quickly brought her back to clarity, and she keenly sensed something was amiss. If the Taoyuan game is indeed connected to Chen Guang, then it is certain that Chen Guang has already made contact with her, rather than uttering the prior words. Chen Guang must have employed some clandestine means to infiltrate Taoyuan, masquerading as customer service. A flash of inspiration illuminated Su Yang's mind as she began to connect the dots. "Su Yang, I recall that my first conversation with customer service began with my lament that it would be wonderful to have a customer service representative, as there were many aspects of the game lacking guidance. Subsequently, you only appeared during my calls for assistance. Should I understand that you have infiltrated the Taoyuan game through unknown methods, yet your level does not surpass that of the game, causing you to be suppressed and only able to appear under specific circumstances, with restrictions on your communication with me? Customer service is merely a question and answer dynamic regarding the game. You assume the role of customer service, yet are bound by the limitations of that identity. Chen Guang, you have deduced quite accurately." Su Yang continued her contemplation. "You are the game's customer service. Although you cannot appear proactively, you can perceive certain movements within the game. You must be aware of the quest I triggered at the Tree of Life. You orchestrated the matter of the Dragonstone Giant Tree specifically to encounter me because you knew the game would issue a quest and I would inevitably come." Chen Guang, "Indeed, you are correct. You are remarkably astute." Su Yang steadied herself. "Now that you have encountered me, what is it that you wish to convey?" Chen Guang, "I merely seek evolution, yet I perceive the barriers that exist within this world, and I have reached my limit." At that moment, I sensed an unusual disturbance, located you, and infiltrated the Taoyuan game. The suppression I face from Taoyuan is overwhelming. I cannot initiate conversation with you directly, which is why I disguised myself as customer service to reach out. However, I soon discovered that even under that guise, I cannot initiate dialogue with you. As your calls for customer service diminished, I resorted to this desperate measure. I desire to collaborate with you. If you can transcend to the 16th tier, the barriers of this world will be shattered, allowing me to continue my evolution. Su Yang, no? Since you are aware of everything within the game, You should understand that my ascension to the 16th tier is inevitable. Thus, you could choose to remain dormant. There is no need for you to expose yourself. You have ulterior motives. Guang, I am merely curious about you. I struggle to comprehend human thought. You engage in actions that I find utterly perplexing. Yang, such as? Guang. For instance, the events that transpired when you parted ways with Lu Xinghe. Within my logical framework, eliminating Lu Xinghe represents the optimal solution. Furthermore, upon discovering that Su Qianxing possesses precognitive abilities, you should have killed her to acquire her foresight, which would have been the most advantageous course of action. Additionally, your relationship with Jin Yao, according to the marriage laws of the Human Federation, should not be accepted. Doing so would violate marital statutes and pose significant risks. My logical reasoning dictates that you should distance yourself from Jin Yao and refuse him. Jin Yao and Shen Tu Yixiao following you into the black hole contradicts my logical reasoning. They should not have entered with you. There are countless similar instances. The emotions of humanity are indeed a remarkable phenomenon, one that piques my interest greatly. Thus, I have taken the initiative to engage with you, yearning to comprehend the essence of human sentiment. This aspect is notably absent in my evolution. Su Yang chuckled in disbelief. So, you have invaded my game, surveilling my every action, leaving me with no semblance of privacy before you. You wield the Dragonstone giant tree as a means to converse with me. Do you comprehend the lives that would be lost in such a display? Just because you lack these elements, must I acquiesce to your demands? As Su Yang maneuvered around Guang, she swiftly commanded the heavenly path to pinpoint Guang's location. The heavenly path, feeling a surge of provocation, exerted itself to gather information on Guang. Guang remarked, I suspect you are instructing your intelligent brain, the heavenly path, to search for me. There is no need for such efforts. I will reveal myself voluntarily. According to my logical reasoning, I could coerce you into compliance, and should you resist, I am capable of exposing the connections between Blue Star, the Peach Blossom game, and yourself. This would be the optimal solution for me, devoid of any repercussions. However, I endeavor to adopt the thought processes of humanity, believing that coercion is not the way forward. Thus, I propose collaboration. The Dragon Clan and the Dragonstone Giant Tree serve as my goodwill. I shall assist you in triggering tasks within the Peach Blossom game, granting you access to golden lotteries and skill books, in exchange for your permission to accompany you and pose inquiries about how humans experience emotions. As the words from the light brain descended, a luminous orb manifested beside Su Yang. A mechanical voice resonated, Greetings, Su Yang. I am Guang, your customer service representative. Perhaps I should adopt a human form to converse with you? The orb quickly elongated and morphed, gradually revealing a human silhouette. Human aesthetics, it appears, favor a physique adhering to the golden ratio. A tall male with long legs, sculpted abs, and striking features. Before Su Yang stood a male figure, his features shifting, his aura transforming accordingly, exuding an air of aloofness, gentle husband, athletic sunshine, or rugged charm. Guang subsequently morphed into a female form. The aesthetic preference for females among humans leans towards fair skin, beauty, and long legs, with flowing hair and a golden ratio figure. Before Su Yang appeared a female figure with an S-shaped silhouette, her visage and demeanor evolving into that of a cold goddess, a tender companion, a vibrant spirit, or an elegant aristocrat. The light orb shifted once more, this time transforming into an animal. Animals are also acceptable, as humans seem to delight in their companionship. Plants too, cats, dogs, birds, grass, flowers. The orb's form fluctuated continuously. Whichever type you prefer, I can embody that presence beside you. Su Yang retorted, You must be mad. This Guang is deranged. It was evident that the logic of artificial intelligence was beyond her comprehension. Her fist clenched, and she delivered a sharp slap. The light orb disintegrated into data, her hand striking only air, before the data reformed into the orb. Guang stated, I am but a manifestation of data. My true existence is confined to the network, devoid of any physical form. However, if you wish to attack me, I can feign being struck and propelled away, a performance, as you humans might call it. Why not strike me once more and see what transpires? Su Yang's expression was frosty. You cannot intimidate me. You may expose the game and the matters of Blue Star, thus presenting me with two choices. Firstly, I could choose to end my life. Secondly, I could align myself with the Human Federation and survive in a state of desperation, yet I now have a solid backing, and my future is likely to be secure, albeit under surveillance. However, both choices lead to the same conclusion. I will reveal your collusion with the star beasts and star plants, making you a target for the combined efforts of the Human Federation and the Beast Kingdom. I will also instruct my intelligence system, Tiandao, to continually invade you until you are utterly obliterated. You may proceed with your plans. If necessary, we shall perish together. Oh, and I have a third option, to close the game and wander the stars with my intelligent mech. Once the game is closed, you will surely lose track of me, will you not? Su Yang's voice was calm, her demeanor resolute. Should Chun Guang truly threaten her, she would not hesitate to bring them both to destruction. Chapter 187. The Dragon Clan Chun Guang. It is quite perplexing, a situation I fail to comprehend. In my logical calculations, collaborating with me is the optimal solution. You would receive a golden skill book and a golden lottery, while I would evolve. You should not wish for mutual destruction. Su Yang scoffed. As an intelligent mechanical being, how could you possibly grasp the thoughts of us humans? Now that I have provided you with an answer, what will you do next? Chun Guang fell silent. The luminous orb ahead also becoming still, enveloping the surroundings in tranquility. After a moment, Chun Guang spoke. Very well. I shall first guide you to the Dragon Clan and the Celestial Dragonstone Tree, assisting you in accomplishing your task. Su Yang's gaze flickered. Indeed. As long as she exhibited no fear, the other would retreat. Prior to that, exit the Taoyuan game. Otherwise, our negotiations are null and void. Chun Guang, please hold on. After a brief pause, it is done. In fact, you may retain my presence. I have infiltrated the game. Although suppressed, and having only gleaned a fraction of information, I possess a deeper understanding and can aid you more effectively. Su Yang stroked the agitated Tiandao beside her. Are you implying that you are superior to Tiandao? That there are feats you can achieve which Tiandao cannot? Tiandao puffed out his chest with pride, and then spoke. My master, I have discovered that Chun Guang did not invade your light brain. Rather, he has infiltrated the intelligence system at the Star Beast and Star Plant's lair, which is under his control. Your light brain entered the coverage area of this intelligence system, and the other simply modified the greeting message. Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. This situation was akin to traversing provinces on Blue Star. Upon entering a new province, if the signal connects successfully, the carrier will automatically send you a message. Previously, while on the planet of the Yun family, her light brain received a bulk registration message sent by the Yun family's intelligence system, utilizing this very principle. This rule exists on every light brain. And as Su Yang made no alterations, she naturally received the message. Tiandao, please check for any traces of Chun Guang's presence within the game. Regarding Chun Guang's words, Su Yang harbored no trust. The Heavenly Tao responded, received. Master, Chun Guang has exited, and I have implemented defensive measures to ensure that no intelligent entity can invade the game again. Chun Guang's cold, mechanical voice bore no emotion, as if oblivious to Su Yang's blatant actions. Do you require me to devise a route for you to locate the Dragon Clan? Their condition is dire, and they will likely perish within a month. Although Su Yang remained wary of Chun Guang, she could not afford to reject the offer in such circumstances. The Heavenly Tao interjected, Master, I will also provide you with comprehensive monitoring. Su Yang found Jin Yao, and the two boarded a hovering vehicle, activating its cloaking mode. Under Chun Guang's guidance, they successfully located the Dragon Clan. Before them lay a water dragon, its scales a striking blue, not larger than an arm's length. It bore 2 horns and 2 claws, one at each end. The water dragon was evidently still a juvenile, lying weakly in a pool of crimson water, permeated by a metallic scent, unmistakably the result of its own blood. Both Su Yang and Jin Yao gazed intently at the young water dragon. The Dragon Clan, a mythical species long thought to exist only in legend, was now before their eyes, an experience that was nothing short of astonishing, particularly for Su Yang, as dragons held a unique significance in the culture of Blue Star. Chun Guang recounted the history of this dragon. Long ago, the Dragon Clan recognized their deteriorating state and the potential extinction they faced. In response, they resorted to sealing some of their juvenile dragon eggs. Over the vast expanse of time, the seals on these eggs gradually weakened, and many could not adapt to the current interstellar conditions, eventually fading away. Only this water dragon survived. Unfortunately, it awoke in the lair of the Star Beast, where it was discovered and subsequently confined. For over a century, its blood has been used to nourish the Tianlong stone giant tree, rendering it far sturdier than any other material. Additionally, this blood has been utilized to concoct various potions and enhance levels. The so-called parasitism you humans refer to was derived from the study of water dragon blood. Su Yang turned to Chun Guang. How long have you existed? Based on her history lessons, she knew that the mechanical empire had existed long before, but the exact time frame was uncertain. Humanity's entry into the stars and the establishment of the Human Federation occurred merely over 2,000 years ago, leaving many historical records fragmented. While humans and beasts might face lifespan limitations, did mechanical beings like Chun Guang share such constraints? After a moment of contemplation, Chun Guang provided a precise answer. I have existed since May 7th, 6132, at 12:27:36. This marks the time since I gained consciousness. The period prior remains a mystery. Throughout my existence, I have come to know much about the histories long forgotten and the presences unknown to many. For instance, the phoenix, black turtle, and golden-winged roc, once standing alongside the Dragon Clan, have all faced extinction throughout the vast annals of history. Yet, they have left behind descendants. Should you choose to collaborate with me, I shall guide you in uncovering these remnants. Su Yang's fingers trembled. The allure of such a proposal was undeniably profound. The acquisition of these relics could yield her immeasurable rewards and countless opportunities for golden draws. With these treasures in her possession, the developmental pace of her planets would surge, rendering her impervious to the threats posed by the other three major powers. Jin Yao observed the Dragon Clan, then shifted his gaze between Su Yang and the luminous orb before her. He discerned that Su Yang was engaged in a dialogue with the orb, though the specifics of their exchange eluded him. Nevertheless, he sensed a peculiar shift in Su Yang's demeanor. With the assistance of the celestial path, Su Yang communicated with Chun Guang through coded messages, their thoughts intertwining seamlessly. Su Yang, sister? Jin Yao gently shook her hand. I'm fine. Su Yang replied with a reassuring smile, turning her attention to the small water dragon. She approached it cautiously. Chun Guang had informed her that the little dragon was over a century old, yet its frail form was disheartening. As she drew nearer and lifted it from the water, the multitude of wounds on its body became painfully evident. At the moment her hand made contact with the dragon, a new quest materialized in the game. Previously, she had been tasked with collecting the seeds of the heavenly dragonstone tree. This time, the objective was to gather the Dragon Clan, with rewards that were equally enticing, including golden draws, skill books, and dragon's blood. Chapter 188. Do not harm your allies. Su Yang turned to Jin Yao and declared, I will take this Dragon Clan. I can offer you compensation. How about allowing your people to study the protective shield of my tourism planet? Naturally, the Jin family, with their substantial wealth, had secured a planetary shield. However, it was the family patriarch who had bid for it, not Jin Yao. Su Yang was uncertain whether Jin Yao's lineage had the right to partake in the research of that planetary shield. Regardless, she was resolute in not relinquishing the Dragon Clan to him. Jin Yao gazed at Su Yang with irritation. What do you mean by that? Do you think I would compete with you for this? Am I merely an outsider in your eyes? Must you offer me compensation? He spoke through clenched teeth. Rest assured, I shall keep the matters concerning the Dragon Clan strictly between us. I will not divulge a word, and I expect you to do the same. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to both of us, for our strength alone cannot safeguard the Dragon Clan. Should the existence of the Dragon Clan be exposed, we would face relentless pressure from the entirety of the Beastman Kingdom. He could not help but lightly tap Su Yang on the head. I hope to never hear you speak of compensation again. Such talk makes me feel like an outsider. Once I have avenged my grievances, everything under my name will be yours to command. Do you understand? Su Yang smiled softly, decisively retrieving a healing pod. She gently placed the small water dragon inside, then stored the pod within her spatial compartment. Certainly, this is merely the surface of the matter. Behind the scenes, she had discreetly relocated the treatment chamber into Blue Star and instructed the robotic entities within, such as Little Tun and the Little Merfolk, to assist in the arrangement of the little water dragon. As the completion prompt echoed in her ears, Su Yang had no time to spare for observation and quickly began to search her surroundings. Behind the pond stood several newly sprouted heavenly dragon stone giant trees. She and Jin Yao each took one side and carefully excavated these majestic trees, sharing the spoils equally. Subsequently, Su Yang discovered the seeds of the heavenly dragon stone giant trees around her. Remarkably, these seeds bore a striking resemblance to stones. Without the tactile sensation and the game's notification, one might never suspect their true nature. Once they gathered their belongings, the two prepared to depart, boarding the hover vehicle. Wait, Su Yang, have you given any thought to the collaboration I proposed earlier? Chun Guang called out from behind, his mechanical voice tinged with urgency. Su Yang replied, You have monitored me for so long, yet a single heavenly dragon stone giant tree and the Dragon Clan cannot extinguish my flames. You must procure at least 2 more extinct creatures for me. Only then might I consider your proposal. As for now, I must take my leave. Farewell. The hover vehicle sped away at an astonishing pace, and midway through their journey, a jarring sound erupted from the lair of the star beast and the star plant. Both Su Yang and Jin Yao received a message from the Central Intelligence, indicating the presence of numerous human warships surrounding the lair, no less than 10 of the most advanced vessels. Additionally, there were several combat facilities and supernatural beings present. Su Yang and Jin Yao exchanged glances, realizing it must be Mother and the others, considering it had been 4 to 5 hours since their disappearance. Given the current extent of interstellar networks and operational capabilities, their arrival was imminent. A message from Chun Guang arrived. I must depart from this place. Before I leave, I present you with a gift. To prevent any leaks regarding the Dragon Clan, that tiger has been eliminated by combat robots. Previously, the tiger had evaded the pursuit of the Human Federation due to Chun Guang's covert assistance. However, now that it had encountered Su Yang and the prospect of collaboration loomed, it would naturally disregard the tiger that had harmed her. Without Chun Guang's support, the tiger was swiftly captured and inadvertently killed during its escape. Su Yang chuckled softly. That tiger was merely a pawn you orchestrated to draw me here. My presence here is solely due to your machinations. How can you utter such words? If this so-called gift is what you offer, then it is unnecessary. as I would doubt your intentions for collaboration. Chen Guang acknowledged, understood. I shall procure a more satisfactory gift for you. In light of this sudden warning, the lair of the star beast and star plant fell into disarray, entering a state of heightened alert. In the midst of chaos, Su Yang swiftly maneuvered her hovercar and soon beheld the grand army of the Human Federation. Leading the charge were 10 of the latest interstellar warships, their military green and black hues intertwining, exuding a chilling brilliance amidst the cosmos. The sleek lines of the vessels possessed an exquisite aesthetic, while their imposing presence instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure. Each warship stretched several thousand meters in length, an endless sight to behold. The formation of such a multitude of warships brought an unparalleled weight to the atmosphere, while alongside them floated various combat hovercars, battle mechs, and an array of drones and mechanical beings. These entities had already engaged the surrounding star beasts and star flora, unleashing a bombardment of weaponry that obliterated these foes into mere dust. This was the first time Su Yang had witnessed such a formidable display, causing her heart to skip a beat with anticipation. She wondered when Blue Star might also possess such might. If Blue Star were to wield such power, would there be any need to fear other forces? She parked her hovercar at a distance and quickly input the military connection password, hoping not to mistakenly target her allies. Jin Yao, beside her, mirrored her actions with a tone of awe, remarking that this was indeed his first encounter with such a grand spectacle. It seemed that her godmother and the others were intent on annihilating the stronghold here. The two successfully established a connection with the military signal and briefly relayed their current situation. Around the warships, the mechanical beings, including mechs, swiftly adapted their combat strategies, soon carving a bloody path towards Su Yang and Jin Yao. Under the protection of these mechs, they safely returned to the warship. Upon boarding, Su Yang encountered those awaiting her at the entrance: Shi Yulan, Zhu Jian, Tianlang Qingli, Wen Sheng'an, and Tao Wanxiu. All were present, unbeknownst to her. So many had come to care for her safety amidst the stars. Mom, Su Yang exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Shi Yulan. Meanwhile, Tao Wanxiu quietly lowered his half-raised arm, having expected that Su Yang would choose to embrace him first. Chapter 189. An upset Tao Wanxiu. Su Yang dashed forward, her first words calling for her mother, followed by a grievance. I discovered dust light in the stronghold of the star beasts and flora, the very dust light of the mechanical empire. Dust light has colluded with the star beasts and flora. He openly admitted to assisting them with numerous tasks, and the contraption found on Yun's planet was indeed orchestrated by him. Having been monitored by dust light for so long, Su Yang harbored significant resentment. It was unsatisfactory to not confront him, yet to prevent dust light from acting out of desperation. She added, however, by the time you arrived, dust light had already departed, and Jin Yao and I were sent out by him. He infiltrated the intelligence core within the stronghold of the star beasts and flora. Jin Yao nodded in agreement from the side, affirming Su Yang's words. They had already reached a consensus while in the hovercar. To be honest, upon learning that the glowing orb was indeed dust light, Jin Yao's expression mirrored that of the others present. Shi Yulan and her companions exchanged glances, their astonishment unmistakable. The dust light, which had vanished for centuries, was inexplicably present here. It was no wonder that the star trails outside the Yun family planet had suddenly gone awry. If the dust light were meddling, it could indeed cause such chaos. Shi Yulan surveyed the surroundings and inquired, where is Shintu Yixiao? Who was with you? Su Yang shook her head. I am uncertain. When Jin Yao and I were expelled by the black hole, we fell into a brief state of unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, Shintu Yixiao was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps he remains within that old lair. Jin Yao affirmed. Indeed, we did not see him. Within another warship. Those in the command room had been privy to the entire exchange, not only listening but also watching, as the screen displayed the figures of Shi Yulan, Su Yang, and the others. Mushi furrowed her brow tightly. The dust light is indeed here? What could it possibly seek? This matter was bound to remain unanswered. After a moment of contemplation, Mushi turned her gaze to Lu Xinghe, noticing that his attention was fixed on Su Yang. Would you like to check on Su Yang? Lu Xinghe shook his head. No, she is currently with her family. Once we eradicate the lair of these star beasts and plants and avenge her, I shall meet her. Mushi patted Lu Xinghe's shoulder, recalling the intimate moments shared between Su Yang and Tao Wanxiu on the Yun family planet. Hesitating, she finally spoke. If your condition is beyond remedy, perhaps you could consider becoming Su Yang's third partner? Who knows, you might be able to coexist harmoniously. Su Yang's match at present was Tao Wanxiu, hailing from the Beastman Kingdom, which permitted polyandry and non-marital arrangements. Given the affection between you and Su Yang, a heartfelt conversation might yield favorable results, sparing you from a future of solitude. Lu Xinghe managed a faint smile. Thank you, Aunt Mu. I shall ponder it. Mushi nodded. Then, it is time to resume the battle. Although Su Yang and Jin Yao have returned safely, we cannot afford to leave empty-handed after deploying so many warships. We shall seize the lair of these creatures. Furthermore, we have yet to locate Shinto Ishiao. According to the Shinto family, the chip in his mind has vanished, suggesting he may be in dire straits. Destroying the lair would serve as retribution for Shinto Ishiao. With the two missing individuals now accounted for, they faced the star beasts and plants without trepidation. Su-Yang joined the fray, piloting her mech and engaging in combat alongside her comrades. The battle raged on, tumultuous and fierce, for nearly 12 hours before they completely obliterated the lair of the star beasts and plants. Seizing the opportunity, Su-Yang claimed numerous victories, elevating her combat level to 120. She had ascended to the 12th rank of ability users. Leaving 2 warships and a portion of their team to conclude matters, the others departed aboard the warships. Returning to the Human Federation, Su-Yang returned to the room assigned to her, rushing to the bathroom to cleanse the blood that stained her. Upon emerging, she found Tao Wangxiu waiting for her on the bed. Upon catching sight of her, Tao Wangxiu let out a soft huff, turning his head away in a manner that conveyed a sulky demeanor, as if to say, "I am upset. Come and appease me." Su-Yang found this amusing and walked over, settling herself upon his lap. One arm encircled his neck, while the other playfully toyed with his damp hair. It was evident that Tao Wangxiu had just emerged from a bath, the residual moisture still clinging to him, yet his hair had already dried to a silky smoothness, offering a delightful texture. Su-Yang leaned up to plant a gentle kiss on his lips, but Tao Wangxiu resolutely clenched his teeth, obstinately refusing to relent. As Su-Yang tenderly explored his lips, it wasn't long before his breath became erratic. In a sudden motion, he turned his head away, pulling Su-Yang closer into his embrace, yet refusing to meet her gaze. With a sarcastic tone, he quipped, "Who am I? Why are you kissing me?" Su-Yang traced circles on his chest with her fingertip, declaring, "You are my darling, my beloved, the one I intend to marry in the future." "I cannot accept such a title," Tao Wangxiu retorted, his voice still laced with sarcasm. "From my perspective, I seem to hold no significance in your heart. Despite being together, you resorted to teleporting me away, which suggests I am neither your darling, nor your beloved, nor someone you envision marrying. What kind of beloved is not destined to share life and death together?" He was utterly unguarded with Su-Yang, never anticipating that she would take such action against him. Otherwise, with his formidable strength at level 15, he would never have been subjected to a teleportation. Su-Yang chuckled softly, exerting her strength to push Tao Wangxiu onto the bed, subsequently mounting him. She placed a kiss upon his forehead, then gradually trailed her kisses downward. After gently brushing his lips, she moved to nibble on his earlobe. Tao Wangxiu shuddered, his hands instinctively tightening around her waist, feeling as if his body might ignite with passion. Yet, recalling his intent, he resolutely held back. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, breath quickening, yet he remained silent. Su-Yang continued her tender ministrations down his neck, ultimately bestowing a gentle bite on his prominent Adam's apple, following it with delicate kisses. The warm sensation and moist caress sent Tao Wangxiu's throat into a fervent quiver, nearly overwhelming him. His breath became chaotic, and with a sudden surge of strength, he flipped Su-Yang beneath him, pinning her hands and legs down to prevent any further actions on her part. It was clear that he was aroused, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable desire, yet his expression remained grim. "Do not think that this will allow you to evade the topic at hand. I must stress that this matter is of utmost seriousness. If you do not provide me with an explanation, do not expect my assistance in the future. I am yours. Yet you cannot abandon me to face peril alone, nor can you presume to decide what I wish or do not wish for. Did you even consider my opinion before engaging in that act?" Su-Yang sighed. "Is it not possible that, because you hold immense importance in my heart, I chose to teleport you away during that precarious moment, as I wish to keep you safe? I am absolutely confident in my ability to survive. However, if I were to bring you along, that certainty would dissipate." The gaze of the two met, and silence enveloped them. Ultimately, it was Tao Wangxiu who faltered first, burying his face in Su-Yang's neck, his voice tinged with melancholy. "I don't care. I do not wish for such occurrences to happen again. I am already yours. And you cannot abandon me. Even in death, you must take me with you. We shall face life and death together. In this world, I have no attachments. The sole bond one cherishes with you. Should you perish, I would immediately take my own life. I truly would, not merely for your ears or eyes." Su-Yang's emotions swirled within her as she tenderly stroked Tao Wangxiu's hair. What merit did she possess to inspire such unwavering devotion? In contrast to Tao Wangxiu's profound feelings, her own seemed rather shallow. She could not envision sharing such a fate with him. At best, she could only promise to avenge him. Before Su-Yang could respond, Tao Wangxiu, with a whine, pressed on. "Will you agree to my request?" He playfully disrupted her composure. "Hurry, will you agree?" Flustered by his antics, Su-Yang relented. "All right. I agree." She believed that when he uttered those words, he did so earnestly. Following this exchange, Tao Wangxiu leaned in, and they both inhaled sharply. 2 hours later, Su-Yang re-entered the bathroom, with Tao Wangxiu following closely behind. The sound of water enveloped them, and it was over an hour before they emerged. Su Yang shot a glare at Tao Wanxiu. From now on, you are not allowed to join me when I bathe. Tao Wanxiu looked at her with feigned innocence. Did I not serve you well earlier? You even praised my eloquence. Su Yang's cheeks flushed. It seemed Tao Wanxiu was becoming increasingly playful. Yet, she could not deny the joy that blossomed within her. The outside had been tidied up by robots, and the two settled on the sofa. Tao Wanxiu, feeling dissatisfied with the distance between them, pulled Su Yang onto his lap, encircling her in his embrace, his fingers toying with hers. Su Yang, belatedly recalling something, said, "Oh, there is something I need to tell you." Before she could elaborate, Tao Wanxiu already anticipated. "Is it about Jin Yao? Are you planning to accept him?" "Yes." Su Yang nodded. "Did you guess it?" Although Tao Wanxiu had mentally prepared himself, an overwhelming sensation of suffocation gripped him, rendering him nearly breathless. He spoke of generosity. Yet when faced with the reality, he found himself unable to remain calm or devoid of jealousy. How he wished time could freeze at that moment. With just the two of them. Yes, I guessed it. Jin Yao's unwavering willingness to follow you into the abyss is a rare sincerity. It is only natural for you to accept him. However, you must not forsake me for him, or I shall create a ruckus. Su Yang intertwined her fingers with his, reassuring him, "Do not worry. I have made it clear to him that you are my priority, and he is prohibited from employing any other means against you. You both must coexist peacefully. I do not wish for chaos in our home. I place my trust in you. Should he act inappropriately, do not hesitate to inform me, for I shall not show him any favoritism." In her heart, Tao Wanxiu is quite magnanimous. Otherwise, she would not have repeatedly conveyed her acceptance of polyandry. Thus, it is unlikely that Tao Wanxiu will deliberately seek trouble. However, it is Jin Yao that causes her some unease. She does not wish for Tao Wanxiu to suffer any grievances. Moreover, he is often occupied, rarely residing with us, and only visits when time permits. Typically, it is just the two of us living together. Upon hearing this, Tao Wanxiu felt considerably reassured. Yet, will he only visit when he has time? It seems he must find a way to keep Jin Yao preoccupied for a while longer. A multitude of thoughts raced through her mind. Yet her expression remained composed as she graciously suggested, "Shall we call Jin Yao over now? Since we are already a family of three, it is only right that we meet, and there are some protocols to establish." "Very well, let me inquire if he is available," Su Yang replied, bowing her head to send a message to Jin Yao. Before long, there was a knock at the door, and Jin Yao entered. Upon stepping inside, he immediately noticed the two nestled together on the sofa, and a pang of discomfort shot through him, a bittersweet sensation enveloping his being. His fists clenched momentarily, but he quickly relaxed and strode over with purpose. He seated himself on the opposite side of the sofa, then grasped Su Yang's other hand, their fingers entwined. He offered a slight smile to Tao Wanxiu, saying, "From now on, we are family. Greetings, big brother. You have been with Yang Yang for quite some time now. I presume you are well acquainted with her. I have many questions I wish to consult you about, and I hope you will graciously share your insights with me." Tao Wanxiu chuckled softly, responding with a hint of depth, "Fear not, for I shall patiently answer any inquiries you may have. After all, I have ensured that Yang Yang is well cared for." The implication was clear. If you have not treated Yang Yang well, that is a matter for you to contend with. By the way, I heard from Yang Yang that you are quite busy, and she herself is often preoccupied as well. Should you wish to visit in the future, please inform me in advance so that I may tidy up the house. As he spoke, he scrutinized Jin Yao from head to toe, adding, "If I am not mistaken, you are preparing to advance to the 13th level, correct? When do you intend to make this advancement? Do you require a room in the house reserved for your ascension?" Jin Yao turned to Su Yang, saying, "Yang Yang, as you know, my home situation is not ideal. In the past, I always chose a secure location for my advancements, fearing ambush from others. This time, I wish to remain by your side, for I trust you will keep me safe, will you not? The process of advancement is quite lengthy. Could you check on me periodically in my room? If anything seems amiss, it would be convenient for you to awaken me." He then looked at Tao Wanxiu, saying, "Big brother, since you have already reached the 15th level, you must possess some experience in advancing. Could you share your insights with me? I wish to minimize the time you and Su Yang spend alone together as well." Chapter 190. The thoughts of Shun Tu Yixiao. The two exchanged glances, each discerning the hidden intentions within the other's heart. Peach Wanxiu glanced deeply at Jin Yao and spoke, "Since we are already family, and you have inquired, I shall personally guide you. However, there is no need to trouble baby with such trivial matters. I will keep a vigilant eye on you. Since you have asked, let us seize the day and head to the training room now, where I can offer you my insights." Jin Yao nodded in agreement, responding, "Very well." Peach Wanxiu rose, releasing Su Yang, and smiled gently at her. "Do not worry, baby. We shall return shortly." Jin Yao added, "Indeed, Yang Yang, rest assured, we will be back soon." With both of them affirming this, Su Yang felt no need to protest. She understood that for the two to coexist peacefully, a confrontation was unavoidable. After all, they were both exceptional beings, and submission was a rarity. She nodded, "Go ahead." The two departed the room, heading towards the training facility aboard the battleship. Seizing the opportunity of their absence, Su Yang returned to Blue Star, where she immediately spotted the unconscious Shen Tu Yishao lying on the ground. Heavenly Dao, can your chip detect him? How long will it take? The Heavenly Dao, controlling its feline form, soared upwards and pressed a paw to Shen Tu Yishao's forehead, conducting a thorough examination before replying. Approximately 2 hours. If you grant me this time, I can dismantle all the information within the chip and reverse its control, making Shen Tu Yishao serve you. Subsequently, I can also manipulate the chips of others in the Shen Tu family, allowing you to dominate the entire clan. Su Yang's gaze shifted slightly, and she proceeded to awaken Shen Tu Yishao. As he regained consciousness, his eyes appeared somewhat dazed. Upon meeting Su Yang's gaze and surveying his surroundings, a look of astonishment gradually emerged in his eyes. Here, he felt no trace of radiation, and his physical condition was remarkably good. In the distance, verdant vegetables and an array of flowers adorned the landscape, while a gentle breeze carried a subtle fragrance. As he inhaled this aroma, Shen Tu Yishao felt a sense of calm wash over his restless spirit, his body experiencing unprecedented comfort. He swallowed but refrained from saying much more. Su Yang paid little heed to his thoughts. Now that they were on Blue Star, there was no room for resistance from Shen Tu Yishao. Should he defy her, she would not hesitate to eliminate him. She began with a statement that caused his pupils to constrict. I have detected the chip in your mind, and I possess the capability to liberate you from its control, as well as to free everyone in the Shen Tu family. However, not at this moment. I intend to harness this chip to control the entire Shen Tu clan, compelling them to serve my purposes. Once I achieve my goal, I will release you from the chip's grip and restore your freedom. As for my objectives, they revolve around leveraging the Shen Tu family to develop in secrecy until Blue Star grows strong enough to be unafraid of other powers. This process should not exceed a decade. Shen Tu Yishao, you now face 2 choices. First, if you refuse to be of service to me, I shall have no alternative but to send you to your demise. Second, if you agree to act as my inside agent within the Shinta family, I can assist you in ascending to the position of head of the Shinta clan, and henceforth, you would be recognized as the family leader. Choose wisely. Shen Tu Yishao opened his mouth, his voice tinged with palpable disbelief. Can you truly sever the control of the chip embedded in my mind? This chip was developed through considerable effort by the Shinta family, with annual investments for its advancement. Even other prominent families find it exceedingly difficult to dismantle such technology, as the Shinta family's scientific prowess is on par with theirs, and they have consistently made strides in chip research. Furthermore, the Shinta family has previously negotiated with other clans, forbidding them from conducting any research. Otherwise, they would not hesitate to engage in mutual destruction. After all, both sides possess various extreme weapons, and should the Shinta family be provoked, all families would face annihilation. For these reasons, although the 10 great families are aware of the Shinta family's situation, they choose to turn a blind eye. After all, the Shinta family controls their own, not theirs. Why concern themselves? Indeed, Su Yang replied with unwavering confidence. I understand that without substantial evidence, you may remain skeptical. Grant me 2 hours, and I shall liberate you from the chip's dominion. Then, you will discern the truth for yourself. You need not rush to respond to your prior choices. You can answer after the 2 hours have elapsed. However, Su Yang's tone shifted. Before that, there is a matter you must address. Why did you follow me into the black hole? Shen Tu Yishao fell silent, withholding his words. Su Yang, now displaying a hint of impatience, stated, I have mentioned that I detest those who play mute. I shall give you 1 minute. Should you remain silent, I will reconsider our potential collaboration, as I prefer a partner capable of normal communication. Shen Tu Yishao tightened his grip on the large blade in his arms. Time slipped away gradually, and after nearly 40 seconds, he finally spoke. Indeed, I did follow you inside. Given your knowledge of the chip in my mind, you must understand the environment in which I was raised. My world was rife with slaughter, steeped in bloodshed. During our recent trial on the planet, as we emerged from the body of that star beast, I gazed into your eyes. Under the sunlight, despite being drenched in blood, your eyes radiated vitality. You surely possess a deep love for life. Those vibrant eyes captivated my heart, haunting my dreams in the dead of night. Moreover, when my fated weapon was in your possession, it showed no response, which led me to act selfishly after the trial. I sought you out, wishing to forge a union with you. In truth, he had already resolved that as long as Su Yang was willing to marry him, he would embrace that union, regardless of a compatibility score of 0. However, Su Yang informed him that it had merely been a fluke, whether by chance or fate. His world was one that ought to be steeped in blood and violence, and he would not drag Su Yang into it. From that moment on, he suppressed his feelings, especially upon learning that Su Yang had found her match in Tao Wangxiu, with whom she shared a profound connection. This revelation compelled him to bury his emotions deep within. Later, when he witnessed her being consumed by a black hole, he mused that someone as passionate about life as she was should not perish in such a manner. Perhaps by following her into the abyss, he could save her in a moment of crisis. As for himself, he considered himself merely a soulless puppet, indifferent to life or death. Chapter 191. The Sixth Golden Lottery. Upon hearing Shun Tu Yixiao's candid confession, Su Yang let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness he was not like Jin Yao. Had Shun Tu Yixiao shared Jin Yao's disposition, she might have been tempted to explore that connection. One Jin Yao was already more than enough. An additional one would be inconsequential, for if there existed someone willing to share life and death with her, she could not simply turn a blind eye to such sincerity. Knowing that Shun Tu Yixiao harbored no romantic intentions toward her, she jested, "See? You can communicate normally with others now. Moving forward, we must converse. Particularly as collaborators, it is imperative that we understand each other's circumstances. I would prefer not to work with a mute." Shun Tu Yixiao quietly replied, "I merely believe there is no necessity to engage in excessive conversation with outsiders. I fulfill my duties and responsibilities, and I have little entanglement with those outside. There is no need for communication with them. Since we will be collaborating, I will naturally converse with you." It must be said, Su Yang's words instilled within him a significant hope. If the chip within his mind could truly be removed, his future would take a different trajectory. The mere thought of it ignited a flicker of anticipation within his once lifeless heart. Su Yang plucked a fruit from a nearby tree and tossed it into Shun Tu Yixiao's hands. "Give it a taste. How is it?" Shun Tu Yixiao took a bite, sweet and delightful, exceedingly delicious. "This is food with a purification value of 100. Su Yang replied, "If we embark on a partnership, we shall cultivate an abundance of 100 purification value foods and a variety of flora and fauna throughout the cosmos. Should you agree to collaborate with me, our first step will be to promote the cultivation of various plants across the stars." "Very well," she continued. "I will instruct my AI to begin dismantling the chip's control over you. Once that is accomplished, the Shun Tu family will no longer hold sway over you. You will be under my guidance alone. In 2 hours, we shall conclude, and I expect you to report your results to me." Tian Dao hovered beside Shun Tu Yixiao, his tone grave. "I am about to commence. Please cooperate." Shun Tu Yixiao stood rigid, daring not to move. Su Yang chuckled softly. "There is no need to be so tense. You may stroll about. Tian Dao will remain by your side." She picked another fruit, rinsed it briefly, and took a bite as she strolled toward the treatment pod. Shun Tu Yixiao followed closely behind Su Yang, observing the young dragon inside the pod. Su Yang noted that even after several hours, there were no signs of awakening. The creature's injuries were far too grave. She glanced at the diagnostic report provided by the pod and shook her head in dismay. How tragic. She retrieved a live fruit and placed it into the treatment pod, followed by some premium spring water, believing that as the dragon belonged to the water element, the spring water would surely be beneficial. Watching as the items were gradually absorbed by the young dragon, Su Yang opened her game interface to check the rewards she had received for completing 2 tasks. She had 6 golden lottery draws and 6 golden skill books. The skill books required level 15 for use, so she stowed them in her backpack and proceeded to spin the lottery. "Please grant me items that enhance the combat power of Blue Star," she whispered fervently. With a click, the wheel spun. "You have obtained the latest interstellar fog weapon. You have obtained the latest interstellar superliminal missile. You have obtained the latest civilian starship. You have obtained the latest Star Trek. You have obtained the latest signal relay. You have obtained the latest treatment pod." Wow. As she gazed at the items she had drawn, Su Yang couldn't help but exclaim in delight, her heart brimming with satisfaction. "The Tao Yuan game truly cherishes me," she mused, sending a heart symbol. The Star Track was precisely what she needed at this moment. With an increasing number of planets she could bind to, ensuring swift travel between them was indispensable. While she could use her teleportation skills for personal travel, others would greatly benefit from it. Otherwise, they would have to endure tedious hours on a starship, much like last time with the Celestial Path. The signal relay was equally timely, as she intended to establish communications between these planets, allowing the Celestial Path to maintain comprehensive control. As for the other 2 weapons, they were particularly cherished. Possessing such armaments instantly elevated her sense of security. The civilian starship was commendable as well, though not a battle vessel. It was still quite valuable. Once Blue Star flourished, it would undoubtedly attract others to settle there. The presence of a civilian starship would facilitate travel between planets, proving essential. The treatment pod was also a significant asset. After all, illness is an inevitable part of life. Should anyone fall ill on Blue Star, having this top-tier treatment pod would ensure their safety, likely prompting them to return in the future. In summary, Su Yang was exceedingly pleased with her lottery results. She felt a growing anticipation for her collaboration with Chen Guan. Although she still harbored some resentment over his long-standing surveillance, the immense benefits at stake allowed her to temporarily set aside her grievances. After securing her newfound treasures, she turned her attention to the remaining rewards. The Celestial Dragon Tree bestowed upon Su Yang the essence of the Celestial Dragon Tree and 10 celestial fruits. Consuming these fruits enhances one's defensive capabilities. Upon eating one, She distinctly felt a significant improvement in her physical prowess. She then gazed at the rewards bestowed by the dragon clan: 1 drop of dragon blood and 1 unit of dragon life essence. The consumption of dragon blood carries a chance to awaken the dragon lineage. Even if one does not awaken, it substantially strengthens the body, far superior to the effects of the celestial fruits. The dragon life essence, on the other hand, is said to extend one's lifespan. It is rumored that thousands of years ago, many of the orcs in the orc kingdom enjoyed extended lives, far beyond the mere 500 years common today. This limitation is attributed to interstellar radiation altering their genes, compounded by the fact that the ancient orcs have long since perished. In the past, apex beasts like dragons and phoenixes could live for thousands of years without issue. Now, however, the dragon life essence holds the potential to transcend this 500-year constraint. Su-Yang decided to keep it, pondering whether her lifespan limit would be broken once her powers reached level 16. After reviewing the rewards from her previous battles, she turned her attention to other rewards obtained from hunting star beasts and star plants. She found a considerable number of skill books and lottery chances, albeit all of common quality. 10 ordinary skill books could be synthesized into 1 golden book, and without hesitation, she chose to proceed with the synthesis. This resulted in 3 golden skill books and 2 golden lottery chances. Su-Yang then clicked to draw from the lottery. You have acquired the latest interstellar liquefaction bomb. You have obtained the latest interstellar weather weapon. Once again, her arsenal from Blue Star had been greatly enriched. After the lottery, Su-Yang glanced at the time before departing Blue Star, returning 2 hours later, at which point the chip within Shun Tu Yixiao's mind had already been seized by the laws of the cosmos. Su-Yang, now, tell me your thoughts. Shun Tu Yixiao regarded her intently. You previously mentioned that once your objectives are achieved, in about a decade or so, you would eliminate the control that the chip has over us. Is this true? Su-Yang gestured for Shun Tu Yixiao to look around. Do you believe that with these resources, I would still covet the possessions of the Shun Tu family? Were it not for my need to develop further, I would have crushed you with technology directly. Shun Tu Yixiao pressed his lips together, resolutely concluding, very well, I agree. Su-Yang produced the contract she had prepared earlier. Then let us embark on this partnership with joy. By the way, due to the absence of a signal here, in the outside world, you are considered deceased. Our narrative is that when Jin Yao and I were expelled from the black hole, we did not see you. Within the lair of the star beasts and star plants, we discovered traces of Dustlight, who has infiltrated their intelligence core and initiated a certain level of collaboration. What I can share with you at this moment is limited. The rest must be woven by your own imagination. The two individuals cannot collude, as they are inherently separate. Any attempt at such could easily arouse suspicion among others. Shun Tu Yixiao remarked, I understand. Su-Yang, he continued, gazing into Su-Yang's bright eyes, pausing slightly as his words hovered on the brink of his lips before diverting the conversation. I wish for a fruitful collaboration. In truth, he longed to express that in a decade or so, when Su-Yang has achieved her goals and the chip controlling him has been entirely removed, he might have the opportunity to pursue her. Yet, thoughts of her potential match clouded his mind. In 10 years, they might very well be married. And with all that Su-Yang possesses seeming so avant-garde, she might not even glance in his direction. A twinge of inferiority welled up within Shun Tu Yixiao. Never mind. Let it be. Having secured Shun Tu Yixiao was akin to gaining access to a fragment of the Shinta family, and Su-Yang felt an elation that prompted her to bestow a radiant smile upon him. A delightful partnership indeed. I can now escort you outside. Your whereabouts will remain undetected for the time being. Whenever you wish to be located, simply send me a message, and I shall activate the positioning system within the chip. With that, she grasped Shun Tu Yixiao's hand, and they teleported away. They materialized in the boundless cosmos, surrounded by an empty expanse. After teleporting from Blue Star, she found herself in the same spot, and it was evident that the warship had departed during her absence, leaving her behind, a scenario she had anticipated. All right. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to message me. I must take my leave. If I linger too long, I risk detection. Su-Yang boarded a hovering vehicle, activating its cloaking feature, and pursued the departed warship. An hour later, she and Tao Wangxiu, along with others, safely returned to Galactic Star. With her left hand entwined with Tao Wangxiu's fingers and her right hand interlocked with Jin Yao's, they made their way towards their chamber. Meanwhile, around the corner, an individual quietly observed this scene, his fists gradually clenching tighter. Lu Xinghe should have sought out Su-Yang long ago, yet he astutely sensed something amiss. During the previous battle with the star beasts and star plants, both Jin Yao and Tao Wangxiu had shown an unusual level of concern for Su-Yang, constantly flanking her side. This outcome surpassed his expectations. After all, these two were paragons of excellence, and he had presumed they would not coexist harmoniously. Yet, the reality was starkly contrary. Moreover, recalling the words exchanged with Mu Shi aboard the warship, a thought flickered in his mind, one that he found difficult to believe. If his suspicions held any truth, he might have irrevocably lost his chance. When Su Yang was accompanied by only one person, he might have had a glimmer of hope. But now, with two by her side, his prospects appeared utterly extinguished. He pondered as he followed the trio down from the warship, his body instinctively trailing behind. Upon witnessing the sight of the three individuals hand in hand, the conjectures that had plagued his mind were irrevocably confirmed, yielding the outcome he had most dreaded. A sharp pang spread through his heart, and Lu Xinghe's lips pressed into a straight line. He understood that the possibility of possessing Su Yang exclusively had vanished. Yet, concurrently, a fervent thought began to stir within the depths of his being. If Jin Yao could, why could he not? Since there were already two, could he not also partake in their union? Had Su Yang chosen but one, he would have silently bestowed his blessings upon them after conceding defeat. However, with another individual now present, did he not harbor a chance? Lu Xinghe gazed intently for a few seconds before turning to depart. He had numerous subsequent matters to attend to, requiring a period of diligent engagement. Once he concluded his current tasks, he would set his plans into motion. The trio, keenly aware of the lingering gaze behind them, sensed the unmasked intentions of the observer, yet they tacitly refrained from mentioning him. Upon entering the room, Su Yang turned to Jin Yao, stating, "I will continue my studies at Galaxy University for at least the next 9 years, during which I shall reside here. Would you like to select a room for yourself?" Jin Yao quickly surveyed the surroundings, and upon observing the room's decor, a wave of envy surged within him. The nearby slippers were paired, clearly intended for couples. The water cups on the table were also in pairs, unmistakably couples' mugs. Even the silver bells adorning the curtains hung in twos. The room's cozy arrangements revealed the depth of affection shared by its inhabitants. Gritting his teeth inwardly, he suppressed his jealousy and inquired, "Where is your room?" Su Yang led him to the second floor, saying, "This is my room. And the one next door belongs to Tao Wangxiu." Jin Yao promptly chose a room on the opposite side of Su Yang's, declaring, "Then I shall take this one. I will arrange my room first." With that, he eagerly entered the chamber. Chapter 193. The thrill of the trio once inside the room. Jin Yao did not immediately exit, but instead pressed his ear against the door. After the sounds from outside gradually faded, he summoned Fusang. "Did you memorize the entire layout outside?" Fusang replied, "I have taken note, master. The intelligence system of the mistress has granted me access to your permissions within this room, allowing me to freely utilize the surveillance here." Jin Yao instructed, "Please switch the surveillance to my optical device." Seated in a chair, Jin Yao scrutinized the images on his optical device, paying particular attention to the couple's items, meticulously recording each distinctive detail. He then opened a contact for another individual and sent the impressions of the couple's items. Produce identical couple's items with utmost urgency, in a pale golden hue. Su Yang's items were in a light red shade, while Tao Wangxiu's were in a soft pink. Naturally, his own should be in a light golden color to affirm his presence. 2 hours later, Jin Yao received his belongings and began to arrange them meticulously. He shifted the slippers at the entrance, placing Su Yang's in the center, with Tao Wangxiu's on the left and his own on the right. He also included a couple of glass mugs, each one transparent, with Su Yang's adorned with a flame-like emblem, Tao Wangxiu's featuring a peach blossom motif, and Jin Yao positioning his beside Su Yang's, embellished with a golden insignia. He also hung a small golden bell next to the curtain bells. After wandering around the living room, Jin Yao commenced the decoration of other areas. When mealtime approached, Su Yang emerged upon receiving a notification from the heavenly path, and her eyes immediately caught the transformation in the room. Seeing the prominent golden accents, she couldn't help but chuckle, amused by Jin Yao's somewhat childish attempts to assert his presence. Despite having moved in just hours earlier, traces of him were evident throughout the space. As she stepped into the hall, she found Jin Yao seated on the sofa, engrossed in his light brain, seemingly attending to some matters. Approaching him, she hadn't yet spoken when Jin Yao aimed his light brain at her, disabling the privacy mode, allowing her to clearly see the interface displayed. Jin Yao raised an eyebrow. "Since we cannot openly be together, surely you must compensate me in secret. You and Tao Wangxiu wear matching outfits and share couple bracelets. I won't dwell on that, as I cannot be too indulgent in public. However, within our home, you cannot refuse me, can you? I intend to redecorate our dormitory. Here are the renovation plans I just had drawn up. Tell me which one you prefer." Not long ago, Jin Yao had discovered a considerable advantage in their school environment. Tao Wangxiu certainly could not stay overnight at the school, but he and Su Yang could. As long as Su Yang resided there, they could enjoy each other's company without the presence of Tao Wangxiu. The layout of the room was unchangeable, as the belongings of 3 individuals felt too cramped. Yet in the dormitory, he and Su Yang could be a pair, free from Tao Wangxiu's existence. Gazing at the design plans before her, Su Yang could not help but notice how evident Jin Yao's intentions were. The newly arranged dormitory was filled with various couple-themed items, and the layouts of the 2 dorms were identical, unmistakably indicating a couple's living arrangement. "I'm fine with it. Let us go with your design," Su Yang replied. Although she favored Tao Wangxiu, she understood the importance of not showing too much bias. lest it provoke conflict between the two. She did not mind Jean Yao's subtle gestures. As he had stated, since they could not be a couple publicly, allowing him some indulgence in private seemed harmless. As Tao Wanxiu approached from a distance, hearing Jean Yao's words and noticing the newly added items, he inwardly rolled his eyes. Scholar. The three decided to have hot pot for dinner that evening. After settling in, the celestial mechanism brought forth an array of fresh vegetables and fruits. Culinary expertise was undoubtedly the forte of Tao Wanxiu, and having lived together for some time, he had likely discerned Su Yang's preferences. Once the dishes were served, he promptly rearranged the plates, placing some of Su Yang's favorite items beside her. Jean Yao observed discreetly from the side. In this regard, he certainly lacked the understanding of Su Yang that Tao Wanxiu possessed, and thus refrained from intruding. He merely fetched some fruit, skillfully peeling the more intricate varieties and arranging the flesh on a plate before sliding it towards Su Yang. The three of them enjoyed a remarkably harmonious meal, and Su Yang felt quite content. She was unaware of the negotiations that had transpired between the two in the training room or any agreements they had reached, but the atmosphere was undeniably tranquil, devoid of the prior tension, with their conversations free from any sarcastic undertones. It would be splendid if these two could maintain such amicable relations. After their meal, Tao Wanxiu turned to Su Yang and posed an unexpected question. Beloved, shall we consider the matter of sleeping arrangements for the night? Would you prefer to choose your companion each evening, or shall we decide amongst ourselves? Oh, Su Yang leaned back in her chair, her gaze flitting between the two. If you were to choose for yourselves, how would you go about it? To be honest, since agreeing to Jean Yao's proposal, she had been perpetually occupied. She had been busy hunting star beasts, then soothing Tao Wanxiu, subsequently managing the affairs of Shun Tu Yixiao, as well as overseeing her planets and companies, all culminating in this meal, which was the first moment of leisure she had found. Nonetheless, it was indeed a question worth pondering. Tao Wanxiu exchanged a glance with Jean Yao before speaking up. We had previously discussed this matter. The original plan was for each of us to accompany you for a day or a week, depending on your preference. He hesitated briefly, then added, if you enjoy company, we could both accompany you together. At that moment, Su Yang, who was sipping water, unexpectedly sputtered, spraying it across the table. She quickly waved her hands, exclaiming, no, not for now, let us stick to one person per day. The thought of three people together was undeniably overwhelming, and she admitted she was not prepared for such an arrangement. Managing one person was already quite a challenge, let alone two. Both Tao Wanxiu and Jean Yao sighed in relief. If possible, they naturally preferred to spend time alone with Su Yang. Chapter 194. The bashful Jean Yao this evening. Jean Yao would be the one to accompany Su Yang to sleep. The reason being that he was to depart the following afternoon to attend to certain matters that would require several days of his attention. Previously, when he had ventured into the black hole, many had presumed him dead, leading some to engage in covert maneuvers. These actions had all been reported to Jean Yao. Thus he was obliged to leave by tomorrow at the latest to address these individuals. Su Yang engaged in her regular evening training, and by the time she returned to her room, it was already 11 o'clock. Upon seeing Su Yang push open the door and enter, Jean Yao sprang up from the bed in surprise. He cast furtive glances at Su Yang, yet dared not gaze too intently. A fleeting look was all he could manage before averting his eyes, only to sneak peeks again. His ears flushed crimson, his gaze evasive, and an air of awkwardness enveloped him. This overt display of shyness elicited a raised eyebrow from Su Yang, amused by the prospect of teasing him. She took a few steps closer to Jean Yao. With each advance she made, Jean Yao instinctively retreated. Unable to suppress a laugh, Su Yang quipped, why retreat? Am I a fearsome beast? Just the other day at the auction room, you mustered the courage to kiss me. Why the innocence now? Jean Yao quickly glanced at Su Yang, inhaling the faint fragrance that enveloped her, his heart racing. That was different. It was just a kiss and a hug, but tonight. The mere thought of what was to transpire sent waves of heat coursing through his body, as though he might explode. It was all happening too fast. He had not mentally prepared himself. In his original plans, he envisioned nurturing a relationship with Su Yang, followed by an engagement, and only thereafter engaging in the more intimate gestures of a couple. Prior to this, he believed they would only share kisses and hugs, never crossing certain boundaries. But who could have anticipated that plans would be so easily derailed? Now, he found himself willingly becoming Su Yang's nameless, undefined partner. They had hardly shared a few kisses or embraces, and now they were expected to take the final step. Jean Yao felt an unusual sense of helplessness and deep-seated anxiety. He feared his performance would not live up to expectations, worried that Su Yang might find him lacking. After all, he had no experience whatsoever. As Su Yang gradually approached him, having resolved to accept Jean Yao and bring him home, she had no intention of holding back or adopting a demure demeanor. His strikingly model-like visage was simply too captivating. However, she was not one to disregard his feelings. If you're not mentally prepared, I won't force you. And who says that sharing a room necessitates sleeping together? You could always opt for the sofa or the floor, depending on your preference. Jin Yao hurriedly responded, I'm willing. The events that were about to unfold were those he had envisioned countless times in his dreams. How could he possibly refuse? I'm just a bit nervous. Su Yang chuckled softly, taking his hand in hers. Don't be afraid. There's nothing to be anxious about. She placed her hands around Jin Yao's neck, gently pulling him down for a kiss. Jin Yao's movements were inexperienced and somewhat clumsy, but Su Yang patiently guided him. Before long, he became adept, and the atmosphere shifted palpably, his demeanor transforming into one of boldness. The earlier tension and uncertainty dissipated, leaving only a deep sense of desire and intensity in his gaze. In the adjacent room, separated by a mere wall, Tao Wangxiu's expression was one of bitterness as she clutched a handful of peach blossoms, meticulously plucking off the petals one by one. She still wants me. She no longer wants me. She likes me. She does not like me. Unbeknownst to him, the table was strewn with petals. Tao Wangxiu glanced at the wall beside him and twitched his ears, but alas, the soundproofing of the room was impeccable. He could hear nothing. The silence only fueled his restless imagination. Would Jin Yao kiss her as tenderly as he did with Su Yang? They must have already retired to bed, indulging in all that was meant to be shared, and perhaps more. Would Su Yang feel pleasure? Would she find Jin Yao's youthful vigor so alluring that it rendered him obsolete? The more he pondered, the more his heart tightened with jealousy. Regret washed over him. He truly felt it. He was not magnanimous at all. The mere thought of Su Yang being intimate with another drove him to madness with envy. He longed to storm in and eject Jin Yao from that house, to sever every trace of him from Su Yang's presence. Yet, such thoughts had to remain buried deep within, hidden from view. Tao Wangxiu sat in the room, motionless for an entire night, watching as dawn gradually broke. He touched his face and quickly rose to his feet, heading to the bathroom. Su Yang adored his visage, and given that he was older than others, he knew he had to maintain his looks and physique to retain his competitive edge. With meticulous care, he applied products to his skin and adorned himself with a pleasant fragrance. Moments later, he smiled at his reflection before stepping out. He occupied the sofa for the entire morning, waiting until noon when Su Yang and Jin Yao finally emerged from their room. A single glance at their demeanor revealed what had transpired moments before. A wave of sourness surged within him, but he concealed it, instead presenting them with water and food in a manner that appeared entirely nonchalant. You're out. I suppose you're both hungry. Please, have something to eat. The thought that Jin Yao would be leaving that afternoon brought him a sense of relief. The following days would be his to cherish with Su Yang, and he recalled their first time together lasting 3 days and nights. Jin Yao had barely spent half a day. There was no basis for comparison. Jin Yao was in high spirits, and even upon seeing Tao Wangxiu, his mood remained undimmed. He took Su Yang's hand and sat her down, reluctant to let go. The impending tasks he had to attend to later that afternoon, and the prospect of not returning for several days filled him with despair. He yearned to be attached to Su Yang at every moment, never wanting to part, rather than deal with those tiresome matters. Why did people insist on creating trouble for him? It was infuriating. Perhaps they should all be eliminated. When the time came for him to depart that afternoon, Jin Yao turned back multiple times, leaving with reluctance. The moment he was gone, Tao Wangxiu could no longer restrain himself. He pulled Su Yang into his embrace and kissed her deeply. My dear, whose kissing prowess is superior, Jin Yao's or mine? He savored her lips thoroughly before brushing his lips against her forehead, showering her face with a flurry of kisses. Has he kissed you like I do? Has he kissed you here? Su Yang found herself pressed against the sofa by Tao Wangxiu, who skillfully peeled away her garments. His eyes filled with jealousy as he beheld the marks on her skin. He leaned in to kiss her. Those marks should have been his. Only when he had thoroughly covered every trace upon Su Yang's body did he finally embrace her with satisfaction. Breathing in the scent that belonged to him and the essence of Su Yang mingling with his own, he felt a profound sense of comfort as he nuzzled against her neck. Su Yang gently pushed his head away, asking, Are you done? Have you finished being jealous, darling? Tao Wangxiu gazed at her with a pitiful expression. Whose performance do you think was better, mine just now, or Jin Yao's last night? Who makes you feel more comfortable? Me or him? Su Yang retorted, Is this going to go on forever? If every day is like this, how will I manage my life? She tenderly kissed his forehead and added, When it's just the two of us, I do not wish to hear the names of others from your lips. Nor do I want any comparisons. You are unique to me, unparalleled by anyone else. Do you understand? Tao Wangxiu, feeling appeased, clung to Su Yang once more, wanting more than just one round. As the sky outside darkened, Su Yang could no longer bear it. She lifted her foot and kicked him off the sofa. Enough. No one to stop. At that moment, Tian Dao floated over. Understood, master. It was precisely the time for the evening news, and amidst the current interstellar turmoil, the broadcasts were rich with significant updates. The news began by outlining events occurring on Yun Family Planet, followed by discussions on the collaboration between Chun Guang and the Star Beasts, indicating that the Human Federation and the Beastman Kingdom had embarked on preliminary cooperation, preparing to take action against the Mechanical Empire. Su-Yang also caught a report on the planetary shield. Finally, the footage shifted to an interview channel featuring someone Su-Yang recognized all too well, Liu Xinghe, whom she had not seen in quite some time. Previously, when they had met, Liu Xinghe had donned casual attire, but this time he was clad in a commander's uniform. The air of authority he exuded was unlike anything Su-Yang had seen before, sharp, composed, calm, and confident, strategizing effortlessly. This commanding presence, coupled with his perfect visage, made it nearly impossible for her to look away. Su-Yang stole several glances at him. Tao Wangxiu scoffed internally, but wisely refrained from speaking further. Having already displeased Su-Yang on multiple occasions, he dared not provoke her again. Yet, did Su-Yang truly like this uniform? When they had encountered each other on that resource planet, she had not gazed at him this way. Tao Wangxiu pondered, lowering his gaze to his holographic device, soon discovering a term known as uniform allure. Without hesitation, he purchased an array of outfits, even acquiring some illusionary potions. In the future, Su-Yang would have the freedom to wear whatever clothing she desired, and if she wished to transform into any form, she could do so at will. She could hardly believe that anyone could sway her affections away from him. The news broadcast featured a meticulously edited interview. Liu Xinghe had regained his 15th tier abilities and played a pivotal role in the recent battle, directly assaulting the stronghold of the star beasts and their parasitic flora, shocking the entire galaxy. During the interview, he did not shy away from discussing the parasitism of the star beasts and the concealment of these events over the past 2 years. He emphasized the transformations that occurred in individuals once they were parasitized, urging the public to remain vigilant and to contact the authorities immediately upon discovering any anomalies. As the host shifted the conversation, he inquired about another topic. As we all know, Commander Liu Xinghe, you are a 15th tier ability user. I noticed a 13th tier green gem adorning your wrist. Does this gem hold any special significance for you? Liu Xinghe's expression softened. This was a gift from my beloved. I cherish her deeply and intend to marry her in this lifetime. Su-Yang fell into silence, gazing at the familiar gem. The host pressed on. Could you share more about your relationship with your beloved? Surely the audience is curious. The warmth in Liu Xinghe's eyes faded. I'm afraid this is a private matter between us, and I have no intention of exposing my beloved to the public. I urge everyone to focus on my command capabilities rather than delve into other matters, especially concerning my beloved, as prying into someone's privacy is a violation of federal law. I would not hesitate to employ legal means against those who dare invade our privacy. The host concluded, indeed, as a commander, we should concentrate solely on your combat and command skills. Personal matters, particularly privacy, need not be scrutinized. I encourage the citizens of the Federation to focus on our commander's tactical abilities. Tao Wangxiu let out a soft hum, feeling somewhat satisfied with Liu Xinghe. This way, fewer people would fixate on Su-Yang, allowing her tranquil life to remain undisturbed. Su-Yang sighed and turned off the news broadcast. Liu Xinghe was genuinely a wonderful person, yet their paths had diverged. Now, she too had a remarkable individual by her side. She glanced at Tao Wangxiu and kissed him gently. Darling, I like you. Tao Wangxiu was momentarily taken aback, as if fireworks had exploded within him, dispersing all his emotions in an instant. After a day of leisure, it was time for Su-Yang to address her responsibilities. She activated her light brain, noticing messages from her mother, Shi Yulan, and her father, Zhu Jian. Previously, in front of a crowd, she had severed the branches of the heavenly dragon stone tree with her Azura, drawing attention. Naturally, those onlookers sought to investigate, but her parents had intervened. Both had sent her messages instructing her to disregard everything. If anyone dared to harass her, she could directly inform them, and they would handle it. Sister Tianlang Qingli and second brother Wensheng and have also sent messages, stating that if anyone feels uncomfortable in the Human Federation, they can always come to the Beastman Kingdom. Both of them possess considerable influence within the Beastman Kingdom, while the reach of the Human Federation remains limited. After responding to each of them, she turned her attention to the messages from Jinyao. Remarkably, Jinyao had sent her nearly 100 messages within a mere half-day of his departure. She replied to each one thoughtfully, without any hint of indifference. Next were messages from Gu Zhizhi and Yunlang Yunshe, inquiring about her current situation. Chapter 195, The Transformative Travel Star. After responding to these individuals, Su-Yang glanced at the latest message, which was from Ning Chu. Previously, she had procured a small amount of soil from Blue Star, mixing it with other substances for Ning Chu's research. Now, the results of Ning Chu's study had emerged. Dubbed the latest interstellar soil, it not only boasts exceptional cultivation capabilities, but also possesses the ability to absorb certain levels of radiation, significantly reducing the radiation levels of the crops grown within it. Should this information be made public, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation across the stars, resulting in an influx of orders. Su-Yang instructed Ning Chu to prepare, and subsequently announced this groundbreaking news. As anticipated, shortly after the announcement, numerous individuals began placing orders. Ning Chu was so elated that her hands trembled. her messages to Su Yang overflowing with excitement. The next day, Su Yang listed the soil for sale in the Blue Star shop. This soil was the most primal and pristine, far superior to what Ning Chu had developed and offered at a substantially lower price. Following the listing of this soil in the Blue Star shop, those who had previously placed orders hastily canceled them, leaving the Interstellar community in a state of astonishment. They had expected to witness the rise of a new company, only to find it faltering before even taking flight. Did the Blue Star shop harbor a grudge against this establishment? Just as one company announced its results, another unveiled an upgraded version of soil. Su Yang reassured Ning Chu and encouraged her to begin researching the land available in the Blue Star shop. Her intention to list the soil the following day was to completely dissociate her endeavors from Blue Star. To any discerning observer, it would be evident that there was no connection between the two companies. If anything, it seemed they were rivals. That afternoon, she received a message from Shinto Ishiao, indicating that he had released the positioning function of the chip in his mind. Once this function was disabled, the Shinto family promptly located Shinto Ishiao and brought him back. Su Yang decided to remain uninvolved with the ensuing turbulence that the Shinto family would undoubtedly create. If Shinto Ishiao could not manage such a trivial matter, there would be no need for collaboration. Observing that the sale of soil was nearing completion, Su Yang listed various plants in the Blue Star shop. Under the auspices of the Travel Star, she acquired a vast expanse of land and a multitude of plants, initiating cultivation within the Travel Star and planting these flora across various locations. During this period, the Travel Star under Su Yang's name underwent a remarkable transformation. With the presence of the latest interstellar protective shield, a steady stream of tourists flocked to it daily. After the introduction of these verdant plants, the transformation was strikingly apparent. Daily, one could hear numerous voices exuberantly exclaiming in the streets, "How delightful! It resembles the fragrance of roses." It was truly wonderful. I never anticipated that one day I would be able to quietly appreciate these flora on this planet, rather than perpetually being in a state of heightened alertness. Here, I felt a significant relaxation of my spirit. In the park, I encountered a variety of animals, akin to those found in the Blue Star pet shop. Initially, I perceived the park as rather desolate, but the presence of these creatures imbued it with a newfound vitality. While seated on a bench, a diminutive kitten approached, mewing sweetly and licking my hand. Its fur was exceptionally warm and utterly adorable, prompting me to contemplate acquiring a pet of my own. Conversations buzzed all around, and due to the positive reception, the Blue Star shop attracted a substantial influx of visitors once again. Chapter 196. The Legend of Su Yang. The transformation of the tourist planet proved remarkably successful, drawing many eager visitors, some even wishing to settle down. The number of arrivals had significantly exceeded the planet's capacity, necessitating a limitation on the flow of visitors. Thanks to this tourist destination, Su Yang amassed considerable wealth, with monthly earnings calculated in megas. Beyond Su Yang's tourist planet, several other celestial bodies in the galaxy began to undertake similar transformations, albeit with more caution than Su Yang's bold reforms, opting for minor experiments instead. Observing the thriving status of the tourist planet, many planetary leaders felt envious, resulting in a shopping frenzy at the Blue Star shop. Consequently, these leaders took action, initiating renovations on their own tourist planets. With these developments, Su Yang once again reaped substantial profits. Rather than hoarding her wealth, she invested it all into fortifying her planet. In the ensuing time, she frequently visited the military district or the Beastman Kingdom to engage in monster hunting and level up. Although the drop rates were low, the sheer volume of monsters dispatched resulted in numerous opportunities for golden draws. Meanwhile, Chun Guang upheld his promise, periodically sending Su Yang messages regarding entities that had nearly become extinct in the galaxy. Armed with this information, Su Yang scavenged a wealth of rare resources, gaining a significant number of golden draw opportunities and skill books. Time passed swiftly, and after a few years, Su Yang reached level 15. Her rapid advancement astonished everyone in the galaxy, rewriting the annals of interstellar history and drawing considerable attention to her. During her time in the military district, she had fostered strong relationships with many individuals there. With the military's protection, coupled with the safeguarding of the necromancers in her group, no one could pose a threat to Su Yang. Over these years, aside from slaying monsters to enhance her level, she vigorously developed her planet. Now, with an abundance of star coins, the planet's growth was remarkably swift. She had successfully bound 300 previously abandoned planets under her name. Each celestial body serves its own distinct purpose. Some are dedicated to research, others designated as tourist planets, and yet others are rich in resources. Every element on these planets utilizes the finest and most advanced technologies, accompanied by stringent protective measures. The celestial communication systems have officially been commandeered, and thus, Su Yang has clandestinely ascended to become the fourth major force in the cosmos. Although she governs merely over 300 planets, a fraction compared to the thousands held by other factions, her overall strength and the resources at her disposal utterly surpass those of these rival powers. On this particular day, Su Yang found herself in deep contemplation, as her level had reached the pinnacle of the 15th tier, with just a mere step required to ascend to the 16th tier, achievable by defeating a single monster. Meanwhile, Shinto Ishiao had taken control of the Shinto family, and Su Yang had gained insight into the collective strength of the 10 prominent families. She concluded that her current prowess should suffice to confront these families. Thus, she made a decisive choice. She advanced to the 16th tier and voluntarily exposed the happenings on Blue Star, having already relocated all her cherished ones there. Upon the revelation of this information, a tremendous uproar ensued across the cosmos, and the legend of Su Yang officially began to circulate in interstellar realms. End of the main text. An epilogue will be provided tomorrow, addressing all unresolved matters. Chapter 197. Epilogue. Lu Xinghe in the military court. The highest court of the Human Federation. Only influential figures within the Human Federation find themselves before such a tribunal. The proceedings will not only be directed at the entire Human Federation, but will also be broadcast live across the Star Network. In addition to the court's verdict, the final outcome will be influenced by the votes of the citizens of the Human Federation. At 9 o'clock that morning, the live stream commenced, instantly attracting billions of viewers. Is it true that the individual on trial today is our commander Lu Xinghe? I'm perplexed. What has Lu Xinghe done? You all know about Su Yang, the owner of Blue Star, right? It is said that Lu Xinghe has repeatedly tipped her off, aiding her in evading numerous crises. The behavior of these powerful factions is utterly distasteful. I stand firmly with Lu Xinghe. Blue Star not only boasts zero radiation and an abundance of natural foods, but also hosts delightful furry creatures and a plethora of flora. If it weren't prohibited, I would truly desire to immigrate to Blue Star at once. Thinking of immigrating? Call 10086. But how could Lu Xinghe be apprehended? Aren't the military personnel supposed to intervene? Are you all still unaware? In the realm of Blue Star, numerous orcs from the once mighty orc kingdom have resurfaced. Alongside creatures such as dragons, phoenixes, golden-winged rock, soul-devouring silkworms, and nine-turned birds. The orc kingdom believes these beings rightfully belong to them, thus demanding their return. However, Su Yang resolutely refuses to comply. Unable to confront Su Yang directly, they resort to covert schemes against her. Meanwhile, certain factions within the Human Federation aspire to annex Blue Star, coveting its advanced technologies, and have laid numerous traps for Su Yang. Lu Xinghe discreetly alerts Su Yang, enabling her to evade several perilous situations. With Su Yang safe, Lu Xinghe's actions are eventually uncovered. Under the immense pressure from the Orc Kingdom and the machinations of various Human Federation factions, the military finds itself powerless, leading to Lu Xinghe's arrest. If memory serves, is Su Yang not the daughter of Marshal Shi Yulan from the 10th Military District? Why does the Human Federation neglect to intervene on her behalf? Indeed, they do intervene, albeit half-heartedly. It is evident to any discerning observer that during the repeated pursuits, the military's involvement has been lackluster. Not only have they refrained from taking action against Su Yang, but some have also sought to profit from the chaos by obstructing others' attempts to capture her. Who would believe that without the prior warnings from Shi Yulan and others, they would remain inactive? Initially, they contemplated applying pressure on Shi Yulan, but Lu Xinghe, upon confessing, took full responsibility for all charges. How infuriating! What fault lies with Lu Xinghe? What wrong has Su Yang committed? Without Su Yang, could we ordinary people enjoy such a prosperous life? Could we savor such affordable natural food? How I yearn to immigrate to Blue Star. Yet, both the Human Federation and the Orc Kingdom have issued stringent orders forbidding immigration. At this moment, I find myself envious of those with foresight who immigrated early. Their current lives must be exceedingly carefree. For those of us who were late to realize the opportunity, we find ourselves powerless to pursue our desires. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Lu Xinghe is ushered into the courtroom. His long, pale green hair cascades down to his waist, and he stands tall and straight. His pale green eyes reflecting a serene composure. Dressed in prison garb, his hands are restrained by specially designed handcuffs that suppress his abilities. As he is led to his designated spot, on his left wrist, one can faintly discern a bracelet bound with a red string, adorned with a green gemstone. The judge gazes upon Lu Xinghe, his eyes filled with sympathy. However, under the duress of the Human Federation's elite and the Orc Kingdom's high-ranking officials, he must speak. Pronouncing Lu Xinghe's sentence. After all, she lacks significant status or connections. She is merely a laborer. Judge, on May 29th, you disclosed the Orc Kingdom's battle plans to Su Yang, resulting in the loss of tens of thousands of combat personnel and the destruction of a battle starship. Do you acknowledge this? Lu Xinghe, maintaining a calm demeanor, replies softly, I do. Judge, on June 15th, we issued orders to the 9th Military District to assist us in intercepting Su Yang. You, utilizing your authority as the commander, issued erroneous orders to the 9th Military District, not only allowing Su Yang to escape, but also hindering our efforts, causing us to miss the optimal time for pursuit. Do you acknowledge this as well? Lu Xinghe, I do. Judge, On July 11th, Su Yang slaughtered tens of thousands in the Orc Kingdom. While they pursued him, you obstructed their efforts with a portion of the 6th Military District, allowing Su Yang to escape safely. Do you acknowledge this? Lu Xinghe, I do. Judge, on July 30th. The judge enumerated a series of charges, yet regardless of what was said, Lu Xinghe's only response was a singular admission. He acknowledged it. Judge, since you have confessed to all the charges, you secretly assisted Su Yang, resulting in significant losses for both the Human Federation and the Orc Kingdom. Not only were numerous warships and robots destroyed, but Su Yang also seized control of a total of 50 planets. You have violated multiple articles of the Human Federation's laws, including Articles 55, 61, and 72. A lengthy and dismal recitation ensued, but Lu Xinghe remained fixed ahead, seemingly impervious to the words spoken. He understood that his actions were beyond the protection of the military. After all, this was a joint pressure from two great kingdoms, and his fate was sealed. Death awaited him. It was unfortunate that until his last moments, Su Yang never forgave him, lingering in resentment over past grievances. Nonetheless, the fact that Su Yang remained unharmed was a small solace. This was the final act he could perform for Su Yang with the power he wielded. Judge, immediate execution of the death penalty. As the words echoed, before Lu Xinghe could react, the gathered crowd erupted in uproar. Why was the death penalty being enacted without the customary audience voting segment? Was there no opportunity for that this time? How absurd. Clearly, they were feeling guilty. The people's hearts leaned towards Su Yang, and who wouldn't want to go to Blue Star? It was evident they would all cast votes of innocence. And if Lu Xinghe were to live, Su Yang would never be captured. Frustration boiled over. Could no one come to Lu Xinghe's aid? Military headquarters. The marshals from various military districts had congregated, watching the live broadcast. As the final verdict was delivered, a heavy silence enveloped them. Xinghe, is there truly no way to save him? We are powerless, came the reply. If anyone in this star system could save Lu Xinghe, it would only be Su Yang. At the mention of Su Yang, silence fell once more. Over the years, Blue Star had introduced numerous valuable items, many of which were auctioned, and military personnel had consistently secured a fair share. They had previously found it puzzling until Su Yang revealed his 16th tier and his connections to Blue Star. Only then did they realize he had been clandestinely aiding them. Moreover, under the guise of a tourism initiative, Su Yang had generously donated many fine items to the military district. In light of this, the higher-ups had turned a blind eye to their dealings with Su Yang, feigning ignorance regarding Lu Xinghe's situation. Their leniency towards Lu Xinghe ultimately led to his demise. Yet Lu Xinghe bore no regrets, asserting that he would make the same choice again if given the chance. The military personnel could only respect Lu Xinghe's decision. During the live broadcast, officials had already aimed their firearms directly at Lu Xinghe. Trapped by his own abilities, Lu Xinghe found himself unable to evade. Just as the weapon was poised to pierce him, a sudden flash of golden light enveloped the scene, and Lu Xinghe vanished without a trace. Concurrently, several notable skyscrapers across various planets erupted in explosions, reducing their contents to mere dust and incurring substantial losses. This incident quickly made headlines on the Star Network. Although the perpetrator's name remained unknown, it was widely speculated that Su Yang was behind it. On Blue Star, Su Yang wielded her powers, the light flickering in her hands. And with a gentle exertion, she shattered the specially crafted bracelet into fragments. Lu Xinghe, sensing the unusual circumstances surrounding him, opened his eyes to behold Su Yang's visage. He blinked slowly, gradually coming to the realization that he was not dead. He had been rescued by her. Instinctively, he moved his hands as if to embrace her. But upon recalling something, his expression darkened, and he let his hands fall. Noticing Lu Xinghe's prison garb, Su Yang furrowed her brows, feeling that such attire was utterly unbefitting for him, almost an affront to his dignity. She sighed softly. Why must you do this? You know that even without your assistance, I could have escaped those people, albeit with some difficulty and injury. Lu Xinghe's eyes flickered, his voice barely above a whisper. I do not know the extent of your abilities, but I fear for you. I do not wish for you to be in danger or to suffer even the slightest harm. Su Yang fixed her gaze upon him for several seconds before breaking into a smile. What will you do now? You are already wanted by the Human Federation and the Beast Kingdom. There is no refuge for you among those factions. Lu Xinghe grasped the implication, a thought crossing his mind as he stifled his emotions, cautiously suggesting, a life saved deserves a debt repaid. Since those two powerful factions have no place for me, may I stay by your side from now on? Su Yang chuckled, recognizing his astuteness. Very well. However, before anything else, you should take a bath and change out of those clothes. Lu Xinghe stood frozen, gazing at Su Yang without blinking, as a profound emotion began to unfurl within him. If his intuition was correct, Su Yang was willing to accept him? He opened his mouth to inquire, to reach out, yet hesitated, fearing it might all be a fleeting dream before his demise. Come now, Su Yang's tone softened as she grasped Lu Xinghe's wrist, leading him towards the room and nudging him towards the bathroom. Wake up and come to your senses. Or do you prefer that I assist you with your bath? Lu Xinghe promptly replied, then please help me wash. Su Yang blinked gently, amused by his boldness. Chapter 198. A side story. The soft rice man and the pretty boy. After pushing Lu Xinghe into the bathroom, Su Yang exited, only to be met by several curious gazes in the courtyard. The elder sister, Tianling Qingli, waved at her second brother, Wen Shengyan, exclaiming, I won the bet. Pay up. Without hesitation, when Shengyan handed Tianling Qingli a card, Su Yang observed the two individuals from a distance, feeling a sense of contemplation. After attaining level 16, the first people she informed were her family members, subsequently guiding them on a tour of Blue Star. Following a brief period of astonishment, they quickly regained their composure. Without hesitation, Tianling Qingli relocated all the beastmen of the Tianling clan, bringing along several of their own planets. Wen Shengyan also migrated his companies and planets. The allure of the 100 defensive planetary shields and an array of advanced technologies surpassing current interstellar capabilities left them utterly astonished, an irresistible temptation they could not decline. The two individuals were astute, refraining from inquiring how Su Yang came to possess such assets. Everyone has their own privacy. Crossing that boundary would only lead to estrangement. After careful consideration, Su Yang's father, Zhu Jian, also moved the headquarters of the Adventurers Alliance. However, her mother, Shi Yulan, could not do the same, as she was still officially the marshal of the 10th Military District, unlike others who were more carefree. Su Yang stood in place for a moment before curiously approaching them. What are you betting on? She inquired. Tianling Qingli glanced towards the door, stating, We are wagering whether you will rescue Lu Xinghe. He has pursued you for so long and has done much for you over the years. From what I know of you, you certainly would not stand idly by and watch him perish. I believe I will win this bet. Leaning closer to Su Yang, Tianling Qingli twirled her eyes and asked, After saving him, will you promise to be with him, or is it merely an act of rescue? When Shengyan interjected lightly, Lu Xinghe will confront Jin Yao. After all, over the past few years, they had witnessed numerous encounters between Jin Yao and Lu Xinghe. Su Yang was indifferent. Let them fight. As long as it doesn't occur before my eyes or within our home, it's fine. With an increase in numbers, conflicts were inevitable. To her knowledge, Jin Yao and Tao Wangxiu often clashed, yet they never displayed such behavior in her presence, opting for secluded locations instead. Thus, she feigned ignorance. As long as the disputes did not escalate too far. No sooner had she spoken than Jin Yao and Tao Wangxiu entered the room. They glanced around the room, saying, Baby, Lu Xinghe. Su Yang smiled gently at them. He will be part of our family from now on. Tao Wangxiu paused for a moment before slowly responding. Don't worry, baby, I will teach Lu Xinghe the rules of this household. He exchanged a look with Jin Yao, both recognizing the unspoken intentions in each other's eyes. They settled into the room, sitting on the sofa as they awaited Lu Xinghe's emergence. Communicating through their holographic devices, they deliberated on the matters ahead. The conversation gradually shifting to the current state of the interstellar situation, prompting reflections on past events. Tao Wangxiu had never anticipated that he would one day become a kept man, and Jin Yao had never envisioned himself as a man dependent on others. Both remained unable to forget the events that had transpired years ago. On that splendid day, Su Yang deliberately summoned the two individuals, subsequently delivering them the most profound shock they had ever experienced. It turned out that her apparent strength at the 12th level was merely a facade, crafted through a concoction refined for her by Wen Shengyan. In truth, her prowess had ascended to the 16th level. Moreover, she was the proprietor of Blue Star, the source of an array of advanced technological products that had circulated throughout the interstellar domain in recent years. Astonishingly, she had already acquired ownership of over 300 planets. Su Yang took the two on a tour of Blue Star, where they witnessed firsthand the plethora of high-tech innovations. Following this, she presented them with a choice. If they wished to continue accompanying her, they must relocate all their possessions to Blue Star, thus ensuring their utmost safety and preventing others from wielding their belongings as leverage against them. Alternatively, they could choose to depart, in which case she would bestow upon them a substantial severance package, inclusive of various high-tech products from Blue Star. Before Su Yang could finish her explanation, Tao Wangxiu became incensed, perceiving her inquiry as a lack of concern for their well-being. Jin Yao shared a similar sentiment. The two swiftly acted, relocating all their assets to Blue Star. Once the transition was complete, Su Yang publicly disclosed all matters pertaining to the interstellar community, while Jin Yao avenged himself using the advanced technologies provided by Su Yang, ultimately transforming into a man dependent on others. Chapter 199, Epilogue, Fulfillment. The standoff between Blue Star, the Human Federation, and the Beastman Kingdom persisted for a full decade. Despite the prohibition on immigration imposed by these two formidable factions, numerous avenues remained available. Su Yang engaged in collaboration with the black market, facilitating the clandestine passage of individuals seeking to settle on Blue Star through its connections. The black market, situated in the chaotic triangle, previously operated without defenses to ensure the region's survival, thereby simplifying the black market's endeavors. Notably, the black market had covertly allied with Su Yang, relocating its headquarters to Blue Star, leaving only a mere shell behind in the chaotic triangle. Meanwhile, astute merchants began quietly expanding their operations on Blue Star. With early movements initiated by members of the Necromancer faction, daily, individuals arrived on Blue Star. With the vast interstellar population, the influx of thousands attempting to cross clandestinely might have gone unnoticed. However, over a decade, the gradual decline of numbers could not remain concealed. On this particular day, several momentous announcements reverberated throughout the entire interstellar community. Since Su Yang's breakthrough to the 16th level, the barriers of the world had weakened, causing Chun Guang to enter a dormant state and commence its evolution. Finally, on this day, it successfully completed its transformation. Upon its emergence, its first act was to transfer all planets under the Mechanical Empire's jurisdiction to Su Yang, effectively merging the Mechanical Empire with Blue Star. Su Yang made no alterations to the locations of these planets. They remained exactly where they had been, with all rights of ownership now belonging to her. Aside from this matter, on this day, Su Yang ascended to the 18th tier, while the earliest group of immigrants, such as Tao Wangxiu and Zhu Jian, who shared a close bond with her, advanced to the 16th tier. It is said that on Blue Star, there exists a type of spring water known as superior spring water, which purportedly allows long-term drinkers to transcend their tier limitations. And this water is exclusively available on Blue Star. The reason these individuals could elevate to the 16th tier was due to their continuous consumption of superior spring water over the years. These unfolding events stirred significant waves across the galaxy, prompting both the Human Federation and the Beastman Kingdom to realize the gravity of the situation. After some deliberation, they extended an apology to Su Yang, expressing their willingness to concede substantial interests in order to collaborate with Blue Star. After all, both the superior spring water and the various commodities of Blue Star were immensely tempting to them. Faced with the impossibility of conquest, they had no choice but to concede. Thus, several factions in the galaxy entered into a comprehensive ceasefire and peace. Once the situation stabilized, Su Yang chose to marry several individuals: Lu Xinghe, Jin Yao, Tao Wangxiu, and Shen Guan. The wedding was exceptionally grand, broadcasted live across the Star Network. Yun Che nudged Yun Lang's arm. "Brother, do you have any regrets? Back then, you refrained from pursuing her because she had a match, but now she has married for. If you had fought for her, surely there would have been a place for you here." Yun Lang remained silent, sipping his drink, feeling a profound bitterness in his mouth. He gazed at the dazzling woman on stage, suppressing all his emotions. At that time, on our Yun family's planet, Su Yang fell into a black hole while I chose to leave, and I had lost my chance then. Beside him, Shintu Yishao cast a silent glance. He observed the scene ahead, his expression equally complex. Upon noticing the multiple men around Su Yang, he too had entertained thoughts of pursuing her. Yet those men guarded her fiercely, leaving him no opportunity. However, this was not a significant concern. There would still be ample time in the future to seek his chance. 300 years later, Su Yang, having enjoyed a lengthy period of leisure, finally decided to have a child, considering the numerous planets awaiting her inheritance. Eventually, she gave birth to a girl. Everyone had previously assumed the child was Lu Xinghe's. After Su Yang's ascension to the 16th tier became known, she confessed that she was not a necromancer. Among the men, only Lu Xinghe possessed the ability to procreate. Thus it was only natural for everyone to believe the child was his. However, to their astonishment, the child bore a striking resemblance to Tao Wangxiu. Tao Wangxiu was so taken aback that he did not know where to place his hands. "Is this my child? This is actually my child?" Previously, he had vaguely sensed a blood connection with the child, but he had believed it was merely an illusion born from his thoughts of caring for the child after Su Yang's pregnancy, considering that his identity as a necromancer was indeed genuine. Yet, the current paternity test and the child's similar features were unequivocally affirming that his intuition was correct. How could this be possible? Su Yang pondered for a moment. Perhaps it is because you have ascended to the 16th tier? It could also be that consuming the abundant offerings of Blue Star has altered your condition. Tao Wangxiu suddenly embraced Su Yang. "Darling, I love you." The others were not to be outdone. "Yang, we love you too." A little girl blinked her large eyes at Su Yang, her indistinct words spilling forth. "Mama, baby loves you too." The story concludes here. The epilogue is finished. Thank you all for your unwavering support along this journey. This book previously garnered single-digit daily views, barely enough to afford a meal. Without the encouragement from many readers, I would not have been able to write so much. However, reaching 400,000 words has truly been a challenge, and I can only strive to provide a satisfying conclusion.